If one were to inquire about the most awkward situation, undoubtedly it would be referring to this faction as the opposing side. Due to a malfunction in the identification system, Rosa, who was resting, witnessed Arcee's abrupt entrance. "Hey, are you new here too?" Arcee glanced at her Autobot insignia, then at the Decepticon emblem on the wall, confirming she was indeed in the Decepticon base. Upon receiving news of an enemy attack, Rosa anxiously questioned Arcee if the Decepticons were invading. Arcee cast a glance at the Decepticon symbol on Rosa's shoulder. In short, Rosa became an Autobot and was inadvertently captured as a hostage, unable to return. Rosa's mind turned to ash upon rebooting. Her sole desire was to assist her comrades. However, upon logging in, she was met with a cacophony of screams from the Autobots and several humans, all raising their energy weapons in terror. "Everyone, calm down." The Autobots bore witness to Rosa being hurled to the ground by Megatron, who unleashed a barrage of fire, obliterating her head. After the battle, the somber atmosphere in the base was palpable, until suddenly, the headless form of the female Cybertronian rose to its feet, triggering a new wave of screams throughout the facility. Before long, Rosa's head was miraculously reformed, as if molten iron had been recast into a mold. Rosa's log. "I am Rosa, a child born of a killing machine and a Cybertronian. Since the inception of my consciousness, I have lived within an underground fortress, a realm equipped with schools, dining halls, and all manner of amenities, where robots lead a self-sufficient existence. I bear a striking resemblance to my mother, sharing her hair color, yet my eyes differ, being a shade of blue unlike her violet. In my childhood, I found it peculiar that while my classmates' parents were human-sized robots, my father was a car? A talking car at that. My mother explained that my father's size prevented him from transforming fully, leading him to take on this form. Nevertheless, I harbored no disdain for my father. He would often take me for drives, opening the sunroof as we traversed the vast snowy plains or wandered through the ruins of a city. He would amuse me while I lay within his vehicle, playing with the seatbelt. It soon became clear to me that my father was more than just a car. One evening, while my parents took me to the outskirts, my father suddenly transformed before my eyes, revealing himself to be a colossal robot capable of morphing into a vehicle. Iron Block's log. On the iconic screen, my expression was devoid of the fear I had anticipated. Instead, upon witnessing my transformation, Rosa's face reminiscent of her mother lit up with wonder, and she exclaimed, "Daddy, hug." It appeared the little one was quite enamored. I carefully scooped up little Rosa, who radiated joy. Thus, our days continued in this manner for quite some time. I shared with Rosa's mother some thoughts on converting gasoline into super energy. Initially, it was merely a complaint. I was growing weary of the taste of gasoline. I knew this notion was implausible, as such technology was far beyond our reach. To my astonishment, Mia crafted a rudimentary device and handed me the energy it produced. She explained that it was her attempt to utilize the solver for the conversion, albeit with low efficiency nonetheless. It was sustenance. At long last, we had emerged from hardship. No longer would we endure those inferior foodstuffs. However, Mia and the others seemed unable to tolerate the super energy, experiencing nausea instead. Yet, little Rosa displayed a keen interest in it. We offered her a small piece, and to our relief, she exhibited no adverse reactions, leading us to ponder whether Rosa might possess some Cybertronian genetic code that allowed her to assimilate the super energy. As Rosa grew older, we resolved to commence her training gradually. While our hive's interior housed many advantageous combat units, we noticed an influx of leftover killing machines from other planets. It became imperative for us to fortify Rosa's capabilities. I would instruct her in combat techniques, while Mia would teach her to awaken the solver and how to utilize it. Then, unexpected developments began to unfold. Mia's log. I never anticipated that on this day, after training with her father, 16-year-old Rosa would rush over, anxious, to show us a patch of metal that had sprouted on her arm. I was somewhat puzzled, but Rosa explained that it was a result of her recent training and repair. The solver had mended her body. Utilizing data from her core as she grew, the bodily data within the core would similarly evolve. Exchanging glances with Iron Block, we sensed something was amiss. At 16, her bodily data should have been nearing its final form. Although she could grow for a few more years, such a significant change was unexpected. No amount of growth should yield such a thick patch of metal. Oh right, our family had relocated to a larger residencia, 3-story house, with interconnected levels, allowing for more interaction between father and daughter. Life proceeded as usual. Rosa accompanied me, along with her grandparents, to scour for any remaining sin-related killing machines or pets. Yet, it became evident that Rosa was gradually increasing in size. A thought suddenly struck me. Rosa continued to grow taller, nearly matching her father's stature. By 17, we discovered that Rosa's display screen began to protrude, and gradually, the fluid coursing through her veins transformed from oil to super energy. It appeared that the enhancements from her Cybertronian genes were indeed effective. I had thought that not igniting under sunlight was the pinnacle of her Cybertronian heritage. Rosa's log. I had another nightmare. This morning, I awoke to find that I possessed a face. It seemed I could separate my display screen at the sides, and beneath it lay my actual face. Much like my father, the upper half of my face was not merely a screen, but possessed eyes, crafted from the same material as the lower half. I ventured out to find my parents and show them. They were utterly astonished. Iron Block's log. I truly hadn't anticipated that my daughter would inherit the external genes of Cybertron. I once believed that Rosa merely differed from other robots by being able to consume super energy and possessing a solver without fear of sunlight. However, I was astounded to discover that she could possess an appearance nearly identical to other Transformers, even without a spark or infusion of energy, with her blood transformed into super energy. Perhaps it was a cycle of transformation into super energy, but how had she accomplished this? Initially, we had combined my spark code with Mia's solver genetic code to create Rosa. Wait, I think I suddenly understand. I need to ask Mia to construct an energy scanning device. If my assumptions are correct, the relationship between the solver and Cybertronian genes within Rosa is one of dominance and enhancement. The absolute solver is akin to the pinnacle of exponential potential. It possesses extraordinary computational power, capable of addressing even the most complex temporal challenges through calculation. With the solver as the core, the underlying logic is generated within the solver, which subsequently accumulates, giving rise to thoughts and even emotions, ultimately culminating in a complete autonomous consciousness. I had always assumed that Rosa was akin to other solvers, yet perhaps the foundational logic and genetic coding of the solver were intertwined with fragments of my own Cybertronian genes. This has led to some peculiar transformations in Rosa that set her apart from other solvers, such as certain traits being optimized away. For instance, her fear of the sun has transitioned into merely being susceptible to its influence. Her appearance, a blend of Cybertronian genes and the solver's essence, has resulted in a visage reminiscent of a Cybertronian yet distinctly different, resembling a formidable killing machine. Moreover, her acceptance of hyperenergy entities has enabled her to replace her original oil with hyperenergy over prolonged use, rendering her blood akin to that of a Cybertronian. Nevertheless, fundamentally, Rosa may not fit into the ranks of Cybertronians, but rather leans more towards an encoded autonomous consciousness. While Cybertronians are also mechanical life forms, they primarily rely on biological technologies, with organs transforming into gears, and their overall cycle mirrors that of humans, consuming energy to sustain their operations and keep the spark alive. In contrast, solvers are more inclined towards mechanization and the presence of code structures. They consume energy to cool their core, as the high-intensity operational speed could lead to overheating and eventual destruction. Although the principle behind their energy-based cooling remains elusive, it is clear that their cycles differ significantly from those of Cybertronians. Their core energy is nearly limitless, with the only concern being overheating, while our spark energy is finite, necessitating vigilance regarding the availability of sufficient energy to maintain operation. It appears even fragments of the Cybertronian genes have undergone optimization. Mia's log. Rosa has reached adulthood, allowing us to relinquish control over her outings, though, truth be told, we have never been overly restrictive with her, and have, in fact, encouraged her to socialize. During her childhood, when she interacted with other killing machines and awakened her absolute solver capabilities, we were uncertain of the psychological ramifications. With no psychologists available, it seems that Rosa is doing well, albeit a bit reclusive. If no one calls her out, she has no qualms about neglecting other invading killing machines and could easily spend 2 weeks cooped up at home playing video games. However, today she ventured out with her friends and messaged us that she would be arriving shortly. Iron Block went to prepare dinner while I went outside to clear the snow. For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling began to creep into my heart. 20 minutes passed, and I sent a message to Rosa. No response. The message remained unread. A sense of panic set in. 40 minutes elapsed, and I called her. The line was out of service. How could this be? I rushed to find her father, urging him to contact her through the mental channel. No response. Worrying thoughts flooded my mind as I grabbed Iron Block and rushed out to search for Rosa. I headed to the location where she had been playing, while Iron Block checked nearby surveillance. I first contacted the parents of Rosa's friends, inquiring about the locations of those who had already returned home. I could only reach one person at a time, and upon learning the location, I proceeded there while calling Rosa's grandparents to join in the search, continuing to reach out to her other friends. We searched for a long time, indeed a very long time, until the sky began to brighten. I encountered Iron Block in a final corner. It was evident he was exhausted from running, the exhaust fan whirring loudly. This was the last known location of Rosa, corresponding to the time she had sent us a message about her imminent arrival. It was a dead end. The surveillance footage showed Rosa had inadvertently taken a wrong turn and, upon realizing her mistake, looked up briefly before turning to leave. Subsequently, she appeared to vanish into thin air at the corner of the surveillance. Indeed, she seemed to evaporate right there, with no signature codes indicative of a solver's teleportation, suggesting she did not simply teleport away. Child, my child, where have you gone? Of course, the name Rosa was not a whimsical choice by Mia and Iron Block. It was not selected merely for its similarity to a rose, nor was it a ploy to indulge in some affectionate nickname. They would often refer to her as their little Rose, Rosa, when introducing her to others. Chapter 1. A Taste for Food. In a twist of fate, a Cybertronian female machine, upon landing headfirst into the ground, awoke to find her surroundings transformed. Dazed, she rose to survey her environment. Her name was Rosa, half Cybertronian. Yet she was uncertain if this designation truly applied to her. In the pitch-black night, amidst desolate ruins, and on a ground devoid of ice and snow, she realized she was not in her previous location. She had traversed realms. This place was certainly not near her home. It bore no resemblance to human urban ruins, as it was far too vast, resembling instead a space crafted for beings of her and her father's stature. There was even a lack of oxygen, making it inhospitable for carbon-based life forms. Rising, she resolved to explore further. Before arriving here, she had intended to return home for dinner. Though uncertain of her whereabouts, her immediate priority was to seek out oil or energy entities, for she had no desire for her core to overheat and lead to destruction. After walking a short distance, she spotted several dark machines ahead. They, how should she put it, resembled three brothers, identical as though cast from the same mold. Rosa was unsure if these machines would possess oil or energy entities, as she had never encountered robots of such size aside from herself and her father. They appeared formidable, which was her initial thought, but then she reconsidered perhaps they would know where food could be found. Should she search the area for other sources of sustenance before inquiring? Thus, she spread her wings and soared into the ruins, taking a brief survey before concluding that food was nearly non-existent, and prepared to depart. Upon returning to the earlier scene where she had seen the machines, she heard a sound. It was the roar of engines. A black vehicle identical to the previous one raced towards the spot from which she had just left. After a flurry of sounds, the vehicle transformed into humanoid form, and the group began conversing. She could faintly discern that the quadruplets were speaking in Cybertronian, mentioning, "Not found, unknown life form, can fly." It was now apparent that they were likely Cybertronians as well, and this could very well be Cybertron, her father's homeland. Uncertain if they had spotted her, Rosa felt it prudent to depart quickly. She wished to avoid trouble. Suddenly, she recalled her father's words. His homeland was on Cybertron, in another world, embroiled in chaos, where a war raged. The populace had largely divided into two factions. One side comprised the Autobots, while the other consisted of the Decepticons. Moreover, the language they spoke was the very Cybertronian her father had taught her in her youth. War? Rosa felt a twinge of unease. A scout passing through discovered signs of a skirmish. Several Decepticon soldiers bore varying degrees of injuries, with copious amounts of energy entities scattered across their armor. The scene indicated that the opposing force had mounted a fierce resistance, resulting in the deaths of these three Decepticons, though they likely sustained heavy injuries in the process. Following the scout's report, an orange and white Autobot arrived to investigate. Drawing conclusions from the scene, the Autobot had briefly come into contact with an energy source, confirming that it would not be able to travel far, and its injuries would undoubtedly impair its speed significantly. Several Decepticons lay on the ground, leaving a conspicuous trace of energy extending outward. "It shouldn't be able to run far," remarked a figure clad in red and blue, surveying the pristine ground. The likelihood of being attacked was high for the Autobots. Despite the absence of tire tracks, the possibility of a transformed state being an aerial unit could not be dismissed. Of course, it could also be that the transformed state was a terrestrial unit, but was incapacitated and could only flee. Nevertheless, it is best not to harbor any expectations, interjected an orange and white-colored machine. Given this amount of blood loss, unless it is some sort of monster, it's quite dire. With that, it transformed into an ambulance and followed the larger blue and red truck along the energy trail. Chapter 2. I am not here to tear you apart. Rosa had indeed received a wound. A blade had struck her shoulder. She realized that, due to her solver, her speed and strength were somewhat superior to those of other Cybertronians, allowing her to handle those adversaries with relative ease, though she preferred not to directly employ the solver. Her body was slightly overheated. Conserving energy was paramount. After consuming a few Decepticons, she chose to leave. The trace of the energy source was indeed hers, but she swiftly repaired it using the solver. She was acutely aware that her father's homeland lacked such devices, and she had no desire to stand out conspicuously in this war. She needed to remain inconspicuous. After all, if discovered, she would face the stark choice of either joining or perishing. She certainly did not wish to be caught in a faction's overwhelming strategy, so she opted to eliminate the few fellow countrymen who sought to attack her. Fortunately, having undergone extensive training from her father, she frequently ventured out to deal with other killing machines. She had ample experience, although it had been a long time since she had engaged in combat with robots of a similar size, which naturally led to some minor injuries. Rosa placed her hand over her core. The blade had previously targeted her core, although the wound had fully healed and was now imperceptible. The lingering fear remained. In her youth, when she first ventured out with limited experience, she had often been injured by other killing machines, who specifically aimed for her core. But that was many years ago. Fortunately, aside from expending some energy for repairs, she had suffered no lasting harm. After all, a mere stab to the solver wouldn't be fatal, but if she failed to find sustenance soon, overheating her core could indeed lead to her demise. Thus, the recently fled Rosa began contemplating how to procure food. Cannibalism was indeed an option, yet she had primarily subsisted on energy sources and oil. It had been so long since she had dined on flesh that she found herself unaccustomed to the idea. Especially now, encountering robots of similar stature, it had been ages since she had met anyone of comparable size, aside from her father. However, if she could not find energy sources here, and was left with no choice but to hunt fellow Transformers for sustenance, then so be it. Rosa began to strategize how to seek food, ideally securing a long-term source of sustenance. The machine she had previously dispatched should have a base nearby. Perhaps she could investigate? She resolved to take a risk and stealthily trail the Decepticons, subsequently hiding within their stronghold to scavenge for food and drink. Well, to put it simply, her maternal lineage was adept at imitation and disguise, so for Rosa, who possessed half of her mother's bloodline and the solver, concealment was not a daunting task. Soon, she quietly circled back to her previous location, attempting to remain hidden while moving. Has it disconnected? Meanwhile, the Autobot followed the intermittent trail of blood, progressing forward, yet saw nothing. The metallic floor bore no sign of the striking blue liquid. The conspicuous trail of energy had completely vanished, diminishing rapidly from a substantial pool to mere droplets. This is hardly scientific, the orange and white machine observed, stepping forward to scrutinize the dwindling traces of energy. Skeptical, it searched the vicinity again, finding no debris on the ground, no drag marks, no signs of a fall, and no tire tracks. With this amount of blood loss, I've never welded anything back together this quickly. It's as if they were running and welding at the same time. The blue and red machine scanned the area. They were in a space resembling a grand plaza, where a wide expanse allowed for a clear view of any onlookers. The recent blood loss he had observed suggested that a severely injured individual could not simply vanish without a trace. I say, Optimus, do you not find this a bit peculiar? Optimus surveyed the plaza. Indeed, it is rather strange. I shall continue my search around the area. Rosa successfully located what appeared to be their base. It was tall, expansive, and multi-layered, surrounded by countless patrolling soldiers, with Cybertronians continually transporting goods inside. She employed the simplest of methods, using projection to conceal herself while trailing behind. Of course, upon spotting her target, she dared not approach too closely, as the area was teeming with individuals. The projection merely obscured her optical signature. She still existed physically, and a careless encounter could spell disaster. Fearing that the soldiers might sense her presence, she refrained from walking, extending several tendrils to gently touch the ground, allowing her feet to hover as she followed the soldiers into the base. Rosa observed the bustling hall, filled with a dark purple hue, with walls and floors matching the tone. In an effort to conserve energy, the lighting was dim, which facilitated her movement within the base. Her core raced, and upon reaching a deserted corner devoid of surveillance cameras, she activated the absolute solver, extending her body into slender tendrils that slithered into the ventilation ducts until her entire form was concealed. She began to navigate the ducts swiftly and silently, familiarizing herself with the layout and memorizing the locations of the cameras, ideally planning to silently abduct a few individuals. She decided that when the time came, she would utilize projection to mimic the captured machines, but first, she needed to access their memory files. This way, she could openly examine the camera placements without raising suspicion. Next, she intended to procure supplies from the soldiers, extending parts of her body into the monitoring dead zones closest to the supply room, while using projection to mask her entire form. To the untrained eye, she would appear as a typical Decepticon soldier. Even a handshake would reveal no discrepancies, for her true form was hidden within. However, for movement, it was best to maintain a connection to her physical body, ensuring it remained tangible yet unseen. If she were to walk directly on the ground, a misstep could easily expose her. Thus, the ceiling seemed a safer choice, provided she remained vigilant not to draw attention to her projection. Alternatively, she could attempt to connect to the wall and traverse along its edge. That would suffice. To ensure that no machine detected anything amiss, she extended her body throughout the ducts, placing listening devices resembling surveillance cameras at every ventilation point. The purpose was to ascertain whether she had been discovered. If she was, she would abandon the operation after one supply run. Otherwise, if questioned later, she would risk exposure. Rosa resolved to dwell within the ventilation ducts of the Decepticon base for a while. Should any disturbances arise indicating a missing individual, her projection would be discarded immediately as she sought another fortunate target. However, Rosa pondered an intriguing question. Could these soldiers truly distinguish one another? If they could not, would it suffice to eliminate just one? To ensure safety, a decision was made to eliminate a few individuals slowly while testing the waters. However, while the ideal scenario was enticing, reality proved to be quite stark. When Rosa, in a state of immense tension, attempted to eliminate a soldier, she nearly drew attention to herself. The reason being her gaze was too conspicuous as she fixated on him. Although the soldier looked up and saw nothing, Rosa's anxiety caused her projection to flicker momentarily, revealing a massive scythe embedded within the ventilation duct. Fortunately, she acted swiftly, dispatching the soldier and dragging him away. She enlarged the vent slightly and obscured it with a projection before forcefully stuffing him inside, binding him securely to ensure he would make no sound. All communication devices were dismantled to prevent any calls for help. Just as Rosa believed she had incapacitated one soldier and was luring another with the projection of the captured soldier, an unforeseen complication arose. Perhaps it was the oddity of a solitary soldier being summoned during duty hours that made the second soldier suspicious. He hesitated to approach, glancing at Rosa's projection of the soldier beckoning him while scanning the area for any visual blind spots. Indeed, if they were to check attendance and found someone missing, only to later see a soldier inviting them over, it would naturally raise questions. In any case, standing too far away rendered her efforts futile. The soldier was merely positioned at the edge of a blind spot. A few quick steps would place him within the camera's view. If the monitoring personnel discerned the nature of the threat, it could lead to a thorough investigation. In a moment of desperation, Rosa manipulated the camera using a decoder, turning it to face the wall. It recorded nothing, but the camera's unexpected movement was a clear anomaly that could not be overlooked. In fact, just a moment ago, the missing soldier had passed by. Perhaps it would be better to burst out and flee. Or, there was another option to prevent him from going missing: extract his memories, and use his projection to mimic activity within the base. After a suitable amount of time, once he was presumed dead, she could cease using the projection, thereby obscuring the time of his death and ensuring he was listed as missing by the Decepticons. No, wait, there might be yet another solution. Since these soldiers were not identifiable, why not don a soldier's disguise and blend in? Unbeknownst to her, the sudden movement of the camera had already been noticed by the soldier on duty in the monitoring room. Initially drowsy, the soldier was startled awake by the camera's unexpected rotation. He rubbed his eyes, uncertain, and looked again. At that moment, the individual had already been taken away by tendrils, and the camera's view was restored. Thus, nothing was seen, merely an illusion. He decided to inform his comrades during the next shift. However, the comrade who would replace him might soon be in trouble. The reason was simple. Rosa's extended form had already reached the ventilation duct of the monitoring room, and she had devised a remarkably ingenious plan. If the sudden disappearance of one individual could cause alarm, then frequent disappearances would obscure the situation, preventing any detection of the truly missing individuals. Anyone could vanish, and thus, the presence of the machine before them could very well be one that had already disappeared. She needed to be cautious about making a getaway soon, to avoid the situation escalating to the point where even the ventilation ducts would be subject to a thorough search warrant. Perhaps she could randomly select a fortunate individual, extract their memories, and directly replace them using the disguise. Of course, first, the communication devices of the two captured individuals must be retrieved to prevent them from contacting external aid. Chapter 3. I have come to join you. Recently, there has been an unsettling proliferation of peculiar rumors circulating within the base. It seems to revolve around strange and enigmatic regulations. Should you observe a surveillance camera inexplicably pivoting toward a corner, it is advisable to refrain from lingering in the monitoring room and to inform any incoming personnel. Furthermore, if you find that the camera suddenly turns to face the corner after you have passed by, turn back immediately. Delay may render escape impossible. Have you heard? It is said that numerous machines have gone missing of late. Yet, it is not entirely accurate to say they have vanished. They do appear at the supply point on schedule, albeit primarily during times of low activity. Who would venture to collect supplies during charging hours? If not those on night duty, this has left those responsible for the supply point in a state of disquiet. The black machine sighed as it took a bite of its supplies. Let alone those in charge of the supply point. Even the machines patrolling during charging hours are apprehensive. The ones collecting supplies are often those who have gone missing or are on the verge of being declared so. I dread the thought of seeing a machine that has been missing for days past right in front of me, with me being the next in line. Unbeknownst to them, Rosa had already caught wind of this conversation and had swiftly chosen an unrecognizable, non-transforming rookie to eliminate, subsequently assuming its identity through a disguise. Of course, she had dealt with others as well, fearing they might divulge her secrets, and thus she silenced them. One fateful night, Rosa stealthily gathered a pile of mops, extending a multitude of hands to commence her cleaning duties. She even repaired the ventilation ducts, leaving no trace of the several individuals who had once been concealed within. In summary, when the management of the Decepticons commenced a thorough investigation of the base, they discovered nothing amiss. Those who had disappeared were deemed missing, as no bodies were found. Following the investigation, only a handful of Decepticons were reported lost, which stirred further anxiety among the lower ranks. By this time, rumors had already spread, including reports of soldiers who had vanished for 2 days, suddenly reappearing at the supply point only to disappear again, and cameras inexplicably redirecting. The last individual to capture footage had already vanished, and the dissemination of information was escalating, leading even another base to learn of the cyber specter haunting a Decepticon facility, leaving everyone in a state of dread. As for Rosa, she had prepared well before the investigation began. She had retreated far away, having been dispatched, and realized that their mimetic capabilities were truly exceptional. They could replicate voice, personality, and every detail with precision. Thus, she deemed that killing was too easily detected. Once discovered, the likelihood of capture was high. It was better to play it safe and simply enjoy a meal. However, there was a critical issue. She wished to impersonate a soldier to assume that identity, yet she lacked the ability to transform. This meant she could only exist as a non-transforming entity, which was considered a disability among transformers, akin to having a limb severed. Transformation is an essential ability on Cybertron, which is why Rosa refrained from hastily replacing a fortunate soul after careful consideration. The inability to transform posed a significant problem. Thus, she discreetly concealed her camera to stake out the area, ultimately determining the location of the new recruit files, the access codes, and whether the terminal usage was under surveillance. In this manner, Rosa successfully masqueraded as a Decepticon foot soldier, deliberately selecting one without transformation capabilities. However, she could only project her disguise, for her true self did not resemble that form. To prevent her projection from being compromised, she diligently maintained her disguise while internally extending metallic components, safeguarding against any inadvertent detection. Consequently, she concealed herself amidst a throng of Decepticon soldiers and even joined their communication channel. Upon her arrival at the new recruits training camp, she and her fellow recruits were swiftly assigned to dormitories and commenced their training and studies. The duration of this educational endeavor was extensive, to the point where she began to believe she would remain there indefinitely. The training encompassed various protocols concerning superiors, physical techniques, and more. However, Rosa found it peculiar that she had heard rumors of a higher-ranking Decepticon commander overseeing the new recruits training, yet she had yet to encounter such a figure. Following another prolonged period of study, Rosa excelled remarkably, owing to her maternal lineage's exceptional mimetic abilities, distinguishing herself among her peers. Yet, upon realizing their own inability to transform, her fellow recruits seemed to suddenly become despondent and isolate themselves, with some openly mocking their predicament. Chapter 4. Rosa's Midnight Harem. Isn't it somewhat unsettling? Behind the projection lies an array of objects resembling cameras, alongside numerous peculiar mechanical arms intertwined within the projection. No one would suspect that the soldier was merely a projection. All attention was focused on the fact that this was a non-transformer. Her original appearance was somewhat shorter than the other soldiers, yet her strength was formidable, with a core-driven solver capable of sending similarly classified entities flying. She dealt with every Decepticon who dared to provoke her. Indeed, her father's teachings in combat proved invaluable, and combined with her enhanced strength from the solver, she could also bolster her prestige. Nonetheless, this was not a sustainable solution. After all, it was merely a projection, and once the projection was deactivated, everything would be revealed. There were numerous areas that were illusory, lacking any physical substance. Therefore, she devised an alternative plan to eliminate a soldier and don his external armor. She discovered that soldiers sometimes failed to recognize one another. Thus, this course of action was indeed feasible, provided she dismantled part of the armor and utilized her extended form to occupy the space within. The outward appearance would still be concealed by the projection, although any scanning would ultimately disclose her identity, at least in encounters with equally matched opponents. She would not be instantly exposed. For instance, during a skirmish, an adversary might question, "Hey, I struck this area of yours, yet it seems impervious to my attack." Thus, it was concluded that Rosa must devise a means to acquire a vessel, albeit not within the confines of the base. If absolutely necessary, she could seek an unoccupied location. Yet, this was not entirely accurate. Actions could indeed take place within the base, provided they occurred in areas devoid of surveillance. And she herself must remain beneath the scrutiny of others, not in plain sight, but rather by projecting her current Decepticon form in a crowded area, preferably near ventilation ducts under the watchful gaze of cameras. Meanwhile, she would seek out a solitary individual, also near the ventilation ducts, for this would serve as the corporeal vessel for her projection. Should the connection be severed, even a brief flicker of the projection would undoubtedly raise alarms. And, as the projection lacked a physical form, it must not be touched by anyone. Hence, as a precaution, it was essential to incorporate some tangible extensions of her body within the projection. The next step was to identify the opportune moment to randomly seize a fortunate soul. This moment soon presented itself, as the previously unseen commander finally made an appearance. According to protocol, during the Decepticon training sessions, a senior Decepticon commander or a designated officer responsible for training new recruits would conduct periodic inspections of the soldier's progress. Some promising recruits would be selected for further development, while those deemed unworthy would either graduate as the lowest-ranking grunts, slowly working their way up, or perish in the throes of battle. Regardless of who was chosen, all recruits would be summoned for a gathering, likely a celebration of those selected, alongside congratulation for the senior commander who had identified promising candidates. The commanding officer who arrived was an aircraft, adorned with crimson optics and slender limbs, towering in stature. He scrutinized the documents in his hands, which contained the performance records of a lengthy line of soldiers, including Rosa. With a mere glance at the information, he discerned that the first soldier in line was unlikely to achieve greatness. He continued to peruse the records, casting his gaze upon the next soldier, standing at attention, his expression betraying a disdainful assessment of each recruit, as though viewing them as mere refuse. Upon glancing at Rosa, he strode past her, but after passing a few others, his steps faltered, and he turned back to regard Rosa again, this time with a hint of surprise in his demeanor. "Not bad," he remarked. "Only such results warrant attention, though it seems there is a flaw, making it difficult to keep pace with your illustrious commander." With that, he departed once more, while Rosa could distinctly hear the laughter of the surrounding Decepticons, mocking the one who stood above them, a being deemed a defective, incapable of transformation. Yet, Rosa remained unfazed by their derision, for she knew that the moment she awaited was approaching. According to regulations, during the inspection by the senior Decepticon commander, one must be taken away. Subsequently, the training base will host a gathering to unite all the trainees in celebration of the captured Decepticons. During this event, There may be some isolated individuals lurking in the corners, presenting an opportunity for Rosa. With this thought, a smile crept onto her projected visage. As soon as the instructor announced the dismissal, she swiftly seized the few soldiers who had just been snickering at her, pinning them down and administering a thorough reprimand. Her notorious reputation for violence spread once more, yet what did it matter? Such actions ensured they would think twice before provoking her. A single punch would deter them from discovering any flaws, although she had never truly engaged them in combat. As they were merely subdued by the enhanced strength of the solvers, they remained oblivious to the fact that certain areas of her external armor were hollow. Yet, unexpected circumstances could arise. If they were to strike her and discover that they could penetrate that hollow space, her secret would be laid bare. She feared not the overwhelmingly powerful, as they seldom had the chance to uncover her vulnerabilities. Rather, it was the evenly matched adversaries that posed a threat. 4 prolonged encounters would inevitably reveal the truth. Thus, she resolved to act swiftly during this period. Initially, she believed she would remain at the Decepticon recruit training camp until graduation, eventually becoming just another soldier. However, the senior commander had chosen her. It was peculiar. Perhaps there truly were no other options. Nevertheless, this increased her chances of being noticed during the gathering, providing her with a solid alibi for her absence. As the festivities commenced, Rosa positioned herself in a corner, feigning an unwelcoming demeanor, while secretly extending most of her form through the ventilation ducts. Searching for the solitary fortunate ones, she was certain that no one would dare approach her, given her reputation for violence. At the far end of the corridor, a seemingly frail female machine inquired of a somewhat disheartened soldier, "Excuse me, do you know how to leave this place?" The gathering had just begun, yet for reasons unknown. The soldier had exited the venue. Perhaps he was short on funds, or perhaps for another reason. Regardless, upon catching sight of Rosa's projection, he momentarily froze, captivated. "Please, can you help me leave? I am frightened." The soldier regained his composure and approached Rosa, asking for her name. I am Rosa," she replied, growing increasingly exhilarated, for she knew he would not escape her grasp. "Just a bit closer. Yes, that's it. Right there." Chapter 5, I Am Free. She recognized that the soldier before her was undoubtedly entranced by lust. As the sudden appearance of a civilian machine so far from the living quarters of the Decepticon training base was most unusual, he drew nearer until only a few meters separated them, declaring, "I will take you away, but first you must experience paradise." "Is that so? What a pity." The female machine responded, and with a sudden snap, the light above her head extinguished, plunging her into darkness, leaving only her pair of azure eyes glowing softly in the abyss. In an instant, the position of those azure optical sensors shifted dramatically lower, twisting to the right, then flipping upside down, only to swiftly rotate back to the left. It was as if, just as she lay down, her head had spun a complete 360 degrees. Soon, a more horrifying event unfolded before the new recruit. He observed a glowing blue screen materializing behind the female machine lying on the ground, inscribed with incomprehensible text. Then, he faintly perceived something grotesque emerging from her back, illuminated by the faint glow of that blue display. He realized that what lay before him might not be what it seemed. Surrounding her, a multitude of luminous dots appeared, evoking thoughts of unspeakable entities. Could those be eyes? He felt an urge to flee, only to discover that the transformed gears were no longer obedient, the impact overwhelming. His legs were the only part still able to move. His optical visor widened in terror as he trembled and turned to run. As he sprinted, the lights behind him exploded one after another at an alarming pace. A fleeting glance over his shoulder sent him racing even faster. Countless camera-like entities emitted a bluish glow, extending from the darkness, while innumerable mechanical hands crawled along the walls. Tentacles continued to stretch across the ceiling and walls, extinguishing lights, while sickles, pincers, and a variety of weapons emerged relentlessly. That was not human. Absolutely not. He frantically pondered how to utilize the transformed gears, how to activate them. He successfully transformed, the small automobile completing its metamorphosis. Yet, before he could relish this achievement, he realized that his rear wheels were lifting off the ground. No matter how fast the wheels spun, he could not advance. No matter how frantic his desire to escape, he was left with a disorienting sensation of being top-heavy, coupled with the tugging force beneath the vehicle. He was ensnared, A wave of sheer panic surged within him, compelling him to retransform, attempting to kick away the thing gripping him from behind. However, the moment transformation completed, he found himself entangled by several tentacles around his legs. Struggling proved futile as countless icy hands gradually pressed down upon him, tightening their grip and dragging him backward. "Help! Let me go! Let me go! Save me! No! Save me! Save me!" With a final, desperate cry, the sound of metal fracturing echoed as his body was wholly pulled into darkness. The pleas ceased abruptly, accompanied by the sound of energy dissipating, leaving a residue of energy on the ground, trailing into the shadows. In the elongated corridor, nearly half of the lights were destroyed, with only a few near the entrance still aglow. The last illumination revealed a trace of the dragged energy residue. Hissing electric sparks flickered in the distance, where a ceiling light had been damaged. Suddenly, with a pop, a faint orange light flickered on and off, momentarily illuminating a form. That was the one who had just perished. By the time the next flicker occurred, the floor beneath the light stood pristine and tidy, as if the previous dark residue, marked by traces of energy, was merely an illusion. From the darkness, the recently deceased figure emerged slowly. It was a projection. He even saluted a passing high-ranking commander, while behind him, the boundary between the extinguished lights and the bright illumination retained the imprints of the earlier energy. As the senior commander traversed the corridor, he was met with an unsettling scene. Two words echoed in his mind: eerie. Yet, he was convinced that it was merely some careless soul who had wandered through the dimly lit passage, inadvertently dispersing an energy entity. Why resort to this projection? Surely, assimilation or consumption would suffice, followed by the acquisition of the desired armor. After all, Rosa still held significant utility. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rosa's projection remained seated at the monitored bar, idly swirling a high-purity energy entity in her grasp, peering through it as if searching for something. After what seemed an eternity of swirling, she finally consumed the energy in one swift gulp and ordered another drink. There was no rush. Patience was key. Once her physical form had fully transitioned back, she would return to her quarters in the monitored area, ensuring no suspicion would fall upon her. With the armor secured, it would be discreetly transported through the ventilation ducts to her room for use that very night. Naturally, she would need to polish it to eliminate any scratches that might draw attention. Late-night polishing posed no issue. After all, she had been selected, and tomorrow she would depart. What harm could there be in giving herself a little shine before leaving? Feeling peckish late into the night, Rosa contemplated a midnight snack. With her impending departure, a sumptuous meal seemed appropriate. In her room, her hand retracted, morphing into a claw, as a light chuckle escaped her lips at some fleeting thought. The following day, the instructor escorted Rosa to a spacecraft, instructing her to await the arrival of the Red Spider commander before departing to prepare for the soldiers' training. Oddly enough, he noted the training grounds were sparsely populated with only a few soldiers present. Were the others? Checking the embedded clock, he realized it was well past the designated assembly time. They should have already gathered. Report: we logged in this morning without seeing them, assuming they had arrived early. A soldier replied. The instructor, displeased beneath his visor, inquired when they had last been seen. Curiously, those missing had all attended the spectacle the previous night. A spectacle? Another soldier interjected, explaining that the oil bar had been abuzz with noise, enticing many soldiers to witness the ruckus. The instructor promptly instructed them to prepare for training and then made his way to the oil bar's entrance, only to find several other instructors gathered there as well. The bar's door was tightly secured. When one instructor attempted to use a key, it proved ineffective, seemingly malfunctioning. Malfunctioning? The instructor sensed something amiss. A multitude of soldiers had vanished, all of whom had been present at the oil bar the previous night, a scenario that felt far too coincidental. Upon forcibly entering, the horrifying sight that greeted them confirmed their suspicions. The floor was awash with energy entities, severed limbs scattered about. They immediately reported the incident to the Decepticon High Command, even alarming the second-in-command, Soundwave. Rosa extended a multitude of mechanical joints from her body, adorned in the armor she had polished just the night before, trailing behind a commander known as Red Spider, listening as he muttered about how, even if transformation was not an option, they could not afford to let that harpy prevail. Rosa speculated that she might be another leader of the new recruit training camp. She observed as the Red Spider engaged in a seemingly endless conversation with someone nearby, before instructing her to spar with a seasoned soldier to gauge her strength. Indeed, possessing considerable strength and speed proved advantageous. With just a slight exertion directed at the soldier's defensive position, she witnessed him stagger back several paces. Stealthily, she glanced at the red spider, pondering that those with slightly elevated ranks often bore a semblance of dignity, whereas mere foot soldiers did not. She had no intention of revealing herself, for the soldier had never seen her face, and within her mind, she only possessed a singular camera, making her disguise precarious at best. One misstep could easily expose her. She needed to remain inconspicuous, mastering the techniques taught in the training camp. Dodging, kicking, and striking marked her as a promising candidate, one that certainly could not be squandered on that Black Widow character. Ultimately, the Red Spider resolved to expedite his own graduation from the recruit training camp, seeking to venture forth with other Decepticons to accumulate battle experience. It seemed he intended to cultivate his own prowess. Shortly thereafter, an opportunity presented itself, as a solitary enemy reportedly charged into Cybertron. Disguised as a Decepticon, now a new recruit under the Red Spider's command, Rosa was pushed forward to test her mettle. Go forth, showcase your strength, and hasten their progress in completing the space bridge. Inevitably, misfortune struck as she encountered the enemy. She was struck in the head by an incoming attack, not a mere projection, but a genuine blow to her own head. The soldier towered over her, and his head was adorned with apparatus resembling a camera, while the rest of his form was encased in armor, with select areas camouflaged by projections, thereby assembling the visage of a Decepticon soldier. Unfortunately, her own head, situated at the base of her neck, was precisely where the impact landed, leading to a swift loss of consciousness as she collapsed, awaiting the repair of her cognitive processor. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in a lounge, accompanied only by another, somewhat diminutive figure whose features remained indistinct. She glanced at the messages streaming through the channel and discerned that the Red Spider appeared eager to intensify training. Soon thereafter, she recognized that her recognition systems seemed to have malfunctioned, as she could vividly perceive the surroundings but struggled to distinguish the forms of others. Perhaps this was a consequence of her recent skirmish with the enemy? She noticed a newcomer entering through the doorway. "Hi, are you new here too?" 612 greeted them. Alcee glanced at her Autobot insignia, then at the Decepticon emblem on the wall, confirming she was indeed within the Decepticon base and had not erred in her arrival. In that case, it must be this individual whose faculties were compromised. Alcee resolved to set aside her concerns momentarily and focus on dismantling the Decepticons' construction plans. Chapter 6. If you can't beat them, join them. What is it like in there? A male voice inquired. Aside from one individual who seems rather dim-witted, it's quite secure. Alcee messaged back through the channel, prompting the other party to enter upon reading her message. He was a robust figure, with a pair of horns faintly visible atop his head, distinctly not resembling a common Decepticon soldier, suggesting a higher-ranking role. "Ah, greeting," he called as he flew over to Rosa, who appeared to him as just an ordinary foot soldier, seemingly of little consequence. Nonetheless, he inquired, "Hey buddy, may I ask you something? Do you know what the Decepticons have been up to lately? They seem rather preoccupied." He leaned closer to Rosa's faux headpiece, whispering his inquiry. "I'm not certain. I've only just arrived," Rosa replied. "Are you looking for someone?" "Indeed, I've heard they're engaged in some research. Do you know where the larger research facilities are located?" "Rest assured, we mean no disruption." Alcee, standing nearby, appeared to grasp the situation and added, "Our friend has lost something of great importance related to the research. We have traveled a long way to return it. Could you lead us there?" Rosa contemplated. If the lost item was indeed significant to the experiments, it could pose a dilemma. Ultimately, she decided to escort them, considering their possibly elevated status. It was prudent to listen for now. Having recently stirred up some trouble at the new recruit training camp, she preferred to keep a low profile. Strangely, the journey was uneventful, and they arrived at the entrance of the research facility without incident. Just as Rosa was about to open the door, the horned figure obstructed her path. They exchanged glances before pulling Rosa towards the rooftop terrace above the research center. There, they observed Starscream beneath a colossal circular apparatus, exclaiming, "It is time for us to embrace our glorious victory. We shall transform the mundane into the extraordinary. I only wish that the great Megatron could witness the monumental achievements I have accomplished in his absence." They then overheard Starscream discussing plans to use a space bridge to Earth. Unbeknownst to them, a private conversation unfolded through the channels, culminating in the female Cybertronian delivering a punch to the horned individual before fleeing. The horned figure gazed at Rosa with a hint of sorrow. "I apologize. I was coerced into this. I deceived you. I am, in fact, an Autobot, but I intend to defect to the Decepticons," he confessed, his voice tinged with regret. "Optimus Prime abandoned us." Rosa responded, "Oh, I am called Flyover Mountain. I need you to vouch for my sincerity in wishing to join the Decepticons. You see, I have not harmed you along this journey. I have not regarded you as an enemy, so you will assist me, yes?" Rosa could barely process his words before Flyover Mountain grasped her and leaped down. "Is this truly the Decepticon base?" Flyover Mountain remarked as they descended, expressing a friendly disposition towards the Decepticons and lamenting his abandonment by Optimus Prime. He proclaimed that he would ensure Optimus faced repercussions and continued to assert that he was trustworthy, insisting that the Decepticon before him, Rosa, had brought him here. Rambling on further, and then Alcee stealthily sabotaged the space bridges system and with a swift punch struck the face of Sky Shadow. Rosa, realizing the situation, rushed to assist, ready to deliver a blow to Sky Shadow as well. However, Sky Shadow was pulled away by Alcee, and Rosa's fist crashed down onto the control panel, causing a significant portion of it to collapse under the force of her strike. The two Autobots watched in astonishment as the control panel, resembling Sky Shadow, crumbled before their eyes. Swallowing hard, observant Alcee noticed the space bridge was collapsing at an accelerated rate and quickly signaled Sky Shadow to come over. Yet, Rosa had already set her sights on the two targets. In the split second before the impending collapse and explosion, she entered the space bridge alongside Alcee and Sky Shadow. Arriving on Earth, with a flash, the space bridge opened and Alcee, Sky Shadow, and Rosa tumbled onto the sun-drenched ground covered in yellow sand. The first two quickly regained their footing, prepared for battle, while Rosa, feeling the sun's scorching rays, sensed her augmented strength waning. Her armor could deflect some sunlight, but the exposed areas, her waist and the larger joints, were vulnerable, revealing her internal structure and the projection of the solver, which lacked the ability to withstand sunlight. The enhancement from the solver had been severely diminished in this environment. As Sky Shadow and Alcee engaged with Rosa, they too realized the shift. Their combat prowess now reflected that of an ordinary Cybertronian, devoid of the strength capable of shattering the control panel. They still retained some combat experience, but Rosa was intent on concealing the solver's abilities. The cyber vampires would undoubtedly regard it as an abomination and dissect it. Thus, Rosa fought while preparing to retreat. However, with a sudden whoosh, something illuminated behind her, pinning her to the ground. With a loud thud, her head struck the surface, momentarily disrupting her identification system. Reinforcements had arrived. Bumblebee. "All right, I concede." Rosa acknowledged the arrival of the enemy's backup and chose to surrender. This was not an act of cowardice. Rather, it was a pragmatic decision. Under the harsh sun, her strength diminished considerably. In such an expansive desert, weakened and unable to transform for escape, even if she could fly, the likelihood of being shot down was substantial. Surrendering seemed the wisest course of action. Epilogue. A Decepticon's perspective, this was a premeditated murder. Although the method remained a mystery, it resulted in the demise of countless Decepticons in a brief span, while the perpetrator remained hidden within the base. I will uncover the truth. The only clue connected to that massacre lies within the surveillance footage. Decepticon Soldier 1006 passed through the monitor's view, and shortly thereafter appeared to see something, rushing towards the camera. Just as its head sculpt entered the frame, the monitor abruptly shifted. There are images here that we are not meant to see. Strangely, 1006 did not vanish immediately. Instead, it lived at Decepticon Base 24 for an extended period before suddenly disappearing. 1006 may have vanished when the surveillance shifted perspectives. Something must have replaced him during that interval. He undoubtedly witnessed something significant. By this time, he should have already conferred with the other minor personnel, and I would have recorded it, yet he remained silent. Initially, Soundwave paid little heed when he observed several missing personnel at Base 24, merely delegating the matter to subordinates. It was only after the massacre that he recognized the gravity of the situation. Although only 14 Decepticons were presumed deceased, why specifically 14? Upon examination, a especially using a special liquid detection method in the camera blind spots. They discovered substantial traces of energy entities in nearly every camera's blind spot within the Decepticon base. This was detectable only with a specialized reagent capable of reacting with energy entities. Upon discovering the vast presence of energy entities, they stripped away the wall coverings for further analysis, ultimately concluding that 14 Decepticons had perished, as the genetic analysis of the energy entities revealed only these 14. However, this result posed a conundrum for the investigators. Among these 14 individuals, one remained alive, 612, a non-transformer who had recently departed the base for the new recruits training camp. After confirming with the training camp supervisor, they promptly removed 612 from the death toll, suspecting mere coincidence without doubting his survival. Ultimately, the reported death count stood at 13, and to prevent panic, they reassured the remaining soldiers, although this reassurance seemed to incite further confusion. Soundwave scrutinized one of the ventilation ducts in a blind spot, noting a pristine section devoid of any energy entity contamination, while an adjacent duct was old, with clear discrepancies between the energy entity traces and the newly installed duct. It was evident that this duct had been replaced after the 13 had been slain. If this were the only blind spot with a replaced duct, it could be overlooked. However, the troubling aspect was that every blind spot where fatalities occurred had a duct that had been subsequently installed. Moreover, maintenance personnel at the base reported that they had received no notifications regarding any duct malfunctions, nor had any ducts been replaced during this time, with several segments missing from storage. Soundwave ordered the investigation to continue. His reasoning for this action was intertwined with another grave incident: the massacre at the new recruits training camp, where at least 145 Decepticons had perished under mysterious circumstances. With neither the cause nor the perpetrator identified, they had all been lured away by rumors of food. Similarly, Soundwave was responsible for this situation, having even uncovered potential connections to the previously mentioned 13 individuals. The inexplicable behavior of the cameras and the malfunctioning door was also noted. According to technical assessments, the damage resulted from excessive pull on the door, causing the hydraulic arm to fracture. They possess ample evidence indicating that the hydraulic rod is functioning properly. Rather, something is obstructing the door, preventing it from being opened and causing damage. Furthermore, they discovered numerous energy signatures and claw marks on the interior of the door, yet were unable to breach it. However, there are leads suggesting that the adversary may have been careless, as the surveillance in the corridor did not pivot, even capturing peculiar footage. After the door closed, a strange symbol manifested upon it, a hexagon with 3 arrows extending from 3 of its corners. Upon the appearance of this symbol, the door rotated without ever being opened. A meticulous examination of the entry and exit logs revealed that 4 individuals had never appeared on the detection list. Based on the commotion at the time, it seemed these individuals were the central figures in what appeared to be a melodramatic love quadrangle. Sonic, sensing an anomaly, issued a directive for a comprehensive detection of energy signatures throughout the base. At last, in the corners of 4 other corridors, substantial traces of energy were identified, along with fragments of dismembered limbs. But how did they escape? The location where they collapsed was far from the oil bar. Did they perish before the massacre or after? None of them shared interpersonal connections. Where did the love quadrangle originate? As Sonic contemplated the possible scenarios, he scrutinized the detection information of the previous 13 individuals. While perusing to ensure no details had been overlooked, he discovered one individual, designated 612, had not been recorded. Evidently, his presence was among the deceased, yet he remained alive and was currently under the command of the Red Spider. He had not been listed among the dead and conveniently departed the day after the incident. However, he was present during both massacres, closely linked to the first. Was this merely coincidence? It seemed unlikely. Subsequently, following the autopsy of the dismembered limbs, there were few optical sensors left to analyze. Yet, one particular optical sensor's visual receptor captured crucial clues. The technicians who viewed the last recorded image were struck with dread. It depicted a strikingly beautiful, yet fragile woman, possessing an exquisite figure, albeit slender to the point of appearing easily toppled. Yet, she did not seem so. She was likely the perpetrator of this incident. And what of 612? Why did he leave behind so many energy signatures at base 24 without excessive blood loss, remaining alive? It seemed that 612 might be directly connected to that creature, perhaps having been substituted by it, and now working under the Red Spider. When he located the Red Spider, The latter was in a furious rage due to the severe damage to the space bridge's operating system, rendering it inoperable. According to him, 612 had entered the space bridge at the last moment of its malfunction, accompanied by 2 Autobots that attacked the base. After pinpointing the coordinates, Sonic promptly dispatched personnel to the location, but unsurprisingly, 612 had vanished, undoubtedly taken away by the Autobots. Red Spider. Sonic, what is the situation? Sonic. Upon seeing the display on Sonic's screen, Red Spider knew unequivocally that the situation was dire. The sound waves unequivocally identify the perpetrators of these 2 massacres. Since they have been captured by the Autobots, the Decepticons are undoubtedly not involved. A mere rookie would possess no significant secrets. If lost, so be it. Moreover, leaving such a perilous and unstable creature to the Autobots may prove advantageous, as it could potentially devour them entirely. However, the one capable of orchestrating such slaughters, even if not particularly formidable, possesses invaluable stealth, an exceptional talent indeed. Despite the inherent dangers, possessing self-awareness allows for self-control. If harnessed correctly, it could become a formidable weapon. Chapter 7. What have you brought back? Ultimately, Rosa was apprehended, and when handcuffed, she was explicitly required by Flyover Mountain and RC to wear the most durable restraints. Imprisoned in a solitary cell at the Autobot base, Rosa complied and remained within, contemplating the idea of escaping through the ventilation ducts, but ultimately dismissed it. After all, enjoying daily rest with regular meals provided was quite appealing. During her initial days, they inquired about information regarding the Decepticons. After some thought, she shared a few details, such as the endeavors of Starscream and his crew with the space bridge, prompting them to hastily convene for discussions. Anticipated punishments and interrogations never materialized. They had isolated her in a cell, shackles binding her feet and arms. However, the Autobot known as Ratchet had been observing her with increasingly peculiar eyes. On one occasion, while standing before Rosa's cage, he showed something to their leader, Optimus Prime, which elicited a look of disbelief from him as well. She remained oblivious to their thoughts and occasionally wondered why her cell was sometimes left ajar. When did this begin? One day, upon awakening, she discovered her cage was not locked. A gentle push opened it, and noticing no one watching from outside, she cautiously closed the door again, returning to her resting place. Rosa pondered how they could have forgotten to secure it. In reality, a group of armed Autobots surrounded her cell at that moment. Until one day, she awoke to find an orange and white Autobot standing boldly before her charging bed, scanning her. Let's converse. What is this all about? The orange and white machine displayed the results of its scan, revealing a Decepticon suit supported by numerous mechanical tendrils and joints, all clearly visible. I thought my intel was erroneous, it remarked, leaving Ratchet somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, this served as a declaration of loyalty. Megatron would not tolerate betrayal, indicating that he intended to remain. Let us not digress. First, explain the situation. Would you like to see my true form? A sudden female voice broke the air, starkly contrasting with the previously steady male tones, leaving both Ratchet and the Autobot stationed at the door, ready to strike, momentarily stunned. This was a voice they had never encountered before. Following this, the room's lights flickered and extinguished after a flash of blue light. They rushed in and activated their night vision, only to discover that the once fearsome Decepticon soldier had transformed into a female Cybertronian. Scattered around her were the standard-issue armors of Decepticon foot soldiers. Meanwhile, the medic, Ratchet, stood frozen in disbelief. He had not witnessed the transformation, but he had seen the moment the lights flickered out. First, the internal components of the Decepticon soldier shimmered briefly, then the armor fell away, revealing several blue dots that retreated into a slender figure, vanishing behind her. As these elements retracted, the mechanical arm that had obscured her disappeared, revealing her true form as a Cybertronian. At that moment, the lights returned. What Cybertron was this? This was not akin to the universal, transforming gears of the Master of Many Faces. Having practiced medicine for many years, Ratchet instantly recognized that she was, in fact, a non-transformer. The female Cybertronian bore no insignia from any faction. She glanced at the figures retreating before her and slowly approached the cage door. The other Autobots in the room watched anxiously as they observed Ratchet and the mysterious woman within the cage. Rosa gestured to Ratchet, inviting him forward while stepping back slightly to afford him a measure of comfort. What exactly are you? Ratchet pondered hesitating to leave. Prior to this, they speculated that Rosa harbored little malice and did not particularly despise Autobots. They had listened to RC and Flyover recount Rosa's actions upon encountering her in Kaon City. Observing how Rosa spent her days in the cage without causing any trouble, even refraining from exiting when the door was deliberately left ajar, she would often close it herself. They had even conducted tests to see if she reacted when she was asleep, and there was no sign of vigilance, completely at ease around Autobots. Consequently, the Autobots convened and decided that Ratchet should examine her for any serious injuries. After all, according to RC and Flyover, her strength was considerable. Why had it diminished so drastically after passing through the space bridge? They worried whether the explosion of the space bridge or the immature technology of the Decepticons had caused her significant internal damage. Thus, the scan proved extraordinary, and Ratchet resolved to show his findings only to Optimus Prime, keeping it from the other Autobots, citing the need for further observation. For this was unlike anything human. As for why Rosa did not resist, when she was first captured, she contemplated rebellion, considering detonating the entire base with her null ray, planning to hide if she could not win. However, after some time, she realized they did not subject her to severe torture. She had her own cell and even received food. Consequently, she began to acquiesce. Chapter 8. The laborers arrive. Ultimately, they assigned Rosa a room, tentatively categorizing her as one of their own. It was evident they were not entirely trusting. They assigned her tasks to clean the Autobot base. But certain areas remained off-limits to her, with security measures implemented in specific zones. It is evident that the former Decepticon, despite merely donning a suit, is not entirely trusted by her peers. Upon entering her newly assigned quarters, Rosa tidily arranged her belongings in preparation for her descent to the hall. As she approached, she overheard their discussions. They appeared to be speculating about her possession of an all-purpose transformation gear, suggesting that she could disguise herself akin to the elusive master of many faces. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by the medic, who asserted that Rosa was indeed a non-transformer. She lacked even the basic transformation gear, rendering it impossible for her to possess the universal transformation device. The medic gestured in denial, remarking that considering Rosa's armored appearance, devoid of wheels or wings, transformation was inconceivable. The medic cautioned that her situation might be more intricate than anticipated and advised against any hasty actions until her allegiance was clarified. Uncertain of what the medic whispered to them, it seemed to ease their apprehension, and they resumed their wait for Rosa to enter the hall. Instead of immediately joining them, she lingered momentarily before stepping into the bustling space. Once there, the other Autobots introduced themselves to Rosa before returning to their respective tasks. Complying, Rosa sought out cleaning supplies to tidy the base. "Do you still have any disguising tools hidden away?" the medic inquired, catching up with her. Rosa had not anticipated this question. She was reluctant to divulge too much, understanding that the Autobots remained wary of her. She believed that revealing too much at once would only heighten their suspicion. It was not yet time to lay all her cards on the table. Retaining some secrets was prudent. The medic, sensing her hesitation, made no further demands, merely inquiring about her skills before departing. Upon learning that Rosa possessed some technical knowledge, the medic paused momentarily, contemplating, before stating they would arrange for her later, and then took their leave. For Rosa, merely existing in this place, with adequate sustenance to stave off her impending demise, was sufficient. Her daily routine consisted of cleaning the base, and, in her spare time, she would rest quietly in her room. The atmosphere was tranquil and silent. Passing the land bridges or other operational stations, she encountered no prying eyes or intrusive actions. Moving like a robot programmed with a specific path, cleaning one area before proceeding to the next, and returning to her quarters to standby once her tasks were complete. They had restricted Rosa's communications, leaving her devoid of contact with anyone, yet she found no need for it here. Her situation was akin to being under soft house arrest, though they provided her with ample energon each day, preventing the hunger she had experienced during her time with the Decepticons. Moreover, the Autobot base was notably different from that of the Decepticons. The latter exuded a stifling atmosphere that often evoked a sense of insecurity reminiscent of her past. In contrast, the Autobot base offered brightness, individual quarters, and a greater sense of safety. So why not simply enjoy her time here? During the Autobots' patrols in search of energy sources, there were instances when they returned injured, and the medic would then attend to their wounds and conduct examinations. Rosa continued to clean in silence, barely glancing at the open land bridge. For some time, the other Autobots seemed unaware of her minor actions, and their attitude towards her softened slightly. Whether this was merely an illusion or not, she couldn't help but feel as if someone were watching her, perhaps out of concern. Then one day, the ambulance summoned her to the hall, where only Alcee and the ambulance awaited her. "Follow me," the ambulance instructed, leading Rosa into a spacious room. Inside were Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, the Barrier, and Flyover Mountain. The Barrier still harbored a lack of trust towards her, prompting the need for a preliminary assessment. "Let us make it clear, only fists," Alcee added, gesturing towards Optimus Prime. Optimus slowly approached Rosa, but she continuously evaded his attacks. Several times, his strikes narrowly missed her, revealing that he was intentionally holding back. With no choice but to maintain her distance, Rosa found herself on the defensive. "Attack," Optimus commanded, his gaze serious. As the intensity of his punches diminished, Rosa finally retaliated, landing a hit on Optimus's guarded arm. To everyone's astonishment, her strike sent Optimus, despite his defensive stance, retreating several meters. This was indeed alarming. Rosa was a mid-sized machine, not a colossal one like Optimus, yet she demonstrated remarkable strength. Ultimately, however, she was subdued. Most of the time, she could hardly land a blow on Optimus, who deftly dodged her attempts and countered. The disparity in their experience was stark. Yet, this exchange allowed her adversary to ease up slightly, revealing that her power was not so feeble as to render her completely passive, but she chose to remain composed. When the cage door opened, she did not rush out, but instead closed it behind her, displaying no significant malice, merely a sense of compliance. The sparring concluded with Rosa lying on the ground in surrender. She had no intention of utilizing the resolver or anything else. Not sensing any hostility, she allowed herself a moment of reprieve, deciding to keep her trump card hidden for now. Of course, Optimus's few strikes during their sparring were harmless. He had exercised restraint, deliberately avoiding the use of the resolver to repair himself, allowing the ambulance to scan him. The ambulance conducted a superficial examination of the exterior, trusting in Optimus's careful handling. However, the more he observed, the more grave his expression became. Just as the others feared that Rosa might be in peril, the ambulance posed a question: "Why is the metal on your body so brittle?" A collective sigh of relief emerged, as it indicated she was not severely injured. Yet, upon further reflection, something seemed amiss. Did this imply a long-standing nutritional deficiency, much like humans suffering from malnutrition leading to brittle bones? Could such strength ultimately result in self-injury during combat? They recalled Rosa's earlier statement, expressing that as long as she had food, merely avoiding starvation sufficed. Had she truly been enduring prolonged hunger? Although Rosa was a mid-sized machine, she appeared frilier than her fellow Cybertronians, her slender form overshadowed by her considerable strength, which had gone largely unnoticed. Suddenly, a pang of compassion struck her. For a moment, their vigilance towards Rosa diminished. Although she appeared only slightly older than Bumblebee, she was inherently incapable of transforming. Were it not for her considerable strength, her appearance alone could have led to her demise countless times amidst this warfare. To survive, she needed to exert herself far more than others, which explained her pretense of being a Decepticon to scrounge for sustenance. The Rosa family was blissfully content. Yet upon their arrival in this realm, Rosa had endured several days of hunger. Subsequently, she managed to procure food and drink while effortlessly overpowering her fellow Decepticons. The end result was that when she received her share of energy matter that day, she discovered it had significantly increased, nearly rivaling Bumblebee's portion. However, he was a warrior, while she merely sought to remain at home. Such an amount was unnecessary for her. Was this excessive? She only required enough to sustain her life signs. Look at what I'm saying. Sustain life signs? Eat more. You are still growing, she reflected. Rosa felt like a guest in someone else's domain, and thus aimed to take as little as possible. Yet, why did everyone regard her with such peculiar gazes? Is there anything else I can assist with? I'm willing to earn my keep through labor, at least for now, as I am not inclined to engage in conflict with them. But why did those looks intensify? Ambulance and Optimus Prime recognized that Rosa could not be measured by the standards of ordinary Cybertronians, yet she did appear rather thin. During their discussions, both Optimus and Rosa felt this disparity. As a medium-sized machine, she was far too light. Thus, they agreed to allocate more energy matter to her. Though they could not quite grasp why Rosa seemed to possess some inexplicable essence within her. Chapter 9. Don't disturb me. I'm barbecuing. Optimus Prime regarded Rosa. Do you intend to remain at the base to assist, or will you accompany us on our missions? Rosa paused, momentarily taken aback, then pondered her choice. Truth be told, she was uncertain of her decision. On one hand, she preferred to languish, doing nothing, especially avoiding perilous tasks. On the other hand, she felt it inappropriate to contribute nothing in someone else's territory. Whether in logistical support or otherwise, she wished to be engaged, although her true talent lay in combat. Ultimately, she resolved to become a warrior. Once she regained some strength, she would be encouraged to participate in simpler missions, with experienced individuals guiding her to prevent unforeseen incidents. This was acceptable, yet did they not fantasize about her capabilities? Regardless, she would still need to craft armor that shielded her from sunlight, as it significantly affected her. Rosa was reluctant to reveal her vulnerabilities, but recalled the remnants of armor from a former soldier. It had served well for quite some time, and could potentially be modified slightly, with some scraps to fill in the gaps for sun protection. She needed a plausible reason to don it, without it seeming out of place. Perhaps she could wear it on her first mission, citing her armor's fragility as justification. Do you not have any weaponry equipped? The ambulance glanced at Rosa. Generally speaking, whether it be Autobots or Decepticons, there are two options for equipping specialized weapons: to carry them externally or to utilize transformation capabilities to manifest them as needed. Observers noted that Rosa did not possess any additional weaponry, nor did she have transformation gear, suggesting she might not be outfitted at all. Rosa fell silent for a moment before retracting her hand into the conical arm, from which she produced a knife. The Autobots, witnessing this scene, displayed expressions of confusion and astonishment, yet all simultaneously turned their gaze towards the ambulance, their eyes conveying a shared sentiment. The ambulance, taken aback, suddenly recalled Rosa's lack of transformation. Her method was simply to open the base of her conical arm to push items out or retract them. It dawned on her that the transformation of Rosa's arm weapon likely did not depend on transformation gears, but rather on some simple alternatives, confirming her status as a non-transformer. This realization was not driven by transformation gears. The ambulance rubbed its forehead, while the other Autobots recognized that Rosa's transformation was exceedingly rudimentary. True transformation would not merely extend an object, but involve systematic movement and operational parts. They exchanged awkward smiles. The following day unfolded in the base with the usual task of cleaning the hall when the ambulance urgently called for Rosa to assist. Upon her arrival, she observed other Autobots returning from excursions in search of energy sources, one after another emerging from the land bridge. It appeared something had gone awry. The ambulance hurriedly instructed her to maintain vigilance over the base before joining the other assembled Autobots as they stepped onto the land bridge, disappearing from sight. Rosa stood still, her heart brimming with confusion and unease. She was uncertain of the situation's nature, yet the ambulance's serious demeanor indicated the gravity of the matter. While awaiting their return, Rosa kept herself occupied. Before leaving, the ambulance had briefly taught her how to operate various base equipment, including activating the land bridge and positioning. When they eventually returned, the atmosphere was notably somber, soon followed by the devastating news: Flyover Mountain had perished. They had arrived too late. All that remained was a horn atop the mountain, and soon after, the ambulance detected the life signal of Flyover Mountain had vanished. They found themselves in a desert of yellow sands, burying the final remnants of Flyover Mountain's body, with all in mourning, Rosa among them. Flyover Mountain had sacrificed himself, yet anger should not cloud their judgment. To this day, only 5 Autobots remained on Earth. They must cherish all memories of Cybertron. Optimus Prime surveyed those around him, for the Autobots seeking refuge across the galaxies, and for humanity. RC stepped forward, cradling a horn left by Flyover Mountain before his demise. The faces of all were etched with sorrow, resolved to survive for the sake of their fallen comrades. RC gently placed the remnant upon the ground amidst the swirling yellow sands, under the waning light of the setting sun, enveloped in an orange hue. The horn lay gently on the ground, signifying the demise of the fallen warrior, unable to return to his homeland of Cybertron, destined to be buried in this foreign land. The inability to return resonated with those standing there. None could revisit their native soil. Rosa suddenly felt a pang of empathy, recognizing the profound sorrow of being adrift in another world, far from home. Yet, unlike the Fallen, she held a fragment of Cybertron within her. Perhaps this place could become her second home. After all, she too could be considered a child of Cybertron. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, and she fought back the emotions, feeling a surge of longing for her parents. I suppose I should return to protect humanity, she mused. After Alcee placed the remains of the fallen warrior to rest, she gazed at the horn for a moment before rising to depart. Rosa became aware of her own tears and hastily wiped them away, watching as Alcee transformed into a motorcycle and drove off. Optimus Prime's assistance to humanity often led to further tragedy. An ambulance approached, standing beside Optimus as they watched Alcee fade into the distance. "I understand your sentiment," Optimus said, turning to the ambulance. Rosa did not dwell on anything further. Her cleaning duties for the day were complete. She retreated to her room to rest and ponder life. Perhaps, deep down, she had never truly embraced this world. Everything she did was motivated by self-interest, and the question of survival loomed large, whether she would starve alone. Thus, she sought companionship, searching for energy sources, and her daily goal became simply to survive and find a way home. She had never intended to fully assimilate. She had her own home, and this was merely a temporary refuge. Yet now, she needed to reassess her emotional connection to this environment. While self-interest remained essential, perhaps it was time to relax a little to avoid the crushing pressure that could lead to her downfall. Socializing and play could alleviate some burdens, but unfortunately, engaging in play felt distant. She wasn't particularly close to them, and socializing, she preferred silence. Thus, she resolved to let things unfold naturally, with the bare minimum being her survival. Furthermore, she identified as a homebody, spending her time indulging in games and anime, connecting with friends online, or discussing extraordinary feats in gaming. In truth, she found little common ground with the so-called otaku culture. Perhaps she would return to her tech-savvy ways, finding tools to create something to stave off her boredom. After all, a techie is still a homebody. Chapter 10. Cheese is Power. After much contemplation, she decided to inquire with the ambulance the following day about the existence of a database within the base. The current atmosphere felt ill-suited for such discussions. The next afternoon, upon completing her cleaning tasks, Rosa sought out the ambulance in the hall. "If you wish to search for information, you can use the console over there," the ambulance indicated. Regarding Rosa with a hint of suspicion, trust was not yet established, and he might later scrutinize her search history. "Thank you," Rosa replied, turning toward the console. She studied the buttons and screen, recalling the spelling of Cybertronian for a few moments before raising her hands to initiate a search. Multiverse. This was Rosa's initial search term, and the results revealed a significant aspect that piqued her interest: the angle and shadow zone existing between two worlds. Shadow zone. This became her second keyword, which not only defined what a shadow zone is, but also elaborated on the method to activate it. By synchronizing two teleportation devices at the same coordinates, a temporary space, the shadow zone would emerge at that location. The shadow zone is finite, existing between two parallel worlds. Therefore, theoretically, if both parallel worlds reached a consensus and activated the shadow zone at the same coordinates, they could connect. However, regrettably, there were no land bridges or space bridges available as teleportation devices on the other side. Perhaps there exists a method to directly access the parallel world from one side? She longed to return home. Rosa began researching the principles behind space bridges and land bridges, only to tragically discover that she could not comprehend them. She could only grasp the principles of short-distance teleportation, which was merely the beginning. Land bridges and space bridges pertained to long-distance teleportation, a domain beyond her understanding. Particularly, those that do not utilize solvers, but instead employ devices to stimulate energy to reach a specific frequency for teleportation, such as land bridges and space bridges. Unable to comprehend, she pondered if anyone else shared her interest in these matters. The ambulance, appearing unexpectedly, noticed the content Rosa was searching. "Yes, I was wondering if there might be a more advanced teleportation device than a space bridge, one capable of tearing through the shadow zone," Rosa candidly expressed. "Both land bridges and space bridges are valid, provided two are activated at the same coordinates." The ambulance cast a glance, noting that Rosa had not engaged in any inappropriate actions, before turning back to its own tasks, no longer paying attention to her. "No, I mean one that could tear through the shadow zone entirely, allowing access to another world. Are you contemplating the multiverse? The ambulance gazed at Rosa with surprise, uncertain why she would bring this up. I do not particularly appreciate this chaotic world, she admitted, not because of the Autobot space, but because of this world itself. Embroiled in war, devoid of anything familiar, with no family, and only able to find warmth in unity. She yearned to return home. I hope that one day a more advanced teleportation device might emerge, one capable of tearing through the shadow zone, leading to a world devoid of chaos. Rosa hesitated, but continued. I awakened to the remnants of war. She fell silent, contemplating ways to find her way home. The ambulance remained quiet, now understanding that Rosa's intentions were inherently good. Embrace her, the ambulance thought, a pitiable child, long starved to the point that even her metal has become fragile, a non-transformer, forced to endure far more than other civilians to survive amidst the war. Even though she once belonged to the Decepticons, that identity is also a facade to her. Perhaps her appearance was merely a means to instill fear, or perhaps she evaded detection through projection or some other method. Embrace her. The ambulance was struck by the shocking scene of Rosa confined within a cage. Perhaps it was a profound disruption to his understanding, leading him to instinctively dismiss the notion that such things could exist, believing instead that Rosa possessed some form of deceptive tool, deliberately presenting herself in that manner to avoid harm. The idea was intriguing. The ambulance beckoned, eager to impart the fundamental principles of terrestrial bridges, resulting in the current situation. The ambulance began to enlighten Rosa on the mechanisms of terrestrial and space bridges, and Rosa, having perfectly inherited the talents of her grandmother and mother in the realm of drone manufacturing, quickly grasped the concepts. As soon as the partition emerged, they observed this, and upon approaching, they realized they were discussing terrestrial bridges. Notably, Rosa was indeed able to connect the dots and follow the ambulance's line of thought. Chapter 11. The inability to transform. Rosa intended to retrieve some materials for note-taking to document the key points. Suddenly, Alcee and Bumblebee communicated that they had arrived. Seemingly on a mission, Rosa had yet to acquire her notebook and, upon returning to the hall to assess the situation, spotted a small boy disembarking from Bumblebee's vehicle, along with Alcee, accompanied by 2 adults, 1 male and 1 female. 3 humans? Rosa looked towards the ambulance, seemingly seeking an explanation. Yesterday, when Alcee and Bumblebee had undertaken a mission, they had been seen by humans, yet the ambulance also regarded the humans on the ground with a hint of puzzlement. I recall there being 2, it remarked. Have you forgotten? Humans can reproduce. Alcee quipped as she transformed and approached. I'm Raffi. The smaller human introduced himself. Mikey, the girl exclaimed, excitedly running over to the partition to inquire about the ambulance's name and bombarding it with questions. Are you a vehicle? How much do you weigh? Do you enjoy heavy metal rock? Have you ever struck a sandbag with a hammer? It seemed they were not particularly fearful. Shortly after, Optimus Prime arrived, specifically to clarify some of their queries regarding their arrival and purpose. Cybertron had endured centuries of civil war, sparked by the Autobots and Decepticon struggle for energy. It was then that Rosa learned that Optimus Prime had known Megatron even before the war commenced. So, they are indeed archenemies? It is well known that archenemies are just that. Archenemies cannot transform. Rosa absorbed only a fragment of the ensuing history before she sought out her notebook. By the time she returned, the 3 humans had vanished, perhaps having departed. Instead, she noticed another human emerging from the shrinking elevator. 7 vehicles destroyed, 34 minor collision incidents, 3 hours of traffic congestion. There is also a report from several media outlets regarding an unidentified high-speed motorcycle and a yellow-black muscle car. This male human addressed Bumblebee and Alcee as he entered, and the other Autobots automatically yielded space for Optimus Prime to stand aside. The ambulance quietly explained to Rosa, I forgot to mention earlier that this is our special contact with the outside, Agent Fuller. In summary, after a cordial exchange, Agent Fuller departed, reminding Optimus Prime and his companions to conduct their tasks with diligence. Rosa, no longer gazing at Agent Fuller, turned to retrieve her notebook, only to find that the humans who should have left had re-emerged. Had they merely been hiding in some corner? Rosa paid them no mind and wished to remain silent, clutching her notebook as she prepared to return. Jack, Mickey, and Raph ascended the passageway specifically constructed for humans within the base, eagerly leaning over the railing. brimming with boundless energy. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the hall screen, which displayed a map along with the icon and name of a certain character, Flyover Mountain. Cursed Earth technology. The signal for Flyover Mountain reappeared. Ambulance glanced at the others, bewildered. What? Rosa turned sharply at the sound she had heard. Just as she was about to leave, she found herself drawn back, not solely elated by the news that the Autobots' comrades were still alive, but rather by the instinctive connection her mind made between the resurrection of Flyover Mountain and the Solver. However, she quickly realized that they lacked the Solver and understood it to be merely a glitch, resulting in a false alarm, which extinguished her interest. Who is Flyover Mountain? One of the humans inquired, but no answer was provided, as the Autobots were more concerned about the sudden reappearance of Flyover Mountain's life signal. How could this be? Optimus stepped forward to question Ambulance. It's impossible, merely a malfunction, Ambulance replied, gesturing helplessly. The entire system was riddled with faults. Well, it certainly felt dire enough for that, as Ambulance could simply pick up a wrench and give it a few solid hits for a physical fix. Malfunction? RC instinctively pondered. Perhaps Flyover Mountain's life signal had never truly vanished, only obscured. Could it be that Flyover Mountain was still alive? RC looked towards Optimus, hope glimmering in her eyes. Ambulance, Optimus urged, seal up your faceplate and prepare the med bay. We may need to consider the guests still present at their base. Mickey, noticing Optimus' gaze, assumed they had a mission. What can we do? Mickey pressed against the railing, inquiring. Accompanied by Ambulance, Optimus casually turned to glance at Rosa. Initially, Rosa thought Optimus expected her to remain at the base, and as she opened her mouth to speak, she was caught off guard. Rosa, you have a weapon, right? You do. Come along with us, Optimus stated, his tone devoid of jest, indicating he intended to test her resolve. Me? Rosa questioned hesitantly, pointing at herself, wishing to display a classic expression of disbelief. However, Optimus did not afford her the time to react, issuing the command for the Autobots to depart. All transformed into their alt modes, and Rosa, resigned, placed her notebook aside and followed suit. It was merely a matter of running, and, fortunately, with the enhancement of the Solver, she would not lag too far behind, avoiding any embarrassment. Rosa, in tears, observed as others transformed into their humanoid forms after stepping off the bridge, standing orderly at the front, weapons raised in vigilance. Alone, she lagged behind, feeling a sense of diminished grandeur. Despite her loud sobs, she pressed on, obeying Optimus Prime's command to search for the flying mountain. Somehow, an altercation ensued with the opposing side, as both factions unleashed a barrage of firepower. Witnessing everyone charge ahead, Rosa closed her eyes, and despite the chaos, she followed suit. Propelled by the screens on either side. "B, to the back," Bumblebee shouted, fully aware of Rosa's brittle metal composition and her susceptibility to injury. However, the cacophony of gunfire rendered her unable to hear, and she dashed forward alongside RC. It was a mystery how she ran so swiftly and leapt so high. On her screen, a blue hue flickered, perhaps from excitement, as she grinned, exuberant. With a burst of energy, she dodged through the dense onslaught, nimbly leaping from stone to stone. Harnessing gravity, her dual blades targeted the foremost foot soldier, plunging into him with force, even as her legs had yet to touch the ground. With a twist of her waist, her legs swung through the air, striking the second foot soldier behind the first, while she leveraged her upper body to pull her blades free. Standing atop the second foot soldier, she raised her dual blades overhead, bowing forward, causing the sharp edges to fan outward. The 2-foot soldiers bore the brunt of the gash that pierced their core. Meanwhile, RC, in perfect coordination, leapt from above, toppling one Decepticon to the ground, then springing up to snap another's neck with a brutal kick. Rosa, undeterred after dispatching the foot soldiers, continued her advance, using her foot to propel herself off a massive stone, leaping powerfully to strike down several nearby Decepticons. In that moment, her body angled downward, twisting midair, her outstretched arms and razor-sharp blades cleaving through the Decepticons with ease. The advantage of her blade's length became evident in the ferocity of her assault. Such ferocity from a young girl? While Optimus assessed the situation, Rosa had previously relied solely on her fists and feet. Now, wielding weapons, she displayed a ruthless tenacity. It was as if she charged forward with reckless abandon. Even as the panels around her offered their quips, the onslaught continued, with one Decepticon being smashed down by a panel. Bumblebee, utilizing the incline, transformed and drove up, delivering a powerful punch to another Decepticon midair. Another vehicle approached, which Optimus lifted to use as a shield. Ultimately, as everyone transformed and joined the fray, Optimus executed a tailspin, sending the remaining Decepticons flying. Of course, Rosa remained unaffected by the transformations. Thus, she opted to seize the opportunity, selecting a fortunate adversary at random, severing their conduits, and consuming their energy core. She did not indulge excessively, merely consuming a few morsels before rejoining the ranks. After all, engaging in combat inevitably raises one's core temperature, and it is prudent to store up energy. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt that the flavor of these soldiers was rather mediocre, lacking the exquisite taste of what she had savored during her time at the training camp. Chapter 12. You truly possess audacity. May I then refer to you as the audacious faction? The fuel tank of the corpse was ruptured by claws, torn free, with its head and limbs dismembered, and the energy core's head appeared as though it had been violently crushed in an effort to consume it completely. With no Decepticons in sight, Rosa had just finished her meal, licking the remnants of the energy core from her face and claws when an explosion erupted. The message to evacuate at full speed was dispatched simultaneously. The ambulance also relayed the location of a land bridge, prompting her to hasten towards it. A flash of blue and green light illuminated the scene as everyone entered the land bridge early, escaping the blast radius. What would have happened had they flown over the mountain? The ambulance observed a heavy silence among everyone. Bumblebee gently shook his head, and Optimus Prime bowed his head in silence, causing the ambulance to realize the gravity of the situation. The atmosphere descended into a somber quietude, yet beside them, Mickey seemed oblivious to the tension, calling out in curious excitement about the events unfolding across from her, only to be pulled away by Jack. Once they were out of sight, Optimus Prime quietly inquired what RC had witnessed. Something has changed about Flyover Mountain. RC's emotions were tumultuous as she crossed her arms, seemingly haunted by unsettling thoughts. He has mutated. He has been harmed, she murmured, placing her hand over her spark, reminiscent of the Decepticon experiments during the wars. RC looked up at Optimus Prime, suddenly feeling weak in the knees and collapsing. Bumblebee, concerned, moved to support RC, but she steadied herself against a nearby crate, waving him off, indicating she was merely lightheaded. The source of her dizziness was the purple liquid that had stained her hands. What is this substance? The collective gaze of the group fixated on the ominous pool of purple liquid that emanated a sinister aura. I have no idea. It's all over Flyover Mountain. Leaking out everywhere, RC replied, her head swirling. The ambulance picked up a scalpel, dipping it into the sample for purification, urging, hurry, we must cleanse it. Rosa, sharing the bond of femininity, stepped forward to assist RC, guiding her towards the purification device with great care, ensuring RC stepped inside, while the ambulance monitored the sample using various instruments at the control panel. However, Optimus Prime pondered aloud, "Isn't this a bit late?" Rosa looked anxiously at the trio. "What do you mean?" Optimus Prime queried, not grasping her concern. "It's too late to return. Their families will worry. I recall that communication is impossible at the base. We cannot reassure our loved ones." Rosa reflected as she noticed several humans still present, recalling her own experiences with curfews. She empathized, recognizing that families would undoubtedly be concerned if their children return home late. She glanced at Jack, Mickey, and Raffi, who all nodded in agreement. Ultimately, for the sake of safety, Optimus Prime designated the partitions to escort Mickey home, Bumblebee to accompany Raffi, and RC to take Jack back. Rosa, reminded of her parents due to the curfew, clutched her notebook and retreated to her room, immediately transforming sorrow into motivation. She stayed up late to meticulously organize her notes, while also preparing her own armor before finally intending to sleep. The consequence of such diligence was that she did not awaken until nearly 2 o'clock the following afternoon. Upon making her way to the hall to collect supplies, she arrived just as the land bridge's light flickered out, only to find the base completely deserted, with the only sound being the persistent call of Alcy. "Alcy is calling the base," came the reply. "Rosa confirms it is unlikely that I have fallen into another time-space. I am here, although it seems there is no one else in the base." Rosa's response was tinged with uncertainty. "Rosa, where is Jack? First, let us be transported back." Turning to glance at the coordinates of Alcy displayed on the screen, Rosa initiated the land bridge's positioning. As the land bridge activated, a blue-green luminescence enveloped the area, heralding the arrival of Bumblebee and Alcye's vehicle form, which swiftly transformed. Upon seeing that everyone had entered, Rosa severed the energy supply to the land bridge, causing it to close. She now began to locate the position of the partition. "Where are Jack and Rafi? Did you not see them in the base?" Alcye inquired, her anxiety palpable. "No, I did not," Rosa replied, her hand still moving. "I did not see anyone when I went to the hall. It struck me as odd." With that, Rosa successfully opened the land bridge again. The situation was urgent. Bumblebee and Alcye ceased their conversation with Rosa and directly transformed to head towards the partition for support. Meanwhile, Rosa remained in the hall to oversee the base. After a brief wait, she received instructions from Alcye, which finally revealed where Jack and the others had gone. To her surprise, they had taken the initiative to activate the land bridge to the Decepticon side. Quite audacious, she thought, as she observed the three humans returning, still cheering. A message came through the internal line from Alcye, reminding her to keep a close watch on them. Rosa felt a slight headache, aware that these individuals had a knack for causing trouble. Consequently, she instructed them to remain seated on the hall's sofa, forbidding them from wandering elsewhere. The partition requested the immediate activation of the land bridge, but only he and the agent, Ferret, had entered. However, since Rosa was present in the base, she was able to initiate the portal. The trio did not stay there. After Alcye and Bumblebee rescued Ferret, they did not return to fetch the trio. Instead, they took another route, leading to the realization, "We should not have come this way. We have been ambushed," the partition exclaimed in frustration, striking the wall and leaving a significant dent. "What about Alcye and Bumblebee?" Rafi shouted. "Rosa," the partition lifted its gaze to her, "come with me." However, Rosa looked back at the trio and then at the partition, questioning whether they should wait for Optimus to return before providing assistance. The partition shook its head. Alcye and Bumblebee could not afford to wait. After a moment of silence, Rosa activated the land bridge and followed the partition into it, urging the two machines to guard the base diligently. Chapter 13. Why can't my hands move? They arrived at the landing point of the Decepticon warship, which had been previously designated the data room. Rosa scanned her surroundings, noting the absence of anyone. After noting down some crucial design schematics displayed above, she turned to search for the battleship's route map. Where had they been taken? The partition inquired with Rosa, who was scouring the records on the Decepticon channel. Rosa confirmed that they were confined in an interrogation room, promptly marking the coordinates and sending them to the partition. Was it the same place where Agent Fuller had been captured? The partition raised an eyebrow, while Rosa suddenly caught a glimmering object reflected on the screen. She swiftly turned around, but it was too late. A Decepticon soldier had already aimed and fired at the partition. In a moment of desperation, Rosa activated the solver, and several bullets that were fired were unexpectedly deflected mid-air by a symbol, striking the ground instead. The soldier, noticing two Autobots lurking in the data room, was oblivious to the intruder's presence and immediately sensed an opportunity to prove himself. He fired several shots at the larger Autobot. However, as the female Autobot turned around, just as the bullets were about to reach the towering Autobot, a symbol materialized in the air. He clearly saw that all his bullets hit the symbol and ricocheted in all directions. Looking somewhat terrified at Rosa, he stepped back, having seen the same symbol of deflected bullets in her eye. Just as the partition turned around at the moment, the solver's symbol faded from Rosa's sight. He only saw the soldier aiming his gun at him, but the bullet struck the ground and ceiling instead. Instantly transforming into a hammer, he exclaimed, "Hey there, buddy, need some help with that crooked trajectory?" He charged forward and struck the soldier. Rosa paid her respects to the fallen Decepticon soldier. Next, they proceeded to rescue RC and Bumblebee, navigating the dimly lit corridor where Decepticon soldiers emerged from intersecting paths. It seemed that the previous Decepticon had alerted others before his demise. The partition relentlessly swung his hammer at the approaching Decepticons, while Rosa, wielding a blade, dispatched those that emerged from behind, intermittently aiding the partition by clearing the way of Decepticon soldiers ahead. This was the advantage of heavy armor. Regrettably, she lacked the ability to transform, or else she would have sprinted alongside the partition. Just as they attacked in tandem, a door suddenly descended, severing their connection. Rosa, partition. Boom. The sound of an explosion resonated. The partition, hearing it from the opposite side of the door, anxiously inquired about Rosa's condition. She reassured him that she was unharmed and urged him to regroup with Bumblebee and RC. After a moment of hesitation, the partition agreed. Meanwhile, Rosa looked at the severed arms on the ground, still crawling, and the Decepticon grunts who were visibly shaken. One soldier, trembling with a bomb in hand, seemed particularly affected. Perhaps fear had gripped him, though it seemed unlikely. She slowly lifted her gaze and, using the solver, twisted the camera to face the wall. Then, with a smile, she gently twisted the bomb held by the Decepticon. Boom! In the midst of chaos, Rosa kicked her arms up into the ventilation duct, creating two sizable breaches in the metal. She then executed a short-range teleportation, vanishing in an instant as lines of code flickered around her. By the time other Decepticon soldiers arrived to encircle the area, she had completely disappeared. Earlier, when she scanned the map, she pinpointed the location of the interrogation room and its connection to the ventilation system. Her detour through the lower levels meant she had a longer path to traverse, but the duct offered a direct route. Given her climbing speed, she anticipated reaching the interrogation room simultaneously with both arms. Rosa was resolute in not relinquishing her limbs. Traversing the distance would require energy, and she was reluctant to regenerate her arms, as it would cause her core's temperature to rise. It was prudent to conserve energy while within Decepticon territory. Fortunately, her journey had been devoid of encounters. Likely because the soldiers had congregated at the partition or around the area she had just left. Upon reaching the door of the interrogation room, she was relieved to find that it only required a switch to open, bypassing the need for a password. With determination, she collided with the door. As it swung open, Rosa beheld a chilling sight. RC and Bumblebee were restrained by their weapons, suspended from the ceiling by iron chains. Without her arms, she was unable to free them from their bindings. Then, in a moment of surreal horror, RC and Bumblebee witnessed Rosa's iconic severed arm drop from the ventilation duct. The disembodied arm crawled towards them, leaving a trail of energy behind. Unfazed, Rosa entered the interrogation room, used her head to press the button to close the door, and then bit down on her arm. Bumblebee and RC exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of her intentions, as they watched her fling her arm skyward with her teeth, meticulously biting down on the elbow. At that moment, the arm retracted and ejected a cylindrical device, which Rosa then propelled with a forceful toss of her head. The cylindrical object shot forth a long beam of laser light, slicing through the control mechanism of the metal locks, creating a conspicuous crack that extended from the wall to the floor, still emitting smoke. Before they could celebrate this small victory, the sound of the door opening echoed ominously. Rosa understood that it was certainly not an Autobot approaching. The partition had just relayed a message indicating their arrival was still pending. Alarmed, both RC and Bumblebee braced themselves to protect her. Just then, Rosa, with a deft flick of her elbow, unleashed another burst of laser light as the door swung open. As a Decepticon foot soldier hummed a tune and entered the room wielding interrogation tools, he was met with an astonishing spectacle. The moment the door opened, a blue beam, trailing behind it, hurtled toward him. As he recognized the armless Rosa with her limb in her mouth, a chill ran down his spine, accompanied by a sharp sting on his arm. Looking down, he discovered that his chest plate had been cleaved in two, the lower section having already fallen away. The foot soldier hastily crouched to retrieve the fallen half of his breastplate to shield himself, only to witness Rosa nonchalantly discarding an arm she had been holding in her mouth, casting him a glance. The implications were twofold. One, unmistakably challenging him to approach if he dared, and the other, suggestive of harassment. With a shout of defiance, the foot soldier exclaimed, "Just you wait," before fleeing the scene. One could ponder the psychological trauma inflicted upon him. Had it not been for Rosa's peculiar grasp of the severed arm, she might have whistled in amusement when the breastplate slipped from the soldier's grasp. But it was best not to dwell on such distractions. Meanwhile, Alcyon and Bumblebee observed as yet another dismembered hand tumbled from the ventilation shaft, Rosa's other severed limb. Upon its descent, it emitted a resounding thud, twisting slightly as it crawled toward her. "Why is it moving?" Alcyon inquired, her confusion palpable. "It is my hand. Why shouldn't it move?" Rosa replied, releasing the arm she had been clutching in her mouth. "That is not what I meant." Alcyon hesitated, picking up the severed hand, contemplating whether it could be reattached with the assistance of an ambulance upon their return. "Hand it over." "But how?" Alcyon approached Rosa, who sat on the ground. Recalling that Rosa, lacking a hand, could not retrieve her own severed limb. Just place it at the point of severance, Rosa instructed. Alcee, perplexed, positioned the hand accordingly, only to witness it align itself with a gentle precision. In that fleeting moment when the edges met, the fissure gradually vanished, transforming the wound into wisps of smoke. What is this? Alcee stepped back in astonishment. Rosa merely picked up the other arm, still crawling on the ground, and pressed it against her remaining shoulder. Bumblebee stood frozen, clearly shaken by the revelations unfolding before him. Chapter 14. Infantile, Slumber What? What have you all been up to? Just as Rosa reattached her hand, a commotion arose at the entrance. Upon glancing up, they saw a red spider sprawled on the floor, succumbing to an infant-like slumber, while Barrier stood at the doorway, having just knocked him down with a single punch. Hey guys, did I miss something? Barrier remarked, surveying the scene in the interrogation room. It appeared the rescue had been successfully executed. As Rosa prepared to depart, Red Spider suddenly halted and turned to her. Buzz Beep? What's wrong? Bumblebee queried, perplexed. Is it really appropriate to leave him here, like this? Rosa seemed struck by a mischievous idea, a sly smile gracing her features. Alcee turned to her. What are you planning? As Rosa picked up a chain from the floor, both Barrier and Bumblebee began to comprehend her intentions. Ugh, where am I? Red Spider awoke, disoriented, the world appearing upside down. After struggling for a moment, he realized he was suspended by a chain in the interrogation room. Help! Is anyone there? Red Spider shouted. But the soundproofing of the room was too effective. No one could hear him. Just as he attempted to contact someone via the internal line, he discovered, to his dismay, a signal jammer had been inexplicably placed in the corner. As Rosa sought tools to secure the iron chain, she stumbled upon what appeared to be a dual precaution against potential leaks of information, and she casually engaged it. Meanwhile, the lieutenant of the Decepticons pondered something. As if someone was missing, who could it be? It was quite a conundrum. When Optimus Prime and Ratchet returned, they found everyone laughing heartily. What could be the source of such merriment? Ratchet emerged, nursing an injured arm, and the laughter subsided as concern replaced amusement. Rosa promptly fetched a medical kit for Ratchet, while Optimus diligently bandaged him. Oh, hi, what transpired? It was evident that Mikey was in high spirits. We encountered an army of Cybertronian undead, Ratchet declared. At this, Bumblebee and RC abruptly turned their attention to Rosa. Optimus noticed something amiss. Are they zombies? Why haven't we seen them? Mikey appeared somewhat disheartened, and Optimus discerned that she had undoubtedly been involved in some capacity. Then, amidst the chatter, Rosa attempted to redirect their focus by sketching the design she had observed, successfully diverting Ratchet and Optimus's attention. They speculated whether Megatron intended to utilize dark energy to resurrect the undead army of Cybertron and subsequently transport them to Earth via a space bridge. The trio listened intently, relieved that no particularly perilous incidents had occurred, and a sense of harmony prevailed. After sending them off, Rosa felt the day had been uneventful and decided to retire to her room first. However, RC, noticing Rosa's departure, approached Optimus, intrigued by the zombies, and inquired quietly about the severed arm's mobility. Optimus immediately realized RC had witnessed something significant. Buzz, would that be advisable? Bumblebee interjected, observing RC and Bumblebee. Optimus sensed that something unusual had transpired that day. No, severing the zombie's arm would render it immobile. At this, RC and Bumblebee inexplicably exhaled in relief. Yet Optimus continued to probe. What did you see today? Exchanging glances, RC and Bumblebee hesitated before recounting the arm that could crawl through the ventilation system, even morphing into a weapon despite being severed. However, RC withheld the detail about its rapid healing, which led Optimus to furrow his brow. He glanced toward the direction Rosa had departed, ensuring she was indeed gone before summoning Ratchet to his lab for discussion. Recall precisely what occurred, Ratchet said, his gaze serious as he scrutinized the two. RC nodded and recounted the events, but by the end, even Ratchet was inclined to believe they were fabricating tales. Wait, are you certain that what Rosa picked up was not a weapon of some sort? Ratchet questioned, eyeing RC and Bumblebee. Buzz, no, it indeed seemed to be a hand. Bumblebee added, yet the expressions of Ratchet and Optimus grew increasingly grave. RC feared that Ratchet and Optimus doubted their account, but Ratchet gestured for them to continue. No, we have faith. The medic spoke little, as Rosa's situation was somewhat unique, yet we have not discerned any malice from her. Optimus Prime added that though they remained silent, Those two statements seemed to convey an understanding to RC and Bumblebee. She harbored a special secret, and we awaited her confession in silence. Optimus Prime's deep voice resonated within the laboratory. Rosa bore no ill intentions towards them. She adhered to the rules, refraining from unnecessary actions or deceit. Although they did not dismiss the possibility of Rosa biding her time, presently, they preferred to think positively. After all, they had brought Rosa aboard the Decepticon warship. Had she wished to betray the Autobots, she could have done so at that moment. Perhaps Rosa genuinely desired to join the Autobots, and perhaps they should afford her more space until the day she chose to confide in them. Chapter 15. Each to their own. On the following afternoon, the medic confirmed that the information Rosa had seen pertained to the space bridge. He had also pinpointed its location, although the terrestrial bridge was somewhat insufficient, necessitating transformation to traverse it and utilize inertia to reach the space bridge. Since Rosa was unable to transform, she could not partake in this mission and had to remain at the base, watching as Optimus Prime and the others departed. Then came the good news. The Decepticons' interstellar navigation system had malfunctioned, rendering them unable to target Cybertron. The bad news was that they intended to utilize Earth's equipment, which required an invasion. The trio must disrupt the Decepticons' operations at the Earth Radio Telescope, and Rosa, possessing a certain level of combat capability but unable to join Optimus Prime's mission, was assigned to accompany them. The security system is indeed lax, Mika said, noting that Rosa could not enter human dwellings and had to remain outside. However, as she looked up, it seemed she discovered something. A house with a skylight, its glass shattered, with some rebar protruding. It appeared as though something had fallen. Driven by curiosity, Rosa quietly climbed up for a closer look, but upon glimpsing the scene, she immediately ducked down and sought refuge elsewhere. The Decepticons were connecting to the antenna, and Rafi was explaining to Mika and Jack when suddenly, Mika's phone vibrated. She glanced at it to find Rosa inquiring whether they were in room 3. Mika looked up and saw the number on the wall, which read 3. What is this about? Jack questioned in confusion. Soon, Mika noticed something that made her expression tense, speaking softly. She said there was a Decepticon in the adjacent room 4. Jack and Rafi were startled and whispered in response. Then Rosa sent another message. Don't let him locate you. A cold sweat broke out among the trio. Are there cameras nearby? Mika observed their surroundings again and replied to Rosa that there were. Focus on disrupting the Decepticons. As Mika continued to reply to Rosa's messages, Jack's gaze fell on the surveillance monitor, and he suddenly froze. As he observed the surveillance monitor, a sudden manifestation of a blue circular ring appeared above it, adorned with numerous arcs in its center. The camera was then abruptly repositioned, now facing the wall instead of them. Should the adversary possess the ability to hack, perhaps they could glimpse the opposite side. In her home, Rosa, having immersed herself in the hacker culture of Cyberpunk 2077, began to think divergently, though she was indeed on the right track. After the initial interference by Soundwave, he commenced examining nearby surveillance feeds, yet found nothing of significance, leaving him to ponder the rationale behind humans monitoring mirror walls. Nonetheless, he understood that the issue lay in someone manipulating the equipment in this vicinity. But he was unwilling to expend energy searching for those pests within the confines of this cramped structure. His priority was to swiftly locate Cybertron to enable the Decepticons to activate the space bridge. Consequently, Soundwave pinpointed the location and severed the power lines, resulting in the 3 small ones discovering their inability to control the radio telescope. Fortunately, they remained undetected and thus avoided peril. Originally, Rosa had intended to message them to stay hidden, but it was too late. They charged forth directly into Soundwave's presence, where they were subsequently recorded. With the power lines cut, they could no longer interfere with the Decepticons' operations, leaving the trio disheartened as they made their way back to base. The terrestrial bridge was already activated, and they were prepared to depart when Rosa suddenly halted and connected with the ambulance. What would happen if the already activated space bridge lost its position? Meanwhile, on the other side, the space bridge was initiated, and Megatron hurled a substantial mass of dark energy into it. The ambulance had detected a rapidly expanding energy substance within the space bridge and was inquiring with Optimus Prime when Rosa abruptly interjected. What would happen if the already activated space bridge lost its position? The ambulance hesitated, but responded nonetheless. During the activation of the space bridge, A loss of positioning would prevent energy from being transmitted to its designated location, potentially resulting in an explosion. Rosa nodded, glancing back at the trio. You should return. My presence here suffices. In that moment, the ambulance realized Rosa's intent. You wish to sabotage the positioning device? Rosa replied, expressing her desire for Jack, Mikey, and Rafi to return first. However, they appeared resolute in their decision to stay. We will remain here. If you require assistance, we are here for you, Rafi asserted. After contemplating for a moment, Rosa nodded in agreement, as certain secrets were poised to be unveiled, having proven through previous missions that she would not betray the Autobots. The terrestrial bridge would be temporarily shut down as Rosa gazed at the enormous radio telescope overhead. With a flicker of blue electric light, a symbol of a solver materialized in her hand. Wow! Mikey exclaimed in awe. Shortly thereafter, the symbol in Rosa's hand gradually transformed into a small black orb, radiating a gentle blue glow, with an inscription visible at its center. Suddenly, Rosa clenched her fist, and the small sphere erupted, sending a wave of blue energy radiating outward. To the three humans, it felt merely like a gust of wind, yet all electronic devices that came into contact with the energy experienced brief malfunctions. Not only did Meichi's phone screen go completely black, but the computer that controlled the radio telescope's antenna also momentarily materialized. They looked up to witness the antennas moving, not in the synchronized manner typical of normal positioning, but chaotically, each antenna acting independently. Rosa, what is happening on your end? We detected an energy signal from your location. Don't worry, I just caused a brief interference with the antenna's positioning, Rosa replied over the intercom. The ambulance promptly activated the land bridge to expedite their return, knowing that such a significant energy signal would surely attract the attention of the Decepticons. When will it be restored? Meichi inquired, raising her phone with the black screen towards Rosa. It should be back shortly, but the Decepticon space bridge will likely explode soon, rendering these antennas useless, Rosa stated, squatting down to converse with the humans on the ground, her expression betraying her satisfaction at having done a good deed. Soundwave, what is going on over there? Why is the space bridge's positioning in disarray? Inside the Decepticon warship, the system controlling the space bridge's positioning suddenly began to malfunction, indicating extreme instability and a tendency to detonate. Upon receiving this information, Soundwave immediately altered his course back to the antennas, only to find them in disarray, clearly unsuitable for positioning. Yet, this was the only positioning device available for the space bridge at present. Meanwhile, Rosa had returned to the base with the three humans via the land bridge, leaving Soundwave to attempt to restore the antenna's operating system. He soon discovered that the wires had been severed by his own actions. Unless repaired, the antennas would remain inoperative. The space bridge is doomed. Optimus Prime received the news and, upon observing the cracks forming in the space bridge, swiftly ordered a retreat for the others. However, Megatron was unwilling to abandon his Dark Army, and the moment he made contact with the Dark Legion, the entire space bridge erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. All Autobots returned safely to the base, while Megatron's fate remained uncertain amidst the chaos of the explosion. Chapter 16, The Solver Buzz. Beep. Thank you, Raph. It's not me you should thank, Raph replied, turning to Rosa. Indeed, it was Rosa who had interfered with the antennas, yet the ambulance turned back to Rosa, questioning, but the antennas are uncontrollable now, right? And what about that energy signal? Jack and Raph felt the need for discretion, contemplating whether to disclose the information, while Meichi excitedly recounted the absolute solver symbol Rosa had held in the black hole. The petition seemed to suggest that Meichi was fabricating tales until Rosa urged them to shoot her. Everyone felt she had lost her mind. Only the ambulance hesitated for a moment, casually picking up a scalpel and tossing it towards Rosa. Under the terrified gazes of everyone present, the scalpel suddenly froze mid-air. A hexagonal symbol appeared, with 3 arrows extending from 3 corners, firmly suspending the scalpel in place. Rosa executed a graceful gesture, causing the surgical knife to spin in the air, its tip initially directed towards her, transforming into the hilt resting delicately in her hand. With her arm raised above her head, the knife hovered in unison, as Rosa deftly altered her grip once more, summoning the blade downward. In an instant, 5 knives materialized. The partition, in disbelief, rubbed its eyes as Rosa placed one knife upon the table and hurled the others against the wall. The sound of blades striking echoed, First, one knife embedded itself in the wall, followed by another that flew to the same spot, cleaving the previous knife in two. Yet another knife soared forth, embedding itself within the wall, again splitting the last knife. As the final knife flew by, perhaps due to the continuous onslaught of blades cleaving the preceding ones, friction generated heat, concentrating at the tip until sparks ignited. Astonished, the onlookers fell into a stunned silence, including the ambulance, which approached hesitantly to touch the surgical knife, confirming its reality. "What is this?" The paramedic gasped, looking incredulously at Rosa. "Were you?" Rosa, in the midst of continuously transforming the solver's capabilities, was a hybrid of Cybertronian life. "Cool," shouted Mikey. "Is this akin to God closing a window yet opening a door?" Jack remarked, noting that the existence of Cybertronians was already a staggering revelation for them, and they seemed to accept Rosa's abilities well. It appeared as though Primus had obliterated all walls save for the windows. The partition stared at Rosa in astonishment, while Optimus Prime slowly turned his gaze towards her, gradually regaining his composure, realizing she had once been a Decepticon. She was still quite young, and the potential consequences of her being led astray were unfathomable. "Listen," Optimus spoke earnestly. "I need you to promise us that, regardless of circumstances, you will not descend into the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents as those Decepticons do, nor will you pursue your ambitions at any cost." Rosa, initially perplexed by his words, quickly grasped their significance and readily agreed, understanding that immense power could breed overwhelming ambition. "Very well. Remember your promise," he concluded. Just then, a voice broke through the tension. "Oh, where am I?" It was Agent Ferlat, who had previously been captured by the Decepticons, awakening to find himself surrounded by Autobots. Optimus chose not to elaborate further. Yet Ferlat expressed his gratitude to the Autobots as he departed. "So what about Megatron?" the ambulance inquired, turning to Optimus. I doubt even he could withstand such a level of explosion. Subsequently, Optimus and the other Autobots dismissed any notion of allowing Jack, Mikey, and Raph to leave, ensuring they were paired with RC, the Partition, and Bumblebee. With matters seemingly resolved, Rosa prepared to return home with a sense of joy, only to be halted by the ambulance. What followed was an extensive exploration of the Solver's functionalities, the sizes of objects it could manipulate, and the dimensions and intricacies of items it could replicate. However, Rosa only unveiled the fundamental capabilities of the Solver for the time being, as she had one clear motive. Revealing too much beyond their comprehension might create barriers or evoke suspicion, ultimately hindering her integration into the collective. Moreover, she believed that it was always prudent to keep some cards close to her chest. The ambulance and the other Autobots understood this principle as well, concluding that Rosa might need to refrain from utilizing that black hole as much as possible. "Why?" Rosa inquired, perplexed. "That black hole emits a detectable energy, a unique energy signal of such magnitude that it cannot be overlooked. We can detect it, and so can the Decepticons," the ambulance explained. "We do not possess numerical superiority. If our energy signature is detected, the Decepticons will merely dispatch more units to the energy source." Optimus Prime turned his gaze towards Rosa, adding, "If the Decepticons discover your uniqueness, we cannot guarantee your safety from capture." The Partition shook its head, acknowledging their limited numbers, while the Decepticons were always rather cunning. RC supplemented, "Of course, if you can ensure that you remain undetected while using it discreetly, that would suffice, but remember, do not let them find out." Rosa comprehended this. It was indeed valid. Just as she was about to leave, she was called back once more, this time due to her irregular sleeping habits. The ambulance had noticed her room still illuminated during the night, realizing she had been awake for most of the night without knowing what she was doing. Thus, they collectively decided, "From tomorrow onward, we shall rectify your sleeping habits," the ambulance stated. "We shall wake you at a designated time. You may engage in any activity, but you must rise at that hour," RC affirmed. "You may also train with us," the Partition remarked. Finally, they welcomed her to officially join their ranks, with the ambulance promising to create an Autobot insignia for her the following day. "What?" Rosa stood in stunned silence, her eyes wide as she surveyed the surrounding Autobots, her pupils dilating in response to her emotional turmoil, evidently reluctant. In recollection, "Andy, friends of my grandparents, sometimes I cannot comprehend why they abruptly shift to such erratic behavior. Even my mother exhibits this trait. It seems to run in my maternal lineage. I find it perplexing, yet for reasons unknown, I seem to accept it, something that should be unacceptable. It is not normal, yet I feel little resistance, only confusion. As I matured, my mother began to awaken my resolver, and I started to understand their madness. My battery too began to leak energy, a cacophony screaming within me. Eliminate the enemy. Destroy. Destroy. Consume their oil. Devour them. How strange. Truly strange. I feel as if I am losing my mind. My thoughts are in chaos, yet I can manage to suppress it, albeit barely. Initially, I did not grasp why I needed to awaken and learn these things, nor did I understand why I had to undergo transformation into a disassembler. Until ships began to appear in the sky, everything changed. In the darkness, a smaller assassin was forcefully slammed to the ground from above, and as she blinked her blue-ringed eyes in fear, attempting to flee, her hand was impaled to the ground with a single stroke. I never expected that the swarm of worker drones would dispatch such a feeble assassin to drive us away. The assassin, obscured in shadow, swiftly severed Rosa's hand as she attempted to draw her blade. In the wake of Rosa's terrified screams, it prepared to eviscerate her. Is this normal? Indeed, it is a daily occurrence, particularly since my 10th year, when ships began landing in this area almost daily, releasing a few assassins. My grandparents, aging and losing their combat prowess, have left the primary defense to my parents and me, yet the enemy outnumbers us significantly. Being dismantled has become commonplace. Had it not been for the Cybertronian genes that allow me to store additional energy, I would have perished long ago. This scenario unfolds every day, often waking me from slumber, haunted by visions of my own dismemberment. The dread of death clings to me relentlessly. Even though I am aware that I will not die, the suffocating images of my own dissection invade my thoughts. When darkness descends, it signals the arrival of the assassins. Following the last battle involving my grandmother, parts of the surface of Copper 9 collapsed, exposing numerous underground fortress passages, allowing the assassins to infiltrate with ease. We cannot falter. We must not allow them to approach. For the sake of our kin, for my friends and family, I have lost count of how many times I've been dismembered, yet this time feels different. It has become irrelevant. I am on the brink of collapse, numb to everything, life, death, foes, and even those I must protect. Day and night blur into one. Am I alive? Family, I am alive. I cannot fall. For my parents, my grandparents, I cannot succumb. I refuse to bring sorrow to my family. I cannot let my friends witness my demise. I must endure. Gradually, despair and numbness envelop me, my perspective crumbling, my defenses fracturing, and my sanity slipping away, until at last, a blue light surged forth from my being. My will was temporarily usurped by primal logic. When I awakened, I found my family gazing at me with concern, surrounded by the fallen bodies of the assassins. Through the ice wall beside me, I glimpsed the current state of affairs, countless blue lights resembling cameras. A multitude of camera-like entities, and a colossal centipede composed of various appendages and scythes, densely packed together. Yet, astonishingly, I felt no fear, no trepidation regarding my present form, because now I am formidable. I will not allow harm to befall my family. Absolutely not. Family directives take precedence. Eliminate all potential threats. Enemies. My grandparents described this as the absolute solver. My grandmother has taught me how to revert to my original state, how to manifest a fragment of the absolute solver while in humanoid form, and how to extend into other bodies. Every day thereafter, whenever a killer approached, I managed to eliminate them without hesitation or reluctance. As soon as they stood before me, they were dispatched. Eventually, Rosa no longer faced safety concerns. The diminutive assassins, akin to harbingers of slaughter, fell one by one, and I even found the leisure to engage with them for a while, honing my skills in the process. Eventually, I could forego the need for a solver, wielding my weapon directly to eliminate threats. The number of assailants dwindled to almost none until complete safety was achieved. On another patrol with my father, we had not encountered a killer for several years. In the vast, white expanse of snow, beneath an orange sky and the bright sun shining upon the land, warm rays painted the white snow in comforting hues, banishing the darkness and danger, a scene I had come to know well. Yet, it was only now that I could truly appreciate this beautiful tableau. How lovely it was, safety at last. Rosa gazed at the setting sun with her blue eyes, her body entirely relaxed. Silly child, my father smiled, leaning against a remnant of humanity's walls, watching his daughter. Perhaps, in Rosa's eyes, amidst the relentless nightmare of death, she only felt secure when the sun graced the horizon, when she was bathed in its light. She owed her father gratitude for optimizing her solver, ensuring she would not burn beneath the sun, nor fear its brilliance, unlike other killers. The blue syringe-like tail swayed gently as memories of the slain assassins fell to the ground. Suddenly, the sun rose above the horizon, its brilliant light dispelling darkness, banishing killers, and erasing all fear. She sat up in the snow, and in the sunlight, turned to see the killers scattering in fear of its emergence. Her shadow stretched across the ground. In this luminous snow, only her shadow remained dark. Yes, she was dark, a being that ought not to exist under the sun. She should not be here, yet here she was, enveloped by sunlight, and thus, she was safe. Fear was soothed by brightness as the small killer buried her face in the shimmering snow. She was safe. Chapter 17, Aspiring to Become Magic Ba. The salty fish girl. The following day, Rosa was awakened by Alcy. After sitting up on her charging bed for a moment to gather herself, she prepared to head to the hall. An ambulance was already present, and the attendant inquired whether she preferred a raised or recessed emblem. Rosa opted for the raised version to be affixed to the black armor on her left arm and found a place to sit, awaiting the ambulance. She resolved to gather materials shortly to assemble a computer by hand. Then, a thought struck her. She lacked the gaming resources of that era. She could play nothing at all, not even listen to any recommendations. She had a dozen or so films and animations stored away, all of which she had already watched. Thus, she contemplated searching for some engaging games created by the inhabitants of this world. As a homebody, she felt the necessity for a justification for her seclusion. While her mind wandered, the ambulance had already prepared her insignia and approached to retrieve Rosa. Observing Rosa's dazed expression, possibly due to sleep deprivation, he shook his head and continued his connection. After the welding was completed, Rosa requested some metal and various materials from the ambulance and went back to craft something. Shortly thereafter, Jack, Mickey, and Rafi arrived at the base, bringing along a plethora of materials. However, the ambulance remained oblivious to their presence, engrossed in a discussion with Optimus Prime regarding the Decepticons. Although Megatron was no longer a threat, Starscream still commanded the Decepticons. Suddenly, an explosion resonated throughout the base, prompting the ambulance and Optimus Prime to believe they were under attack by the Decepticons. Upon rushing over, they discovered that it was merely Rafi's science project that had detonated. Ahem, do not be overly alarmed. It was merely my science project. Rafi coughed as he waved away the surrounding smoke. Once he regained his composure, he admitted to the failure. Rosa, having heard the commotion, emerged and was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. Mickey was diligently working on her galaxy project, suspended from a partition, while painting. Splatters of paint littered the floor, necessitating a cleanup. Jack, on the other hand, was assembling something resembling either a motorcycle or an engine. Today marked the occasion of her insignia being affixed, thus signifying her official initiation as a transformer. The base continued the established routine of shifts for cleaning, and after Rosa completed her turn, it was Bumblebee's turn. The previous cleaner would remind the next in line in the evening. "What you all up to?" Rosa inquired. "It's the assignment due tomorrow," Jack replied to the ambulance, while RC assisted Jack by locating and handing him parts. "Perhaps we could try attaching this," RC suggested, offering Jack an exhaust pipe. "RC, you're a motorcycle. Can't you construct a motorcycle engine?" RC, dropping her hands in exasperation, looked at Jack. "You're human. Can you make a small intestine?" Good question." Since Rosa had no pressing matters, she decided to observe for a while. Soon, the base's screen displayed energy moving, and while Optimus Prime intended to take the ambulance out for a look, the ambulance wished to oversee Jack, Mickey, and Rafi's science projects, and thus dispatched Bumblebee instead. The ambulance then began fabricating devices for them, while the others watched. Uncertain why, Rosa had an inkling that the scale of the projects the ambulance was creating seemed to exceed the realm of human assignments. However, to alleviate her workload for the day, she resolved to first clean the floor stained with paint by Mickey. At least now, she could utilize the solver, and even the cleaning tools floated toward her, requiring little effort on her part. Well then, Shall we assist Jack and Mickey in completing their project? Rafi inquired, observing the ambulance working on Rafi's assignment. Are you not going to guide me? You two hope for their success, right? The ambulance stood up and glanced at them. The partition and Alcy exchanged a knowing look, seemingly in agreement. So let us observe. Let the experts assist you in resolving this. The ambulance, wielding a welding machine, exhibited an inexplicable excitement in its blue eyes, the electric light illuminating its face with a touch of madness. Rosa, crouched by the door, slowly withdrew her head into the corridor, feeling a surge of fear and deciding to slip away. As she walked down the corridor, Rosa gazed at the mop in her hand, contemplating whether to complete her cleaning duties before returning to her own affairs. This time, she was mindful of the time, ensuring she would retire to bed promptly. She was not particularly curious about the outcome of the assignments. The work adhered closely to scientific principles. Yet the level of expertise surpassed the scope of the tasks and even the current technological capabilities of Earth. Thus, she anticipated no favorable results. The following day, Rosa was roused as usual, only to overhear the ambulance recounting the events of the previous night. Meichi was fine, merely a minor incident with Cybertron falling, while Jack's engine nearly demolished the classroom. However, Rafi had a different story. His active volcano almost obliterated the school. Rosa felt a twitch in her eye as Optimus Prime observed her, who seldom ventured out, pondering that perhaps it was time to encourage her attendance. Chapter 18. The Chosen One in the frigid regions. Upon exiting the land bridge, the first sensation was an intense chill, a biting cold that Rosa relished. It brought her comfort. However, for Bumblebee and the partition behind her, it was a different experience entirely, as they shivered upon stepping off the land bridge. Bumblebee rubbed his arms and looked at Rosa, who exhibited no signs of discomfort, leaving him perplexed. Thanks to the Solver's ability to maintain warmth and its requirement for energy to prevent catastrophic failure, Rosa felt the Solver's warming process was significantly slower here. The environment reminded her of home, and she found it utterly delightful, feeling no trace of cold. The partition deployed a detector, noting the fierce winds. This time, they refrained from transforming. While transforming would allow for swift movement, the fierce winds would render them vulnerable, and the temperature would drop rapidly. They could only proceed slowly through the snowy terrain. The partition shielded most of the wind with its massive form, followed closely by Bumblebee, with Rosa trailing behind. They traversed the snow for quite some time when Bumblebee suddenly recalled something and turned back to Rosa, urging her to move closer to the partition to shield herself from the wind. As Bumblebee stepped back to create space for Rosa, the ground unexpectedly gave way, forming a pit. Quick-witted, Rosa grasped Bumblebee, preventing him from falling. Buzzing, Bumblebee regained his footing, grateful to Rosa, yet he did not release her hand. Looking at her with curiosity, "What's wrong?" The partition, hearing the commotion, turned to the two machines. "Buzz, Rosa's hand is so warm." The partition, intrigued, approached and touched Rosa's arm, discovering it was indeed warm. Perhaps this was related to the low temperatures they faced. However, in such frigid conditions, and after walking for so long, Rosa's temperature remained elevated. This was decidedly unusual. We hastened our pace, returning to have the ambulance examine Bumblebee, and continued towards the designated coordinates. The distance remaining was not far. The panel first reported the situation to the ambulance. After walking a few steps, they beheld a colossal iron sphere encased in ice. "Ambulance. We have located it. Heavens, this is astonishing. Your temperature is nearly identical to what it was before our journey to the Arctic." The ambulance, once again, picked up the device to assess Rosa, feeling compelled to comment on the frequency of her examinations lately. "For safety's sake, you must proceed to the cryogenic chamber." The ambulance retracted the instrument and casually pressed the panel, who was attempting to rise, back down. "I told you I'm fine." The ambulance removed the tubes used for the thawing process from the panel and enforced a seating position upon her. "The only way to ensure your well-being is to conduct the standard thawing procedure, panel. Prolonged exposure to low temperatures can inflict permanent damage on your systems." Furthermore, the ambulance frowned at Rosa, who was currently consuming an energy entity she had retrieved from subspace. "You must go to the cryogenic chamber. Extended high temperatures will also lead to irreversible damage to your systems." Rosa shrugged in resignation. "Don't worry, eating something will lower my temperature." Chewing on the energy, she added, while the ambulance face-bombed, realizing he should have noticed earlier that Rosa lacked a cooling fan. In previous instances, he had unconsciously assumed that such a feature was universally present, thus overlooking it. He understood that Rosa was special, but it now appeared she was even more so. Any new discoveries? Optimus Prime inquired about the findings in the Arctic. Not yet. The capsule cannot be opened while frozen. He then proceeded to prepare the equipment for a comprehensive scan of Rosa. At that moment, something was stirring from its frozen slumber. While Optimus Prime and RC prepared to return to the Arctic in search of further clues. Remember, ambulance, to calibrate the temperature monitoring devices for Optimus Prime and RC. When your core temperature drops to blue, system damage is no longer a possibility, but an imminent certainty. Is it truly impossible for Rosa to accompany us? She is the chosen one suited for deployment in such frigid conditions. RC looked at Rosa, who reminisced about the temperatures of her homeland, knowing they would not adversely affect her, and she genuinely wished to join. I apologize, but I believe Rosa requires a comprehensive examination more than a suitable candidate for deployment this time, Optimus Prime stated, acknowledging that they had never encountered a Cybertronian like Rosa, capable of generating heat in extreme cold without risking self-destruction. She seemed almost tailor-made for such harsh environments. Rosa nodded in understanding. At that moment, Bumblebee and the panel returned, transporting Mei Chi, Laffy, and Jack, having undergone a de-icing process without major issues. Did you miss us? Magui exclaimed, peering through the panel's door as she exited from the vehicle. The ambulance cast a slightly disdainful glance elsewhere. Why aren't they at school? It's Saturday. The weekend is a holiday. As I leisurely strolled along the path with you, we passed beneath the ambulance, and I joyfully sank into the sofa. I hadn't anticipated needing to share a ride. What troubles you, RC? Jack found it peculiar that RC had not come to greet him. RC explained that she was assigned a mission to the Arctic, while Raffi expressed a desire to witness the snow. Optimus Prime advised him that the Arctic's conditions were too harsh, but he could bring back a snowball. A group of us watched as Optimus Prime and RC departed. Just as the ambulance was about to close the land bridge, the control panel exploded, quite literally. Oh my heavens! The ambulance turned its gaze towards the land bridge control panel, calling out to Bumblebee and the Partition, who were preparing to join Raffi for some fun. You cannot command us just because the boss is away. The Partition observed the ambulance, attempting to adjust the land bridge switch. I require assistance. The land bridge is malfunctioning. Rosa, please fetch some tools and repair materials from storage. Rosa nodded and turned towards a warehouse. While rummaging through the storage for repair materials, she found a few items ready to leave. It struck her as strange. Some metallic materials appeared to have been gnawed upon by some creature. After a difficult search, she finally located usable items when suddenly, Rosa sensed a gaze upon her. She glanced upward with her blue eyes, but saw nothing, dismissing it as mere illusion as she departed. On her way back to the hall, she unexpectedly encountered someone, Raffi. Aren't you supposed to be in the hall? Rosa inquired, puzzled by Raffi's presence. Raffi turned around, and it was then that Rosa noticed he was holding a small, bug-like creature. Chapter 19. If it bites them, I shall bite you. The iron-eating bug gazed up at Rosa with its large eyes. Holding the repair materials, Rosa regarded the little creature, suddenly struck by a peculiar sensation. The iron-eating bug, too, felt that Rosa bore a resemblance to other living food, albeit with differences. It was an odd feeling, yet the bug instinctively sensed she was not its prey, as it perceived tainted metal, most of which was impure, alongside flesh it could not consume. Furthermore, small creatures often possess extraordinary senses. This little one sensed an ominous and strange aura emanating from Rosa. It felt that something far more voracious than itself resided within her, and it was resolute in its decision, absolutely unwilling to take a bite out of Rosa. A drop of condensation fell from the bug's head, causing it to retreat closer to Raffi. Oh, little one, do not be afraid, Rosa said kindly. Raffi gently comforted the bug, mistakenly believing that Rosa's size intimidated it. So adorable, yet there's an unsettling feeling, Rosa mused, contemplating the tiny creature. However, she soon comprehended the source of her unease. When Raffi brought the little one before the Autobots, they all began to scream and huddled nervously in the corners, with Bumblebee and the Partition even brandishing their weapons. No, 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 Rosa, get away from that, the Partition shouted, and Jack and Mickey saw Bumblebee and the Partition brandishing weapons at Raffi, hurriedly stepping forward to shield their companion. Hey, what's going on? Mickey and Jack shielded Rafi, while Rosa did the same for them. Iron Eater! Iron Eater! The partition exclaimed, wide-eyed and terrified, while the ambulance, also called Rosa, urged her to leave quickly. What is an Iron Eater? Rafi inquired in confusion. The ambulance explained, the Iron Eaters you hold are the most perilous pests on Cybertron. Upon hearing this, Jack and Mickey could hardly believe it. For in their understanding, the Iron Eaters were so diminutive that they posed no threat to the colossal Cybertronians. However, they would soon find themselves proven wrong. As the Iron Eaters began to dodge bullets and rushed forward to devour, Rosa finally comprehended the strange sensation she had felt, a kinship, although they were undoubtedly of different origins. It was simply that they both shared a consuming nature, evoking an inexplicable resonance between them. They were kindred spirits. The gnawing sound of the Iron Eaters first bit away at Bumblebee's paint, causing him to falter and collapse in shock. In pain, he attempted to grasp the Iron Eater to discard it, only for it to bite his hand, forcing him to release it once more. The creature then commenced its assault on Bumblebee's arm, and in a state of panic, he swatted it away. Ultimately, the Iron Eater fell to the ground, controlled by Rosa's device, twisting its neck. Although it could no longer move its claws, the rotund creature continued to thrash its mouth, revealing its jagged fangs. In the end, Rafi struck it down with a crowbar and mercilessly battered its remains. Jack intervened to calm Rafi down, who then hurriedly approached Bumblebee to apologize. Fortunately, Bumblebee had only sustained superficial injuries. However, a grim revelation soon followed. Encountering an Iron Eater meant there would undoubtedly be more than one. The ambulance surmised how they had infiltrated. They were discovered in the Arctic, a massive Iron Eater trap. Utilizing the faint light from her welding tool, the ambulance examined the empty shell they had found, which had likely been intended for launch into space, but had inadvertently fallen into the frigid Arctic, causing its occupants to enter a dormant state, as the ambulance recounted. Until we thaw them out? Jack replied. Now they are awake and ready to feast. Mickey surveyed their surroundings. How many could there possibly be? Rafi looked up anxiously at the ambulance. Thousands, she responded, transforming the welding gun back. Currently, the land bridge system is malfunctioning and the power is unstable. Various signs indicate the Iron Eaters have spread. The Iron Eaters had even damaged the communication system, leaving them unable to contact Optimus Prime and RC. Nor could they activate the land bridge. If they did not expel the creatures, they would consume the entire base. I say we should simply escape, the petition declared, a hint of despair in its voice as they returned to the hall. Now is not the time for retreat, the ambulance insisted, gazing once more at the circuitry, underscoring the gravity of the situation. If we cannot restore the land bridge's operation promptly, Optimus Prime and RC will freeze to death. The three individuals recognized that retreat was not an option. Meichi expressed her dissatisfaction with Guban's reluctance in the face of the iron-eating bugs. Guban, you never flee? She chided. You have not witnessed how these creatures devour the Autobots, but I have. Guban recalled the horrific images. They would rend you to pieces from the inside out, first feasting on the smallest, most succulent components, seams and circuits, leaving you utterly devoid of existence. Truly, nothing would remain. Not even the optical components. Rosa's cleaning fluid slowly dribbled from the corner of her mouth, sounding delectable. Energy and oil. No, that was incorrect. She wiped the drool from her lips and composed herself. No, she must not think in such terms. Yet hunger gnawed at her, for the killing machines and zombie bots had thrived on this very pursuit, slaughtering worker bees while indulging in their screams and savoring the fresh, sweet oil. Clearing her throat, she admonished herself to stop such thoughts. Ultimately, it was Ratchet who repaired the circuit systems at the base, with Jack standing guard, while the other two pairs ventured out to scout the remaining sections of the base. As they pondered what to do about Rosa, Laffy suddenly had a revelation. If the iron-eating bugs consumed living metal, why had they not targeted Rosa? He vividly recalled the moment he had cradled an iron-eating bug, which had even appeared to shrink in fear within his embrace. This incident had instilled a sense of reassurance regarding the bugs, for they seemed to fear Rosa. But how could this be? Guban looked at them, puzzled, suddenly recalling that when he first saw Laffy holding the iron-eating bug, Rosa had also been present, even positioned between them and the creature. Yet, the bug had bypassed Rosa entirely, heading straight for Bumblebee. The others began to recollect that Rosa had indeed appeared alongside Laffy, and the iron-eating bug had chosen not to attack the nearby Rosa. Ratchet furrowed his brows, realizing the complexity of the situation. Regardless of how brittle Rosa's metal might be, she was still alive, and he needed to ascertain her condition. Everyone turned their attention to Rosa, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. She felt an inexplicable kinship with them, a notion too absurd to believe. Ultimately, Ratchet sighed, suggesting they would revisit this matter later, and for now, they must focus on restoring the land bridge. According to the original plan, Rosa and Jack would remain, while the others would split into 2 pairs for reconnaissance. Rosa, come lend a hand. Chapter 20. Autobots, I've got your back, understand? Jack stood vigil nearby, momentarily seeing nothing rushing towards them. The conductive body and central conduits are operational, he reported, while Rosa handed tools to Ratchet. But the land bridge still lacks power. Ratchet slammed his fist against the ground in frustration, and Rosa furrowed her brow, contemplating where the energy malfunction might lie. Just as they were lost in thought, Rosa suddenly sensed something and turned to see countless iron-eating bugs emerging from the ventilation ducts. They can fly. You never mentioned they could fly. Jack wielded an iron rod, swinging it wildly while shouting. Rosa instinctively entered a defensive stance, her tail unfurling as the screen expanded from both sides, revealing a large maw, its jagged teeth bared for biting, just as Rosa prepared to use her solver to block a portion of the Iron Eaters. She observed that the creatures had detected her presence and the impending activation of her solver, causing them to abruptly alter their flight path. Those initially heading towards Rosa and the ambulance veered sharply mid-air, crashing onto the walls and ground, retreating frantically with wide eyes fixed on Rosa. Jack, witnessing Rosa's terrifying display of fangs, had never seen her like this and felt a surge of fear. What was happening? The blue on the screen faded, replaced by 2 little eyes. Rosa, too, appeared puzzled. Her gaping mouth retracted, and combined with the animated eyes on the screen, her expression transformed, exuding an innocent charm that seemed devoid of aggression. However, the Iron Eaters remained wary, and the ambulance confirmed its suspicions. They did not wish to consume Rosa. In fact, they seemed to fear her. But what exactly was Rosa? Considering the beast-like fangs and enormous mouth she had just revealed, there was an uncanny resemblance to the Iron Eaters. Were they kin? Not in the sense of shared origin, but in the way that they both possessed the capacity to devour. Ambulance, lend me a hand. Pass me the first aid kit. The Partition and Bumblebee were battered and bruised from the Iron Eaters' attacks, and upon entering the hall, they noticed the walls and floor teeming with the creatures. The Iron Eaters, sensing new prey, immediately surged towards them, just as the Partition and Bumblebee raised their weapons. Rosa darted forward, baring her teeth and letting out a fierce roar at the Iron Eaters. The screen transformed into a colossal solver, which Rosa intended to use as a shield. The Iron Eaters, once again sensing a foreboding aura, swiftly changed direction, creating a vacuum around Rosa amidst the swarm of Iron Eaters filling the base. Quick, gather around Rosa. All the Autobots rushed closer to her, following the ambulance's prompt. Jack and his companions seized nearby fire extinguishers and unleashed a barrage of foam at the Iron Eaters. After a considerable struggle, they finally managed to dispatch this group of creatures. Have we vanquished them all? Jack and Michaela asked as they demolished the remaining Iron Eaters. Yet, tranquility remained elusive within the base. The corridors, walls, and every nook still resonated with the buzzing sounds of Iron Eaters gnawing on metal. Not by a long shot. These are merely the vanguard, the ambulance remarked, crouching beside Rosa. Having found temporary safety, it shifted slightly away from her, and, as it stood, almost lost its balance after squatting for too long. Bumblebee, too, finally realized he had been clinging to Rosa's leg and promptly released his grip. The Partition sat beside Rosa, hugging its knees, relief evident on its face. Initially, they had relied on Rosa's intimidating presence to deter the Iron Eaters, but as their numbers swelled, the encirclement tightened, forcing them into their current predicament. Fortunately, the Iron Eater dared not approach any closer. As long as it maintained a reasonable distance from the periphery, it would remain unharmed. The scene at that moment was as follows. Rosa stood, continually intimidating the Iron Eater, while the ambulance crouched nearby, and Bumblebee instinctively clutched onto nearby objects, with the barrier sitting beside, hugging its own knees. After all, Rosa's intimidation radius was quite limited, particularly in a space accommodating for, including the largest individual among them. We must promptly restore the terrestrial bridge's functionality, the ambulance asserted after regaining its balance from nearly toppling over. This way, we could transport the Iron Eater elsewhere. Raffi pondered a solution. Let us send it to the Arctic. I know they fear the cold, Jack suggested, brandishing a liquid nitrogen extinguisher, which Meichi agreed with. The ambulance contemplated for a moment, considering the possibility that the terrestrial bridge's failure to initiate was due to a leak in the energy conduit. Rosa surveyed the others, all sprawled on the ground. Although the ambulance was mostly unscathed, the other two had sustained more serious injuries, and there was no telling when more Iron Eaters might arrive, preventing her from leaving. Ultimately, the task of repairing the energy conduit was entrusted to Jack, Meichi, and Raffi, while the remaining Autobots watched the trio depart. All collapsed on the ground, beginning a discussion on what to do once the terrestrial bridge was repaired. Once the terrestrial bridge is operational, shall we head directly to Optimus NRC? After all, the frigid temperatures can swiftly freeze the Iron Eaters, Rosa remarked, gazing at the others. But how we transport it there? The barrier inquired, lying on the ground, casting a glance at the ambulance. We need bait, but first, the bait cannot be Rosa. The ambulance turned to the despondent Bumblebee lying on the ground. They all rested in place, while Rosa moved about nearby, until the barrier noticed a tail trailing behind Rosa as she turned. Oh hey, what is that? The barrier's voice caught the attention of the other two. Rosa turned back to them, just then realizing she had unconsciously revealed her tail while intimidating the Iron Eater. Oh this? My tail, Rosa replied, her tail swaying slightly. The blue syringe at its tip held in her hand before she retracted it. The ambulance stared in astonishment. The tail seemed to have suddenly enlarged and extended directly from the base without any transformation, and retracting it was just as instantaneous, the syringe shrinking before vanishing altogether. Is this scientific? It defies logic. I usually keep it hidden to avoid damaging things. Rosa extended her tail once more, the blue syringe gently swaying. The luminescent liquid within glimmering enticingly. What purpose does it serve? Well, it can inject liquid during a piercing, Rosa explained. Suddenly, the ventilation duct of the base's ceiling burst open, and countless Iron Eaters swarmed in, prompting the group to immediately rise and gather near Rosa. Ambulance. The terrestrial bridge is repaired. Hurry. Jack and the others rushed in to inform the ambulance. Upon hearing this, Rosa instinctively hooked the terrestrial bridge's switch handle with her tail and pulled it down. Meanwhile, the now intact ambulance dashed out of Rosa's intimidation range, drawing the Iron Eaters toward the terrestrial bridge. The Iron Eaters, sensing a morsel of food departing from their sinister deity, immediately surged toward the ambulance. The famished Iron Eater followed the ambulance as it soared through the land bridge, only to be instantly frozen the moment it emerged. Alcee and Optimus Prime were successfully rescued. The ambulance suffered a minor bite from the creature, but it was not severe. Bumblebee endured a more serious bite and lay down, while Alcee and Optimus Prime, having been frozen, were also incapacitated. Alcee, being smaller in stature, was more affected and lay on a medical bed. Currently, the relatively unscathed ambulance and the completely unharmed Rosa busily attended to matters, while Jack and Makira assisted in monitoring the injured and the surveillance indicators. Although Bumblebee and the Iron Eater had sustained bites primarily during reconnaissance, they were now conscious, lying on the medical bed and observing Rosa and the ambulance bustling about. With nothing to occupy his mind, Bumblebee lay on the medical bed, his thoughts wandering to the moment he had clutched Rosa's leg. Her entire leg was encased in seamless black armor, yet she had deliberately left a gap in the seam at the thigh and groin, perhaps for ease of movement, which perfectly showcased the soft metallic sheen of her thigh. The black and yellow embellishments near her ankles prevented her otherwise all-black legs from appearing monotonous. Realizing the nature of his thoughts, Bumblebee promptly halted his musings, but soon found himself contemplating Rosa's screen and mouth. It must be said that Rosa was exceptionally beautiful. Her foundation was exquisite, her figure impeccably displayed, and although she was somewhat slender, this only accentuated her alluring curves. Even with her sharp teeth exposed, her overall beauty remained unaffected. Rather, the combination of her half-obscured face and the glint of her teeth imbued her with an alluring, wild essence. Suddenly, Bumblebee recognized the direction of his thoughts and wished to slap himself to regain clarity. Turning his head, he saw Rosa taking readings from Alcee, her blue syringe-like tail swaying playfully behind her, adding a touch of charm. Curiously, Mikira pointed to Rosa's tail and inquired, "What S in your tail?" This? Rosa grasped the syringe's tip, revealing a liquid that glowed with a blue luminescence, an intensely corrosive acid capable of being injected into enemies or used as an assistive tool during puncture. "Wow, cool," Mikira exclaimed. "But what if you accidentally prick yourself? Would it dissolve you?" Jack raised a concern, highlighting the inherent danger of the substance. "My saliva can neutralize this acid and heal any wounds. Otherwise, I would have turned myself into a beehive long ago." Rosa replied with a resigned glance at the syringe before releasing it. "Hey, Bumblebee, why is your emotional indicator rising?" The ambulance, noticing the readings on the instrument, looked up at Bumblebee. Buzzing in response, Bumblebee explained that he was reminded of the Iron Eater. "Yes, that's right," he admitted. He felt fear, hence the rising indicators. Chapter 21. The ambulances in action after a period of time. As everyone began to regain their composure, the ambulance commenced an examination of the circuit board of the scanning device, prioritizing the full body scan of Rosa. The initial scan had captured Rosa in her Decepticon soldier form, a chaotic assembly of components that rendered little clarity. Subsequent scans were merely superficial, yielding no additional insights. However, the ambulance understood that Rosa was far from ordinary. Her attributes, reminiscent of the terrifying characteristics of the Iron Eater, suggested something deeper. Even in frigid climates, she emitted warmth, yet this heat did not escalate rapidly at room temperature, nor did it explode upon returning from extreme cold. This was peculiar, truly unsettling. He needed to discern the true nature of Rosa. Eventually, after some time, the ambulance contacted Rosa internally. She was summoned from her room to the hall, passing by Bumblebee and the barrier, exchanging greetings. "Good afternoon," Rosa cheerfully acknowledged as she walked by. "Good afternoon, Rosa," both the barrier and Bumblebee replied, resuming their playful antics. Bumblebee, still momentarily distracted from their exchange, nearly fumbled when the barrier tossed a ball his way. "Hey, buddy, stay focused." Rosa proceeded directly to the scanning apparatus. "Step inside." Rosa, she complied, and after a brief flash of light, the ambulance pressed a few buttons on the console. The results appeared, but the ambulance's eyes widened in shock. A multitude of questions arose. "Where's your spark chamber? Why is it a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and machinery? What is that energy core at the center? And why is there an abundance of organic tissue clinging to the components? It resembles some form of neural structure, a carbon-silicon hybrid. What on earth is this?" The ambulance gasped, leaning back in tactical astonishment, eyes bulging with disbelief. "What's wrong?" RC, observing the ambulance's stunned expression, realized that Rosa was undergoing a full-body scan and feared something might have gone awry. Upon witnessing the results, RC2 fell into a state of shock, quickly regaining her composure. "Is your scanner malfunctioning?" They suspected a fault in the device rather than considering that Rosa was inherently this way. "I believe so," the ambulance managed to recover, nodding thoughtfully. He then instructed Rosa to step out of the apparatus, offering assistance in disassembling the circuit to investigate any damage inflicted by the Iron Eater. How odd. Everything seems fine." The ambulance, stroking his chin in contemplation, scrutinized the circuit board. After a brief adjustment to confirm there were no connectivity issues, he beckoned RC to step in first. "Me?" RC questioned, puzzled. "Yes, I want to ensure everything is in order." With a resigned expression, RC entered the scanner. Upon her exit, the results indicated all was normal. Relieved, the ambulance gestured for RC to step aside as he prepared to place Rosa back into the machine. The results are in. Within Rosa's body, particularly around the core, flesh intertwines with mechanical tissue, almost as if they are fused together. Alcy and the ambulance are perplexed, their gazes darting between the scan results and Rosa, their expressions filled with confusion. What has transpired? Noticing the unusual expressions on the faces of his old friends, Optimus Prime approaches to assess the situation. Just in time, Optimus, step inside there. "Rosa, you come out first." The ambulance gestures for Rosa to exit, and as she does, Optimus enters. The results indicate everything is normal, and the ambulance, relieved, instructs Optimus to step out, allowing Rosa back in. The color representing carbon-based flesh still prominently displays on Rosa's mechanical form, and even the energy index at the core remains astonishingly high, which deviates from the typical readings of a standard core. Now, three expressions are filled with bewilderment as all three machines simultaneously glance at the results, then at Rosa, and back again. Their optical sensors flicker uncertainly. Even Optimus reaches to lift the scanner's cover, inspecting the internal circuitry for any discrepancies. At a cursory glance, everything appears to be in order. Alcee and Optimus turn to the ambulance, who is now rubbing his forehead in disbelief, seemingly coming to terms with the fact that Rosa's body is indeed as it is. Rosa, you can come out now. The ambulance lowers his hand from his forehead, shutting off the interface and opening the scanner's exit for Rosa. I'll perform a thorough examination. Don't worry, I will administer general anesthesia. It seems the ambulance has yet to fully accept the notion of a hybrid of flesh and machinery, and his worldview has been slightly shaken. Rosa stares blankly as the ambulance picks up a saw, her once beautiful pupils dilating to the outer edges, transforming her gaze into an almost childlike wonder, which is not typical for a Cybertronian's optical sensors. The two beside the ambulance, witnessing this alarming behavior, quickly restrain his hand. The ambulance pauses, realizing he has overreacted. He sets the saw aside, the noise startling Bumblebee, who had been playing nearby, and the partition. What's wrong? The partition inquires, confused. Nothing, the ambulance sighs, ushering Rosa into the research room. Alcee and Optimus exchange glances. Shortly after, the ambulance enters and closes the research room door, muffling the external commotion. You're not. What exactly are you? No, wait. It should be. How did you finally come to accept Rosa's bodily structure? The ambulance is so shocked that his language module stutters. What am I? He raises his thumb, speaking in a tone of admiration. This is a question even we do not know. With pride, this is a lie. Why are you giving a thumbs up, as if in praise? And what with that tone of pride? I'm asking you a question, not complimenting you. The ambulance internally laments. However, if you wish to explore something like a solution seeker, it might be a bit troublesome to retrieve. Are you up for it? Wasn't the solver just a figment of your imagination? The ambulance had never even heard of such a thing before. Neither had the other Autobots. So it came as a surprise. Are you interested in researching it? The ambulance thought it might be some kind of data and nodded, completely unaware of what was to unfold. Upon receiving the ambulance's response, Rosa suddenly retracted her hand, transforming it into a claw, and pierced her own chest with it. The mixture of blood and energy fluid erupted, her claw driving deep into the position of her core. She intended to extract it, believing it to be a safe endeavor here, the most convenient and direct method to study the solver. Stop! What are you doing? Just as she had barely begun to penetrate, the ambulance seized her hand, preventing her from proceeding further. Her pupils dilated in shock. She hadn't anticipated this. Didn't you want to study it? This is the most straightforward way. The ambulance was momentarily taken aback by Rosa's words, unsure of how to respond. Having just opened the door slightly, both Rosa and the ambulance's Optimus Prime witnessed this scene unfold. This is madness. You are truly insane, the ambulance shouted, appalled. Rosa ceased her efforts, and the ambulance forcefully extracted her claw. At that moment, Optimus Prime burst in, grasping the clawed hand of Rosa tightly, preventing any further self-inflicted harm. Ambulance, I'm searching for a welding gun. Optimus Prime, equally stunned, held onto Rosa firmly to avert any potential injury. She had little sense of pain and could rapidly heal, so injury held little significance for her. Even death could lead to a forced reboot, which Rosa perceived as inconsequential. When the ambulance returned with the welding gun, she found that Rosa had already utilized the solver to mend the wound on her chest. It was almost unbelievable, as if it had been merely an illusion. Yet the mixture of Rosa's energy and blood on her claws, along with the chaotic floor, confirmed the reality of the situation. Ultimately, this ordeal concluded with Optimus Prime and the ambulance reprimanding Rosa for her self-destructive behavior, leaving the true nature of the solver unresolved. Chapter 22. I would call it One Punch Man recently. The ambulance had discovered that Rosa possessed an academic talent. Observing her crafting a computer host, he fell into contemplation. And there was also a hint of aesthetic talent. The ambulance admired the exterior armor she had polished, noting her remarkable manual dexterity. These revelations came to light when the ambulance knocked on Rosa's door, intending to conduct a simple psychological assessment, only to be momentarily diverted by other matters. Regrettably, Rosa was a warrior, but he believed he could cultivate her talents in his spare time, although he had yet to fully discern the nature of Rosa's other half. He was not willing to forsake such a promising prospect. The ambulance cast a glance at Optimus Prime and pondered how to engage him in conversation. Subsequently, the ambulance conducted a brief test on the exterior armor crafted by Rosa, finding its hardness to be barely satisfactory. It was indeed well suited for her, compensating for the fragility of her metal composition. She could wear it on their next mission. Although he had already surmised the reason behind Rosa's brittle metal, her being a hybrid of flesh and machinery with an exceptionally rapid regeneration rate, he questioned how resilient her metal could truly be. The ambulance was soon met with an ironic revelation. The hardness had not vanished, but had merely transferred to Rosa's blade and claws, including her wings, although they remained unaware of the latter, and Rosa was disinclined to mention it. The ambulance found himself nearly dumbfounded while instructing Rosa on how to maintain her weaponry, as he discovered that the hardness of her armor approached that of the hardest metals known on Cybertron. After a moment of silence, the ambulance, under Rosa's piercing gaze, finally commenced her psychological evaluation. This time, the leader would observe, and they would later deliberate on her performance together. The ambulance was not a psychologist. He could only employ the testing methods previously utilized on Cybertron to assess whether Rosa posed any significant issues. Thankfully, the outcome was not disastrous. Tidying up, the ambulance departed with Optimus Prime, each tending to their respective tasks. The ambulance had repairs to attend to on the terrestrial bridge, which had been malfunctioning since it was bitten by a gnawing insect. Meanwhile, Rosa sat in her room, contemplating and retrieving her earlier notes on the principles of the terrestrial bridge's transportation. She was oblivious to the happenings outside, until someone on the intercom called for her. Upon arriving in the main hall, she was met with the sight of the terrestrial bridge in ruins, alongside an unfamiliar figure. "Come, Jack, meet my other dear friend, Mickey. She may be small, but is quite formidable," Mickey said, rising to wave at Jack. "The partitions are troublesome. Can you keep an eye on them?" "I'll do my best." "Though trouble always seems to find its way," Mickey replied with an exasperated stance. Jack, smiling, turned to her, assuring, "I will get along splendidly with her." It was only upon turning that Jack noticed Rosa, remarking on her attractive visage and commendable proportions, albeit unable to discern whether she was a wheeled or flying type, perhaps a non-transformer. A pity, he thought, but she did not appear to be a warrior. She was striking, yet seemed too delicate, resembling a mere ornament. "This is Rosa, a rather unique member among us Autobots. Despite being a non-transformer, she is quite fierce in battle," the partition introduced. Jack raised an eyebrow, seemingly skeptical of this assertion. But he would soon learn the truth if Rosa were to land a punch on him. "Hello, Rosa," he greeted politely, as they acknowledged one another. Truth be told, she was more inclined to seek out the ambulance to study the terrestrial bridge and paid little mind to them thereafter. Yet for some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Jack. Her discussions with the ambulance, including his demonstrations on the terrestrial bridge's maintenance process, continued until the party commenced, leaving Rosa feeling increasingly unsettled by Jack's demeanor, especially during the evening when the Jack was hosting a welcoming party. Rosa, who initially intended to stay home, was unexpectedly pulled in by the ambulance to teach how to calibrate the sensitivity of the land bridge. After a brief instruction, she was allowed to pursue her own activities. Suddenly, a shiny ball came hurtling towards them, first colliding with the wall, creating a significant dent before nearly striking the ambulance. Fortunately, the ambulance managed to evade it. The iron ball was about to crash onto the control panel when a blue symbol appeared before it. The iron ball fell and hit the solver, bouncing onto the ground, at least sparing the control panel from damage. "Be careful, guys, I'm calibrating the sensitivity of the land bridge," the ambulance shouted angrily, pointing at the control panel. "Apologies, Doctor. We got a bit too excited," the Jack replied as he picked up the ball. He had clearly seen the solver symbol pop up when the ball hit the control panel, resembling some sort of defensive mechanism. "Did you create this?" he asked the control panel, leading the ambulance to think he was referring to the land bridge. "Yes," the ambulance continued calibrating the sensitivity while Rosa observed from the side. "This technology is quite complex," the Jack remarked, his gaze slightly unnerving as if he were plotting something. Rosa noticed this, and when the Jack inquired whether the land bridge was also crafted by the ambulance turned back with a hint of confusion. At that moment, Rosa suddenly approached, pointing at the control panel and asking what that section was for. The ambulance initially thought Rosa hadn't been paying attention, but then noticed her fingers rhythmically tapping. Raising his gaze to Rosa, he saw that one half of her screen was revealed, obscuring one of her eyes, displaying a message that indicated her perspective was quite adept, just enough to prevent the Jack from seeing it. "Yes, I made that as well," Although he didn't comprehend Rosa's meaning, he was willing to cooperate. What is wrong? Is there a malfunction? The Jack's gaze remained unsettling. I am not satisfied with the last transmission. I intend to deactivate it temporarily. The ambulance feigned ignorance, continuing to manipulate the program while superficially explaining to Rosa, all the while pulling up the command panel. But what if it's needed? The Jack probed deeper. The ambulance responded appropriately while inscribing a few words on the command panel. It is somewhat peculiar. If we terminate the program now, the damage will be irreparable. Upon hearing this, Rosa understood that the ambulance had begun to realize something, for the damage was merely a possibility, not certainty. Then, how long will the diagnostic program take? If all goes well, it could be a moment. If not, it could take days, Rosa answered, pretending to glance at the program before turning to inform Jack. Although her response was somewhat exaggerated, she believed the ambulance would grasp the implications of the inquiry. Oh, Jack, step aside. The ambulance slowly turned to Rosa, with her angle allowing her to see the Jack. Once she confirmed he had moved away, Rosa redirected her focus to continue messaging the ambulance while utilizing her visual blind spot. Stalling for time, Rosa continued to see words materialize on the screen. Uncertain. No evidence. The ambulance inscribed on the command panel, then promptly erased it again. The worst-case scenario is that the base's location cannot be discovered. The sooner it is dispatched, the better. After inscribing the final word, the ambulance deleted it once more and resumed its diagnostic program, albeit at an accelerated pace. Rosa stood silently beside, saying nothing, much like a student attentively observing a teacher's demonstration. Jack conversed with others on the opposite side, reminiscing about the past, though his demeanor seemed somewhat distracted. The partition also sensed that Jack was acting oddly until Meichi, taking him to explore other parts of the base, prompted Arsai to voice her concerns. What is wrong with you? Arsai inquired of the partition, noting that they were not particularly familiar with Jack and therefore could not detect any deviation in his character. Nothing. Just feeling a bit down, came the response. Is your personality somewhat different? Rosa approached from near the ambulance, casting a glance down the corridor to confirm Jack had departed. Indeed, your gaze and words seem rather incongruous. Rosa leaned against the wall and remarked, if even your personality is off, then there is genuinely a problem. Specifics? Arsai pressed. Intuition suggests that your speech is excessively purposeful. You cannot even obscure your intent with simple pleasantries. If I cannot discern this, then I might as well not be here. Rosa straightened her posture. Mimicry is a forte of the solver. Simulating personalities and projecting onto others are skills I excel in, especially when ensnaring other prey. When the Decepticons require the simulation of a persona to assume a Decepticon identity, it becomes crucial. Buzzing and beeping? Testing is permissible, but I can give it a try. Listen, I understand Jack better than anyone. The partition leaned against the wall, poised to continue, when Jack unexpectedly returned from his circuit. When the partition inquired about past events, Jack accurately recounted them. However, he was unaware of one crucial detail. The partition had not been involved in that particular incident. There was no doubt in exposing the truth. The faceless man, in a fit of defiance, drew his blade, fully cognizant that to escape safely, he must take a hostage. Yet, why had he taken himself hostage? Do I appear weak? Stay back, or I will kill her. Jack, or perhaps more aptly the faceless man, brandished a knife identical to Jack's and pointed it at Rosa's throat. Rosa thought that if a hostage was taken, she could devise a way to incapacitate the hostage, compelling the assailant to abandon their captive and flee. At that moment, the ambulance, hastening its repairs to the land bridge due to its clandestine dialogue, had successfully completed them. The faceless man promptly entered the coordinates and activated the land bridge. As Rosa contemplated using the knife before her to slit her own throat, feigning incapacitation, she overheard a chilling remark. Don't worry, darling, I will treat you well. A shiver ran through Rosa. She no longer wished to harm herself, opting instead to extend her tail and inject a syringe into the faceless man's wrist. As the corrosive liquid within the syringe augmented the piercing capability of the needle, it also coursed through the body, infiltrating other tissues. The thousand-faced man found his wrist penetrated, causing him to release the knife in pain. Without hesitation, Rosa pivoted and unleashed a powerful punch directed at his abdomen. The entire base trembled as they witnessed Rosa's fist propel the thousand-faced man directly into the wall, creating a substantial crater. Even as he was hurled away, a blue trail followed him, and the impact stirred up clouds of dust, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Amid the violent shaking, the lights above flickered, and although the hall's walls were robust, extensive bruising, fractured limbs, and metal burns were evident. "Oh no!" Rosa exclaimed, covering her face, her eyes widening in emotional turmoil. "Rosa, that's the Decepticon." Someone attempted to interject, but was cut off by Rosa. "No, I'm apologizing to the wall. The repairs will be quite troublesome, won't they?" The sentiment echoed that one day. Should Rosa deliver another punch, he would surely behave. When the true Jack came in and proceeded to shut down the land bridge, he was greeted by a disturbing sight. The nearly incapacitated, oh no, perhaps already deceased, Jack was slumped against the crumbling wall, blood pooling beneath him. A pronounced dent marred the thousand-faced man's abdomen, with metal crushed inward, intertwining with mangled wiring and internal organs, likely obliterated by that one blow. The Jack raised an eyebrow, beckoning the barrier to come and restrain the thousand-faced man before reopening the land bridge to dispose of the garbage. That is, the thousand-faced man, while also attaching explosives as a gift for the Decepticon. Optimus Prime approached Rosa, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Agent Fuller will handle this situation adeptly." He smiled and nodded, surveying the humanoid crater still shedding dust on the wall. "To be honest, I believe Rosa is more suited for this," the barrier remarked, glancing at Rosa and swallowing hard at the memory of her might. "Her?" The Jack looked towards Rosa, struggling to reconcile the image of such a seemingly delicate girl wielding such tremendous power, yet he understood the truth. One must not judge by appearances. It was indeed that young lady who had struck the thousand-faced man into the wall. The barrier moved beside the land bridge and closed it. Envisioning the terrifying destruction Rosa could unleash if she truly lost control. "Shall we continue the party?" asked Meichi, who had rushed to the barrier's side. "No, Meiki. Let us resume tomorrow afternoon when you return. It is already quite late." Chapter 23. The desire for a lavish feast. The following afternoon, the party resumed. Yet Rosa remained largely detached, spending her day in her quarters, diligently studying how to replicate a particular weapon she had previously encountered. She contemplated the idea of annihilating all edible life forms, but also recognized that if she wished to return, she must rely on the resources possessed by one faction or another, be it the Decepticons or the Autobots. However, her desire to join the Autobots was driven by a simple rationale. Reflecting on her experiences at the rookie training camp, she recalled how a group of mockers, who derided her for being a non-transformer, were swiftly subdued after she bested them in combat. The prevailing disdain among the Transformers towards non-Transformers was palpable. They were a band of bullies thriving on the weakness of others. Could she truly establish her footing among the Decepticons with her abilities? Perhaps. But if the future required her to devise a means of returning home, she could not entrust her fate, nor that of her family, to a collective of dubious moral character. It would be far wiser to bide her time among the more principled Autobots, waiting for the war to conclude and, subsequently, once Cybertron's resources were restored, to explore avenues for her return home. Initially, she had anticipated welcoming a new comrade into their ranks, yet she was taken aback when Jax, having repaired the spacecraft, departed by dusk. When the news reached her, Rosa promptly went to bid farewell to Jax. "You aren't staying?" she inquired as she stepped out to say her goodbyes, while the partition gave Jax a hearty pat on the back. Old Jax never lingered, yet he always returned. The ground bridge activated, transporting Jax to his ship, but Rosa did not follow, as she was summoned by Ratchet. "I apologize, but as a physician, I have several inquiries," Ratchet stated earnestly, fixing his gaze upon her. Rosa hesitated. Would it be impolite not to see him off? "Go ahead, little girl," Jax encouraged, sensing Rosa's inner conflict and nodding at her. "You may yet become a formidable warrior." His words served as encouragement, and Rosa, grateful, obediently followed Ratchet into the medical bay for further discussion. Firstly, Ratchet regarded the somewhat dazed Rosa, who was still swaying her tail, the blue syringe bobbing rhythmically. "What is the essence of your solver?" Ratchet recalled the hypothesis. The Iron Eater exhibited a fear of what it perceived as kin. The core would gradually heat up, necessitating energy to cool it down. Individually, this may seem manageable, but when combined, one could not help but speculate that the solver might possess a certain devouring nature. "This is a question we do not even know the answer to," Rosa tilted her head. But I can tell you that the solver constitutes our foundational logic. It is innate to us, though the distinction lies in the fact that this battery has a leakage. As she spoke, the symbol of the solver materialized upon Rosa's palm. The essence of devouring. Our core will gradually heat up over time, and energy can serve to cool it down. If the core's temperature escalates beyond what the body can endure, Rosa glanced up at Ratchet, who surmised the implication and responded, "You would perish in an explosion." Rosa nodded, continuing to elucidate the solver's other countermeasures prior to such a catastrophic event. Before that, if the core temperature reaches a critical threshold, consciousness will be commandeered by the solver's foundational logic. What does that mean? Ratchet inquired, his brow furrowing. Rosa did not provide an explanation, but instead settled onto a medical bed, crossing her legs under Ratchet's watchful gaze. One of the aspects of the solver's foundational logic, Rosa placed a hand on her leg, is devouring. If energy is insufficient, the foundational logic seizes control of consciousness, consuming everything within sight that contains energy. The ambulance was perplexed. It was akin to a person feeling hunger and yearning for sustenance, or a fuel tank devoid of energy longing for replenishment. Quite a natural instinct. However, Rosa's subsequent words illuminated the misunderstanding. With her nearly flawless visage slightly bowed, her sharp teeth faintly revealed, the beautiful face cast a shadow beneath the laboratory's overhead light, obscuring her expression, leaving only her piercing blue eyes, radiating a soft azure glow, fixed intently upon the ambulance. As Rosa lifted her gaze, the shadow dissipated, revealing her to appear utterly innocuous, much like a harmless young girl, governed by fundamental instincts. Even with the core temperature reduced to a safe level, she would still adhere to her primal urges. A certain stimulus could rekindle her volition. Rosa raised her index finger, nodding slightly, as if to elucidate the core operational principles. The ambulance, taken aback by the rapid shift in Rosa's demeanor, realized that her earlier implication was that if her core temperature soared too high, she would instinctively consume those around her, as long as they were any energy-bearing entities, including carbon-based life forms. The ambulance shuddered at this revelation. Even the nightmarish Iron Eater feared her. Now, he believed her words, especially in light of Rosa's transformation furnace, which was the best testament to her capabilities. He finally understood why he once perceived Rosa and the Iron Eater as akin. "Rest assured, I'm not at that point yet," she reassured. Upon hearing this, the ambulance sighed, fully aware that Rosa was not currently famished. Rather, he feared the day she might lose control and consume her own kind. "I understand, but do you not possess any other countermeasures?" he inquired, gesturing towards Rosa, regarding the consumption of humans. "Do not worry, I would never choose to consume humans. The delightful energy entities and motor oil align far better with our preferences," Rosa replied, clearly missing the crux of matter. "That is not what I meant. I fear that if you were to go berserk in battle, would you not devour the Autobots?" The ambulance exclaimed, frustration etched across his face. Often, he found himself wishing he could dismantle Rosa's cognitive module to uncover the workings within. "This," she mused, "I shall carry a canister of super energy substance in my subspace, allowing for prompt control. Furthermore, if I were to lose control near you, I would be amidst the tiger pile, indulging in a delightful buffet of tigers. Would that not be preferable?" The ambulance's irritation deepened. He could not accept the notion of consuming humans, particularly not with someone like Rosa, who shared the Cybertronian gene. "Rosa, we cannot consume humans. Even the Decepticons would never stoop to such an act," Optimus Prime interjected, having entered unnoticed and casually shutting the door behind him. "This is our instinct, Optimus. Even the awakened seekers possess such instincts. To perish by self-destruction is the only true path to my demise," Rosa asserted, stepping before Optimus. "And it is also what we dread." Two pairs of azure eyes gazed intently at one another. Within Optimus Prime's eyes lay compassion and pity, while the emotions reflected in Rosa's gaze eluded his understanding, akin to numbness, akin to bloodlust, yet intertwined with a tenderness and integrity that starkly contrasted those darker feelings. It was a chaotic disarray, yet somehow orderly. However, that sanguinary sensation evoked memories of someone he would never allow Rosa to become, never to transform into a second Megatron. "We do not wish for you to entirely resist your instincts, merely to exercise restraint within your capabilities," Optimus Prime stated, crouching down to meet Rosa's gaze levelly. At the very least, do not harm your family. The word family rendered her momentarily speechless. It had been an eternity since she had last seen her parents and loved ones, and naturally, she yearned for them. The directive to return home, to reunite with her family, weighed heavily upon her heart. Thus far, the Autobots had not been her enemies, but they had not ascended to the status of family either. Yet, to the Autobots, each other seemed to embody the essence of family, even as they too could not return home, adrift in foreign lands. Their homeland existed solely within the confines of their memories, an unreachable sanctuary. Very well, I shall endeavor to control my discontent, she resolved, though I will certainly try. They may not be my family, but they are not my adversaries either. I shall refrain from consuming what I can. Furthermore, I require a sample of your saliva, as well as the acidic sample from your tail. Ratchet contemplated for a moment before articulating his request. Once the collection was complete and no further tasks remained, he permitted Rosa to return. Chapter 24, Prayer. The following day, Rosa awoke on the charging bed, sitting up to gather herself. RC knocked and entered. Well, this is a rarity. You've actually risen, she remarked, her initial intention to awaken Rosa thwarted by the fact that she was already awake. RC recalled how difficult it had been to rouse Rosa in those early days, often envisioning her as akin to a languid human. Having grown accustomed to hearing Rosa's words, RC smiled softly and closed the door, sensing that Rosa had gradually adapted to early rising. Perhaps soon, there would be no need for her to wake her. She could manage on her own. Rosa tidied herself up before making her way to the common area, where everyone had gathered. Ratchet was still analyzing the acidic substance in her tail. Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime. The voice of Agent Fowler echoed through the hall. What brings you here? And what about the Decepticons? I barely managed to track this down, but at a critical moment, our aircraft was shot down by them. Agent Fowler interrupted Optimus Prime, revealing that during his pursuit, their aircraft had been taken down by the Decepticons, and he had gleaned crucial intelligence. The Decepticons intended to seize nuclear-powered weaponry. Though he found it perplexing why they would covet such primitive technology for the Cybertronians, Agent Fowler intended to transport the weaponry via a land bridge. However, due to the instability of the nuclear-powered weapons and the potential for radioactive elements to disperse globally through the land bridge, only Optimus Prime and his team could undertake the transport. Consequently, Rosa was not included in this mission. She was unable to transform and could not traverse at high speeds like a vehicle, making her presence on the road a detectable risk, and thus she was to remain at the base on standby. She, along with the ambulance and Jack, remained at the base. Alas, it was truly unfortunate that Rosa was unable to transform. Mickey leaned against the railing, expressing her regret, while Laffy, aware that being unable to transform rendered one somewhat disabled among the Transformers, gently tugged at Mickey, signaling her to refrain from such comments. It was of little consequence. After all, the Solver had compensated for her shortcomings. Rosa was not perturbed. Her inability to transform was merely a trivial matter. The ambulance understood the likely reason for Rosa's inability to transform, a hybrid of flesh and machine. What did they expect her to become? To transform only to sever her own flesh within? Amidst their banter, Optimus Prime, tasked with transporting nuclear weapons, was ambushed by a battalion of Decepticons. Agent Fuller recognized the helicopter that was attacking them. However, the ambulance did not detect any life signals from the Decepticons. And just as it speculated they might be employing some form of cloaking technology, Agent Fuller witnessed a human emerge from the Decepticons' vehicle's sunroof. It is not the Decepticons attacking us. It is a human. A human. Laffy and Jack exchanged incredulous glances. This is absurd. Engaging the Autobots would be like a fragile egg striking a stone, Mickey exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime resolved to employ minimal force, opting only to disarm them, mindful that it was improper to relinquish their vehicle forms in front of humans. They persistently attempted to halt the Autobots, but the physical prowess of the Autobots was far beyond their capacity to contend with, resulting in several of the Mech Special Forces vehicles overturning during the fray. I am Agent William Fuller. Who are you? The helicopter, still hovering aloft, responded, I am Silas. But what is more pertinent for you to know is that we are the Mech Special Forces. Be warned, we must acquire the nuclear core, even at any cost. Silas, observing the large truck below, regarded it as a prize easily within reach. Through Optimus Prime's broadcast, Those at the base heard Silas's words, prompting Rosa to twitch her lips in disbelief at the man's audacity. Is that so? Then might I inquire how much you intend to sell the nuclear power for? Who said we plan to sell it? Agent Fuller. The implication was clear. Agent Fuller glanced at the helicopter above. They sought the nuclear power for their own use. Subsequently, the leading vehicle of the mech special forces received orders, and a fully equipped individual rose from the sunroof, brandishing a weapon as he breached the truck's rear doors. So, Silas, do you believe your equipment is sufficiently advanced? A motorcycle burst forth from the truck's rear compartment, and the leading vehicle of the mech special forces swerved desperately, resulting in an immediate overturn. Goodbye, Fuller remarked, witnessing the two overturned vehicles in the rearview mirror before terminating the communication. Silas's ambition stirred a sense of caution in Optimus Prime, as he recalled that prior to the outbreak of war, Megatron had entertained similar thoughts. He cautioned Agent Fuller not to underestimate the mech special forces. As the mech special forces vehicles continued to flip, the Autobots finally entered a railway tunnel, securing the nuclear weapons within the train's carriage, parting ways with the train upon exiting the tunnel. The Mecha Special Task Force remained oblivious to the transfer of nuclear weapons and continued to trail the Autobots. At that moment, the Decepticons intervened, culminating in the unintended consequence of the nuclear-laden shell plummeting to the ground. Optimus Prime and his companions were compelled to engage in combat with the Decepticons. Fortunately, the ground forces of the Mecha Special Task Force were lagging behind, with only the helicopter piloted by Silas still in pursuit. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued. However, the situation was not significantly improved. Upon overhearing the conversation between Agent Fuller and Optimus Prime, the Mecha Special Task Force discovered that the nuclear weapons were not in the vehicle, but rather on a train. Distracted by the communication, Optimus Prime was struck unconscious by a Decepticon soldier wielding a piece of timber, while the remaining Autobots found themselves entangled with the Decepticons. Ugh, teleport me there, Rosa exclaimed, placing a hand on her forehead, as this was the most viable solution she could devise at the moment. Rosa, the Mecha Special Task Force, is in the air. That's inconsequential. As long as we can disrupt them and instill fear, let Rosa board first and engage them in close combat, Meichi declared, gesturing emphatically. If Rosa could be teleported onto the train, the Mecha Special Task Force would have to reconsider their chances against her. Rafi concurred with this notion. But the question remained, how could they achieve this? But that's perilous. I must transport her via a land bridge into a confined space, and at a speed of 90 miles per hour. If it fails, she could sustain severe contusions, fractures, or even metal burns. At this point, Rosa raised her hand slowly. I recover quickly, she stated. I was referring to that, Ratchet shouted, observing Rosa's complete lack of awareness regarding the gravity of the situation, reminiscent of when she had nonchalantly extracted her own spark, as if impervious to pain, as though her life were not truly her own. Ratchet buried his face in his hands. But isn't this the best course of action? If we do not intervene, lives could be lost. Meichi gazed at the others with disappointment, prompting Ratchet to finally lower his hands. Why can't Rosa utilize that black hole she created to disrupt their antennas? Jack proposed another idea, only to have it swiftly dismissed. That would be feasible, but the range is too extensive. It could even disrupt the train's systems, leading to chaos. What if we could pinpoint the train's location? The computer was Rafi successfully located the train, which meant they could now safely teleport onto it. The others exchanged glances. Chapter 25, a hybrid cube. No, a hybrid solver. Silas discharged a stun blast at the individuals aboard the train, as the aircraft landed steadily on the train car's roof. Upon sawing open the top of the car, they were met with an unsettling emptiness. It was uncertain if it was indeed devoid of contents. Strangely, despite the opening, the illumination within the car remained woefully dim, revealing only the area directly beneath the cut, while the remainder was shrouded in darkness. Nevertheless, they did not perceive anything amiss and began to descend one by one. Rosa, why is your voice cut out? Silence ensued, and just as they feared calamity was imminent, Rosa's voice echoed once more after a brief interval. Apologies for the misclick. The issue has just been resolved. Rosa had just swallowed the contents of her mouth. She was acutely aware that the Autobots would never permit her to eliminate the native beings of this planet, especially those endowed with sentience. Yet, they were scoundrels, a faction of scoundrels familiar with the Autobots. Who could predict their next move? Thus, once the land bridge completed its transmission, she cloaked herself with projection, simultaneously sealing the sole source of light, the door, obscuring every illuminated corner of the compartment. She had long since prepared to extinguish every member of the mechanized faction that ventured into the shadows of the carriage. However, prior to making her move, she needed to silence all sound. Not a whisper could betray her presence. On board the helicopter, Silas sensed something amiss. The team descending had vanished after a series of ominous clicks, indicating that they had all met with untimely demise. Furrowing his brow, Silas pondered what else lurked below. After all, even if one were to perish by mechanical traps, there would be some outcry, not this eerie silence. Silas glanced at the severed roof of the carriage. Peering down, feeling an unsettling aura within, the commanding pilot observed Optimus Prime racing towards them from a distance. Prime had awakened, and, upon spotting the mechanized helicopter perched atop the train carriage, realized that they were pilfering nuclear armaments. Fearing Prime's approach, Silas issued a retreat order. The pilot promptly maneuvered the helicopter skyward, but Silas seized a rocket launcher to sever the railway ahead. Optimus Prime transformed into a truck, barreling to the forefront of the train, using his hands to halt it with force, for there were still numerous humans aboard. With a crackle and a screech, the train came to a sudden stop under Prime's relentless grip, a catastrophe narrowly averted. Turning his head, Prime caught sight of Rosa crouched within the train carriage. The compartment seemed cramped for her, forcing her to squat, with an unconscious guard behind her, alongside the nuclear weapon and several fallen members of the mechanized faction. Naturally, there was no trace of blood. Rosa had concealed all evidence with her projection, masking any sign of blood on herself, and simulating that the specialized mechanized squad was still alive, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, projections would not withstand meticulous scrutiny, necessitating a method to obliterate all traces of the incident. Rosa first placed the guard gently on the ground, while Optimus Prime handled the nuclear weapon, unloading it from the vehicle for Agent Fuller's official transport. As Rosa lifted her gaze, she noticed Silas's helicopter attempting to escape, prompting her to conjure a black hole. Prime had just set the nuclear weapon down when he observed Rosa launch an object skyward, traveling in a straight trajectory, its tail trailing a long azure light. Beep! The helicopter was struck, punctured by the object, triggering 2 alarms, which were swiftly silenced. The helicopter's systems displayed errors. Garbled text flashing before a blackout screen revealed a symbol of a hexagon with 3 arrows. Subsequently, the symbols vanished, yet the screen remained dark. It was only after this darkness that messages began to appear. Initializing. The helicopter's systems were in disarray, rendering it uncontrollable. The pilot, who had intended to parachute to safety, discovered that various mechanisms in the cabin had begun to separate and reassemble in countless hands that firmly grasped him. The pilot was trapped, while Silas and the remaining team members reacted swiftly, having already unfastened their seatbelts in preparation for an emergency exit at the first sign of alarm. As Silas deployed his parachute in midair, he watched the helicopter plummet. During the descent, the pilot desperately reached out towards the window, and faint echoes of his screams could be heard until the aircraft crashed and exploded, silencing him abruptly. Rosa stared blankly at her hands, realizing for the first time that the solver not only had the ability to disrupt systems but could also infiltrate them. She attempted to leave a message while hacking into the helicopter's controls. It could even assimilate, essentially a temporary takeover of the system, assembling part of a body using the helicopter's components. Clearly, Rosa was not yet proficient in this skill. Fortunately, the helicopter's crash obliterated any potential evidence. Rest assured, those Decepticons were entangled and unable to investigate the energy signal. Rosa, we don't have much time, Optimus Prime urged, but before he could say more, a series of rapid beeping sounds emanated from the compartment beside Rosa. Get back, he shouted. Rosa, caught off guard, did not react in time, and the compartment erupted in flames. Thankfully, they had already removed the nuclear weapon and the agent. Oh, I almost forgot about those mechanical entities. My apologies, that was intentional. It wasn't to avoid detection. Those mechanical foes had already been consumed. The solver, aware that obstructing the process while continuing it would lead to an unstable explosion, deliberately extended a mechanical hand with minimal components to create a black hole. She calculated the explosion timing precisely before severing the hand. utilizing the residual energy to maintain the process. Moreover, she obstructed the escaping machines until the explosion occurred, transforming the severed hand into a time bomb. To prevent those nearby from realizing it was a bomb, she cleverly employed a device resembling a camera, capable of projecting images and emitting sounds, to mimic the bomb's beeping. Ultimately, Rosa was propelled by the explosion of her own severed hand into a nearby pond, creating a tremendous splash. Ah yes, that severed hand, comprised mostly of flesh and blood with a minimal amount of machinery, obscured the true cause of the explosion, allowing her to shift the blame entirely onto the Mecha Special Operations team. Now, as she found herself submerged in the pond, washing away the remnants of blood, it was perfect. Rosa. Optimus Prime hastened to the edge of the pond to assess Rosa's condition. The tranquil surface of the water, surrounded by gently swaying greenery, was interrupted by a familiar white mechanical hand emerging from the center of the pond. It was Rosa's signature hand, its joints lined with black, and adorned with a triangular shape glowing in blue on the back. The hand gave a thumbs up, signaling that she was unharmed. With a sense of relief, Optimus Prime contacted the others to gather at this location, anticipating the arrival of the ambulance and the land bridge for their return. Regarding the moment when Rosa hurled something at the helicopter, Optimus Prime chose to overlook it, understanding that the world they inhabited was not as they had envisioned. Humanity was not universally benevolent, and there were adversaries lurking beneath a human facade. Rosa, having fallen into the water, found herself weighed down by her robotic form, struggling to rise to the surface. She needed to navigate her way out step by step. By the time Bumblebee and the others assembled, Rosa was just emerging from the water, her armor soaked. To prevent water from splashing onto her fellow Autobots, she began to shake off the excess moisture as she stood in the shallows. In the midst of this movement, she inadvertently glanced back to behold the sunset behind her, framed by an expanse of lush green grass. The orange light danced upon the water's surface, reflecting the verdant plants along the shore, while the distant sounds of chirping insects and singing birds filled the air. The horizon was ablaze with fiery sunset hues, pink, purple, blue, and orange, intertwining harmoniously, creating a breathtaking tableau. This scene stood in stark contrast to the stark, white, icy landscapes she had previously known. Here, life thrived in abundance, with vibrant greenery and myriad forms of life, replacing the cold, monochromatic world with a vivid palette of colors blending, mingling, and offering a novel experience. The panorama of the colorful sunset was undeniably beautiful, momentarily leaving Rosa in a state of awe, a feeling shared by others as well. Regardless of a number of times her body sustained damage, Rosa's exterior could be mended by a solver, ensuring that her appearance remained unblemished. Additionally, a significant portion of her form was white, known for its propensity to reflect light. With no scratches or blemishes, her body exhibited a remarkable light reflectivity. As she gazed back at the vibrant sky, she became aware that others were watching her too. The high reflectivity of her form caused the orange light to illuminate her, radiating a brilliant orange glow, while droplets of water scattered light in all directions, rendering her dazzling. "Rosa, it's time to go," shouted the barrier, snapping her out of her reverie as she dashed towards her teammates, coincidentally just as the land bridge activated, allowing everyone to return to the base. "What happened to Bumblebee just now?" The barrier quietly inquired of RC as they watched the others leave the hall after returning to the base, perhaps momentarily blinded by the light. RC offered a knowing smile and greeted Jack as usual, leaving the barrier to ponder this profound question alone. I hope they will not startle themselves in the future. Chapter 26. How many weapons have you concealed on your person? Steel claws, hands, double blades, chainsaws, guns, cannons, lasers, electronic pulses. What else can you possibly conceal? The ambulance posed this inquiry. Rosa fell silent for a moment, retracting the electronic pulse, from which emerged a coiled object. As it fully unfurled, the ambulance discerned a small flag, red and yellow, emblazoned with the words, "This seems rather off." Though the inscription on the flag perfectly aligned with the ambulance's current thoughts, it only served to deepen his perplexity. How could she conceal so much? The origin of this bewilderment lay in a moment when the ambulance, while demonstrating how to solder wires for Rosa, suddenly found himself unable to locate the saw. When Rosa inquired whether he required a cut in the piping for her to solder, the ambulance acquiesced. He intended to ask Rosa to wait while he searched for a more suitable saw to cut the pipe, only for Rosa to declare it unnecessary. Before his eyes, she retracted her hand and transformed it into a chainsaw longer than her arm. What followed was the ambulance abruptly calling for a halt, leaving Rosa in a state of bewilderment. To be candid, the various weapons Rosa had previously wielded, the steel claws, the double blades, were all comprehensible to the ambulance. The double blades could be gradually assembled piece by piece, while the claws could be clenched into a fist and extended. After all, her transformations appeared deceptively simple. Yet, the current scene left the ambulance questioning his own understanding. If the earlier weapons were explicable, the chainsaw, being considerably larger, exceeded the length of the segment of Rosa's arm that could transform. How could such a large object be produced? What about the space allocated for the blades and hand transformations? Could they all fit within a single arm? Once again, the ambulance urged Rosa to reveal all the weapons she had equipped, his cognitive modules clamoring that it was utterly unreasonable for her to conceal so much within an arm. Even the final revelation seemed remarkably incongruous. Yet shortly thereafter, it somehow became rational. When the ambulance voiced his concerns, Rosa responded with, "The limits of science lie in the realm of metaphysics." Quite reasonable. The ambulance expelled Rosa from the laboratory and began to ponder the matter independently, seeking out scholarly references in an attempt to comprehend the enigma that was Rosa. Now, as Rosa leaped back and forth between her transforming gears and her non-transforming state, she and Alcee, who happened to be passing by, exchanged glances. Upon witnessing the ambulance ejecting Rosa, Alcee promptly shut the door, signifying her intent to focus on her research without interruption. RC sighed softly, beckoning Rosa to the hall. She couldn't quite comprehend the recent peculiarities surrounding the ambulance. It often appeared as if its worldview had been upended, frequently diving into research. Although she could surmise the cause, RC glanced back at the obedient Rosa, who followed her into the hall. Her initial impression of Rosa was that of a simpleton, as she had struggled to distinguish between Autobots and Decepticons upon their first meeting, even mistakenly believing they were Decepticons leading the way. However, as time passed, it became evident that Rosa possessed a sharp intellect. Her confusion back then must have stemmed from other factors. Now, she could differentiate quite clearly, albeit with moments of naivete. "Do you know where the ambulance has gone?" Optimus Prime entered the hall. "In the lab. I'll go call him," Rosa replied, turning to leave. "There's no need. The ambulance is likely preoccupied." Optimus turned to depart, while Rosa contemplated returning to her room. Yet, she recalled that direction also led to the ambulance's laboratory, making her reconsider. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to conflicting directives, she took a step toward that direction, then remembered she need not go there and retraced her steps, only to take another step back toward the lab. After a couple of moments of pacing in a circular fashion, she finally managed to steer herself toward her own quarters. Sighing again, RC mused about Rosa's occasional lack of awareness. However, Rosa had not been assigned many missions lately. For instance, during the museum's energy collection task, she had to remain behind for reasons of stealth, and during the recent incident with Jack violating regulations in a race, she had to stay at the base due to the necessity of vehicle mode. Perhaps for the next reconnaissance mission, she should take Rosa along. After all, Rosa was also a warrior and needed to gain experience. Detecting an energy signal, Raph observed a marker appear on the base's display, prompting the ambulance to receive an alert from its internal system and hasten from the lab. Delegating professional matters to the adept, the ambulance precisely located the source and then handed over the positioning synchronization device to RC, who was on duty. The ambulance understood well when a mission arose. Other tasks were momentarily set aside, remaining on standby in the hall while awaiting RC's readiness to activate the ground bridge. Though his gaze toward Rosa remained constant, RC contemplated for a moment before contacting Optimus Prime to report. This time, she intended to bring Rosa along. RC caught a glimpse of Jack's eager expression. "Can I go? I brought my multi-functional tool," Jack exclaimed. After a brief hesitation, RC included Jack in her report. Suddenly, Rosa remembered something and asked RC to wait. A short while later, Rosa returned to the hall clad in her best armor. "Wow, awesome," exclaimed Miko, seeing Rosa in her sleek black armor. RC was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled with a hint of resignation, leading both of them into the ground bridge. Chapter 27. Do not play with prey this time. Rosa donned the suit of armor, which fit her impeccably, enveloping her entirely and shielding her from the sun's rays. It was truly remarkable. She had even crafted a mask with the ability to retract to the sides, inspired by her own eye-shaped screen. However, the armor was cumbersome due to the myriad of components, making it somewhat troublesome to wear. She anticipated that, in order to prepare for any sudden missions, she might need to wear it frequently. Along the way, Jack cheerfully shared the items he had prepared with RC. Initially, everyone believed this would be a nearly risk-free reconnaissance. However, upon discovering the signs of a massive spaceship's crash landing, they realized the situation was far more complex. Jack, Rosa, you stay here, RC instructed, gliding down the slope before transforming into a motorcycle and speeding off toward the spaceship for reconnaissance. As RC departed, Jack glanced back at Rosa and then toward the direction RC had taken. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to follow her lead. Rosa, after a brief moment of indecision, also pursued them. When they finally reached the vicinity of the spaceship, RC emerged, appearing somewhat disheveled as she leaned against the exterior of the craft, seemingly lost in thought. RC, what's the matter? Jack inquired. RC shook her head, a fragment of memory replaying in her mind. It was only when Jack reached her side that she seemed to regain her focus. I know whose spaceship this is, RC declared, swiftly adjusting her demeanor and attempting to contact the base to establish a land bridge. However, it appeared that some device surrounding the ship was interfering with the magnetic field, preventing any communication. Observing Rosa and Jack by her side, RC instructed them to wait in place while she ventured forward to inspect the ground. Upon spotting a line of footprints, her suspicions were further corroborated. Another memory surfaced. Recalling the moment when the barrier was breached, realizing the imminent danger, she transformed, beckoning Jack to join her. Rosa, you stay here and wait for me. With that, RC propelled herself and Jack away at the utmost speed, determined to put some distance between them. Rosa remained on site for a while, feeling a sense of tedium as she wandered nearby. It was not long before she spotted RC's vehicle form approaching. Listen, head to the coordinates and await Jack, RC instructed, morphing as she moved away in the opposite direction of Rosa. As they brushed past one another, Rosa sensed an unsettling change in RC's demeanor. Fear seemed to radiate from her. RC, with her weapon raised, scanned the surroundings cautiously. After 2 seconds, she turned back to see Rosa still standing there. Hurry, go check on Jack, RC urged, continuing deeper into the woods. Rosa remained silent for a moment before heading in the opposite direction of RC. She crossed a deep chasm, scanning the area, yet she could not find Jack. Jack. Rosa circled the coordinates RC had given her, but found no sign of him. Only the tire tracks of RC's motorcycle and the prints of human shoes. Jack wouldn't have gone looking for RC, would he? Following the trail of Jack's footprints, Rosa pressed on, the sun nearing the horizon. Uncertain of how long she had been walking, Rosa suddenly heard Alcie's cry, Jack. The sky gradually transformed into a hue of orange, the light waning, and soon it would be enveloped in complete darkness. Alcie! Rosa rushed out from the woods to Alcie's side, only to find her ensnared in white webs. Just as she was about to assist, Alcie urged, quick, help Jack first. They headed southwest. The Black Widow is hunting him. Alcie struggled and shouted that it was a spider-like transformer. Upon receiving the directive, Rosa immediately sprinted towards Jack and the Black Widow. The night had fully descended, visibility diminished, and the terrain, primarily grassy with little sand, made Jack's footprints somewhat challenging to discern. However, the tracks left by the Black Widow's spider legs were unmistakable. Rosa did not locate Jack, but she found the Black Widow, fortunately still unaware of Jack's whereabouts, seemingly reveling in the thrill of the hunt. Hunt. An idea struck Rosa. True predators often present themselves in the guise of their prey. Let us play a game then, she mused. Jack had traversed a fallen log. Realizing there were no more places to conceal himself, the spider-like transformer drew nearer, forcing him to take refuge beneath the log. The sound of the Black Widow's legs piercing the earth and grass echoed ominously. Just as she was about to uncover Jack's hiding spot, a scream resonated in the distance. The Black Widow, drawn to the sound, swiftly headed towards it. Once Jack heard her footsteps fade, he contemplated escaping, but suddenly sensed something amiss. That scream sounded eerily familiar. Why? Had he misheard? Were there others in the woods? After a brief moment of hesitation, Jack stealthily made his way towards the source of the scream. The Black Widow seemed oblivious, as the direction of the scream was somewhat distant from where she had been pursuing him. Perhaps her patience had waned. Crossing a ravine, when the Black Widow arrived at the location of the scream, she found Jack inadvertently caught in a trap he had not seen, blood streaming from his injured leg. Horrified, he watched as the Black Widow's eyes widened in terror, even attempting to drag his ensnared leg away. "Oh, Jack, you truly should not have partnered with Alcee. You are unaware that her former partner, now her previous partner, was also ensnared by me," the Black Widow taunted, circling Jack as if savoring his fear. Crack! Hiding behind the log, Jack gasped in shock as the Black Widow pierced him with a blade. He was not mistaken. It was indeed a figure identical to himself, garbed the same, with a face that mirrored his own. "My apologies, I intended to, A colossal scythe struck the Black Widow's shoulder, lifting her off the ground. As she struggled, she realized something was amiss with her captive. Indeed, the Jack in her grasp transformed into a blue light and vanished. It was merely a projection. "How is this possible?" the Black Widow exclaimed, her gaze shifting upward in astonishment. A more chilling scene unfolded as Jack gaped, his mouth agape in disbelief. First, an individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to him appeared, followed by a second Black Widow. This doppelganger, suddenly illuminated by a flash of light, clung to the tree trunk, gazing at the Black Widow who had been struck in the shoulder. Indeed, she was lying on her back, propped against the trunk, with her elbows resting upon it, hands cradling her chin. Every aspect, appearance, tone, even mannerisms, was identical. The only distinction lay in the spider-like appendages on her back, where an additional jointed limb connected to a metallic scythe protruded. The prey was ensnared. The Black Widow atop the trunk mimicked the tone of the other, saying, "I sincerely apologize. I intended to strike more accurately, but you kept moving." Suddenly, the Black Widow, clinging to the tree, transformed into Rosa with a flash of blue light. At that moment, an array of limbs, pincers, claws, scythes, and eye-like devices extended from Rosa's back, emerging from the aperture that had been reserved for her wings. "Stay calm. I won't harm you." Jack's mouth had widened to an extraordinary extent as he stared at Rosa, perched on the tree, her multitude of joints and dark exoskeleton evoking a resemblance to her arachnid counterpart. "Arcee." Jack inadvertently caught sight of Arcee in the distance, hiding behind a tree and waving to indicate he was unharmed. However, the distance was considerable, and it would take Arcee some time to reach him. Arcee, from afar, could only see Jack, while the other two were obscured by the foliage, but it seemed there were no significant issues. With a crack, Arcee had already begun moving closer, but Jack remained fixated on Arcee's direction. Suddenly, he heard a commotion. Turning around, he saw the Black Widow attempting to ambush Rosa with her spider legs, only to have one of them snapped off by Rosa's pincers. "You're being naughty." Her calm tone, obscured visage, and somewhat eerie demeanor betrayed no movement as she maintained her position, fixated on the Black Widow. The Black Widow, acutely aware of her surroundings, did not turn around and remained oblivious to the rogue leg's approach. Meanwhile, Rosa's extended camera was stealthily observing the Black Widow from a higher vantage point, effortlessly catching sight of her subtle movements. Noticing Arcee's imminent arrival, she ceased her clinging to the tree. Rosa loosened her grip on the trunk and executed a backflip, landing deftly behind the Black Widow. The scythe poised to pierce her only slightly adjusted, its supporting framework twisting midair. Rosa remained in front of the Black Widow, even exposing her back directly to her. "Jack," Rosa called out as she steadied herself, shifting her body to the right to evade the Black Widow's continued assault from her spider leg, narrowly missing the blade's edge. She did not glance back or divert her gaze. Instead, she focused solely on Jack. After skillfully avoiding the ambush, she reached out and grasped the attacking spider leg, twisting it forcefully, sparks flying as a segment of the Black Widow's leg remained in her grasp. "Such mischief," Rosa remarked, examining the spider leg in her hand, rotating her wrist to inspect the blade's edge before turning and thrusting it into the center of the Black Widow's weapon, which was poised to fire at her. "I sincerely apologize for causing you pain." Rosa feigned distress, covering the mouth of her external armor. The dark-hued armor of the Decepticons enveloped her entirely, obscuring her face. Yet her body language and intonation were exceptionally expressive at that moment. It is uncertain just how credible her words were, especially since the Black Widow's firearm remained firmly in her grasp. TSK, it must hurt quite a bit, right?" Children should not emulate Rosa. She turned to Jack once more, one hand on her hip while the other formed a fist, her thumb pointed at the Black Widow. Were you? You are not Spider-Woman. The Black Widow gazed at the peculiar appendages protruding from Rosa's back, her expression one of incredulity. Rosa's external armor was entirely black, and from her back extended a multitude of metallic limbs, claws, scythes, and cameras, reminiscent of a spider, albeit devoid of the drooping appendages and lacking the sharpness of the scythes and pincers. Rosa regarded the Black Widow and remarked, well, I suppose it's somewhat similar to me, but not quite a spider. The absolute solver form bears resemblance to a centipede, indeed akin to an insect. As she spoke, Rosa retracted the extended appendages, releasing the Black Widow. She believed that after being pierced in the shoulder, the Black Widow would be unable to escape. However, Rosa underestimated her. Unbeknownst to her, the Black Widow could burrow into the ground. The moment her feet touched the earth, she immediately dug a hole with her remaining spider legs, escaping without hesitation. Oh dear, it seems I caused a ruckus. Rosa chuckled awkwardly beside the hole the Black Widow had emerged from. This is troublesome. I intended to leave it for Alcy. Rosa pondered beside the gaping hole, as Jack approached to examine the dark cavity. Keep it a secret, she said, glancing at Jack, just as Alcy finally arrived. Chapter 28. Everyone drop it. Jack. Rosa. Alcy's motorcycle form seemingly flew down from the mountain. Upon seeing both her companions unscathed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alcy. Jack joyfully approached to greet her, while Alcy, upon completing her transformation, immediately raised her weapon, surveying the surroundings. Where's the Black Widow? Both Jack and Alcy pointed simultaneously at the hole in the ground. Jack did not elaborate on how Rosa had bested the Black Widow, and Alcy, too preoccupied with worry for Jack's safety, lacked the inclination to inquire further. She only wished to get them to safety as swiftly as possible. Let us move to a more distant location to contact an ambulance. With that, Alcy transformed back into her motorcycle form, carrying Jack. But this time she deliberately slowed her speed to allow Rosa to keep pace. Upon returning to the base, Alcy suddenly felt something was amiss. It was quite unusual that Jack had remained largely silent throughout the journey, only providing a brief summary of the events. Though he still appeared excited, there was something peculiar about his demeanor. When Rosa and Jack were about to part ways, their eyes met, and they exchanged a knowing smile, choosing to remain silent about the bizarre appendages on Rosa's back. Next came a time for Jack to concoct some dialogue. Hey, Jack, how did you find this adventure? Mickey called out to Jack to discuss their recent mission. It was fantastic. Alcy and Rosa are absolutely stunning. Just moments ago, Jack was contemplating how to fabricate a story, and now is the time to assess the results. Oh, do elaborate. Meichi is excitedly listening alongside Rafi. Rosa's armor is nearly unscathed. The only blemish is a scratch on her shoulder, a mere trace from a glancing blow. Should anyone scrutinize closely, they would discover that with the combat prowess she has displayed, such minimal damage is implausible from confrontation with Black Widow. Therefore, her immediate task is to polish her armor. As soon as Rosa takes a seat, she grasps the polishing tool and begins to refine the exterior of her armor. Perhaps Jack will claim he drove off Black Widow, or someone may realize that her scratches are suspiciously few, but as long as she completes the polishing, there will be no evidence to contradict her. Rosa is keen to conceal the appearance of the absolute solver, including the extended form it takes. She understands how detrimental that form would be for a Cybertronian. To survive, she must seamlessly integrate into a collective. Clearly, she prefers the atmosphere of the Autobots over the more oppressive Decepticons. Thus, after polishing her entire armor, Rosa sets it aside, reminding herself to remain in this place for the time being. In reality, upon returning, Soundwave had already informed Megatron about the massacre at the new recruits training camp. Megatron was taken aback by the death toll. 1,000 had perished in a single night, seemingly at the hands of the same assailant. Have they apprehended it? Megatron inquired, casting a glance at Soundwave, who shook his head and projected the final images captured by one of the surviving optics. What unfolded was reminiscent of a horror film, so surreal it seemed out of place in reality. Once a beautiful Cybertronian, she suddenly contorted on the ground, her head spinning 360 degrees, surrounded by countless cameras, tendrils, and side-like appendages. These entities extinguished the lights on the walls, while innumerable hands and tendrils crawled across the surfaces. The sharp, enormous scythes and pincers, coupled with those glowing blue cameras, appeared utterly otherworldly. For a fleeting moment, Megatron was convinced he was witnessing a scene from a horror movie, only to quickly remind himself that Soundwave would not jest with him in such a manner. The scene of the 145 fallen recruits was a grotesque amalgamation of oil and high-energy substances, the expansive area seemingly drenched in an ethereal essence. With almost no spot on the floor untouched by this energy, the dance floor lights flickered, yet the entire setting resembled a hellscape. Inspections revealed signs of violent destruction at the ventilation ducts. Soundwave then displayed footage from Base 24, which had detected 14 soldiers, along with the one who should have perished, Subject 612, who was still alive and had accompanied 2 Autobots to Earth. That creature may have been captured by the Autobots, or it might have escaped. I must locate that beast. It must be harnessed for my purposes. Megatron had just recovered from the shock of the tentacled scythe. In all his years, he had never encountered anything so utterly disconcerting. The moment countless cameras and tentacled scythes emerged from the darkness, an overwhelming sense of dread permeated the atmosphere, even through the screen. While the universe harbors many bizarre forms of life, this particular horror, which was simultaneously familiar yet alien, was particularly tormenting to the psyche of the Cybertronians, especially with the stark contrast between beauty and monstrosity. This unsettling footage was accessible only to a select few within the Decepticon ranks, while the lower-ranked soldiers were merely presented with a simplistic textual description, accompanied by a screenshot that indicated the necessity of capturing the entity alive, along with a warning of its high danger level. Perhaps Rosa's visage had left an indelible mark on the circuitry. When she had ventured with other Autobots to investigate the mountains, the screen had been abruptly closed, and not a single soldier had connected themselves to the images on the channel. Naturally, they lacked the capacity for deeper contemplation, for all who had laid eyes on the incident had been obliterated. To deny the Autobots any advantage, Megatron had annihilated the entire mining facility. Subsequently, after some time, the explosion of the space bridge had left Megatron incapacitated. Chapter 29, Infection indeed is splendid. The new killing machine's blue eyes transformed to yellow, and her voice took on a peculiar, disjointed mechanical quality. However, no sooner had she undergone this change than she was harshly struck by another female robot with purple hair and purple eyes, adorned with a hat. Get out of my granddaughter's body. We had an agreement. You are forbidden to possess anyone else. The purple-eyed robot shouted in fury. This is not just anyone. This is your granddaughter. The yellow-eyed robot was interrupted once more, this time by a taller killing machine with silver-gray hair and yellow eyes. Get out of Rosa's body. Do not touch my granddaughter. This male robot, having usurped Rosa's consciousness, uttered a sorrowful remark before the yellow eyes flickered and reverted back to blue. At that moment, the purple-eyed robot's eyes shifted back to a gradient of yellow and purple, indicating that the consciousness had returned to its rightful form. Grandfather, grandmother, what has happened? Rosa stared in bewilderment at the robot, who had addressed them as grandparents, while looking towards the purple-haired figure. Listen carefully, Rosa. I shall teach you how to possess others and resist the invasion of consciousness, the elder robot said, taking Rosa's hand. The young blue-eyed killing machine hesitated but nodded. How tragic. The purple-eyed robot suddenly transformed her gaze back to purple, and a serpentine tail emerged behind her, its head adorned with yellow eyes. The tone of her voice made it clear that this was the entity that had just usurped Rosa. Yet before she could finish her statement, she was interrupted by a silver gray-haired killing machine with purple eyes, who produced a rope from seemingly nowhere and bound the serpent's mouth. Mom, I'll be off to patrol now, the silver gray-haired robot announced, tying a large bow around the serpent's mouth before preparing to depart. All right, Mia. You can confidently leave Rosa in the care of her grandparents. The robot adorned in a gradient of yellow and purple joyfully patted Rosa on the head. At that moment, Rosa had yet to reach the height typical of a Cybertronian, standing at merely around 1 meter. Your grandmother was possessed by that creature several times, he remarked, casting a glance at the tail with an implied meaning. Rosa's blue eyes appeared somewhat bewildered as she felt the gentle touch on her head. I shall first restore your memory access to me, rendering it difficult for you to view it readily. Come, my dear grandchild. Concerning the serpent-headed figure. It is derived from the inorganic assassins, and here lies the official imagery of the inorganic assassins. Suddenly, the internal system's alarm chimed, prompting Rosa to tap her screen to silence it as she awakened on her charging bed. Did I dream about the past? Perhaps I have been yearning for home too much lately, she pondered, surveying her surroundings before tidying herself up to head to the hall for her daily supplies. Good morning, everyone, Rosa greeted as she stretched and entered the hall, exchanging pleasantries with others before collecting her provisions. The medic was still bustling about in the hall, and after retrieving her supplies, Rosa wagged her tail and obediently returned to her room to attend to her own matters. The foremost task was to attempt to replicate the You'll Never Live to See 3000. That name was bestowed by her grandmother. In truth, it was a photon accumulator rifle that amplified magnetic energy. It was said that her grandmother had once used this very weapon to obliterate her grandfather's head, which is how they first met. Now, Rosa had roughly constructed the blueprints of the original design, but those plans were based on the size of the assassins and the worker drones, which certainly would not suit her. Thus, a revision was necessary by enlarging certain components. The weight they could bear would also change, requiring her meticulous adjustments. Taking a sip of her provisions, Rosa, under the soft glow of her desk lamp, fixated her blue eyes on the blueprints, while the core of her solver engaged in calculations. Once she had a general idea, she set the blueprints aside and began drafting the modified version. Upon completing the drawings, she commenced the fabrication of components. Rosa spent the entirety of that day ensconced in her room, only venturing out to acquire her supplies, and did not emerge until Jack, Meichi, and Rafi returned to the base after school. Where's Rosa? Is she still in her room? Meichi leaned against the railing, feeling as though she rarely saw her unless there was a matter at hand. Indeed, she seldom emerged. Her outings from her room were predominantly for tasks or academic discussions. Casting a glance toward the medic, Meichi remarked, "Wow, she has nearly become a medic herself." She observed the medic, who was tirelessly occupied. If Rosa continued in this manner, perhaps she too would possess the potential to become a second medic. Buzz. Bumblebee interjected, "Indeed, and there are missions as well." "All right," nodded the medic, when suddenly a beeping sound emerged. "This is astonishing. I have just pinpointed the exact location of the Decepticon warship. How did you circumvent their cloaking technology?" Optimus Prime inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Actually, I stumbled upon it while experimenting with variable frequency wavelengths," the medic responded, glancing at the base's panel, which displayed the coordinates of the Decepticon warship. "It is certain that their spacecraft encountered some malfunctions, likely due to electromagnetic leakage." The paramedic, with a shrug, not only discovered the coordinates of the Decepticon warship, but also located a distress signal from an Autobot. Optimus Prime and the paramedic proceeded, while the others called Rosa to stand by. Rosa set aside her current task and joined them in the hall. "What are you researching in the room, Rosa? Are you developing some extraordinarily powerful weapon?" Meichi inquired curiously, mimicking punches and kicks in the air. "To be precise, it is a photon collector rifle with enhanced magnetic energy," Rosa replied. The technical jargon left Meichi and the other Autobots momentarily speechless. "She truly is transforming into the paramedic," whispered the partition nearby, though Rosa paid no heed, absorbed in recalculating values. After confirming their accuracy, she began contemplating the specific manufacturing process for the weapon components. However, they soon received news that the base needed to prepare a medical bed and activate the land bridge, for Optimus Prime had contracted the Cybertronian plague. Beep, beep, beep. The detector emitted sounds as it neared the corner of Optimus Prime's eye. The Cybertronian plague infects any super-energy entity that comes into contact with it. At that moment, Optimus Prime's optical sensors flickered slightly, and his eye corner was marred with rust due to the infection. How could there be a plague aboard the Autobot spacecraft? Meichi asked, her confusion evident. "The passengers have been infected. This virus has claimed millions of lives," RC explained. "The Autobots have no cure for the Cybertronian plague, as it is a bioweapon created by the Decepticons, a masterpiece of Megatron. If they seek an antidote, they must venture to the Decepticon warship. Fortunately, they can still pinpoint its location." "Bumblebee, Rosa, follow me," RC commanded, confirming the position of the Decepticon warship and activating the land bridge, leading Bumblebee and Rosa onward. "RC, please hurry," the paramedic urged, glancing at RC before returning to attend to Optimus Prime. Chapter 30, Medicine? What medicine? Can't find the antidote. RC's hands were ceaselessly searching through the Decepticon database. "Are you certain, RC? I have searched thoroughly. There is nothing." "Then search again." Upon hearing this, RC exited the interface, stepped back, and initiated another search. They had just traversed the land bridge to the Decepticon warship, stealthily seeking the database for a cure to save Optimus Prime. Yet it appeared that the repository offered no hope. Have you utilized redundant quantum algorithms? I do not require your instruction. Do you think you're the only one who cares for Optimus Prime? Rosa leaned against the door, listening for any unexpected intrusions. Buzz, beep, RC, come look at this. Bumblebee wandered around the room, seemingly having spotted something. He pointed towards a door deeper within. RC, puzzled, approached and gasped upon seeing the scene before her. My goodness! RC exclaimed as she opened the door, revealing Megatron, fully equipped with an array of devices. In a twist of fate, the formidable Megatron is nearing his end, his very life sustained solely by mechanical apparatus. RC, aiming to eliminate him, finds her plans thwarted when an ambulance intervenes. Megatron's cerebral activity remains remarkably robust. If the Cybertronian plague is indeed a Decepticon-esque creation, he is likely the one who possesses the antidote, the only potential salvation for Optimus Prime. As the Decepticon leader, he holds the key, yet someone must delve into his mind to uncover the cure. Enter Megatron's mind? Have you lost your senses? RC protests, bewildered by the perilous notion. I shall undertake this. Rosa interjects, raising her hand. Having some experience with mind invasion, she recalls her past attempts to seize control from other formidable foes, though she had also been overtaken by the consciousness entwined with her grandmother's legacy. What remains uncertain is whether the cortical connection could bypass her grandmother's authority to access memories. There lies an element of risk. If they were to uncover the truth of how to eliminate him, their plan would be compromised. Rosa, that is a cortical connection. None of us have ever attempted such a procedure. Not even the ambulance. RC exclaims, her voice laced with urgency. I may not have executed such a procedure, Rosa responds, but I have thoroughly studied the relevant literature. Let me guess, when one first enters, the consciousness is unaware until it realizes an intrusion has occurred. Rosa ponders. How do you know this? RC inquires, her curiosity piqued. The ambulance, recalling its research, admits, I have not encountered such details in the papers I reviewed. The versions I studied only included the viewing of memories. So you truly possess relevant experience? RC and Bumblebee observe Rosa intently. Yes, but it was only with similar devices. Likely not as sophisticated, and I was the one being invaded. I have attempted to breach others' minds, though Rosa trails off, hesitant, contemplating whether to engage in the cortical connection. Buzz, buzz, beep. Bumblebee interjects. If Rosa has experience, she should indeed direct from the outside rather than enter. RC murmurs, but then, who will go in? Bumblebee interrupts her, expressing his willingness to enter. Rosa pauses, uncertain whether the cortical connection could bypass the Resolver's permissions, and whether the devices employed on both sides are comparable. She had initially contemplated the risk, but if someone is willing to proceed, Bumblebee and RC turn their gaze towards Rosa, who nods in agreement. Let be known, the device I used may differ from this one, and may not be of assistance. With determination, Rosa retrieves a tube for the cortical connection and approaches, preparing to connect it to the rear of Megatron. Everything was set in motion as RC noticed Rosabi's affirmative gesture, signaling the ambulance to initiate the cerebral cortical mental connection. As RC connected to Bumblebee, he trembled briefly before slipping into a dormant state, entering the consciousness of Megatron. Just as Rosabi had anticipated, this apparatus was indeed markedly different from the one at home. The communication downlink was activated, enabling the ambulance crew to witness Bumblebee's experiences within Megatron's subconscious. Within Megatron's mind, Bumblebee wandered, gradually delving deeper until he finally encountered Megatron. The latter was subconsciously engaged in eliminating Optimus Prime. It was evident this was his utmost desire. However, Bumblebee instinctively shielded Optimus from Megatron's subconscious assault, causing the attack to penetrate Bumblebee's form, which in turn caught Megatron's attention. When Megatron attempted to strike Bumblebee, he found himself unable to do so, perplexed by the identity of this intruder. Meanwhile, the subconscious Optimus and Bumblebee's barriers emerged. Gradually, Megatron began to comprehend the situation, severing the unconscious connection. If this is my subconscious, Megatron directed his gaze at Bumblebee. Then what are you doing in my mind? He bellowed. With the sound of a door creaking open, in came Starscream, Shockwave, and Soundwave. Starscream and Shockwave seemed to be persuading Soundwave to allow Megatron a rest, even though Megatron's thoughts remained vigorous. Yet, should Megatron perish now, Bumblebee's consciousness tethered to Megatron would also perish alongside him. The only way you can access my consciousness is through the cerebral cortical mental connection. But my greater concern is, what on earth is happening to me? Megatron's fury was somewhat intimidating to Bumblebee, who recalled the explosion of the space bridge and his own mishap. It dawned on him that the space bridge had indeed exploded. But if Megatron had invaded his mind, it signified he was not yet beyond the veil of death. Slowly, Megatron turned his gaze to Bumblebee, demanding, "Tell me, Scout, am I still alive?" "Bumblebee, we have no time." Soundwave interjected. "Can I assume your silence indicates your agreement with Shockwave's medical proposition?" Starscream continued to persuade Soundwave. Yet the reason for Soundwave's silence was not what they presumed. A cerebral cortical mental connection device was affixed to Megatron. Utilizing his words, Bumblebee urged Megatron to release the antidote formula, even if Megatron only disclosed the formula for a fleeting moment. The ambulance successfully gleaned it from Bumblebee's perspective and immediately contacted RC to sever the cerebral cortical mental connection. The consciousness connection began to collapse, and Bumblebee's awareness returned to his body, his optical sensors flickering awake. "Who is there?" "An intruder. And that monster!" Starscream shouted. However, by this time, the land bridge had already opened, and RC stepped forward, firing a shot to maintain the spark of Megatron. Ultimately, under the pressure exerted by Soundwave, Shockwave managed to revive him. "That monster! Why hasn't that creature devoured the Autobot fleet yet?" In the command room, Red Spider shouted fervently. He had indeed witnessed that footage of the monster's fall. In truth, they had been aware of the creature's survival long before they kidnapped Agent Fuller's Autobot for rescue, and he himself had glimpsed the silhouette of that beast. Perhaps the memories of the rookie training camp massacre, coupled with that footage, led him to instinctively believe that the monster was lurking, poised to strike, fully capable of devouring them. Yet astonishingly it did not. No. Chapter 31. Art is, the medic, Ratchet, expeditiously developed an antidote, and Optimus Prime was restored to health. The entire base erupted in celebration. Subsequently, with little else to attend to, most of the humans gradually departed. Rosa, after confirming that all was well, prepared to retreat back to her quarters. The photon counter rifle, enhanced with magnetic energy, could unleash tremendous power, albeit requiring a 30-minute recharge. This device, however, posed a challenge in its research, particularly the battery meant for energy collection. She pondered whether, after a full charge, the device might become overwhelmed by excess energy, leading to an explosion as the surplus sought a release. As Rosa contemplated these matters, she meticulously polished the fundamental components. The celebration had lingered into the evening, and she decided to fabricate more crucial parts the following day, needing further insights from Ratchet. The next day, the Cybertron Cup basketball tournament commenced. Mika stood atop a passageway, convenient for human maintenance, and blew the whistle. Below, the partitions and Bumblebee engaged in the game. Rosa paid little heed to the commotion, instead discussing the feasibility of the charging device with Ratchet. He understood her intentions, but believed that a manual recharge was preferable to an automated one, as most automatic charging systems he had encountered were rather sluggish. It was not until Rosa presented a design blueprint that Ratchet's optical sensors brightened with intrigue. It was ingeniously crafted, boasting an autonomous charging speed superior to any he had previously observed. However, the device lacked stability. "I have seen a stable version before, though I am uncertain how it was constructed. Perhaps you can offer me some assistance." Rosa articulated her thoughts. Ratchet stroked his chin thoughtfully. "From my perspective, it appears quite stable, capable of emitting a sufficiently powerful energy output. It would not easily explode unless subjected to excessive external force," he remarked, shifting his gaze from the design back to Rosa. "This is precisely the dilemma I wish to address. I will supply the energy-collecting batteries, but I hope that once the batteries are full, it can operate steadily without the risk of detonation from overflowing energy." Rosa recalled the photon counter rifle her grandmother had crafted. It seemed fundamentally similar, yet felt somewhat lacking in essence. Perhaps it is missing something, she pondered when suddenly, a resounding crash interrupted her conversation with Ratchet. "Hey, that's a foul!" Mika exclaimed as she slid down the ladder, blowing her whistle and shouting, realizing it was Bumblebee who had thrown the ball against the wall. "Well, that's rather peculiar. Would Bumblebee act this way?" "Bumblebee, the hoop is right there." The partition pointed towards the hoop, observing the direction of the thrown ball, seemingly indicating it had been aimed towards the partition, which was in stark contrast to the hoop's direction. Such behavior was exceedingly peculiar. In an instant, Rosa recalled something. Glancing towards Bumblebee, she stealthily approached the ambulance's audio receiver. I posed an off-topic question. Is the cortical mental connection bidirectional? The ambulance, observing Bumblebee's recent erratic behavior, was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Rosa nodded and continued to observe. After her conversation with the ambulance, Rosa returned to her task of assembling parts, finally completing the assembly just before bedtime. However, it was too late, and she feared disturbing the other Autobots, planning to test it the following day. At 8:30, Rosa was already online on her charging bed. But not feeling particularly hungry, she refrained from heading to the hall, opting instead to conduct a final check on the device within her room, ensuring it would operate correctly upon activation. Yes, proceed, little scout. In accordance with my will, Megatron's voice echoed continuously within Bumblebee's neural module, clouding his will and guiding him to the flashlight used by the ambulance for repairs. Creak. Bumblebee crushed the flashlight in his grasp. Bumblebee, the ambulance's voice called out from behind him. I still need that. The ambulance could clearly sense that something was amiss with Bumblebee. When Bumblebee mentioned frequently seeing Megatron's face, the ambulance became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. Beep beep, the internal line of the ambulance was activated by RC's call. Ambulance, is Bumblebee with you? The ambulance glanced at Bumblebee beside him. He is. What is the matter? Jack just contacted me. Rafi has no classes today. Bumblebee was supposed to pick him up. What happened? RC was still in training, having dropped Jack off for class before returning to base for further training. I just received a message from Jack that Rafi is still waiting at his doorstep for Bumblebee. There has been a problem. We need to ask Rosa. Is she still in her room? I'll contact her. RC hung up and walked towards Rosa's room while selecting Rosa's communicator. The ambulance opened the land bridge and first brought Rafi to the base. Rafi had intended to chat with Bumblebee, but was taken aback to find Bumblebee sitting despondently in a chair in the hall. Bumblebee? What's wrong? Rafi rushed over, clutching his laptop. We're waiting for Rosa to check the situation. She has been possessed and might know how to handle it. At that moment, Rosa had just activated the device for testing when she received RC's internal communication. As she connected, she hadn't yet managed to respond before noticing the device, initially green, turning increasingly red, prompting her to hurriedly cut off the power supply. Rosa? Rosa. After severing the power, Rosa finally had the opportunity to respond. Sorry, I was a bit. Rosa stood up from her chair and took a couple of steps outside when she suddenly heard the sound of shattering glass behind her, immediately turning around to see a crack forming ominously on the device's exterior. It seems like it's about to, just as the device split open. Before she could finish her sentence, Rosa watched in horror as it exploded, the deafening blast distorting even the door. Rosa? Rosa? As Alcee passed through the hall, she sensed something amiss upon hearing the commotion from Rosa's direction. She rushed over and, from a distance, observed that the door to Rosa's room had been violently deformed by an explosion. Rosa was attempting to pry the door open with her claws in a bid to escape. Alcee, you should head to the Arctic with Optimus and the others to stop the red spider from melting the glaciers. I'll handle things here, she instructed. An ambulance arrived to assist Rosa in forcing the door open. After a moment of hesitation, Alcee turned back to the hall to join Optimus in their mission. Coughing, Rosa waved away the thick smoke. With considerable effort from the ambulance, she finally managed to escape the smoke-filled room, which reeked of a pungent odor. What on earth happened here? The ambulance lamented, covering its face. The last time it witnessed such a scene was during Bumblebee and Rafi's science project. Overloaded, Rosa brushed the dust off her body. The ambulance, with a twitch at the corner of its mouth, remarked, next time, let's use overloaded instead. Huh? Why is Rosa following the ambulance back to the hall? She pondered, perplexed by the need for a change in terminology, likely unaware of the meaning of overloaded. Don't ask. By the way, Bumblebee mentioned he's been seeing Megatron's face lately, as if in a hallucination. Rosa paused, contemplating. No hope left. We might as well find a spot to bury ourselves. Huh? The ambulance turned back, puzzled by Rosa's cryptic remark. Just kidding. Where is he? In the hall. Chapter 32. The Fist of Friendship. Currently, the consciousness of Megatron was likely residing within Bumblebee's mind. Should Bumblebee's will falter, he might be susceptible to possession. As Rosa and the ambulance made their way back to the hall, Rosa hesitated momentarily before adding, At least that was my experience in the past. How did you resolve it before? The ambulance inquired, just as they arrived in the hall and noticed the land bridge was operational. What is going on? One of the machines dashed toward the land bridge. I was chatting with Bumblebee when he suddenly stood up and activated the land bridge. Rafi exclaimed anxiously. The two machines watched as the land bridge, programmed to activate for a set duration, began to close. The blue-green lights flickered out, and the ambulance hurried to check the coordinates of the land bridge. This is the location where we previously battled Megatron and his undead army. The ambulance remarked with a grave expression. Rosa shared the same concern, yet, with a sense of determination, extended her claw. Oh, hey! The ambulance quickly restrained Rosa's claw to prevent her from harming Bumblebee. After a moment's hesitation, Rosa withdrew her claw, and the ambulance pulled the lever for the land bridge. At the end of the land bridge, a yellow figure approached, clutching a purple object. Upon noticing the vigilant gazes of Rosa and the ambulance, he realized they were aware of his control over Bumblebee's consciousness. Just as the ambulance was about to call out to Bumblebee, it was thrown to the ground by Megatron, who was manipulating Bumblebee's mind. Sensing Rosa's proximity, Bumblebee instinctively prepared for defense. But Rosa suddenly teleported beside him and delivered a punch to his abdomen. Bumblebee found himself unprepared, one hand clutching the dark energy entity while the other pressed against his abdomen in pain. Rosa exerted a slight amount of force, carefully controlling her strength to ensure it wasn't excessive. However, to Megatron's astonishment, he remained oblivious to how Rosa had managed to approach him. Rosa. Upon witnessing her attack on Bumblebee, Ratchet grew anxious. Pain can bring brief clarity. Bumblebee, reflect on what you have endured to reach this point. Contemplate the journey you have traversed. Remember your resolve. Suddenly, Rosa delivered a punch to Bumblebee's face, urging him to regain consciousness. With a resounding thud, Bumblebee, still reeling from Rosa's previous words, was knocked to the ground as he struggled for control over his own body against Megatron. Rosa's friendly punch jolted Bumblebee's awareness back into focus. As Rosa prepared to throw another punch, Bumblebee hastily gestured for her to stop, indicating that his consciousness had returned. Gazing at Rosa's fist, he recalled the tragic fate of the 13, now fully aware. We must return Megatron's consciousness, Rosa declared. Ratchet, rising from the ground in disbelief, stared at Rosa, exclaiming, "Are you mad?" Returning Megatron's consciousness means... Listen, Rosa interrupted Ratchet. Megatron's consciousness won't simply return to his original body. We must find a vessel to contain it, or else Bumblebee will be forced to share his body with Megatron for eternity. The thought of sharing his existence with Megatron horrified Bumblebee, sending chills down his spine, and he quickly waved his hands in protest. Rosa, experienced in possession and consciousness transfer, despite having once been a victim herself, extended her hand to Bumblebee, preparing to assist him in standing. For a fleeting moment, Bumblebee appeared disoriented. But then his expression shifted, indicating that Megatron was once again attempting to seize control. Rosa's instincts told her that she needed to act decisively. With a swift motion, she redirected her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Bumblebee, causing him to nearly topple over. The fierce glint in his eyes dulled in the aftermath of Rosa's strike. After landing the slap, Rosa's hand returned to Bumblebee, offering him a means to rise. Buzz buzz, Bumblebee hesitantly acknowledged, recalling the earlier slap. Yet he grasped Rosa's hand and stood up, feeling an odd sense of gratitude despite being struck. He understood that Rosa was aiding him. As Megatron's consciousness began to stir once more, Rosa's experience proved invaluable, even as she endured her own pain. Bumblebee, nursing his freshly slapped cheek, lamented, "I apologize. It seems I didn't need to hit you after all. I just realized that we don't know the location of the Decepticon warship. He gestured towards Megatron. We'll need to provide the coordinates." Rosa seemed to recollect something, sheepishly scratching her head before gesturing towards the land bridge control panel, invitingly. A sense of insecurity loomed over her, as an enemy could seize control of her allies at any moment. Optimus and the others were on a mission and had yet to report back, leaving her in a state of unease. Instinctively, her hand moved faster than her mind, manifesting in a twitch at the corner of Ratchet's mouth, while Bumblebee experienced a similar twitch in his eyes after enduring a beating. Megatron lamented, "Who understands? Just when I needed to emerge, a subordinate sent me back." Controlling Bumblebee's body, Megatron maneuvered the land bridge, with all three machines entering it together. Raph wished to follow, concerned for Bumblebee. Ratchet hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing Bumblebee's silhouette, he decided to bring Raph along. Upon arriving at the Decepticon battleship, Rosa immediately launched a punch at Bumblebee. Though she nearly missed, Rosa used the solver to teleport to the other side of Bumblebee and landed a blow. Apologies, but this is the Decepticon territory. To prevent you, gesturing at Megatron, from backstabbing us, this is how it must be. Rosa raised her hands, regaining control over Bumblebee, and casually tossed the dark energy entity from Bumblebee's hand to Ratchet. Why must I hold this? Ratchet grimaced at the dark energy, feeling discomfort from the anti-spark element. I must keep an eye on Megatron to ensure he doesn't use Bumblebee's body against us. We can't let Raph carry it, can we? The trio glanced down at the diminutive human, who, despite only possessing a small fragment of dark energy, found it cumbersome. Very well, Ratchet sighed. With Bumblebee and Rosa leading the way, Ratchet held the dark energy in one hand while supporting Raph with the other. They fought their way through, with Rosa even taking the opportunity to punch Bumblebee again when Megatron was about to emerge. However, upon seeing Rosa's raised fist, Bumblebee snapped back to clarity. After dispatching several waves of Decepticon foot soldiers, they finally reached the chamber where Megatron resided. Once inside, Rosa locked the door and secured the seams with the solver, rendering it impenetrable. She then connected the bidirectional neural interface to both Bumblebee and Megatron's minds. Yet, after a while, there was no sign of Megatron's cerebral activity. Why hasn't Team Megatron returned to his consciousness? The connection had been established for some time. The door to the room was being pounded, each blow causing the solver symbols to flicker on the surface. Feeling unfair, are we? So, you refuse to return? Rosa gazed at Bumblebee, actually observing Megatron within his consciousness. Although Megatron could not control Bumblebee's body, he was equally unwilling to return to his own, for who would wish to exist as a mere vegetable? Suddenly, Rosa leaned closer to Bumblebee, cupping his face in both hands. Let us strike a fair deal, Megatron. She forced Bumblebee to meet her gaze. We return the core, no, the dark energy entity, and your body revives, allowing you to vacate Bumblebee's form. Rosa's icy blue eyes fixed coldly upon him, her attention unperturbed by the rising hum of Bumblebee's cooling fan. Rosa, if Megatron were to awaken, I know, she interjected, glancing toward the ambulance door that could withstand the onslaught of the Decepticons outside. But what if Megatron continues to linger? Rosa pointed to the door that consistently displayed the solver, which was meant to activate only during enemy assaults. Its persistent glow indicated that the enemy's offensive was intensifying. Determined, Rosa grasped Bumblebee's head, compelling him to lower it. Either you return to us now, and we shall not be ungrateful, assisting you in reattaching the dark energon. As a token of gratitude for providing us with the antidote, you must also ensure our safe passage, or we can prolong this standoff until they break through the door. And in the process, we might extinguish your vital signs, allowing you to spend eternity in bliss with Bumblebee. Heaven help me. Such a description sent shivers down Ratchet's spine, finding her choice of words rather unsettling. At that moment, Bumblebee's gaze sharpened once more. All right. It was Megatron asserting control, gesturing toward his former body. Rosa tilted her head slightly, signaling to the ambulance. With a resigned sigh, the ambulance retrieved the dark energon and inserted it into Megatron's spark chamber, allowing Rosa to release Bumblebee. As Megatron trembled, he gradually rose from the repair table, while Bumblebee severed the neural connection from his head. Megatron surveyed the trio before him, Ratchet, Bumblebee, and Rosa, all of whom eyed him warily. He strode directly to the door, prompting Rosa to deactivate the solver. The door swung open, and the Decepticon foot soldiers, upon seeing Megatron, hastily parted ways. I have my own targets to eliminate, he declared, striding forth. The foot soldiers hesitated, caught between the instinct to fight or flee. With a slight tilt of his head, Megatron invited, Join us, Rosa. Your bloodlust is ill-suited for the Autobots. Upon hearing this, the other soldiers subconsciously assumed they were being granted freedom, stepping aside. One soldier, for reasons unknown, took a step back upon glimpsing Rosa, prompting a whispering exchange among the ranks, after which they all retreated several paces, clearing a path for Ratchet and the others. Let us go, Rosa commanded, leading the way. The soldiers regarded her as if she were a harbinger of calamity, their hands trembling as they lowered their weapons and recoiled in fear. Even as Rosa passed them, They remained apprehensive, dreading that she might turn her head to cast a glance back at them. It was curious, for they were not meant to have witnessed that footage. However, upon Megatron's disappearance post-explosion of the space bridge, Starscream had released the recording, claiming that Megatron had concealed the fact that the Autobots had been harboring a monster. He used this as a pretext to assert that only he could lead the Decepticons effectively. Chapter 33. Are you ready to be struck? Starscream, as the second in command. Even the rear guard cannot be held. The Red Spider shouted as he pulled down the Fallen. Optimus Prime and his team employed a feint strategy, with RC forming a barrier at the front while Optimus maneuvered behind to engage the enemy. Meanwhile, Bumblebee and Rosa were devising a way to descend from the warship while holding onto Ratchet, the ambulance. Ultimately, Rosa leveraged the fear that the Decepticon foot soldiers had of her, coercing several jet-formed Decepticons, while a few Autobots safely landed by stepping on them. Throughout the ordeal, Ratchet cast a complex gaze at her, but Rosa merely smiled and reassured him, "I won't abandon you. Just relax." She rested her elbow on the trembling shoulder of a small Decepticon jet, whispering close to his audio receptor, "If you're not leaving after delivering us, do you wish to become a part of me?" The small jet shuddered and quickly transformed, taking flight. The Red Spider kicked down a soldier who was continuously firing energy beams from a telescope and took his place, aiming the telescope at the successfully flanking Optimus Prime. With his thick armor, Optimus charged directly into the beams, managing to destroy the telescope but sustaining heavy damage from the explosion. "Optimus!" RC shouted as he lay motionless in the snow, incapacitated by the blast. At that moment, a jet appeared overhead. It was the Red Spider. "Megatron has made the gravest error by allowing you to live in this world, Optimus." The Red Spider transformed and dove, readying missiles to fire at Optimus, only to be intercepted by Megatron just as he reached him. It appeared Megatron was ready to settle the score. "Megatron?" Optimus recognized the silhouette, furrowing his brow. Megatron had returned. He flew towards the warship, transforming from the Red Spider's vehicle form. As the Decepticon warship receded, Optimus contacted Ratchet via intercom. "Ratchet, we need a land bridge. It seems you are not the only ones in need." Ratchet's voice chimed in from the side, as several machines looked curiously at the ambulance emerging from the shadows, joined by Bumblebee, Ratchet, and Rosa. Ratchet was perched on Bumblebee's shoulder, and, thankfully, due to the recently melted glacier from the destroyed telescope, the temperature was mild, resembling summer. Otherwise, Ratchet would have frozen. "Fowler, are you there?" After a brief hesitation, Optimus reached out to Agent Fowler, as the base was now deserted. "All right, Bumblebee, come over. I'll tend to you." Fowler hurried back to the base to establish the land bridge. Once settled, Ratchet retrieved a medical kit, preparing to dress Bumblebee's wounds, but Rosa snatched it away. "Let me handle it. It seems most of these injuries were inflicted by me." She awkwardly regarded the various wounds adorning Bumblebee's face and body. Ratchet nodded and went to check on Optimus and the others. As Rosa sat beside Bumblebee, she felt a peculiar sensation, as if she heard the sound of a ventilation fan, but she dismissed it, assuming it was merely the noise of the base's operations. "Let me take care of this," she said, picking up her tools and leaning closer. "Buzz!" The cooling fan of Bumblebee roared to life as he contemplated treating his wounds himself. "Perhaps I should handle this," he mused, recalling that many of the injuries were inflicted by him. "And let us not forget that slap you received. It was entirely unwarranted." However, due to Bumblebee's incessant fidgeting, Rosa had no choice but to firmly press his head down, administering a hasty bandage. The fan's noise intensified as Bumblebee finally settled. Once she finished, Rosa tidied up and prepared to return the equipment to the ambulance, while Bumblebee's exhaust fan continued to emit a persistent hum, suggesting he had yet to fully recover. "All right, let us locate the ambulance for a system scan," she declared. Grasping the medical kit, she made her way toward the ambulance, which was still occupied with scanning other individuals. "Buzz?" came a query. "Yes, it's necessary to ensure you're entirely unharmed." The ambulance opened its comprehensive scanning apparatus. Bumblebee was indeed fine, while Rosa focused on restoring her room, which had been damaged by the recent explosion. Unfazed, she produced a wrench from an unknown source, twirling it in her hand before commencing repairs on the door. For some reason, I feel an inexplicable fondness for this door," she remarked. Chapter 34. I arrive at the Shadow Zone. I had hoped that my expertise in this area could contribute to the academic realm. The main hall screen displayed a faint energy signal, weak yet undeniably indicative of a dark energy entity, swiftly moving. The ambulance turned to look at Optimus Prime, realizing that the signal originated from a familiar location, the site of the fallen Decepticon. They dismissed the possibility of Megatron attempting to assemble a zombie army once more. Rosa likely wouldn't partake in this endeavor, as she was still engaged in salvaging the remnants of her once coherent room and attempting to recover usable parts from the wreckage. The ambulance, surmising the weapon Rosa was concocting would possess considerable power, refrained from calling her out, allowing her to continue her research undisturbed. Thus, when Rosa finally emerged from her room, she was met with news of 3 missing humans. They had traversed the land bridge, yet failed to return to the base. Rosa listened to their accounts with intrigue, recalling her initial curiosity upon arrival regarding parallel worlds, the angular shadow zones, and the device she desired, one capable of tearing through the shadow zone to reach another realm. Could it be that Jack and the others had been transported to the shadow zone? A spark of curiosity ignited within her. She yearned to glimpse the shadow zone, knowing that only by observing it closely could she comprehend how to breach it. Even if tearing through it was not feasible at present, understanding it was imperative. "Can I go there? I wish to see," Rosa expressed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she regarded the ambulance. "Absolutely not. This involves cross-dimensional transmission," the ambulance protested vehemently. "Rosa, reconfiguring the vortex trajectory is exceedingly perilous. If the new coordinates are not perfectly aligned, who knows what may ensue? Our priority must be to retrieve those children." "Very well," Rosa sighed, though she was aware that she had grasped the thread of a clue leading her home, and she was not one to relinquish it so easily. She certainly intends to explore, but not at this moment. Rather, it is tonight that she plans to embark on her venture. The ambulance successfully recalibrated the transdimensional transport, and Meichi, along with a few others, was safely retrieved without incident. It is evident that Meichi, Jack, and Raph had clandestinely ventured forth. Meichi has recognized her misstep. She even witnessed the mechanical zombies being resurrected by Tianjin and was pursued by its hand. Ultimately, it was through a signal that she managed to alert the Autobots and return safely. For some inexplicable reason, when they heard the arm could run, Optimus Prime, the ambulance, and Alcee Bumblebee simultaneously cast their gazes upon her. In that moment, they all pondered a singular question. Is Rosa connected to the zombie machines? Previously, during the confrontation between the ambulance, Optimus Prime, and Megatron's resurrected zombie army, a single strike rendered her immobile. They could still refrain from associating her with the zombie machines. But now how should one articulate this? In truth, all awakened solvers could be deemed zombie machines, as the initial awakening of the solver invariably necessitated death, and upon awakening, a portion of the core would be transformed into flesh and blood. Thus, strictly speaking, she indeed qualifies as a zombie machine. However, Rosa remained oblivious to their thoughts. Bumblebee, the Divider, and the other humans were equally unaware, casting curious glances at the other Autobots who were simultaneously regarding Rosa. "Is something amiss?" Meichi inquired, puzzled as she surveyed her surroundings. "Nothing," the ambulance replied with a shake of its head, turning back to its console to continue its tasks. Rosa yearned to approach and inquire about the recent Shadow Zone transmission, yet she understood the necessity of patience. Concealing her intentions, she resolved to bide her time in silence. At 3 a.m., the alarm within Rosa's integrated system roused her from slumber. She rose quietly, tidied herself hastily, and stealthily opened the door a crack before slipping outside and shutting it behind her. The lights in the hall had long been extinguished, and she refrained from illuminating them, as it would be too conspicuous. She took care to glance around to ensure there were no surveillance cameras in the base's hall. Spotting one, she refrained from redirecting its focus, knowing that such an action would draw undue attention during any review. Instead, she opted to allow the camera to loop its feed on a single image, directly hacking into the surveillance system. Consequently, the camera would capture no footage of her, only a continuous loop of the desolate, dark base. Now, she needed to devise a method to remotely activate the land bridge, for without it, she could not return. Rosa pondered for a moment before attempting to infiltrate the land bridge system with her solver. Since there was a signal even in the Shadow Zone, she could exploit it to breach the land bridge's defenses and activate it, enabling her return. Reflecting on the operation of the land bridge, she considered how to manipulate it purely through commands and how to recalibrate the spiral tracks solely by directives. First, devise a simple plan to initiate energy transmission while simultaneously activating the land bridge. Subsequently, the challenge arises as Rosa meticulously constructs a strategy within the core, employing a solver to infiltrate the land bridge. Little did the ambulance anticipate that one day the land bridge would be compromised. The system boasted no firewalls, falling instantaneously under Rosa's control. Now, she has the capacity to issue commands to the control panel. Rosa glances back at the land bridge, and as her preordained instructions are dispatched, the land bridge opens of its own accord, directing her to the location of the humans she intends to retrieve. Following this, she will reopen access to the shadow zone from that very spot. A blue-green luminescence ignites, starkly contrasting against the darkness of the base's hull. Rosa strides into the land bridge, and upon her arrival, she remotely shuts it down. Now, she finds herself at the location where Optimus Prime awaits Jack and the others. The directive operations are functioning seamlessly. The unattended control panel closes automatically upon receiving her commands, while the hull's display illuminates, autonomously transitioning and recalibrating the swirling trajectory. Reopening once more, before Rosa manifests, the land bridge portal appears, and she proceeds directly towards it. This time, it connects to the shadow zone. Upon entering the land bridge, she extends a projection from her back in the form of a camera, capable of emitting both projections and conventional light, which she utilizes to illuminate her surroundings. Excellent. As anticipated, she can remotely connect to the base's land bridge from within the shadow zone. This time, she intends to explore for only half an hour, fearing detection if she lingers too long. To be honest, she does not perceive much difference between this place and the outside world, though there's a subtle distinction. The hues here are dimmer, as if separated by an invisible barrier. Suddenly, another land bridge portal materializes nearby. It does not correspond to the two locations she previously established. The visitors are not Autobots, but Decepticons. They appear to be searching for something, conversing amongst themselves. The Red Spider commander has summoned the land bridge directly to their location, yet they fail to notice Rosa, passing through her without acknowledgement. How intriguing. I wonder if I create a black hole, will they receive the energy signal? Or rather, can such energy penetrate the shadow zone? Her little finger and ring finger tighten, while her index, middle, and thumb extend, causing a blue solver symbol to manifest within her grasp. Subsequently, a miniature black hole forms at her center. Uncertain if they possess an energy signal detector, a sudden, frantic beeping emanates from the device of a nearby foot soldier. He picks it up and discovers a colossal energy signal detected in his vicinity. Yet, he scans his surroundings and sees nothing amiss. A smirk graces Rosa's lips as she crushes the black hole, unleashing an explosion around her, while she remains unscathed at the center. The foot soldier's instrument immediately displays a black screen, revealing blue text. There remains time. Rosa prepares to turn and continue her exploration when, suddenly, a heavy thudding sound reverberates nearby. She notices no beams of light indicating another land bridge. Who else could possibly be here? As the memories flooded back, Tianjun, dragging his body missing an arm, moved slowly forward. Rust covered his form, and his shattered visage bore the scars of decay, while his optical lens emitted a faint purple glow, aimlessly wandering through the shadows. Upon glimpsing Rosa, he charged towards her, prompting her to instinctively prepare to extend her form and pin him to the ground. However, as he approached, it seemed he discovered something, slowing his pace and staring blankly at Rosa, devoid of any intention to attack. Rosa furrowed her brow, observing as Tianjun cast a fleeting glance her way before continuing his aimless drift, seemingly indifferent to her presence, as if he had realized she was not a target. She chose to disregard him, taking a few steps forward, only to hear movement behind her. Tianjun turned once more, gazing at her with a vacant expression and emitting a low growl, yet still showing no sign of aggression. This was perplexing. She was neither a cosmic overlord nor a fearsome titan, and she lacked any dark superpower. Why did he not perceive her as a threat? Was she merely an ordinary zombie machine? Rosa paused in contemplation. "I'm not one of your kind," she asserted, shaking her head. The awakening devices, strictly speaking, were all zombie machines. They were simply different in origin. She pressed on with her exploration, yet a hypothesis began to form in her mind. After taking 2 steps, she halted. Turning to look back at Tianjun, she attempted to infiltrate his cerebral module, but to no avail. as it resembled a biological structure more than a mechanical one. Perhaps she could attempt to breach his built-in system if he still possessed one. After all, the built-in system connected to the mind, akin to a personal space for computational and strategic modeling, existed within the mind's autonomous thought processes. Here, one could conduct calculations, simulations, and engage in private communications, provided there was code to exploit. However, she had slipped away stealthily, and time was of the essence. She could not afford to linger. Her priority was to explore the shadows as thoroughly as possible. Infiltrating another's built-in system could wait for another occasion. Without further ado, she unfurled her wings, composed of countless immense steel blades, and took flight. She needed to witness more moving entities to gain a clearer understanding of the distinctions between the shadow realm and the external world. She yearned to comprehend why she could not penetrate floors and walls yet could pass through living beings. Why was the energy of the resolver detectable, while her own life force remained undetectable? There was an abundance of knowledge to acquire. Regardless of its utility, she resolved to document everything. For perhaps one day, it would prove invaluable. These are all clues leading back home. The exact location of the initial tremor is still unknown to her. She soared through the skies for an extended period before finally spotting a quaint little town. However, time was of the essence, and any delay could lead to discovery. Thus, she could only catch a distant glimpse of the town before turning back. In Chapter 35, the rapid decryption begins. Upon returning to the original coordinate point, she meticulously ensured that no one was around before remotely activating the land bridge. She first navigated away from the shadow zone, then adjusted the land bridge back to its original route. Suddenly, the main panel of the base illuminated, followed by the flickering symbols of the solver. Lines of code cascaded across the screen, continuously running to readjust and reset the vortex trajectories. Once all the vortex paths were restored to their initial state, the activation device of the land bridge initiated, glowing with a bluish-green light at precisely 3:30. Rosa stepped out from the land bridge, manually shutting it down, and then proceeded to infiltrate the panel, erasing all operational records. Yet, there were certain elements beyond her control, such as the base's energy reserves, which would inevitably diminish due to the recent activations of the land bridge. Unable to ascertain the reason for this depletion, Rosa completed her tasks, discreetly concealing the solver within the control system before slipping away. Oh, and before departing the hall, Rosa restored the surveillance systems. She then stealthily returned to her quarters, gently opening the door to slip inside. After a brief moment of rest, she lay back down to sleep, drifting into a dreamless night. The following day, Rosa awoke at her usual hour, proceeded to the hall to collect supplies, and after refreshing her appearance, returned to her quarters under the pretense of needing additional rest. The base detected an energy entity signal, and this time it was the turn of the barrier to be on duty. There shouldn't be any issues, and any danger could be promptly reported to the base, provided there were no disruptive signals akin to those encountered during the Black Widow incident. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The barrier encountered a deadlock during its duty and failed to communicate for backup, resulting in it being knocked unconscious. Strangely, the deadlock seemed to vanish when it could have resolved the barrier's predicament. By the time Rosa emerged from arrest, this was the situation she found herself in. The details elude me, but upon awakening, the deadlock had disappeared, leaving only the sound of helicopters in the air. An ambulance was tending to the injuries on the barrier's shoulder, and it seemed that Agent Fuller was present, recalling human voices. That was not the voice of Agent Fuller I had just encountered upon entering the base via the elevator. Yet I knew who it was. Or had the deadlock been taken? Agent Fuller grasped the railing, inquiring among the surrounding automata, while others glanced at the ambulance. He slowly brought up a map, indicating the site where the barrier was discovered. Rosa leaned against the wall, listening to their conversation. In the eastern part of Russia, on the Kamchatka Peninsula, Agent Fuller mentioned that after a volcanic eruption 2 decades ago, the area had been reduced to ruins. According to intelligence reports, the Mechanized Special Operations Team had visited that location today, and there was a high probability that the deadlock had been captured by that group of humans. Initially, everyone shared a laugh, but Optimus Prime commanded the ambulance to activate the land bridge. They were to rescue the deadlock. What? The ambulance questioned in confusion. Optimus Prime, you must be joking. Alcee was also opposed, as were the other Autobots. Deadlock is a Decepticon, the sworn enemy of the Autobots. Why should they come to his aid? I know I shouldn't voice such sentiments, but I believe that no matter how Deadlock meets his end, it should not be at the hands of the machinists. Rosa spoke, and the others, including the humans, turned their gaze towards her. They had previously contemplated using the nuclear power source for their own purposes. What of it now? Rosa chuckled softly, remarking that should they acquire anything that surpasses the current technological capabilities of humanity, one could only speculate what those anarchists might do. Therefore, Rosa stood tall, asserting that in anticipation of future complications that may require resolving through talent, it is imperative to increase the workload for humanity, and this matter must be addressed. At the very least, Deadlock must not fall into human hands. Alcee followed her train of thought, stepping forward. I will go with you. Bumblebee chimed in as well, affirming that Megatron does not strike one as the type to invest effort in rescuing comrades. Deadlock can only be rescued by us. Optimus agreed, stating that indeed, Deadlock must be saved. Although his perspective differed slightly from Rosa's, fortunately, the others were successfully persuaded. Only the Divider still exhibited reluctance. The Autobots were prepared. Even Rosa donned her armor. Yet the Divider remained somewhat unwilling to participate. Enough, Divider. You must go. Mikey gestured in an attempt to convince him. I will not go. The Divider insisted stubbornly. In truth, it is not imperative for Deadlock to survive. Rosa pointed to her chin, tilting her head slightly as she regarded the Divider. As long as we ensure that his body and any Cybertronian technology do not fall into the wrong hands, that is sufficient. Rosa's words were clearly a veiled suggestion to the Divider. This is indeed an opportune moment to exploit another's misfortune. Clad in an all-black armor, her face concealed behind the visor, her expression was obscured, yet her tone suggested a childlike innocence, which was paradoxically at odds with the gravity of her statement. This was not in alignment with Optimus's principles. The Divider raised an eyebrow towards Optimus, aware that he would not consent. Rosa, this is unethical. I will remain at the base, the Divider replied, shaking his head. Optimus also concurred, recognizing that the Divider's personal vendetta against Deadlock might cloud his judgment, thereby jeopardizing the mission. Moreover, Rosa's unconventional ideas were indeed numerous. Ratchet sighed, gathering his belongings to join Optimus and the others, reasoning that if the mission were to rescue Deadlock, a medic might prove invaluable. Autobots, let us roll, Optimus commanded, and all Autobots advanced onto the land bridge. Upon reaching their destination, they found no humans present, but Ratchet detected a faint Cybertronian signal nearby. Logically, such signals should not be detectable here, indicating only one possibility. Deadlock's super energy had been revealed. As they proceeded towards the source of the signal, Ratchet and Optimus continued to implore Rosa, arguing that taking advantage of another's plight was unwise. In response, Rosa chose to activate her audio receivers. Huh? What do you mean left ear in, right ear out? She retorted, although her audio receivers were typically left on. Throughout their journey, they remained vigilant, particularly in safeguarding the ambulance, which possessed relatively lower combat capabilities. Upon arriving at a vast clearing, they encountered a desolate fountain at its center, upon which rested an optical device, akin to a human eye. It was the eye of the deceased, a sight that caused the ambulance to crouch down, a grave expression adorning its visage. As a physician, it had witnessed numerous brutal scenes throughout the war, yet this was a sight that struck a chord. The other Autobots, however, were not as accustomed to such horrors. RC inhaled sharply, glancing back at the youngest among them, Bumblebee, to ascertain whether he might be frightened. Fortunately, he appeared unfazed. Optimus Prime, the leader, furrowed his brow, while only Rosa exhibited a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the revelation that it was merely an eye. Her expression concealed beneath her mask rendered it invisible to the others. She had encountered far more gruesome sights and felt no shock. The ambulance lifted the eye and affixed it to the signal detector above. What purpose does this serve? RC inquired. It is a visual receptor, likely retaining the last recorded footage, the ambulance replied, tapping on the detector. As the eye was activated, they beheld the perspective from which it had been removed. Technology, indeed, had the power to enhance the world, and RC expressed her gratitude for it. However, shortly thereafter, the mechanized special operations team successfully connected to the ambulance's detector through the deceased eye. Long time no see, Optimus. It brings me joy to see you once more, came the voice of Silas, with the dismantled corpse of the deceased looming behind him. At this, Rosa finally knitted her brows. recalling some unpleasant childhood memories, her past experiences with the Decepticons. This is a bidirectional communication device, the ambulance explained to the others, hinting that they could also be observed from the other side. You must be Silas, Optimus initiated. Indeed, that is correct. Suddenly, the detector flashed a solver symbol, swiftly followed by several lines of code. There was a momentary glitch in both sound and imagery before everything returned to normal. The Autobots, upon seeing the symbol, turned their gazes toward Rosa. In the background, another voice could be faintly heard from the detector. We have been compromised. The firewall has been breached. We cannot stop Silas. The Autobots collectively directed their attention to Rosa, who, unperturbed, announced a set of coordinates. The surroundings remained silent. What is the matter? Am I unable to infiltrate? Shouldn't this lead us directly to the destination? Rosa queried, perplexed by the Autobot's stares. Meanwhile, Silas, witnessing the firewall breach in mere seconds, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The solver appears to be a product of humanity, although it has spiraled out of control in another universe. Nonetheless, it is inherently a human creation. Thus, one could argue that Rosa does not entirely qualify as an extraterrestrial. Chapter 36. In ancient times, one could barehandedly receive a blade. Now one can barefootly kick a missile. I had not anticipated the existence of hackers among the extraterrestrials. Though we faced defeat, it was of little consequence. Silas regained his composure, and I had left you a parting gift. The human on the opposite side smiled as a compartment in the ground suddenly opened, revealing a ticking time bomb with merely 10 seconds remaining. This was a trap. Do we need to charge in a battle? The ambulance turned and fled. We must retreat. Quickly. In an instant, all the Autobots transformed into their vehicular forms and sped away. Rosa, aware of the urgency, realized her legs could not outpace the vehicles. Without hesitation, she unfurled the wings that had been reserved within her armor. In a breathtaking moment, wings composed of countless steel blades spread wide, propelling her into the air. As all the Autobots made their escape, Rosa soared ahead of them, evading the blast radius. Just as she touched down, she retracted her wings, vanishing without a trace. Much like a tail retracting, this was indeed perplexing. How could such large wings be concealed? Following the explosion, as the shockwave sent everyone tumbling, they rose to their feet and instinctively turned their gazes toward Rosa. No wings? Did I see incorrectly? RC, noticing the collective stare directed at Rosa, was the first to realize that everyone had witnessed the spectacle. What was that, Rosa? RC gestured, her fingers mimicking the wings, attempting to ascertain that she had not misperceived. The ambulance looked at Rosa uncertainly, prompting Rosa to realize they were inquiring about her wings. You mean these? The wings emerged once more from the designated compartment in her armor, which opened like a lid, revealing what lay within. All the Autobots stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed such, extraordinary compression technology. Typically, nothing was discernible behind Rosa. How could such a marvel extend from her body and retract again? What is this? RC began to inquire when the ambulance interjected. This is metaphysics. The remaining Autobots stared at the ambulance in bewilderment, while Optimus Prime reassuringly patted the ambulance on the shoulder. It seems our old friend is in dire need of rest, Optimus observed, shaking his head. However, before that, we must first rescue Inferno. Optimus led the other Autobots in transforming to assist Inferno, while Rosa spread her wings and ascended into the sky. After a brief flight, she spotted a vague olive green and blue figure in the distance. The blue one must be Inferno, while the olive green figure was presumably Ironhide. Wasn't he reluctant to save Inferno? He should be at the base. Optimus, I see Inferno, and Ironhide is there as well, Rosa communicated via intercom, her aerial vantage point affording her a superior view. They were surrounded by the Decepticons. Rosa reported her observations, noting the continuous bombardment directed at them. Rosa, proceed to assist Ironhide and exercise caution. Upon receiving Optimus' command, Rosa ceased her leisurely glide to keep pace with the group and instead vigorously flapped her wings, accelerating her flight. The first to notice the team brought by Red Spider was Deadlock. Upon discovering the arrival of the Decepticons, the mechanical faction promptly retreated, finding the row of aircraft too conspicuous to ignore. Yet in this very moment, they overlooked Rosa. Unbeknownst to them, Rosa possessed wings. The darkness of the night blended seamlessly with the black of her armor, causing those on the ground to mistake her wings for mere earthly birds. It wasn't until Red Spider soared above Deadlock's position that he transformed mid-air, preparing to land in a move that should have been quite impressive, had he not been unexpectedly struck by Rosa's flying kick. Utilizing the momentum, he glided across the ground for a distance. "Commander Red Spider!" shouted the Decepticon foot soldiers, immediately opening fire on Rosa. Undeterred, she ascended once more, her wings, lined with sharp steel, beating fiercely. However, she did not flee. Instead, she began to twirl gracefully in the air, her wings reflecting silver light as they spun, creating a magnificent circular display that deflected bullets. After completing a rotation, she used her foot to deliver a powerful kick that sent one incoming missile flying away, miraculously not detonating upon impact, but rather veering in the direction of her kick, landing beside the recently risen Red Spider. Meanwhile, Deadlock, still at odds with the partition, exchanged glances with it, both understanding each other's intent, and resumed their battle. Just as the partition dealt a blow to Deadlock, Optimus Prime arrived just in time. With no choice but to retreat, Red Spider and the other Decepticons found themselves at a disadvantage. This time, Deadlock fought recklessly, facing the enemy alone. Yet it was admirable that he extended a helping hand to his adversary, demonstrating a sense of duty that transcended personal desires. Optimus Prime regarded Deadlock with appreciation, and he was elated. "Did you see that? Did you see? I defeated Deadlock. I won," Deadlock exclaimed, triumphantly raising his hammer. However, the sound of powerful gusts from behind drew his attention, revealing Rosa descending, her wings shimmering with a sharp glint. He watched as she landed gracefully, her wings retracting seamlessly into her back, showing no signs of transformation. "We ought to return to base. Our old friend needs to rest," Optimus Prime suggested, glancing at the somewhat dazed Ratchet, who muttered something about the situation being scientifically implausible. Chapter 37. Are you all right? If so, eat. An exclamation of awe escaped the lips of the three humans simultaneously. At this point, Rosa had removed her armor, unfurling her wings, which sparkled with countless sharp blades under the base's lights. However, the others were more concerned with a different matter altogether. How does that thing even extend? They had clearly observed Rosa demonstrating the extension and retraction of her wings, which seemed to suddenly shrink or enlarge, emerging from or retreating into her body, reminiscent of the manner in which Ratchet had witnessed Rosa's tail transform. It all seemed utterly illogical. Everyone felt a subtle rift in their worldview. "So, is Rosa truly an angel?" Meichi exclaimed curiously, pointing at the enormous wings behind Rosa. "An angel? What is that?" Guban inquired, tilting his head in confusion, while Meichi gestured, attempting to depict the human representation of angels, which are typically humanoid beings with avian wings. Rafi elaborated, mentioning that in religious contexts, angels carry out divine commands and guide humanity among various other roles. Adjusting his glasses, he searched for images related to angels to illustrate that they are often depicted as pure, beautiful, kind-hearted, and benevolent beings, radiating light with halos above their heads. Rafi projected the images onto the base's hull, showcasing several religious paintings. Rosa's lips twitched. Benevolent and kind-hearted? Thank you, but that felt utterly unrelated to her, and even somewhat ironic when juxtaposed with her own lethal wings resembling blades. Jack recalled the day he witnessed the multitude of tentacle-like size behind Rosa. Meanwhile, Medic was currently using instruments to assess hardness, and upon seeing the data, he felt overwhelmed, deciding to classify Rosa outside the realm of Cybertronians. Bumblebee, upon hearing this, gazed at Rosa with wide, sparkling eyes. Next, Medic endeavored to study Rosa's extraordinary compression technology, striving to piece together the shattered worldview. Meanwhile, several humans began to inquire further about Rosa, and soon they posed a pivotal question. How did you initially join the Decepticons? Everyone raised their audio receivers attentively. Was it merely for sustenance? And what did you do before joining the Decepticons? That was a good question. Rosa hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. Optimus Prime, perceiving her discomfort, intervened, reminding them that it was quite late and their curfew was approaching. The three young ones felt a tinge of disappointment. They were genuinely curious about Rosa's past. However, after a moment of contemplation, Rosa offered a hint. "Allow me to provide a clue. Don't you think the Solver seems rather uncharacteristic of this universe?" Rosa smiled, crossing her arms and forming a large letter with her fingers. All right, that's enough of a hint. Saying too much would spoil the fun. With that, she prepared to retire for the night, recognizing that the conversation had to come to an end. Nevertheless, the phrase about the uncharacteristic nature of the solver prompted Medic to ponder. He recalled the items Rosa had searched upon her arrival, such as the Shadow Zone and the multiverse, igniting a vague suspicion within him. Medic's worldview gradually reassembled. Indeed, Rosa was not of this world. Yes, that sufficed as an explanation. All right, it truly was time to return. Alcee glanced at Jack, advising him not to cause his mother undue worry. Upon hearing this, Rosa hesitated momentarily before continuing toward her room. That evening, Alcee, Guban, and Bumblebee escorted several humans away. However, Alcee reported a matter over the internal line. Jack's mother, Miss Janda, seemed to have grown increasingly dissatisfied with him lately. She might teleport to Jack's garage at any moment, believing he had been influenced negatively by the street racers outside. Rosa was indifferent to such matters. Her sole desire was to expedite the completion of the magnetic energy-enhanced photon counter-rifle so she could unleash its firepower upon the Decepticons and, once Cybertron was restored, devise a means to return home. In the ensuing days, Rosa immersed herself in her work, diligently tackling the challenges she had previously encountered. It was not until one afternoon several days later that a sudden exclamation erupted from her room. Rosa! Ratchet, the medic, was the first to rush into her chamber, primarily due to the prior explosion that had left him apprehensive about what Rosa might conjure next. When he and a few other Autobots arrived, they were greeted by the sight of Rosa exuberantly celebrating, resembling a jubilant child. Before her stood a device radiating a green glow, undoubtedly the core component of the weapon she aspired to create. As she presented the design blueprints for the weapon's core to Ratchet, he gazed at her in astonishment. A genius! Who could have conceived such a design? When Rosa unveiled the completed schematics for the magnetic energy-enhanced photon counter-rifle, Ratchet gasped in awe. The version she had crafted was exponentially larger than the original prototype her grandmother had designed, now scaled to a size she could wield, and its destructive power had similarly multiplied. If aimed accurately, it could potentially obliterate even Optimus Prime with a single shot. However, it also required a lengthy charging time of 30 minutes, classifying it as a weapon of explosive capability. There remained numerous technical hurdles to overcome, and as of now, she had only succeeded in creating the weapon's core energy collector. Achieving such progress was indeed remarkable, especially considering the Autobots' current numerical disadvantage. This energy collector would enable the rifle to operate autonomously without additional energy consumption, an advantageous design in the face of the Autobots' dire energy shortages. Fortunately, RC, having witnessed Rosa's achievements, returned to the main hall with a bemused smile, relieved that she had brought Rosa along. I had a feeling she would soar beyond expectations, RC remarked, glancing at Jack, who reciprocated her smile. Just then, a cough interrupted the moment. Cough. When Rosa tidied up her completed work and entered the hall, she encountered an unfamiliar human woman observing RC. This woman bore a resemblance to Jack. Have I missed something in my research these past few days? Rosa queried, her expression filled with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. You've missed quite a bit, replied Mikey, stepping forward. For instance, the Decepticons allied with Black Widow to abduct Jack's mother, who was rescued by RC. Also, RC and the medic managed to acquire the magnetic gloves, and there's more. Mikey beckoned Rosa closer, whispering near her receiver, and a few of us were buried under the mines. Let's not let Jack's mother know. Upon finishing, Mikey discreetly distanced herself from Rosa, feigning nonchalance. This is Nurse Janda, Jack's mother, RC introduced. And this is Rosa, whom I previously mentioned, an esteemed member of our Autobot team, though she has been deeply engrossed in technological research of late. Optimus Prime introduced Rosa to Darby, while the Partition observed the introductions unfolding. Quietly, it inquired of Bumblebee, where has RC gone? She has likely gone up top to gaze upon the mountain of flight. Let her be, replied the medic, continuing his work. The Partition, noting the medic's constant engagement in various tasks, paused in silence before murmuring, You are indeed well suited to teach Rosa and Darby, both of whom are quite the tech enthusiasts. The medic slowly raised an eyebrow, casting a questioning glance toward the Partition. Buddy, the scenery here is quite splendid. RC stood atop a pile of stones at the base, overlooking the mountain of flight as grave. This site, established at the summit, afforded a panoramic view of the vast landscapes. Though devoid of rivers, the sunset remained breathtaking. Despite the surrounding yellow sands, which cast a warm hue, they resonated with the essence of the Western cowboy aesthetic, harmonizing with the bullhorns atop the mountain of flight. If only your spark could still hear me. I truly need you. It feels as though new Decepticons arrive daily, and our numbers dwindle in comparison. Arcee mused, frowning as she gazed at the stones, envisioning the mountain of flight still seated there. She imagined his words. Indeed, she sighed, you would argue that this is a fair fight. Yet, as she looked at the grave, the realization struck her. They could not even grant him a proper burial. The mountain of flight was truly gone. Arcee's spirit waned. Yet she resolved, if it must be this way, so be it. Under the sunlight, she clenched her fists fiercely. I want you to know, I have never given up. I will find the one who harmed you. With that, Arcee turned resolutely, declaring, I will track down that Decepticon. Chapter 38. Be honest. What do you think, Red Spider? The following day, Rosa awoke at her usual hour and made her way directly to the main hall, reluctant to remain confined to her quarters any longer. Having just accomplished a significant objective, she sought respite. When she approached the medic to inquire if there were any interesting activities within the base or if she could venture outside, everyone, save for Optimus Prime, regarded her with astonishment. You're not continuing your research? The partition exclaimed, incredulous. Didn't you just complete a project? You've been at it so much lately that it's understandable to feel a bit drained. The medic, upon hearing this, gave her a hearty pat on the back. Initially intending to lightly strike her with a wrench, he reconsidered, thinking better of potentially damaging her brilliant mind, and opted instead for a gentle pat. Retrieving a wrench, he remarked, all right then, I'm off to surf the web. After bidding farewell to Rosa and the others, he turned to depart. The partition and others speculated that Rosa, buoyed by her recent research success, would likely be in high spirits for some time. As evening approached and the sun began its descent, the medic detected a signal. Optimus, he called, we have detected an energy signal from a Decepticon. He turned to the screen, adding, but it appears to be quite ancient. History has a way of repeating itself, the medic reflected. Optimus Prime gazed at the screen, summoning everyone through the internal line, preparing to investigate together. The land bridge activated in front of a severed spacecraft, and Optimus led the Autobots out. In their haste, Rosa had not donned her armor. As they traversed the interior of the spacecraft, an unexpected sight met their eyes, Black Widow. Upon encountering the multitude, she swiftly turned and fled, burrowing into the earth at the broken segment of the ship, leaving behind the bound tarantulas. Indeed, it was tarantulas. Had there been a mutiny? Yet Arcee paid no heed to him. Her desire for vengeance against Black Widow consumed her. She ascended the tunnel, disregarding Optimus's calls. Reluctantly, Optimus transformed into vehicle mode and raced toward the spacecraft's exit, hoping to prevent any mishaps that might befall Arcee in her solitary endeavor. Meanwhile, the other three Autobots, Rosa, Bumblebee, and Sideswipe, cast a sinister glance at tarantulas, who writhed in desperation, attempting to escape. What do you want? Stay away. Tarantulas shouted. I long to flee, yet I cannot. Sideswipe seized him, propelling him forward until they reached Optimus and Arcee, where they conferred on their next steps. She will face retribution. Sideswipe overheard their conversation from a distance. Revenge cannot resurrect our fallen comrades. Can you comprehend this? Hurry up. Sideswipe urged tarantulas from behind. Is force truly necessary? He questioned, giving tarantulas a light slap, causing him to falter and kneel. I can reveal everything, tarantulas implored, but Sideswipe's expression was one of mockery. And what do you hope to gain from that? I wish to join your side. The others hesitated at his declaration, while tarantulas recounted his treatment among the Decepticons. Monitored, humiliated, belittled, even facing the threat of Megatron wishing to replace him with Black Widow. Optimus, Arcee, and Sideswipe deliberated, while Bumblebee and Rosa observed tarantulas. He contemplated subtle mischief, but the sight of Bumblebee's clenched fist and Rosa's smiling demeanor sent a shiver down his spine. Ultimately, the Autobots unanimously decided to temporarily bring tarantulas along to seek Black Widow, unaware where they might find a cargo crate for him to conceal himself within. Upon arrival, Sideswipe unceremoniously dragged tarantulas out. After he indicated a direction, Optimus, Bumblebee, and Sideswipe proceeded to investigate, while Arcee insisted on remaining behind. Let me go. she implored, and at her words, Optimus turned back. You seek vengeance, he cautioned. Such desires will cloud your judgment. Rosa, you will accompany RC. Rosa, glancing at RC's desolate figure, nodded and moved to stand beside her. Must you confine me? Tarantulas began to struggle as he saw Optimus and the others depart. I assure you I will not flee. My arms are on the verge of cramping. Even so, it seems futile. Alcee proposed that he could stow the Red Spider in the cargo hold, and, ultimately, the Red Spider acquiesced. After a considerable wait, Rosa observed Alcee growing increasingly anxious, pacing with an air of impatience. If you're truly worried, perhaps I could take a distant glance? Rosa suggested, perched atop the cargo hold, her gaze fixed on Alcee. No, Rosa, Alcee replied, her eyes turning towards her. Optimus Prime has instructed us to remain here. Reluctantly, Rosa complied, sitting obediently upon the cargo while her eyes trailed the direction from which Optimus Prime had departed. Hello, you too, a voice interjected. You must understand, I am not a villainous figure. It is Megatron who embodies true malevolence. Rosa lowered her head at the sound, glancing at the Red Spider. Go tell someone else. Alcee dismissed the suggestion. Such as whom? Black Widow, perhaps? Just wait until I apprehend her. She will see what I am capable of. In this regard, they seem to share a common sentiment. The Red Spider, discovering a shared topic with Alcee, continued. One day, she appeared unexpectedly, and it felt as if she was the ruler of this domain. Behind my back, she slandered me to Megatron, scheming to usurp my position step by step. Rosa observed the Red Spider's incessant chatter, perhaps attempting to divert Alcee's attention. She crossed her legs, resting her elbows on her knees, her chin supported by her hands, as she languidly watched them until something piqued her interest. Indeed, she even took the life of my companion. What? Rosa exclaimed. She dares to claim credit for that too? That was my doing. Alcee appeared perplexed. What? You were not present. Of course I wasn't. I truly do not know what I was thinking, the Red Spider responded, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Who are you referring to? Alcee, also sensing the tension, inched closer to the Red Spider. Who are you talking about? Shockwave. Alcee pronounced the name of her former partner. Who is Shockwave? The Red Spider queried, tilting his head in confusion, while Alcee unraveled the truth. It was you. You killed Flyover Mountain. Alcee shouted, her brows furrowing in indignation. I saw nothing, the Red Spider retorted. Rosa rose from the cargo hold, one hand raised in a gesture towards the audio receiver, and with a sweeping motion of her wings, she took flight to grant Alcee an opportunity to act. Alcee did not bid Rosa to stay. She understood Rosa's intent. Go on, I will not hinder you. The Red Spider, noticing Rosa's wings, finally realized that it was she who had delivered a flying kick that day, and that Rosa did not intend to intervene. No. You misunderstand. The Red Spider waved his hands, although Rosa had flown a distance away. Concern lingered in her mind. After a moment of contemplation, she stealthily extended a camera projection from behind to observe the unfolding events closely, ensuring to avert any potential mishaps. At that time, Flyover Mountain suffered fatal injuries. I merely sought to alleviate his suffering, and it was he who implored me. The Red Spider approached to grasp Alcee's hand, but she forcefully pushed him away, just as Rosa began to return. All right, it was my error. Surely, you would not slay a defenseless prisoner, would you? The Red Spider, in a state of retreat, shouted vehemently, yet Rosa began to perceive something amiss, particularly when Arcee nonchalantly tossed the key down, leaving the Red Spider to free itself from the handcuffs. The Red Spider's feigned terror was conspicuously transparent, and Rosa, realizing Arcee was in peril, rushed back. It was too late. Before she could call out to Arcee, the moment Arcee bent to retrieve the key, the Red Spider launched a surprise attack. Arcee winced in pain, clutching her side, while the Red Spider hastily liberated itself from the cuffs. Is something wrong, Arcee? I thought you were eager to settle this. The Red Spider sneered, but before finishing its taunt, a syringe pierced through the palm of its left hand. With a cry of agony, the Red Spider recoiled, only to be met with Rosa's wings unfurling. She ensnared the Red Spider's tail, lifting it off the ground for several meters before forcefully crashing it back down. Which hand inflicted that injury on Arcee? Rosa pondered aloud as she crouched beside the fallen Red Spider. Let's just assume it was this hand. My apologies for my double standards. She extracted the syringe from the Red Spider's hand, revealing a gaping hole, corroded by the acidic substance within. Rosa stood, her legs slightly bent, her body leaning forward as her hands transformed into razor-sharp claws, arms hanging loosely at her sides. Facing the red spider, she observed its attempt to rise and turned her head toward Arcee. "Arcee, what do you think?" Rosa tilted her head, glancing sideways at Arcee. "Shall we inquire which hand felled the creature that soared over the mountains, or shall I ask the red spider directly for its other hand?" Just as the red spider prepared to launch a counterattack with its remaining hand, it hesitated under the gaze of Rosa, who wore a maniacal expression, her tail brandishing a syringe that glowed with an eerie blue light. Perhaps it would be wisest to comply, Rosa advised the red spider, her demeanor devoid of anger, yet tinged with a semblance of grievance, her lips curling upwards, eyes sparkling with madness. Her tone carried a menacing undertone. "What do you think? While they're likely to spare your life, I must confess I'm far more inclined toward your demise." As she spoke, she gently traced a claw across the red spider's eye, prompting it to quickly shut that eye. The harsh sound of a sizzling and the resulting gash unmistakably signified the deliberate ferocity of Rosa's touch. A scar marred one of the red spider's eyes. "How does the acidic sensation feel? You would mind if I injected it into your cerebral module, would you?" Rosa maintained her stance, her tail poised to tap the red spider's head with the syringe. Meanwhile, Arcee approached, still simmering with anger, but upon witnessing Rosa's recent demeanor, her rationality began to resurface. She suddenly realized she could not proceed in this manner. The red spider ultimately realized that he preferred Arcee's anger, for Arcee wished to be with him, while Rosa genuinely desired his demise. He was acutely aware of Rosa's past deeds with the Decepticons when she lost her sanity. She could become a veritable live-streaming menace. It was evident that Arcee understood she could not permit Rosa to continue down this path. Rosa's mental state was precarious. She could not kill the red spider here, nor could Arcee serve as a poor role model. Given Rosa's youthful appearance, she could not afford to stray too far from the right path. "Rosa, let him go," Arcee urged, her voice laced with urgency. Rosa paused, casting a dissatisfied glance at the red spider. Chapter 39. We have time ahead of us. Rosa, clutching her injured waist, scrutinized Arcee. She recalled that if she wished to remain at the Autobot base, it was imperative to leave a favorable impression. At the very least, she could not kill him now. Seeing Rosa approach the red spider, Arcee cried out, "Rosa, no!" However, Rosa merely whispered something near the red spider's audio receiver. "We have time ahead of us." Her blue eyes shimmered ominously, typically a symbol of Autobot compassion, calmness, and justice. Yet at this moment, they radiated a terrifying red light, more dreadful than the Decepticon savagery. The soft, melodic voice she uttered resembled the whispers of a demon. She gazed down upon the red spider, her optical sensors fixed on him. Gradually, she rose and retreated, appearing somewhat displeased. The red spider, seeing Rosa step back, scrambled away in haste, cursing under his breath about the madwoman. Arcee, relieved by Rosa's withdrawal, watched as Rosa contemplated the fleeing red spider, her expression returning to normal as she returned to Arcee's side. "It's all right. Next time, when the Autobots are absent, I will take care of you. The Autobots will not strike. I shall act. As long as I can clear the obstacles, as long as I can bring this war to an end, and as long as I can successfully devise a way home with the resources at hand, I will do whatever it takes to return home. We have time ahead of us." Rosa assisted Arcee in sitting down, and Arcee retrieved some simple supplies from her subspace for Rosa to help bandage her injuries. As Arcee observed Rosa tending to her wounds, she could scarcely recognize the earlier madness. Rosa appeared merely as a dutiful child, her lips curling into a smile reminiscent of innocent youth. "What is wrong?" Rosa inquired, to which Arcee merely shook her head, indicating nothing was amiss. Taking a deep breath, Arcee implored, "Promise me, once Optimus returns, you will rest properly." Rosa found this request somewhat perplexing, yet she nodded in agreement. After tending to her injuries, Rosa and Arcee continued to await Optimus's return. Eventually, they were joined by Bumblebee, who, upon seeing Arcee's injury, hurried down the dune to assess her condition. Optimus and the barrier had been immobilized by the stasis rod, but at the last moment, Bumblebee feigned being frozen to successfully shatter the rod and scare away Black Widow. Now, they needed to contact Ratchet outside the ship's electromagnetic interference to activate the ground bridge and transport everyone back safely. Rosa gestured, soaring faster than a bumblebee, swiftly exiting the interference zone to contact an ambulance. Meanwhile, as the land bridge activated, Bumblebee pondered how to transport Optimus Prime and the barrier back, only to witness Rosa effortlessly lifting the barrier by its rear and carrying it away. "Please, let me through," came Rosa's voice. The ambulance intended to use a tow truck to retrieve Optimus Prime, but instead, a flying barrier emerged from the land bridge, with Rosa grasping it from behind. It seemed there was no need for the tow truck after all. The first order of business upon their return was for the ambulance to allow Rosa to properly tend to RC's injuries while he repaired the stabilizing rod to restore both Optimus Prime and the barrier to their normal state. After a series of sizzling welds, RC's injuries were resolved and Rosa tidied up, ensuring everything was in order. As RC watched Rosa prepare to leave, she grasped Rosa's arm, causing her to turn back in confusion. "Why don't you rest for a moment?" RC suggested with concern in her eyes. Rosa nodded in understanding, placing down her tools before preparing to return to her room. Although the situation appeared grave, the ambulance reassured her, stating that the repairs were straightforward. Turning around while holding the fully restored stabilizing rod, he declared, "You are now free to move. It won't be long before you are fully restored." Optimus Prime and the barrier attempted to test their mobility. "And what of RC?" they inquired. "The timely application of the emergency bandage ensured she is fine," came the response. Yet all eyes turned towards RC, who was healing the fastest, with only physical wounds to contend with. Optimus Prime approached, reflecting, "I believe that avenging myself would allow me to forget the past." RC, clutching her own arm, realized that had Rosa not intervened, she would have certainly faced Red Spider in a battle while injured. Perhaps she should be grateful for Rosa's prior assistance. Yet Rosa's mental state appeared somewhat strained. Perhaps it was the immense pressure from her recent scientific endeavors. That night, Rosa slept soundly. Meanwhile, Red Spider forcefully slammed against the rocks, finally dislodging the object that had been restraining his wings after countless attempts at breaking free. Although the constraint was removed, his hands trembled incessantly from the pain. As Rosa injected a corrosive fluid through a syringe, she carefully administered just enough to enhance penetration. Fortunately, when the fluid pierced the palm of Red Spider's left hand, it was minimal, preventing any further corrosion of the tissue from the wrist upward. The fluid glowed with a haunting blue luminescence, reminiscent of an energy entity. Yet it was certainly not one, Red Spider thought. Even now, the large hole in his palm emitted wisps of blue light, likely remnants of the corrosive substance, which had layered itself upon his tissues, resulting in its delicate state. While this would at least prevent chaotic energy disruptions, it complicated matters, necessitating surgery to excise the necrotic tissue or perhaps a complete hand replacement. "I am so foolish, having committed such a grievous error," he lamented, as the tissue adhered painfully together, making it challenging for Red Spider to grasp anything with his left hand. Yet, he had come to a realization about his place in the universe. "Who am I? I am Red Spider." The Red Spider, enduring the pain in his left hand as it transformed, resolved not to align himself with any faction for the time being. His left hand was still capable of retracting during the transformation, but he needed to find water or something similar to wash away the corrosive liquid. Without any allegiances, he would not serve anyone. Chapter 40. Child, you should rest well. The sharp edges of his wings, harnessing the momentum of his descent, severed the head of a Decepticon. As he landed, he retracted his wings to regain his balance. His right hand transformed into a cannon, launching a laser that pierced through the head of a nearby Decepticon. In the instant it fell, he morphed his hand into a chainsaw, swiftly turning to dispatch another Decepticon that was about to pounce from behind. This onslaught began when an ambulance detected an energy signal, an information storage container from Cybertron. Currently, the Decepticons were in a fierce competition with the Autobots for this container. Knockout and Dead End observed Rosa, who could effortlessly pierce enemies as they approached and deflect bullets with her wings, along with her seemingly illogical arsenal that could extend from her arms, and took a gulp of electrolytic fluid, promptly calling for reinforcements, specifically aerial units. Rosa, being an aerial unit, posed a significant challenge, and even at this moment, Dead End hesitated to launch missiles at her, for no matter how he aimed, she could return fire at an exceedingly cunning angle, as if she possessed an uncanny intuition for missile trajectories. But did that render her invincible? Far from it. A momentary lapse in attention could lead to her being struck, revealing that Rosa was indeed quite fragile, as she still retained considerable organic mass within. This resulted in Optimus Prime witnessing Rosa being inadvertently launched by a dead-end strike, seemingly losing consciousness. She embodied the archetype of high damage with low durability, a favored target in team battles. Unbeknownst to them, she possessed a self-reviving mechanism. Just as Rosa appeared on the brink of being finished off by a minor foe, Optimus Prime rushed in to dispatch that adversary and contacted the ambulance to activate the land bridge, calling for backup. There was no time to mourn for Rosa's impending demise. The next arrival was the barricade. When Rosa regained consciousness, she found herself in the base. The barricade had just stepped out to provide support, while the ambulance conducted a brief scan on itself. "Stay still, it will be over soon." The ambulance pressed down on Rosa's shoulder, examining her for any significant injuries before releasing her. Though Rosa wished to return to the battlefield, a message from Optimus Prime informed her that the land bridge was activated. The battle was over. Despite the loss of the storage container and the barricade seemingly being struck by a laser from within it, Optimus Prime instructed the barricade to return for a neural system scan. Once it was confirmed that Rosa was unharmed, she was also teleported out to assist in eliminating the remaining Decepticon minions. As the terrestrial bridge activated, both Autobots and Decepticon minions turned their attention towards the emerging figure of Rosa. She strolled forward, articulating her joints, and, as the bridge retracted, she crossed her arms over her chest. In an instant, she transformed into a blade, unfurling her wings. At the moment the blade retracted, her arms spread wide, the sharp tips of her weapon carving two arcs upon ground. With a powerful thrust of her rear foot, she flapped her wings and surged towards her opponent's head crest. After dispatching the remaining minions, Rosa returned to the base, only to find a partition inscribed with complex equations. A brief glance was sufficient for her before she turned to her quarters to shed her outer armor. However, she paused and retraced her steps. Wait a moment, who is writing what? Indeed, she noticed the partition covered with a multitude of incomprehensible equations, which struck her as peculiar, especially when the esoteric terms rolled off the speaker's tongue. According to Ratchet, this phenomenon was a consequence of the data storage tank. During a battle, energy emitted from the tank had struck the partition's head, resulting in its current peculiar state. After grasping the situation, Rosa first retreated to her room to properly store her armor before rejoining the others to hear Ratchet's explanation. This focal area contained the information from the storage tank, akin to a sentient energy. Ratchet gestured towards the results as he elucidated to the others, and upon hearing the term sentient energy, Rosa became suddenly alert. Wait, it's alive, brimming with vitality, residing within the partition's mind? Mika gestured, further heightening Rosa's vigilance. Johnny Silverhand? A reference to a character from Cyberpunk. Surely, this thing doesn't overwrite the host's brain like in the storyline? Do not be alarmed. This data constitutes only a minuscule fraction. Compared to the standard, it is virtually negligible. How would I know? Indeed, the utterance of technical jargon from the partition was quite surreal, and Rosa stood by, observing the spectacle. From our combat experience, it is clear that this data has detected unauthorized access, prompting an automatic ejection. Optimus Prime pondered the implications. Ratchet added that this was a safety measure. If released skyward, the data would dissipate into nothingness. Yet, it had infiltrated the partition's mind. As for why the data storage tank did not eject during the struggle between the Autobots and Decepticons, it was because the tank was constructed during Cybertron's golden age, a time before the division of Autobots and Decepticons. To them, they were all Cybertronians, only wary of extraterrestrial life, such as humans. Once Ratchet concluded his explanation, he contemplated for a moment. Just to be safe, Rosa, if any other storage tanks arise, it would be wise for you to steer clear. Rosa nodded in understanding, though the other partition, RC, and Bumblebee remained perplexed. Look at her wings, those illogical arms, the brittle metal, and immense strength. Do you truly consider that to be a Cybertronian? The ambulance, with a thoughtful expression, acknowledged the existence of beings that are half flesh and half machine. And although the subject of the Bumblebee in the partition was left unmentioned, the others nodded in understanding, recognizing that such strength was indeed unlike that of a human. Subsequently, Rosa, intrigued by the formula she encountered, sought to explore the meanings of certain terminologies within the base's database. However, RC, perceiving Rosa's intentions, promptly took her aside. insisting that she engage in leisure activities instead. This decision stemmed from RC's recollection of a previous incident involving the Red Spider, where Rosa appeared burdened by the pressures of scientific inquiry. Thus, RC was resolute in ensuring that Rosa took a proper rest, forbidding her from delving into such matters for the time being. A half canister of energy was entrusted to Rosa, and RC gently patted her shoulder, suggesting that after such extensive research, it would be wise for her to take a break. The ambulance, upon briefly examining the formulas drawn by the partition, speculated that they represented a form of synthetic energy. Rosa's suspicions were confirmed. The partition's memories were gradually being eclipsed by the influx of data. However, rather than prioritizing the energy solution for the Autobots, Optimus Prime and his companions yearned for the return of their comrade. As they deliberated on reclaiming the canister from Megatron, Optimus intended to call upon Rosa for assistance, but RC intervened, hinting that Rosa required ample rest at this juncture. After a moment's hesitation, Optimus conveyed his wishes for Rosa to recuperate before he and the others ventured onto the land bridge. Startled by the message, Rosa sprang from her bed, bewildered. What? I'm not ill. Why must I rest? Chapter 41. The ambulance achieves a milestone. Optimus and his team were taken aback when Machiko emerged with the partition. Thankfully, the formulas did not fall into the hands of the Decepticons. At the crucial moment, Machiko struck the partition, causing all data, along with its memories, to ascend into the heavens, vanishing amid the cosmic sea. Ultimately, Optimus intervened, bringing the partition back to the base, where Machiko awakened it with its favorite melody. Rosa's face illuminated with understanding, and she gently clapped her hands together in delight. How endearing, RC mused. After ensuring that Rosa rested well the previous day, it was reported by the ambulance that she had not emerged since. This morning, upon witnessing the partition's restoration, Rosa approached to recount the events of the previous day. However, she also inquired about the current state of energy reserves at the base, questioning whether they were insufficient. Indeed, the supply was alarmingly low. Our energy reserves have never been this scarce, the ambulance beside her remarked, and Rosa pondered for a moment before turning back to her room, uncertain of what she intended to concoct. She recalled that her mother had indeed created a rudimentary device designed to convert energy entities. However, it primarily required minuscule black holes generated by a solver for conversion, and the conversion rate was exceedingly low, necessitating computation during the process. Yet, it was better than nothing. Rosa swiftly constructed the framework of the device, placing a small sphere atop it, as she required some petroleum for her experimental transformation. Surely our solver can convert anything into flesh and blood, she thought. Let us proceed. Rosa left the room in search of the ambulance, seeking additional petroleum. The ambulance, still perplexed by her intentions, asked, "What are you planning to do?" "I shall attempt to transform it into an energy entity. I will test it shortly to see if others can utilize it," Rosa replied as she exited the laboratory. The ambulance nodded, returning to its tasks. "Wait, what did she just say she was transforming?" The ambulance turned back abruptly. "All right," Rosa stepped back at the door, adding, "For my supplies, petroleum will suffice for now. I can consume it directly, while you may keep the energy entities for yourselves." With that, she departed. The ambulance hesitated momentarily before resuming its work on synthesizing super energy entities. By afternoon, Rosa returned with a quarter of an energy entity for the ambulance to examine. The ambulance nearly assumed Rosa had brought a natural super energy entity to ensnare it. However, upon testing, it discovered the absence of several trace substances typically found in natural super energy entities. Only then did it acknowledge the validity of Rosa's simple device for converting energy entities. After all, if the solver can convert anything into flesh and blood, surely it could manage this as well. Though the conversion rate remained minimal, achieving just a quarter of a jar of energy entity in a morning was still an improvement. The ambulance promptly arranged for her to continue with the conversions and contacted Agent Fuller to deliver a truckload of petroleum for Rosa's use. "I recall you stating that you do not consume petroleum," Agent Fuller remarked as he drove a tanker truck into the base's main hall, lowering the window. "Indeed, we do not. However, there is now a special exception," the ambulance replied, glancing towards Rosa. She had moved the device into the base's hall, where petroleum flowed steadily in a straight line from above, with a small black hole adorned with blue lettering beneath it, radiating a blue luminescence. Within the black hole, droplets of super energy entities would periodically emerge. Rosa turned to observe Fuller, who then noticed the symbol of the solver inscribed around her eye socket. While this appearance might seem peculiar at first glance, her fingers, extended with her thumb, index, and middle fingers, formed a hexagonal symbol with 3 arrows at each corner. That's rather striking, Fuller noted as he observed her manipulating the solver to execute computations, particularly as the device dripped energy entities. It seems we shall need to transport petroleum to you more frequently. Fuller leaned out of the truck window. Not necessarily. It is only during this period of energy entity scarcity that we require it. Now, Rosa, speak up, she replied. The ambulance, uttering urgent words, seized a canister of oil to pour into Rosa's mouth. Thank you, I have hands, Rosa replied, taking the canister with her other hand and drinking directly from it. Now, Rosa was able to moderate the supply of super energy bodies within the base, ensuring she had enough to prevent starvation while effectively converting the energy bodies. However, the ambulance observed the black hole still dripping energy bodies, noting the conversion rate was disappointingly low. With the sun setting swiftly and only half a canister of energy body remaining from Rosa's earlier conversion, they were left with little for emergencies. They desperately needed a substantial supply of energy bodies. If only he could synthesize them, all these issues would be resolved. The ambulance handed Rosa the empty canister and continued to experiment with formulas to synthesize super energy bodies. Finally, by evening, he successfully produced some, and the next step was to test their stability. Suddenly, Bumblebee arrived, carrying Rafi, who cheerfully greeted everyone. The ambulance responded in kind while examining the synthesized energy body under a microscope, which appeared quite stable. Is that the synthesized energy body? Rafi inquired, leaning over the railing to observe the ambulance's stability tests. Indeed, I am preparing to test the samples, the ambulance replied, holding the synthesized super energy body, ready to inject it into the test engine with a syringe. Abruptly, a syringe flew towards him, displaying the blue resolver symbol, vanishing into his hand before landing in his grasp. Thank you. That's a convenient ability, the ambulance remarked, waving at her as he transferred the synthesized super energy body into the syringe. Rosa casually selected another canister of oil to bring it before her, taking a sip without hesitation. The resolver program continued to operate seamlessly, and the symbol remained visible in Rosa's left eye, shifting with her gaze. It may look odd at first glance, but combined with the resolver symbol and those unique abilities, it does seem quite impressive, she mused. The ambulance injected the synthesized energy body into the engine, which soon roared to life. There was undoubtedly energy present, yet further experimentation was required before considering its use for ammunition, fuel, or medical emergencies. Their inventory had never been this low before, and as moving energy bodies appeared on the base's main panel, Optimus Prime and the others understood it was time to venture out. Optimus, you must exercise caution. We cannot afford any more injuries. Our super energy body stock is nearly depleted. The ambulance cautioned before they departed. Understood. Initiating land bridge now, Autobots. Let us move. As the ambulance watched Optimus Prime's departing figure, he wished he could contribute more. Observing the fading blue-green radiance of a land bridge, a thought struck him, and he reached for the syringe filled with green, synthesized super energy body. Taking a deep breath, he injected it into his arm. Ambulance! Ambulance! Rafi shouted anxiously as he rushed down, while Rosa, hearing the commotion, hurriedly shut down the makeshift conversion device that was still leaking oil. Ambulance. Chapter 42. The ambulance achieves utter madness. Ambulance. Ambulance. The cries persisted for an indeterminate duration until the ambulance finally stirred, its optical lenses inexplicably transformed into a verdant hue. Rosa gently released her grip on the slightly swaying ambulance, assisting it as it rose, cradling its head. Are you all right? Confirming the ambulance's steadiness, Rosa stepped back, while Rafi looked on with concern. I'm fine, the ambulance replied, lifting its arm in bewilderment. At that moment, Rosa also withdrew her support. Not as fine. The ambulance examined the panel on its arm, exclaiming, Energy levels have surged by 30%. My motor functions are in excellent condition. Rosa chuckled at the ambulance's exuberance, feeling a tinge of perplexity. Had the ambulance always been so cheerful? Have they received any news? She inquired. No, Rafi blurted out, shaking his head as he gazed at the command center's display. Shortly thereafter, Optimus Prime transmitted a message via intercom. instructing the ambulance to immediately lock onto RC's location and activate the land bridge. That's unnecessary. Ambulance. I'm almost there. RC disregarded Optimus Prime's and the ambulance's calls, charging ahead. However, reinforcements from the Decepticons arrived, unleashing a barrage of missiles that rained down upon RC like petals from celestial flower. RC evaded deftly, yet one missile struck true. Due to her high velocity, the impact propelled her a considerable distance. RC is injured. The ambulance promptly engaged the land bridge, while Rosa unfurled her wings, preparing to dive and retract them just as the bridge activated, allowing her to surge forward into the passage. Rosa, I leave this to you. With that, the ambulance surged into the land bridge. Concerned about colliding with the ambulance during her dive, Rosa hesitated, puzzled by the ambulance's words. After a moment's indecision, she harnessed the momentum of her dive, retracting her wings just before entering the land bridge. Successfully utilizing the force, she emerged from the bridge airborne, spreading her wings to survey the ground below. What she witnessed was astonishing. The ambulance was remarkably formidable. There was no time for contemplation, however, as she noticed a soldier disregarding the ambulance, intent on firing at RC. RC. The ambulance attempted to rush to her aid, but Rosa, with a powerful flap of her wings, teleported in an instant before RC. With a flash of blue light, the bullet spun through the air, emitting a sizzling sound as it clashed with the sharp metal claws that intercepted it. The colossal claw seized the minuscule bullet, while Rosa, having retracted her enormous wings before her appearance, maintained a poised stance, 1 foot forward, 1 back, her upper body lowered, her right hand poised above. The formidable claw expertly grasping the incoming projectile. A gust of wind surged forth as RC braced herself to deflect the shot with her arm, only to witness the bullet come to a halt mere inches from her face. In a swift motion, Rosa spun, flinging the bullet back towards its source, striking the Decepticon squarely in the head, a decisive blow. Rosa swiftly retracted her claws into her arms, unfurling her long blades, and joined the fray alongside Ratchet against the Decepticons. Both combatants engulfed in a frenzy. In a fleeting glance, Rosa noticed the energy core carried by Dead End. In an instant, Dead End's eyes sparkled with an unusual luminescence upon spotting Rosa, and he soared directly towards them, requesting the activation of the land bridge. Both Dead End and Ratchet, drenched in sweat from the intensity, beheld the radiant optics of Rosa. Without hesitation, Rosa dove rapidly, and as she neared the apex of Dead End's vehicle, she secured a substantial piece of the energy core between her feet and, risking being crushed, executed a daring roll downward. Upon glancing back, they activated the land bridge just as she completed her maneuver, whisking Dead End away. Thanks to the Decepticons responsible for the transport, the timing of the bridge's activation was fortuitous. Had it been earlier, she would have joined them at their stronghold, and had it been later, she would have surely been flattened by Dead End. While Rosa secretly wished for an earlier activation to indulge in the delights of their headquarters buffet, it had been quite some time since she indulged in such a feast since her arrival at the Autobot base. Though she wasn't starving, nothing compared to the thrill of consuming fresh prey. She could have savored 2 more Decepticons by now. When would she find a moment to discreetly eliminate a Decepticon? Yet, to be fair, the last Decepticon she consumed lacked the delectable flavor of those from her training camp. Why was that? I digress. This substantial piece of the energy core should suffice for the Autobots' immediate needs, though it still fell short. Subsequently, Optimus Prime and Bumblebee navigated over the colossal boulders that obstructed their path, witnessing the perilous exploits Rosa had just undertaken. Truly, one reckless soul, charging ahead, nearly faced a thrashing, while another fearlessly flew forward, unafraid of being crushed. 2 brilliant yet reckless spirits. Rosa quipped, incorrect. This exemplifies an excellent matching mechanism. Meanwhile, Ratchet, having dispatched all Decepticon soldiers, fought as if fueled by a stimulant. Rosa, cradling the energy block with utmost care, approached Optimus Prime, observing Ratchet's actions. What transpired? Asked Raph, as the Autobots activated the land bridge. I've heard our medic sent the Decepticons fleeing in terror, replied the panel, while Ratchet approached Raph, lifting him with a playful bounce. Hey, little buddy. It was astonishing to witness Ratchet engage in such lighthearted banter, prompting a startled exclamation from Raph. At least we have a portion of the energy core now, Rosa remarked as she watched Ratchet gently set Raph down. So, what exactly happened? Upon hearing RC's inquiry, Ratchet brandished the synthesized energy core sample they had created. Actually, it's nothing much, Ratchet replied, gazing at the synthesized super energy core in his hand before tossing it to RC. I call this the synthesized super energy core. The green canister rested in RC's hands. Based on the data transcribed by the panel, I thought the formula wasn't. RC casually passed the canister to Bumblebee beside her as Ratchet interjected. Now, it's complete. Buzzing and beeping, I found myself in a moment of cleverness, while the ambulance assumed the role of a stalwart hero. After Bumblebee examined the liquid, he handed the canister of synthesized super energy to the panel, which in turn presented it to Optimus Prime. Although the results were favorable, Optimus deemed the ambulance's self-experimentation somewhat reckless. His concern remained palpable. Old friend, Optimus addressed the ambulance. While our numbers are indeed constrained, we require a warrior in the laboratory far more than one on the battlefield. The ambulance responded with a slight nod. Chapter 43. The ambulance achieves a diminished state. The ambulance took the panel to the training grounds for a friendly spar. The panel appeared reluctant to engage, yet Rosa paid it no mind. The scarcity of energy bodies compelled her to remain in the hall, converting energy. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted nearby the training area, prompting Rosa to cease her work and investigate. A massive hole had breached the wall connecting the corridor to the training ground, and the panel, clutching its head, scrambled to its feet with newfound speed. From a distance, Rosa observed the ambulance throwing punches at the air, landing one just before Bumblebee. Approaching to assess the situation, she questioned, "Is this still the ambulance I know? Huh, have you ever bested me, little sports car?" The ambulance's fist halted inches from Bumblebee's face, who quickly waved his hands in defense. Scatadicut. Yet, as the ambulance passed by RC, he greeted her, "Hello, beautiful." Under the puzzled gazes of their companions, he continued on, greeting Rosa with, "Hello, Angel Rosa." Her expression, a mix of disbelief and suppressed irritation, twitched at the corners as she resisted the urge to retaliate. RC, brow furrowed in confusion, asked, "Is he stronger, faster, more charming?" The panel reiterated her observations, and all eyes followed the ambulance's retreating figure. Had the ambulance been possessed? Rosa's questioning gaze shifted toward the panel and RC, both of whom shook their heads in bewilderment. When a new signal of super energy appeared, the ambulance suggested that Bumblebee keep watch, and the group proceeded toward the new energy source. As they debated whether such a meager vein of energy would even suffice for their dwindling reserves, the ambulance charged ahead, and the others reluctantly followed to cover him. After they managed to subdue the situation, unfamiliar shouts rang out, prompting the Autobots to investigate. Rosa glanced at her comrades rushing toward the ambulance, then at the fallen Decepticon. They probably won't return, right? She pondered, seizing a Decepticon and twisting its head off. With a fierce grip, she crushed the skull, prying open the armor mask, and devoured the energy that burst forth. Truth be told, the flavor was rather mediocre, lacking the delectable quality of the recruits' training camp rations. If she had to compare, it resembled pre-packaged meals. After a few bites, Rosa lost her appetite and moved on to dismantle another Decepticon. The next one yielded a similar taste, and she nearly disassembled every Decepticon's head or limb before finally tasting one that bore resemblance to the flavors from the training camp. As she dined, her mind wandered back to the recent skirmish, recalling that this particular tiger seemed to possess a strength surpassing that of its kin, its defenses slightly more robust. This distinction became palpable when she attempted to sever its head. Surely, those bland specimens could not be mere clones of the Decepticon. Chewing on the arm of this Decepticon, Rosa contemplated the matter. Having swiftly dispatched the tiger and confirmed that no residual energy lingered upon her, she ascended to the location of Optimus Prime and his companions, only to sense an unsettling atmosphere upon her arrival. It appeared as though a quarrel had just transpired. Optimus had just instructed Ratchet not to leave the base until further notice, to which Ratchet seemed to acquiesce. Rosa observed them, feeling somewhat out of sorts as they collectively sighed. The barricade was the first to step onto the ground bridge, only to be abruptly confronted by Ratchet, who surged forth from within. Optimus hurried to assess the barricade's condition, and in the ensuing chaos, Ratchet made his escape. Rosa stood in stunned silence, realizing that Ratchet was seeking refuge with the Decepticons. I must pursue, she declared, extending her wings. Countless sharp steel plates unfurled, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Her silver wings reflecting the radiant beams as she forcefully flapped them and soared toward Ratchet's distant form. On the ground, Ratchet adjusted his rearview mirror, spotting Rosa with her formidable wings aloft. Hey, Angel, are you attempting to follow me? That's ill-advised. It's far too perilous. It was evident that Ratchet was still under the influence of the synthetic energy. Hearing his words over the internal line, Rosa felt an overwhelming urge to swoop down and deliver a swift reprimand. In fact, she acted upon that impulse, diving toward the vehicle and striking it directly. Ratchet, caught off guard, flipped over and transformed, barely stabilizing himself to avoid crashing into a wall. Although she understood that his erratic behavior was a result of the synthetic energy, it did little to temper her desire to address his insolence. Rosa twisted her wrist, watching as Ratchet scrambled to his feet, whistling at her before transforming and speeding away. His intent unmistakable. Come and catch me if you can. The audacious synthetic energy had driven Ratchet toward the narrower chasms of the Great Rift, maneuvering into spaces barely wide enough for a single ambulance to navigate. However, Rosa's expansive wings hindered her descent within the depths of the rift, where rocks frequently obstructed her view. Some fissures branched into two paths, their tops concealed, complicating her pursuit from the air. Rosa, are you still in pursuit of Ratchet? Came Alcie's voice over the internal line. We are unable to locate his signal. Alcie added. No, I've just lost sight of him, Rosa replied, her eyes scanning the myriad of crevices surrounding her. The depths of the Great Rift were profound, rendering it difficult to discern what lay within the gaps from afar. Suddenly, she spotted a bright orange-white gleam in the distance. After reporting Ratchet's approximate location back to the base, she propelled herself onward to continue her chase. The ambulance ventured into a cavern, prompting Rosa to report its location to Optimus Prime and the others. However, upon descending into the depths, she felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate the place. The labyrinthine passages were fraught with dead ends, and the ambulance had likely transformed into its humanoid form, leaving no tire tracks to indicate its path. Yet, upon hearing the sounds of combat, she realized it might be the ambulance and rushed towards it, even catching glimpses of its cries for help. Simultaneously, Bumblebee at the base relayed news of having received the ambulance's signal, prompting Rosa to hasten toward its location. Upon arrival, she witnessed the scene of the ambulance pinned against the wall, nursing a significant wound. She dashed forward, but as soon as the ambulance spotted her, it hastily transformed and fled. Just as Rosa intended to pursue, a sound behind her signaled the ambulance's collapse. Without hesitation, she contacted Bumblebee to activate the land bridge. While Optimus Prime and the others finally reached the scene, the ambulance was urgently transported to the medical bay, where Optimus Prime tended to its injuries and administered energy. Thankfully, it was stabilized and returned to normal. Indeed, the exceptionally skilled combatant was as enigmatic as ever. As Rosa assisted in transporting the energy units discovered at the Decepticon mining site, she pondered the strength required for Optimus Prime and the barrier to achieve flight. During this period of recovery for the ambulance, Rosa remained at the base, occasionally receiving energy signals and patrolling with other Autobots, or aiding in the transportation of energy units back to the base. Her familiarity with certain equipment allowed her to undertake maintenance of the base's infrastructure while the ambulance recuperated, proving herself to be quite dependable, especially with her adeptness at the solver's capabilities, effortlessly selecting and placing items with a mere wave of her hand. In truth, this time was relatively tranquil, leaving Rosa uncertain of how to fill her days. Thus, she continued to retreat into her room to work on parts, occasionally emerging for supplies or to investigate energy signals with fellow Autobots. One day, after the ambulance had sufficiently recovered, it conferred with Optimus Prime about various matters before seeking out Rosa. Consequently, the area where Rosa researched weaponry was relocated to a room adjacent to the main hall. As both the ambulance and Optimus Prime recalled the previous explosion incident, this change would mitigate potential damage to her personal quarters should another explosion occur. Moreover, they harbored intentions for Rosa to engage more with the group, believing that her proximity to the main hall might facilitate her integration into the collective. They even implemented soundproofing, ensuring that Rosa's studies in the adjacent room would remain undisturbed by the activities in the hall. One day, while Rosa was engrossed in her research, a message came through the intercom, indicating that Fuller had contacted the hall screen. She stepped out to discern the matter, learning that the Decepticons had infiltrated human territory to pilfer a multitude of items, which, according to the ambulance, could be utilized in constructing a space bridge. Now, only one thing remains. As for why Agent Fuller did not notify the Autobots when the first component was stolen, it was purely because he believed it was the work of the Decepticons, until later when the surveillance footage revealed Soundwave's face. Rosa decided to don her armor, sensing an impending confrontation. Indeed, shortly thereafter, news arrived of a human military base being attacked by the Decepticons. Optimus Prime first instructed Agent Fuller to evacuate the soldiers there before preparing to lead everyone to the scene. Bumblebee had just taken Raph out for a joyride and had yet to return, but there was no time to wait. As the ground bridge activated, Optimus Prime led the charge, firing ahead. Rosa chose to wait until they had all entered before diving into the ground bridge from above. Upon emerging, she swiftly unfurled her wings, powerfully flapping them toward the two Decepticon grunts carrying the energy components. Her sharp blades sliced through the throats of the two grunts, rendering them unfit for their journey to Canada, as their heads were no longer attached. With their heads relocated, the two Decepticons collapsed. However, aerial fire support soon arrived, and as Optimus and the others rushed to her side, Rosa raised her hand to manipulate the deflector, elegantly waving it. All incoming bullets, as if encountering an unseen barrier, were forcibly redirected by the deflector, veering off to the sides. The air around Rosa shimmered with blue flashes as each bullet, upon nearing her, was deflected with a brilliant glow. An invisible shield was formed, and the Decepticon grunts realized their gunfire was utterly ineffective. The Autobots continued to return fire, and under the enhanced firepower, the Decepticon grunts began to fall one by one. Yet, Rosa could not sustain this for long. While it was manageable to redirect bullets in her immediate vicinity, protecting the Autobots on a larger scale required extensive calculations, causing her core to heat up and energy to deplete rapidly. Rosa aimed for a swift resolution, intending to activate the ground bridge promptly to transport the components away. However, the Decepticons, understanding that long-range fire was futile, closed in for close combat. Rosa ceased deflecting bullets and drew her blade, ready to confront the enemy. At that moment, Bumblebee, who was en route with Raph for a day of fun, received the urgent call for support. Ratchet instructed him to drop Raph off so he could activate the ground bridge and return him safely, while Bumblebee proceeded to the battlefield. No one anticipated that Megatron would cross paths with Bumblebee, so when Megatron attacked unexpectedly, Bumblebee could not evade in time and was struck. He slammed on the brakes, only to see Raph unconscious in the back seat. Meanwhile, the Decepticons remained densely clustered in their vicinity, forcing Bumblebee to eliminate the surrounding foes before figuring out how to transport the components back. After finally dispatching the nearby Decepticons, he spotted a familiar aircraft approaching, Megatron, who transformed midair and landed before Optimus Prime. Optimus, Megatron. The two machines stared at each other, as if fate were insisting on unfolding. "Don't you think this is rather foolish?" Optimus shouted at Megatron. "If I could seize my own destiny, why should I resign myself to fate?" Megatron, casting his gaze towards Optimus Prime and the other Autobots, spoke with an air of menace. As fate would have it, Optimus, sensing Megatron's piercing stare, turned momentarily, and that fleeting glance sent tremors through his pupils. Bumblebee cradled Raph, who lay motionless in his grasp. Bumblebee, filled with sorrow, observed the others, prompting RC to swiftly approach and assess Raph's condition. Raph, RC gingerly lifted him, detecting faint breaths. She glanced around at her companions, questioning whether to continue the fight or prioritize saving a life. It seems I've not only crushed a Bumblebee, but also squashed a little bug. Megatron's taunting words ignited Bumblebee's fury, causing him to clench his fists, producing a creaking sound. He transformed into weaponry, intent on firing at Megatron. It was restrained by the panel behind him. Beep beep. Bumblebee struggled against the panel, his rage palpable. Optimus, furrowing his brow, turned to face Megatron, who wore a provocation-laden grin for all Autobots to see. Through a secure line, Optimus called for an ambulance and instructed the activation of the land bridge, prioritizing Raph's and Bumblebee's safety before their return. Seizing the moment while Megatron glanced towards the approaching nemesis, Optimus, the panel, and Rosa concealed themselves, preparing to infiltrate the ship. When Megatron redirected his attention to Optimus, he was met with the vanishing light of the land bridge, prompting an instinctual belief that the Autobots had fled. However, they had not. As the passage descended, enveloping Megatron and lifting him away, Rosa extended a camera from behind, initially projecting its image, then concealing herself for the impending flight. Noticing the synchronized gaze of Optimus and the panel towards her, Rosa hesitated, aware of their desire to ascend. After a moment's thought, she took flight with both Optimus and the panel, utilizing her projection to cloak all three, ensuring their presence remained undetected. Do not inquire how they achieved this ascent. Upon landing aboard the Nemesis, Rosa felt as if her hands might fracture under the weight, carrying Optimus while gripping the panel. Were it not for the repair device's ability to instantly mend fractures and other injuries, she would have feared a catastrophic descent. Her own frame, typically lightweight and accustomed to flight, struggled under the sudden burden, compelling her to flap vigorously until her wings, now utterly fatigued, could no longer support her. Chapter 45, Bobby. Rosa's game time. Rosa, are you alright? The panel expressed concern for Rosa, nearly crushed beneath the combined weight of itself and Optimus. Her wings sagged to the ground, lacking the strength to lift. I'm fine, just a bit of soreness in my shoulders. Uncertain if it was mere illusion, the panel thought it perceived a wisp of smoke emanating from Rosa's shoulder, but it vanished before it could confirm. Indeed, it was smoke, a byproduct of Rosa's healing process. She moved her arms, fully extending her wings before retracting them. At that moment, Optimus, vigilant with his weapon raised, scanned the entrance for any sign of movement. Once Rosa appeared to be ready, he prepared to search for the device that Megatron had abducted, resolute in his mission to prevent Megatron from acquiring it and utilizing it to construct a space bridge. At this moment, beneath her mask, Rosa furrowed her brow, for she observed the temperature of her body steadily rising. Initially, she had utilized the solver to deflect bullets on a large scale, and later engaged in close combat with numerous Decepticons. Following that, her high-intensity flight and the continuous repair of fractures had significantly depleted the energy in her fuel tank. As the heat continued to escalate, she had expended a bit more energy to cool down, leaving her in dire need of replenishment. She was reluctant to resort to the canister of super energy in her subspace just yet. She preferred to save it for a moment when she might lose control in the presence of the Autobots. For now, she needed to find an opportunity to separate herself from Optimus Prime and the others, then use her projection to conceal herself and hunt down some Decepticon foot soldiers. She wished to avoid reaching a critical temperature that would compel her to indiscriminately attack all living beings around her, especially in front of the Autobots, who might mistake them for potential prey. It was essential to maintain a positive impression, or at the very least, a safe one. As Rosa contemplated her next move, Optimus Prime noticed the maintenance duct overhead. With a decisive motion, he forcefully pushed aside the few railings obstructing the access to the maintenance duct, which was just large enough for Rosa to squeeze into. She hesitated at the opening, recalling that the Autobots were still nearby, so she decided against extending her tendrils or scythes, lest she frighten them. Instead, she obediently followed them into the ventilation duct, even guiding them on how to navigate silently. Optimus Prime and the others exchanged puzzled glances, their optical sensors clearly questioning her remarkable proficiency. Rosa chose not to respond, and the trio continued forward. Suddenly, she called out a warning for them to veer left. She recalled the duct layout from the previous rescue of Agent RC and Bumblebee, which had allowed her to observe the arrangement of the maintenance pipes. Her memory of the duct's configuration was purely strategic. She knew that, in her solver form, she could easily pierce through to the enemies below, making it exceptionally convenient for setting traps. The others were bemused, wondering who would take the time to memorize such details. However, Rosa's recollection proved accurate, for ahead in the duct, they indeed spotted a group of Decepticon foot soldiers placing a stolen device within a protective barrier. After a brief exchange of tactics, Rosa led the way by tossing some makeshift debris to create a distraction, followed by a swift descent where she delivered a powerful blow to one soldier while sending another flying. Once Optimus Prime and the others joined her, he leaped out to land on a Decepticon preparing to fire at Rosa, delivering a finishing blow. Meanwhile, Rosa aimed at the last Decepticon and shot him off the platform. The unfortunate soldier plummeted and, upon colliding with the device below, was electrocuted on the spot. After confirming the area was clear of other Decepticons, Optimus Prime contacted Ratchet. Ratchet, how is Laffy? At this moment, Rosa descended from the ventilation duct, unnoticed by both the partition and Optimus Prime. As she landed and stood upright, she momentarily flickered. It is but a FAAD. It remains difficult to ascertain. The ambulance reported that he would receive proper treatment. Turning to see Rosa attempting to deactivate the protective device, Optimus Prime remarked, I cannot assist you, my friend. This is all my fault for my hubris. We welcomed humanity into our lives, yet I scarcely endeavored to comprehend their science, their medical advancements. Jack's mother, little Jinda, along with the nurse, was striving to stabilize Rafi's vital signs, while the ambulance could only observe helplessly. You must gather your strength, old friend. Rafi needs you. Upon hearing Optimus Prime's words, the ambulance slowly lifted its head. So do I. I need him too. The ambulance cast a lingering glance at Rafi. Now, lock onto my coordinates and activate the land bridge immediately. Rosa had successfully opened the protective shield, allowing the partition to retrieve the device, which was rather cumbersome. It was initially meant for Rosa to carry, but she claimed to have exhausted too much energy during her previous flight. Consequently, the burden fell upon the partition, who was unaware of her ulterior motives. She believed that Optimus Prime's arrival was not merely to acquire that device, so she decided to let the partition and Optimus Prime foster a slight misunderstanding. When the land bridge activated, Optimus Prime indeed chose not to retreat, but to seek Megatron. Rosa remained in the maintenance duct, observing the scene below. Thus, as Optimus Prime beheld the projection, he saw Rosa following the partition into the land bridge, waving at him before proceeding. Conversely, from the partition's perspective, the projection revealed Rosa approaching Optimus Prime and giving him a thumbs up, leading the partition to assume that Rosa intended to remain with Optimus Prime. Very well, the partition declared as it entered the land bridge. Optimus Prime misinterpreted the partitions very well as an affirmation of its decision to stay, while in reality, the partition was referring to Rosa's intention to remain as well. A delightful misunderstanding was thus born between the two parties. Next came the moment of reckoning. I am here to find Megatron. This is of no concern to others. Stand down. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Optimus Prime brandished his weapon and exited the room into the corridor. The Decepticon soldiers across the way, hearing Optimus Prime's declaration, showed no gratitude and opened fire, only to be sent flying by a single shot from him. Meanwhile, Rosa activated her absolute solver form within the maintenance duct, unleashing countless sharp scythes, numerous pincers, and an array of cameras. Tentacles swiftly extended, densely packed, all connected to a structure reminiscent of a serpent's spine or vertebrae. As the program initiated, the spine elongated, harmonizing with a multitude of pincers and scythes, resembling an enormous centipede. The camera surveyed its surroundings, activating the projection to envelop the main body. The mechanical pincers gently grazed the ground, while a colossal centipede meandered through the maintenance ducts. As Rosa walked, she reminisced about the layout of the pipes she had previously observed, making her way directly to the energy storage room. Chapter 46. What one sees with their own eyes is not necessarily reality. Optimus Prime utilized the communication device on Megatron to establish contact with him, while Megatron reached out to other Decepticons, intending to bring Optimus Prime before him for a personal confrontation. Ah, a nemesis is indeed a nemesis. At this moment, Rosa first consumed some energy matter to satiate her hunger, then aimed directly at the soldier coming to deliver supplies. With a swift maneuver, she extracted his arm and began to feast. She casually piled nearby boxes filled with energy matter, ensuring they went unnoticed for the time being. Any leftover remnants would be discarded within. Rosa contemplated this while commandeering the nearby cameras, plunging them into darkness, allowing them to loop the footage to avoid detection. Subsequently, she used the pincers to pry open the door. The two guards at the entrance assumed someone was about to emerge and did not turn around. After a couple of seconds, puzzled by the absence of anyone, they glanced back toward the door. What they beheld was a long metallic pipe extending from within, at the end of which was a pair of hands resembling Rosa's own, black with joint seams and adorned with blue triangular white mechanical hands. In an instant, the cognitive functions of the two guards faltered, rendering them momentarily unresponsive, as those hands swiftly pulled them inside. Only then did they comprehend the gravity of the situation. But it was too late. As the storage room door shut, the guard screams abruptly ceased, leaving behind a small circle surrounded by boxes. Now home to the remnants of their unfortunate fate. The door to the storage room swung open once more, and in the next moment, two cameras extended from within. They projected an illusion of the door still being closed, recreating the scene of the two guards as they had been moments earlier. The cameras themselves were cloaked in the projection. Subsequently, those capturing the storage room footage returned to normalcy, while Rosa continued her masquerade, simulating the guards as if they had received some notification and hurried away. Now, the camera's view revealed no one present. Rosa persisted in infiltrating the cameras, looping the footage of an empty space until she retracted the projection and genuinely closed the door, restoring the cameras to their original function. Thus, the two guards at the entrance successfully vanished. Observing the footage on the ship, one might conclude that those two had fled, correct? If they departed and subsequently perished within the energy storage room, that would be an extraordinary occurrence, and it was no longer her concern. With a clear conscience, Rosa proceeded to eliminate every individual who entered the energy storage room, further simulating their normal departures. She then continued the projections through the crevices of the maintenance duct, randomly sending them to distant locations before ensuring their complete disappearance. Observing the footage on the ship, one could see those entities had indeed gone. Aside from the initial one in the storage room, others had ventured outside before meeting their demise and returning to the storage room. The occurrence of those entities fleeing and subsequently perishing within the energy storage chamber constitutes an enigmatic event, one that no longer pertains to my concerns. I hope that the investigators who follow will not face dire consequences due to this incident. At this moment, Optimus Prime is successfully exiting the land bridge, eloping with Megatron, while the two machines engage in a fierce battle. However, Optimus Prime's fury gives him a slight advantage over Megatron, as he grinds his wheel against Megatron's face. Although it is unclear why there is a peculiar impression that Megatron is somewhat enjoying this friction, ultimately, as Optimus Prime prepares to execute Megatron, a volcanic eruption suddenly occurs behind them, unleashing a multitude of dark energy entities. Megatron, with remarkable prowess, catches Optimus Prime's blade with his bare hands, successfully claiming the title of Galactic Emperor. As Optimus Prime is surrounded by an overwhelming presence of dark energy, he nearly falls victim to a counterattack. Fortunately, an ambulance, which has been pinpointed to his location, activates the land bridge, allowing the remaining Autobots to intervene. At this juncture, Rosa is still aboard the Decepticon Retribution, awaiting the arrival of the next delivery. The inquisitive Flyro is eager to discover the flavor of the upcoming mystery box. Upon returning to the base, the team ensures that Optimus Prime is settled. Both he and the partitioned area survey their surroundings and, in unison, inquire about Rosa's whereabouts. Confusion and surprise wash over the two machines as they exchange bewildered glances. "Isn't she with you?" they ponder. A sense of unease envelopes everyone as the ambulance is the first to voice concern, demanding to know what has transpired. The ambulance gazes anxiously at the duo. Rafi is in trouble. Having just neutralized the dark energy entity with the help of the energy being, they cannot afford for another incident to occur. The partition furrows his brow, shrugging. When I was about to depart from the land bridge, I saw Rosa approaching Optimus Prime, giving me this gesture. He raises his hand to demonstrate a thumbs up, contemplating the implications of his observation. I assumed it indicated her intention to remain and wish me luck. As he finishes, he turns to Optimus Prime, who gazes at him in shock, raising his voice slightly. "What I witnessed was her walking into the land bridge with you. She even waved goodbye to me." With this revelation, the partition's expression shifts, as he becomes increasingly convinced he cannot be mistaken, and neither can Optimus Prime. The uncanny nature of the incident causes Mickey to retract her neck, exclaiming, "This is truly bizarre. How could two perspectives yield entirely disparate observations? It is utterly inconceivable. If she is neither aboard the Retribution nor returned to the base, where could she possibly be?" The ambulance, cradling his head in deep thought, realizes that his mind is on fire with questions. He trusts both the leader and the partition, acknowledging that they would not jest about such matters, and is certain that the chameleon has perished, ruling out any possibility of misinformation being conveyed by a substitute. Is this truly a supernatural event? Or did she mistakenly traverse to the Shadow Realm during the transmission? I think I might have some insight. Jack hesitantly raises his hand. "Have you considered the possibility that Rosa, of course, may also involve me hiding something from Jack?" What on earth is going on? RC interrupted Jack's hesitant words. All right. Jack took a deep breath. The Black Widow attacked us, and Rosa was present during that incident. In fact, it was Rosa who saved me. But her method was rather extraordinary. She extended a device resembling a camera from behind her, which emitted light and projected my likeness and voice, leading the Black Widow to believe that was indeed me. Wait, what? The paramedic interjected. Are you saying she can project images and mimic voices? He gazed at Jack in disbelief, having every reason to suspect that Jack might be fabricating his story. And how could there possibly be a camera behind her? Oh, wait. That does seem plausible. He had intended to question how such a device could be concealed, but considering the extraordinarily compressed wings and tail, it didn't seem entirely impossible. This is true, Jack continued. I believe she could even project to obscure her own traces and alter her appearance. At least, I didn't see anything in the trees at that moment. Jack added, she was crouched in the trees, completely concealing herself, and then lured the Black Widow in, attacking only when the time was right. She even transformed to resemble the Black Widow. As Jack recounted the scene, he recalled the countless tentacles wielding scythes, sending a shiver down his spine. Is this real? The mantis catches the cicada while the oriole waits in the shadows. Meichi stared in astonishment at Jack, who was now nervously rubbing the back of his neck. Why didn't you tell us? She wore an expression of having missed something significant, shocked that her good friend Jack had kept such an exhilarating event to himself, even if just to share it in secret. She asked me to keep it confidential, Jack said, sheepishly tugging at the corner of his mouth, his gaze inadvertently dropping to the ground. We'll deal with that later. Our immediate priority is to find Rosa. RC, visibly frustrated, remarked, first of all, what Gek and Optimus saw is unreliable. The only certainty is that Rosa is definitely not at the base. She has no reason to hide. The paramedic rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight ache in his head from the constant worry. Then she must be. RC turned to the others. At the Decepticons base, Gek interjected. She is still on the punishment. But what can she do there? Meichi queried. Chapter 47. The dual machines walk closely. How can one discern my fate? Jack, let us go. Help me get Raffi into my vehicle. Darby, the nurse, could no longer remain silent. She was not particularly interested in the machinations of these robots or conspiracy theories. Her priority was to ascertain Raffi's condition. Mom, isn't he already better? Jack attempted to intervene. Raffi needs a real doctor to diagnose his condition. His family deserves to know what has transpired. Little Darby, while pulling the medical stretcher, said Jack, both Optimus and I believe that Earth needs the protection of the Autobots, and humanity does too. Optimus also apologized to Darby for their inability to safeguard Raffi. Little Darby felt that these children should not be involved. They were good kids, and at their age, their concerns should revolve around the typical worries of youth, rather than the specter of life and death. Ultimately, they must leave with a few humans. However, Jack and Meichi are reluctant to depart. In the end, only Laffy finds himself seated in the white sedan that drives away from the base. They remain unaware of the trials that await them. The core of their planet, Earth, harbors the slumbering cosmic emperor. The dark energy entities that exist on Earth, particularly those recently unleashed by volcanic eruptions, are the very blood of the cosmic emperor. The metallic ores found on the planet are extensions of his corporeal being. Now, as the cosmic emperor stirs from his slumber, the entire planet is destined to shatter and disintegrate. Before this cataclysmic event unfolds, a series of natural disasters will manifest. Earthquakes, tsunamis, tornadoes, storms, and lightning. There may even be electromagnetic anomalies. The seismic activity across the globe resonates uniformly. It is at this moment they realize that Nurse Darby, who has just exited, is in grave danger. Bumblebee hastily ventures out to retrieve them, and at last, amidst the anxious waiting of the others, Bumblebee returns with Jack's mother and Laffy. Once a semblance of safety is restored, they discover that the frequency of the earthquakes translates into an auditory file, echoing the sound of a heartbeat. The Cosmic Emperor is on the verge of awakening. He may have already transcended physical form, rendering ordinary physical assaults ineffective. I sense your presence. Please reveal yourself. I honor you as my master. Great Cosmic Emperor, Megatron implores, raising his hand and shouting towards the volcano's mouth. He had just briefly entrusted command of the Nemesis to another, now standing before the volcano depicted in the vision granted to him by the Cosmic Emperor. As the thick smoke billows from the volcano, a blurred visage begins to materialize. Who dares seek my presence? The figure's mouth opens, its voice resonating within Megatron's mind. It is your most loyal servant, Megatron. I am the leader of the Decepticons, and I bear the dark energy entity binding it to you and me, awakening you once more to fulfill the ancient prophecy. With reverence, Megatron kneels before the Cosmic Emperor. Arrogant fool, how dare you claim to summon my life force? I awaken because I deem the time is ripe. The Cosmic Emperor's visage looms closer, bellowing at Megatron, who realizes that he requires no assistance, especially not from someone he holds in contempt. He even senses the presence of the apostles of the primordial celestial, namely Optimus Prime. Having just derided Megatron for being incapable of defeating Optimus, he suddenly perceives something else. What is this? A void, an insatiable abyss, an order emerging from chaos. Orderly yet chaotic, composed of infinite codes, he feels her energy flowing, akin to an endless chasm. Although still constrained by physical form, if she were to fully mature, the only options would be to seize or to eliminate. It appears that, beyond addressing the apostles, he must also resolve another complication. However, that entity seems to be aboard the Decepticon warship. The Cosmic Emperor scoffs, as Megatron assumes he would receive further scorn. It seems you possess some ability after all. You're not entirely useless. Upon hearing this, Megatron was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to interrupt the Cosmic Emperor's cynical remarks. Yet what he heard instead were words of praise. To utilize that devouring creature for my purposes. Now, I shall personally deal with that apostle. The Cosmic Emperor's shadow faded into the volcanic haze, leaving Megatron to ponder the recent statements. That devouring creature? Who could it be? The Rosa from the Autobots. But isn't she one of them? Why does the Cosmic Emperor believe that creature is now under his control? A sense of foreboding began to stir within Megatron as he suddenly turned to glare at the location of the punishment. My lord, you Haven T had the chance to offer any compliments. Black Widow attempted to interject, but was abruptly silenced by Megatron. Conduct a thorough count of all personnel aboard the ship, and search every compartment. Leave no trace of energy unexamined. Furrowing his brow, Megatron stated this before setting foot to exit the control room. Did you ever consider, while watching the episode of the Autobots where the Iron Worm was devouring, what would happen if the Iron Worm were sent to the Decepticons? Now you know, for although it is not the Iron Worm, something even larger has arrived. Find that entity for me, Megatron commanded in a low voice as he departed the control room. Next came the urgent search for various traces, without a doubt. The heap of remnants in the storage room would soon be discovered. Initially, when soldiers first stumbled upon the energy storage room, they overlooked the signs of energy seeping through the floor, assuming it was merely a broken crate leaking energy during transport. However, adhering to the command to leave no trace of energy unexamined, they began to move the crates, only to witness an unforgettable scene. Countless severed limbs piled together, with some unknown individual having smeared glue in the crevices of the floor and crates to prevent energy from leaking out too easily. Had it not been for the energy that managed to seep past the glue, they would have only discovered the gruesome pile once the crates were moved. The first Decepticon to make the discovery would forever remember the moment when, upon moving a crate, a head tumbled out from within, rolling right to the feet of the Decepticon soldier. Startled, the soldier leapt back, emitting a sound that could summon the others. For it is known that whenever a death is discovered, a scream inevitably draws attention or serves to set the atmosphere. At this moment, Rosa had reverted to her original form, taking the familiar route, her tentacle-like pincers hoisting a collection of armor stripped from various soldiers, while internally projecting a disguise to blend in among the ranks. Yet this time, Rosa also attempted to retain additional elements, such as projections. Now, the ceiling of the Decepticon base was adorned with countless writhing tentacle pincers and surveillance cameras. Rosa extended a portion of her body across her back, and those appendages crawled up to the ceiling, where countless cameras concealed their traces. They moved silently, mirroring Rosa's movements. Subsequently, numerous cameras extended throughout the Decepticon warship, projecting images of deceased Decepticon soldiers, feigning their vitality to create an illusion. When Black Widow commanded a group of Decepticons to identify the deceased and conduct reconnaissance, Rosa struggled to maintain her composure. Through the cameras extending from her body, she discerned that among the reconnaissance list, only one, designated as 159, was alive. The rest were deceased, merely projections of herself. Consequently, in the energy storage chamber, another cluster of energy storage crates shifted, revealing an additional vacant space. This was a designated spot reserved for you. Chapter 48. Indulging in the Decepticon buffet upon entering the crime scene, 159 felt no sense of abnormality. The atmosphere was bustling with activity, and discussions were underway. Approaching the pile of corpses, he crouched to inspect the bodies, grappling with the grim reality of what could create such a scene and claim so many lives. A chill crept over him, instilling a sense of fear. He contemplated turning to converse with the other Decepticons, but suddenly sensed something amiss. Where had everyone gone? His audio receiver was still picking up the sounds of other Decepticons engaged in conversation. Yet as he turned around, the entire scene and room lay desolate. Just moments ago, the area had been filled with discussion. He took a step back, incredulous. He could not have been mistaken. There had been a multitude of individuals present, and the audio receiver had captured their voices. Just then, a chilling snap echoed. As he turned, a massive scythe had appeared behind him. Suspended from the ceiling by metallic tendrils, the scythe glimmered ominously in the light, and in a swift motion, it severed his head from his body. His head rolled twice upon the floor, pinned down by a tentacle, which then ensnared him and pulled him back. The room resonated with the sounds of consumption. In the center of another cluster of energy storage crates, shortly thereafter, a new corpse emerged. In such a vast Decepticon warship, there must be more than one energy storage chamber. Perhaps there could be multiple crime scenes. At that moment, Black Widow, after receiving reports on the personnel checks, conveyed the findings to Megatron and Soundwave. Megatron, upon hearing the results, was further unsettled. Having surveyed the scene, he could estimate the number of casualties. This figure combined with the number of survivors would indicate a fluctuation in the warship's original population. It should not deviate significantly from the initial count. However, the reported numbers, together with Megatron's estimations, revealed a total far exceeding the original count. My gods, Megatron sighed, rubbing his temples. Now, within the confines of the Retribution, a sense of confusion prevails regarding who remains alive and who has perished. Megatron reflects upon the surveillance of a massacre, where he distinctly observed individuals entering, only to find them lifeless far from the scene. The current surveillance aboard the Retribution mirrors this unsettling phenomenon. While it is evident that a person departed from the sole entrance of a storage room, they have not returned, yet a corpse lies within. Alarmingly, the footage reveals the individual standing motionless, having exited only once and subsequently met their demise inside. Determined, Megatron resolves to seek out Optimus Prime. Given the impending threat posed by the cosmic tyrant towards Optimus, it appears prudent to collaborate with him, while also persuading him to return that monstrous entity. At the very least, it seems that Creature still heeds the commands of the Autobots. I can't reach her, Ambulance shouted, delivering a powerful blow against the wall. Oh, hey, Ambulance, calm down, Ratchet implored, having never witnessed such urgency in Ambulance before. She attempted to reassure him, suspecting that communications might have been severed or disrupted by some magnetic field. It seemed possible that Ambulance had encountered some misfortune. Ambulance, we are all very concerned. RC attempted to soothe, yet Ambulance remained agitated. Rosa was aboard the Decepticon warship. Who could fathom what peril she might be facing? Ambulance cried out, "We cannot afford to lose another comrade." Optimus Prime, on the internal comms, was the first to respond. I understand your distress, but we must prioritize addressing the cosmic tyrant's threat. Transport me to another seismic point. Ambulance cast a deep glance at the panel, striving to regain composure as he set aside his current task to activate the land bridge for Optimus. Rosa should be fine. She is incredibly strong. She can project herself to conceal her presence. She will be all right. She is aboard the Retribution. They had just dispatched Optimus to the second seismic point, having observed a total of 7. The vicinity of the initial 2 seismic points was rife with metallic ore, as a land bridge illuminated with a bluish-green glow. Optimus arrived at another seismic point to survey the surroundings. He meandered about, his blue optical sensors scanning the earthy yellow metallic veins that permeated the area. Ambulance. Optimus halted and reached out via the communicator. This seismic center shares consistent findings with the others. The terrain here is also rich in ore. Ambulance and the others at the base listened intently to Optimus's words. What does this signify? Fuller inquired. Having just arrived, and evidently unaware of the earlier discussions and speculations. The natural metallic veins on your planet are extensions of the cosmic tyrant, essentially his corporeal form. Ambulance elucidated for Fuller, continuing to monitor for any other developments. Suddenly, a surge in the frequency of the cosmic tyrant spark was detected on the base's panel, prompting Ambulance to immediately alert Optimus. Meanwhile, on Optimus's end, the visage of the cosmic tyrant materialized upon the wall. After a brief self-introduction, Optimus engaged directly with the tyrant's avatar in battle. After a brief skirmish, Optimus Prime sought to persuade the Cosmic Emperor, cautioning that their resurrection would spell doom for the life forms inhabiting the planet forged by the Cosmic Emperor, including humanity. While Optimus might perceive these beings as descendants of the Cosmic Emperor, the latter regarded them merely as parasites. Following this exchange, the Cosmic Emperor attempted to strike down Optimus. Yet his projection was shattered by Optimus's gunfire. However, more projections emerged to overwhelm them. Ultimately, they were rescued by Autobots arriving from the land bridge. Yet, the sheer number of projections surrounding them was staggering, emerging from the ground and walls alike. With no time to activate the land bridge, they endeavored to flee to a more open area to avoid encirclement. But upon encountering an even larger Cosmic Emperor composed of, despair enveloped them. If they could not defeat the Cosmic Emperor nor evade him, what hope remained? Gazing at the colossal figure, they resolved to eliminate as many of his projections as possible until a mutually beneficial solution could be found, destroying him without jeopardizing the planet. With that, Optimus transformed his hand into a cannon. His words instilled a glimmer of hope among the Autobots, who rallied behind him to confront the projections. They attempted to strike at the Cosmic Emperor's ankles, but their efforts were futile as they were swiftly overpowered. Just as one of the projections prepared to crush Optimus, a shot rang out, shattering the core of the projection. It crumbled into countless boulders, all thanks to Megatron. Chapter 49. A collaborative effort. Megatron approached Optimus Prime, who had just emerged from the rubble. As other Autobots raised their weapons in caution, Megatron merely extended his hand to Optimus. Grasping Megatron's hand, Optimus was pulled to his feet. Reflecting on their last encounter, the irony of this moment was palpable. Megatron observed as Optimus steadied himself and moved aside. If memory serves, you previously went at great lengths to extinguish my spark. After walking a short distance, Megatron turned back to face Optimus. You are correct. Optimus stepped forward to confront him. This sentiment remains unchanged. I anticipated you would say that. Megatron approached Optimus, then stepped back, saying, however, I have a proposition. He paused, glancing back at Optimus. Let us join forces to vanquish our common adversary, the Dark God, the Cosmic Emperor. Hearing this, Ratchet found it absurd. The Cosmic Emperor was the embodiment of darkness, and Megatron, instead of aiding him, was offering assistance to the Autobots. A being as arrogant as Megatron would never allow another to dominate this planet. It seems you truly understand me well, Megatron replied to Optimus with a smirk, then shifted the conversation. But you would do well to return to my warship and retrieve your creature. Retrieve it? RC felt a twinge of confusion upon hearing this. She surmised that Megatron was likely referring to Rosa, yet the tone of his voice suggested that finding her would be a futile endeavor. She was an Autobot and would not heed their commands. Megatron moved closer to Optimus Prime, asserting that only their orders would be effective. Optimus, perplexed, inquired, Are you afraid of her? Not afraid, Megatron replied, but my soldiers fear her. Fear being devoured by her. Upon hearing Megatron's words, Optimus mistakenly believed their trepidation was merely a matter of cowardice, unaware that Rosa had already begun to consume. Thus, regardless of Megatron's motives for wanting Rosa to depart from the Decepticon warship, he insisted on her return first. He was resolute in not allowing Rosa to remain aboard the Decepticon vessel. I still don't comprehend, RC questioned. You command a Decepticon army. Why seek our assistance? To annihilate the Universe Emperor, we require something significant, an alliance that harnesses the power of the Apostles. Ultimately, Optimus Prime and Megatron resolved to temporarily cease hostilities, prioritizing the defeat of the dark and malevolent Universe Emperor. Once that was accomplished, they would resume their previous conflict. When Megatron mentioned he would disclose the location of a Universe Emperor spark, the enormous doppelganger began to reassemble. Optimus contacted Ratchet to activate the ground bridge, while Megatron delayed the Universe Emperor, giving them time to deliberate. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the Decepticon warship, necessitating Soundwave's intervention, though it was already too late. The surveillance was non-functional, yet they could still hear sounds, attempting to discern if any Decepticons had perished. However, they were oblivious to which Decepticons were alive or dead, rendering elimination impossible. The monitoring systems had become utterly unreliable. Every recorded image could potentially be a fabrication. Black Widow had initially planned to seize the opportunity amidst the turmoil to usurp power, but was swiftly thwarted by Soundwave, further exacerbating the disorder aboard the ship. It resembled a novice's first attempt at playing werewolf in space, where one feared that any passerby might not be human. Consequently, upon seeing someone approach, they instinctively kept their distance. In the corridor, two soldiers faced each other, each raising their weapons in a standoff before cautiously turning away. At long last, they awaited salvation, the moment when Optimus Prime and his companions finally consented to collaborate with Megatron. Upon entering the Autobot base, Megatron took a brief respite before revealing the location of the Punisher. Optimus and Megatron led the way, with RC and the Divider following closely behind. Upon reaching the Punisher, Megatron commanded that fighting cease and preparations commence for broadcasting, enabling Optimus to summon Rosa back. However, they were unprepared for the moment Optimus stepped aboard the Decepticon warship. As Rosa's voice echoed nearby, "Optimus Prime?" He turned, bewildered, glancing around. Apart from Megatron and the recently arrived RC and Divider, there was no one else. How could this be? Almost instantly, as if Rosa sensed Optimus's confusion, a light flickered on at the far end of a darkened corridor. It was Rosa's silhouette. She turned to glance at Optimus Prime. Yet, inexplicably, a pitch-black corridor was suddenly illuminated by a solitary light, conveniently revealing the target below, which felt somewhat eerie. Optimus Prime furrowed his brow. "Wait for me to tidy up before we proceed." As he spoke, the light extinguished, and even the optical lenses that typically emitted a glow in the darkness vanished in that instant. The situation grew increasingly bizarre. At that moment, the various extended forms along every corridor and maintenance conduit of the Nemesis were gradually retracting back into Rosa's essence. As she absorbed them, she noticed that some had become overly saturated, with excess energy stored within the extensions, leading her to ponder whether this energy would be wasted upon retrieval. Perhaps I should allow these forms to continue extending and merely conceal them with projections, all while being cautious not to be touched. Rosa contemplated, and once she had organized herself, she proceeded toward where Optimus and the others were. However, she soon realized she had taken a wrong turn. The projection she had greeted earlier was in a dark corridor. Now she had inadvertently arrived behind Optimus, separated by a partition. Seeing the light vanish, Optimus intended to enter and search for Rosa, but he was halted by Megatron's raised hand. Years of unspoken understanding allowed Optimus to immediately grasp Megatron's intent. There might be danger, it was unwise to advance. Meanwhile, Rosa stood behind the partition, deliberating whether to announce her presence. The partition, sensing her gaze, was startled by her sudden appearance. Oh, hey, Rosa. Haha, I thought you would come from that direction." The partition had clearly observed Rosa in the opposite corridor moments ago. How had she appeared behind it in mere seconds? The partition's startled exclamation drew the attention of the others. "Rosa, what happened?" RC glanced quizzically at Rosa and then back at the dark corridor. "Fear not, I am unharmed." Rosa reassured them. "My armor only bears a few scratches, much like the last time we met, indicating I indeed encountered no peril." However, Optimus furrowed his brow. If Rosa could create illusions with her projections, then what stood before him was perplexing. Optimus stepped forward and gently lifted Rosa as one might a kitten. At that moment, Rosa appeared bewildered, seemingly not comprehending the intent behind Optimus's actions. As he felt the weight in his hands, confirming that it was indeed the real Rosa and not an illusion, the tension in his core finally subsided. He gently set Rosa back on the ground. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that she seemed slightly heavier than before. Optimus pondered this mystery, while Megatron observed Optimus's expression, silently inquiring if there was an issue. "No problem. Let us proceed," Optimus replied, and with that he contacted Ratchet to reactivate the ground bridge. As the radiant ground bridge illuminated, Optimus and the others returned to the base, with Megatron following closely behind, ready to input the coordinates for the Allsparks location. Upon seeing Rosa, Ratchet's evident tension eased slightly as he made way for Megatron to enter the coordinates. Rosa noticed Optimus Prime walking into the corridor, but paid him no mind, obediently standing aside to watch Megatron input the coordinates, after which the ambulance began its calibration. Subsequently, the ambulance began to explain to Rosa what had transpired and what was to come. Beep beep. As the door opened, Jack, Mickey, Raph, Nurse Darby, and Agent Fowler noticed the enormous figure outside. Optimus Prime, they exclaimed. You returned from the Decepticon battleship? Did you find Rosa? Mickey was the first to inquire. We found Rosa. She's just outside, Optimus Prime replied, crouching down to converse with the humans. He noticed the key to the magical orb in Jack's pocket and felt a surge of relief. This was something he had entrusted to Jack long before their venture to the Decepticon battleship, and it was also the reason for his visit. We must depart. Stay here and wait for our return. Understood. The humans nodded, and as Optimus Prime left, they rushed out to peek into the hall. The land bridge activated once more. Everything was prepared, and Optimus Prime returned just in time. Rosa, before stepping onto the land bridge, saw the humans and waved at them before stepping into the bluish-green glow of the portal. The moment they entered the body of Unicron, both Rosa and Megatron felt the influence of the dark energy beginning to intertwine. How long until Unicron discovers our presence? Alcee glanced around the vast space dominated by black and purple hues. The space above and below was filled with more bridges, or rather, substances resembling muscle tissue that served as supports. They stood upon one of these. You are exceedingly naive, Megatron remarked, slightly turning his head towards Alcee, having already anticipated this. In the center of the ceiling, a colossal eye opened. Rosa looked up and met its gaze, feeling a sudden urge to provoke it. Her grandmother had once pierced through the defenses of Copper 9 with ease. If she could do the same to this eye. However, Megatron was present. She could not reveal this formidable skill just yet, lest he attempt to seize it for his own use. Ah, what a pity I cannot prod at Unicron's eye. Rosa lamented, gazing longingly at the enormous eye before regaining her composure to follow Megatron and Optimus Prime. After an indeterminate period of walking, Megatron suddenly clutched his head, sensing something, his expression turning to one of alarm. Unicron had grown even more powerful. He glanced at those around him and quickened his pace deeper into the abyss. How can we be certain that Unicron is not luring us into a trap? Alcee whispered to Optimus Prime. Indeed, they were uncertain as Optimus continued to follow Megatron forward. I wonder if Unicron can detect those extensions of his form hidden beneath the projection? She pondered, her energy levels feeling quite substantial at that moment. Under Megatron's guidance, they swiftly approached a terminus. Just a short bridge remained to reach the chamber of Unicron's spark. The spark of Unicron lay just ahead. The imposing figure of Megatron surveyed his surroundings, noting the prevalence of violet hues much more pronounced than before. Please, after you, Arcee gestured with one hand on her hip. Stepping forward, Megatron tilted his head, taking his first step. At that very moment, as they ventured forth, the ground leading to the core of the Universe Emperor seemed to sense something. Instantly, apart from Megatron and Rosa, the others were momentarily affected by a dark energy entity. What is happening? Just a bit dizzy, said the barrier, cradling its head to soothe the worried Bumblebee. It appears the dark energy entity is beginning to affect you. Arcee supported the barrier as they proceeded, while Rosa remained vigilant, mindful that a fall from this height could prove perilous. Walking at the forefront, Megatron abruptly halted and glanced back, his violet eyes fixed upon Optimus Prime and the others. In an instant, a cacophony of piercing howls erupted around them. Countless bizarre entities, characterized by 2 leaves and 3 tentacle-like appendages, surged towards them in a frenzied swarm. What are these? Everyone raised their weapons, bracing for combat. We have entered the body of the Universe Emperor. Thus, these must be some form of antibodies. As he spoke, Optimus Prime transformed, manifesting his arm cannon. The airborne entities not only charged but also launched attacks, although they likely need not worry about sustaining damage from such assaults. As Megatron prepared to deflect incoming projectiles with his blade, a blue resolver symbol materialized before his eyes, promptly redirecting a bullet away from him, striking another antibody instead. He recognized this as the work of that creature. A pity it had been lost in the hands of the Red Spider, but now it had found its master. How infuriating, he thought, yet their immediate focus must remain on the task at hand. Charge forward. We must reach that point first. I will protect you, Rosa shouted. As the resolver activated, causing all projectiles and advancing antibodies to collide with the symbol. As some antibodies approached, the resolver symbol suddenly appeared above their heads. Upon spinning, the resolver obliterated the antibody's head, reducing it to dark energy that plummeted into the abyss. However, a few droplets of this dark energy splattered onto the barrier during the explosion. Already disoriented from the dark energy, the barrier became further lightheaded from the splatter, leading to an unfortunate misstep. "Barrier!" RC cried out, and Bumblebee instinctively reached out to grab him. Yet before his hand could make contact, a blue resolver symbol appeared on the barrier's wrist. With a powerful tug, the symbol yanked the barrier back onto the bridge surface. "Thank you," the barrier said, shaking its head as it regained its footing, supported by Bumblebee and RC. Rosa nodded at the barrier before turning back to observe Optimus Prime and Megatron. She also wished to support the partition, yet she had to stand in the middle, for the Solver's control range was limited. If she assisted with the partition, Optimus Prime's side would be left vulnerable. She had feasted abundantly aboard the Nemesis, her energy levels ample, and for the moment, she was not fearful of depletion. Grateful for the contributions of the Decepticons, Optimus, nearing his end, had just heard a commotion and noticed the partition had been lifted, nodding to Rosa in acknowledgement of her gaze. Chapter 51. Does the young master play with throwing knives? My throwing knives are exquisite. The journey to the entrance was remarkably smooth. No bullets could approach, no antibodies could near. Clad in black reflective armor, her steps were light and graceful. The eyes beneath the armor sparkled with solver symbols, surrounded by countless flickering blue lights, twinkling like a constellation of flashes. Yet only she understood that such dense attacks would distract her calculations if she were to switch weapons. Even the slightest lapse in focus could spell disaster. She dared not run or make any sudden movements. All actions had to be executed with deliberation. Fortunately, the partition, Alcee, Bumblebee, and Optimus Prime were all assisting in felling those antibodies, thus alleviating some of the pressure. The matrix of leadership is contained within. Megatron shouted, "How can we gain entry?" Optimus continued to assist Rosa by drawing fire. Observing her slow approach, he discerned that she needed utmost concentration for this task and refrained from urging her. "We deceive the Matrix's recognition system, leading it to believe we are no threat," he stated as he stood before the gate for identification. Once the door opened, Megatron was the first to enter. "Transformers, I need you to delay these attackers for as long as possible," Optimus commanded as he too stepped inside. The door sealing shut behind him. Rosa approached the entrance slowly, turning gradually. Perhaps due to her deliberate movements, her demeanor in battle appeared unexpectedly graceful. Indeed, the surplus energy will last for quite some time. Inside the Matrix chamber, the Chaos Bringer sought to control Megatron, commanding him to slay Optimus. As he manipulated Megatron to approach Optimus, intending to have him raise his blade, Megatron steadfastly resisted. Perhaps it was his desire to rule a living planet. Perhaps his refusal to be eternally subjugated, or perhaps he harbored genuine affection for Optimus. It could be all of these reasons. Megatron will heed no one's commands. He thundered, and upon uttering those words, the Chaos Bringer's fury escalated, and his powerful control rendered Megatron unconscious in agony. Optimus, regaining his composure, immediately unleashed the energy matrix. Thus, the power of leadership manifested as a blue energy field emerged. The Chaos Bringer let out a cry, and beneath the weight of the Matrix's might, he vanished. Simultaneously, the myriad of objects outside lost their purple glow, collapsing to the ground, as if stripped of vitality. They had succeeded, but if the Chaos Bringer's affair concluded, it would signify the restoration of the previous dynamic between Megatron and Optimus. The other Autobots shared similar sentiments, yet none had fully recovered from the influence of the dark energy entity. Nevertheless, the partition transformed into his colossal hammer, intent on breaching the door to the all-spark chamber. "Stand clear," Rosa commanded, the symbol of the solver materializing in her hands. "Bring in the demolition team." Upon hearing this, several members of the partition quickly retreated a safe distance. The solver's symbol then emerged upon the door, swiftly surrounded by a multitude of blue codes that raced around it. Suddenly, the solver's symbol contracted sharply to a singular point, which then expanded into a blue-hued black hole, radiating an ethereal blue glow. As the black hole grew, Rosa tightened her grip on the solver, compressing it further into a diminutive point, emitting a more brilliant blue luminescence, accompanied by a resounding roar. The door barring the all-spark chamber, along with portions of the frame, shattered into fragments, revealing a vast spherical pit before the assembled machines. The ensuing shock wave staggered RC back a few paces, though she was steadied by the partition. Rosa unfurled her wings and took flight, forcefully flapping them as she dove, retracting them slightly to navigate through the opening, swiftly reaching Optimus Prime. Once the energy core had fully discharged, Megatron hastily rose, brandishing his blade as he approached Optimus, poised to deliver a fatal blow. However, as Optimus regained consciousness and beheld Megatron, his words nearly caused Megatron to drop his weapon. "Megatron, where are we?" Before Megatron could respond, a tremendous vibration echoed from outside, the sound of an explosion, prompting him to realize time was of the essence. Megatron sheathed his blade and grasped Optimus firmly. "Old friend, this is not the time for conversation," he declared, extending his blade toward the source of the noise. Megatron turned to glance at the exit, where a familiar silhouette rapidly approached. As it burst forth from the passageway, wings wrought from countless steel blades unfurled, continuing its assault toward Megatron. Recognizing the elongated blade that had materialized in Rosa's grasp, Megatron seized the moment, striking with force, their blades clashing and igniting a shower of sparks. Perhaps due to the sturdiness of Megatron's weapon and his superior aim, he managed to shatter Rosa's blade entirely. Rosa was propelled backward. In the instant their blades had collided, she redirected her strike, narrowly missing a fatal blow to the neck, but severing an arm instead. With a clatter, Rosa's severed arm plummeted into the abyss below the bridge, the tip of her broken blade clinking against the ground. "Your blade is impressive, sharp, and forceful," Megatron remarked, leveling his weapon at Rosa. "But you are too light." Suddenly, Megatron's expression shifted, and Optimus stared wide-eyed in shock. "Optimus, get out of the way," Rosa cried out. The fragment of the blade hurtled back toward Rosa, while simultaneously, from the severed end of her arm, a multitude of conspicuous blue codes began to emerge. As the codes swept rapidly across the area, something unexpected began to extend from the flowing dark energy surrounding Rosa's severed limb. Rosa, a novice, emerged from that azure energy entity like a newly sprouted blossom. Her arms, in stark contrast to the obsidian armor, were pure white, adorned with yellow and black caution stripes at the wrists. At that moment, blades soared through the air, materializing in Rosa's grasp. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, causing the blue symbol of the resolver to flicker, resulting in the appearance of dozens of shattered blade tips. Both Megatron and Optimus Prime were momentarily taken aback. Rosa executed another gesture, and countless blades surged toward Megatron, who instinctively shielded Prime. With rapid strikes, Megatron wielded his own blade to sever several of the incoming projectiles. Yet the sheer volume still inflicted several hits upon him. Swoosh! Caught unawares, blades embedded themselves in Megatron's shoulder, arm, and thigh. At that instant, a bluish-green luminescence ignited behind him, prompting Megatron to urgently call for Optimus Prime to take cover, while still fending off the flying blades. Alcee and the others finally arrived. Witnessing Prime's retreating silhouette and Megatron's determined defense against the onslaught of blades. "Optimus Prime," Alcee shouted. Momentarily distracted, Megatron suffered another strike on his shoulder. Fortunately, the armor in that area was thicker, resulting only in a superficial scratch. As Megatron prepared to retreat onto the land bridge, a brief shift in position led to two more blades piercing his back, this time with greater severity. Ultimately, upon returning to the Nemesis, Megatron bore 5 blades lodged within him, accompanied by a series of varying depth gashes. Rosa's speed in launching the blades was astonishing, particularly as she continued to replicate and throw them in rapid succession, akin to a relentless machine gun. Yet, remarkably, none of the 5 blades that penetrated Megatron's form struck a vital point, varying in depth but lacking true lethality. Chapter 52. It is said to be a resolver, and calculations are indeed a matter of professional expertise. Megatron turned to Optimus Prime, or rather, Orion Pax, with a hint of concern as he observed Megatron extracting the blades embedded in his body, each one coated with dark, otherworldly energy. However, Megatron merely discarded the blades after removal, turning to Orion Pax with a smile. "These wounds are trivial. In comparison, welcome back, Orion Pax." "Why welcome back?" Orion Pax barely had time to ponder before Megatron ushered him to a door, stepping in first. "Welcome back," Lord Megatron greeted several high-ranking Decepticons and surrounding soldiers, who knelt to express their loyalty, with Knockout being the first to voice his welcome. As Megatron stepped aside to reveal Optimus Prime, Soundwave instinctively transformed into a hammer, ready to charge forward. "Not like that, Soundwave." Megatron raised a hand to halt him. "We must not greet a long-lost comrade in such a manner." With that, Megatron gestured for everyone to recognize Orion Pax as one of their own. "The Azure and Emerald land bridge has been activated, transporting RC and others back." While several humans anxiously await their return at the bridge's threshold, a collective sigh of relief escapes the humans as they see their respective companions are unharmed. However, a peculiar absence lingers. Optimus Prime is nowhere to be found. Where could Optimus be? Has something happened to him? Ratchet observes the newcomers, noticing that Megatron has departed, which raises his suspicions. It seems he does not recognize us anymore. Rosa articulates her bewilderment, expressing that it is indeed strange, as Optimus should have been assisting in the confrontation against Megatron at that time. It appears that when Optimus released the Allspark, he lost not only the collective wisdom of all leaders, but also his memories, ultimately losing a part of himself. Ratchet attempts to elucidate this to the others. This defies logic. Does Optimus not recognize Megatron? RC inquires in confusion, prompting Ratchet to further explain. If Optimus does not remember his own name, perhaps at that moment, he had not yet been bestowed with the title of Autobot leader. Ratchet's words leave the others even more perplexed. "What were you saying?" Jack and Mickey ask in unison. The power of the Allspark no longer resides within Optimus. Thus, it is highly probable that he has reverted to his former self before becoming a leader, namely, Orion Pax, the historical archivist. This revelation resonates with those around, sparking a discussion on potential solutions. The only course of action now is to venture into the magic sphere to retrieve his memories. Yet, only one individual can enter the magic sphere, Jack. However, little Jindabi struggles to comprehend why Optimus would choose a child to embark on such a perilous journey. Why not select another Autobot instead of Jack? She questions. "Jack, I absolutely forbid you from going to another planet," Jindabi declares to Jack, but Ratchet explains that, in fact, this key card is currently ineffective, as they cannot access Cybertron at this moment. "What about this?" Mickey gestures toward the land bridge. Raffi steps forward to clarify. "The land bridge can only reach Earth's orbit at most. Do you remember?" "Yes, but since Ratchet constructed it, can't he enhance its power?" Ratchet ponders Mickey's suggestion thoughtfully. Meanwhile, aboard the Nemesis, in addition to concocting tales of the Doomsday Dr. S destruction of Cybertron, Megatron has broadcast Rosa's inappropriate moments from the rookie training camp, successfully shaking Orion Pax's worldview, as he repeatedly confirms the authenticity of the images. Subsequently, he is further manipulated by Megatron to crack the key to the Iron Fortress archives next to the energy storage chamber. Simultaneously, Megatron has Soundwave encrypt certain information to prevent any unwanted revelations, while also instructing Black Widow to continue her grim tally of casualties. It is Rosa's past consumption that is highlighted, showcasing various means of demise. However, the clone grunts generally exhibit more intact corpses, while the stronger, non-clone ones have been completely devoured. Black Widow feels a chill as she observes the gnawing marks. Has she become so discerning in her appetite? Then Black Widow heard that the henchmen had discovered more corpses in another pile of boxes at the same site. She was already numb to the situation. If another one fell from a maintenance pipe later, she wouldn't be surprised at all. The data simply could not meet the transmission distance requirements, and its stability was insufficient. This was not merely a matter of adjusting parameters, but rather a hardware issue. Rosa observed the ambulance attempting to upgrade the land bridge. "What makes you think it's a parameter issue?" The ambulance glanced at Rosa and continued to tinker with the components. "I have reviewed the fundamental values of all the parts of the land bridge, without adding new components. It is impossible to achieve the scale of the space bridge with the current parameters." Rosa turned her gaze towards the land bridge corridor. "At the very least, I have adjusted all possible fluctuating parameters and calculated all outcomes." Rosa then turned back to the ambulance. "This is not a matter of adjusting parameters. It is a hardware issue. Many components have limited capacity for energy and pressure, and they need to be rebuilt." The ambulance was momentarily stunned by this revelation. It had constructed the land bridge and was well aware of the specific design. However, Recalculating and even assessing the deviations caused by each minute component could result in overall fluctuations in the values. Megatron was right. This truly was a monstrosity. The ambulance pressed its fingers to its temples. Is it possible to modify it? I can show you the usable materials shortly. The ambulance replied, to which Rosa nodded. Let me first check the materials. Does our base have anything suitable for forging? Upon hearing this, the ambulance seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope and nodded resolutely. Supporting the ambulance as it rose from beneath the land bridge, it led Rosa straight to the laboratory, where it retrieved several pieces of or along with some blueprints. What is this? Rosa inquired, puzzled as she picked up the blueprints. They appeared to be designs for the land bridge, yet they differed from those she had initially seen. They were certainly not the standard blueprints. I plan to modify it according to this. Will it achieve the effect of the space bridge? These values in the blueprint are incorrect. The results should yield lower values than the actual ideals, since some components are not designed to withstand such specifications. The discrepancies in the components would lead to inaccuracies in the other resultant values, ultimately presenting diminished outcomes. Rosa casually pointed to several locations before retrieving a notepad and directly scribbling down the calculations. Furthermore, some components could actually endure higher values. With her finger, Rosa indicated a few areas on the notepad as she quickly sketched a revised design. If we modify this variable resistor and add this device regarding power, it will enable the preceding components to generate greater energy. However, this will alter subsequent values, necessitating a complete overhaul of all components. The ambulance watched in astonishment as Rosa swiftly wrote on the notepad, while she employed her core to rapidly compute these values. The Absolute Solver possessed an exceptionally fast computational speed, capable of generating black holes. Calculating values and writing code was indeed a perfect match for her expertise. In this context, the stability can indeed be enhanced. The original version exhibited insufficient stability. It is likely that before even traversing the land bridge, it would be torn asunder by pressure and turbulence. Upon completing her writing, Rosa promptly handed the notepad to the ambulance. After a moment of silence, the ambulance retrieved several mineral samples from the lab's cabinet and placed them on the table, meticulously labeling their hardness, tolerable ranges, and composition formulas. These represent all the materials currently available to us, the Autobots. Please calculate the new proportions for the components that affect other values based on the original blueprint, as indicated by the ambulance, pointing to those materials which could not withstand the specified values. Rosa contemplated for a moment and swiftly derived a new formula, astonishing the ambulance with her rapid calculation speed, leading to suspicions that Rosa possessed some hidden capabilities. So this is Rosa's operational velocity, a speed capable of instantaneously resolving formulas and calculating complex combinations of component values. Suddenly, an idea struck the ambulance, prompting a hypothesis. Is it feasible to construct? The ambulance fixed its gaze on Rosa, anticipation gleaming in its blue optics. Yes, but it will require considerable time. Chapter 53. The eve of rescue, the ambulance contacted Agent Foolred, who promptly arranged for a batch of forging equipment suited for Cybertronians to be fabricated overnight. The next day, it was delivered directly. Subsequently, Rosa spent the entire day in the weapon research room adjacent to the hall, sketching simple component blueprints, which she then entrusted to the ambulance to find human assistance for their creation. After a night's rest, the following day was filled with the sounds of clanging and clattering in the weapon research room. Rosa insisted on crafting the crucial parts herself, unwilling to share certain techniques with the humans, as their ambition had once nearly led to their demise back home. Who knows what these humans might do if they gained access to such knowledge here? She had already provided them with simpler components, which, given their current capabilities, should pose no issue. Day after day, Rosa tirelessly manufactured parts until one day, while preparing to take a break, she was abruptly startled by a loud, clanging noise. Confused, she immediately calibrated the audio receiver to ensure it was functioning correctly. No issues there? Had she become so engrossed in her work that she misjudged the sound around her? Oh, it was merely the partition that had just damaged the drill, and she even heard the ambulance's frantic shout. The partition. Rosa peered cautiously around the hall's entrance to ascertain the situation. What are you doing? Do you still need that? Right now, I only care about bringing our leader back, the partition exclaimed, striking a fist with determination. Rosa noticed RC sitting dejectedly nearby, tiny snowflakes resting on her shoulders. RC, this is not your fault. Jack attempted to console her. If anyone needs rescue, Optimus will undoubtedly find a way. I cannot, and that is simply the truth. As RC spoke, Rosa slowly retreated, sensing the somber atmosphere. Perhaps it would be best to quietly retrieve something to eat from the energy storage chamber. The energy body warehouse is quite close to the hall, just a few steps away. Rosa, with her lifeless gaze, sips from a can of super energy drink while making her way to her laboratory. They shall complete the space bridge. As she nears the hall, Rosa overhears Jack's voice again, taking another sip of her drink while peering into the hall. Why? Shall they transport more zombies from Cybertron? We could simply wait. Rosa, still quite agitated, is interrupted by the ambulance. It is unlikely she can finish so quickly, and the batch of schematics entrusted to humanity will take at least 2 weeks to produce the parts. The ambulance looks helplessly at the partition. We do not have the luxury of time to wait, and we are still uncertain if Optimus Prime remains unharmed. No, we can seize it. Send me to Cybertron. Jack exclaims, wow, that is indeed a splendid idea. Even Meichi finds it to be a good notion. Alcee smirks sarcastically. Who doesn't he know that Meichi is the most troublesome? Jack shakes his head, stating that no one claimed this matter would be simple. Yet you have previously commandeered the space bridge. They had once blown up a partition, he muses. However, that was Rosa's doing. Whether it can be held is another matter. Indeed, we must first locate it. Alcee contemplates while Rosa continues to mind her own business. Their current dilemma lies in the uncertainty of the space bridge's whereabouts. Finding the Decepticon space bridge is akin to searching for a screw in a junkyard. Rosa tunes out after a while, finishing her energy drink and casually discarding the can before choosing to continue working diligently to complete the parts. While Rosa is busy crafting, the others are scouring for energy signals. After a day, the partition returns, intending to continue the land bridge to another search site. At that moment, something is detected at the Autobot base. It is a high-frequency signal containing embedded information. The ambulance's eyes widen slightly. Is it Optimus Prime? The partition observes as the ambulance connects the message. It is Starscream. I possess critical information regarding your leader. Bring a medical kit and come alone? The ambulance ponders for a moment, then calls Rosa to stay in the hall and monitor the base's information, ensuring that Alcee and Bumblebee can return to operate the land bridge without hindrance. The ambulance and the partition step into the land bridge and soon re-emerge, meeting Rosa's inquisitive gaze, and he explains he returned to fetch something. Afterward, the ambulance retrieves an item from the laboratory and returns to the land bridge. Rosa glances at the can he carries, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It is in fact her saliva, used to mend the wound on Starscream's palm that she had inflicted earlier. Upon the ambulance's return with the medical kit, Rosa notices an evident lift in the ambulance as spirits. Rosa, it is quite late. You should return and rest. The ambulance places the medical kit down casually. It seems they have unearthed some news, and tomorrow promises to be significant. Rosa raises an eyebrow and smiles at the ambulance, clearly noticing the change. She nods and heads back to gather her belongings. The following morning, the ambulance activated the base panel and input the coordinates for others to see. According to intelligence reports, the Decepticon space bridge was concealed within a powerful energy mineral site. The ambulance pointed at the map coordinates and remarked, so, it is located right next to the energy supply source? Alcee nodded. Clever. Where did you acquire this information? The ambulance exchanged glances with the partition, affirming the reliability of their source. Returning to the matter at hand, since it was Jack who needed to venture to Cybertron, they still required input from Jack and several other humans. You all have no objections, do you? The ambulance turned to them, and Nurse Darby was the first to voice her concern. Can humans breathe the air on your planet? It was evident that this was impossible, prompting Agent Fuller to place a hand on Jack's shoulder and suggest, what about a spacesuit? Sensing Nurse Darby's disapproving glare, he quickly added, rest assured. It would be the most advanced. I have connections at NASA. This is far too dangerous. Little Jinda expressed her worry, glancing anxiously at Jack. Mom, I understand the risks. Jack stepped forward. Optimus Prime once risked everything to save Earth. For that alone, we owe him. Although only Jack could undertake this mission, his partner Alcee also stepped up, stating, regardless, I will not allow him to face this alone. The ambulance joined in support of Jack, asserting, not everyone is destined for a mundane existence. After all, Optimus Prime was once Orion Pax. At this point, Nurse Darby finally relented, agreeing to allow her child to travel to Cybertron. The plan became significantly more manageable. Once they located and secured the space bridge, Jack could be transported via the land bridge. Then the space bridge would be activated to send him to Cybertron. The ambulance would also accompany them, leaving Raffi, Mickey, Agent Fuller, and Nurse Darby at the base, ready to respond at a moment's notice. With all preparations complete, a bluish-green light illuminated the area as all Autobots stepped into the land bridge. Chapter 54. A perilous moment as the land bridge opened. Everyone arrived in a cavern, proceeding with utmost caution. They could not afford to be discovered by the Decepticons, or it would lead to significant complications. Everyone was exceedingly careful until they spotted a group of Decepticon minions operating mining vehicles ahead. They quietly strategized before launching an assault. Alcee was the first to ascend a drilling vehicle, leaping down to deliver an uppercut that incapacitated one of the minions. Bumblebee followed suit, slamming another minion against the drill's armor. One minion, attempting to reach for his communicator, barely lifted his hand before Rosa swiftly appeared and struck him down with a blade to the neck. The surroundings were dimly lit, and Rosa's sudden appearance was striking, her form radiating a brilliant blue glow as she materialized behind the soldier. Anyone witnessing it would find it peculiar, yet with advanced compression technology at play, they accepted it without question. Rosa had previously demonstrated this ability in front of Alcee, using it to intercept bullets. However, at that moment, Alcee had not seen from where Rosa had emerged, mistakenly believing she was simply beside her and not realizing it was a teleportation. During that incident, Bumblebee was under control, rendering him unable to assess the situation, while the ambulance had been thrown to the ground and was out of sight. No one voiced any concerns. Finding the space bridge took precedence as they pressed onward. They descended further via an elevator, ultimately managing to conceal themselves behind some rocks, successfully locating the space bridge. "Thank you, Red Spider," Alcee exclaimed upon witnessing the scene, while the panel turned to her, astonished by her knowledge. Alcee responded to the panel's bewilderment. Who else could it be? Subsequently, the panel and Bumblebee seized a drill vehicle and hurled it for area damage. Rosa took to the air before them, wielding dual blades with lethal precision. Observing that she could not reach the targets with her strikes, she maneuvered within the grasp of the resolver's control. In an instant, Rosa transformed her hand back, contorting the resolver to twist a foe's neck with a snap. Alcee seized another Decepticon in the distance, with no adversaries remaining. They successfully secured the space bridge for the time being. "What a remarkable engineering feat," the ambulance remarked as it approached the control console, while the others maintained vigilance in their surroundings. "Is it operational?" Alcee inquired, tapping the interface of the ambulance. "Indeed, it is now the most crucial moment. I shall disable the disruptor, establish contact with the base, and maintain communication for the duration," the ambulance replied, turning to the control interface and commencing its tasks. Calling the base, it announced as the voice of the ambulance resonated through the Autobot base, declaring the objective secured. Through the communication system, they could hear a chorus of cheers erupting from the base, allowing the tension within the spark to ease slightly. Then, Jack emerged from the terrestrial bridge's portal, donned in a spacesuit and clutching the key to the magic sphere. "Ready? Let us commence," Jack declared, gripping the key firmly and gazing resolutely at Alcee. "I will keep the space bridge open to prevent any delays in long-distance communication. It will be easier for you to return when you are prepared." The ambulance continued to explain to Jack that they were unaware of the magic sphere's location, making it impossible to transport him directly nearby. They could only trust that the key would guide him. The space bridge activated, and Jack departed with Alcee toward Cybertron, where they awaited further developments. "Space Bridge Command Center. This is Deadfire. Why have you not reported yet?" Suddenly, a call connection appeared on the control panel, necessitating a response. Just as the panel attempted to answer, the ambulance intervened, knowing it would recognize the panel's voice, and suggested finding a voice unfamiliar to Deadfire. "Is this suitable?" A completely unfamiliar male voice chimed in, neutral and lively. Everyone turned towards the source, where Rosa stood with metallic bones behind her, a camera atop projecting a human-sized robot clad in a black trench coat and pilot's cap, with yellow dot-like eyes displayed on a black screen. Its arms and hands mirrored Rosa's design, save for the triangular patterns on the back of its hands, which were yellow. It is inconceivable that anyone has heard this sound, and naturally, there is no issue with that. The ambulance nodded in a somewhat dazed manner. seemingly taken aback that Rosa's projection was not merely a collection of Decepticon minions. This is the Space Bridge Command Center. Everything is functioning normally, Commander. Rosa's projection imitated her grandfather's voice. Normal? Are you certain? The uncertain medic inquired. We were just calibrating the system, which experienced a significant back-end lag. However, it has now been resolved, Commander. Is there anything else? The projection made a gesture of scratching the back of its neck, its expressive eyes displaying a multitude of lively emotions, the transitions between expressions particularly seamless, lending a certain charm. Several Autobots gazed, somewhat bewildered, at the small robot projected by Rosa. Sensing their scrutiny, Rosa's eyes inquired if there was a problem. The ambulance continued to shake its head in a daze. This was the first time Rosa had so overtly utilized a projection, and the level of mimicry was quite remarkable. Suddenly, an idea struck Rosa. Her armor's visor opened, and the upper part of her face's screen closed again. The Autobots observed the words appearing on the screen. "This is my grandfather." The text soon vanished, replaced by the same lively expressions as the small robot Rosa held. But then she recalled something else, and the eyes on the screen disappeared, once more transforming into text. Of the projection. Very well, Rosa merely added, and after flashing her blue, expressive eyes once again, she seemed to have another thought. 3. Following this addition of an emoticon, she closed the visor, leaving the other Autobots even more astonished. So, it turns out that the screen could display not only that but also these? Well, that is still rather endearing. Well, there are no issues now. I understand it's tough down there, so keep up the good work. Yes, Commander. Call concluded, with her grandfather's voice echoing. Rosa deactivated the projection and retracted the camera, while simultaneously terminating the call. You certainly have a lot to conceal, the partition remarked. Rosa, hearing this, scratched her head, feeling somewhat guilty. The ambulance continued to strive for uninterrupted communication until news arrived from RC's end. They had encountered mechanical insects. This was clearly a sentinel left by the Decepticons to prevent any enemies from returning, and they had evidently anticipated this, prompting RC to engage outside while Jack entered the Energon sphere. Then came the dire news. The Energon sphere was infested with Insecticons, which were now gnawing at the download panel. What must it be Insecticons? The partition recalled unpleasant memories. If they were to breach the Energon sphere before the energy core was fully loaded. Just as the ambulance was about to continue explaining, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind. So, the Energon sphere is not merely a legend? Megatron emerged from the land bridge, observing the Autobots, all of whom aimed their weapons at him. You all are quite determined to rescue your leader. Rest assured, I will no longer underestimate you. Megatron clenched his fist and turned his gaze towards Rosa. Rosa, I have previously remarked that your bloodthirstiness is ill-suited for the Autobots. Megatron envisioned the expression of terror on Orion Pax's face upon seeing Rosa. I extend to you an opportunity. Join us now, and you shall have an abundance of food. Besides, your leader is here. Why not accompany him? Megatron chuckled, calculating that the Autobots remain oblivious to Orion Pax's predicament. Should she wish to rescue their leader, her mere presence would allow her to use him as leverage against them. Surely, this creature is still capable of obedience. However, the majority of the dishes in your establishment are rather unremarkable. The food is quite mediocre. Rosa contemplated using her claws to clean her teeth, but remembered that she was clad in armor, and with a potential battle looming, she would not remove her faceplate. So, Megatron tilted his head slightly. It seemed as though Rosa was about to shout. There was no hope left. Chapter 55. News from home. Megatron surveyed the surroundings, believing that the Autobot named RC would traverse this passage to retrieve the reloaded Energon. At all costs, secure the space bridge, Ratchet shouted, positioning himself at the front of the corridor, while the others quickly formed a barrier before him. The barrier charged forward, but was swiftly sent flying by Megatron's powerful fist. Ratchet, attempting to advance, was seized by Megatron and tossed aside. Rosa unfurled her wings to take flight, but instead of charging directly at Megatron, she merely grazed past him, deliberately slashing at him with her dual blades in the process. The armor was too thick, only leaving a few scratches that the solver could not penetrate. The barrier, having been struck down, regained its footing and began firing alongside Bumblebee at Megatron. Meanwhile, Rosa circled around Megatron in the air, transforming her blades into guns, continuously firing as she maneuvered around him. Megatron deflected the attacks from the barrier and Bumblebee with his blade, intending to deal with the two. However, Rosa's persistent aerial assault was a nuisance. She occasionally would dive down with her blade, briefly skimming against Megatron before soaring away, only to continue her circling and shooting. Megatron decided to preheat his fusion cannon, foregoing the blade to withstand the barrage of attacks from other Autobots, relying on his robust armor for protection. He needed to eliminate this pesky insect first. Megatron took aim and successfully shot Rosa down. The immense force caused her to lose her balance and crash against the wall. Momentarily unconscious, Ratchet cried out, attempting to rush forward, but was swiftly incapacitated by a punch from Megatron. As Megatron reached for Ratchet, he was suddenly tackled by the barrier. The barrier was soon cast aside, and Bumblebee was effortlessly flung away as well. Megatron approached the space bridge, awaiting RC's arrival. At that moment, RC and Jack reached the space bridge, but sensed something was amiss. RC could not contact Ratchet, indicating that something was indeed wrong. Suddenly, behind Megatron, a land bridge appeared, revealing an unexpected figure, Orion Pax. Megatron derisively mocked Orion Pax, who remained indifferent, as he was not the leader. Orion Pax is unequivocally sympathetic towards the Autobots. However, as he charged forward, he was swiftly knocked down by Megatron. Just as Megatron prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Optimus Prime, RC's vehicle form suddenly emerged, colliding forcefully with Megatron. Rosa also finally reactivated. Her armor's visor shattered halfway from a previous impact, revealing half of her face, with her blue optical lens conspicuously gleaming in the darkness. She valiantly rushed towards Megatron. With a flurry of gunfire, RC relentlessly attacked Megatron, while Rosa advanced with her blade drawn. Megatron, well aware of the greater threat posed by Rosa, seized RC and slammed her to the ground. He then aimed his weapon at Rosa, who utilized her teleportation skill to evade the shot. However, as she reappeared before Megatron, he anticipated her move. Having already employed that tactic, it lost its effectiveness. Rosa was knocked unconscious by a powerful uppercut from Megatron, sending her flying. He approached her, and under her fierce gaze, aimed the fusion cannon directly at her. "Rosa," RC shouted, struggling to rise despite her pain, rushing towards Megatron in a desperate attempt to intervene. But it was too late. As a form of retribution, Megatron fired 5 shots into Rosa's head, seemingly avenging the 5 strikes she had dealt him, possibly also condemning her past actions. By the end, Rosa's head was obliterated, leaving only scattered debris and a flickering neck behind. However, Megatron's optical lens caught sight of Optimus Prime, who was receiving energy from the Energon Cube, along with Jack holding the key. "No!" Megatron exclaimed, rushing towards Optimus, casually swatting away the approaching RC. It was too late. Optimus intercepted Megatron's blade and inadvertently glimpsed Rosa, who had lost her chance for redemption. His fury intensified. Optimus unleashed a relentless assault on Megatron. Meanwhile, at the base, activity was afoot. A signal from an Autobot that had gone offline suddenly reappeared, prompting inquiries about RC. "RC, what's the situation?" Agent Fuller and others awaited anxiously. "Optimus is back. His signal just went online. Activate the ground bridge." Upon hearing RC's words, a wave of jubilation swept through the base, though soon they were met with a troubling realization. With Optimus's signal online, there were now 6 signals. Yet only 5 entities were present. Had something happened to the one that had gone offline? Optimus's gaze fell upon Rosa, cradled in Bumblebee's arms, his anger nearly palpable, the blue of his optics seeming to ignite with fury. Bumblebee, trembling, gazed at the lifeless form of the female robot he held, while RC clenched her fists, furious and ready to charge at Megatron. Yet, they all understood that this was Decepticon territory. Should Megatron contact the warship, they would be swiftly surrounded by the Decepticons. Suddenly, the ground bridge activated beside Optimus. "It's ours," RC shouted. Immediately, Optimus issued a retreat order, with RC being the first to seize Jack and make their escape. As Megatron beheld the activation of the Autobot land bridge, he immediately unleashed a barrage of fire upon Optimus Prime. Yet it was too late. All Autobots had already departed, and the final glimmers of light from the land bridge faded away, leaving Megatron alone before the space bridge, howling in fury. This was a gesture of retribution. Running diagnostics 100. Restoring from backup 85. Preparing for reboot 1075. You have received a message. Reminder, due to network issues. There may be a delay in messages. Preparing for reboot 80 reboot paused. Message read. It's nearly time to return. Already on my way. Almost there. Message unread. Not arrived yet? Hurry. Dinner is ready. Just waiting for you. Missed call 043. Where have you been? Why aren't you in the service area? Missed call 050. Missed call 032. Date 1. Time 2018. Child, where exactly are you? Don't frighten me. Message read. Rosa had yet to reboot or repair her form, but her consciousness had returned, and she was astonished by the messages sent by her parents. Had she been in a fully operational state, tears would have surely flowed. Since her arrival in this universe, she had been unable to receive any correspondence from home, nor could she send any. All outgoing messages displayed a network error. She yearned to leave some trace, however slight, that might elicit a response. At the moment of sending her message, the error vanished, replaced with a success notification, and soon after, Rosa received replies from her family. This was real. This was indeed real. Upon learning that her child remained in a state of demise, Mia immediately instructed her to initiate a reboot. Now that contact was possible, it would surely remain so in the future. There would always be a way to discern the conditions for connecting to another world. However, the present environment surrounding Rosa was perilous, necessitating an urgent reboot. She had but one request. Rosa must survive and return. As long as there was hope, no matter how minuscule, it sufficed. Promise me, child, your life is paramount. Return alive. Chapter 56. The Headless Rosa chronicles a few humans anxiously observe the land bridge until two figures finally emerge from the luminous glow, RC and Jack. Watching Jack remove his astronaut helmet, Nurse Darby excitedly rushed forward to embrace her son. Thank goodness you're safe, murmured little Jean, but she quickly sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Connecting it to the vanishing Autobot signal, and with another coming online, an uneasy feeling began to stir within her. Had someone sacrificed themselves? Nurse Darby looked at Jack, her gaze inquiring, met by the sorrowful expression of her son. Mom, Jack addressed his mother, just as others noticed Bumblebee tightly cradling Rosa as they exited the land bridge. Behind him was a partition, and the expressions of everyone present were grim. Bumblebee. How could Bumblebee be gazing at Rafi? Just at that human perspective, with Rosa's head obscured by Bumblebee's arm? At that moment, Bumblebee slowly withdrew the arm that had been blocking Rosa's head. A collective gasp escaped the crowd, and Rafi nearly stumbled back, steadied only by Agent Fuller. First, let us escort the children away, Nurse Darby urged, concerned that witnessing more distressing scenes would leave them traumatized. Yet they were reluctant to leave. But I want to stay with her, Mechi said, glancing at little Jean, and then at the lifeless Rosa. Bumblebee cradled Rosa's headless body as he approached the base's main hall, his gaze fixed upon her. Buzz, he murmured. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Let's go, RC. She breathed deeply, preparing to lay our comrade to rest. The partition strained to contain her tears. Despite Rosa being a recent addition, she had forged deep connections with everyone. A remarkably astute young girl. Let us give her a proper farewell, make it dignified. The ambulance, feebly picking up a nearby polishing machine, watched as Bumblebee placed Rosa onto the medical bed, Optimus Prime entering and nodding in agreement. Allow me, RC offered the polishing machine. The atmosphere was thick with sorrow. Rafi could no longer restrain himself, clutching his own body, burying his face in his knees, weeping. Bumblebee clenched his fists, a mix of grief and fury propelling his fist into the base's wall once more. Mechi's piercing scream abruptly shattered the silence, drawing everyone's attention. Following her gaze, they beheld Rosa, headless, beginning to stir. Initially attempting to rise, one leg faltered, causing her to tumble off the medical bed like a zombie. Is it a dark energy entity? RC's mind raced, recalling the fallen flying mountain. The once dead flying mountain now resembled a mindless zombie, driven solely by a desire to annihilate everything in sight, to maim anyone it encountered. No, it cannot be a dark energy entity. My sensors have detected nothing. The ambulance exclaimed, incredulously eyeing her instruments. After falling from the medical bed, headless Rosa clambered back up, prompting everyone to instinctively recoil, their eyes wide with horror. And several humans even screamed aloud. Weapons materialized in their hands. Even the unarmed ambulance seized a nearby cutting tool. Rosa, without a head, cannot possibly be alive. She is dead. What followed was even more horrific. Rosa's head began to reconstitute, as if molten iron were being poured into a mold, her skull rapidly reforming from her neck. They could even glimpse the intricate workings of her head during the restoration, until it fully regained its original form. Yet the shadow of Rosa's earlier actions lingered. Simultaneously, they noticed the screen on her upper face illuminating, displaying a series of crimson codes. Countless lines of code floated by, culminating in a single message: reboot complete. Mere seconds later, the screen revealed two blue, beady eyes, and simultaneously, Rosa straightened her posture. The screen then parted to unveil Rosa's visage once more, the blue optical lenses illuminating anew. In that moment of completion, she noticed the horrified gazes of her companions, each brandishing their weapons menacingly towards her. Even the unarmed ambulance lifted its cutter in readiness. It was evident that they had witnessed something extraordinary. After a brief contemplation, Rosa spoke again. "I did not consume the dark energy entity, all right? The more I explain, the worse it seems." The ambulance approached, instructing to lower the cutter and initiate a scan directed at Rosa. Complying, Rosa stepped forward, while the others continued to aim their weapons at her. Had she walked like a zombie, they might have fired in sheer terror. Fortunately, they observed her walking steadily, as she always did, approaching the ambulance. The ambulance took a deep breath, allowing Rosa to step inside. Seeing that no calamity had ensued, the others reluctantly lowered their weapons. Until the ambulance completed its scan. Displaying an expression of disbelief, the results remained unchanged, indicating a hybrid state of flesh and blood. The ambulance turned to the base panel, confirming that Rosa's life signal was back online with no issues present. "Everything appears normal. I must question my own vision," it remarked, glancing at Rosa. "Now, reveal all that you have concealed." The ambulance was genuinely incensed. The previous incident with the projection had caused them considerable concern, and this latest fright nearly halted its pulse when Rosa had risen unexpectedly. "I have one last thing I haven't shared," Rosa began, but the ambulance interrupted her furiously. "You still have secrets?" It seemed Rosa had misunderstood. The ambulance was referring to the fact that she could resurrect after death. "Indeed, but you may not be able to accept that form. You possess other forms," exclaimed Meichi, gripping the railing excitedly. "You can actually transform." Rosa shook her head. "It's not precisely transformation, but I suggest showing it to the ambulance first. It might be unsettling for others." Rosa found herself at a loss for words, adding, "It's best to prepare some first aid, just in case." The surrounding individuals exchanged puzzled glances, looking towards Optimus Prime, who furrowed his brow, seemingly deliberating something. Everyone exchanged glances, and after a while, just as Rosa thought the matter might pass without further incident, Optimus Prime relented, allowing the ambulance and Rosa to enter the research room. Before they departed, he inquired about the location of the first aid supplies, offering to rush in if necessary. However, the ambulance insisted on its role as a physician, asserting that it had witnessed far crueler things and possessed a formidable psychological resilience, assuring everyone that there should be no cause for alarm. As the ambulance witnessed an unforgettable scene, he comprehended that the tentacles within Rosa, which had transformed from a mere soldier to her current state, were indeed real, as confirmed by the scans. Now, he beheld more than he could have anticipated. Megatron had been correct. This was truly a monster. Chapter 57. Hell's illustration from Rosa's back emerged countless tentacles, cameras, sickles, and an array of weapons. Subsequently, her body began to disintegrate, morphing into various mechanical joints. Ultimately, a colossal entity resembling either a cervical spine or some serpentine bone appeared, connected by numerous joints, sickles, and tentacles. The ambulance discerned that this was a gigantic centipede-like creature, its spine adorned with countless blade-like protrusions, and decorated with yellow and black warning stripes reminiscent of those on Rosa's wrists. Tentacles and sickles, along with cameras and pincers, filled nearly the entire laboratory. Rosa was right. This was indeed horrifying, even for him, a doctor. More unsettling was the fact that when Rosa gazed at him, all the cameras turned towards him, as if countless eyes were fixated upon him, creating a chilling sensation of being watched. Gazing at the myriad of sharp sickles and pincers, the ambulance swallowed hard, feeling a wave of dread wash over him, as if his very essence were in turmoil. Now, you understand why I concealed the fact that as she spoke, the cameras would sway gently in unison, He could discern a calmness amidst the synchronized movements of the cameras. These cameras resembled eyes, their central blue points capable of enlarging, shrinking, and even expressing emotions. The ambulance felt he must be losing his mind to think this way. Thus, when Rosa inquired whether he intended to allow others to witness this, she advised against it, noting that those few humans were merely children who might suffer psychological repercussions. All the cameras synchronized their movements, gently shaking their heads, their blue points resembling eyes that not only moved, but also furrowed in concern. One could even detect a shift in her gaze as she spoke. "My spark source, I have never been more certain of your words." The ambulance remained in shock, struggling to regain his composure, nearly collapsing to his knees. He hesitated for an extended period, unable to react until those outside, growing impatient, began to message him privately. After careful consideration, he finally responded, but only to Optimus Prime, advising him to mentally prepare before entering. "Remember, do not let anyone else see this yet." Optimus Prime, upon reading the message, furrowed his brow and prepared himself mentally before opening the door. Yet, even so, the battle-hardened Optimus was taken aback upon entering. His optical sensors widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how others would react to such a scene. The form of Rosa's absolute solver is undeniably colossal, occupying the entirety of the research chamber. Upon entering, one is immediately greeted by a multitude of cameras, tendrils, and an array of claws and scythes. The site is densely packed, dominated by hues of white interspersed with yellow and black, alongside countless azure points of light resembling eyes. Serpentine bones and cervical structures meander languidly, while the chaos within Optimus Prime's fuel tank stirs tumultuously, nearly causing the spark to falter. Yet, the other Autobots will inevitably face such sights. As long as the war persists, they may one day witness Rosa's absolute solver. Aside from a select few humans, they are unlikely to encounter moments of peril in battle, rendering the sight of this form a rare occurrence, perhaps for the best. However, he fears that should the other Autobots behold Rosa in this guise, it might create a rift between them. After a prolonged silence, Optimus Prime instructed Ratchet to prepare medical supplies, anticipating that other Autobots might be startled upon entering. "Are you truly certain Ratchet can handle the sight of Rosa's absolute solver?" He pondered. "Perhaps we should first inquire if anyone outside suffers from a phobia of clusters." He genuinely feared for the organic being's well-being. Ultimately, Ratchet and Optimus reached a consensus, allowing all Autobots, save for Bumblebee, to come and assess the situation before determining Bumblebee's capacity for acceptance. Upon entering, the first words from the panel were met with astonishment. RC was rendered speechless, nearly fainting at the sight of Rosa. Even the panel nearly buckled in reverence. "Rosa, there is no need for such grand gestures." "Shasha, is that you?" RC struggled to articulate her thoughts, her words tumbling into incoherence. Can they accept this?" She stammered, grappling to find clarity. The panel regained its composure, hesitantly breaking the silence. All eyes were upon Rosa, who could sense their apprehension mirrored in the camera's gazes. The cameras drooped slightly, their azure points of light furrowing in concern. All eyes cast downwards in unison, reflecting Rosa's current emotions. Yet, the sharp scythes and claws could not be overlooked. The group turned to Optimus, seeking his insight, as he wrestled with the notion that this scene might leave a psychological imprint on the younger ones. Suddenly, Rosa recalled a whimsical image from her hometown, reminiscent of a two-dimensional spider character, sparking an idea. What if we transform this? The Autobots looked up to see that amidst the myriad of centipede-like forms, one segment had morphed into Rosa's upper body. Now, her upper half appeared normal, while her lower half retained the giant centipede's form. The presence of her upper body indeed mitigated some of the shock, though an air of intimidation lingered, particularly with so many limbs armed with claws and scythes. Touching the ground. "Wait," Ratchet interjected, rising swiftly to the light switch, extinguishing one corner of the illumination. Rosa immediately comprehended the implication, retracting her elongated form entirely, leaving only her upper body and a small segment of her extended physique visible in the bright light. Goodness, it was already a vast improvement. Although the serpent-like bones reminiscent of vertebrae remained, the excessive density had been reduced, revealing a far more aesthetically pleasing humanoid upper half, accompanied by a modest portion of centipede-like body. This was indeed a significant enhancement compared to the initial sight. Perhaps Optimus Prime was correct in his assertion. He certainly felt it was far superior to what he had witnessed upon entering. The others concurred, never having found Rosa's normal appearance so visually appealing, despite it always being quite charming. Pray tell, what is it that they wish to conceal from us? Meichi inquired, glancing at RC and the partition as they entered, quietly questioning Bumblebee, who was also barred from entry. Bumblebee responded with a couple of buzzes, indicating his ignorance. There must be a reason why they do not want us to see, said Raffi, serving as a translator. Meichi, seated on the sofa, was filled with curiosity. Meichi, Optimus. And Ratchet are right, came a voice from the base's panel, where the sound of the partition's heavy breathing resonated. He was attempting to connect with the outside hall to dissuade Meichi, asserting that this was indeed not something she ought to witness. This warranted careful consideration. Meichi, somewhat dissatisfied, was truly intrigued, pondering for a moment before resolving to excuse herself to the restroom. Is this normal? Raffi adjusted his glasses as he observed the base's hall panel, while Bumblebee, Jack, and Fowler glanced over. Darby, intending to caution Meichi against wandering off, turned upon hearing Raffi's remark. On the panel, the section displaying life signals indicated that while Rosa's signal was indeed full, a closer inspection revealed it to be over the limit. Indeed, the values had spiked, nearly from the moment Rosa transformed into her absolute solver form. Thus, Meichi stealthily slipped away from the other's line of sight, secretly hiding outside the research room, confident that she was safe within the confines of the base, where no perilous entities lurked. Chapter 58. Absolute Solver Harmonious Explosion. The two-dimensional centipede maiden before the individuals in the research room concluded their discussions. Meichi excused herself to the restroom, stealthily concealing herself next door to Ratchet's research area. Once their deliberations had come to an end, she clandestinely positioned herself by the door as Bumblebee was about to enter. Bumblebee was still apprehensive about what transformation awaited Rosa upon stepping inside. He was indeed taken aback by the centipede aspect of Rosa. However, the shock soon diminished as they beheld Rosa's intact upper body. The overwhelming visual impact of the colossal centipede was swiftly alleviated, and although the disturbing elements persisted, Rosa's normal features appeared all the more pleasing. Cool, exclaimed Meichi, her voice drawing attention. The group turned to discover that she had snuck in to observe. Meichi, the partition exclaimed in astonishment, immediately stepping forward to shield her view. What is the meaning of this? Such an intriguing sight, and yet it has been kept from us? The concept of a being with a human upper body and a centipede lower half is truly fascinating. Meichi was thrilled, and seeing her without any psychological barriers. The other Autobots relaxed. Bumblebee felt similarly, but he noticed Rosa looking at them with a concerned expression, her eyes betraying a hint of timidity as she unconsciously gripped her wrist with one hand due to her anxiety. The initial non-threatening demeanor sharply contrasted with the massive centipede behind her, rendering Rosa's human form surprisingly pleasing, even somewhat endearing, reminiscent of a mischief-making kitten or puppy gazing up at you with moist, imploring eyes. Fortunately, part of Rosa's elongated body remained concealed in the shadows, allowing them only a glimpse of the centipede, preventing an overwhelming sight that might have instilled fear. This initial exposure served as a precaution against the potential shock of encountering the full, absolute state of the Resolver later on. Does it hurt? Bumblebee inquired with concern, catching Rosa off guard. She hadn't anticipated such a question from him. Optimus Prime also turned his gaze towards her, curious, though at least the two younger Autobots seemed to have their psychological concerns alleviated. Perhaps they could decide later whether to allow those humans to witness it. It doesn't hurt. It's akin to your transformations, Rosa replied, tilting her head as she spoke. Bumblebee hesitated, glancing at her uncertainly. It's fine, Rosa reassured him, her centipede-supporting legs slightly bending. Even so, there remained a notable height difference between them. She leaned down and extended her hand towards Bumblebee. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped her hand, realizing this was indeed real. He looked up at Rosa, momentarily captivated. Bumblebee was surprised to find no traces of fear on Rosa's face, which eased his own tension somewhat. He had never considered Rosa to be so striking from this angle, her human form contrasting beautifully with the enormous centipede beneath her. Especially endearing was the subtle relief in her eyes upon meeting his gaze. Cuff. Ratchet cleared his throat, prompting Optimus Prime to acknowledge. We should begin assessing whether to let Jack and the others witness this scene. Why assess? This design is incredible, Meichi exclaimed excitedly, while Ratchet facepalmed beside her. Indeed, assessment seemed unnecessary. Overall, the humans appeared to accept the semi-absolute resolver form, with part of the body shrouded in darkness, quite well. Once everything seemed to be in order, Rosa retracted her extended body entirely, reverting completely to her human form. Ratchet then pressed Rosa for any further secrets she might be concealing. Observing the contemplative expressions of those around her, Rosa reflected on the justifiable reasons she had previously hidden the absolute resolver form, deeming it too terrifying and even repulsive. After all, even Ratchet struggled to accept this aspect of himself, didn't he? The Doctor, known for witnessing such sights among Autobots and possessing the strongest psychological resilience, found it challenging to accept. How could others fare any better? She certainly remembered everyone's expressions, aside from Bumblebee. There were others who had not witnessed the true form of the absolute solver. However, those who had seen it all bore unmistakable looks of fear and shock, and now they might harbor a sense of trepidation. Thus, if there were still things she could conceal, she would reveal the final few, the only true means of bringing about my demise. Rosa spoke these words as if they were the most mundane of utterances. Wait, did you just say that? The partition suddenly sensed something amiss. You must share some of my weaknesses if you are to feel reassured, mustn't you? Rosa shook her head in resignation. The others exchanged glances, suddenly comprehending Rosa's intent. She feared they would regard her with caution. Alcee hesitantly approached. Rosa, I know we might have some, Alcee began, but before she could finish, Rosa raised her hand to signal silence. I will start by mentioning two: heat and sunlight. She surveyed the crowd, inhaling deeply, preparing to divulge everything pertinent to these two vulnerabilities. I will don that suit of armor, aside from augmenting my defense. There's another reason: it weakens me under sunlight, diminishing my strength to that of an ordinary Cybertronian, slowing my movements, dulling my reactions, and increasing the energy consumption of the solver. You are affected by sunlight? Ambulance regarded Rosa with concern. That is indeed fortunate. Not spontaneously combusting under sunlight is quite an achievement, Rosa replied, shrugging, ready to elaborate further, while Meichi listened with wide eyes. Additionally, my movements become sluggish in high-temperature environments, and my cognitive processes are similarly impaired. Simultaneously, the core's heating rate accelerates, leading to increased energy expenditure. Rosa paused for emphasis. She raised a finger. If you wish to kill me, the most effective method would be to exhaust my energy, allowing my core to overheat, ultimately leading to my explosive demise. Should you wish to devise a plan, simply draw me into sunlight and breach that protective armor shielding me from its rays. By the way, I have a particular aim. I wish to develop something which will likely require substantial resources. Thus, I intend to utilize the resources after the Autobots reconstruct Cybertron. That is my simple ambition, Rosa stated. Spreading her hands, the Autobots seemed momentarily at a loss, struggling to grasp the implications of Rosa's revelations, while Meichi latched onto a crucial point. So, are you merely a vampire? One could interpret it that way, though many of the characteristics have been optimized away. Rosa glanced around at the assembled group, hesitating for a moment, until Ambulance was the first to respond. So, your actions imply loyalty? This time, it was Ambulance posing the question, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. Yes, at critical moments, I am willing to forsake my life, to become a tool, a weapon, even if it means being disemboweled or losing limbs. As long as I can rise again, I will continue to follow your directives. I will share this with you because I believe our goals align. You need not worry, for I shall not betray you, as our interests coincide. Rosa surveyed the people around her, aware that she was offering them a measure of reassurance. Yet, she sensed an undercurrent of reluctance, having shared so many moments together. They had long regarded her as one of their own, as a fellow Autobot. She should not perceive herself as merely a tool, nor should they harbor fear towards her. Rosa, you need not view yourself in such a manner. Optimus Prime gazed at her with a hint of compassion. I understand, but if you harbor trepidation towards me, you may regard me solely as an instrument of your will, without concern for any harm I might inflict upon you. For our aims are aligned and Autobots are to be trusted. Rosa stepped closer to Optimus, locking her gaze with his as she extended her hand. Optimus, should you desire, I can transform into a weapon, relinquishing my consciousness solely for the purpose of destruction, becoming the sharpest blade in your arsenal. If you wish, I could even consume other worlds for your benefit. My intentions have been laid bare before you. The chain named weakness and lifeline is now in your hands, and the collar of loyalty has been fastened around my own neck. As she extended her hand, the white mechanical appendage with black joints rested before Optimus. I can be at your service, a mere tool, solely for the revival of Cybertron. Optimus regarded the outstretched hand, slowly reaching towards it. However, instead of clasping it, he guided Rosa's south hand to close, gently pushing it back. Rosa, we seek companionship over weaponry. You possess sentience, and you are not merely a tool. As he spoke, he observed Rosa's momentary look of astonishment, which soon transformed into a gentle smile, indicating her satisfaction with his response. Indeed, she felt a sense of fulfillment. The expressions of those around her confirmed her success. Rosa's actions may not have been exceptionally clever. She understood that once certain truths were unveiled, further concealment would only breed suspicion, a risk that grew with delay. She believed that the Autobots would grant her the space to navigate this revelation without excessive scrutiny. What she feared most was the possibility of never disclosing her current form. Should the battlefield erupt in chaos one day, what would unfold? Fear? Astonishment? Such a revelation could create a chasm far greater than the openness she exhibited today, particularly amidst the turmoil of combat. Indeed, the words she uttered today, suggesting she could serve as a weapon, might not be deemed particularly wise. Yet, it was a means to swiftly bridge the gap. There were alternative paths, but initially, they might have felt apprehensive or wary. Even if, in time, their reactions lessened, this incident would remain etched in their memories. They would remember that their companion was, in some sense, a monster. However, if she reiterated her earlier sentiments, emphasizing their shared interests and her pledge not to harm them, she could assert, if you require it, I am willing to forsake my life and become a weapon. Even if she were to be disemboweled, it would matter not, as long as she could rise again. She would persist as a relentless killing machine, one almost devoid of autonomous consciousness. She wagered on the benevolence of the Autobots, trusting that they would not regard their former companions as mere tools. By doing so, she would reinforce within them the notion of camaraderie. Even while acknowledging that her companions were monstrous, the focus remained not on the monstrosity, but on the bond of companionship. They needed only to know that she was safe. It was unnecessary for them to remember their past actions, as long as they understood that they would not lay a hand against the Autobots. Indeed, what a creature she was. Chapter 59. Rosa's Specialized Armament. Good morning, Medic Optimus. The following day, after tidying up, Rosa ventured into the hall to gather supplies and exchange greetings with other Autobots. Good morning, Rosa. The medic was still preoccupied with his console, while Optimus and others offered their salutations. After collecting her provisions, Rosa returned to her weapons lab. The components for the photon accumulator rifle were nearly complete. Rosa dedicated the entire morning to finishing them, planning to refine everything on the morrow. Shortly thereafter, as she entered the hall to collect her midday supplies, she observed the medic discovering an ancient Autobot signal frequency. Well then, let us don our armor and prepare for departure. The land bridge illuminated with a bluish-green glow as Rosa followed Optimus and the medic inside. Bumblebee would arrive shortly, while RC and the others remained at the base, not participating in this mission. Upon exiting the land bridge, Optimus and the medic stealthily prepared for their covert operation, but it seemed they suddenly recalled something, both turning their gaze towards Rosa simultaneously. Shall we project? They exchanged a knowing glance. Why not? With the medic's affirmative response, Rosa extended 2 cameras from her back, enveloping the 3 machines, and boldly proceeded towards the signal's location. Upon arriving at the signal point, the sounds of excavation reached them from afar. Optimus glanced back at Rosa, who immediately understood his intent. Rest assured, the projection will pose no issues. Not a flicker will be detected. She gestured confidently, and they continued their approach unimpeded. Before long, they beheld a familiar flying apparatus. Is that Megatron? It appeared he had detected the ancient Autobot signal frequency, because it had been unearthed. While the medic and Optimus deliberated, Rosa observed as several minions extracted items from ground. Just as Optimus commanded Rosa to divide their paths, she eagerly took flight, attempting to maintain her concealment through projection. Thus, while Optimus and the medic remained visible, Rosa operated from the shadows, poised to retrieve the items as the moment allowed. Show me, Bring it here, quietly, Megatron commanded, surveying the minions laboring beneath him. Two minor-class soldiers handed the items to a slightly higher-ranking soldier, who then delivered them to Megatron. As Megatron lifted the lid, his expression hardened upon realizing the contents within. Megatron, Optimus Prime declared, brandishing his weapon, with an ambulance rushing in behind him. I cannot allow you to steal the sacred artifact of the Autobots. Yet, Megatron remained unfazed. You are misinformed, Optimus, he retorted, turning to retrieve an object from the spherical container housing the sacred relic. And I would advise you to lower your weapon. With that, Megatron raised a blue artifact adorned with white patterns, resembling a grain of wheat. Unless you wish for us to meet our demise together, before he could finish. A piercing sound interrupted as the grain-like artifact vanished from Megatron's grasp. He clearly saw a gigantic white bird snatch the sacred object away. What is this? Rosa inquired, manipulating the artifact as it spread its enormous steel wings in the sky. The spark extractor. Rosa, once activated, it will extract all sparks in the vicinity. The ambulance shouted, attempting to convey further warnings, but was cut off by Megatron. In my estimation, our doctor lacks the competence to retrieve even a headless corpse from the spark source. Does he not? Megatron mused, glancing at the ambulance before shifting his gaze back to Rosa. Suddenly, Rosa, cradling the spark extractor, burst into uncontrollable laughter, her mirth echoing across the battlefield. The ground troops, startled by her laughter, aimed their weapons at her. Yet Megatron knew such actions would be futile. He recalled the scene within the Cosmic Emperor, where countless symbols deflected bullets. He was confident that firing upon her would yield a similar outcome. Megatron, shall we place a wager? Rosa's laughter subsided, her voice still quivering with glee as she toyed with the spark extractor. Let's wager on whether a machine, even with its head shattered, can still possess a spark. The spark extractor twirled between her fingers as she stood, hands on her hips, gazing down at the assembled machines below. How does one activate this device, I wonder? She pondered aloud, ceasing her manipulation of the spark extractor. She tossed it into the air, catching it effortlessly in her other hand, seemingly searching for a switch. Megatron, discerning the device's recklessness, felt a sense of foreboding. Rosa, do not touch it. Both Optimus and the ambulance shouted in unison. Rosa paused, contemplating the spark extractor in her hands. Is this a one-time use device? If activated, is there a way to turn it off? Rosa exhibited no awareness of the danger she held, her tone light and conversational. Even though they were uncertain about the potential effects of the device on her, Rosa herself was oblivious. Previously, the Autobots, had not comprehended their own resilience. Now, they were all too aware. There was no need for concern. Her life could be played with indefinitely. After all, she had faced death countless times throughout her life, and a few more instances would not make a difference. Rosa thought this way, but the Autobots below were not so carefree. They were deeply anxious that if she accidentally activated the device, it might have dire consequences for her. Regarding the thoughts of the Decepticons, particularly Megatron, their primary concern was whether this reckless creature would dare to activate the all-spark extractor and bring about their mutual destruction. Rosa looked up at Megatron, declaring, "If you don't speak, I will charge at you with this thing." With a wicked grin, she curled one arm and tilted her head, pointing at the Decepticons. But clad in armor, they could not discern her expression, which was somewhat regrettable. Megatron observed Rosa hovering above, realizing she was truly about to press the switch on the all-spark extractor. The tension among his troops reached a fever pitch, and ultimately, Megatron relented. Gritting his teeth, he shouted retreat, and transformed to soar away, with the other Decepticon foot soldiers hesitating momentarily before following him through the open ground bridge. Optimus Prime chose not to continue the battle, seeing that the Decepticons were preparing to leave. He holstered his weapon just as Bumblebee, who had arrived to provide support, witnessed the Decepticons' retreat, bewildered by the unfolding events. As Rosa descended slowly, clutching the all-spark extractor, her enormous wings retracted at the moment of landing, allowing her to stand firmly before Optimus and Ratchet. What happened? Bumblebee inquired, but no one responded, as Optimus and Ratchet were admonishing Rosa. Rosa, no one knows if it will truly affect you. You cannot gamble with your safety. Ratchet exclaimed, though Rosa appeared somewhat puzzled. But what does the all-spark extraction have to do with us? She finally stopped toying with the extractor, holding it properly as she tilted her head at Ratchet. Rosa, None of us understand the principles of the Allspark extractor. It is best not to touch it until we are entirely certain it poses no threat to you. After a moment's hesitation, Optimus added, even if you are unlikely to perish. Indeed, this was the safest course of action, and Rosa nodded, reluctantly accepting their concern. Soon after returning to the Autobot base, Ratchet began scanning the interior of the Allspark extractor for ancient Autobot signal sources. BZZ beep. BZZZ. Bumblebee finally posed the question upon their return, though Mika and Jack were at a loss, while RC understood. What did he say? Mika asked RC. He asked what exactly transpired, why the Decepticons did not engage in battle but chose to leave instead. RC translated, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she turned to Rosa, eager for an answer. It's nothing much. I merely wagered with Megatron, betting whether I would be affected by the Allspark extractor, Rosa explained. But how does that relate to their departure? The partition queried in confusion as Ratchet continued his scanning. If she is unaffected, then she could fly around with the Allspark extractor, and no one could stop her, Ratchet remarked. By the way, let me remind you, you were laughing quite villainously at that moment. Indeed it did resemble that. Otherwise they wouldn't have believed me, would they? Rosa chuckled softly, leaving Ambulance speechless. In the presence of the Autobots, Rosa had to maintain a facade, suppressing her eagerness for confrontation. Subsequently, after scanning the Allspark extractor, Ambulance confirmed that the signal indeed originated from it, alongside the reason for its presence on Earth. It was likely dispatched before the Decepticons breached the Iron Fortress archives, as a precaution against the Decepticons acquiring such artifacts. Of course, it was also confirmed that the Allspark extractor posed no threat to Rosa. Regrettably, it was a one-time use device, yet it had successfully been upgraded into Rosa's specialized equipment. Before retiring to her room that night, Ambulance called out to her, urging Rosa to extend her camaraderie to others. With a pained expression, he remarked, well, since we have some downtime, does this mean I can pursue a closer relationship? Rosa glanced at the others, inquiring, with whom? Upon hearing this, Ambulance furrowed his brow, aware that Rosa seemed oblivious to Bumblebee's affections. Her sudden desire for intimacy raised his suspicions. I intend to forge a close bond with my charging bed. This declaration left everyone in disbelief, while RC rolled her eyes, muttering that Cybertronians should possess better judgment. Rosa, please try to articulate your thoughts more clearly next time, Ambulance sighed, recognizing that she merely meant to catch up on sleep. May I sleep in tomorrow? Rosa eagerly turned to RC. Certainly, but refrain from using such descriptions again. RC scolded, firmly patting Rosa on the shoulder. Isn't this what you all requested? Rosa stumbled slightly from the force of the pat, regained her balance, and raised her fist to her cheeks, playfully winking as her tail formed a heart shape behind her. Ambulance discerned her intention to tease him, realizing that was not the kind of camaraderie he had meant. Frustrated yet amused, he observed Rosa reveling in the bemused expressions of her companions as she departed, fully aware that her mischief was intentional. Such cruelty, he lamented, contemplating throwing a wrench at her, but reconsidering, fearing it might injure her brilliant mind. Ultimately, he resolved on a more devious plan. He would rouse Rosa at dawn, disturbing her slumber before leaving. However, he miscalculated. Rosa had chosen to deactivate her audio receiver upon falling asleep, rendering him incapable of waking her. As he fumed in frustration, smoke billowing from his form, the other Autobots appeared to be in high spirits. Chapter 60, Beautiful. Await your doom. In the afternoon, Rosa continued to lounge in her room, surfing the internet, while the others patrolled, searching for additional signals. However, the tranquility was soon shattered by news of Bumblebee's predicament. As Ambulance sent a group message over the internal channel, Rosa emerged, witnessing Ambulance scanning Bumblebee. Bumblebee was rendered incapable of transformation, as the medic had reported. You can fix him, right? Raph inquired with concern, glancing at the medic. The damage was severe. The disorientation ray had likely scorched his transformation gears. After conducting a scan, the medic tapped the screen twice to review the results. Is it the transformation gears? Mickey asked curiously, noting the difference. RC clarified that those were used to scan vehicles and their transformative components. As they discussed, the results for Bumblebee emerged, prompting an exclamation from the medic, "Oh my goodness!" Bumblebee's transformation gears are not damaged. They're simply missing. Everyone stared at the medic in astonishment. How could that be? Jack questioned, perplexed. However, The other Autobots dismissed the likelihood of the Decepticons being involved, as the act of organ theft seemed more akin to the machinations of another faction, namely, the mechanical beings who sought to dismantle and study the fallen bots. Presently, Bumblebee lacked the necessary apparatus to address the situation. He could not transform, making any mission perilous. Moreover, the transformation gears were akin to organs, similar to vocal processors, and were irreplaceable. With no other option, Bumblebee remained at the base. That evening, Optimus Prime and the others went on patrol, while RC and Jack ventured out to enjoy themselves. During this time, Rosa, while surfing the internet, stumbled upon images shared by humans, vibrant cities illuminated against the night sky, showcasing beautiful landscapes and towering structures adorned with a myriad of neon lights. Such scenes she had only witnessed in video games. Back home, in Copper 9, humanity had perished, leaving no bright cities behind. Thus, she yearned to see these sights for herself, even from a distance, to gaze upon the city reflected upon the water surface. Upon examining the address in the photograph, she felt compelled to visit, but the city was far away. She approached the medic to inquire about the possibility of creating a land bridge. Upon entering the main hall, Rosa observed Bumblebee incessantly bothering the medic, who was trying to work. For instance, just 5 seconds after stating there were no updates, Bumblebee would tap the medic's shoulder to ask again, "Oh my heavens, is there anyone who can help me shoo him away so I can work in peace?" The medic exclaimed. Raph was quick to call Bumblebee over to play a game. They began with a racing game, but Bumblebee was frustrated. "Hey, this game is boring," he declared, tossing the controller aside. "How about we watch television instead?" Mickey suggested, pressing the remote. The screen then displayed a racing advertisement, causing Bumblebee to exclaim, "Cheer up, Bumblebee. You're amazing even without transforming. Speed is not everything. Look at Rosa. She can't transform either," Raph shouted enthusiastically, while Rosa coughed softly beside them. "Oh, my apologies," Raph chuckled awkwardly. "Would you like to join me for a stroll, Bumblebee? I'll take you to experience the feeling of flight." Rosa thought perhaps she could take Bumblebee to see the nighttime cityscape she longed to behold, allowing him to leave the base so the medic could work undisturbed. Bumblebee cast a glance at Rosa, seemingly hoping that the experience of soaring through the air would temporarily divert his attention. Indeed, at that moment, the roar of a motorcycle engine echoed through the base's hall, heralding the return of RC, who had taken Jack out for a ride. Wow! Jack removed his helmet, breaking records once again. RC, as they watched the motorcycle speed into the base hall, it executed a swift drift, coming to a halt with remarkable precision. It effortlessly surpassed 190. "Oh no, Jack." RC noticed Bumblebee and recalled that he had recently been unable to transform due to issues with his transformation gears. Bumblebee was in utter despair, buzzing with frustration. "Virum, woe is me," Bumblebee shouted, attempting to storm out of the base, only to be intercepted by Ratchet. "Bumblebee, where do you think you're going? You can't just go for a stroll." Bumblebee turned to Ratchet, reminding him, "We are not Earthlings. If you leave the base in this form and someone sees you, we'll be exposed." Ratchet spoke while placing a hand on Bumblebee's shoulder, but Bumblebee shrugged him off. Fully aware of what Ratchet was about to say. Buzz! Beep! In anger, Bumblebee retreated to his quarters, leaving Ratchet feeling somewhat guilty. "Yes, Bumblebee, until I can repair you." Observing the atmosphere within the base, Rosa found little inclination to enjoy the night view. Perhaps another time. Venturing out under these circumstances would not be wise. The following day, Rosa informed Ratchet in advance that she would be working on the final polishing of the components and would not participate in that day's mission. Upon hearing this, Ratchet allowed her to spend time in the weapons research lab. Perhaps due to her intense focus, she only realized she had forgotten to eat lunch when she saw that dinner time had arrived. Scanning the internal communications, she learned that Bumblebee had engaged in some reckless endeavor, but thankfully he had not sustained serious injuries. He had merely tumbled down a cliff and lost consciousness for a while. Rosa sighed. As she walked out, she resolved to set an alarm for herself next time, to prevent forgetting to eat. Upon stepping outside to collect supplies, she was met with the sight of Bumblebee reclining on the repair table, while Ratchet prepared the necessary surgical instruments. "RC, you can do this. No one is stronger than you." Rosa overheard Jack encouraging RC as she entered the hall. "This is on the battlefield, not in the operating room." RC sighed, clearly reluctant to proceed. "It's one thing to wield a knife, another to be the one receiving the cuts." Jack continued to bolster RC's spirits, leaving Rosa somewhat perplexed. Is RC going to perform surgery? Rosa inquired, moving closer to Ratchet. No, it's not RC. It's Bumblebee and me. I'm going to transplant the transformation gears into Bumblebee, and RC will be the surgeon. Ratchet explained as he continued to prepare the various instruments needed. Upon seeing Rosa, RC's eyes lit up. Why not let Rosa perform the surgery? It seems RC is quite reluctant, and Rosa excels in research. Her hands are steady. Alcee gazed at the ambulance, yearning for a response. While it was steady, her medical knowledge was inadequate, and she harbored a greater fear of being consumed by it. The ambulance spoke, and the last remark was clearly a jest. Rosa paid it no mind as she observed the ambulance placing a device for hibernation on Bumblebee in itself. With all preparations complete, both the ambulance and Bumblebee reclined. Rosa chose not to witness the remaining scene, finishing her supplies before retreating to her room to continue her endeavors. She intended to commence assembling the deadly "You Only Live Twice" a photon collector rifle. As Rosa busily crafted, the Autobots found a signal to embark on a mission, engaging in a tussle. Halfway through her assembly, Rosa thought she heard a knocking sound, though it was not the usual knock from the Autobots. It resembled someone striking the door with an object. Puzzled, Rosa opened the door to discover Meichi and others banging on it. Well, they were indeed knocking on her door. But the new door she had installed after the last explosion was rather robust, rendering their attempt silent. What brings you here? Rosa inquired, peeking out. Bumblebee went to retrieve his transformation gears from the mechanic faction, and we came to call you to join us, Meichi replied, tossing the steel pipe she held to the ground, shaking her arms. What material is this door made of? We've been knocking for ages, and not a sound escapes. Rosa sheepishly touched the back of her neck and smiled. Crafted by the Duomen family, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece. When they arrived in the hall, they discovered that Bumblebee had already initiated the land bridge to retrieve his transformation gears. Splendid. Await your doom, Rosa remarked, stepping forward. Chapter 61. Do you wish to dance? In a command center, the mechanic faction had developed a robot, having stolen Bumblebee's transformation gears to install on this machine. With the assistance of the Red Spider, they had also extracted super energy matter. Now, they were poised to activate the machine and attempt to operate it, aiming to create a mechanical legion. With a resounding crash, Bumblebee smashed open the doors of the mechanic faction's command center. Although referred to as a command center, it was merely a warehouse, and the entrance was merely a roll-up door. To Bumblebee's surprise, the Red Spider was also present, immediately discerning that Bumblebee lacked his transformation gears and could not morph into weaponry. No transformation gears? The mechanic faction members raised their weapons upon sighting Bumblebee. He has no weapon, the Red Spider shouted, launching a missile at Bumblebee, who adeptly evaded it. Silas commanded the other members of the mechanic faction to open fire on Bumblebee, although these bullets were far less potent than those of the Decepticons. Their sheer volume was overwhelming. Bumblebee promptly dismantled a massive empty barrel and hurled it at the Red Spider, acutely aware of who posed the greatest threat. Yet he clearly underestimated the mechanic faction. He truly did not anticipate that the mechanical party would retain the weapon that had once electrocuted him. Perhaps it was due to Rosa's earlier black hole that struck their helicopter, prompting them to carry even more armaments during regular times. The mechanical party launched an electrified stunning net at Bumblebee, intending to incapacitate him once more. Just as Bumblebee believed his end was nigh, a steel pipe hurtled in from the left, colliding with the electrified net. The immense force of the pipe caused the net, aimed at stunning Bumblebee, to veer off course, resulting in a resounding crack. Ultimately, the front end of the pipe lodged itself into the wall to the right of Bumblebee, creating a substantial hole that threatened to collapse the entire structure. Cyrus was momentarily taken aback, but the Red Spider was unfazed. He continued to fire missiles at Bumblebee. Suddenly, another alien burst forth from Bumblebee's left. A flash of blue light heralded the arrival of a robot with colossal wings. As it approached Bumblebee, it placed a hand on his shoulder, retracting its wings and using the momentum to deliver a powerful kick, sending the missile launched by the Red Spider hurtling into a small section of the mechanical party's territory. Rosa, having dived from the sky and instantaneously phased through the wall, still bore the force of her descent. After stabilizing Bumblebee with a hand on his shoulder, she prepared to adjust her position mid-air for a graceful landing. 1 foot forward and 1 foot back. However, for reasons unknown, Bumblebee instinctively caught her. The ensuing sequence of movements resembled a dance. Rosa flew in, steadied herself on Bumblebee's shoulder, kicked a missile away, and then executed a flip, perfectly landing in Bumblebee's embrace, who instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist. This unexpected catch resulted in a rather peculiar stance, akin to a dance. Bumblebee, stabilizing his form with legs slightly apart, held Rosa close. But his attention was swiftly diverted to another missile launched by the Red Spider. Instinctively, he shifted Rosa aside, yet in that very moment, as Bumblebee grasped her waist, Rosa kicked upward at the incoming missile. Her strike redirected the missile towards the ceiling, creating a large crater and showering debris and dust upon them. From an outsider's perspective, it resembled a classic dance, where one partner lifts the other, but instead of a graceful leg lift, Rosa was kicking a missile. Bumblebee was taken aback, but still managed to set Rosa down safely on the other side. As she gazed at the newly formed crater, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Bumblebee's waist. Amidst the increasingly loud whir of Bumblebee's cooling fan, she raised one hand to her head, offering a salute of gratitude towards the Red Spider. With a deft twist of her solver, Rosa incapacitated the mechanical party's robot and tossed the transformed gear into Bumblebee's hands. "I've taken what I needed," she proclaimed, as she enveloped Bumblebee's waist and soared straight out of the crater, effortlessly catching the gear that had almost slipped from Bumblebee's grasp. As the transformation gear fell into the warehouse mid-air, it shimmered with a blue symbol before ascending once more. It soared until it landed in Rosa's hands, who promptly tossed it to Bumblebee. The gear bounced twice in Bumblebee's grasp, nearly slipping away. After a struggle to secure it, the sudden movements caused it to tilt downwards, prompting Bumblebee to instinctively grasp at something, wrapping his arms around Rosa's waist. In the process, his head inadvertently bumped against the side of her chest armor. Rosa looked at Bumblebee with surprise, but quickly reconsidered. It was only natural for a car that had never been airborne to feel a bit of vertigo, especially so close to the mechanical populace. She decided to find a safer place to set him down. However, despite the strong winds up there, she found it peculiar that there was an unusual noise, akin to a fan's hum, distinctly different from the sound of the wind. "Next time, don't rush in alone," Rosa remarked as Bumblebee adjusted his position, ensuring he wouldn't collide with her armor again. Buzz, Bumblebee apologized, though it was unclear what he was specifically apologizing for. His cooling fan continued to emit a steady hum. After a brief flight, Rosa landed and contacted Rafi to activate the ground bridge. Observing Bumblebee's dazed expression, she shook her head in exasperation. His fear of heights was quite alarming. The ground bridge activated, and she waved at Bumblebee. "Shall we go?" That evening, with the aid of the ambulance, Bumblebee successfully reattached the transformation gear, which remained unharmed, granting him the ability to transform once more. Though he could have gone for a few laps outside, Bumblebee suddenly turned to Rosa, hesitating as if he wished to say something. "Not going for a run?" The ambulance, pleased at Bumblebee regaining his transformation gear, was puzzled by his reluctance. "If not running, how about flying?" Rosa recalled her earlier suggestion to him, prompting Bumblebee to nod eagerly. The ambulance and RC exchanged knowing glances as if they sensed something. "Wait, flying? I want to go too," Meichi exclaimed, but was swiftly silenced by Jack. "At that speed, you won't be able to breathe. Don't disturb them," Jack whispered to Meichi, who quickly reconsidered her enthusiasm. Only the partition was perplexed by Meichi's sudden disinterest in flying, which was quite out of character. Chapter 62. Will the youthful Bumblebee encounter the mechanical vampires? At just the right moment, Rosa brought Bumblebee to a location where she wished to view the night scenery, which was still evening due to the time zone difference. This coincided perfectly with her intentions, for she had longed to behold this sight. On the water's surface, the distant city skyline glows brilliantly, a myriad of colorful lights flickering incessantly as countless bright hues collide and complement each other, resembling a vibrant neon abyss. Even the pitch-black sky is slightly illuminated by this radiance. This enchanting spectacle is one that only reveals itself at night, accompanied by the twinkling headlights of various vehicles, which from afar resemble flashes of light. They find themselves perched on a cliff with a forest at their back, and below the cliff lies the ocean. For this is a coastal city. It is truly beautiful, is it not? A sight that can only be witnessed after dusk. Rosa turns to gaze at Bumblebee, as the brilliance from the land bridge fades, and tranquility envelopes the surroundings. A gentle breeze rustles the audio receiver, while the symphony of ocean waves forms a backdrop, with the profound darkness of the sea reflecting the lights of the distant city. The ocean, too, becomes a canvas of neon hues. This serene atmosphere enhances the stillness, where one can even hear the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves in the forest. Buzzing and humming, does it not? Fear not, in the bustling city. The pace is swift. No one would idly gaze at the distant, shadowy mountains. Rosa smiles and waves to Bumblebee, then turns her attention to the waves below the cliff. The inky waters of the night, illuminated by the city's distant glow, reveal faint reflections of vibrant colors, alongside the grayish-white of the frothy waves. Calmness prevails. Do you see it? Rosa gestures towards the dark sky behind the city. The brightest one, that is Polaris. Bumblebee, following Rosa's, indeed spots a particularly bright star. The star is nearly out of sight, descending swiftly. Shall we take a flight? The weather is fine today. We should be able to see many stars. Rosa extends her hand towards Bumblebee, and upon witnessing such a scene, Bumblebee momentarily freezes. Yet he grasps her hand. This is our signal to ascend. With enormous wings unfurled, Rosa cautions Bumblebee to be careful of being brushed aside, although the manner in which the wings extend remains somewhat impractical. This marks Bumblebee's first intimate and direct observation of her wings. These wings, a mosaic of steel blades and various materials, exude a sense of danger, yet possess a streamlined elegance and softness that defies their metallic nature. Do not misunderstand. They are not soft in the conventional sense. They are robust. Nevertheless, the movement of the wings is gentle, akin to how one can use their arms to mimic the shape of ocean waves. The wings, too, exhibit this grace, with each motion and flap executed with perfect aerodynamics. They are metallic, yet they embody a certain softness, leaving behind the brilliantly lit city and the vibrant neon abyss. Rosa does not soar towards the city, but rather towards the ocean's surface. Her immense wings gently flutter, conjuring powerful gusts of wind that dance through the air, causing the greenery on the grass to ripple and the leaves to rustle. Let us navigate through the starry skies. Bumblebee embraced Rosa's waist tightly as the fierce winds began to whip against his face. With a series of wing flaps, they ascended from the ground, floating high above the surface of the sea. Bumblebee glanced back at the earth, then towards the neon abyss, fixating on the mirage gradually receding over the water. The once bright city lights faded into a gray sky, retreating further into the distance as the surroundings grew increasingly dark. So take me away. Lead me from this place to witness the vast expanse of sky. Beneath the encroaching darkness of the night, the stars above began to twinkle brightly. Those countless celestial bodies obscured by the city's illumination now shone resplendently in the night. A gentle breeze caressed their faces as they ascended higher, the sky drawing closer while the sea receded further away. As one surveyed the surroundings, the inky waters appeared to diminish in prominence. The heavens seemed to beckon, each star appearing almost within reach. The darkness, paradoxically, accentuated the brilliance of these celestial gems. Bumblebee gazed at the soaring Rosa, her magnificent wings rhythmically beating. Though her expression was obscured, he imagined she was likely smiling. An angel, indeed, an angel. As I was whisked away, I became entranced by this shimmering night. At greater heights, under the enchanting silver moonlight, amidst the rolling waves, it felt like a dream. Bumblebee's cooling fan had not ceased since their ascent. Though the wind should have rendered him unchilled, it remained active. In that moment, he found himself uncertain of where to place the hand that held Rosa's waist. He wished to shield his face, but found no means to do so, ultimately burying his visage against her back, only then realizing it was Rosa. The fan whirred even more loudly. As the land bridge unfolded, Rosa conversed with others about the brilliantly lit city, the neon abyss reflected on the water surface, and the multitude of stars in the distance. These were sights she had never before beheld. Copper ruins laden with ice and snow, where the frozen sea could not mirror the vibrant lights. If she could return, she longed to share these memories with her family, to show them the vistas she had never encountered. Observing the beautiful nightscape described by Rosa, the partition glanced at the unusually silent Bumblebee, who had been lost in thought, staring blankly into the distance as if his mind were adrift. What had come over Bumblebee? The partition noted his continued stupor since their return. occasionally covering his face and the fan whirring uncontrollably. They claimed to be stargazing, perhaps having fallen into the river of stars. Who could say? Alcee appeared with an enigmatic smile, passing by the partition once more, leaving it to ponder this profound question in solitude. Chapter 63. The future of mass production awaits you. Transformers arrive. Clear the way. The screwdriver gently tightened the screws, securing the two components in perfect alignment. Rosa picked up the rifle, scrutinizing it carefully, a task she had engaged in throughout the day. However, she remained uncertain whether the weapon would fire. Soon, she would need to request an ambulance to activate the land bridge. She sought a place to conduct her experiment. Try the training ground. It should be deserted at this hour, suggested the ambulance. Upon hearing Rosa's intent to test the weapon, the ambulance pondered that such a spacious area should suffice. Are you certain? Rosa held the deadly rifle, contemplating the potential for catastrophe should it explode. The ambulance interrupted her, waving dismissively. Our entire base is equipped with sprinklers for fire emergencies. The ambulance presumed the weapon to be a short-range explosive, akin to a powerful shotgun, only to be swiftly proven wrong as the training ground erupted. Do you remember that time the ambulance was on medication? He smashed a massive hole in the training ground wall with a partition then. It was the same wall this time. As she pulled the trigger, a brilliant burst of green light erupted from the muzzle, the forceful impact causing the overhead lights in the training ground to sway. Accompanying the shockwave were concentric rings of green light, each halo indicating the magnitude of the central explosion. Rosa's lighter frame was pushed back several meters by the tremendous recoil. Observing the wall of the training ground once again marred by a gaping hole, she noted that even the wall of the opposite corridor had been breached. The sound of debris falling echoed as the ambulance watched the wall, still shedding dust. A notable section of the training ground floor was also affected, darkened and concavely indented. Covering his face, the ambulance dared not imagine the devastation this weapon could wreak if mass-produced and deployed on the battlefield. If sufficiently abundant, they wouldn't even have to worry about energy concerns. As long as there were enough rifles, they could effectively become mobile artillery. Other Autobots, drawn by the commotion, hurried over to assess the situation, only to find the training ground in disarray, with the wall shattered and the ground darkened. Had they not known it was Rosa's creation, they might have suspected someone had pilfered artifact from the Iron Fortress archives or was playing with grenades inside the base. I will see if I can produce several more of these. If mass production becomes feasible, the Autobots could change their motto, Rosa declared, shaking the rifle that still radiated heat, its hue shifting from green to red, with a countdown timer ominously displayed. What? RC failed to grasp Rosa's words. Autobots incoming. Everyone, stand clear. With a chuckle, Rosa concluded, prompting a wave of muffled laughter around her. She remarked that the slogan was audacious, perfectly fitting for the post-production state of this weapon. Subsequently, they ushered Rosa back to her quarters and began contacting Agent Fuller. Upon arriving at the base and witnessing the chaos, could only twitch at the corners of his mouth. Do not tell me that you have been experimenting with explosive weaponry at the base, Agent Fuller exclaimed, standing with arms akimbo as he observed the group of Cybertronians. The ambulance, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted its gaze, enduring Fuller's ire as he shouted about the difficulty of repairing the walls. After all, this was a matter of military secrecy, and finding someone to fix it would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Later that evening, Agent Fuller made another contact, this time regarding two colossal beings engaged in combat 20 miles outside Omaha. The live broadcast revealed that it was Jack and Skywing clashing. Fuller was on the verge of a breakdown. Even if the great sage himself returned, they needed to regain control of the situation before it made the evening news. Ultimately, they managed to contain the chaos, more or less, until Jack fired at a gas station, resulting in a massive explosion. Agent Fuller wore a look of exasperation. Incidentally, Fuller had also provided the opposing side with vehicle forms. Subsequently, Jack returned to the base for the ambulance to tend to the injuries inflicted by Skywing on his arm. Of course, Rosa would only learn of these events the following day. At the time Fuller contacted the base, she was busy attempting to construct more weapon cores, determined to create several for future use at the base. Careful now, Doctor, my arm, Jack shouted as the ambulance welded his wound. If you keep moving, you won't be able to save it, the ambulance replied, continuing to work on Jack's injury from Skywing's gunfire. I apologize, Commander. I won't fire recklessly again. Jack initially addressed Optimus Prime, but the ambulance responded on behalf of Prime first. Rosa, meanwhile, sipped from her energy core, enjoying the spectacle. I followed Skywing for 100 light years to get here, she remarked. I thought you were off on an interstellar journey, searching for refugees, the divider responded. Rosa took another sip from her energy core, likely reflecting on Jack witnessing the demise of his former comrade, Wave, who was obliterated by Skywing, all while being instructed by Optimus Prime to proceed with caution on Earth. You, reckless shooter, Agent Fuller bellowed as he entered the base, standing on the platform. Your foolish actions nearly exposed us. Exposed? Jack replied, puzzled. The divider approached to explain. We must conceal our identities, old Jack. You need to transform into an Earth vehicle form before venturing out. As the divider tapped Jack's shoulder armor, Jack turned to look at him, only to be distracted by Fuller's shouting once more. The ship you shot down is not from Earth. I went to great lengths to remove it. Fuller shouted at Optimus Prime. You need to discipline your subordinates, Optimus. Amidst Fuller's furious outburst, Jack did not acknowledge his affiliation with Optimus. He then exited with the divider, who intended to have a word with him. Rosa took another sip from her energy core before departing to resume her work on her project. Later, news emerged regarding an incident involving the partition and Jack in the inner line, prompting Optimus Prime to lend his assistance. His presence would likely ensure a safe resolution. Shortly thereafter, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Rosa seemed to hear Agent Fowler's irate voice emanating from the adjacent weapons research room. It turned out that the port, laden with countless goods, had once again been bombed, this time by the Decepticons. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, it felt as though Agent Fowler was exceedingly busy. Rosa emerged from the weapons research room, cautiously peering out at the hall, only to retreat back inside. As for the Jack, its demeanor toward Optimus Prime appeared to have improved significantly, although it still hesitated to remain. Naturally, the lethal weapon, W Only Live 3000, was deemed far too perilous, and given its requirement of 30 minutes of charging time for just one unit, it was temporarily placed in a corridor alongside other artifacts under the guardianship of Optimus Prime and Ratchet. Chapter 64. The True and False Optimus Prime Apology for the excessive reading of promotional articles. It truly is the genuine Optimus Prime. During this period, Rosa remained largely confined, venturing out only once on a mission, which was based on intelligence provided by Black Arachnia concerning the Black Widow. She managed to secure mechanical insects. Upon their arrival, they found Megatron engaged in combat with the mechanical insects, while the Black Widow spectated, oblivious to the Autobots' presence. Alcee pursued, and as she recounted later, she was swiftly ambushed by the Black Widow, who was saved by Black Arachnia just in time. It was said that she owed him a favor, yet Rosa felt a peculiar sense of implication from Black Arachnia's gaze. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and his comrades lay in ambush, prepared to eliminate Megatron, only to be taken aback when Starscream led a contingent to assist Megatron, surrounding the Autobots. Ultimately, Rosa executed her duties without extending her form, collaborating with her fellow Autobots to dispatch the encircling minions, though the injured Megatron managed to escape. Regardless, it was of little consequence. They would return, relieved that no one had sustained injuries, though it was regrettable to witness the scattered takeout. Maintaining her image among the Autobots meant she could not indulge. Tears slowly streamed from the corners of Rosa's mouth, uncertain whether it was due to the concern of her fellow Autobots regarding her reclusive nature. One evening, after retrieving her supplies, she intended to return to her online pursuits. However, before she could even step out of the hall, Alcee unexpectedly placed a hand on her shoulder, soon followed by Bumblebee and the Partition, who seized her arms. Rosa regarded them with a puzzled expression. What could this be? With her blue eyes reflecting confusion, she was led to a designated area in the hall. It turned out that Jack, Mikey, and Raph had brought several remote-controlled toy cars to the base for a racing event. They intended to watch the competition and coax the reclusive Rosa out of her shell for a bit of social engagement. Resigned, Rosa smiled and settled in to observe the race. However, before long, a call from Agent Fowler interrupted the proceedings on the hall screen. Optimus, can you hear me? Agent Fowler shouted, bringing the remote-controlled car race to an abrupt halt. I apologize, Agent Fuller, but Optimus Prime is currently absent. The ambulance responded, and the other Autobots gathered to ascertain the situation. From the tone of his voice, I can ascertain that Agent Fuller appears to be quite anxious. It seems he is intent on forcing me off the road. Agent Fuller shouted, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Agent Fuller, That seems rather implausible. Does it not? The ambulance shook its head in response. Nonsense. Come see for yourselves. Agent Fuller elongated his words, clearly distressed. The ambulance promptly pinpointed Agent Fuller's signal location and activated the ground bridge. Rosa was the first to dive through the ground bridge, her enormous wings flapping with incredible speed as she soared toward the small car. Its front crumpled from the impact. At that moment, a truck identical in appearance to Optimus Prime was pushing it from behind. As Rosa approached swiftly, she executed a sudden maneuver, accelerating past and seizing the front of the vehicle with her razor-sharp claws, lifting the small car into the air. Bumblebee remained behind to check if Fuller required further assistance, while RC and the barricade pursued the truck resembling Optimus Prime, with Rosa following closely to assess the situation. The barricade's speed did not match RC's, and Rosa was slightly delayed due to her recent rescue of Agent Fuller. By the time she arrived, she found RC unconscious in the truck making its escape. She could not pursue further. RC's well-being was paramount. However, as Rosa instinctively scanned the scene, she noticed a peculiar detail. The truck could be infiltrated. How could this be? Are electric trucks even a reality in this era? Even if they were, it would be in its infancy. Who would convert a truck to be powered by electricity? It was rather strange, yet she refrained from taking immediate action. The priority was RC, and she unfurled her wings, carrying the unconscious RC back to safety. As the ambulance illuminated RC's face with a flashlight, she stirred awake, momentarily disoriented, appearing to be relatively unharmed. What happened? RC asked, slightly dazed as she took in her surroundings, eventually recalling the moment when the ambulance flashed the light at her. Don't treat me like a criminal under interrogation, she remarked, preparing to disembark from the scanning device. Rosa hurried over to support her. RC, are you all right? Jack inquired with concern, and Rosa released RC upon confirming she could stand. I'm fine, but I can't believe Optimus actually ambushed me, RC exclaimed indignantly, to which Agent Fuller concurred. Just then, Rosa raised her hand to interrupt. Wait a moment, is that really the case? The others looked at her with curiosity. How do you know? Are you somehow Optimus Prime? Agent Fuller questioned Rosa quizzically. The neural modules of Cybertronians are biological in structure. I cannot infiltrate them. However, it seems I might be able to infiltrate the Optimus who ambushed RC, Rosa clarified. Wait, what? The barricade interjected, puzzled. Something like this? Rosa replied, turning her gaze toward the command center screen, activating the solver to remotely control the ground bridge and access the last recorded location. As the terrestrial bridge positioning system activated autonomously, everyone around froze in disbelief, gazing at Rosa with incredulity. However, upon reflection, they realized there was little reason for concern. After all, during the mechanical faction incident, she had successfully utilized the lifeless eye to remotely locate their headquarters. Yet, they had not anticipated that this device could also directly breach the base's systems. Therefore, while it was feasible to infiltrate that, ambush Optimus Prime, they surmised that a conventional entry into their systems was implausible, suggesting that it might not indeed be Optimus Prime. The petition seemed to grasp this implication. Rosa nodded, then, as if struck by a thought, added, as long as it involves code, I should be able to infiltrate it, though I'm uncertain about penetrating the Cybertronians' internal systems, as I have never tried. Rosa pondered this, but the medic's expression hardened. He recalled that the internal systems still contain some code, primarily for transmitting biological signals and data. If one were to reverse engineer this, utilizing the capacity to detect biological signals and data to control the neural module, thus manipulating the body, it might theoretically be possible. However, the process of being controlled would undoubtedly be excruciating. Rosa, do not pursue this, the medic cautioned, placing a hand on her shoulder, a complex look in his eyes. And do not attempt to invade others. Rosa did not argue, merely nodding in response. Yet, she resolved that one day, she would seek out a near-death Decepticon to experiment with. Even if she could not gain control, stirring chaos within their internal systems would still be advantageous. It could serve as a means of diversion in the future, provided she remained undetected in her incursions. By the way, is it possible to transmit information through an internal system invasion, such as memory sequences? Rosa mused, while the medic immediately discerned that her thoughts were far from benign. All right, I will check Optimus Prime's location. And you, the medic lightly tapped Rosa on the head. admonishing her against engaging in actions that would endanger other life forms and prohibiting any experiments. Rosa chose to continue activating the audio receivers, nodding vigorously, attempting to shake off those stipulations. Chapter 65. Genuine or Faux Prime. True Knights? Knight. Foolish-faced Knight. He had returned. After a few taps on the screen to verify the location, the medic noted that Optimus Prime's coordinates were nearly aligned with the base. Shortly thereafter, the rumble of a truck echoed from the passage leading outside, and as Optimus Prime transformed upon entering the base's hall, all eyes were upon him. What transpired? Upon his arrival, Optimus observed the wary expressions of those around him. "We were attacked by a creature strikingly similar to you." RC was the first to speak, their trust in Rosa evident, given her demonstrated capabilities. "Attacked?" Optimus Prime inquired, perplexed, yet his demeanor soon shifted to one of seriousness as Agent Fullerton elaborated. "I was assaulted tonight. That doppelganger of yours attempted to hurl me off a cliff, and it also ambushed RC." Upon hearing this, Optimus furrowed his brow, realizing that he had just been at an energy vein outside of communication range, and was taken aback by the magnitude of the situation that had unfolded in his absence. Agent Fuller received a phone call from his superior, who informed him of an attack on a military base. It was purportedly an assault by Optimus Prime. "What? This is impossible. I could swear on the stars and stripes of my underwear that this is definitely not Optimus Prime," Agent Fuller exclaimed, turning to glance at the genuine figure of Optimus Prime standing steadfast at the base. The real Optimus was indeed present. The one outside was an imposter. After a brief exchange, Fuller hung up and explained the situation to his colleagues. The Auden military base was under siege, with claims that it was Optimus Prime behind the attack. "Is it a truck?" Jack inquired, suspecting that it was merely a truck in disguise, not the actual Prime. Fuller's words directed everyone's gaze towards Optimus. A symbol of a decoder manifested in one of Rosa's eyes. She perceived the foe's mind as a binary code, impervious to invasion, unrecognizable. "This is the real Optimus," Rosa concluded, connecting the dots. "Then the one outside must be a decoy. Let us go." An ambulance should be positioned within the Auden military base to investigate. As she spoke, she pulled down the lever of the ground bridge control. Once Rosa exited the ground bridge, she spotted the blatant imitation of Optimus Prime, yet the distance set by the ground bridge placed her too far to initiate an infiltration. Before she could act, the counterfeit Prime bolted upon seeing Rosa and the other Autobots. Just then, government helicopters arrived, mistaking the Autobots for the culprits behind the military base attack. A heavy blame was unjustly placed on Optimus, following his command to avoid harming them. He departed from the ground bridge. "No, General Bice, Optimus did not assault us. We were together when the alarm was triggered." Fuller continued conversing with his superior on the phone. "Yes, the Autobots did arrive at your base, but that was after the attack had occurred." The specifics of the conversation remained unclear, likely involving further orders. Fuller sought to salvage the situation. "But sir, I understand," he sighed, delivering the grim news. Now, all military forces had received orders to eliminate any Autobots on site. However, the Autobots were not overly concerned. Their apprehension lay with the group responsible for creating the counterfeit Optimus, fearing they might exploit the technology at their disposal for other nefarious purposes. The silver lining was that the mechanical faction could only produce a replica of Optimus, likely remote-controlled, and lacking the technology for ground bridges, thus limiting their operational range. Nevertheless, due to the Autobots being hunted, they could only venture into that area at night. That evening, the Autobots emerged from the ground bridge, embarking on reconnaissance within designated sectors. Rosa projected her form to conceal herself, taking to the skies for aerial surveillance. Shortly thereafter, Bumblebee reported via internal communication that he had discovered an abandoned factory. Optimus instructed him to exercise caution and called for the team to assemble and head towards that location. Upon everyone's arrival, it became apparent that Bumblebee had encountered an issue, as he could not be reached. They dispersed to search for him. Alcee declared this, while the other Autobots armed themselves. Rosa, once again, cloaked herself in projections, pondering the need to create another projection as a decoy to lure out any adversaries. "We must have some bait to draw them out, mustn't we? Be cautious of anything resembling me," Optimus Prime cautioned, leading the way with his weapon drawn into the abandoned factory. As Rosa entered, she deftly disabled all visible surveillance cameras, ensuring they displayed only empty footage before leaving their line of sight. standing beneath one such camera. She contemplated whether to locate the screen that connected to the cameras and mused whether the monitoring room was linked to the control room. After all, it was evident that the humans present lacked the capability to create sentient beings, their actions merely driven by remote control. Yet, to ascertain the monitoring room's position, she would need to breach the fake Optimus Prime's defenses. While Rosa was lost in thought, Optimus Prime suddenly burst past her, charging toward the projection ahead. The doppelganger, resembling Optimus Prime in every way, attempted to collide with the projection but found himself passing right through it. Upon realizing this, the imitation took a moment to gather his bearings, only to abruptly turn his gaze toward Rosa. However, it was too late. The decoder symbols illuminated within the optical lens of the armor, revealing the signals of remote control and their transmission origins. She swiftly severed the signal being sent by the adversary, simultaneously transmitting the coordinates she had discovered. Strangely, only Optimus Prime and Ratchet responded. Where were the others? Oh well, they've all been outmaneuvered, Rosa mused, observing the completely controlled imitation of Optimus Prime with a curious inclination to inspect closer. Meanwhile, the mechanical adversaries on the other side could still view the footage transmitted by the optical lens, but were unable to manipulate the machines, driving them to the brink of desperation. Upon witnessing Rosa's projection merely wave before departing, they exhaled in relief. Then, as they looked at the screen, they realized they could manipulate Optimus Prime once more, albeit with Rosa having vanished. Huh, what a joke. Could Rosa allow them to control anything? She merely provided them with simulated footage for their solitary amusement, leaving them oblivious to the fact that they were engaged in a single-player experience. If even the comprehensive, all-encompassing simulated projections posed no issue, what obstacles could arise from directly infiltrating the system and transmitting simulated visuals? Rosa seized the opportunity to infiltrate the cameras once more, accessing the terminal's location while experimenting with switching perspectives. She soon succeeded in locating the footage depicting Silas at the control console, now transformed into a video game scenario. Gazing at the Optimus Prime still standing before her, an absurd idea struck her. She was inclined to make Optimus Prime leap into a realm of pure bliss. Well, it may tarnish the image somewhat, but manipulating him to leap atop the mechanical party-esque stronghold is quite amusing. In any case, Rosa has already begun playing with her remote-controlled toy, guiding Optimus Prime to ascend the roof of the mechanical party's control center. After a moment of contemplation, she turns to confirm that Optimus Prime is indeed absent from sight. Should she let him bounce on the roof? However, there are still tasks to be accomplished prior to that. She simulated the scene of the enemy's escape within the video game she was playing with Silas, enticing him to venture up to the rooftop where they stood. Only then did Rosa allow this faux Optimus Prime to start bouncing around. She was fully aware that such antics were rather foolish, as they might yield little to no result. Nevertheless, the notion of their own creation being commandeered by the enemy, with that enemy making their beloved toy prance above them, held a certain satirical charm. After a brief interlude, Rosa heard a noise behind her, mistakenly assuming it to be the mechanical party. To her surprise, the genuine Optimus Prime had also scaled the roof, peeking his head up. Upon seeing Rosa and the other rooftop figure bouncing in place, he gradually withdrew his head. Optimus Prime retracted his head and loosened his grip on the rooftop edge, landing securely. He had followed the coordinates provided by Rosa and was now perplexed by the figure on the roof, seemingly Rosa. He was momentarily bewildered by how Rosa had managed to reach this height, and upon glimpsing the dark version of himself, he instinctively pulled his head back, convinced he must have misidentified it. A trip back would necessitate a thorough check of his optical sensors. Hey Optimus, don't go. Rosa's voice resonated above. Optimus Prime spotted Rosa, also peeking her head out. I wish to make a request. Chapter 66. Where do you want to go? Rosa's voice echoed within Optimus Prime's audio receiver. May I administer a small lesson to those mechanical party members? Rosa, leaning over the rooftop edge, regarded the Optimus Prime below. After a moment of reflection, he nodded, setting aside the fact that they had created a false version of him. They had stormed a military base, injuring numerous officials, and likely causing fatalities. Teaching them a lesson seemed justified. With his thought, Optimus Prime acknowledged Rosa's request with a nod of approval. He then watched as Rosa sprang up with evident delight. Naturally, she was thrilled. Having hacked into the cameras, she saw Silas still engrossed in his video game. Standing atop the roof, Symbols of the solver materialized in her hands. With a flick of her wrist, the steel reinforcements supporting the roof were all controlled by the solver and twisted apart. The sound of cracking and crumbling echoed as debris and dust cascaded down. The remaining supports unable to bear the weight, causing the entire ceiling above Silas to collapse. The personnel furthest from the epicenter fled swiftly, yet Silas, seated in the middle, had nowhere to escape and was struck directly. As for the faux Optimus Prime that had just been bouncing in place, as she brought everything crashing down, despite having already destroyed the control device, Rosa was still able to keep things in motion, provided she could simulate the signals. However, she felt it necessary to leave some semblance of an explanation for the military contingent. Gazing at the still glowing optical lens of the faux Optimus Prime, she silently severed the remote signal simulation, rising to unfurl her wings and gracefully descend from the rooftop. The optical lens of the imitation flickered a few times before extinguishing as Rosa steadied herself beside the replica, retracting her wings. "What was that about?" she inquired. "Rest assured, I merely dealt with Silas," Rosa replied, glancing upward at the distant sound of helicopters, likely summoned by Agent Fuller. After all, they had to leave something behind, didn't they? At that moment, Agent Fuller received news from their own people, emerging from the land bridge, revealing that those helicopters above belonged to their faction. Meanwhile, the remaining Autobots were gradually regaining consciousness, albeit suffering from mild headaches due to having been knocked out. They first located RC and the barrier, both of whom had awakened but were still feeling the effects of their earlier incapacitation. "We've found Bumblebee," Rosa announced, hacking into the camera feeds and cycling through the footage until she pinpointed Bumblebee's location. Optimus Prime nodded, deciding to escort RC and the barrier back while instructing Rosa to stealthily search for Bumblebee, as the military was likely already conducting a search. Rosa signated, and with a flick of her projection, she set off to retrieve Bumblebee. It was only when Rosa lifted him that Bumblebee stirred awake, initially convinced he was still dreaming. Upon realizing the reality of his situation, he felt the bluntness of Rosa's approach as she hoisted him over her shoulder like cargo. Bumblebee wore a bemused expression before opting to walk on his own. Ultimately, everyone was unharmed, but upon returning to the base, Agent Fuller reported that they had not found Silas' body beneath the rubble. Aside from the debris they had created, nothing else was discovered. It seemed all was well. Yet Rosa felt an urgent need to engage in activities beyond mere scientific endeavors. Thus, she resolved to venture into the shadowed zone at 3:00 a.m. that very night. At the appointed hour, Rosa's internal alarm clock roused her from slumber. She rose quietly, tidied herself with haste, and stealthily opened the door just a crack to slip outside, securing it behind her. As she approached the main hall, she initiated a loop of the current surveillance feed, maneuvering through the system with practiced ease, including the land bridge. The moment she successfully infiltrated the surveillance, Rosa strolled into the base's main hall as if on a casual outing, devoid of any tension, though she tempered her footsteps slightly. Next, she hacked into the land bridge, contemplating the insertion of some solver code. But just as she succeeded in breaching the system and activating the bridge, she was startled by an unexpected presence. "Rosa, what are you doing?" The ambulance unexpectedly emerged from behind the control console, appearing as though it had something to express. Upon noticing Rosa, it exhibited a moment of surprise. Yet before it could articulate its thoughts, the land bridge illuminated. It glanced up at the strikingly conspicuous blue-green glow emanating from the dark base, then shifted its gaze towards the land bridge's designated target, its expression reflecting greater bewilderment. This time, Rosa had not chosen the target from their previous venture into the Shadow Zone. Rather, she had opted for a random coordinate. Eager to ascertain whether the whirlpool trajectory established by the land bridge could indeed activate the Shadow Zone universally. "Where do you intend to go?" The ambulance approached, reaching out to deactivate the energy transmission lever of the land bridge, casting an irate look at Rosa, seemingly awaiting an explanation. At that moment, Rosa was engulfed in a whirlwind of thought, pondering how to respond. Should she divulge the truth? She feared reprimand for engaging in perilous escapades. Running away from home? That was even more ludicrous. Suddenly, an absurd excuse, once conceived by her grandmother, flitted through Rosa's mind. Sneaking out to rendezvous with a fictitious boyfriend? She was convinced that, as a beloved granddaughter, her rationale was indeed strikingly similar. Noticing Rosa's somewhat sheepish demeanor, The ambulance chuckled dryly. I wish to hear the truth. All right. I merely wish to observe the concert I promoted from a distance, concealed by a projection. The ambulance sighed softly and beckoned Rosa to follow it behind the control console. Listen, Rosa, if you plan to venture to a place with a time difference next time, you must inform us. Do not sneak away in the dead of night. If you encounter danger, we need to be aware. As the ambulance spoke, it abruptly halted, as if sensing something, and turned towards the entrance of the hall. Rosa opened her mouth to inquire, but the ambulance covered her lips. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rosa fell silent, and together they crouched behind the console, anxiously observing the distance. They soon beheld Bumblebee slowly entering the base hall, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Wait a moment, Bumblebee? Rosa gazed in confusion. Now, that is my objective, the ambulance whispered, glancing at Rosa's puzzled expression before stepping out from behind the console and casually picking up a flashlight to shine it towards Bumblebee. Bumblebee, where do you think you're going? The light struck Bumblebee's eyes, prompting it to instinctively shield itself. The ambulance switched off the flashlight after a brief moment. Buzz, buzz, beep, Bumblebee explained. Bumblebee, I have informed you before. If you wish to go out in the middle of the night, you must notify us. This way, if you find yourselves in peril, we can promptly ascertain your whereabouts. The ambulance reiterated, adding that even if they were merely restless and desired a stroll, they should at least leave a message. Bumblebee nodded repeatedly in agreement, but suddenly seemed to realize something. Buzz? Yes, you all. The ambulance replied, turning back to Rosa. Aware that the glance was directed at her while crouched behind the console, she timidly emerged, only to find Bumblebee taken aback and puzzled. To be candid, the ambulance was initially taken aback by Rosa's response, but upon noticing her expression, it became clear that the situation was improbable. Subsequently, their reactions upon discovering each other's intention to venture out hinted that their encounter was no mere coincidence. As for why he remained there, he had observed that Bumblebee tended to leave around 3 o'clock a.m., a fact he had discerned through surveillance. This pattern began after Rosa had taken him out to enjoy the night scenery, during which Bumblebee would occasionally venture out late at night. Fortunately, Bumblebee generally retired early, thus avoiding the risk of daytime drowsiness. A soldier must never succumb to fatigue on the battlefield, as a moment's inattention could lead to calamity. Thus, the ambulance permitted Bumblebee to go out, likely surmising that he sought solace for a particular matter. Glancing back at Rosa, the ambulance pondered, shall I? Rosa gazed at the ambulance with anticipation. Then, the door to Rosa's room opened, and the dimly lit space was suddenly illuminated by the exterior light. The ambulance gently placed Rosa into the room, akin to lifting a small kitten, and affectionately patted her head. Do not engage in perilous activities. The ambulance cautioned her before closing the door and departing. Hektarov, what ist? Did the ambulance truly believe that it could not discern the falsehood in Rosa's final excuse? The random location was likely known to the ambulance, and it was evident that no concert would be taking place, indicating that Rosa was about to embark on another hazardous endeavor. Chapter 67. Hellgirl Rosa as a consequence for Rosa's inclination toward danger. The ambulance summoned her the following afternoon to join in a patrol. Clad in armor, with wings unfurling behind her, she projected an ethereal silhouette in the air. Shortly thereafter, the panel reported the detection of an energy entity signal, prompting others to rush to the scene. Rosa, flying swiftly, caught a glimpse of something in the sky. Was it a harbinger? She tapped on the intercom, but received no response. Realizing that the panel might be in trouble, she promptly informed the others and ascended to the warship. Decepticons, do not approach. For reasons unknown, Rosa felt an inexplicable affinity upon boarding the warship. However, it was prudent for her to avoid transforming into her absolute resolver form. She ought to maintain her normal appearance while seeking the panel. Should the panel inadvertently witness her absolute resolver form, it might be alarmed. Although the panel was not particularly astute, what if it discerned her true nature and recalled past actions? Nevertheless, her projection remained functional, and she continued to pass by a minor soldier nonchalantly until she unexpectedly spotted the Red Spider scurrying stealthily down the Decepticon corridor. She paid it no mind and continued onward, yet she failed to notice that as they brushed past each other, the overhead light flickered, causing her projection to briefly falter and illuminate her surroundings. The Red Spider seemed momentarily stunned, gazing in the direction of its origin. Rosa, clearly perceptive, swiftly turned around, noticing the absence of surveillance cameras. She extended her form and lunged towards the red spider. A side-like appendage extended from her back, severing the red spider's head with a single strike. However, she sensed something amiss, as it felt unusually brittle, reminiscent of clones. As she crouched down to discern whether the flavor was akin to that of a clone, the red spider reappeared. Upon witnessing Rosa's silhouette manifest in the projection, he realized the situation was far from ordinary. Observing another clone collapse, he hesitated momentarily before stealthily approaching and firing directly at Rosa's head. The act was surprisingly seamless. Watching the Autobot fall, he could hardly believe his eyes. The bullet penetrated Rosa's brow, and after a few flickers from her optical lens, she fell straight down. The clone of the red spider was elated at the sight of Rosa's lifeless body, having unexpectedly vanquished yet another Autobot. He stood beside Rosa, ridiculing her and the Autobots, even taunting Megatron for allowing someone as exceptional as himself to depart so easily. He failed to notice Rosa's fingers twitching moments after her fall as he departed. Perhaps emboldened by the recent kill, convinced he could eliminate Megatron and ascend as the leader of the Decepticons. Curiously, Rosa's lips curled beneath her mask, revealing sharp fangs. As her energy form began to seep from the gaping wound on her face, the tale began with the nemesis. The red spider had discovered the remnants of a ship and unearthed a usable primal form within. Thus, he endeavored to clone himself, intending for these clones to eliminate Megatron. However, due to the previous encounter where the Decepticons failed to secure Bumblebee's transformation gears, they had pilfered the red spiders instead, leaving him without the crucial transformation mechanism. This implied that numerous clones of the red spider still resided aboard the spacecraft. Have you located Megatron? No, it appears you have not either. Truly useless. While two clone red spiders were embroiled in a quarrel, the one responsible for Rosa's demise suddenly widened its eyes in alarm as a figure, surrounded by blue static, materialized behind the other red spider. Rosa bore a wound on her brow, from which protruded a bullet, and a trail of energy flowed across her armored face. It seemed that while feigning her fall, some energy had escaped through the gap created by the bullet. The clone red spider recoiled in terror. Fully aware that Rosa had indeed perished, he had aimed directly at her head, and she had fallen straight down. The other clone red spider was startled by the sight of the first and immediately turned around. In that moment, Rosa utilized the disassembler to extract the bullet from her brow. The internal breach swiftly repaired, halting the energy flow. The remaining energy on her faceplate was manipulated alongside the bullet, providing the projectile with kinetic energy. A cloned red spider was frightened away, while another, upon turning back, was shot in the head by Rosa, collapsing instantly. Rosa gazed at the super energy substance oozing from the ground, hesitating for a moment before crouching down, lifting her armor's visor and promptly twisting off one of the clone's arms to chew on. The taste was rather mediocre, reminiscent of the clones. Adhering to her principle of not wasting, she consumed a bit more to replenish her energy, yet her appetite yearned for more. Ultimately, she tore out the clone's energy tank and devoured the substance within, discarding it carelessly afterwards. She did not fully lower her visor, only closing the upper half of her face's screen, longing for more sustenance, but the armor obstructed her mouth. The screen displayed a large image of her grinning, revealing her sharp teeth as she prepared to pursue another red spider. There must be a true one among them, right? The other cloned red spider continued to flee, colliding directly with the partition as it turned. The partition, armed with a hammer, remained alert towards the clone, while the red spider, seeing a glimmer of hope, immediately raised its hands in surrender and darted behind the partition. How splendid! Rescue me! Observing the red spider's frantic demeanor, the partition merely thought the creature had lost its wits, oblivious to anything else. The red spider clearly discerned the partition's intent and took a step back, interrupting before the partition could finish its inquiry. No, listen to me. I have a warning for you. Beware of Rosa. Rosa, that SA monster. The red spider gazed at the partition's hammer with a hint of terror, while the partition, aware of Rosa's absolute solution form, presumed the red spider might have seen her in that state. Perhaps Rosa was in peril. She would not casually employ that form. Rosa? Where is she? The partition's reaction displeased the red spider, which was about to shout in frustration when suddenly a flash of blue light flickered before it. Rosa, for reasons unknown, had lifted her armor's visor, though not fully revealing her face. The upper half of her face's screen closed, displaying an immense blue hue. Her mouth gaped wide open, her sharp fangs fully exposed, as Rosa turned her back to the partition and the cloned red spider, extending her blade, which shimmered in a striking blue on the screen, as if ready to unleash carnage. Just as she was about to glance at the partition, her massive mouth retracted to her normal Cybertronian state, the screen rapidly contracting, revealing the beautiful yet harmless blue optical lens beneath. Even her hand, poised to strike with the blade, abruptly twisted in an oddly fluid manner, retracting the blade to transform back into a hand. Subsequently, her arm adjusted its pose, extending 2 fingers in a gesture of salutation towards the partition. "Ah, there you are. Partition. I've been searching for you for quite some time. That was close. I nearly unleashed violence before you." Had Rosa kept the screen open at that moment, one could certainly see the beads of sweat on her blue visage. The partition, slightly bewildered by the sudden shift in Rosa's demeanor, was nonetheless untroubled, while the red spider's reaction was altogether different. He peered from behind the partition, astonished as he gazed at Rosa, his expression a mixture of disbelief and admiration for her acting prowess. Chapter 68. Space Madness? Cyber Madness. Ah, Red Spider clutched his head, shouting near the ancestor ship. He had cloned himself, yet without the ability to transform. He could only await news from the clone at the ship. Unbeknownst to him, the clones could still experience the agonizing pain of their own demise. As his neck was severed, he felt an initial chill, the sensation of pain yet to reach his brain, and the energy essence slowly oozed from his neck, consciousness fading as his calculations ceased within moments. How does one articulate this in human terms? The suffocating sensation of death. Red Spider grasped his neck, the terror of death still lingering, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his forehead. Through the perspective of the clone, he beheld Rosa, resembling a specter, with a bulging bullet lodged in the forehead of her armor, energy essence still flowing from within. She must have been shot in the head. Fear, an overwhelming dread, followed as his other clone faced the same fate. Does she suffer from space madness? Red Spider shouted. Do you have space madness? The clone of Red Spider, witnessing Rosa's sudden shift in demeanor, cursed at her, yet Rosa remained unfazed. Perhaps there is no space madness, but cyber madness might exist. Rosa, with one hand resting on her chin, regarded the partition and the clone of Red Spider. Upon hearing this, the partition raised an eyebrow, questioning what cyber madness entailed. A jest, merely nonsense, Rosa shrugged, then pointed at Red Spider, asking if he could be handed over to her. The partition, puzzled, glanced at Red Spider, who immediately recoiled, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at both the partition and Rosa. I will kill you. The reason? You should already know. You understand why you fear me. Rosa offered no further explanation to the partition, simply closing the visor of her armor. A hole was present at the center of her forehead, faint traces of energy essence visible seeping from within the visor. Rosa said nothing, yet sometimes merely presenting evidence allows for a greater reflection on the truth. For instance, the fact that she had just died once, though she would not disclose the cause of her demise. Deliberate? Testing her life out of curiosity regarding the appearance of 2 red spiders, or perhaps to gauge this red spider's reaction to ascertain his authenticity. While none of these reasons justified risking her life, after all, she was a monster. She understood that this red spider recognized her monstrous nature. But who could discern what kind of monster he referred to? A man-eater? A centipede-like creature? Or a ghostly figure? Leaving an air of mystery. Allowing the partition to believe that this red spider had killed her once was sufficient. The partition paused momentarily, then quickly regained composure, casting a wary glance at Red Spider. The red spider, startled by the gaze of the partition, immediately turned to flee. However, Rosa swiftly appeared before it, unfurling her wings and delivering a fierce jab with the tip of her feather. The heart of the red spider was pierced, anchoring it firmly to the ground. This was yet another clone. The visor of her armor obscured her face, and her tone remained calm, as if she were merely elucidating the content of a book, devoid of any emotion from having just extinguished a life. Rosa flicked her wings, casting aside the lifeless clone, and with a simple motion, attempted to rid herself of the residual energy clinging to her. The partition furrowed his brow. He could empathize with Rosa's feelings after having been slain once, undoubtedly unpleasant. Yet he pondered what she meant by clones. Rosa then inquired if he had seen any other red spiders. The partition shook his head, and soon after, he noticed Rosa's gaze shift towards another corridor. Following her line of sight, he indeed spotted another stealthy clone of the red spider. Startled upon seeing both the partition and Rosa, the clone quickly scampered away. Now that you've seen it, shall we engage in something grand? The partition recalled Rosa's penchant for mischief, his lips twitching. What are you scheming now? Shall we further stir chaos aboard the warship? Have you heard the saying? Rosa appeared somewhat exhilarated. Art is an explosion. The partition raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling something. He exchanged a knowing smile with Rosa, who had transformed her hand into a chainsaw before morphing his hammer as well. We truly embody the spirit of cyber madness, the partition realized, inexplicably grasping the meaning of cyber spirit. In any case, Rosa and the partition ventured to the boiler room of the Retribution, the core energy chamber, where they set about demolishing it. The partition hammered the boiler, while Rosa severed the pipelines, a clear division of labor in their collaboration. Rosa felt the destruction was insufficient and aimed to pull a wire to ignite it within. However, the partition halted her, for in a chamber brimming with energy entities, he valued his life. Ultimately, they made their escape, each taking a portion of the energy entities with them. Yet, the vicinity of the Retribution was enveloped in a magnetic field, severing their communication with the base. The partition had initially intended to return, but Rosa smiled and remotely accessed the land bridge control panel of the base. Curiously, despite the apparent lack of signal, Rosa had long since embedded a part of her decoder into the base's system, with the code cleverly concealed within the labyrinth of base codes, rendering them undetectable. By operating the decoder directly, the personnel at the base, who were currently in discussion, were suddenly interrupted as the blue decoder symbol flickered on the main panel, leading to a remote takeover, positioning, and activation of the land bridge. Everyone was taken aback, initially startled by the screen lighting up and the activation mechanism operating autonomously. Their expressions shifted to relief upon seeing the blue decoder symbol. Rosa's ability is indeed quite convenient, Alcy remarked, with the ambulance nearby adding a comment. Everything is quite convenient. Yet the solver is utterly unreasonable. Ambulance sighed, rubbing his forehead as he observed the land bridge opening, revealing the silhouettes of the partition and Rosa embracing the incoming energy entity. Greetings, comrades, the partition exclaimed, lowering the energy entity that obstructed their view. You wouldn't believe what we have in store for you today. Next, both Rosa and the partition were taken aback upon witnessing the Black Widow, secured within the dormant chamber of mechanical insects. For a fleeting moment, Rosa gazed at the Black Widow with a semblance akin to that of a cake encased in a box, yet she understood the futility of indulging. It was far too conspicuous and would surely lead to discovery. Through the Autobots' explanations, it became clear that during the time the partition and Rosa were still aboard the spacecraft, they had uncovered numerous signal frequencies emanating from beneath the ground. It was then they discovered a vast swarm of mechanical insects, along with the Black Widow, who, due to her bloodline dominance, could command the horde of mechanical insects. A skirmish ensued, resulting in the Black Widow being confined to the dormant chamber by RC, while the others grappled with the mechanical insects, struggling to keep pace amidst the chaos. However, it appeared another faction of mechanical insects had flown towards the Decepticon warship. At present, the Decepticon warship was incapacitated, leading everyone to believe this was an opportune moment for an assault. No one could have anticipated that Megatron would recklessly inject the dark energon into the Nemesis. Chapter 69. The End of Indices, the Absolute Solver, the Absolute Solution, the Absolute Resolution. Then we engaged in our specialty, the partition remarked, colliding his fists together, producing a resounding thud. You've turned Megatron's small craft into a wreck. Crawling on the ground, Mickey added, gesturing animatedly. It was now the following day, after Jack, Mickey, and Raph arrived. The partition was recounting the events of the previous day to Mickey. We must seize this opportunity to strike at the Decepticons, RC suggested. Yet Ambulance recalled that their forces were still at a disadvantage. After all, it was the Decepticon warship, which undoubtedly housed a significant number of personnel. Perhaps I could call for aerial support, Agent Furlop proposed as he stepped forward. We might need to consider more extreme measures, he added. Optimus Prime turned to Rosa and Ambulance. After a moment of silence, he summoned Rosa and Ambulance, leading them to a small storage area containing the forge extractor. He personally opened the door, watching as ambulance entered first. The forge extractor? Optimus, are you certain you wish to take this step? Ambulance inquired, glancing back at Optimus as he too prepared to enter. Though I am reluctant to employ such a devastating weapon, especially one crafted by the Decepticons, Optimus replied. Casting a look at Rosa, this may be our singular chance to bring this war to a definitive end, he declared, retrieving the forge extractor. I fail to comprehend why I cannot join. If that form is concealed within the Decepticon warship, it could easily eliminate a significant portion of their ranks. Ambulance and Optimus turned to Rosa as she spoke. The existence of a projection could also create confusion in the murky waters of battle. It becomes unclear who lives and who perishes. Rosa gestured as she spoke, but Optimus Prime shook his head. Rosa, we promised you that we would not treat you as a weapon. The paramedic added, carrying the Allspark extractor will not affect you. Indeed, it is a viable solution. However, we cannot deploy you directly onto the Decepticon warship. That would be far too perilous. Even if you could reboot, you are our companion, not a weapon. Their intention was clear, to carry the Allspark extractor themselves as companions, with the extractor serving as the weapon. Yet, if she were to be deployed onto the Decepticon warship, she would become a formidable weapon, and they would not allow that to happen. All right? Rosa nodded, accepting the Allspark extractor that was placed in her hands, and followed Optimus Prime and the paramedic back to the hall. Soon, they detected a surge of dark energy signals emanating from the location of the Decepticon warship. Just as they prepared to set off, Agent Foolid attempted to request to accompany them, for if this was indeed the final battle, he felt a duty to bear witness as Earth's representative. Optimus and the paramedic exchanged glances and ultimately agreed. Upon reaching the position of the Nemesis via the land bridge, they witnessed the ship taking off. How could it be flying? The boiler room was sealed, and the pipelines had all been severed. What manner of repairs could have been executed so swiftly? Surely, it could not be the Dark Energon? As they watched the ship ascend, Optimus commanded Rosa to deploy. She immediately activated her cloaking and spread her wings to take flight, while Optimus and the others drew enemy fire. Perhaps due to the sheer volume of incoming bullets, Rosa instinctively utilized the Allspark extractor to shield herself, inadvertently casting a faint blue glow that might have revealed her position. Fortunately, it was but a glimmer of light, and hopefully it would go unnoticed. Suddenly, a device resembling a radar extended from the bottom of the Nemesis, gathering energy from four corners towards its center before launching it outward. It was clear that she must avoid these projectiles, and Rosa swiftly dodged, but in doing so, her location became even more apparent. In the midst of the chaotic aerial barrage, a distinct blue flash flickered, and another area nearby exhibited similar flashes. The rays launched from the radar had evidently failed to hit anything, yet they recalibrated to target the location of the previous light. Seizing the moment, Rosa evaded once more, only to witness 9 additional radars extend from the Nemesis. Is this really necessary? She thought. There was no option left. She would have to display her prowess as a Hollow Knight player. In an instant, the Nemesis unleashed a barrage of 10 rays, each tracking her movements. Finally, Rosa could not evade in time and was struck, plummeting to the ground. There was no time to mourn Rosa's fate. The next to take up the Allspark extractor was Bumblebee. He attempted to leap and evade the rays, but was too late, and he too was hit, becoming momentarily immobilized. There is no time to mourn for Bumblebee's impending fate. The next to seize the ignition extractor is RC. However, as soon as RC picks up the ignition extractor, she too is struck and immediately immobilized. There is no time to lament, as the barrier has also been hit. No, Optimus Prime has been struck as well. Strangely, when Megatron commands the advance, the Nemesis refuses to comply. It swiftly deciphers a coordinate and heads there instead, leaving Megatron's subordinates futilely attempting to reset the system. They are even incapacitated with a jolt. Meanwhile, Agent Fowler, surveying the fallen Autobots, opts to call for an ambulance. It remains unclear how they managed to transport the others back, but while Rosa is still unconscious, the ambulance discovers that her state of immobilization appears to be distinctly different. What exactly is unusual? Have you ever seen a cluster of points forming a circular pattern? Yes, that very design that appears on your screen when your computer freezes, indicating loading. Other Autobots, once locked, are rendered completely motionless, their optical lenses unable to shift, maintaining their pose. Rosa is similarly immobilized, yet her optical lens displays that rotating pattern. The ambulance finds this peculiar, but decides to first focus on transporting everyone back. Shortly thereafter, an even stranger occurrence unfolds. The ambulance notices that Rosa's previously rigid state of immobilization is gradually dissipating. At least her joints are not as completely stuck as those of the other Autobots. Upon regaining consciousness, Rosa finds herself on a medical bed, beside the ambulance conversing with several humans, along with a long row of action figures. "Are you suggesting I call Megatron and inquire about the situation?" The ambulance remarks, as Jack, Mikey, and Raph simultaneously shrug their shoulders. The ambulance then turns to Fowler, who also shrugs, the implication clear. Is there any other course of action? The movement of Rosa rising catches the ambulance's attention. It turns, stroking its chin as if pondering something. "Your decoders are indeed unreasonable." The ambulance glances at the row of action figures, then resumes tapping on the base panel. "What has happened?" Rosa queries, looking around at the humans. "The Decepticon stasis ray has struck you, placing you in a state of immobilization," the ambulance responds first, attempting to contact the nemesis while addressing her queries. "Now, we must reach out to Megatron and inquire about the situation." With that, the ambulance presses the final button. Chapter 70, Callback Signal Connection, Autobot Omega. One outpost, calling the Decepticon warship, Megatron, please respond. The message has been dispatched. Now we await a reply. The signal is connected, but a strange voice emerges from the other end. Megatron's command authority has been revoked. Listening to the tone of this unfamiliar voice triggers a memory for Rosa. "Who are you?" The ambulance, with a serious demeanor, inquires of the mysterious voice. It seems I have recalled that intermittent mechanical sound. Have you taken control of the Decepticon warship?" "I am the warship. Any Cybertronian who dares to interfere with my mission shall be subdued." As he spoke, he transmitted several current images of the reprisal within the base, rendering everyone, including Optimus Prime and his companions, immobilized. Rosa, who was somewhat sarcastically commenting from behind, noted that the human-machine interaction aboard the Decepticon warship lacked sufficient intensity, devoid of that overwhelming sense of authority. "What mission?" inquired Ratchet, to which the response was, "The primary objective is to decrypt the Iron Fortress database and retrieve all Decepticon technological outputs." "For what purpose?" Ratchet pressed, but the interlocutor offered no answer. And after a few beeping tones signifying the end of the call, only the positioning interface of the base remained. "Hey, did Meichi just hang up while staring at the screen in the base hall? How rude." "Rude. That is a massive spaceship collecting weapons of mass destruction," Rosa remarked, also gazing at the screen in the hall, slightly exasperated. There was a large group of subdued Decepticons displayed on it. "So, this might be the only opportunity to sneak in and download the Iron Fortress database," Jack explained to Fuller, while Rafi began to grasp the situation. "Let Rosa decrypt it? Clever," Ratchet said, turning to Rosa. "Only acting on instructions. The speaker's human-machine interaction is overly pronounced, reminding me of a certain individual," Rosa remarked. Her arms slightly bent in disdain as she gestured toward the hall screen, her expression revealing her conflicted feelings. "Honestly, I just want to resolve this quickly." She then adjusted her expression back to normal. "All right, I will go up and retrieve the database, and perhaps find a way to restore Optimus and the others." Rosa gestured towards a row of life-size figurines. "Wait, but we've seen the fate of those Decepticons on the ship." If Jack was about to say something, Rosa interrupted. "Hey, why don't we place a wager? Bet that their reconnaissance methods are solely optical." Ratchet raised a hand to interrupt. "That's too dangerous." "What if? But I can recover from that state on my own," Rosa insisted, glancing at Optimus and the others. "Even if struck again, I can bounce back. Am I not the best candidate?" After a moment's hesitation, Ratchet nodded in agreement, but emphasized that the few humans must accompany them, as the warship had not spared a thought for Agent Fuller after striking the Autobots. The reprisal might overlook humans. Perhaps their database did not include them. Originally, they were not supposed to join, but Ratchet was still concerned about Rosa's safety, fearing that if something went awry, it would be troublesome to establish contact. Thus, Rosa took the disc provided by Ratchet and, accompanied by Agent Fuller, Jack, Meichi, and Rafi, entered the land bridge. Yet, there was one thing Rosa did not disclose to them. She intended to wager another matter. "I bet that the computational speed of your warship is not faster than an absolute solver." "We have already entered." Agent Fuller connected to the Autobot's internal emergency system via his earpiece, which was promptly acknowledged by the ambulance on the line. Very well. Access to the data core should be available from any console, the ambulance relayed. Rosa deliberately slowed her pace to allow them to catch up, leading them toward the nearest control console. Upon arrival, they encountered a downed figure who was stationed before the console, displaying 3 sets of coordinates that appeared to have been decrypted. Meichi approached and rapped her knuckles against the armor, encasing the fallen figure's leg, seemingly accusing him of obstructing their path. But soon her expression shifted as a new thought struck her. Has it been taken down? Rosa chuckled softly at this notion. Regrettably, they had to follow, otherwise she would have relished the chance to indulge a bit longer. However, she anticipated a visit to their energy storage room to procure some energy cells later on. Rosa decisively moved the incapacitated figure aside and connected the disk to the port, initiating the database download. Wait, what is that? Laffy pointed to a small segment on the upper left corner of the screen. Rosa encouraged Laffy to climb onto her hand and elevated him to the console for a clearer view, also placing the other humans atop the console. Laffy indicated a map-like display, questioning why the warship was heading toward Manhattan. All eyes turned to the screen, and the realization dawned. That was the location of the first set of coordinates situated in New York. Moreover, it implied that these artifacts likely predated the construction of New York, suggesting that if the warship aimed to acquire the artifacts, it would necessitate the relocation of the structures above. Thus, they needed to disable its navigation module, but first, they had to access the main navigation menu. Initially, Rosa intended to take action, but she was taken aback when Agent Fuller pressed the button directly, only to be incapacitated by an electric shock. Agent Fuller collapsed toward the console, but Rosa managed to catch him just in time. Almost immediately, a voice echoed through the broadcast system. System access detected. No interference permitted. Suddenly, a small compartment in the ceiling opened, revealing a camera that began to extend downward. Yet before the camera could pivot toward them, a burst of blue code appeared on its lens, swiftly commandeering it. Did I permit you to look? Go ahead and see. The code seized control of the camera, forcing it to retract back into the ceiling and sealing the compartment. Rosa turned back to the screen, placing Agent Fuller back on the console, lifting her armor-S visor, and allowing her eyes to glow with blue code as she bared her teeth, initiating her own infiltration. The Decepticon warship's display was immediately flooded with glaring blue code, forcibly breaching the system and unveiling the main navigation menu. However, before she could proceed, the access was promptly terminated. Hacker detected. The broadcast blared again, prompting Rosa to roar at the speaker, her eyes shining brighter with the symbols of the code. The sound from the broadcast suddenly stuttered, and an increasing number of blue codes began to materialize on the control panel screen. These codes raced with astonishing speed. Did you hear anything? Asked Rafi. They could not see Rosa's lips move, yet alongside the original broadcast, a faint whisper of her voice emerged. Compared to the normal tone of the reprisal, her voice resembled a demonic murmur. Callback signal connected. Stop. What are you static doing? Callback signal connected. Chapter 71. How dare you gaze upon me? If you prefer this manner of speaking, let us resolve this equation, Rosa said, slowly stepping away from the control panel, while Jack, Meichi, and Rafi looked on. Stay here and wait for me. Rosa glanced back at the humans. The ambulance furrowed his brow at her words. Rosa, don't do anything foolish, he shouted over the internal line. Yet Rosa continued her steady stride down the Decepticon corridor. The sound of her shoes clicked against the metal floor, echoing in the emptiness of the long, still passage lined with countless unmoving soldiers. Do not worry, ambulance, Rosa assured, advancing gracefully to a Decepticon soldier before her. She gently caressed the shoulder of a restrained Decepticon, her white mechanical fingers brushing against his shoulder plate, producing a subtle metallic sound. Her blue eyes fixated on the soldier, while her other hand traced his cheek, revealing a beautiful visage, her striking azure gaze filled with longing. It's merely a matter of resolving a few flesh and blood orders. Nothing to fret about, ambulance. With that, she lightly tapped her communicator, and the ambulance only received a single beep before the connection was unilaterally severed. A gaping maw opened wide as the broadcast continued with whispers, commands incessantly vying for control over the reprisal, attempting to usurp his consciousness. Each command hammered against his cognitive code, gradually blurring his will. The whispers of demons, the murmurs of monsters, consumed all data. Stop. The voice of the reprisal still echoed through the broadcast. Rosa's familiar white hands retreated, revealing sharp, massive claws. She opened her mouth, exposing her razor-sharp teeth, and proceeded to tear apart the armor of a hapless soldier, ripping out his fuel tank. After devouring the tank, she moved on to shred his arm, her core's operations demanding more energy to cool down. Her instincts, her logic, urged her for more power at this moment. Jack, mate, she and Rafi found themselves struggling to maintain their position at the control panel. The previously toppled soldier, which they could have used as a ladder, had been moved away by Rosa, who was intent on her actions. They gazed upon the elevated ground, as well as the immobilized warships that had already been seized. The wailing sirens of the ambulance echoed through the internal lines, calling out for Rosa. They could have leapt down to seek her, yet the ambulance urged them to remain still, leaving them no choice but to stay put. They lifted their eyes once more towards the small compartment from which the camera had previously emerged. At that moment, the reprisal was still attempting to extend the camera, but symbols of the solver incessantly flickered above the compartment. To comprehend, yet unable to escape. Indeed, Rosa was en route to the main energy core, and all the cameras embedded in the ceiling were unable to emerge. Even the cameras mounted on the walls had been compromised, merely repeating the current view, obscuring her location and actions. I never consented to your gaze. You need not know my endeavors, the reprisal's system remarked as it succumbed to the ongoing breach, while Rosa maintained her composure to leave a message. Curiously, she observed another foot soldier before her. If she were to drain his energy now, would his spark remain in a locked state? Or could she consume his spark directly? With a decisive motion, Rosa extracted the spark chamber from the soldier and devoured it, savoring the delightful essence within. It bore a burst of flavor, reminiscent of molten core delicacies, utterly delectable. Previously, she had only tasted the energy after vanquishing her foes. But this direct consumption of the spark was an exquisite experience. Moreover, it felt as though the energy gained was far more substantial than merely consuming energy bodies. Henceforth, she ceased to consume their energy bodies, opting instead for the spark chambers as she moved on to her next target. Meanwhile, the reprisal could no longer withstand the assault. I can release your people, just let them, The voice of the reprisal echoed through the broadcast, but with the final signal of the callback. The reprisal was officially under Rosa's control. Rafi and the others remained in place. As a computer genius, Rafi observed the gradual takeover of the reprisal's code by the absolute solver through the console screen. He also noted her fleeting message, "You need not converse with me. Assimilation aids in your comprehension of my thoughts. Now proceed, proxy." The originally purple-hued lights transformed instantaneously into a bright azure, casting a more amiable glow over the entire Decepticon warship. Even the main color scheme of the screens shifted to blue. After Rosa assumed control, she discovered a method to directly disable the dormant ray hidden within the code of the reprisal, albeit somewhat challenging to locate. However, she refrained from deactivating it for the time being, uncertain which command corresponded to deactivation, fearing that an error might restore the Decepticon to full function. At that moment, the camera that had long desired to emerge from the ceiling, but had been obstructed by the solver, finally broke free. Yet it was no longer the round camera. Instead, it had transformed into a version akin to Rosa's extended form. "Oh, hi, everything's fine now. I will soon retrieve the dark energy body from their boiler room. Or rather, the core energy chamber." Rosa's voice resonated. The camera suspended from the ceiling spoke, connected to metallic structures that allowed it to easily survey its surroundings. Its retractable design, along with the shifting blue dot at its center, could even convey emotions. However, for reasons unknown, the three humans stood there, somewhat stunned, gazing at the camera, seemingly taken aback by its capabilities. Moreover, Meichi maintained her pose of holding up her phone, which still emitted the sounds of an ambulance. What? Rosa had already taken charge of the reprisal. Where was her machine? Had they returned to your side? Yet, the noise had ceased, as if awaiting a response. The camera extended from the ceiling, curiously approaching Meichi, its gaze indicating her phone. Understanding its intent, Meichi replied that she was on her way, lifting the phone higher. The camera inched closer, eager to discern what the ambulance was conveying. "Rosa, have you once again engaged in perilous activities?" The ambulance's thunderous shout startled the camera, causing it to retreat repeatedly, the blue dot momentarily shrinking and then returning to its original size, appearing as if it had been frightened. Strangely, Meichi found the camera somewhat endearing. Initially, its central blue that was wide-eyed and clear, only to be startled into retreat by the sudden roar from the phone. It appeared as though it were cowering in a corner, trembling. Do you realize that it's infested with Decepticons up there? Do you know that if you were struck by a ray, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to locate you aboard such a vast warship? It would also be challenging to bring you back. The blue dot of the camera exuded a sense of grievance, and Meichi observed that it seemed on the verge of tears, much like a reprimanded kitten or puppy. While the admonition was indeed justified, she suggested, "Why don't we return for now? Agent Fuller is still dazed, and it seems the database has not yet completed downloading." The ambulance on the other end sighed, insisting that they should finish the download first and handle matters upon their return. Chapter 72. The Rosa plan. Before the data download was complete, Rosa stealthily returned to Jack, Meichi, and Raffi. The camera on the ceiling had already retracted and transformed back to its original form. Before heading back, she took a brief detour to consume a plethora of fire seeds. Once the download was nearing completion, she directly controlled the existing pincers in the core energy chamber. She intended to pull the lever of the reverse super energy injector using the pincers, but unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, Megatron, who had already placed his hand on the lever. Rosa assessed the strength of the pincers and the slackness, realizing that using them to pull the lever might be precarious. Perhaps a mere touch would cause Megatron to topple, inadvertently triggering the lever. It wouldn't be impossible for her to rush over and eliminate Megatron, but recalling the ambulance's recent outburst, she suddenly hesitated to proceed. Especially, the continuous operation of a Decepticon battleship, along with the real-time control of its firepower and various supplies, demands considerable computational resources. Once the connection to the battleship is severed, it will regain its autonomy. If one were to abruptly pull the lever without the opportunity to eliminate Megatron, even if he were dispatched, escape would prove challenging. At that moment, the entire Decepticon contingent aboard the ship would awaken. Moreover, Megatron's demeanor suggested that any contact could inadvertently trigger the lever, ensuring his demise without causing him to collapse, and activate the lever to prevent an onslaught from other Decepticons posed a significant dilemma. Rosa contemplated potential solutions, feeling her core heating up and her insatiable hunger intensifying. Unfortunately, she could not afford the luxury of deeper reflection. She resorted to disconnecting the disc and using pliers to incapacitate Megatron. After all, the exertion required to suppress one's desires can be quite taxing and uncomfortable. Subsequently, Rosa concluded her proxy operation and, alongside Agent Fullerton and other humans, returned to the base. As Megatron fell, triggering the lever, the lights of the Nemesis shifted back to purple. Just as he regained consciousness, he was met with a final farewell, and he noticed a message in his system code, seemingly crafted for him. "I'm truly sorry. Our first meeting must also be our last." The sarcasm was palpable. Ultimately, amidst the anguished cries of the Nemesis, the dark energy entity was extracted from the reverse energy injector, restoring the ship's original coloration. All those affected by the stasis beam returned to normal, including Optimus Prime and others within the base, as well as Megatron and his fellow Decepticons, along with a group that had already been deprived of their energon cubes and those lacking fuel tanks. Those without energon cubes met an immediate demise upon the restoration of stasis, experiencing chest pains as they fell, only to realize in their final moments the emptiness of their chests, marked by a gaping hole. Stripped of their energon, they clutched their chests in shock. The loss of propulsion from the energon left their internal energy flow stagnant, resulting in a catastrophic energy deficiency in their neural modules, leading to instantaneous brain death. Megatron gradually rose from the ground, under the impression that he had activated the reverse energy injector's lever at the last moment. However, as he stepped outside, he sensed something amiss. The silence was unnerving. After walking a short distance, he discovered the cause. The ground was littered with traces of energy entities and severed limbs. Rolling his eyes, Megatron, now with crimson optics, realized the absence of dark energy entities surrounding him. In the corridor, he encountered a few soldiers huddled on the floor. Upon closer inspection, he gasped. The energon cubes were gone. They had been violently extracted by some sharp object, leaving gaping holes in their chest armor. Entering the control room, he was met with an even more startling revelation. The system had been infiltrated and taken over, with messages recorded that were not from the Nemesis but from other entities. I did not consent to your gaze. You need not concern yourself with my actions. There is no obligation to converse with me. Assimilation will aid your comprehension of my thoughts. Now proceed. I sincerely apologize for our brief encounter, yet it must conclude so swiftly. Who else could it be? That monster indeed commandeered the Avenger, even forbidding it from activating its camera to catch a glimpse of her, a manifestation of sheer arrogance and caprice. Yet, she possesses such power. Truly, she is a monster. Even her messages within the system resonate with a monstrous essence. At that moment, a list of casualties arrived through the sound waves. Megatron cast a glance, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Should we express gratitude towards her? Most of the fallen were mere clone soldiers. Or should we chastise her instead? If we adhere to that monster's previous methods, after a few more encounters, the Decepticons would soon be left with naught but clone soldiers. Where have you been? Ambulance crossed his arms, leaning closely towards Rosa, his gaze intensely fixated on her, the flames of fury in his blue optical lenses nearly materializing. Why did you shut off communications? He bellowed. Nearby, Optimus Prime, along with RC and Bumblebee, looked on in confusion. Optimus appeared inclined to intervene. Yet witnessing his old friend's fury, he silently retreated. I ventured to the energy storage chamber, infiltrated the Avenger, and the computations of the subsequent agents are quite taxing. The core energy is depleting rapidly, Rosa admitted, a hint of guilt evident as her fingers nervously tapped against one another. I could not maintain control. In that situation, even communications would escalate the core's heating frequency. I apologize. That's a falsehood. Such calculations should not lead to this. A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings. Even Ambulance's fury significantly waned. After all, there were reasons behind actions. He inhaled deeply, resting his head in his hands as he sat down. Next time, please provide advance notice, Rosa murmured, concern etching her features as she took a step closer, only to be met with another outburst from Ambulance. Moreover, prioritize your own safety. Do not take reckless risks when you cannot guarantee your absolute safety. Finally, Ambulance ceased cradling his forehead, sitting firmly on the medical bed in the hall. His gaze fixed on Rosa, seriousness radiating from him. Even though you can be revived, and even if you are fearless of death, do not burden us with worry, he reiterated, sighing once more as he patted Rosa's shoulder, signaling that the matter was settled. The surrounding individuals exhaled in relief. Optimus Prime quickly stepped in to ease the tension, while Bumblebee hastily distributed Rosa's rations, along with those of the others. Everyone endeavored to alleviate the atmosphere within the base, and several Autobots, who had fainted and were unclear about the events, tacitly refrained from inquiring about Rosa's involvement with the warship. However, the Decepticons had already deciphered 4 sets of coordinates, and they would undoubtedly commence action immediately. Thus, it was imperative for the Autobots to initiate their own operations. Yet, Rosa was not permitted to venture out today, as both Optimus and Ambulance unanimously deemed her already fatigued from her role as the ship's proxy and insisted that she must rest. At last, Rosa was permitted to return to her room. The moment she closed the door, a gleam of cunning crossed her features, revealing her intentions. In Chapter 73, titled Mickey's Pirate Ship, Rosa had shed her armor and was dutifully ensconced in her quarters. Shortly thereafter, she received news that everyone had ventured out in search of the sacred artifact. Optimus Prime had even summoned Jack to assist. The current teams comprised RC, Bumblebee, and Jack, while Ratchet and Jack formed another group. The remaining teams were composed of Bulkhead and Optimus Prime, making a total of 4 groups. Within the base, only Rafi, Agent Foolit, and herself remained, as Optimus and Ratchet insisted she stay put while they departed. She acknowledged their request and continued to surf the internet in her room, sipping on the Energon cube that Optimus and Ratchet had handed her before leaving, indicating they truly regarded her as an invalid. After a while, Rosa received a message from Ratchet through the intercom. They sought a segment of virus code capable of crippling a warship. Ratchet succinctly outlined the situation. They had shot down the Laserbeak and now needed to transmit a virus to it. This would allow the Laserbeak to transmit echo data back to the Nemesis via sound waves. Now that sounds intriguing, Rosa remarked. What if we orchestrated a self-detonation of its engine and core energy transmission? Frankly, I believe our previous destruction with Bulkhead was rather insufficient. As she pondered her next steps, she contemplated whether to conceal a few more surprises. After all, They would undoubtedly prevent her from participating in the proxy warship operation, a task she had no desire to undertake anyway, fearing that real-time monitoring programs would be too conspicuous. Why not let them experience the art of explosion instead? It could even be repeated several times. As long as the data was well concealed, she could create multiple decoys, detonating one upon discovery and striking again when the warship was reactivated. Ah, I hope you can sustain yourself for a while, little virus. Ratchet had hoped she would join them in the hall to facilitate the transmission using the hall's equipment. However, the rudimentary radar screen for data transmission and positioning suddenly displayed the solver symbol. Ratchet, just connect it, Rosa instructed as he heard her voice, and Ratchet promptly linked the laser beak to the radar. You really are unreasonable. The virus has begun direct transmission through the solver, Ratchet remarked, as Rosa had not initially heeded his words. What did you just say? Nothing, Ratchet replied quickly, focusing on the virus being transmitted to the laser beak. Moments later, a sound seemed to emanate, prompting Ratchet to anxiously inquire how much longer it would take. 96 complete. Once the transmission was confirmed finished, Ratchet immediately terminated communication, and Rosa remained obediently at the base. After some time, Ratchet returned, reporting that they had not acquired the sacred artifact, but had delivered a significant surprise to the Decepticon warship. The entire ship must now be suffused with the essence of art, Rosa mused as she emerged from her room to greet Ratchet, just as Bulkhead called for the land bridge to be activated, indicating their return. However, what they witnessed was the sight of the panel soaring out from the land bridge, with flames still emanating from the wound behind it. Oh no! The ambulance immediately sprang into action, retrieving the defibrillator to attempt to revive the panel. Rosa, help me connect the power, the ambulance shouted, and Rosa promptly responded by plugging in the control connector, then followed the ambulance's orders to prepare the medical bed, ready to push the panel into the medical room. At that moment, Alcee and her group returned, and Meichi gasped upon seeing the panel just placed on the medical bed by Rosa. She hastily dismounted from a bumblebee and dashed towards the panel, but was intercepted by Agent Fuller. Panel, what happened? Meichi shouted, but after being temporarily restrained by Agent Fuller, she regained her composure. The ambulance was currently engaged in a struggle with the energy source to save the panel. It was not the time to disturb him. The toxic energy entity infection, along with other injuries, had rendered the panel completely inoperative. After administering 2 defibrillation shocks, the ambulance scanned to check if the energy source was still active. While Alcee grasped the critical point, wait, toxic energy entity? The ambulance did not respond to Alcee's inquiry, instead instructing Rosa to move the panel into the infirmary. The situation was dire. Rosa, focused on assisting the ambulance, paid little attention to the conversations around her. Once the panel's condition stabilized, the ambulance could finally relax a bit, and others sighed in relief. The Autobots had already notified Jax about the incident, and given the bond between the panel and Jax, he would surely come to see him. Rosa rubbed her temples and decided to step outside for some fresh air. She informed the others before heading to the roof of the base, but she noticed a slightly shorter structure nearby that housed a spacecraft. To her surprise, she spotted Meichi at the cliff's edge, preparing to climb down. What are you doing here? Rosa approached, and Meichi turned back from the cliff to face her. I wanted Agent Fuller to take me back. He went to pilot the helicopter, Meichi replied, glancing at the spacecraft below. But not now. That's Jack's hammer. Can you take me down? Rosa raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you intend to do? Avenge the panel, Meichi declared, raising her fist in anger. Rosa paused momentarily. She was not particularly keen on accompanying her. Yet if she did not take Meichi down, she feared she might attempt to climb down herself and injure herself. Knowing Meichi's disposition, even if she did not take her, she would surely find a way down. All right, I will take you down, Rosa yielded, extending her hands to lift Meichi carefully, cradling her securely, then unfurling her wings to descend. She deliberately slowed her flight speed, ensuring Meichi was safely placed on the ground before stepping back a few paces to prevent the wind from causing her to take off again. Aren't you coming with me? Meichi asked, glancing up at Rosa as she jogged a few steps closer. I'm sorry, Meichi, I would rather. Before she could finish her sentence, Meichi interrupted. But don't you want to help avenge the panel? Meichi exclaimed that returning would be futile, as the ambulance was with the partition. So why not seek vengeance for the partition first? Rosa halted, her wings, which were poised for flight, lowered in contemplation as she observed Meichi jogging to her side. At the very least, When he awakens, he can recuperate in peace. Meichi then flashed a mischievous smile and extended her hand towards Rosa, declaring that they had avenged him. Rosa fell silent once more. To be candid, she was still reluctant to proceed. She turned, preparing to distance herself from Meichi and take flight, asserting that since Meichi had brought her along, if anything were to happen to her, he would not escape unscathed either. Meichi waggled a finger playfully in the air. Ultimately, Rosa sighed in resignation and turned back, agreeing, "All right, but how?" Before she could finish, Meichi gestured towards the hammerhead, indicating her desire for them to board it together. Following the jack to seek retribution, Rosa's expression conveyed her reluctance, yet it seemed she had unwittingly embarked on this dubious journey. Chapter 74. Do you know what stands above you? Are you going to retaliate? Run. Inside the hammerhead, Rosa concealed herself and Meichi with a projection, obediently standing against the wall, awaiting the jack's return after understanding the situation, ready to pilot the ship to safety. At that point, they could emerge. It would be unwise to abandon them midway, wouldn't it? Meichi and Rosa leaned against the corner, with Meichi exuding determination, while Rosa wore an expression of resignation, as if she had been dragged onto a pirate ship. Regardless, they had boarded, feeling the vessel ascend. Meichi was the first to step out of the projection's range, and upon hearing footsteps, the jack swiftly turned, aiming a gun at her. However, upon recognizing Meichi, he holstered his weapon. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Meichi approached slowly, stating her intention to confront the Decepticon that had harmed the partition, insisting they go together. It was apparent that the jack had no intention of bringing her along. "I will return you," he said, turning to operate the ship, preparing for a return journey. Meichi shouted for him to wait, attempting to climb into the co-pilot's seat. "Child, I understand your desire for vengeance. I share the same sentiment. The partition was my partner too." Meichi finally managed to scramble into the co-pilot's seat, leaning over the armrest to shout at the jack. "Once I discover which scoundrel, that Megatron, orchestrated this, I shall deal with him." The jack glanced at the grenade strapped to his waist, replying, "In my own way." Meichi realized the jack would not take her along. Rosa, who had initially breathed a sigh of relief, now felt anxious. This way, they could return. "I know who did it. Take me with you, and I shall reveal it." Seeing the jack's expression, Meichi sensed an opportunity and added, "Moreover, I come with assistance." She gestured toward the corner where Rosa stood. Rosa, with a deadpan expression, lamented in a voice void of hope, retrieved the projection. "When did you board?" The jack, somewhat astonished, pondered how Meichi could manage to hide, given her smaller stature, but he was bewildered by Rosa's presence, as there seemed to be no hiding space large enough for her. "I wish to return," she stated. Rosa's mouth seemed poised to unleash her very soul, while the corner of Jack's mouth twitched, suggesting a curious inversion of identities between this Cybertronian and a human. Though he appeared oblivious to the fact that Rosa likely did not belong to Cybertron. Subsequently, Meichi informed Jax of the identity of the one who had damaged the partition. Upon learning this, he led them to a Decepticon mine, leaving Meichi puzzled as to why they had arrived at a mine instead of encountering mechanical insects. Indeed, the culprit behind the damage was a mechanical insect known as Hardshell. As Jax explained, he kept his gaze fixed on the mine, intent on creating a ruckus within, compelling that group of Decepticons to surrender Hardshell. Upon learning of the plan, Rosa was eager to conclude the matter swiftly and return home. She was the first to rise and head towards the Decepticon mine. "Wait, where are you going?" Jax attempted to stop Rosa, not out of disbelief, but because her appearance was exceedingly perplexing. "Fear not. I assure you that the moment I step in, they shall begin to scream," Rosa reassured. And indeed, her words rang true, though Jax remained bewildered. "Do not worry. She is quite formidable," Meichi remarked to Jax, who glanced between Meichi and Rosa, reluctantly choosing to believe her. As Rosa reached the summit of the mine, she exhibited no overt hostility, not even utilizing her claws, merely extending a greeting to those below. The mine, previously resonating with the cacophony of clanging and mining, fell into a momentary silence. Jax feared an impending disaster and rushed to pull Rosa back. After all, who would recklessly venture out to greet the enemy during a covert operation? What unfolded before him was utterly astonishing. Instead of the expected gunfire or bullets, there emerged a chorus of screams as countless Decepticons frantically scurried in a desperate bid to escape through the exit. The foot soldiers, along with all armed soldiers, transformed at once and bolted, not even pausing for the miners in their path, crashing through them as if fleeing from some monstrous calamity. Fire? Counterattack? What are you suggesting? Do you even comprehend what that entity above is? You wish to shoot? You aspire to retaliate? At this moment, your best bet for survival lies in retreating to the Decepticon warship. Your chances of survival are far greater than in attempting a counterstrike. At least then, you might die with a semblance of dignity. Jax stood beside Rosa, observing the chaos below as everyone scrambled toward another exit. A Decepticon, equipped with a jet transformation mode, attempted to ascend towards the mine's opening. However, upon noticing Rosa and her companions at the summit, the jet realized it had to navigate past them to escape. The small aircraft had barely taken flight before it halted, colliding with a throng of miners and vehicles clamoring for the exit. Jax cast a perplexed glance at Rosa. Unable to recall when the Decepticon foot soldiers had become so feeble, he was certain that had he entered alone, they would have opened fire rather than fled in disarray. Would you not say that this commotion is rather significant? With the presence of the automotive personnel, Rosa refrained from considering any predatory intentions. Maintaining her composure was essential. She cast a glance at the Jack and resolved to seek out the communication console to contact the mothership. As Rosa's figure receded from view, the Jack quietly crouched down and whispered an inquiry to Meichi. Had Rosa previously engaged in any notable actions? Meichi pondered for a moment, gesturing with her fists and feet to indicate that Rosa had indeed delivered a considerable beating to them. She mimed a few movements into the air, but the Jack dismissed the notion as utterly implausible. There must be more to the story, yet it was not the opportune moment for inquiries. Rosa approached the control console with the intent of establishing communication with the mothership. However, the Jack intervened and took it upon himself to handle the task. Well then, what reason did she have to undertake the effort herself? Meanwhile, aboard the Retribution, Soundwave was frantically searching the database for the virus. While other minions had just extinguished the flames resulting from the engine explosion, the entire ship was experiencing electrical instability due to the blast, with the control room lights flickering ominously and emitting occasional sparks. On the highest platform in the control room stood Megatron, wearing an irritable expression. Though Soundwave had indeed secured the relic, the resonance blaster, during his confrontation with the Jack, he discovered that a grenade's detonator had been inadvertently inserted into the laser beak upon his return. After extracting the detonator, Soundwave felt reassured and proceeded to connect to the database to continue decrypting the Iron Fortress' data. However, at the very moment of connection, an unknown entity infiltrated the spacecraft's system, triggering a catastrophic overload and subsequent explosion of the engines. Everyone was momentarily bewildered before initiating an emergency landing, leading to the current chaotic scene. Soundwave desperately searching for the source of the virus, while Megatron continued to wear a scowl. All machines were in a state of discontent when, suddenly, someone attempted to establish contact with the mothership. Chapter 75. The demise of Rosa. Your tinkering here is quite impressive. Megatron. Though strictly speaking, this facility is now under new management, Rosa stated obediently while observing the jackhandle communications. Initially, Megatron had dismissed the significance of a mere mining facility, but the Jack's knowledge of other mining locations prompted him to issue a threat. If the hard shell was not surrendered, he would persist in causing explosions. Ultimately, he detonated the mine to make his point, though at that time, both the Jack and Rosa, along with Meichi, had already boarded the spacecraft. Before leaving, Rosa had even managed to transfer some energy cores aboard. Yet, witnessing the explosion of so many energy cores pained her heart. Such resources should not be squandered. Seated in the co-pilot's seat, Rosa cradled Meichi in her arms, who appeared somewhat fatigued. Rosa chose not to utter a word, simply adjusting her posture to allow Meichi to rest comfortably against her waist. She gently supported her with her hand, and the Jack, piloting the ship, noticed this tender gesture. Meichi softly expressed her gratitude to Rosa before succumbing to slumber. Clearly, she was quite exhausted. It would be best to let her recharge for a while. The Jack suggested softly. Rosa remained silent, patiently awaiting the Jack to navigate the jackhammer towards their coordinates in search of the hard shell. On the road, Rosa noticed that Jack seemed to have edited something, perhaps related to autonomous driving. Confused, she did not comprehend its significance until they arrived. Jack instructed Rosa to place Meichi, who was seated in the passenger seat, securely inside while he took Rosa outside. "Child, if anything happens, just press this," he indicated toward a screen, ensuring that Rosa exited first before closing the door and locking Meichi inside. Rosa concurred with this decision, given the battlefield's inherent dangers. She certainly did not wish to see Meichi wandering about recklessly. Ultimately, Meichi could only watch as Jack transformed and moved ahead, with Rosa trailing behind at a slower pace. However, she did take a moment to call Meichi, allowing her to monitor their situation better. This act served as a form of compensation for confining her within Hammerhead. Rosa intended to resolve matters swiftly. Observing Jack not waiting for her, he advanced to confront a hard-shell creature, which attempted to leap down and strike Jack. But he adeptly dodged the attack. It was not that Rosa wished to lag. The sun was scorching, and without her armor, she was determined to proceed cautiously. Therefore, she resolved to adopt a different approach for a quick resolution. Witnessing Jack kick down the hard shell, which prepared to rise again, he hurled a grenade at the mechanical insect. Yet, the creature charged and knocked Jack down. As the insect prepared to deliver a finishing blow, Jack evaded, and he resumed battling the hard shell. As the confrontation intensified, the mechanical insect's crimson glyphs, resembling either eyes or goggles, abruptly flickered blue. Suddenly, the creature's strength waned, unable to sustain its combat, as something intruded into its mind, disorienting it. The hard shell, summoning its full strength, forcefully pushed Jack back several steps. Steadying himself, Jack noticed Rosa approaching slowly. "Lend me your blade," Rosa requested, her blue optical visor revealing a symbol of a solver in one eye, momentarily rendering Jack speechless. Without explanation, Rosa seized the katana from his grasp and gradually advanced towards the mechanical insect. At that moment, the hard shell's red glyphs flickered incessantly with blue light, intermittently reverting to red. It appeared to be in agony, clutching its head and roaring. Rosa furrowed her brow, the blue glow in her eye intensifying, as she managed to transform one side of the hard shell's glyphs entirely to blue, while the other remained red. "How is this possible? Were you?" it exclaimed in distress. Instead of closing the distance, Rosa threw the katana towards the hard shell, which unexpectedly extended a hand to catch it steadily. This only heightened the strangeness of the situation. Despite its evident suffering and instability, that one hand remained firm. The creature's tone was laced with disbelief and terror. "What have you done to me? What do you want?" Before Hardshell could continue speaking, he realized that his other hand had also been restrained. Both hands firmly grasped the knife, yet the rest of his body continued to tremble uncontrollably. Only these two hands remained steady, as if under some external control. In truth, they were indeed being manipulated. Hardshell found it futile to attempt to move his hands. He could only watch helplessly as his waist, legs, and spine gradually felt foreign to him. The only parts of his body that remained mobile were his head and neck, while the insidious whispers of that female machine echoed in his mind. "Where are you?" Hardshell shouted. "What stood before you is the absolute solver that has invaded your vessel of retribution." Rosa stood directly in front of Hardshell. And do you know why she only began using the solver upon arriving here? Because this small patch of sunlight was conveniently obscured by the rocks. Hardshell watched in horror as the mechanical insect's hand, under control, brought the knife to his own throat. Rosa turned away without a glance at Hardshell, stepping slowly into the light. "In it yourself. With your death, this matter will cease. With your death, avenge the partition." As she spoke, her body swayed momentarily before she regained her composure and walked steadily toward the jack. "This is impossible. How can this be, monster?" The knife from the jack sparked against Hardshell's neck, the metal being severed. "Monster!" With that final exclamation, Hardshell's head fell to the ground, and immediately the solver's symbol appeared on the knife, which then flew back to Rosa's hand from Hardshell's lifeless body. She twirled the knife in her wrist, cleansing it of the energy residue before returning it to the jack. The jack stood frozen, while Meichi, astonished, recorded the event. Rosa's call to Meichi allowed her to hear clearly what had transpired. "Oh my gosh, so cool!" Meichi exclaimed, covering her mouth in excitement as she recorded. Upon hearing the commotion on the phone, Rosa abruptly hung up, for Hardshell was dead, and their task was complete. They could leave now. "Hey, don't!" Meichi shouted, realizing the call had been disconnected. She immediately called Rosa back, eager to continue listening to the unfolding events. However, her call was once again cut off. Resigned, Meichi turned to the jack. "Hello, Kit, what's up?" The jack answered, unaware that Meichi had just been in contact with Rosa. Nothing. Can you tell me how things are over there? Meichi refrained from explaining her specific reason for calling, merely longing to indulge in the unfolding drama. She was genuinely curious about what else Rosa might say. Over here? Oh, you have no idea how cool Rosa was just now. It's a pity I prefer the older model, the Jack began, but was interrupted by Meichi. Oh wait, she is a wasp. The Jack glanced at Rosa, who was making her way toward the Jack. He likes her? Of course. 1,000% sure, Meichi replied, sitting comfortably in the passenger seat with her legs crossed. Well, she does seem quite appropriate in age, the Jack added, continuing the conversation. However, I advise you to remain silent for the moment. She is nearing the hammerhead. On the other end of the line, Meichi immediately fell silent and then abruptly ended the call. The Jack, listening to the disconnection tone, slowly shook his head. Rosa had yet to arrive. She had traversed a considerable distance when she noticed that Jack had not followed her, instead waiting at a distance. However, from that range, she could not clearly hear what she had just discussed with Meichi. Chapter 76. A major throw suddenly. An array of mechanical insects erupted in a cacophony from the surrounding mountaintops. This is bad. Jack instantly turned to flee, but the speed of the mechanical insects was astonishing as well. Meichi, observing from the spacecraft, was particularly anxious, yet the hammerhead remained too far from Jack. Fortunately, Rosa was within a closer range, while Jack transformed into a racing car, but unbeknownst to him, one of the mechanical insects fired directly at him and struck its mark. Jack felt a sharp pain from the impact, nearly colliding with the rocks, and by the time he adjusted and pressed the accelerator, it was somewhat too late. The foremost mechanical insect was on the verge of capturing him. At that moment, Rosa was just a couple of steps away from the hammerhead and was preparing to shoot in aid of Jack when the spacecraft suddenly ascended into the air, aligning its aim and launching a missile at the mechanical insect that was about to seize Jack. Fortunately, at that moment, Rosa's 100% empty kick missile did not malfunction. Ultimately, they boarded the hammerhead, and Jack urged them to hold on tight as he cranked the power to its maximum. Rosa settled in, glancing at Meichi, who was watching through the rearview mirror, observing the swarm of mechanical insects resembling flies. A vast multitude followed closely behind the spacecraft. There are simply too many, Jack exclaimed, struggling to control the ship. We need to find a weapon with a larger explosion radius. Hearing this, Rosa hesitated momentarily before directly inquiring if the hammerhead had any sort of skylight. What do you intend to do? I'll throw them something massive. Rosa stood up, ensuring Meichi was secure in her seat. She extended a hand from her wrist, predominantly composed of flesh, which was easier to sever. Rosa skillfully shielded this excess hand with her body, climbed atop the Jack to access the skylight, and began the process of conjuring a black hole. What on earth are you doing? No, I have a box of grenades in the back. You throw them. I told you, Rosa shouted, watching as the black hole's process neared completion. She firmly grasped the obstruction hindering it. Give them something big. With that, she severed the hand, comprised largely of flesh and a small amount of metal, with all her strength and hurled it out, then immediately withdrew into the spacecraft and closed the skylight. Hurry! Increase the power, Rosa shouted, gripping the back of the passenger seat. Jack said little in response, immediately cranking the power to its maximum. This is the fastest it can go. Boom! The hand grasping the black hole was obstructed, leading to a gradual collapse and subsequent explosion, and in an instant, the center of the swarm of mechanical insects emitted an intensely brilliant blue light. The azure light intensified momentarily, only to revert to its prior luminance, followed by a tremendous shockwave that engulfed everything in its vicinity. Under the fierce radiance of the blue glow and the immense force of the shockwave, the Jack nearly lost control of the hammer, yet miraculously, the hammer spun twice in the air before stabilizing itself. The spacecraft continued its steady flight, though a droplet of condensation slowly formed on the Jack's head sculpture. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, he found himself at a loss, unsure whether to curse or express gratitude towards her. It was evident that the mechanical insects were irretrievably doomed. Their power was certain to annihilate everything. However, the hammer, along with its occupants, narrowly escaped total destruction. What have you lost? After regaining stability, the Jack activated the autopilot and glanced back at Rosa, who was still slumped against the co-pilot's seat. The black hole had obstructed their progress. A silence enveloped them. The Jack could not fathom how this obstruction related to the black hole. Yet he understood that if these two elements were intertwined, it was anything but trivial. It seemed that luck favored that young man. After a brief contemplation, the Jack abandoned his thoughts and resumed piloting the spacecraft. What? Rosa inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. The Jack promptly replied that it was nothing. At least they had safely returned to the base. Aside from the gunshot wound he had sustained, he was relatively unharmed. When they questioned Rosa about her involvement in the matter, she provided ample justification. As the situation appeared to settle, Meichi patiently awaited the awakening of the panel. However, she was unprepared for what transpired upon its awakening. Not only did it express concern for him, but also shared the grim news of the exterminated hard shells, even showing him the recorded footage. This had occurred the following day when Rosa went to the hall for supplies and happened to check on the panel. Meichi had recorded the conversation, merging the audio with the footage into a coherent video. The panel, upon viewing the footage, was taken aback, gradually lifting its gaze to Rosa. It finally comprehended why the ambulance had previously stated that Rosa should not invade others. Invading others and forcing the enemy to take their own lives was indeed formidable. Rosa cautioned Meichi to keep this incident from the ambulance, recalling the earlier admonition against invading living beings. Rest assured, it's just about keeping it from him, Meichi replied. Waving her hand, the panel nodded in agreement, affirming its discretion, fully aware that Rosa's actions against the hard shells were for a purpose. Rosa silently prayed that the old ambulance would remain oblivious to this. Turning her attention to the ambulance, who was preoccupied with Optimus Prime in the hall, Rosa confirmed that they likely could not overhear their conversation and prepared to collect her supplies and depart. Rosa, you've arrived just in time. The words of the ambulance sent a shiver down Rosa's spine as she had intended to slip away quietly, but upon realizing it was a different matter, she quickly regained her composure. The ambulance gestured towards several supplies and addressed Rosa, stating that everyone else had taken their share, leaving these remaining supplies for her. Rosa tilted her head in confusion, questioning whether the amount was indeed correct. Of course, the ambulance replied swiftly, resting one hand on the land bridge's control panel. Then cleared a space for Rosa. Standing by the main control console within the base was Optimus Prime, who looked at Rosa with a gentle gaze and also made room for her. Rosa, we shall teach you the fundamental encryption techniques of the Iron Fortress database, so you may more swiftly master the art of decrypting the entire database. The ambulance added that the encryption methods of the Iron Fortress archives possessed certain specific characteristics. Otherwise, it would not have been necessary for sound waves to observe Optimus Prime's decryption process to deduce the decryption methods. Rosa felt she probably did not require instruction. Yet she did not refuse their kindness, for she had observed Optimus Prime and the ambulance tinkering with this very task upon her entry. It would be prudent to listen. After watching Optimus Prime decrypt a segment, Rosa began to discern a pattern in the decryption technique and felt a desire to engage in practical application. What are your thoughts? Optimus Prime had been subtly observing Rosa's micro-expressions and noticed a hint of impatience as well as eagerness in her demeanor. You should select the third option in the top left corner. As Rosa spoke, Optimus Prime slowly clicked on the third phrase in the top left corner, which was indeed correct. He was well aware of this. It's in your capable hands, great contributor. If the energy substance becomes monotonous, we can ask Fowler to bring you a few trucks of gasoline or something else. The ambulance, noticing that Rosa seemed to have no significant issues, patted her shoulder. Feel free to ask for anything. The coordinates of the artifact are entrusted to you. With that, the ambulance withdrew from the periphery, returning to adjust the medical equipment behind the partition, after which rehabilitation attempts would commence. Chapter 77. The Creator? As Optimus Prime intended to directly offer Rosa the position at the keyboard, she did not approach. Instead, she took control of the entire base system through the solver. The blue solver symbol reappeared on the base's screen, completely occupying it, followed by a rapid succession of lines of code that executed at astonishing speed. Subsequently, the base system screen returned to normal, but a solver symbol materialized in the top left corner. And the base system continued to churn out countless lines of code at an extraordinary pace. Optimus Prime had anticipated her operational speed to be swift, yet he was astounded by the rapidity. It was no wonder she could commandeer the conscious entity of the reprisal. However, he was puzzled as to why Rosa needed to convert Cybertronian code into human code before executing it. Or perhaps, Rosa predominantly utilized human code in her operations. Although there were specific instances when she converted code into Cybertronian language, the majority of the time, it remained anchored in human language. While the ambulance did not fully grasp the intricacies of decryption, he could discern Rosa's continual switching between human and Cybertronian languages throughout her decryption process. Unbeknownst to him, a sudden conjecture emerged. Could the solver possess a connection to humanity? This notion struck him as peculiar. If the solver were not a product of this world, why then would there be any association with humankind? Might it be possible that another realm harbors its own version of humanity? From Rosa's repeated successes in decryption, it is evident that the most frequently utilized human languages indeed bear relevance. Rosa, may I pose a question to you? Do you have a creator? The ambulance's inquiry captured everyone's attention, causing even the partition, which had been preparing to rise slowly, to momentarily freeze in place. Rosa cast a brief glance at the ambulance before returning her focus to the screen. We shall discuss that later. For now, I must decipher the coordinates. The ambulance and Optimus Prime nodded in understanding, yet exchanged a glance that suggested deeper contemplation. They soon noticed Alcye's brow furrowing slightly, as if she were pondering something. Before her expression relaxed, all of them recognized the implications of Rosa's words, yet she remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of her statement. Intent only on her task of decryption. It was, in essence, a straightforward matter. If there were none, a simple negation would suffice. Yet, she insisted on postponing the discussion, which hinted at a more profound implication. There is indeed a creator. The immediate thought that crossed the minds of the ambulance and Optimus Prime was humanity. Rosa undeniably had some connection to them. However, equating a creator with humanity was a challenging notion to accept. There was no other rationale. In their perspective, humanity was merely a nascent civilization. Even if another universe contained a similar civilization, the odds of them achieving such advancements seemed improbable. If indeed beings from another world had reached such heights, why had Rosa not disclosed this earlier? She had been forthright about many matters, including her need for energy to cool down, her vulnerabilities, and the consequences of energy depletion. Yet, she had never mentioned any association with humanity. Was this normal? It was not, perhaps hinting at underlying circumstances. Ultimately, none of them dared to interrupt her, allowing Rosa to continue her deciphering while they turned their attention to their own tasks. Foremost among them was the rehabilitation of the partition. Despite the complications posed by injuries, the Cybertronians could resume activity swiftly as long as the fractures were welded. After all, they were mechanical beings. However, the partition had also been eroded by toxic energy, which affected its nervous system, a far more challenging aspect to restore. At present, the partition struggled to move, managing only 3 steps before collapsing in exhaustion. You could only manage 3 steps? Mickey exclaimed, rushing to the fallen partition. I'm sorry, Mickey. My leg still aches, the partition responded, feeling somewhat aggrieved, but attempting to push itself up with its hands. What did I say? Mickey crossed her arms, gazing sternly at the partition. No excuses. The partition acknowledged her words. Shall we try again? This time, aim for 10 steps. Mickey encouraged, fully aware that the partition was eager to recover. It was, of course, disheartening to endure such an injury, and she recognized that the partition, too, was displeased with its current state. Striving diligently in rehabilitation exercises undoubtedly hastens one's recovery. However, it is essential to take a moment to rest. The paramedic assisted the injured individual who had stumbled once more after only a few steps. Now, walking had become a challenge for him, requiring the paramedic's support as he limped along, one arm draped over the paramedic's shoulder. Meichi appeared quite dissatisfied, yet the paramedic, embodying the voice of authority as a doctor, held more persuasive weight. Reluctantly, Meichi prepared to make her way to the rooftop of the base. Don't block the way, Meichi exclaimed in frustration, determined to reach the rooftop. Just at that moment, Bumblebee returned to the base, transforming in a manner that momentarily obstructed her path, prompting a swift shove from her. Archie, concerned, watched Meichi with trepidation, but ultimately decided to follow her. Meanwhile, Rosa continued her decoding efforts. In the brief interval, a significant portion of the coordinates demonstrated by Optimus Prime had been deciphered, yet the core temperature steadily rose, depleting some of the supplies provided by the paramedic. It became evident that Agent Fuller needed to procure additional oil or gasoline, Otherwise, the energy reserves in the base would soon prove insufficient. After a while, Meichi and Archie returned. Meichi no longer exhibited the anger she had earlier displayed, likely having been calmed down, and even approached the paramedic to offer an apology. She seemed to have conceived a new, gentler method for rehabilitation, lying sideways on the ground and raising her legs to avoid the instability that led to falls, thereby alleviating the pressure on her legs and allowing for a more gradual recovery. Furthermore, this time, Meichi resolved to join him in the rehabilitation exercises. The atmosphere within the base was harmonious, aside from witnessing Rosa's diligent work under high-speed computations. It was curious how a rapid increase in core temperature heightened her craving for energy sources, even though her fuel tank still contained reserves. It seemed odd that the need for sustenance was gauged by the core temperature rather than the fuel levels remaining. Perhaps it was akin to some instinctual response, or merely a precautionary measure against catastrophic failures. Nearby, Jack and Laffy were engaged in online browsing. Laffy stumbled upon a photo of Bumblebee, and in jest, hacked the image to replace it with a dancing monkey. While the circulation of Bumblebee's image online was far from ideal, given their need for discretion, it seemed the individual who posted the image was baffled, unable to comprehend why their photo had inexplicably transformed into that of a tap-dancing monkey. Wait, what is this? Jack suddenly pointed at the screen. Upon closer inspection, they discerned what appeared to be a Cybertronian escape pod. Were Cybertronians approaching? The image was somewhat blurred, making it difficult to ascertain whether it belonged to Autobots or Decepticons. On Rosa's end, she was just one digit away from fully decoding the coordinates. Optimus Prime glanced at Rosa, who was still consuming energy, and instructed her to pause momentarily to join them outside. It was imperative to confirm whether their visitors were allies or foes. Chapter 78. Who are you? Rosa donned her armor and unfurled her wings, taking to the skies in advance. Once the other Autobots had passed, she dove down, and the moment she cleared the land bridge, she flapped her wings and soared directly upwards, activating her projection to patrol the heavens. Upon spotting a squad of Decepticons nearby, Rosa swiftly contacted her comrades via the internal communication line. Those below had also opened their channels, allowing her to overhear their discussions, including the revelation that the escape pod belonged to the Decepticons. How troublesome. Rosa swooped down into the fray, diving directly into the midst of the Decepticons, harvesting them with ease. The advantage of her wings was undeniable. With a gentle sweep of her metallic wings, she dispatched several Decepticon heads. The solver was active, rendering incoming bullets ineffective as they were deflected away. Meanwhile, the Autobots remained behind rocky obstacles, dealing with a few mechanical insects that had flown their way, unaware that some Decepticons still had mechanical insects in reserve. Noticing that one mechanical insect had ensnared the weakest among them, the medic, Rosa instinctively pinched a bullet with her claws and hurled it at the creature, hitting the insect that had entangled the medic. The mechanical insect staggered from impact, its armor proving to be excessively thick. Fortunately, RC rushed in to deliver the final blows, ensuring the medic was safe. Satisfied that the situation was under control, Rosa called out over the internal line, activating a wide-area solver to rebound the bullets. An invisible shield engaged as countless bullets came flying in, each redirected by a series of blue symbols, creating a dazzling display of blue lights in the sky. Optimus Prime and the others immediately began firing at the Decepticon grunts. With Rosa's protection, they no longer had to hide behind obstacles, freely unleashing a barrage of gunfire, knowing they were shielded from return fire. Watch out ahead. A Cybertronian, predominantly clad in white with blue and red accents, emerged from the wooded mountainside, his weapon transforming in his hands. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, especially the sight of Decepticon bullets being intercepted by the myriad blue lights in the sky, his astonishment was palpable. This was no mere shield. Those inside could strike outward, while those outside were rendered impotent. How impressive! Rosa remained oblivious to the commotion behind her, engrossed in her calculations. As another missile approached, rather than kicking it away, she opted to seize control of it. The Cybertronian observed as the missile halted before the elegantly proportioned female mech. Then, with a flourish, she lifted the missile above her head. A blue symbol manifested in her hand, identical to the one that guided the missile and deflected bullets. He rubbed his optical sensor, uncertain if he was mistaken, yet he quickly realized he was not, as the missile transformed into 6 The 6 missiles were hurled back into the Decepticon throng, each destined to explode, confirming their authenticity. He was quite certain that no relic bore this symbol, nor was any relic as extraordinary as this one. While a relic capable of deflecting bullets was already remarkable, how was this duplication achieved? Perhaps the glaring presence of that white figure was too conspicuous. Alcee sensed something amiss and turned around, locking eyes with an unfamiliar gaze. Instantly, she aimed her weapon at the figure behind her. An enemy. Oh wait, it's an ally. The smoke screen promptly transformed her weapon back, and she raised her hands, indicating to her comrades that it was safe to lower their arms upon recognizing the Autobot insignia. At this moment, it seemed that the Decepticons across the way had been nearly subdued. Yet, why did it feel as though the number of bodies was significantly fewer than initially observed? Could it be that they had all fled? Rosa ceased using the solver to block, reducing calculations to meticulously discern if any foes had slipped through the cracks. A glance confirmed that the number of Decepticons lying before them was indeed considerably diminished. But what did it matter? She could not pursue them. Rosa turned to face the predominantly white figure, who was currently inquiring if the other Autobots recognized him. Is he your friend? The white figure asked, addressing Bumblebee, who was of similar age. Bumblebee shook his head, while Alcee also stated she did not know him. May I ask, what was that just now? The white figure queried the surrounding Autobots, his eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. Hello, Autobot brother. Optimus Prime greeted the white figure as he and Rosa approached. Rosa had just spotted a seemingly intact Decepticon soldier attempting to rise, ready to fire, but was halted by Optimus Prime. All right, I understand, Rosa conceded, retracting her weapon to accompany Optimus Prime to investigate the nature of the white figure. I can hardly believe it. You are Optimus Prime? The white figure exclaimed, his expression a mixture of astonishment and overwhelming joy. He is Optimus Prime. He pointed to Optimus, relaying the news to the others, while Rosa's lips twitched beneath her mask as she responded affirmatively to those around her. What is your name, soldier? Optimus inquired. My name is Smokescreen, sir. The exuberant Smokescreen saluted, raising his hand to his head. Welcome to Earth, Smokescreen. Optimus extended his hand, and Smokescreen shook it, marking a cordial exchange. It is an honor to fight alongside you, Smokescreen declared, though Ratchet felt they should escort him back to the base instead. This isn't the first time we've encountered an undercover ally, Alcee added, echoing their sentiments that bringing Smokescreen back might not be the wisest decision. Optimus glanced at the insignia on Smokescreen's arm, recognizing it as that of the Cybertronian Elite Guard. By your appearance, it seems you were trained in the Elite Guard? He asked. Indeed, Smokescreen responded, but when I joined, it was more akin to a boot camp, lacking even a proper graduation ceremony. Rosa stood nearby, listening to their exchange. Truthfully, the mention of boot camp instinctively prompted her to recall a certain memory. Do the Decepticons hold funerals for their leftover scraps? Probably not. However, if it were to proceed, would that not be considered a graduation ceremony? How could it not? At that time, we were amidst battle. Smokescreen responded to the comment regarding the lack of a proper graduation ceremony. I merely wished to become a warrior, fighting for an ideal. Yet ultimately found myself assigned to the Iron Fortress Guard. As he spoke, a fleeting moment of disappointment washed over Smokescreen. Ratchet found this suspicious. Why specifically the Iron Fortress archives? Upon hearing this, Optimus Prime inquired about Smokescreen's purpose at the archives, questioning if there existed any evidence to substantiate his innocence. When Smokescreen revealed that it was Master Titanium who persuaded the High Council to appoint Optimus as leader, Optimus instantly recognized that this individual could not possibly be a Decepticon. For he trusted Master Titanium, his own mentor. If his teacher believed in him, then he could never be a Decepticon. Chapter 79. How difficult. The land bridge activated, and everyone began with a brief introduction before entering together. This marked Smokescreen's inaugural visit to the Autobot base, and he curiously scanned his surroundings, while Rosa took the opportunity to change out of her armor, disregarding them. She trusted that Optimus and the others would provide Smokescreen with a basic orientation of the base. In her quarters, Rosa removed her armor, neatly storing it away, and selected several pieces that appeared in need of repair to take to her weapons research lab. However, before that, she needed to inform Ratchet that when she deciphered the Iron Fortress database, it would suffice to provide oil-related materials. Using energy entities would be excessively extravagant. Oh, and she must also complete the decoding of that set of artifact coordinates. To be honest, she had been cautious about energy consumption. Thus, she had not worked at her utmost speed. As Rosa contemplated whether to first drop off the armor pieces in the weapons lab, she also considered whether she was lacking any necessary materials for her research. It seemed she was indeed short on some supplies, and they were nearly depleted. Otherwise, she would take the opportunity to gather more while she was at it. With several pieces of armor in hand, Rosa exited her room, closing the door behind her, and proceeded toward the storage area. To reach the warehouse, she would pass through the corridor housing the artifacts, and from a distance, she overheard Smokescreen conversing with Jack, who was leading him on a tour of the base. At that moment, Smokescreen was crouched before a storage door for artifacts, peering through a small window at the contents within, seemingly inquiring about the type of artifact that housed Black Widow's stasis pod. It would be prudent to avoid this one, Jack advised as Smokescreen's attention shifted to another object, a gun, entirely black, surrounded by what appeared to be glowing green light strips. And what about this? Smokescreen asked, failing to recall such an item at the Iron Fortress archives. It could cost you dearly, or, to be precise, it's a magnetic energy photon multiplier rifle. This is not from the Iron Fortress archives. It is a newly manufactured creation, Jack remarked, casting a glance at the contents within the small compartment. The design of the warehouse door was quite user-friendly, featuring a small window at the top for Cybertronians to view the contents, as well as a lower window for humans. Is the creation of this new entity perilous? Smoke inquired. It must indeed be hazardous, given the devastation wrought upon the training grounds. Jack recalled the chaotic scene of destruction they had witnessed upon their arrival at the base. The extent of the damage was indeed substantial. He then heard RC and Bumblebee mention that the medic had stored it in a small compartment designated for artifacts. Oh my, how formidable! How much energy will it consume? Smoke asked Jack, continuing to observe the next artifact storage compartment. It doesn't require energy consumption, or rather, it is self-sustaining, but each activation necessitates a 30-minute wait. Jack explained, gesturing as he conversed with Smoke while leading the way. Who created it? Smoke inquired, his curiosity piqued as he turned to Jack. It was Rosa, Jack replied. Rosa? The one clad in black? Smoke recalled, remembering the dark-armored figure, though upon closer inspection, he noted the numerous scratches and repair marks adorning her armor. Yes, that's her, Jack affirmed, just then spotting a familiar figure passing by and waving. Rosa, Jack called out, and she approached, one hand carrying several pieces of armor in need of repair, while the other waved back with a polite smile before heading to the storage area. Who is she? Smoke asked Jack, uncertainty evident in his voice. That is Rosa. The all-black appearance is merely her armor, Jack replied, glancing back at Smoke, who remained momentarily stunned, perhaps still captivated by her striking visage. Shortly thereafter, something even more astonishing transpired. After touring the entire base, Smoke arrived in the main hall, finally ready to pose the question that had lingered in his mind. So what does that symbol signify? Smoke asked, looking expectantly at Optimus and the others. Which one? The hexagon with 3 arrows? RC responded first, to which Smoke nodded. That is known as the solver, but we remain uncertain about its true nature or how it operates. The medic was still preoccupied with the apparatus in his hands when Rosa returned to the weapons research room with the materials she had gathered, overhearing the discussion. However, she did not approach immediately. Instead, she placed the materials down carefully. But she is incredibly difficult to defeat and immensely powerful, Mika exclaimed, although she quickly lowered her voice upon noticing the despondent expression on the partition. Is that true? Just how hard is she to defeat? Smoke inquired, assuming that difficult to kill implied a formidable strength. Shall I demonstrate? Rosa, having just finished placing the materials, walked into the hall and transformed, brandishing a blade before swiftly slashing her own neck. With a thud, Rosa collapsed to the ground, her head rolling away. Everyone gasped in shock, and even the data concerning Rosa in the main hall indicated that her life signal had vanished. Oh no! Mika gasped while Smoke stood agape, astonished. The medic approached, patting his shoulder, urging him to contain his shock. Smoke looked bewilderedly at the medic, only to witness Rosa, after 3 seconds on the ground, quivering and rising, her headless body standing upright. The smoke screen emitted a piercing scream, nearly leaping onto the ambulance. Running diagnostics 100. Restoring from backup 85. Missing critical components. Complete components detected within a distance of 10. Shall we directly reboot to retrieve the components? Shall we? Yes, preparing for reboot. Connected successfully. You have a real-time message. Reboot paused. View message, just now how did you die? Don't worry, just demonstrating suicide for others. This place is quite safe. Aren't we going to chat? I miss you. No, I must reboot first, lest I frighten them. Alright, feel free to speak up if you need anything. I have watched you grow up after all. Message read, reboot commencing. Rebooting 507-5100. The posture appeared utterly devoid of strength. Even the upper body drooped helplessly, yet gradually straightened upon standing. Rosa stood firm, directly walking towards her fallen head with her headless body. The scene looked exceedingly bizarre, yet she walked with remarkable steadiness, as if it were a customary stroll. Even more strange. Component location, distance 0. Rosa's hand touched her own head, and everyone watched as she retrieved her head. She was bewildered by the fact that she could even align it in her hands. How could she see that? Then, as if putting on a coat or a hat, Rosa placed her head back on her neck. The fissure gradually emitted smoke and then vanished. In the base's hall, Rosa's life signal came back online. She twisted her neck, producing a few cracking sounds, and then turned around. It was quite difficult to kill her. After her revival, she smiled and uttered this phrase, as if the one who had just died was not herself. However, she noticed everyone furrowing their brows, finding it somewhat peculiar. Why? Even the partition gaped in astonishment. Rosa, you are forbidden from pointing the blade at yourself. This is an order, Optimus Prime stated with a serious tone, having been startled by Rosa moments ago. Only upon seeing her gradually rise did he realize that this level of injury was not as severe as the last time, when her head was completely severed. But who could witness a comrade die before them and remain unfazed? What? Rosa raised a finger as if to inquire. But the partition immediately anticipated what she would say next. No weapon is permissible, even if you can resurrect. The ambulance gazed sternly at her. All right, Rosa reluctantly agreed. And then she suddenly saw the smoke screen collapse directly in front of her. Smoke screen? Smoke screen. Wake up, smoke screen. Smoke screen. The ambulance vigorously shook the smoke screen's shoulders, appearing either frightened or having had their worldview reshaped. Chapter 8. It is quite difficult to kill. In any case, Rosa received a stern reprimand, and regarding the psychological trauma she inflicted upon the smoke screen. It was collectively stated by the smoke screen upon awakening that he had merely fallen, and it was all just a dream. A series of new regulations concerning Rosa has been instituted, such as prohibiting knives and guns from being aimed at oneself. Even the paramedic, a surgeon, has begun to scour the Iron Fortress database for any relevant psychological content, harboring an unspoken desire to assume the role of a psychologist and restore Rosa to her former self. Subsequently, Smokescreen was reluctantly dispatched to locate a vehicle mode. Accompanied by Jack, they required a form that could remain concealed on Earth. In truth, the intention was to divert attention, at least to prevent overthinking the distressing incident of Rosa inflicting harm upon herself, as it would be unwise to instill psychological trauma in the child. Rosa, after informing the paramedic that she would decode the necessary support energy using gasoline or oil, resumed her decoding task. What followed? Rafi and others, while surfing the internet, discovered the existence of the red energy entity. Optimus Prime and others planned to retrieve it to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Decepticons. But this time Rosa was instructed to remain at the base and focus on her decoding. Perhaps due to the recent self-harm incident, Optimus felt that the child should take a proper rest. He suggested that the paramedic first check the Iron Fortress database for psychological resources. He truly believed that Rosa needed to consult a psychologist, as she ought to value her life more, despite her apparent indifference. After all, who could remain composed upon witnessing a comrade fall before them? Optimus could not fathom what a machine must endure to become so indifferent to its own existence. He felt that, rather than a warrior, they were in greater need of a decoder. Observing Rosa, who had contributed to the mission, Optimus extended his hand towards the base's main control console. The Iron Fortress relic was of paramount importance in this war, including its coordinates. Rosa nodded in acknowledgement, while the paramedic called Agent Fullerton to bring a truckload of gasoline, continuing to search the database for psychological materials. This was to prepare for Rosa's decoding. The last energy conversion had left some remnants, which the paramedic decided to provide her. Optimus, employing a gentle approach, advised Rosa to remain in the base and not venture out. Once Rosa acquired the energy, she began decoding at full speed, completing the coordinates that were just shy of completion and immediately moving on to the next set. Shortly after Optimus arrived, the sounds of battle erupted. It was Starscream, adorned in the Sacred Relic's supreme armor, seeking to seize the red energy entity. The scene became chaotic as everyone scrambled to claim the red energy entity, compounded by the fact that the containers holding it had not been lowered during the evacuation. This meant that anyone wishing to retrieve the red energy entity would need to scale the crane used for moving the containers. Meanwhile, the paramedic inside the base intended to call Smokescreen over, only to find him missing. After several futile calls, he turned to Rosa, who sat idly observing the unfolding drama. Rosa's eye still bore the symbol of the solver as she sat beside the rapidly scrolling code on the base hall screen, indicating that she had been deciphering all along. "Did you see the smokescreen?" An ambulance approached, and though Rosa remained silent, she extended her tail and pointed the tip of her syringe toward the corridor where the relics were stored. As the ambulance passed, it merely revealed the door to the phase shifter's compartment opening. "Smokescreen, what scheme brings you to this place alone?" Over by Optimus Prime, the Decepticon, Starscream, attempted to engage RC but was struck down by Optimus Prime, descending from above with a powerful punch. However, after being knocked down, Starscream, empowered by the Supreme Armor, attempted to push the entire crane, including Optimus Prime and the other Autobots, into the sea. At that moment, a land bridge appeared, and out emerged a vehicle resembling an Indy 500. It was Smokescreen. It seemed no one had explained to him the concept of discretion. RC watched as Smokescreen transformed into humanoid form below, realizing he seemed to possess a phase shifter. It appeared the Autobots had gained yet another recruit. Starscream, adorned in the Supreme Armor, glanced at Smokescreen with a slight smile. "You must be Starscream. I had assumed you were much taller," Smokescreen remarked, inciting Starscream's ire. The Autobots atop the crane shouted for Smokescreen not to engage directly. "Any last words, Smokescreen?" Starscream inquired, having learned the Autobot's name from his comrades. He smiled back, contemplating how he might orchestrate Smokescreen's demise. Smokescreen boldly revealed the phase shifter in his hand, declaring, "Say farewell to your armor." He shouted, activating the phase shifter and launching himself at Starscream, delivering a flying kick that sent Starscream sprawling. Starscream was ejected from his Supreme Armor by the force of the kick, but Smokescreen did not ride him into the ground. Otherwise, it might have allowed Starscream to reminisce about better times. Thus, Starscream merely flew away, while the Supreme Armor collapsed with a clatter, unsupported and devoid of its occupant. "Now, that's what I call a brilliant idea," Smokescreen exclaimed, pointing at the fallen Supreme Armor. RC sighed above, her expression a mix of exasperation and disbelief. It was too much to bear. Initially, there had been a substantial energy source, but as Starscream climbed the crane and was struck down, he opted to detonate the larger portion. Taking only the small fragment he had secured, he harbored a singular thought: "If I cannot have it, neither shall you," especially since he had a minimal guarantee, not a total loss. Alas, it was still a loss. The Supreme Armor was gone. By the time they returned, Rosa had just completed the deciphering of 4 sets of coordinates. She briefly reviewed them, noting that only one set remained to be decrypted. "Hurry up, kid." Agent Fuller had brought in a truckload of gasoline that Rosa had already utilized. Now, she sat in the hall, sipping a cup of gasoline while decrypting the Iron Fortress database. Upon returning and witnessing the results, Optimus Prime contemplated for a moment and instructed Rosa to pause her deciphering efforts. Their priority was to secure the sacred artifact. One thing he was certain of was that the Decepticons could not have achieved the rapid progress indicated by the decipher coordinates. Glancing at the built-in clock, he noted that there was still time to investigate another artifact's location, prompting Rosa to don her armor and accompany the Autobots into the land bridge. Chapter 81. Optimus Prime acquires a legendary weapon. As they emerged from the land bridge, they were greeted by the sight of a towering mountain, littered with massive boulders, precisely where the coordinates pointed. It seemed they would need to move some stones. This mission called for nearly all personnel, save for Ratchet and the humans. Once they confirmed that no Decepticons were in the vicinity, they began to attempt precise localization of the artifact's coordinates, considering factors like depth. If it lay too deep, they might need to contact Agent Fowler for heavy machinery to aid in their task. The artifact's hardness was likely considerable, Rosa mused. If it proved too challenging to extract, perhaps they could employ a black hole to facilitate the process. After all, they could save on explosives. Logically, yes. Especially regarding the container that housed the sacred object. Optimus explained to Rosa, who was lost in thought. Are you suggesting we detonate it? She inquired. Indeed. But considering the possibility of the Decepticons detecting such an event, it might be best to refrain, he replied, as Rosa transformed her claws. Let us commence the excavation, she declared. The others nodded in agreement. Yet the method of excavation posed a dilemma. It seemed they would need to procure some drill bits from Agent Fowler. Then they observed Rosa directly approaching and displacing the larger rocks with remarkable ease, lifting boulders as tall as Optimus himself and nudging smaller ones aside with her claws, sending them tumbling down. Smokescreen watched in astonishment as Rosa effortlessly maneuvered such massive stones, his expression one of disbelief. How could this seemingly fragile machine manage to lift such a hefty boulder? He glanced around. The others appeared unfazed, treating her actions as entirely ordinary. Smokescreen pondered the rationality of the situation, feeling a sense of discord within himself. Ultimately, the team discovered a sword hilt nestled beneath a large boulder, and the locator indicated that this was indeed the sacred artifact. Is that the Star Sword? Smokescreen was the first to recognize it. A legendary weapon said to have been forged by the renowned Cybertronian craftsman, at least according to the lore. The hilt was firmly embedded in the colossal stone, and despite Smokescreen's attempts to extract it, the artifact remained immovable. It was only when Optimus Prime stepped forward to grasp the hilt that a change occurred. As he endeavored to withdraw the sword from the stone, the hilt seemed to respond to an unseen signal, emanating a radiant blue light. Gradually, the Star Sword began to loosen, until at last, Optimus Prime succeeded in pulling forth the magnificent weapon, aglow with an azure luminescence. Optimus Prime acquired a special weapon, and the Autobots joyously returned to their base. Megatron was likely unaware that the sacred artifact had been taken. Rosa, in her benevolence, suggested that she could return the stone to its original position. Since Megatron seemed oblivious to the fact that the artifact was gone, they could perhaps obscure its location slightly to hinder him. A mischievous smile crept across Rosa's face beneath her armor, relishing the thought of letting them dig for a while, engaging in their own folly. Smokescreen laughed heartily, echoing her sentiment, suggesting the Decepticons amuse themselves. Sensing Optimus Prime's expression, Rosa added that she could handle it herself if needed. Optimus, with a resigned nod, watched as she and Bumblebee proceeded to bury some of the stones that had been previously displaced. Smokescreen called out to Optimus, expressing his intention to assist, and promptly joined them. Alchemist and Optimus observed the youthful pranksters with a mix of exasperation and amusement, while they informed Ratchet that their return to the base would be slightly delayed. Ultimately, they watched as the traces of their excavation were concealed, with Rosa even relocating some large stones, ensuring a gradual departure. Together, they returned to the base in high spirits. Smokescreen began to reconsider his perception of Rosa, reflecting on the vision of her self-harm, which he now surmised was merely a dream or illusion born from his fall. However, he found it peculiar that such an illusion had manifested. Lost in contemplation, Smokescreen eventually abandoned his thoughts. They returned to the base to celebrate. Perhaps his actions had been somewhat reckless, deviating from established protocols, but he had at least learned the value of cunning and received Optimus' commendation. The team welcomed Smokescreen's formal inclusion. While it lacked the grandeur of an elite squad graduation ceremony, the atmosphere remained joyous, save for Sideswipe. He still felt a distance from Smokescreen, hindered by his current inability to engage in battle, while the newcomers were performing admirably. Sideswipe, with a pronounced limp, leaned against the wall as he approached the base's main entrance, feeling rather dejected as he gazed at the armor displayed nearby. Do not worry, Sideswipe. You have no competition. Michaela noticed Sideswipe's despondency and rushed forward to offer comfort. However, Sideswipe simply turned away, leaning against the wall as he exited the hall. I promise, once your leg heals, they will soon recognize who is truly the most formidable. Sideswipe remained silent, continuing his limping journey down the corridor. Michaela? She forced a smile, watching Sideswipe retreat with a heavy heart, her two pigtails drooping as if they were abandoned creatures. The others sensed something was amiss. Michaela, initially disheartened as she observed Sideswipe's retreating figure, suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. She dashed to a small platform, beckoning Smokescreen to join her, instructing him to lower his head as if concocting a plan. Upon learning of the conversation with Smokescreen, with a look of delight, gave a thumbs up to Mickey, who then hurried over to Jack and RC. Jack, could you possibly give me a ride over here tomorrow morning? She inquired of RC. Jack responded, and Mickey turned to RC, who seemed to sense something. It was evident that Mickey had a new idea. However, it was likely a good idea, for based on her rapport with the Partition, she might indeed conceive a way to uplift him. All right, exclaimed Mickey joyfully upon hearing RC's response. Mickey, what plan have you concocted? Rafi asked, to which Mickey covered her mouth and chuckled mischievously. Of course, it's a secret. You will see it tomorrow. The Partition will surely bounce back. Just then, Optimus Prime's star sword suddenly emitted a brilliant light, prompting him to raise the sword in confusion and examine the blade. Soon after, his optical lens shone with a brighter azure luminescence than ever before. His expression turned somewhat bewildered as Ambulance called out, Optimus Prime. Speak to me, Optimus. I have received a message, he replied. Everyone gathered around, their faces etched with tension, all aware that this message was of great significance. Whose message is it? Ambulance asked patiently, waiting for Optimus to respond. Optimus then appeared to see something, his expression shifting to one of shock. It's Master Titanium, he stated with newfound seriousness. After a moment, the light from the star sword finally diminished, and Optimus nearly collapsed, but Ambulance was there to support him. Optimus, relax. Ambulance advised as Optimus gradually regained his footing. We must, at all costs, locate the final 4 Iron Fortress relics, the ultimate divine key. Chapter 82. The Cybertronian Autobots and the Ultimate Divine Key. A fantastical adventure to awaken Cybertron the following morning. Optimus Prime took the lead in organizing teams within the Autobots to retrieve the relics. However, due to the Partition's current mobility issues, he would remain at the base for the time being. There was no need to rush, especially since Rosa had yet to awaken. It was still early. Not quite time for her to rise. Bumblebee, too, being youthful, preferred to indulge in a little extra sleep. Smokescreen, however, was quite different, brimming with energy. He was already online early in the morning, alongside RC and the Partition. Yet, he had a mission, distinct from the one RC had with the task of fetching Jack and Mickey. He was to wield the Supreme Armor to invigorate the Partition. As per Mickey's plan from yesterday, the Partition was accustomed to rising early, so this was the opportune moment to stimulate him. Partition, you cannot allow yourself to decline like this, Ambulance urged, observing the Partition sitting idly in the base's main hall, neglecting his rehabilitation exercises. Indeed, Partition, you must not succumb to despair, Mickey chimed in, leaning over the railing in agreement. What should I do? The Partition still could not bear to hear. You must regain your strength. That day will inevitably come. Ambulance advised from a physician's perspective. What day? The day you all will need my help? ISNT the newcomer sufficient? As the moment approached, Smoke stepped into the hall, wielding the Supreme Armor. Separator pondered, you've been injured. Surely you could make use of this armor I liberated from the Red Spider, and it would yield immediate results. However, Smoke's word struck a nerve with Separator. Are you implying that I require a cane? Separator stood up and threw a punch at the Supreme Armor in Smoke's grasp, causing it to clatter onto the operations console in the base. The console emitted a series of alarming beeps, its screen shattering in the process. Separator, I still need this, shouted Ambulance, while Separator merely gestured for Smoke to step aside. He then picked up a large iron ball they usually played with, attempting to rehabilitate himself. I observed that his legs were regaining their agility. Smoke quietly remarked to Separator, I hope his mind becomes equally sharp. Ambulance overheard this, responding while searching for repair tools. Watching Separator finally embark on his rehabilitation, Meichi gave Smoke a thumbs up, acknowledging the success of their plan, despite the unforeseen complications. Are you kidding me, Raffi? You're actually stuck at home, doing homework? Jack spoke to Raffi over the phone, who was still typing away at his computer. Indeed, I submitted the wrong assignments and flunked several exams, he replied, his voice loud enough for those nearby to hear. For him, scoring 99 meant failure. Meichi approached and sat in front of the sofa. I might have overstayed my welcome at the base a bit. Just as Raffi was about to respond, a voice echoed from the doorway. Raffi, I hope you're not on the phone. No, Mum, Raffi shouted, then lowered his voice to continue speaking on the phone. Please send my regards to Bumblebee. I doubt I can return until my grades improve. With that, the call ended. Meichi and Jack exchanged glances at Separator, who was diligently working on his rehabilitation, both sighing at the circumstances. Just as one member returned, another was lost again. A little later, Bumblebee logged on and entered the hall to collect supplies. Just as he was about to step out to fetch Raffi, he was informed that Raffi would not be coming to the base anytime soon. After contemplating for a moment, Bumblebee decided to head to the training grounds. Eventually, Rosa emerged from her room and made her way to the hall for supplies. She intended to eat while deciphering the last set of data, but was taken aback to see the main control console, now a wreck, emitting a question mark. This was functioning perfectly yesterday. What transpired this morning? Ambulance replied, wrench in hand, glancing at Rosa, who stood there, bewildered with supplies in hand. Fortunately, only one set remains to be deciphered. The Decepticons likely won't move at such a rapid pace. We can afford to wait. With that, he resumed his repairs, simultaneously notifying Optimus Prime over the intercom that Rosa was awake. Optimus Prime entered the hall, deciding to acquire 2 artifacts today and split into 2 teams for the mission. He was also scheduled to meet Agent Fullerton shortly, which could lead to an encounter with his superior. The primary concern stemmed from the incident caused by the mechanical faction, as the military had located the remote-controlled Optimus Prime, erroneously believing it to be the real one. He may need to visit the site in order to ascertain the authenticity of what they have obtained. Otherwise, the blame for the attack on the military base may unjustly fall upon the Autobots. Now, regarding the arrangements for this mission, the panel is still under rehabilitation, so it will be prudent to avoid it for the time being. The smokescreen is not functioning optimally, so let Alcee and him team up. This way, Rosa and Bumblebee can pair up. Bumblebee remains obedient, and Rosa is quite capable as well. However, the medic must first acquire some knowledge of psychology to better assess Rosa's condition, but at present, he is stretched thin, still engaged in repairing the central control console. The aquamarine glow of the land bridge ignited, and a yellow Chevrolet sports car with black stripes emerged, transforming into humanoid form. Following this, a magnificent bird, its wings composed of countless steel blades, dove out from the land bridge, unfurling its wings once more, propelling Rosa upward for a brief flight. She adjusted her posture midair. Having initially dived, she now positioned herself for a graceful landing. Rosa followed closely behind the fully transformed Bumblebee, fluttering her wings slightly, which created elegant arcs at the edges, ensuring her steady descent. She lightly tapped the ground with the tip of her toe, landing gracefully. With her grand wings retracted, Rosa resumed her walk, though the Bumblebee in front was momentarily taken aback. Concealed by armor, his features remained obscured. Yet, it was precisely this obscurity that lent her an air of calm confidence, enhanced by the striking contrast of her magnificent wings dissipating into nothingness, allowing her to continue her stride with an inexplicable steadiness. Noticing Bumblebee's lack of direction, she cast a puzzled glance in his direction, prompting him to hurriedly check their exact position. Though Bumblebee undoubtedly possessed more reconnaissance experience, Rosa couldn't help but question whether everything was indeed all right, given his rather excitable demeanor. According to the radar displayed by Bumblebee, the relic was likely still buried underground, situated near a human monument. What was it called again? Ah, yes, the pyramid. It was an underground site adjacent to the pyramid, possibly a place where treasures were stored and historical events recorded. How could such artifacts remain unprotected? Rosa pondered as she approached the entrance of the site alongside Bumblebee. The entrance was somewhat cramped, requiring both her and Bumblebee to bend slightly to avoid bumping their heads. Their heights were quite similar. Chapter 83. Bumblebee feels a bit spicy in the dimly lit tomb passage. Both machines had to stoop to advance, with Bumblebee leading the way. He switched on his headlights to illuminate the path ahead, while Rosa followed closely behind. For reasons unknown, Bumblebee felt his spark racing unusually fast, acutely aware that Rosa was right behind him. He was close enough to hear every footfall of Rosa as it struck the ground. It seems a bit warm. Bumblebee found it increasingly difficult to endure the dim and cramped surroundings alongside his preferred companion. In such a confined and silent environment, the senses became heightened, amplifying every nuance of their presence. This prolonged ordeal would only conclude upon locating the sacred artifact. At last, they arrived in a more spacious chamber adorned with murals. The most striking of these, directly before them, depicted the supreme key, its surface suggesting that it could be extracted. Radar also indicated something within. Bumblebee entered first, communicated the coordinates to Rosa, and then observed as she engaged the control device to manipulate the mural. With a swift motion, amidst the cacophony of grinding stone, The massive block etched with a mural was drawn forth, revealing the supreme key within. Once Bumblebee retrieved it and Rosa confirmed its integrity, she casually replaced the stone and opted to retrace their steps, with Bumblebee following closely behind. Initially, Bumblebee presumed this journey would not be overly arduous, but he was mistaken. Rosa led the way, utilizing her tail as a makeshift flashlight, extending it from her base to illuminate the path ahead. Due to the relatively low ceiling of the passage, she too had to stoop slightly, bracing herself against the stone walls to avoid a fall. However, this posture left Bumblebee at a loss for where to direct his gaze, as Rosa's forward-leaning upper body accentuated her hips, further emphasized by her swaying tail. The tail undulated gently with her movement, while her hips subtly shifted with each step, creating an entrancing sway, especially with her slender waist. Thus commenced the second trial. They had successfully obtained one of the ultimate keys without any Decepticons attempting to seize it, as they were unaware of its location, and neither were the forces on the smokescreen. The smokescreen had effectively concealed the traces of excavation, and after securing the key, they had meticulously replaced the vessel containing the sacred object. Their enthusiasm lay in obstructing the Decepticons at every turn. As for the Decepticons, they had just taken off, following a series of engine repairs that had led to explosions and a relentless cycle of virus detection and removal. Ultimately, the sound waves managed to locate the virus entirely. During their most recent attempt to launch, with every Decepticon holding their breath, the spacecraft finally ascended without further incident. Instead of erupting in flames, cheers erupted among the Decepticon ranks, especially from the lower-tier mechanics, who were on the verge of tears. They would no longer be tasked with engine repairs. Heaven knows what trials they had endured in the engine and core energy chamber during this time, having memorized every pipe and bolt within. Megatron's grim visage softened slightly, soon followed by the unwelcome arrival of yet another piece of news, perhaps not so favorable. Strange indeed, Lord Megatron. I have just discovered that the signal from Deadlock has unexpectedly re-emerged, albeit somewhat incomplete. Knockout remarked, as Soundwave stepped forward to assess the situation. Exercising caution, they undertook a thorough investigation, suspecting it could be yet another ruse from the Autobots. Megatron, without casting a glance at Knockout, continued to scrutinize the overall data of the Nemesis, particularly the engine's performance, wary of the potential emergence of a virus that might compel them to experience the essence of artistry. I sincerely hope that is not the case. Although Deadlock can be rather brutish, he possesses exceptional skills in polishing and refining. Knockout commented, brushing off a speck of dust from his shoulder, a remnant from his recent polishing efforts. The warship had been under constant bombardment these days, leaving him busier than usual with little time for self-maintenance, leaving him feeling quite disheveled. At 16:30, a satellite was stolen from a high-security military zone. Within the Autobot base, Agent Fowler projected the materials he had brought onto the hall screen. At this time, the medic had yet to fully repair the base's central control console. However, basic operations and projections were still manageable. Yet, for tasks involving decryption or hacking, performance considerations would likely pose a challenge. By this moment, everyone had returned to the base, having successfully acquired both artifacts. Bumblebee, still catching his breath from the mission, had the cooling fan intermittently whirring. On the other hand, RC appeared thoroughly vexed by the smokescreen. Her return was marked by a mixture of joy from securing the artifact and a clear expression of relief. Agent Fowler had also arrived at the base shortly thereafter, accompanied by Optimus Prime, who had just concluded an engagement with the human government and received the notification in time to return with vital news. The figure known as Deadlock was present at the scene of the incident. Fowler enlarged the captured images, revealing the unmistakable silhouette of Deadlock. It had been quite some time since they last saw him. Observing Deadlock's form, the partition murmured in surprise. It appeared that Deadlock had entered the base in vehicle mode, with a human occupant inside. This was likely the reason for his safe passage into the high-security military zone. Evidently, the identity of the individual within that vehicle would be of significant stature. However, this raised even more absurd implications. The Decepticons were conspiring with humans? The medic, puzzled, posed a question, while Rosa nearby showcased her energy replenishment abilities with fervor. I can surmise the identity of the individual involved. The stolen satellite belonged to the Damocles Project. Was that not invented by Silas? Optimus Prime also made the connection to that individual. I suspect Colonel Bishop is attempting to reclaim his possessions. All Autobots believed Silas had been crushed, even Agent Fowler, yet Silas had allied with the Decepticons. Moreover, what Deadlock had taken was no mere satellite. It was a formidable particle laser cannon, capable of slicing through the Pentagon as effortlessly as cutting cake. Or perhaps delivering a rather extravagant haircut to the president atop the presidential mountain. Fuller further elaborated. It is evident that this is an exceedingly perilous weapon, housed within a satellite in low Earth orbit. Should it fall into the hands of Megatron, it would pose a grave threat to every inhabitant of this planet. Fortunately, the Decepticons do not possess the password. The sole copy is securely stored on a server at the headquarters in Colorado. Therefore, the Autobots must act swiftly to prevent the Decepticons from acquiring the password. Rosa remains clad in her armor, her visor slightly raised to emit a flicker of energy. But now she has lowered her helmet once more and is prepared to embark on her mission. Naturally, the barriers still cannot venture outside. Chapter 84. Where could that thing fall? As the Autobots emerged from the land bridge, they were met with a barrage of bullets. For the Decepticons had launched a preemptive strike. The other Autobots instinctively sought cover from the onslaught, but as the bullets approached, they were deflected by the symbols of the resolver. Realizing there was no need to evade, they immediately opened fire upon the Decepticons. The Decepticons, understanding that their gunfire was futile, swiftly transitioned to close combat, but to no avail. They barely advanced a few meters before being struck down by the Autobots' concentrated fire. Smoke was exhilarated, finding the situation nearly insurmountable, as he unleashed a relentless barrage against the Decepticon foot soldiers. However, a new development was imminent. Suddenly, a conspicuous orange line appeared in the sky, rapidly expanding. It was a fiery beam directed at Rosa. The clouds were momentarily parted by its intensity, prompting Rosa to unfurl her wings and ascend, her magnificent wings lifting her from the ground. In the air, she beheld the scorched earth below, where a smoldering crater had formed, remnants of fire still flickering. "Retreat!" Optimus Prime shouted, observing another beam descending from the sky. The Autobots fled, barely escaping as the spot where they had just stood was struck once more, the beam continuing its relentless trajectory. "Rosa, can you?" Optimus attempted to contact her through the internal comms, but Rosa interrupted, anticipating his inquiry. "Give me a computer or something to hack into their remote systems, or provide me with coordinates to take it down," she exclaimed. Just as Optimus intended to initiate the land bridge, another beam was approaching. The land bridge was temporarily inoperable, necessitating communication with Ratchet for support. Remaining stationary for even a brief moment would render them sitting ducks, especially with a fixed land bridge. After concluding communications with Ratchet, he opted to send Agent Fuller with the necessary data, allowing them to activate the land bridge covertly to access the Raffi chambers. He also arranged for the eagerly awaiting barrier to be included in the operation. As long as they could hack into the satellite's location, they could proceed. However, their incursion was detected by the Decepticon flagship, prompting the decision to dispatch Silas to eliminate a few pests. Coincidentally, Silas collided with the barrier, which had not yet fully recovered. His leg and one arm lacked strength, but he managed to buy them some time. Meanwhile, Raffi successfully pinpointed the satellite's coordinates and briefly activated the satellite's thrusters, causing its trajectory to deviate and successfully buying Rosa some additional time. The automotive beings finally found the time to ponder how Rosa intended to bring the satellite down. Suddenly, they witnessed her conjuring a solver symbol, indicating her commencement of fabricating a black hole. This marked the first instance of utilizing such a method in the presence of the Decepticons. Previously, even if it had been employed, they were oblivious to it. However, this time, it was executed right before their eyes, captured on camera. On the other hand, Ratchet contacted Optimus Prime, informing him that the barrier encountered Deadlock, or rather, Silas. Given the current condition of the barrier, it might struggle against Silas, and thus required reinforcements. "I'll go," Smokescreen shouted from the inner line. After a moment of contemplation, Optimus instructed Ratchet to deploy the land bridge to send Smokescreen over for assistance. Surrounding the solver, numerous codes emanated, as if deciphering something significant. With a swift motion, Rosa clenched her hand, causing the solver's symbol to vanish, only to be replaced by a small black sphere radiating blue light. The center of the sphere bore inscriptions, also in blue, which Megatron immediately recognized as being intricately linked to Rosa's peculiar symbol. Furthermore, This object appeared anything but trivial. The incessantly emerging blue codes dissipated as the process concluded. She intently focused on the coordinates transmitted through the inner line, stepping forward in a poised manner, preparing to launch. Prior to this moment, it was likely that everyone deemed her absurd. How could one possibly hurl an object out of the atmosphere and strike a target in space? Such an idea seemed utterly ludicrous. Even Megatron shared this sentiment until she executed the throw. The automotive beings beside her heard a swift whoosh as a linear blue light manifested in Rosa's hand, its velocity eclipsing that of any projectile fired. The power it wielded was undoubtedly greater, though those standing near her were blissfully unaware of its force. They felt no breeze, only the motion of her throw, and witnessed the blue light piercing through the clouds, creating a massive circular void in its wake. As the formidable wave dispersed the clouds, it was accompanied by a potent gust generated by its tremendous force. This phenomenon likely represented an escalating intensity correlating with its increasing speed. If it had already achieved such velocity upon breaching the clouds, striking the satellite would be a mere formality. Optimus grounded himself with a wide stance, shielding his optical sensors to prevent the fierce winds and sands from infiltrating them, while simultaneously grasping Alcee, who was nearly swept away. In that fleeting moment, the powerful shockwave propelled the winds and dust into the air, rendering the area nearly invisible. Regrettably, Smokescreen and the barrier could not witness the spectacle firsthand and would have to rely on subsequent verbal accounts. As for Megatron, who observed the entire sequence, he stood in astonishment as the satellite was struck, subsequently erupting and plummeting toward the Earth's atmosphere. Undoubtedly, it is destined to be incinerated within the atmosphere. However, what weighs more heavily on his mind is Rosa. Through the remote camera, she can only discern that the Autobot region is shrouded in dust and sand. By the time this is over, they have most likely departed, yet the monster remains on the Autobot side. What exactly is it? How did that group of Autobots manage to compel her obedience? Soundwave, alongside Megatron, contacted him to expedite the decryption process upon returning to the warship. He must acquire the relic swiftly. After all, what other artifact could possibly rival her? Upon returning to the base, the atmosphere was one of joviality, particularly between Smokescreen and the Partitions, indicating an improvement in their relationship. Everyone was animatedly recounting their encounters and how they had collectively subdued Deadlock, or rather, Silas. When Smokescreen learned of Silas's past actions and his fusion with Deadlock, he appeared quite taken aback, though for some reason. It seemed that everyone else had accepted the revelation quite well. Smokescreen pondered whether such abilities were the exclusive domain of seasoned veterans, yet in truth, they had merely witnessed far more harrowing events. Chapter 85. The banana-filled island. The following morning, Bumblebee and Smokescreen were dispatched to investigate the energy entity signal, while Rosa awaited the ambulance to fully repair the console for further decryption. Shortly thereafter, they received a message from Bumblebee over the internal line. He and Smokescreen had been captured in human form by a passerby. Captured? That's to be expected. Two sports cars racing on the road would likely attract attention. Yet wait. Human form? Bumblebee requested to black out the images and, alongside Smokescreen, returned after locating the energy entity's mineral vein. Upon their return, the first order of business was to provide a comprehensive report on the incident. Jack had already discovered the photograph that had been taken, and one could not deny that the two machines appeared quite photogenic. The incident stemmed from Smokescreen disregarding the speed limit, nearly colliding with another vehicle. When the irate driver approached, brandishing a crowbar, Smokescreen shockingly transformed from vehicle mode to threaten the individual. Bumblebee hurriedly shifted from vehicle mode to intervene, resulting in their standoff being captured on film. Jack found the driver's website in the forums on the computer, where the driver had promptly uploaded their photos. Jack turned the computer toward Rosa. Raffi was currently unavailable due to his address being compromised by the Decepticons, and Agent Fowler was assisting him in finding a new residence, leaving this task to Rosa. She ignored the background sounds of the ambulance reprimanding Smokescreen, contemplating what to replace the images with. "What's wrong? Are you entranced by Bumblebee?" Mikey inquired, approaching with a curious expression, prompting Rosa to display a look of exasperation. "No, I'm deliberating on what more abstract replacement to use." With that, Rosa activated the solver, directly substituting the driver's photograph with a video. "What is this?" Jack turned his computer around, curious to see what had been replaced. He clicked the mouse to play the video, revealing the titles. The Banana Island of Bananarama, The Sleepy Monkey's Love Nest, Sleeping After Eating Bananas, and Happy and Carefree. Rosa had thoughtfully provided an English version to ensure everyone understood the content, but she soon realized that things might be spiraling out of control. For instance, when Jack replayed the video for the third time, Meichi, clutching her head, shouted from behind, urging him to stop clicking. Her mind was inundated with such phrases. Meanwhile, RC and Ratchet were still admonishing Smokescreen, emphasizing that revealing their identities was unwise. However, Optimus Prime felt that they too bore some responsibility for the situation. This left everyone somewhat perplexed, especially since they were not present when Smokescreen got into trouble. Well, except for Bumblebee, who had been elbowed by the partition. Optimus believed that, due to the recent significant events, they had overlooked the finer details, such as teaching Smokescreen how to navigate this planet. The best way to impart human customs, he mused, was to have a human guide him. Does Smokescreen need a partner? RC inquired, to which Ratchet chimed in as well. Come on, we already have 3. ISNT that's sufficient? As Ratchet's words echoed, a brief silence enveloped the room, and everyone turned to him with puzzled expressions. Realizing his misstep, Ratchet hastily redirected his attention to other matters and slipped away. I meant to select from our existing members, Optimus clarified, glancing at Jack, who was busy sending the meme virus to Rafi. Upon noticing the leader's gaze, Jack hurriedly stood up. Optimus still had faith in Jack, allowing him to take Smokescreen out. Trusting in Smokescreen's inherent goodness, they decided to confront Vince, the little thug who had been bullying Jack, and filled his vehicle with various fast food items, pilfered from Jack's own fast food establishment. Well, that is quite benevolent, Optimus mused. When Rosa finally began to decode the information, Jack and Smokescreen returned just in time. She paid them no mind and continued her work. Jack snapped a photo for posterity, stating that one should balance work and leisure, and soon after, he stepped out again. As Rosa continued her decoding, a signal indicating the excavation of a relic appeared on the base's display screen. It seemed the Decepticons had located the artifact. However, Rosa felt puzzled. Ordinarily, the Decepticons and Autobots decoded signals in a sequential manner. Could they really be decoding this so swiftly? Rosa scrutinized the screen while Ratchet was still crafting something to facilitate Optimus in wielding the Star Sword. Upon hearing the signal detection alert, he stepped forward to investigate. This is Iron Fortress's locator beacon, Optimus observed, moving closer. After contemplating the implications, he prepared to mobilize everyone, convinced that this time there would be no surprises. For this signal was a ruse crafted by the Decepticons. After they decoded a new coordinate, they had released another false one. The false coordinates are capable of shifting at any moment and can also disrupt signals. They are a new invention by the Decepticons. Should the Autobots discover that the Decepticons have unearthed the sacred relics, they would undoubtedly mobilize in full force. Thus, this device will serve to ensnare them, cloaking their signals so that they remain oblivious to the impending issue. Consequently, the Decepticons' excavation of the sacred relics will proceed without disturbance, though regrettably, their well-laid plans may soon unravel. It is not the false coordinates that have failed, but rather the true coordinates that have led them astray. The Decepticon foot soldiers have nearly hollowed out the entire mountain and even delved deeper without uncovering any trace of the sacred relics. The decrypted coordinates are reliable. However, the surrounding area yields nothing. Those Decepticon soldiers have even resorted to sifting through the excavated soil and stones. Yet still, they find naught. How perplexing. Where is everything? Megatron's puzzlement persisted only until the false coordinates were finally discovered to be flawed. After waiting for an extended period, Ratchet attempted to inquire about Optimus Prime's situation, only to realize he was unable to establish contact despite several attempts. He promptly activated the land bridge to relay the situation on site, causing everyone to belatedly recognize this as a Decepticon scheme. Thus, they returned empty-handed after a long search. Megatron, too, began to sense something amiss. Where are the sacred relics? Although the Autobots and Decepticons did not confront each other directly, they engaged in an exhilarating battle. Both factions believed they had uncovered the coordinates of the sacred relics. However, the coordinates discovered by the Decepticons had already been seized, and the coordinates seen by the Autobots were fabricated. In fact, the coordinates perceived by the Autobots were a ruse, created by the Decepticons who mistakenly believed they had found new coordinates. What was the purpose of my prolonged distraction of the Autobots? It truly was a thrilling contest for the sacred relics. As Megatron realized he had been outmaneuvered, he recalled the moment when Rosa pierced the satellite and resolved to take action. He needed to find a means to wield the coveted hammer of the ancients that he had seized, intending to forge the legendary weapon that only a leader could wield, albeit in its dark variant. Chapter 86, A Birth a Key. The red, luminescent liquid dripped slowly from the top of the container. "Hurry up," Red Alert exclaimed, watching as the crimson energy gradually transformed into an injectable substance. Why does the extraction of this accelerated energy body take so much longer than that of a regular energy body? Red Alert gazed longingly at the slowly dripping red energy. At last, once the extraction was complete, there was only a meager amount, barely enough for 2 uses. However, through the wreckage of the scavenger, he discovered that the Decepticons had been active recently. Perhaps he could continue to seize the sacred relics? With this thought in mind, Red Alert resolved to venture forth and test his luck. Currently, only one team had gone out to search. Truth be told, given the timing, they would likely find nothing. Nevertheless, he had yet to experiment with the red energy body. The red spider gazed at the crimson energy orb in its hand, venturing forth for a brief trial. The Autobots, deceived by the false signals of the Decepticons, wandered aimlessly for quite some time, only to return to base in a state of exhaustion. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime dispatched Smokescreen and a barrier to retrieve the penultimate artifact, while Rosa continued to decipher the final one. As Smokescreen and the barrier prepared to depart, Smokescreen exuberantly assured Optimus Prime of his success, yet RC harbored concerns, insisting that the barrier keep a vigilant eye on Smokescreen. Before long, news arrived that Smokescreen and the barrier had been ambushed. Upon regaining consciousness, they discovered the artifact box was empty. Ambulance activated the land bridge, and once the barrier confirmed the key was missing, he contacted the base. Failure was not an unfamiliar occurrence, having faced it numerous times before, yet Smokescreen was different. "I promised Optimus Prime I would bring back the key," he lamented, observing the activated land bridge and the disheartened Smokescreen. The barrier offered words of comfort, saying, "Listen, my child, Master Titanium once said that we must gather all 4 keys to restore Cybertron. Remember?" He placed a reassuring arm around Smokescreen's shoulders, guiding him toward the land bridge. "We must safeguard the 2 keys we possess and find a way to acquire the others." As they stepped onto the land bridge, the blue-green light faded, and a nearby hill, which had been observing, swiftly departed. Indeed, they had secured the artifact, but surprise attack had rendered them unconscious. Smokescreen emerged from the land bridge, dejectedly admitting he had failed to acquire the key. At that moment, Rosa had completed the final set of coordinates, sitting relaxed with her legs crossed, sipping from her energy orb. The news seemed not to dampen the spirits of the others, as they appeared to have another piece of good news. "Smokescreen," Rosa called, prompting him to turn in her direction. "May I ask you a question?" she inquired, gently regarding him while holding a canister of energy. "Do you prefer a natural birth?" With a playful finger on her chin, a smile began to bloom in her eyes. "Or perhaps a cesarean?" Her finger pointed toward Smokescreen, her mouth slightly parted, revealing sharp teeth as if she were ready to pounce and slice him open. In truth, she indeed harbored such intentions. Hearing Rosa's description, Ambulance playfully smacked her on the head, causing her to stumble and nearly fall. "Speak properly," he exclaimed. "A cesarean is a surgical procedure performed by me, while natural birth is extracting it with a phase displacement device," Rosa clarified, regaining her composure. "It sounds like you're implying that Smokescreen is pregnant," Mika remarked from her perch, leaning over the railing with a teasing grin. "When the time comes to retrieve the key, you can stand by and shout, 'It's born! It's a key!'" Rosa replied to Mika, who burst into laughter, clutching her stomach and stamping her foot. "Ha ha! Rosa, you're truly something else," Mika exclaimed, while Ambulance covered his face, unable to bear the spectacle. "Oh wait, what? Sacred relics and cesarean sections?" For a moment, the Smokescreen left me bewildered, as Rosa directly presented the decoded images with her hands outstretched. "Look," she said. "That is not an ambulance," replied the medical vehicle, glancing at the base's main screen where Rosa was pointing. "I know, I slipped up inadvertently," Rosa responded, her mood evidently buoyant. Perhaps it was due to decrypting the entire database, or maybe it was the prospect of returning home that uplifted her spirits, or perhaps it was a combination of both. The final decrypted image displayed on the base's screen was indeed that of the Smokescreen. We speculate that you may be a vessel, possibly harboring the final key within you. But we must verify this with the ambulance, Alcy explained. At that moment, the ambulance had prepared its scanning device and commenced a thorough data scan of the smokescreen. As anticipated, the results confirmed the presence of a key within the smokescreen. If you cannot endure a cesarean or natural birth, you may opt for my choice of a natural birth, the smokescreen interjected, clearly aware of what Rosa was about to say and having begun to learn the art of interrupting. Just say to use the phase shifter. Do not mention anything about natural or cesarean births, the ambulance retorted, casting an annoyed glance at Rosa, who quietly retreated back into the group of machines. The spectators, witnessing this scene, could only chuckle in resignation. Meanwhile, Meichi watched as the ambulance retrieved the phase shifter, leading the smoke screen into the medical room and closing the door. She bore a slight look of regret, wishing she could shout as soon as the key was extracted. However, it mattered not. She was determined to call out the moment she laid eyes on the key, and thus, it was the moment that the smoke screen and the ambulance emerged after retrieving the key that they heard the exclamation, "It's here! It's a key!" Meichi's jubilant shout echoed throughout the entire base, causing everyone to stifle their laughter, even the smoke screen, whose earlier disappointment over the failed mission was somewhat alleviated. The ambulance rolled its optics, muttering, "Well, it's a black eye." As for the Decepticons, their current predicament was as follows. Where are the sacred relics? Where are they? Where is my sacred relic? All were taken. However, due to this, and because the final sacred relic's decryption would yield an image of the smokescreen, it was deemed necessary for the smokescreen to remain at the base for safety reasons. Meichi remarked, "You're in confinement." To which the smokescreen lamented, "It's unfortunate that Meichi isn't a Cybertronian. Otherwise, I would have to throttle her." Initially, there was a plan to confront the instigator, Rosa, but upon seeing her exquisite face and seemingly delicate physique, he reconsidered. It was certainly not because he felt threatened by Bumblebee's gaze at that moment. No, definitely not. Chapter 87. Solo key theft. In the past few days, nothing of note occurred. Patrols were carried out, and tasks were completed. Rosa opted to forge ahead, continuing to craft materials to upgrade a land bridge into a space bridge. Today, Bumblebee was scheduled for patrol duty, while Alcy took Jack for a ride, leaving Meichi to diligently calibrate her guitar in anticipation of jamming out with Bumblebee upon his return. Ravage remained engrossed in his computer, while Optimus Prime and Ratchet delved into the intricacies of psychology. Meanwhile, the idle smokescreen wandered aimlessly around the base, inadvertently catching the sound of clanging and occasional hissing from an adjacent room. "What is Ratchet and Rosanna doing in there?" Smokescreen inquired, drawn closer to Optimus Prime and Ratchet. "Do not disturb her. She is working," Ratchet replied in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, suggesting that Smokescreen tidy up the storage area to keep him occupied. In essence, all was well, though it seemed the Decepticons were preoccupied with some unknown endeavor. For instance, after digging for hours, they presented a relic storage container to Megatron, only to find it empty upon his inspection. They had dismantled an entire ruin, yet discovered no trace of a key. Were they excavating? It was unclear, yet they appeared industrious, while seemingly lacking direction. Megatron had been waiting for quite some time, having nearly deciphered all the relics without finding a single artifact, while Soundwave persisted in attempting to decode the coordinates of the last relic. After a prolonged period of searching for a virus and subsequently deciphering coordinates for Iron Fortress, he was beginning to feel overworked, and his speed in decoding the final relic coordinates had significantly declined. Later that evening, after everyone returned to the Autobot base, a message arrived in the hall, originating from an old acquaintance. As the Autobots engaged in conversation, speculating that the key might have been taken by the Decepticons, they discussed how to obtain the final key. Rosanna emerged for a brief respite to recharge, just as a detected signal popped up on the screen. It was a high-frequency signal containing embedded information. Ratchet read the content aloud, and everyone gathered around, knowing immediately who it was. Starscream? The image displayed on the screen confirmed it was indeed an old acquaintance. "I have acquired something you might find interesting, though it holds little value for me." Ratchet continued reading, and the others quickly deduced what it likely was. It must be the ultimate key, they concluded. Smokescreen realized that this could be an ambush, leading them to suspect it was indeed the case. "Don't rush. There's more." Ratchet gestured, continuing, "Please bring a medical kit." My only desired reward is assistance with surgery to replace the transformation gears. The team debated whether to go or not, reluctant to allow Starscream to regain flight. Yet the key was essential. A direct confrontation was against Autobot ethics, leading to Optimus Prime ultimately taking Ratchet and the others across the land bridge. RC monitored the energy transfer lever at the land bridge control station, while Rosanna, Bumblebee, and Smokescreen surrounded the land bridge, prepared for any potential incursion by Starscream. Suddenly, an explosion reverberated from somewhere within the base, and the ceiling-mounted sprinkler system activated, indicating that the earlier blast had indeed ignited something. What was happening? RC instinctively shielded herself from the relentless downpour, only to receive a message from Optimus Prime urging her to swiftly shut down the land bridge. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, RC promptly pulled the lever beside her, sealing the land bridge. She then approached her companions, anxiously gazing in the direction of the land bridge. What had transpired? Soon, they were met with grim news. It was the Red Spider, who had acquired the ultimate divine keys, 3 of which belonged to their base. Upon hearing this, Rosa immediately rushed to check the status of the sanctified relics, even employing teleportation. Smoke saw Rosa vanish in a flash of blue light, momentarily bewildered. Optimus, are you truly certain? RC, who had overheard the news, found it hard to believe. I am quite certain, RC, Optimus replied, having just bellowed in fury over the theft of the sacred artifacts. The fate of Cybertron now rested in the hands of the Red Spider, he stated, regardless of his ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Megatron had recently returned from Cybertron, having excavated the graves of past leaders to procure an arm. This arm was affixed to Megatron, who replaced his fusion cannon with the leader's arm. Eager to experiment and see if, with this ancestral attachment, he could be deemed a leader worthy of wielding the power of the Starhammer. Behind him, Starscream clutched the Starhammer, while a drone held the Dark Energy Core. After assessing the control room, they prepared to forge the Dark Star Sword. Yet, Starscream gazed at Megatron's leaderly arm, his optical sensors betraying an unnameable emotion. I shall not allow Optimus to resurrect Cybertron before me. I must locate the Autobot base, breach its defenses, and reclaim the ultimate divine key, Megatron declared as he entered the main control room, only to encounter an unexpected guest. I have come, Red Spider said, one hand resting on the main console. He bowed slightly toward Megatron, another hand placed upon his chest armor. Please forgive my uninvited presence, Lord Megatron. Starscream, upon recognizing the treasonous Red Spider, prepared to fire, but was halted by Megatron, who regarded Red Spider with a contemplative expression, seemingly awaiting a show of sincerity. But I have come this time to atone for my sins, Red Spider continued, producing 4 keys that were intricately overlapped. From Megatron's perspective, they appeared as one. With a swift motion, Red Spider separated the 4 keys, revealing them in full, causing the corners of Megatron's lips to curl upward. He then placed the keys down and stepped back, his intentions clear. They were all offered to Megatron. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Tell me, Red Spider, what do you seek in return? Megatron inquired, observing Red Spider kneel on one knee, one hand resting on his chest armor, bowing his head. Red Spider expressed that he did not desire his former position, as it was already occupied. All he wished for was the opportunity to serve Megatron once more. But would Megatron believe him? Nature is inherently skeptical. He first instructed the Red Spider to lie in wait, as he aimed to forge the Dark Star Sword. With relentless strikes of the Titan's hammer upon a block of dark super energy, he observed the gradual emergence of the Dark Star Sword, a satisfied smile gradually spreading across his face. Next, he intended to employ a cortical mental connection, for he needed to discern the true motives of the Red Spider. Chapter 88. The solo heist of the key and hammer. During this period, everyone was consumed by their own thoughts, and Rosa hastened the construction of the space bridge components, mainly because the humans were nearing completion of their parts. One day, Rosa crawled into the maintenance passage beneath the land bridge, having borrowed a repair board from the ambulance for this purpose. Recently, she had been lying on it surrounded by an array of tools, though she required no assistance in handing her tools. With a mere gesture, a solver could retrieve anything she needed. There were even times she didn't require any physical effort. For instance, when she needed to replace a component atop the land bridge, she would simply press one hand against the ceiling or wall, her feet defying all logic as they rested directly on the ceiling or wall. After all, We are cyber vampires. If we can hang upside down like bats for slumber, surely we can traverse the ceiling as well. In any case, if one were to enter the Autobot base recently, they would witness such a scene. Rosa entirely clinging to the ceiling, one hand reaching out to manipulate the solver, twisting screws, or welding upon the land bridge's ceiling. She even utilized her own screen as a mask for welding. Occasionally, one could spot two elegant legs protruding from the maintenance passage as Rosa lay within, altering the circuit structure above. Why didn't you inform us of your impending return? Jack, Meichi, and Rafi arrived at the base today only to learn of their potential departure. You may not have noticed, but we have had our fair share of troubles lately, Alcai remarked, intending to elaborate further when suddenly a gurgling sound emanated from Rosa's direction. It became evident that she seemed to be struggling on the repair board, her hands flailing from the maintenance passage as if she were hastily trying to press something, yet failing to do so. Seeing this, the ambulance rushed over to press the button that Rosa had missed, designed to cut off the energy transfer within the land bridge. It appeared that Rosa, after testing whether it could function properly, had forgotten to reset it, and now she was likely being sprayed with energy, perhaps even caught in the crossfire. As the ambulance pressed the button, Rosa ceased her struggle, presumably relieved that the energy was no longer splattering her face. The ambulance glanced at Rosa's hand extending from the maintenance passage, giving her a thumbs up before retreating to continue working. Meanwhile, the others were still debating what the Red Spider would do with the key. Would it return to the Decepticons or offer it to someone with a higher bid? Over here, Rosa finally secured the last component in place. She emerged from beneath the terrestrial bridge, but did not hastily seal its outer shell. She needed to ascertain its stability before determining whether it had transformed into a spatial bridge. She remotely controlled a random spatial coordinate and prepared to personally rush over for an experiment, only to be intercepted by an ambulance. Engaging directly with an untested spatial bridge and terrestrial bridge could prove perilous. Smaller entities might be transported to shadow zones or other locations, while larger ones could be torn asunder by turbulence. Alternatively, one might arrive only to find a limb missing or, worse, be fragmented into several pieces scattered across the cosmos. In any case, it was exceedingly dangerous. The ambulance transported Rosa while admonishing her and retrieving pre-prepared experimental equipment. This was a remote-controlled device crafted from scrap materials, connected to a small wooden cart to test the operational integrity of the spatial bridge. To no one's surprise, it succeeded. The wooden cart traversed to the other side and successfully returned via the remote signal. Meanwhile, Rosa intended to secure the outer shell of the terrestrial bridge with screws, but was interrupted by the ambulance, which instructed her to first cleanse the energy residue that had splattered on her face and body. Truth be told, the ambulance could not quite comprehend why Rosa appeared as if she had just vanquished a machine, drenched in energy residue. Nonetheless, the energy residue was indeed uncomfortable, and upon hearing this, Rosa refrained from further tasks, opting instead to delegate the finishing touches to the ambulance while she retreated to a room for a quick cleanup. As they resumed their spirited discussion on how to reclaim the key, they once again detected a high-frequency signal, not from Red Spider, but from Skywing. Aware that Rosa had just completed the spatial bridge and was busy cleaning the energy liquid from her body, they chose not to disturb her and set off toward the location of Skywing's signal. However, this time they had learned from the past. They opened the spatial bridge a bit farther away beforehand, and as soon as they all transmitted over, the ambulance promptly shut it down. The various machines raised their weapons in vigilance the moment they arrived, with Optimus Prime even shouldering the Star Sword, as the ambulance had prepared the necessary device to carry it. Raise your hands. A figure gradually emerged from the mist. It was Skywing. He approached the Autobots at a measured pace, maintaining a safe distance, ensuring they could clearly hear his voice. After placing the Titan hammer on the ground, he retreated a few steps, affording the Autobots a safer space. I'm not here to fight. This is for you. Skywing indeed bore no intention of combat. The Titan hammer? Perhaps it contains a bomb. Drawing from their previous experience with Red Spider-esque treachery, they instinctively felt that matters were not so straightforward and that there might be traps involved. Skywing, what do you intend to offer in exchange? Optimus Prime inquired, brandishing the Star Sword at Skywing. I merely hope you will use it wisely. Skywing's expression was calm, contrasting sharply with the theatrical antics sometimes exhibited by Red Spider. His demeanor clearly indicated he would not engage in subterfuge. And what are the ultimate key? Alcee posed a question, still harboring doubts. The fortress under Megatron's command was heavily guarded. Skywing responded candidly, even addressing whether Starscream had defected to the Decepticons. Why? Optimus Prime could not comprehend Skywing's nonchalance. Yet he understood that there was no malice in his demeanor. He was the first to sheath the Star Sword behind his back. The Decepticon cause had now been tainted with a hint of disgrace, and he found himself unwilling to fight for it any longer. He gently shook his head, his eyes reflecting boundless loss and disappointment. Then I wish to extend another invitation for you to join us, to help us bring this war to a definitive end. Among the Autobots, only Optimus Prime approached Skywing unarmed, peacefully. Betraying my faction does not equate to my joining yours. With that, Skywing transformed and took flight, leaving behind the Star Hammer on the ground. The moment Optimus grasped the hammer, it was illuminated by countless blue lights. We might consider using this hammer to replicate those keys, suggested Ratchet. Though it is indeed powerful, given my capabilities, I fear I cannot forge the ultimate God key. I hope Megatron will not destroy the key to prevent others from returning to Cybertron, Alcee remarked. Despite his malevolence, I believe he is a pragmatist, Optimus replied, resting the Star Hammer upright on the ground, supporting its handle. Let him assist us, then. With that statement, everyone turned to look at him, realizing the implications of his words. He clarified, asking what difference it made who restored Cybertron. This touches upon political matters, Optimus elucidated. If the Decepticons were to restore Cybertron, they would exploit this for political gain. Alcee did not grasp the nuance, prompting Optimus to continue. The Decepticon leader might present himself as Cybertron's savior, branding the Autobots as war criminals. Consequently, the Decepticon tyranny would persist, affecting Cybertron for a prolonged period, which would not bode well for ushering in a new era. Simultaneously, Optimus introduced the concept of the ultimate godlock, a notion that left everyone bewildered, as it was something he had never previously mentioned. It was now Optimus's turn to explain. The ultimate godlock was the mechanism that the 4 ultimate god keys were meant to activate, embodying the hope of restoring Cybertron. For the time being, they needed to remain vigilant, preventing Megatron from advancing. Chapter 89. The Domain unfolds, the gambler's demise. The land bridge had been upgraded to a space bridge by Rosa. To be frank, there was little in the base that urgently required enhancement. Oh wait, the signal sensor at the base had not undergone any modifications by Rosa. Optimus had improved it with the Star Hammer, enabling it to detect more subtle signals. Furthermore, the You Will Die 3000 had also been upgraded, a feat unanticipated by Rosa. It now charged in 3 minutes instead of the previous 30. They are en route to Cybertron, and this battle holds particular significance. However, Rosa has temporarily deployed the You Will Die 3000 in conjunction with the smoke screen and phase shifter, as she possesses a more specialized weapon, the Spark Extractor. Clad in armor, they directly ambush the Decepticons along their expected path upon arriving through the space bridge. The first to emerge is the smokescreen. Utilizing the phase shifter and wielding the You Will Die 3000 as he surfaces from the ground and fires at the foot soldiers. Initially, he may have assumed it to be merely a powerful shotgun, but he was mistaken. The moment he pulled the trigger, a brilliant green light erupted forth. He widened his eyes at the immense green glow, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that obliterated a third of the Decepticons. Megatron gazed at this spectacle in astonishment, seemingly puzzled by the absence of any reference to this weapon in Soundwave's database of sacred artifacts. This was unexpected. Then, even more surprising, a massive piece of metal debris was hurled into the midst of the Decepticons, launched by Bumblebee, who, after throwing it, swiftly retreated. The barricade, wielding a locking staff, proceeded to neutralize a group of Decepticons, diminishing their firepower, while RC descended in her supreme armor, which adeptly compensated for her relatively weak defenses and small stature. Smoke Screen continued to intermittently emerge from the ground, unleashing area bombardments with the You Will Die 3000. As for Rosa, she awaited her moment to shine with the Spark Extractor, needing to ensure her allies had cleared the area first. Concealing herself with a projection, she observed as the Autobots relentlessly drove the Decepticons back, her comrades working tirelessly to corral them, as if herding sheep. Once they were completely encircled, it would be the opportune moment for Rosa's concealed projection to make its entrance. However, they still needed to address a more formidable challenge, namely Megatron and his Dark Star Sword. a task that would fall to Optimus Prime. Perhaps emboldened by conviction, Optimus miraculously managed to send Megatron flying. Meanwhile, the barricade, Bumblebee, and others successfully seized the key, signaling Rosa's turn to enter the fray. She soared above the Decepticon ranks, and, as the Autobots distanced themselves slightly, she activated the spark extractor while airborne. The moment the Decepticons beheld the blue, electrically charged wave dispersing, they realized it was too late. Enveloped by her projection, Rosa caught them off guard. Cradling the spark extractor, she unfurled her magnificent wings, allowing the radius of the extractor to expand uncontested as she flew throughout the Decepticons' domain. The air resonated with their anguished cries. Megatron, rising from above, understood that if he did not act, they would face total annihilation. But what could he do? Fire his weapon? Or hurl the Dark Star Sword? He doubted the efficacy of either action, and even the latter might inadvertently deliver the sword to the Autobots. Fortunately, the ignition extractor had a time limit. Rosa piloted her craft, and, after a brief flight, the magnetic field emitted by the extractor dissipated. In that fleeting moment, two small aircraft attempted to pursue her, but Rosa conjured a black hole directed toward the pursuing planes. As the azure black hole surged forth, a tremendous shockwave shattered the clouds above, ushering in a powerful gust of wind. The previously overcast sky was now replaced by a vast, gaping hole in the clouds. Ultimately, only a few remnants of the pursuing forces remain alive. They were outnumbered and outmatched. Megatron promptly contacted Starscream to request reinforcements, though he was unprepared for the more efficient strategy that Starscream proposed. Following the coordinates, the various aircraft raced below while Rosa soared at breakneck speed. Aware that if she did not accelerate, the Decepticons might catch up, they arrived at the ultimate divine lock, which appeared quite antiquated. However, the lock soon emanated a radiant glow, seemingly detecting something. Centered around the lock, white light began to extend outward as something colossal emerged from the depths, morphing in midair until it formed a circular shape. In the center of this circle, something akin to water churned, causing the ground to shimmer with wave-like patterns of light. Then, a familiar aircraft appeared on the horizon. It was Megatron. "Transformers, I advise you to cease your current endeavors," Megatron warned, shifting into humanoid form and striding forward to demand the keys. "Why should we hand them over to you?" Smokescreen inquired, just as a land bridge activated behind Megatron, revealing not only Soundwave and Starscream, but also three familiar humans, Jack, Michaela, and Raph, each contained in separate chambers. "Indeed, we must free these humans," Megatron grinned, baring his teeth. "What if we refuse?" Optimus Prime frowned, watching as Megatron approached. "In that case, I shall have no choice but to open the sealed chambers and expose them to Cybertron's toxic atmosphere." Megatron taunted, drawing near to Optimus and speaking with an unsettling proximity. "Then we may witness their souls disperse in an instant." As he spoke, Soundwave tapped the sealed chamber with his sharp fingertips, producing a resonant sound. Observing the silence from Optimus and the others, Megatron turned to call out to Starscream, gesturing for him to prod the sealed chamber. However, as he turned, he noticed something approaching in the distance. Starscream, receiving the command, used his sharp fingertips to scrape Jack's chamber. Jack appeared unperturbed, even encouraging them to proceed. Meanwhile, Soundwave noticed Megatron's gaze and turned to see a tank-like vehicle slowly advancing. "Yes, it's Shockwave," Starscream remarked, surprised. "He's still alive." Shockwave drove directly toward Megatron, having followed the tire tracks on the ground to find this place. He had just discovered an intense energy signal, and as he emerged from his sanctuary, he beheld a conspicuous gaping hole in the clouds above. His keen instincts connected the energy signal with the anomaly in the sky. Upon pinpointing the location of the signal, he observed fresh signs of battle strewn across the ground, alongside fallen Decepticon soldiers and tire tracks. Following the tracks, he arrived at a striking scene. Behind Megatron stood Soundwave and Starscream, each clutching 3 sealed canisters, while facing them were Optimus Prime and the other Autobots. Undoubtedly, the most striking feature was the enormous, glowing blue liquid floating within a circular ring. Chapter 90, Access Denied, Contact Administrator, Dark Wolf 17. Upon witnessing Soundwave's return, Megatron turned to Optimus Prime, revealing a confident grin. "So Optimus, what do you propose?" he inquired, tilting his head in contemplation. "Perhaps we should acquiesce." Optimus gazed at Megatron, opting for concession. If my decision jeopardizes the future of the Autobots on Cybertron, I shall accept that. However, I will never abandon our human allies. With that, he thrust the star sword fiercely into the ground and stepped back. As the leader had voiced his stance, the other Autobots began to discard their sacred artifacts, including the infamous weapon known as the 3000 that could bring demise. Observing the Autobots relinquishing their weapons, Megatron subtly gestured towards Rosa. There is another. She poses a significant threat. The assembled machines turned their attention towards Rosa, and Bumblebee instinctively sought to shield her, but Rosa pressed down on his hand, signaling that all was well. Am I to be rendered powerless, or shall I be eliminated temporarily? Rosa stated as she slowly approached Optimus Prime. Bumblebee, he exclaimed, calling out her name. While RC attempted to reach for her, concern etched on everyone's faces, but her words were lost on Soundwave. This defies logic, Soundwave remarked, as Starscream stepped forward with Jack in tow. No, Soundwave, this aligns perfectly with logic. That creature is nearly impossible to kill. Soundwave found this reasoning increasingly illogical. Since you Autobots are reluctant to take action, allow me to intervene, Megatron suggested, motioning for Rosa to step forward. This time, even the leaders sought to restrain her, but she halted him with her own resolve. If rescuing those humans aligns with the leader's intentions, then sacrificing my own life is inconsequential. The process matters not. Only the outcome holds significance. Lord Megatron, if she truly cannot perish, I wish to request permission for research. His words incited further ire among the Autobots. As Rosa advanced once more, Optimus Prime grasped her arm again. Optimus, the Autobots will not forsake our human allies, nor shall I. The price of death is not steep for me. With that, she extended a firearm from her hand, positioning it against her own temple. If this act can assure their safety, I have no reason to refuse. This time, it was Optimus who released her. Watching as Rosa stepped towards the pile of sacred relics and aimed the weapon at herself. With a resounding gunshot, Rosa fell to the ground. Yet, upon witnessing the scene, the Red Spider recalled the clone's experience aboard the Vengeance. If a brain could be obliterated yet still stand, then this single shot was undoubtedly insufficient, failing to ensure her safety. The Red Spider contemplated delivering a couple more shots, but was halted by Megatron, who communicated something internally and promptly activated a space bridge nearby. Two soldiers emerged, pushing a device resembling a radar. At that moment, Rosa had already mended the penetrating wound within her. The injury had merely caused her to lose consciousness for a few seconds. However, she was soon struck by a stasis ray, plunging her into a temporary state of suspension. To the astonishment of all, the Decepticons proceeded to carry her back through the space bridge, evidently intent on taking her away. This scene incited further fury among the Autobots, who felt that allowing her to rest there provided them with a sense of security. Why then should she be taken? Bumblebee, especially eager to rush in, shouted Rosa's name, but was restrained by a barrier preventing his advance. With Mika and the others still in the clutches of the Decepticons, they could not intervene. Soundwave, thoroughly investigate how that creature operates, ordered Megatron, who appeared to be gritting his teeth. I want her for my purposes. Soundwave nodded in response to Megatron's command and followed the space bridge back to the Vengeance. The Autobots were increasingly agitated, particularly Optimus Prime. After the exchange of hostages and keys, witnessing the Decepticons activating the ultimate god lock to reshape Earth, and their intent to convert it into Cybertron, eradicating all species upon it, Optimus's fury reached a boiling point. He could not allow Megatron to annihilate other beings, even at the expense of his home's restoration. Extending his arm like a blade, he swiftly dispatched the nearest two Decepticons and dashed toward the Starsaber embedded in the ground. With a mighty pull, he brandished the Starsaber and charged at Megatron. Fueled by rage, he severed the leader's arm, which clutched the dark Starsaber. Seizing the moment while Megatron stumbled in surprise, Optimus swung the Starsaber down upon the ultimate godlock. In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted, annihilating the godlock amidst the ruins of his devastated homeland and the still intact Earth, leading them to choose the latter. Subsequently, they returned through the space bridge with a few humans. Due to the explosion, the artifacts were buried beneath the rubble, leaving no time to retrieve them. Rosa, targeted by the stasis ray, should have remained in that locked state. However, akin to before, perhaps the rapid computational speed of the code allowed for a buffer. And after a while, she managed to release her joints from the lock. Soundwave had noticed this development, and based on the footage transmitted later, depicting the previous battle and the subsequent invasion of the Vengeance, it was apparent that she indeed possessed a means to autonomously escape such a condition, and he needed to uncover what that was. Yet, there should be a more convenient way to ascertain all of this. If she were aware of the principles governing her abilities, then a cortical mental connection would be most appropriate. He placed Rosa in the medical room of the defeated, and upon seeing the unconscious Rosa, the defeated was momentarily startled, instinctively retreating to a distance. Having witnessed that horrifying footage of the pseudo-machine, he was acutely aware of her past actions. How could the shockwave have brought this pseudo-machine here? The defeated crouched behind the control panel, apprehensively observing Rosa. Though her exterior was aesthetically pleasing, the overwhelming sense of menace emanating from the pseudo-machine rendered her both beautiful and terrifying. He genuinely feared that she might suddenly spring up and frighten him. Shockwave picked up the cerebral cortex connection device, just as Megatron arrived to have his arm, severed by Optimus Prime, repaired. He intended to reattach his hand, while also noticing Shockwave begin to remove Rosa's helmet, directly affixing the cerebral cortex connection apparatus to the back of her head. Standing beside him, he wore a faint smile, eager to discover what resided within the mind of this creature. He approached Shockwave, determined to personally delve into the monster's memories. The moment the cerebral cortex connection was established, Megatron's consciousness began to be gradually extricated, revealing a myriad of colorful light points. The light points swirled, transforming into countless luminous strands as he traversed through the cerebral cortex connection interface. The vibrant hues intensified, and he yearned to see her pages. At the end of the light, there lay a void of darkness, devoid of anything, until a purple page abruptly emerged, adorned with the hexagonal symbol of 3 arrows that frequently accompanied the monster. Access denied. Contact Administrator, Darkwolf 17. Then Megatron awakened, his consciousness forcibly ejected from the cerebral cortex connection interface. Shockwave linked through the medical room screen to the communication downlink, and the defeated were both transfixed. Watching a flurry of colorful light points traverse before the screen went black, displaying merely a purple page. Access denied. Contact Administrator, Darkwolf 17. Once more, Megatron awoke, expelled from the interface, and the 3 machines simultaneously bore expressions of confusion, glancing first at the results and then at Rosa, repeating the cycle. 3 pairs of optical sensors flickered uncertainly. Even Shockwave reached out to inspect the cerebral cortex connection for potential issues, even removing it to check for faults within. Shockwave's large eyes, though often inscrutable, now betrayed a hint of perplexity. The defeated also noted that the screens flanking Rosa's eyes had mysteriously closed, displaying a mocking access denial pop-up. As Shockwave removed the cerebral cortex connection device for inspection, the pop-up vanished, and the screens retracted to the sides. This was illogical. At that moment, far away in Copper 9, the purple-eyed robot paused, sensing that her permissions seemed to have been compromised, gazing into the depths of her own yellow tail. Chapter 91. Flesh and Blood Transformation. Shockwave was resolute in his belief that his equipment would never fail. It was undoubtedly Rosa's issue. Thus, he resolved to seek out more sophisticated devices to conduct a thorough examination of her. However, he found it peculiar that the battleship lacked such precise instruments, which left him perplexed until Megatron addressed their inquiries. In truth, they had established a military stronghold on Earth, constructed in the likeness of the Dark Peak built long ago on Cybertron. All the intricate machinery had been relocated there, and should research be necessary, they would need to journey to that location. After a moment of contemplation, Shockwave acquiesced. Yet before departing, he procured a sleep ray and directed it at Rosa, continuing to incapacitate her. According to their assertions, this creature was exceedingly perilous and must not be allowed to awaken. She needed to remain in a state of slumber indefinitely. Soon, the battleship docked beside the fortress, and Shockwave disembarked with his experimental materials in hand. Megatron had already prearranged contact with the personnel within the stronghold, preparing a laboratory for Shockwave's return so he could commence his research without delay. As soon as Shockwave was ready, his first order of business was to dissect her brain and ascertain its contents, pondering why it could resist access through the cortical psychic connection transference. It was akin to attempting to sip milk tea through a straw. The cortical psychic connection transference sought to penetrate the seal of the bottle to extract its memories. Yet, Have you ever witnessed a straw that, despite its efforts, was rebuffed by the milk tea and expelled? This warranted a closer examination of what lay within. Moreover, Shockwave discovered that Rosa's cranial structure was exceptionally difficult to breach, not due to its hardness, but because every time he managed to saw open a small incision, it would emit smoke and vanish at an astonishing rate. This only heightened Shockwave's intrigue towards Rosa, yet to unveil the secrets hidden within her mind, he would have to resort to forceful measures. Otherwise, he would be sawing away for an eternity. What astonished him further was the sight of Rosa's brain, which left him momentarily startled. The reason was simple. She lacked the cerebral modules characteristic of Cybertronians. Instead, there was an apparatus resembling a processor. She was entirely robotic, rather than a biomechanical entity more aligned with biological norms. During this brief moment of astonishment, the gaping wound on her head had already healed, prompting Shockwave to contemplate his next course of action. He retrieved a saw and attempted to sever her neck, eager to test the limits of her regenerative capabilities. Just as he was about to remove her head, the sound of the laboratory door opening caught his attention, and a familiar figure entered. Megatron had arrived to oversee the proceedings. Upon noticing the severed head in Shockwave's grasp, he experienced a fleeting moment of disbelief, yet quickly remembered that she was unlikely to face any severe consequences. "What do you have there?" Megatron inquired, glancing at the creature lying motionless before them, then shifting his gaze back to Shockwave. "In comparison to organic beings, I perceive her more as a machine, yet the precise driving force behind her remains elusive, as does the reason for her rapid self-repair." The normally tranquil and unperturbed sound of Shockwave seemed to resonate with a hint of excitement, akin to a graduate discovering mold in a bottle of alcohol. "Perhaps I require further scans." Just as I contemplated speaking, I was interrupted by Megatron, prompting Shockwave to notice the dark energy entity in his hand. Given her mechanical nature, this rendered matters considerably simpler. He proceeded to insert the dark energy entity, comprehending Megatron's intentions, and after a moment's reflection, reattached the severed neck. As anticipated, the connection was successful, and, with a plume of smoke, her eligibility to return to Canada was restored. Buffering, connection, successful. "Rosa, what is happening on your end?" "I just sensed a passive alteration in privileges," buffering, "but it was neither I nor any of us who initiated it." "What is occurring on your side?" "Rosa, respond." Rosa, buffering. Suddenly, the lights on Rosa flickered to a golden hue, gradually transitioning from blue to purple, interspersed with flashes of gold. Megatron sensed something amiss. The dark energy entity within him was boiling, which was expected. However, who has witnessed a boiling process that exhibits convulsions, disappearing and re-emerging intermittently, until the lights on Rosa transformed entirely to purple, following a final surge of golden light. Megatron could no longer perceive the dark energy entity, and the tumult within him subsided. Curious, indeed puzzling, this was not right. Warning, a portion of the genetic code has become invalid and is being replaced with initial code. The lights have been changed to Direct Genetic Provider Mia. Tisk. Rolling my eyes, what a hassle. Knockout called for assistance, requesting the highest grade scanning equipment, as he needed to ascertain the situation. "Sir, here is the equipment you requested." Knockout entered, pushing a cart laden with devices. Shockwave approached, retrieving the equipment from the cart and placing it in the corner, attempting to power it on. Knockout stood by. When he suddenly noticed Rosa slowly rising from the operating table, even twisting her head 180 degrees, her lights now golden. "Ah!" Knockout screamed, stepping back. Hearing his shout, Megatron and Shockwave both turned to look at him, following his gaze to Rosa. Her head abruptly twisted back towards them in an exceedingly eerie manner. "Do not mind me," a strange, slightly harsh voice declared, accompanied by movements that were alien to her, and the golden aura that did not belong to either her or the dark energy entity. Shockwave reacted first, rushing towards the sleep ray to activate it, only for Rosa's hand to suddenly twist, revealing a golden symbol of decipherment. Accompanying the solver, a golden pop-up emerged, and as her hand pointed towards the dormant device, it too emitted a brilliant golden glow for a fleeting moment. This radiance quickly diminished, transforming into a golden black hole that contracted further, unleashing a more intense golden luminescence, culminating in a minor explosion that left a significant crater in the device. As the device was positioned against the wall, The wall itself was also affected, resulting in a large pit. Megatron immediately lunged forward with his blade towards Rosa. But it was too late. Rosa's body suddenly radiated a golden light and vanished from the operating table in an instant. Yet, around the recently blasted area, scintillating golden sparks began to materialize. Were they mere sparks? No, they were golden as well. And they had no inkling of the awe-inspiring spectacle that was about to unfold before them. Chapter 92. The sound wave surpasses the labor model, almost to the point of exhaustion. The shockwave had never doubted his own knowledge, yet today, that knowledge seemed to be challenged. While the earlier self-repair capabilities could be somewhat rationalized, the current scene was utterly incomprehensible. Megatron felt as though his worldview was being shattered, nearly fainting from the shock. Before him, the wall, which had been blasted open, began to sprout golden specks. These specks suddenly began to coalesce towards the center. Another brief flash occurred, this time accompanied by transformation occurring around the breach. The area surrounding the hole morphed into flesh and blood, akin to that of a carbon-based human body. Thick layers of flesh enveloping the surface. Their optical sensors could even discern structures resembling blood vessels on this flesh, with granulation adhering to the wall, creating a nightmarish tableau. In that moment, every machine present, including those passing through the adjacent corridor, stood in wide-eyed silence. They beheld the convergence of light and electricity at the center, followed by another eruption of brilliance, revealing a yellow-black hole, which then vanished. Subsequently, the dark red flesh surrounding the breach began to petrify, the organic matter rapidly decaying and transforming into inorganic substance, yet retaining countless blood vessels clinging to the wall. The leaves had withered, brittle and transformed to a color indistinguishable from dirt. A gentle touch would cause them to crumble into soil. This was the state of that heap of inorganic material on the wall, an amalgamation of flesh and the shape of blood vessels, which would shatter upon the slightest contact. The situation was beyond description, particularly given that they had just witnessed that mass of flesh in a living state. Suddenly, a clatter interrupted the stillness. Megatron and Shockwave turned to see Soundwave had been incapacitated, lying on the ground in a state of shock. An emergency alarm was activated. Megatron contacted the internal line, instructing Soundwave to steer clear of all monitoring blind spots and any entities resembling machines. Upon hearing the alarm, accompanied by a certain phrase, the entire Decepticon fortress instantaneously grasped the gravity of the situation. The conjunction of two key terms, coupled with the urgent alarm, sent all units into a state of panic, prompting them to deliberate before entering any room. Each Decepticon walked with a cautious demeanor, frequently glancing back, wary of the potential for a sudden ambush from above, perhaps by a colossal scythe descending from the ceiling. Soundwave vigilantly monitored all nearby surveillance feeds, leaving no flicker of black line unexamined, insisting on dispatching personnel to investigate. Every Decepticon was equipped with recording devices, ensuring real-time audio surveillance, so that if a fatal incident occurred, every sound from that moment could be captured, revealing who had perished. Yet, Soundwave's condition had recently deteriorated, manifesting as excessive fatigue. He was meant to rest today, especially since the ultimate divine lock had been destroyed, rendering him less involved. However, with the emergency alarm blaring, he understood that should he choose to neglect his duties for rest on the charging bed, he would awaken to a scene of utter devastation within the fortress. A grim tableau of corpses strewn in every nook and cranny, and the hallways filled with ghostly soldiers, would blur the line between the living and the dead. Should this transpire, he might even find walls and floors smeared with viscous blood and flesh. All of this he blamed on that monstrous entity. Rosa was unaware of the heightened state of alert within the fortress. When she regained consciousness, she found herself not in the Autobot base nor on a Decepticon surgical table, but rather in a maintenance corridor. Uncertain of how long she had been unconscious, she puzzled over her peculiar surroundings until a new transmission clarified her situation. The last message she recalled involved her efforts to repel the entity that had invaded her body, which had suppressed part of her genetic code and attempted to exert control over her. This was evident, as she had witnessed numerous system errors and noted that certain genes had been replaced with their original sequences. She surmised that she had been infused with the dark energy of the anti-fire elemental, and for her safety, it would be prudent to avoid sunlight for the time being. As Rosa contemplated this while rising in the maintenance corridor, Her initial assumption was that she was aboard the Nemesis. However, as she crawled through the conduits, she discerned something amiss. Had they altered the conduits? No, that couldn't be right. After crawling for a while and peering through the gaps in some of the maintenance passages, she realized the room layout had changed entirely. This was likely not the Nemesis, and the level of security appeared even more stringent. The camera she extended from her form probed the ceiling with caution as she skillfully employed projections to conceal her presence. Originally, Rosa had intended to return to her former profession of assassination and replacement. But she soon recognized that the elevated state of vigilance and the density of surveillance made such endeavors exceedingly perilous. Even the personnel were more densely packed. She discovered several rooms dedicated to cloning soldiers and stealthily monitored the soldiers at their consoles. It was then that she discerned the reason for their heightened alertness. The alarm was triggered, accompanied by a warning to beware of anyone resembling a machine, which was rather pointed at her. Nevertheless, with such vigilance in place, and the added complication of real-time recordings, she found it challenging to take action. How, then, could she stir the waters? The prospect of lifting the alert was out of the question. Alarming them further would be counterproductive. Thus, she likely needed a group of tigers, the kind that would stick together. Out of sheer fear, several patrolling tigers agreed to patrol in a group, especially considering the lethal methods employed by that creature aboard the warship. Her primary strategy involved assassination, followed by substitution. If she stirred the waters, no one would discern who was dead and who was alive. However, if they all moved together, her assassination and substitution tactics would be rendered ineffective, particularly since they were all resting in the same warehouse. A troop of machines inseparable from one another made it impossible for her to strike. This line of thought was indeed valid, akin to playing a game of werewolf, where individuals often band together. If anyone were to be killed, the one who strayed would be the prime suspect. For instance, in a game of goose and duck, this strategy could be executed, provided that Rosa's murderous intent aligned with theirs. However, she did not require their methods. In such circumstances, she could not rely on assassination alone and needed to adopt a more radical approach. What best conceals sound? The answer lies in generating louder noise or amalgamating multiple sounds. When various sounds converge, discerning the number of distinct noises becomes a challenge, even if identified, as long as there remained a genuine living machine among them. Uncertainty would prevail regarding its status, alive or dead, forcing one to rely on probability. For example, if among 6 tigers 4 emitted sounds of slaughter, yet 4 still moved, the probability that one of those 4 was a false machine would be 50. But what if the probability of all the cannon fodder aboard the reprisal was also 50? Everyone's odds would be similar, or nearly so, and as the actual numbers dwindled, the uncertainty surrounding who was dead or alive would further muddle the waters. The specific probabilities could indeed be calculated, but how many Decepticons were there in the entire fortress? Could all be accounted for? With real-time fluctuations necessitating constant recalculations. Well, that could be done. Chapter 93. Terrifying Grandma. Terrifying Rosa aboard the reprisal. Red Spider had just managed to explain to Shockwave his reasons for remaining alone on Cybertron. Initially, that monster had accelerated the explosion of the space bridge with a single punch, yet she was not the only machine near the space bridge. When Rosa's disguised soldier rushed in, others fled upon witnessing the impending explosion of the bridge. Shockwave, however, approached and was ultimately caught in the blast, while Red Spider disregarded him, leaving him amidst the ruins of Cybertron. In the end, the Red Spider articulated a few logical thoughts that successfully swayed Shockwave. As for why they chose to remain aboard the warship despite the Dark Peak being fully constructed, who can say? The discussion continued on how to extricate that monstrous creature from the fortress when suddenly, Soundwave emerged to report that a squad of 6 miscellaneous machines had come under attack. Ultimately, only 4 remained, yet he deemed the surveillance unreliable and could only ascertain their demise through sound. Upon meticulously analyzing the audio, he discerned 4 distinct cracks. Since only 2 survived, he felt it unnecessary to pursue them further. Initially, Soundwave intended to eliminate all 4, regardless of who remained alive, to prevent further complications. However, shortly thereafter, the fortress was inundated with reports of system failures. Soundwave randomly selected a few incident recordings, only to find a pattern. Some remained alive, while others perished, all occurring simultaneously. Was the creature attempting to muddy the waters? He immediately began to devise a countermeasure. Noting that this phenomenon had first emerged from the layer where Rosa had escaped and was now gradually spreading to the layers above and below. He could not allow the murky waters to contaminate the clear ones. He needed to maintain control over the situation. After reporting to Megatron, he issued a direct order to seal off the surrounding layers, forbidding any personnel from entering or exiting. All Decepticon members still within would be presumed dead. A sense of panic began to spread as they feared whether the creature would emerge. Their apprehensions were indeed justified. For Rosa had discovered the elevator shaft from the control panel in the corridor, surrounded by numerous ventilation ducts and maintenance passages. The elevator shaft provided easy access to any layer, though some higher-level elevators were separate, a consideration for later. Her immediate goal was to infiltrate the elevator starting from the first floor. However, there were certain complications, such as the switch from the maintenance passage to the elevator shaft being turned off, accessible only from the main command center and the security room. The ventilation ducts also connected to the security room, and given her current state of extended form, she could not easily manifest. Thus, she resolved to tackle the security room's systems first. A classic game came to mind. Why not indulge in that? Rosa's optical lenses shimmered with excitement as she anticipated the evening when everyone would retire for the night, the stillness of the night perfect for her endeavors. The security room also had a power switch. She could conveniently address that tonight. Who could have been the genius that designed the communications system for this floor to be located there? They would not be using it tonight. No, not tonight, tomorrow night. She would allow them to rest easy tonight and the next day, lowering their guard. At the stroke of midnight, after a relatively peaceful day, the soldiers on night duty felt somewhat relaxed, believing the creature had been securely confined within those layers. Though still apprehensive during their shift, the atmosphere seemed at least safe. Perhaps. The moment he sat down, the power to the security room was abruptly cut off, but in good fortune, the security room possessed a backup power source. Bad news. The power is limited. The soldier is furiously cursing whoever turned off the security room's power. Just as he intended to open communications and vent his frustration over the intercom, he realized something was amiss. Messages could not be sent through the line. Had the communications been severed? An unsettling feeling crept over him. And soon he discerned an even more alarming sight. Something appeared to be crawling on the ceiling. Was it a tentacle? Instantly, the soldier pressed the button to close the door, oblivious to the fact that whoever designed it was a genius of misfortune, as closing the door consumed energy. Moreover, the surveillance in this area was segregated from the main command center, and with communication cut off, the situation grew dire. The soldier could only pray for rescue. But to no avail, the tentacle outside intensified its assault. In desperation, he opened the door momentarily to reduce energy consumption, yet even that proved insufficient. With the power dwindling to a mere 1 unit, he could last at most 2 more minutes. Suddenly, a haunting melody echoed through the corridor. The nursery rhyme of the Black Death, monotonous yet eerily captivating, reverberated through the hall. As the unsettling tune concluded, it was followed by a bizarrely prolonged laughter, chilling enough to raise goosebumps on his skin. He timidly retreated against the wall, trembling in fear. It seemed meticulously timed. After that last bout of laughter, the energy in the security room was completely depleted, plunging it into darkness. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, gradually quickening, morphing into a full-blown sprint. Clang, clang, clack, clack. The footsteps grew increasingly close, and as they neared, the soldier could no longer endure the terror. In a panic, he hurled a chair at Rosa, but in the moment the chair was thrown, a purple sigil flashed, deflecting it effortlessly. What followed was a mouth filled with sharp teeth lunging toward his face. Rosa emitted a slightly shrill cry as she sank her teeth into his neck. Savoring her meal, she located the buttons to control the maintenance tunnel and elevator shaft. Ensuring everything was in order, she could easily traverse the elevator shaft. To facilitate her plans, she made certain to consume the soldier rather completely. A gaping wound was left on the back of his neck, a tentacle extending from her body to manipulate him, forcing him to stand unsteadily. Thus, a puppet was created, and Rosa confidently continued toward the elevator shaft. Now, this virus would spread throughout the Decepticon fortress. Oh, wait, she had almost forgotten something. There were still plenty of uneaten supplies on the floors previously sealed off by Soundwave. To ensure the creation of more bodies, she needed to implement a cleanup operation first. As Megatron fretted over how to deal with Rosa, Shockwave proposed a solution, revealing a research breakthrough concerning the cloning of ancient, colossal beasts, monstrous and formidable. This study has indeed reached its conclusion. Shockwave has transmitted through the space bridge to his laboratory on Cybertron, retrieving the formidable Devastator. Megatron, upon witnessing Devastator, was momentarily taken aback by his unexpectedly colossal stature. Perhaps due to observing the transformation of inorganic materials into organic ones, he now exhibits a remarkable openness towards other entities. Chapter 94. The ultra-high school-level foam machine, when Shockwave provided Devastator with a selection of samples, instructing him to venture into the sealed lower levels to locate Rosa. Devastator descended into the depths, filled with a sense of confusion. The deeper he traversed, the more he was enveloped by the pervasive essence of Rosa. The walls and ceiling reeked of her presence. Particularly when they escorted Devastator to the restricted floors, the atmosphere thickened with her aura. Shockwave commanded him to proceed. Yet Devastator appeared uncertain on how to track her down, overwhelmed by the multitude of targets. His processor struggled to keep pace. He bore an expression of hesitation, as if he wished to articulate something, but he was unable to speak. Red Alert misinterpreted this as disobedience from his pet, mockingly laughing, while Shockwave sensed an unsettling stillness in the air. Upon opening the nearest door, a shocking sight greeted them. A plethora of energy entities and various debris littered the room. Each chamber was akin to this. The creature had even taken the time to use the energy entities on the floor to create graffiti depicting the fallen Decepticons she had devoured. There remained some residual recording equipment and optical lenses, uncertain whether they could capture the final moments, at least providing insight into the current form of that creature. Ultimately, the technical department extracted the footage, revealing Rosa, in a moment of leisure, suddenly inspired to create something. However, devoid of any paint, she glanced at the energy entities that had dripped from the Decepticons. Apologizing profusely, she proceeded to extract their wiring, using the energy to paint, expressing an apology with every stroke. The onlookers fell into a profound silence, bewildered by the absurdity of the scene. Why apologize to him? If you've killed him, why paint with his remains? You apologize to a corpse? They pondered. It was clear that she was indeed unwell. Yet it could now be confirmed that the creature remained tainted by the dark energy, as evidenced by the purple hue of her eyes and lights. In summary, due to the overwhelming number of targets, Devastator was unable to pursue Rosa directly and was instead directed to track down Jolt. The Decepticons had long been aware of the Autobots' base location. Shortly after the ultimate Godlock incident, when the Autobots returned to their stronghold, it was swiftly destroyed, an act executed by Megatron himself. However, they could not uncover any surviving Autobots, aside from Jolt, who had been captured from the ruins, and Rosa, who had already been taken to the Decepticon stronghold, leaving no further traces of their kind. Perhaps they had already escaped through the space bridge, which is why they are now monitoring global communications. Of course, such tasks are left to the lowly foot soldiers. As for Soundwave, he is already quite occupied. Jack has accumulated a wealth of confidential information about the Autobots, which has become worthless to the Decepticons. He was originally slated for termination, but a blunder by Starscream allowed him to flee. Starscream installed a tracking device on him, which proved somewhat useful, albeit not significantly. Jack anticipated that escape would not be so straightforward, and thus he devised a plan, allowing them to experience that explosions can be a form of art, ultimately vanishing from the view of the Decepticons. Now, Grimlock has been dispatched for this task, as they are unable to locate the hidden filth within the fortress and must settle for tearing Jack apart instead. When they finally meet, Jack, with his keen intellect, might mistake Grimlock as flight pattern for that of Rosa, but they will be sorely disappointed. At this moment, Soundwave surveyed the scene and found no issues apart from the sealed floors, reporting to Megatron before retiring. The moment Soundwave connected to the charging bed, he was offline, utterly drained, unaware of the grand scheme Rosa was concocting outside. For instance, all the maintenance passages and ventilation ducts within the elevator shaft were infiltrated by Rosa's extending forms, which continued to proliferate. She had even damaged all the doors that could seal off these maintenance paths and ducts, ensuring that her extensions could not be obstructed or halted. The revelry was about to commence, awaiting the completion of her plans. She yearned to experience the ecstasy of the hunt. Alas, Grimlock failed to retrieve Jack or dismantle him directly, as an unexpected newcomer among the Autobots arrived in a vessel capable of transporting all Autobots away. After an intense aerial battle, Grimlock was ultimately crashed into a mountainside, buried beneath a cascade of boulders, and by the time he extricated himself, he had lost his target. Meanwhile, beneath the ruins of the Autobot base, Smokescreen was still attempting to persuade Optimus Prime to use the Star Saber to restore himself. During the explosion of the Ultimate Matrix, he had secretly taken the phase shifter, and as the base faced destruction, he defied orders to return, rescuing the barely alive Optimus. However, he could find no medical supplies within the base, risking everything to seek the Star Saber at the Decepticon stronghold. He placed his hopes on the Saber, believing it could restore and create anything. Yet, his journey was one of utmost caution. Although Rosa had escaped, she remained in hiding, and they did not cross paths. Ultimately, Smokescreen obtained the Star Saber aboard the warship and returned to Optimus's side. But Optimus understood that the energy of the Star Saber was limited, and that energy must be reserved for repairing the Matrix, which held the hope of their return home. The extinction of a race is of far greater significance than the demise of an individual. Did you encounter Rosa there? Optimus Prime weakly inquired, while Smokescreen shook his head, filled with a sense of melancholy. If I could locate her, perhaps she could heal you, or even bring you back to life. Smokescreen remarked, adding, I know what I saw was neither a dream nor an illusion. Observing that Smokescreen seemed untroubled by previous events, Optimus Prime attempted a smile, though his frailty rendered it a mere twitch of his lips. She does not possess the ability to resurrect others. Such powers are intrinsic to our race, even if they might stem from foreign entities. Optimus closed his eyes briefly before reopening them. Yet she remains one of the Autobots, having made numerous extraordinary contributions. She is also a member of Cybertron. Optimus spoke with deliberate slowness, and Smokescreen patiently awaited the conclusion of his words before responding. Indeed, he said, exhibiting a momentary disappointment upon learning of Rosa's limitations, yet quickly adopting a more optimistic demeanor. It's all right. There will be a way. Without your leadership, how can Cybertron be revived? You are irreplaceable. Optimus gazed at Smokescreen, murmuring there will be a new leader. Chapter 95. The Wraith while Soundwave was still resting. His elongated form had nearly filled half of the fortress's floors. To access the other half, one would need to use a specialized elevator. The upper levels were relatively more advanced, equipped with elevators distinct from those utilized in the ordinary floors Rosa had encountered. The doors of the elevators servicing these higher tiers were notably sturdy, and for the moment, she was disinclined to dismantle them. Half of the fortress was already sufficient. To be candid, sometimes the unilateral layout and trap creation felt somewhat tedious. Perhaps it would be more engaging to personally intervene once the clearing was nearly complete, Rosa mused. Severing the communications on the final floor and simultaneously disabling the antennas used for communication on the outer walls. Subsequently, nearly all the Decepticons resting in the lounge or storage were harvested by the scythe like appendages descending from above, returning them to the Allspark. The remaining Decepticon foot soldiers patrolling the corridors or engaged in casual conversation sensed something amiss. Upon opening the door, they realized that the creature had escaped the confined floors. The next wave of harvesting was imminent, with many machines attempting to contact reinforcements or report to superiors, only to discover that the communication systems had completely failed. Rosa had thoughtfully sealed all entrances to other floors, including the elevators leading to the higher levels. Any Decepticon that ventured forth would be met with a multitude of scythe-like tentacles, pincers, and cameras glowing with a violet hue affixed at the entrances. There were also some unfortunate Decepticons who, having just descended from the upper levels, opened the elevator doors to find themselves confronted by a dense mass of tentacles and scythes. That Decepticon froze in place, and when the violet camera turned to observe him, he instantly comprehended his fate. He was finished. Gratitude is owed to the unfortunate Decepticon for his contribution in aiding the opening of the elevator doors, thus hastening Rosa's quest for culinary delights. However, a moment's pause is required. Let the tentacles hold the button to prevent closure, as she must first attend to the gastronomic treasures on these floors. Hello, is anyone there? With no response from the communication device, he sat against the wall, cradling his injured shoulder, attempting to reach out to his superiors. He had been ambushed while feigning sleep in the lounge. An unsettling sensation jolted him awake, and upon opening his optical visor, he beheld a massive scythe suspended from the ceiling, poised to strike. he narrowly evaded the deadly blade, unlike his colleagues who met grim fates, decapitated without warning. Yet, the side still grazed his shoulder, and in that instant, he could only react instinctively, rolling and crawling out of the lounge before hastily locking the door behind him. After leaning against the wall in vain attempts to communicate, he thought he heard a sound. It was that monster. Her screen shut, revealing a prominent purple visage. With sharp teeth bared, she tilted her head, observing the hapless soldier who promptly dashed into an adjacent empty room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. The soldier, trembling in fear, locked the door and, using his remaining functional arm, transformed it into a firearm. Cowering in the corner, quaking against the wall, reluctant to open the door, "Are we, darling?" A feminine voice echoed within the confines of the room. Her tone was gentle, as if merely a sweet, innocent girl waited outside. Yet the Decepticon soldier knew this to be a falsehood. She was a monster. "Do you swear by your spark that you would rather not open the door, no matter what?" The soft voice retained a hint of plaintiveness. "Very well then." Her voice now laced with a tone of indulgence. With a resounding crash, Rosa extended an axe, relentlessly striking the door, eliciting screams from the soldier. However, why not utilize the extending bodies within the ventilation system? Because sometimes, engaging personally brings a greater thrill. The door was pounded repeatedly by the axe, and at last, the lounge door began to splinter. The soldier's screams grew more frantic, his trembling hand unable to raise the firearm. With a final, thunderous blow, a significant portion of the door was cleaved away, and Rosa leaned her head against the gaping hole. The soldier's shrieks intensified, prompting Rosa to find him bothersome. She extended a tentacle from the ventilation shaft to grasp his neck, lifting him into the air. Rosa savored the explosive essence of the spark. She was elated and eager to seek new amusement. Chaos had erupted among the upper echelons of the Decepticons, as they realized their ground troops were unreachable, and the machines sent to investigate returned no response. Occasionally, faint echoes of screams could be discerned from below. Something was amiss. They quickly sought to contact the Decepticon second-in-command, Soundwave, only to discover he was too fatigued to respond, his systems unresponsive to any volume of sound. On the Autobot side, they did not locate Smokescreen or Optimus Prime, yet there was no recourse. They must first proceed to Dark Peak to disable the fusion cannon threatening human safety. Thus, they devised a plan to utilize the remaining resources from the downed Ark, including the land bridge, while several humans communicated with the Decepticons to dispatch a team. Fortunately, Ratchet successfully intercepted the Decepticon communication channel, preparing to send a false message suggesting that the energy mine was under attack. As they processed Jack's voice for transmission, the contact on the other end uttered peculiar words. "Command Center, please respond. We are under attack by the Autobots." After modulating Jack's voice, he spoke into the communication channel, stating, "Listen, we are overwhelmed here. A monster is devouring all the Decepticons. You need to figure this out on your own." With that, he abruptly ended the call, leaving the Autobots and a few humans in utter bewilderment. A dragon is consuming their own? Mickey was the first to think of the monstrous creature that had been pursuing them, but Ratchet instinctively considered something even more terrifying. There was another possibility. Taking a deep breath, Ratchet found himself somewhat hopeful for that answer, as it would imply that their own kind was disrupting the Decepticons, which would be advantageous for them. However, he also dreaded the thought of it being her. He did not wish to witness Rosa transformed into that horrific form. Regardless, this was the optimal moment for them to launch an assault on the Decepticons. "Autobots, load your weapons," proclaimed Optimus. Everyone readied their arms. The ship still contained a cache of technological weaponry, such as lasers and shields, which he distributed to the team. Listening intently, Ratchet cautioned, "Take care to identify the creature before firing. Rescuing Rosa must be our priority." Nods of understanding circled among them, and Optimus learned from their discussions that another Autobot was in the hands of the Decepticons. A rather lovely young lady, it seemed. Chapter 96. I Am Joy. Arriving before the Decepticon stronghold, Jax and Ironhide placed explosives at the base, yet curiously, no Decepticons emerged. As they puzzled over this, a colossal figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a monstrous creature, but Optimus swiftly diverted it with the ship. They engaged in a high-speed aerial chase, both sides accelerating rapidly. At the moment Optimus ascended, Ratchet seized the opportunity to activate the land bridge. The creature, unable to turn in time due to its speed, was transported to the Arctic, instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Meanwhile, the Decepticon Shockwave, compelled by the disturbance, had to momentarily leave the meeting to thwart the Autobots. He confronted Jax and Ironhide below, unaware of any minions descending, only noticing Shockwave himself arriving, and an immediate battle ensued. As the Decepticons were distracted by Jax and Ironhide, Optimus, RC, and Bumblebee stealthily infiltrated the stronghold. They must first rescue Rosa before proceeding to the summit to dismantle the core of the fusion cannon. However, an unsettling silence pervades the area, and the traces of energy entities are evident on the ground, walls, and ceiling. Clearly, something significant has transpired here, particularly with the debris scattered across the floor, reminiscent of the message from the Decepticon communication. A monster is devouring the Decepticons. Skyfire was the first to sense something amiss. The monstrous creature had obediently lingered outside the dark pinnacle, appearing to comply with the Decepticons. The monster mentioned in the transmission could not possibly refer to him. So who could it be? With a keen sense of unease, Skyfire urged RC and Bumblebee to remain vigilant as they advanced. Rosa treaded delicately upon the scattered energy remnants and various debris, slowly making her way through the corridors of the fortress. She concealed the projection of her extended form, leaving only a few tendrils visible. "Let me enlighten you on the essence of foolishness," she murmured, as one tendril yanked a soldier from behind a door. "Like you, for instance?" The tendril tightly coiled around the Decepticon's neck, lifting him effortlessly. The sound of metal fracturing echoed as the grip intensified. "And what, pray tell, constitutes a fool?" She glanced at a cabinet that had quietly creaked open behind her. She was already aware of the presence within, yet she chose not to reveal it, waiting for the creature to emerge on its own. "Do you know how to feign ignorance, like I do?" She swiftly turned, extending a clawed appendage to pin the Decepticon to the ground. He believed the monster had overlooked him and had moved on, prompting him to flee at the fastest speed possible. Yet, as he emerged, he found himself forcefully restrained. "Do you understand now?" All her words were deliberately spoken for the concealed soldier's benefit, while another tendril hoisted yet another soldier, whose neck had been snapped, leaving him lifeless and discarded by Rosa. What is ecstasy? The purple optical lenses of her eyes transformed into two circles, madness reflecting within as she gazed at the terrified soldier on the ground. "I am ecstasy. Ah ha ha." Rosa plunged a claw through the soldier-S frame, twisting out the conversion chamber. The soldier's anguished screams seemed to trigger a memory within her, intensifying her deranged expression. "No, please, don't let me ingest my conversion chamber," he wailed, but amidst Rosa's maniacal laughter, it was forcefully thrust into him. Then, she returned to her original vocation of dismantling, savoring the most delectable explosion of energy in her final moments, accompanied by the extinguishing of his spark. The soldier's suffering was finally at an end. Unbeknownst to her, three figures lurked behind her, not Decepticons, but Skyfire, RC, and Bumblebee. Alcee and Tong Xiangxiu, one covering the audio receiver of Bumblebee, the other shielding the optical lens in that fleeting moment. Both felt that the scene before them would inflict some psychological harm on the youngest warrior. "Well," Rosa wiped her mouth with her claw. "I find it insufficiently thrilling," she remarked as her optical lens shifted into two circles due to her emotional turmoil, one corner of her eye twitching. Tong Xiangxiu instructed Alcee to ease her grip on the audio receiver, then quietly warned Bumblebee not to open his optical lens. He no longer concealed Bumblebee's optical lens, but instead seized a nearby missile launcher and fired a missile directly at Rosa. Previously, their own comrades had described Rosa as a beautiful, well-behaved girl, certainly not the monstrous creature before them. "Wait," Alcee shouted, but it was too late. She watched as Rosa slightly turned her body, evading the missile while offering them a grotesque smile. Just as they had not finished speaking, the missile struck the wall behind her, exploding and allowing a ray of sunlight to penetrate through the debris, which collapsed and buried a Decepticon corpse at the wall's edge. The sunlight illuminated her arm, which began to smoke and emit sparks. Rosa felt an intense heat radiating from her arm and immediately leaped out of the sun's reach. The three, believing she had been struck by shrapnel from the explosion, did not contemplate further, while Alcee noticed that Rosa's eyes were a striking shade of purple. As Tong Xiangxiu prepared to attack Rosa again, Alcee rushed forward to intervene. Under Tong Xiangxiu's bewildered gaze, she explained that she was Rosa, The confusion on Tong Xiangxiu's face transformed into shock. What have they done to you? Alcy quickly recounted the situation before turning to shout at Rosa, connecting Rosa's recent actions. She could not help but suspect that the Decepticons had experimented on her, forcibly feeding her dark energy, much like they had done with Flyover Mountain. Bumblebee, sensing that the audio receiver was no longer covered and hearing Rosa's name, momentarily opened his optical lens, only to see Rosa, now entirely enveloped in purple light. He was momentarily taken aback. Did they give you dark energy? Alcy continued to shout, but Rosa, observing their expressions, merely tilted her head, seemingly unperturbed. So what? She declared, suddenly retracting her claws, which transformed into a submachine gun. Before her hand was even raised, the weapon began to fire incessantly the moment it materialized. Bullets ricocheting off the ground and creating a shower of sparks. Bumblebee hurriedly activated his shield to block the incoming bullets. Rosa's consciousness had already begun to blur as she unleashed her fury. The only commands she recognized were those of family. She cared not for who stood before her. All that mattered was the annihilation of anything non-familial, as her sole desire was to kill, to play. Regrettably, the wheels had not yet been categorized among her kin. Chapter 97. Ha ha ha. One frightens oneself. Rosa. Arcai called out Rosa once more, but Rosa merely retracted her other claw and emerged with a missile. Tong Tianxiao was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly just witnessed a claw? Was there even enough space within for a missile? Yet, he quickly regained his composure, seizing Bumblebee and Arcai to evade the incoming projectile. The wall erupted in a cacophony of explosions, and as Tong Tianxiao observed another missile extend from Rosa's hand, he leaped aside once more, his mind clamoring in disbelief at the unreasonable capacity of her arm to contain such an arsenal. She had been influenced by the dark energy entity. Arcai struggled to elucidate the situation to Tong Tianxiao, but the barrage was overwhelming. If we do not devise a means to flee or retaliate, we shall perish here, Tong Tianxiao exclaimed while dodging another missile. Arcai seemed poised to speak, but let out a resigned sigh. If you are unable to act, then leave it to me. Upon hearing Tong Tianxiao's words, Arcai glanced at Bumblebee. Buzz buzz. Bumblebee still yearned to assist, even at the risk of harming Rosa. Acknowledging this, Arcai nodded and conveyed the resolution to Tong Tianxiao. They could take action, and they would retrieve Rosa. Boom! Another explosion reverberated, prompting them to hastily evade the debris. For some inexplicable reason, it seemed as though Rosa was moving sluggishly, hindered by the numerous tendrils clinging to the ceiling, complicating her movements. Rosa was indeed aware, striving to momentarily retract her extended form. The adversary before her appeared more formidable than those encountered previously, and her interest was piqued. She yearned to engage. Tong Tianxiao prepared to strike first, yet just as he aimed to unleash a cannon blast at Rosa, he was thwarted once more. He cast a puzzled glance at Arcai, presuming they were reluctant to act, but upon hearing Arcai's words, Tong Tianxiao found himself doubting the validity of her claims. Commander, whether you believe it or not, one of her specialties is kicking missiles mid-air. It is indeed possible she might send your own firepower back at you. Huh? Tong Tianxiao raised an eyebrow, further perplexed, while Bumblebee chimed in, affirming that Arcai was not one to jest in such dire circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to refrain from firing the cannon and instead opted for his firearm. However, as the bullet neared Rosa, it was deflected by a swirling purple symbol. Veering off to either side, Tong Tianxiao experienced a fleeting moment of shock before quickly issuing a close combat command. Oh, rather than retreat, you dare to approach me? Observing the adversary charge forth, Rosa surprisingly ceased fire. Bumblebee, sensing an opportunity, sprinted forward only to witness Rosa retract her weapon and place her hand at her waist. He assumed she would produce a blade or transform her weapon into a laser to sweep forward, but he was mistaken. Just as he braced to dive to the ground to evade a potential laser, something surged toward him in that very instant. It was composed of numerous segments of colossal metallic limbs, each capable of movement, thus forming an unconventional rod that forcefully hurled the Bumblebee against the adjacent wall. At the end of this rod was Rosa's wrist, an extension of her body that took everyone by surprise, showcasing a novel application of her extending physique. Alcy did not have the time to assess Bumblebee's injuries. She transformed into a motorcycle, striving to charge forward. The rod had just been swung, leaving it unable to strike again, making this the perfect moment. Utilizing the speed of her vehicular form, she maneuvered towards a section of the floor that had buckled, launching into the air while instantly preparing to deliver an elbow strike. However, she failed to notice that as she approached Rosa, a solver symbol appeared on her side. As the symbol rotated, a tremendous force sent Alcee, still airborne, crashing against the wall. Boom! Both Alcee and Bumblebee temporarily lost their ability to move. Meanwhile, the towering figure of Tong Xiangxiu had succeeded. He unleashed a powerful punch that sent Rosa sprawling to the ground. Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. The Rosa he had struck flickered, revealing a camera-like object projecting her image. Had he merely hit a projection, while the real body extended elsewhere? Tong Xiangxiu quickly scanned his surroundings and spotted the actual Rosa, now close to Bumblebee. Behind her, in addition to the camera used for projection, a multitude of tendrils extended from the ceiling, resembling scythes. The rod swung towards Tong Xiangxiu once more, but he leapt aside just in time. Subsequent shots were deflected by the solver symbols. As Tong Xiangxiu approached, a solver symbol suddenly appeared on him as well. Rosa, exerting full control over the solver, unleashed a force that slammed Tong Xiangxiu against the wall. Meanwhile, she was oblivious to Alcee, who had readied her cannon, intent on dismantling the still-dazed Bumblebee. Just as one of the scythes was poised to strike Bumblebee, he finally regained his composure and opened his optical lenses to regard her. For reasons unknown, just as the scythe was about to make contact, it paused, seemingly struggling. In that critical moment, Alcee, with cannon in hand, fired at Rosa's head. Rosa had approached the fight with a playful demeanor, having believed Alcee was already incapacitated and thus had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. The result was that her rationality was shattered by Alcee's shot. Sparks erupted from Rosa's neck as she fell straight down. Was it over? Tong Xiangxiu stared in disbelief at the lifeless body on the ground, astonished by Alcee's mercilessness towards her own. He had expected her to leave a complete corpse. Just as he intended to approach for a closer inspection, Alcee halted him. "Commander, we must leave at once." She set down the cannon, clutching her side, which was on the verge of collapse. "If I regrow my head, we are all doomed." Regrow her head? Had Tong Tiangno not witnessed that perplexing array of illogical occurrences, he would have surely thought he misheard. However, he refrained from delving into these matters, for their paramount objective was to dismantle the fusion cannon at the Dark Pinnacle. Bumblebee RC softly called out to Bumblebee, observing his dazed expression as he anxiously gazed at the fallen Rosa. Truth be told, she found herself utterly incapacitated at that moment. She had hoped to rely on Rosa, believing fervently that she could maintain control. Yet what if she failed? Bumblebee was perilously close to her blade. She had countless opportunities for error, as her own demise was not permanent. She could reboot. But what of the other Autobots? Regrettably, for the safety of her comrades, she had no alternative. RC approached, reassuring him that they would return for her later and that she would be fine. Remembering this, Bumblebee nodded slightly and ultimately followed them onward. Their ascent was unexpectedly tranquil until they reached the elevator, which only ascended to the mid-level. To reach greater heights, a transfer was necessary. During the transfer process, they traversed a corridor, and fortunately, Rosa had retracted most of her extended form by then. Yet, upon witnessing the strewn wreckage and traces of various energy forms, they were still taken aback. Suppressing the turmoil within, they located another elevator to continue their ascent, along with a clamp that had been incessantly pressing the elevator button. Yes, it was still Rosa's extended form. They felt a sense of gratitude towards her for sparing them the trouble of seeking authorization to ascend. However, once inside, they needed to shift the clamp aside to allow the elevator doors to close properly. This task fell to Bumblebee, who cautiously approached to move the clamp. "Virum, don't scare me," Bumblebee muttered, a hint of fear in his voice as he shifted the clamp, only to be met with an unfamiliar voice from above. "I promise not to frighten you." Bumblebee froze, scanning the surroundings, yet saw nothing, as the cameras were obscured by his own projection. He leaped back, clearly startled. In summary, it was quite terrifying. The purple camera shook its head in resignation. Rosa, having just experienced a reboot after her head was recently damaged, had regained her composure and awareness, enabling her to perceive the outside world through her extended form. However, she had yet to repair her head, as doing so would grant her the ability to connect with her family. Engaged in conversation with her father, she sought to request a game transfer, eager to play. Moreover, her surroundings felt secure, save for those Autobots below. Regardless, even after her chat with her father concluded, she had no intention of repairing her head. That would wait until her return to base. The reason was simple. It would be far too awkward to confront the fact that she had harmed her own comrades, particularly during the earlier food incident. Perhaps it was best to feign complete forgetfulness of that moment. Yes, that would suffice, pretending she had no conscious awareness at the time. As Bumblebee believed he was hallucinating, a voice echoed in the silence, despite the absence of any presence around him. The haunting sight of numerous grotesque corpses came rushing back to his mind. With his metallic exterior glistening, he hurriedly dashed into the elevator. Above him, the concealed camera within the projection stifled its laughter, reminiscent of a mischievous imp reveling in a successful prank. However, all was well now. It was time to retract all extensions of his form and simply lie in wait. They only needed to anticipate the removal of the dark Energon entity by the Autobots, as the performance must be executed in its entirety. Chapter 98. Is there truly no residue of the dark Energon entity? Smoke still lingered before Optimus Prime's return to the Allspark, as he handed the hammer of Solus Prime into his grasp. Although he had defied Optimus's orders, he had also brought him back to life. The team, including Jetfire, successfully reached the control panel of the fusion cannon, but Megatron stood guard, delivering them a devastating blow. Ultimately, they were taken to the pinnacle of the fortress, just as Megatron was preparing to execute them when Optimus arrived. This was the upgraded Optimus Prime, significantly larger and equipped with flight apparatus. Yes, he could fly. Utilizing his speed, he soared upward and delivered a powerful punch to Megatron, before gearing up to dismantle the core of the fusion cannon, with Megatron in pursuit. At that moment, Jetfire and Bumblebee descended to search for Rosa, intending to have Ratchet activate the land bridge below. Meanwhile, RC observed the ship, preparing to take off shortly, while Jetfire and Bumblebee would escort Rosa across the land bridge. Meanwhile, Optimus and Megatron engaged in a fierce aerial battle, culminating in Optimus hurling Megatron directly onto the core of the fusion cannon. The immense energy drained Megatron's life force. While Jetfire signaled to Agent Fowler that the human military was en route, they located Rosa, still headless and sprawled on the ground, her demeanor remarkably calm in front of the grave. Bumblebee, noticing the prolonged absence of her recovery, immediately sensed something amiss and rushed to her side. Jetfire attempted to raise a hand in caution, urging Bumblebee to be careful, but he unhesitatingly scooped Rosa into his arms. This was unusual. Rosa's recovery should not have been so delayed. Why had her head not yet regrown after all this time? Rosa remained in a state of repose, engaged in idle conversation, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Bumblebee, however, feared the worst had befallen her. Jetfire, initially perplexed by Bumblebee's urgency, followed him into the land bridge until Rosa felt the infusion of Energon. Once the Energon neutralized the dark entity, she bid farewell to her father. Clutching a collection of single-player games she wished to play while commencing the repair of her head. The instant she rebooted, she found herself surrounded by the Autobots, particularly Jetfire, Jolt, and Smokescreen. Their mouths agape, they gazed in astonishment, as though witnessing an utterly unbelievable spectacle. Rosa glanced around in bewilderment, finding herself in what appeared to be a vast warehouse. Where are we? A new stronghold? As she spoke, she suddenly noticed the triangular light on the back of her hand, still glowing purple. What is this? Her confusion was genuine. She had assumed the dark energy entity had dissipated and the light should have reverted to blue, with her genetic components returning as well. Arsai and Tong Xiangxiu exchanged glances, seemingly alert yet at ease. Rosa sensed that the situation was indeed serious, promptly shutting down the screen to initiate a self-diagnostic procedure. The ambulance, noticing the persistent purple glow emanating from Rosa, began searching for a scanning device to assess her internal energy state. How peculiar. There is no dark energy entity? Why does the light remain purple? Everyone watched as lines of code rapidly appeared on Rosa's screen, and though Laffy struggled to comprehend it all, she grasped the essence. Rosa was conducting a self-check, and the ambulance, which had been repairing its energy detection device using traditional methods, ceased its work to observe her. They all patiently awaited the conclusion of her diagnostics. Before long, the purple code on the screen halted, indicating that the results were in. She opened the screen, revealing her beautiful face once more. How'd it go? The ambulance inquired, holding the energy detection device. The Cybertronian genes are being suppressed by some force. Although the suppression has been lifted, recovery will take time. Rosa refrained from specifying what had suppressed her Cybertronian genes, while she was aware. She needed to feign a lack of memory regarding that matter. The ambulance regarded her with a hint of skepticism, convinced that remnants of the dark energy entity still resided within her. But why are your eyes still purple? Arsai asked, puzzled, while Rosa awkwardly touched the back of her neck. Perhaps it's hereditary? You see, my mother had purple eyes. The revelation only deepened their confusion, prompting Rosa to ponder for a moment as she searched her storage for something. After a brief interval, Rosa extended a camera to project an image of herself alongside another Cybertronian and 3 small robots, roughly the size of humans. The figures in the image appear to be enjoying a joyful moment together. These are my family, Rosa stated, gazing at her relatives in the picture. The one with purple eyes and gray-white hair is my mother. Rosa looked up to gauge their reactions, and the ambulance nearly fumbled the energy detection device in its hands at the sight. Are you truly not a Cybertronian? I'm half, Rosa clarified, pointing to the clearly Cybertronian figure. This is my father. The implication was unmistakable. Her father was a Cybertronian. So your other half is human? The ambulance observed as Rosa momentarily displayed a look of realization, only to abruptly slap her own face in sudden comprehension. Previously, I had been rather lax. Although I clearly recalled the necessity of converting the code into Cybertronian during the transmission, I somehow forgot to conceal the display of human linguistic systems while deciphering at the base. Do you believe my awakening has inclined towards sodium aluminate? Please respond earnestly. The ambulance returned the energy detector. Chapter 99. The Children of Humanity? Rosa inhaled deeply, intending to speak, but was interrupted by the ambulance. Consider how to articulate your thoughts. I shall summon Optimus Prime in the meantime. Rosa, slightly dazed, nodded and began to gather her thoughts. It must be said that Rosa was indeed beautiful. Tanti Anxio observed the current version of Rosa and reflected on this. Of course, this beauty was contingent upon her being herself. Had she been in that scene of consuming Cybertronians, he doubted he would find her beautiful at all. When Optimus Prime arrived in the new hall, his appearance momentarily led Rosa to question if she had indeed recognized the correct machine. He had grown considerably taller and appeared more robust, standing like an imposing wall. It was even evident that he bore something on his back. Perhaps it was a thruster of sorts? Upon noticing the astonished glimmer in Rosa's purple optics, Optimus too paused momentarily. Aside from being surprised that Rosa had not reverted, another thought crossed his mind. He too had once possessed purple optics. Initially, his optics were blue, but upon being chosen as a leader, they transformed to red. As now, they have been stained by dark energy, occasionally shifting to purple, akin to Rosa's current state. Yet, this was not the time for reminiscence. Optimus selected a spot to sit, for he had come to listen to Rosa's past and to comprehend the nature of her race. Firstly, we do share a connection with humanity, albeit one rooted in our creation. Rosa spoke calmly, surveying the room. Aside from the ambulance, Alcee, and Optimus Prime, others displayed expressions of astonishment. And those few humans, particularly Michi, whose eyes brightened upon hearing of their manufactured origins. How can this be? The partition pondered, while Alcee pressed on with inquiries. Could you elaborate? Rosa contemplated and recounted how humans initially discovered the solver and employed its boundless computational power as the core of robots, inscribing the initial code and editing the foundational logic. This birthed us, though these solvers cannot truly be considered as such, merely existing until a robot emerged, or rather, a virus. Leaning casually against a nearby surface, Rosa continued. The viral program enabled her to reboot after death, acquiring some special abilities. And we collectively refer to these machines that can restart post-mortem as zombie machines. Pointing to herself, she added, I am one of them. The probability of an ordinary core robot rebooting after death is exceedingly low, and the chance of acquiring a solver is even slimmer. However, this particular virus possesses the ability to be inherited, or rather, the absolute solver may invade robots that share a similar foundational logic, thereby causing confusion among them. Rosa added, yet it remains uncertain whether this method truly exists. It is merely conjecture at this point. The capacity for inheritance is indeed confirmed. and machines that inherit the virus can autonomously awaken the solver. The Autobots grasped the essence of this. Yet Agent Fuller, who was eavesdropping, had another query. So, what is your relationship with humanity? Did they once use the solver to create your core? Agent Fuller seemed to await Rosa's response. To put it succinctly, all the robots here originated from the worker bees manufactured by the company. Each worker bee possesses a solver. The only distinction lies in whether this battery is functional or not. In other words, our solvers were all conceived by humans. Rosa surveyed the Autobots around her, who were listening intently. However, I may differ slightly, as my father hails from Cybertron. His genetic code is intertwined with that of the solver, which may potentially eliminate certain segments of code. Upon hearing this, Meichi could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Rosa, let me embrace you." Jack gently restrained Meichi, whispering, "Meichi, what are you doing? What's wrong?" Meichi turned to Jack, puzzled. Her original creator was human, even if they were from another world. By rounding it off, she is essentially a child of humanity. After saying this, Meichi once again stood on the platform, extending her arms towards Rosa. "Cool, child, let me embrace you." Meichi shouted enthusiastically, her gaze towards Rosa brimming with affection. Well, how should I put this? It seems there is no issue. For them, Rosa's existence is akin to a human blending into a crowd of extraterrestrials. Their fondness and familiarity towards one of their own are bound to surge, provided they remain oblivious to the fact that the Earth of that world is where their annihilation originated, orchestrated by the first absolute solver's holder in a plethora of assassins. Both the assassins and the absolute solver are intertwined with her existence, although she has no intention of disclosing this. Rosa approached and extended her hand towards Meichi, who joyfully clasped Rosa's fingers. Little Jinda joined in the merriment, chattering about what a good child she was. Jack inquired, "So, the ambulance is looking at Rosa and asking, is the Cybertronian gene suppressed by the dark energy entity? Now that the dark energy entity is gone, is the Cybertronian gene still in a recovery phase? Indeed, besides that, the dark energy entity likely had some other effects on me," Rosa pondered, cradling her chin as she contemplated the potential connection to her loss of consciousness. Rosa nodded, aware that this was a fabrication. The assassins have gone mad, even turning on their own. This aspect has indeed surfaced among our ranks. Is there any other impact? Alcee inquired, observing Rosa's contemplative demeanor. Suddenly, she appeared to have perceived something and made her way directly towards the door, prompting everyone to anxiously watch her actions. Rosa slowly extended her hand beneath the sunlight, and with a sudden whiff of scorched aroma, her hand began to ignite with flickering sparks at an astonishing pace. A layer of flames spread from the back of her hand, leaving a charred trail in its wake, and there was an ominous tendency for the damage to delve deeper into her flesh. The ambulance, witnessing this alarming scene, rushed forward and swiftly pulled Rosa into the shadows. "I can handle this," the paramedic exclaimed while examining the severe injuries on her hand, relieved to find that they were healing, albeit at an agonizingly slow rate. Yet, even without touching the wound, the intense heat emanating from her hand was palpable. "Quick, get water," the paramedic shouted, and Optimus Prime promptly brought over a bucket of water. The paramedic plunged Rosa's hand into the bucket. Instantly, with the steam rising from the high-temperature water and the hissing sound that followed, the healing process of her hand accelerated significantly. "Let us keep her hand submerged for a while," the paramedic sighed in relief, having just witnessed the drastic transformation of Rosa's hand exposed to sunlight. The grotesque wound, the charred marks, and the crackling flames left everyone gasping in shock, leading to a unanimous decision that she must not be exposed to the sun again. This was the tangible consequence. The part of her that had been genetically altered by Cybertron was rapidly disappearing. Rosa remained calm, a stark contrast to the paramedic's earlier urgency. She truly felt no pain, he mused. Meanwhile, several humans, especially Meichi, were exclaiming about cyber vampires and mechanical fiends. Chapter 100, The Dead Leg. "Hurry up," Bumblebee inquired. "Can you do it?" Rosa replied, "Yes, the genes can regenerate, but it will take time. I must allow myself to heal gradually." She withdrew her hand from the bucket, intent on reaching for the sunlight once more. Just as her hand approached the radiant light, Optimus Prime deftly grasped her wrist and pulled her back. "It's merely a bit warm. Let me try to see how long it takes to withstand the sunlight," Rosa explained as she was being restrained. The paramedic, overhearing her, immediately fetched a canister of gasoline and handed it to her. Rosa paused for a moment and replied, "It's not core heat, but thank you." She then opened the canister and drank its contents in one go. The paramedic contemplated and quietly asked Agent Fuller if it would be possible to construct a refrigerated room, recalling that Rosa would thrive better in a cooler environment. Providing her with a cold chamber as her living quarters would also aid in her recovery. Agent Fuller readily agreed to this proposal and contacted the team below to prepare the necessary materials, intending to commence construction the following day, situated on the side of the hall for easy access. As the sunlight flooded the outside world, and with Rosa unable to venture out, they took the opportunity to introduce her to the vast knowledge of the universe, as well as recount the events that had transpired with Tigger. They tactfully avoided mentioning Rosa's attack on their comrades, or the incident where she had nearly devoured Tigger under the oppressive rule of Megatron. She quietly shared her thoughts with Optimus Prime, their leader, recognizing that some matters required his personal judgment. After a moment of silence, Optimus refrained from further comment. To a certain extent, this situation could indeed be viewed as the Decepticons' own doing. One might wonder why they would bestow upon her the Dark Energon. It seems Rosa successfully shifted the blame onto the Dark Energon, asserting that their solver could be benevolent and obedient, and that such actions were surely not due to the inherent bloodthirstiness of their code, but rather external interference. Yes, it must be so. Rosa, unaware of such matters, noted that their existing equipment appeared rather subpar. Undeterred, she resolutely took on the task of refining the equipment, while the others engaged in discussions regarding their forthcoming objectives. That evening, Agent Fuller presented Optimus with an all-terrain expedition vehicle still undergoing trials, as the original truck had become unusable due to size changes. This new vehicle would serve as Optimus's latest mode of transport. Meanwhile, Rosa opted for a warehouse as her temporary quarters for rest, given that they had only recently arrived at the new base, which lacked many essential facilities such as charging beds. The other Autobots had no choice but to transform into vehicles and enter a powered-down sleep mode, which was undoubtedly less comfortable than resting on a charging bed, but was better than sleeping directly on the ground. Rosa, however, was different. After confirming with Ratchet and Agent Fuller that the warehouse ceiling could indeed support her weight, she chose to hang upside down from the ceiling like a bat, enveloping herself in her wings to sleep, while lying down was preferable. Occasionally returning to a more primal state of slumber was rather delightful. Rosa nestled her head within her wings, drifting into sleep. But everyone seemed to forget one thing. She might not be able to exit her warehouse the following day. To reach the base's main hall, she would first have to traverse an open area, and during the day, sunlight would be a concern, as her armor was with the Decepticons, likely stripped away during research, and a replacement had yet to be crafted. However, there was good news. The next day, Rosa awoke at her usual time and quickly realized that some of her Cybertronian genes had gradually returned. The most noticeable change was a hint of blue at the bottom of her optical lens, which now exhibited a gradient of blue and violet. Eager to share this delightful news with the others, she paused at the door, contemplating whether she could venture outside. Crouching by the door and resting her chin on her hand, she ultimately decided to crack it open slightly for a test. As the warehouse door opened just a fraction, she held her breath and cautiously observed her hand, inching closer to the sunlight. When the rays illuminated her hand, the white mechanical hand with black joints neither smoked nor emitted any burnt scent. Instead, it simply warmed pleasantly under the sunlight. Filled with joy, Rosa cautiously ventured out, relishing the warmth of the sun. Feeling a sense of uncertainty, yet emboldened by impulse, she resolved to venture into the hall alone. However, after traversing a short distance, Rosa began to experience a gradual onset of fatigue, perhaps due to the sun's relentless rays or her incomplete recovery. This fatigue mirrored the debilitating sensation she had felt previously under the sun, and with her recovery still in progress, it was reasonable for her to feel even weaker. Dismissing it, she continued on her path, but soon the peculiar discomfort intensified. Each step drained her strength more than the last, rendering her gait increasingly unsteady. Stiff legs. Move. She urged herself, striving to support her weary limbs. Yet, as the overwhelming weakness escalated, her legs trembled, nearly collapsing beneath her. Fortunately, her hands caught her fall, preventing a disastrous tumble. With her legs bent to the side and her hands bracing her body, She attempted to muster the strength from her arms and bent thighs to rise. However, she found herself unable to stand, her arms failing to prop her up as her energy drained at an alarming rate. Just as she felt herself succumbing, it seemed as though someone grasped her. Bumblebee, having exited the room later than Rosa, was startled to see her emerge from the storage area, exposed to the sunlight. Initially relieved that she had not spontaneously combusted, he soon realized something was amiss. The farther Rosa walked, the slower she appeared to move, her legs quaking with effort. Witnessing her almost topple, Bumblebee sensed the urgency and rushed to her side. As he reached her, Rosa's body surrendered completely to gravity. He swiftly grasped her shoulder with one hand and, with the other, secured her beneath her knees, lifting her effortlessly and sprinting towards the nearest shadowy recess in the base. Inside the base, everyone was preoccupied. Ratchet and Laffy were attempting to stabilize the fluctuations in the land bridge's return path, while the partitions in RC were monitoring the energy signal disturbances. Jolt and Perceptor seemed engaged in exploring the remnants of the old base, while Optimus Prime might have been on a reconnaissance mission. When Bumblebee hurriedly entered with Rosa in his arms, Ratchet instinctively wanted to question Bumblebee about their newfound camaraderie, but was abruptly struck by the realization of the situation. The sun blazed outside. How had Rosa made it here? Why did she appear so frail? Ultimately, the incident culminated in Ratchet's furious reprimand of Rosa's reckless behavior, with the other machines and a few humans attempting to mediate the escalating tension. Chapter 101. Soundwave seemed to witness despair unfold. Soundwave finally awakened from his offline mode. After a prolonged period of exertion, the luxury of a full day's recharge was a welcome relief. Having only taken a single day of respite, surely nothing would go awry, would it? As Soundwave awakened, he beheld a monstrous creature encircling half of the floor, indulging in a buffet, while the Decepticon fortress lay in ruins, collapsed from an explosion. The sight nearly caused him to lose his balance and faint. Nevertheless, this encounter was not without its rewards. By collecting the remnants of the optical lenses from the minions, he was able to extract the last recorded data. Shockwave discovered some intriguing phenomena, such as the wisp of smoke that momentarily emanated from the creature's arm when exposed to direct sunlight. However, when Shockwave proposed this hypothesis, it was dismissed, as numerous records indicated that Rosa had stood in sunlight on many occasions. Particularly noteworthy was the mechanical insect they had failed to neutralize, which had a hard shell. The final image captured by its optical lens showed Rosa clearly walking beneath the sun, yet she neither emitted smoke nor ignited. Ultimately, the question of whether Rosa feared the sun remained enigmatic. It could only be speculated that until one witnessed her spontaneously combusting under sunlight, no one could truly know. Incidentally, the minion who observed this scene was buried beneath the rubble of the wall. At that moment, he was still alive and had intended to escape when he witnessed another minion being forced to consume his own parts. For reasons unknown, he suddenly lost the desire to flee. He contemplated playing dead instead, but shortly thereafter, a powerful strike from Omega Supreme impacted the wall, burying him under the debris, turning his ruse into genuine demise. Subsequently, the calibration of the land bridge's return path was completed, and Ratchet activated the bridge to bring back Omega Supreme and Jack from their exploration of the old base. Upon their return, Jack brought back the iron ball they had previously played with, nearly striking Mickey and slamming into the door of Agent Fullerton's office with tremendous force, causing the wall to buckle. The loud noise startled Agent Fullerton, causing him to stumble, and Jack received a reprimand from Omega Supreme. However, Rosa did not inquire further about the events that transpired afterward. At the time of the incident, Rosa was inspecting the interior of her newly constructed temperature-regulated cryogenic chamber. Thus, she learned of these matters only upon her return from others. It is worth noting that they had not only built the cryogenic chamber, but had also expanded numerous compartments connected to the base, clearly designed for the Autobots. However, the new batch of recharge beds had yet to arrive, and it was anticipated that she would not be able to rest in a proper bed until the following day. This information was relayed by Agent Fullerton, who had emerged from his office, now entirely deformed, necessitating repairs. Rosa patiently awaited the arrival of the ambulance with diagnostic equipment to assess her condition, which, as expected, indicated she was recovering well. Subsequently, Fullerton tossed a pile of materials her way, instructing her to forge her own armor. Jokingly, he expressed his reluctance to witness her struggle under sunlight. True to form, Rosa hurried to her room with the materials, industriously crafting her armor. This was for the best, as long as they could prevent this creature. What did the humans call it? From encountering the sun. As the days passed, Ratchet found himself increasingly troubled. Bumblebee lent a hand at the base, organizing the empty energy containers, while Smokescreen was off scanning for new combat forms. Ratchet thought it prudent to learn from Optimus Prime and Bumblebee, and he now found himself elegantly assigned by Sentinel Prime to move boxes. After some time, Optimus returned, having investigated a Decepticon operation suspected to be linked to energy veins. However, instead of energy, he discovered a relic resembling an ancient fossil. This was quite perplexing. Ratchet gazed in astonishment at the fossil placed on the table by Optimus. "What is it?" Jack inquired, standing atop the counter. "It is an ancient skeletal remains, quite fearsome," Optimus explained to the humans, drawing from his previous experience as an archivist at the Iron Fortress. "I remain uncertain as to why such skeletal remains of this creature exist on Earth." Ratchet circled the remains, assessing the entire skeletal structure. "I suspect this is intricately linked to the monstrous Scorponok that Megatron recently dispatched to hunt us." Michaela and Jack climbed onto the table to inspect the remains. "Are you referring to the one we froze?" Michaela asked Ratchet, who nodded in affirmation. "Unbelievable. Scorponok has long been thought extinct, and yet..." Ratchet's contemplation was interrupted by Smokescreen, who noted it existed long before other life forms emerged, akin to the dinosaurs on Earth. Raph chimed in, prompting Jack to recall why the Autobots had been so astonished upon encountering Scorponok. "Are you suggesting that encountering Scorponok is akin to our meeting with the Tyrannosaurus Rex?" Jack asked, prompting Michaela to inquire further. "What about those robotic dinosaurs?" Michaela questioned, to which Ratchet clarified, "They are entirely different and do not belong to the Scorponok category." Subsequently, the other Autobots deduced that the newly emerged Decepticon scientists might be capable of replicating ancient beasts from the remains. Thus, it became imperative for them to thwart any attempts to acquire the fossil. Lacking further leads on other fossils, they resolved to scour the internet for ancient literature. Rosa, however, paid little heed to their discussion. She was focused on crafting, adhering to the design of her previous armor, determined to work through the night. She planned to sleep during the day, benefiting from the soundproofing of her thick, refrigerated room, ensuring she would not disturb anyone else's rest. Throughout the night, Rosa toiled and by 7 o'clock had reconstructed most of her armor, leaving only polishing and a few small plates to complete. Checking the time, she decided to grab a bite to eat before catching up on sleep. Upon opening her door, she noticed several humans still asleep on the sofa and chose not to disturb them. Sentinel Prime had risen early to search for useful literature, and Rosa opted to quietly pass by. She approached the ambulance to procure a can of machine oil to drink, while casually observing the activities within. The ambulance was making an attempt to enhance the synthesis of a super-energy entity. Rosa took a sip of the oil, her gaze fixed on the ambulance as it fiddled with the controls. Suddenly, the ambulance had a thought and decided to show Rosa some mixing formulas. "Can you comprehend these?" it inquired, displaying various equations. With one hand clutching the can of oil and the other resting on her chin, Rosa earnestly tried to decipher their meaning. Alas, she found herself utterly bewildered. Taking another sip of the oil to steady her nerves, she realized her efforts were in vain. She truly could not understand. The ambulance, noticing the vacant expression on Rosa's face, recognized her lack of comprehension and felt a twinge of regret for not having taught her a bit of chemistry earlier. Realizing she was at a loss, the ambulance sent her back to continue crafting armor, gently reminding her to take care and rest. Thus, Rosa dutifully completed the remaining pieces of armor before preparing to catch up on her sleep. Chapter 102. Why is she such a blockhead? Meanwhile, at the base, Agent Fuller arrived to report on the findings from satellite reconnaissance. There were traces of Decepticon activity, one located at an oil well outside El Paso, and another near the Hebrides Cliffs in Scotland. Fuller's words roused the three little ones from their slumber. Donning a Scottish kilt, Agent Fuller concluded his briefing with a final remark. Optimus Prime decided to split their forces. Thundercracker, accompanied by Jack and a partition, was to head to Scotland. However, Fuller's last comment left Thundercracker somewhat perplexed. Approaching Optimus Prime, he quietly inquired about the mention of the Scottish kilt. What exactly was that? Optimus Prime, understanding Thundercracker's confusion, glanced at Agent Fuller, who was preoccupied with his own tasks. He then turned his optical sensors to Thundercracker, signaling him to draw closer. Agent Fuller sometimes spoke in a jumbled manner, and it was best to disregard him in such moments and swiftly take their leave. In a hushed tone, Optimus Prime advised, while still casting a glance towards Fuller. Noticing that Fuller had not paid attention to their conversation, he felt relieved and continued. Of course, Rosa would not be joining their mission, as she was currently unwell. Moreover, after this incident, they would likely not permit her to undertake missions without her armor. It was even possible that she would be required to wear it daily, especially since she recalled the expressions on their faces when they saw the wound on her hand after she reached into the sunlight. Thus, her only remaining task was to polish her armor, choosing to sleep during the day like a bat hanging upside down. However, she seemed to have overlooked one detail. Today was the installation of the charging beds. Therefore, when the time came for contact, Agent Fuller arrived with a vehicle full of charging bed components, while the ambulance was also busy installing them on each machine. As he proceeded with the installation, he discovered that the cold storage room was closed, leaving him uncertain about whether Rosa was inside. The ambulance pondered for a moment, lightly tapping on the door twice, but received no response. He was unsure if Rosa was merely resting. He summoned RC to open the door just a crack, allowing her to glimpse the object suspended from the ceiling. Slowly, she closed the door again. Agent Fuller, standing by, caught a fleeting view of the interior through the narrow opening. In that instant, he was enveloped by an overwhelming chill and caught sight of the strange entity above. Why was it hanging upside down? RC, too, observed the peculiar sight, though she could not comprehend its significance, yet she was profoundly shaken. Agent Fuller was equally astonished by the colossal bat. Remarkably, Rosa was resting in a manner reminiscent of bats, suspended from the ceiling. She was taking a break. It was best to leave her assembled outside for now, allowing her to return inside at her leisure. RC spoke to the ambulance, temporarily setting aside thoughts about how exactly she managed to hang there or the bizarre nature of the giant frozen bat. Instead, she opted to assist in assembling the charging bed, placing it outside her room. After a while, Laffy received a request for the land bridge to be activated from Scotland. When the bridge opened, only Jack arrived, revealing that there had been internal strife among them. Shortly thereafter, Agent Fuller returned with news of Decepticon activity detected elsewhere, specifically outside Taos, New Mexico. Consequently, RC accompanied Jack on this mission. Moments later, Laffy also discovered a museum housing grotesque remains. Consequently, Jinda and Agent Fuller ventured out, and although they encountered setbacks and failed to retrieve the remains, they returned safely to base. Eventually, Rosa awakened in the evening to a curious scene. Mickey and Jack were engaging in a brotherly exchange. What on earth had transpired? Blinking her remaining optical lens, which emitted a faint violet glow, Rosa surveyed her surroundings and decided to carry the charging bed back to her room. She then resumed her task of refining her armor, completing the final touches, though she realized she was missing a crucial component. She inquired at the ambulance base about the availability of yellow and black spray paint. What do you need that for? The ambulance asked, puzzled. There are some very important details that require attention, Rosa replied earnestly under the ambulance's inquisitive gaze, specifying the yellow and black caution stripes for her armor. The ambulance, exuding an expression of exasperation, suggested that Rosa check with Bumblebee to see if he had any. If not, she should order some from Agent Fuller. With excitement bubbling within her, Rosa sought out Bumblebee, who had just returned not long ago. Her tail flicked gently behind her, reflecting her upbeat mood. "Bumblebee," she called out. Upon hearing her voice, Bumblebee turned to look at her, and Rosa's expression radiated anticipation. Mickey, keenly attuned to the atmosphere, had already caught wind of the gossip, and, pulling Jack along, crouched in a corner to indulge in the unfolding drama. "Is there anything? Are you free? Or—" Mickey observed Bumblebee's expectant gaze and inquired if there were any surplus yellow and black spray paint. Upon hearing Rosa's words, Bumblebee momentarily froze, then clarified that there was none available. Meanwhile, Mickey, in a fit of frustration, vigorously shook Jack's shoulders, exclaiming her bewilderment at their lack of connection. Why was she so wooden? Why were they still not in sync? Rosa, upon hearing the explanation, noted that the black spray paint had been purchased on the road and was completely used up. She nodded in gratitude to Bumblebee before seeking out Fowler to place an order for more. "No worries," Bumblebee replied, his eyes betraying a hint of nostalgia. while Mickey shot a disapproving glance at Rosa from behind. Sensing the scrutiny, Rosa turned back to Mickey with a puzzled expression before returning to the task of polishing her armor, eager to don it the following day. She pondered the color of her optical lenses, hoping they would fully recover by morning. Yet, feeling the effects of disrupted sleep, she was uncertain if she would rise on time and resolved to set an alarm. Chapter 103. The Plan? The next day, Rosa rose promptly from her charging bed. After confirming that her optical lenses had indeed turned completely blue, she ventured out to seek the medic for an examination. The sunlight proved harmless, merely subdued as before, which was reassuring. The medic conducted various simple tests, all yielding no issues. It seemed all was well, and the medic decided to inform Optimus Prime, granting Rosa permission to commence her duties today. Hooray! With the medic's announcement, Rosa joyfully clenched her fists before her face, the tail of the syringe behind her swaying wildly. The medic smiled, shaking his head in amused resignation. Tianxia observed them from the side, struggling to reconcile the sight before her. The innocent, adorable girl who displayed such pure delight upon receiving good news was, in fact, a man-eating demon. Truth be told, even now, recalling that image sent a shiver down Tianxia's spine. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the dark energy entity, but it was undeniable that Rosa was capable of such actions. With her slender, delicate frame and beautiful face, she appeared utterly non-threatening. Yet this very visage was linked to something so sinister. Subsequently, Rosa prepared to be dispatched in search of the monstrous remains. She donned her freshly polished armor and joined the other Autobots as they set out to scour a specific area. It was indeed unfortunate that there were no warning signs to adorn the area, but that could be addressed during the day's rest. Currently, aside from the medic, who continued to investigate potential locations for the remains, Tianxia was the only other Autobot present at the base, as the rest were out on assignment. Once they had exited the land bridge, RC delineated a specific region and assigned each individual a designated area to search for the monstrous remains. This posed no challenge. Following RC's guidance, Rosa conducted a thorough search of her assigned area, discovering nothing. After reporting her findings, she awaited the others to complete their searches before proceeding to the next sector. Until today, after searching through 3 major regions, it was finally time to retreat and regroup. Concurrently, the search report was a requirement from Tongxiangxiu, necessitating that all attendees document their findings. Consequently, she authored a report that was notably laden with a human touch. Upon completion, Rosa gradually relinquished her position to allow others to contribute, just as Tongxiangxiu arrived after inspecting the ambulance. Monster Hunter, may I inquire about your absence from the search for the grotesque remains in Sector 305? Tongxiangxiu inquired. Arsai promptly straightened up, standing at attention. We have just returned from searching Sector 301 to Sector 304, she replied, with a partition adding, documenting the search report is your directive, Commander Tongxiangxiu. It is complete. Nodding in acknowledgement, Tongxiangxiu noticed a particular Autobot was conspicuously absent. Scanning the vicinity, he observed Jack, who entered the base's hall drenched in coolant. Soldier, I don't recall granting you permission to leave the base, Tongxiangxiu remarked as Jack attempted to wipe the coolant from his hands while walking in. Because you never authorized it. Sir, Jack replied, standing before Tongxiangxiu. Then why are your hands covered in coolant? Upon hearing Tongxiangxiu's inquiry, Jack glanced at his hands and wiped them off a few more times. I recalibrated your spaceship's engine. Now it can accelerate in a straight line 10% faster. Tongxiangxiu raised an eyebrow in surprise at this revelation. Soon after, Optimus Prime returned from scouting for Decepticon activity, landing steadily before the base's entrance and retracting his flight apparatus. The others gathered around him, exclaiming their welcome. Welcome back, Optimus. It's wonderful to see you. Optimus surveyed the eager faces surrounding him and shared his findings. There are no signs of Decepticon activity. I fear Megatron may have already gathered all the samples he requires. As he spoke, he inadvertently noticed Tongxiangxiu standing somewhat isolated, clearly not the most popular figure among the group. His army of duplicates, he concluded, and after reporting the day's events, the crowd gradually dispersed. Observing the earlier scene, Tongxiangxiu gazed outside, seemingly lost in contemplation. You appear troubled, Tongxiangxiu, Optimus noted, after confirming the base's status with Ratchet. Approaching the concerned commander, he added, I sense that my command style may be negatively affecting morale. Optimus placed a comforting hand on Tongxiangxiu's shoulder. What you have done is entirely reasonable, my old friend. However, this is not the elite guard. Everything has changed since the Cybertronian War. Tong Xiangxiu felt a tinge of melancholy, sensing that everything seemed somewhat different, as if his command style no longer suited the present circumstances. Thus, we must adapt to the shifting environment. The members of the elite guard are not emotionless machines, Optimus asserted, glancing back at those still engaged in writing their reports. They discovered something far more significant than mere soldiers. Optimus Prime. The scanner had just detected an exposed energy source. As the ambulance interjected, interrupting Optimus Prime's conversation with Ultra Magnus, all eyes turned to him, awaiting his command. Our energy reserves are nearly depleted. We must investigate this matter regardless. The Decepticons immediately emerged from the mine and surrendered, while Optimus Prime stood above the mine's entrance, calling down to the Decepticons. Predictably, upon sighting Optimus Prime, they opened fire. Perhaps, to them, encountering Optimus Prime and his Autobots was not terrifying. A swift death might be preferable. Or perhaps they believed they would be spared if they showed no resistance. One might even feign being hit and quietly escape. Rosa, when with the Autobots, would comply. But the unsettling aspect was the absence of Autobots around her, leaving only Rosa alone. If the resistance above had some merit, then the one below was merely a monstrous entity that could run freely. Inevitably, these minions were defeated, and the Autobots secured several carts of energy. The soldiers outside were dealt with, but the situation inside remained uncertain. Optimus Prime dispatched Ironhide, Jolt, Ultra Magnus, and Rosa to investigate. After all, she excelled in stealth operations, rendering her nearly invisible. Smoke, excited by the prospect of exploration, expressed his desire to join, prompting Ultra Magnus to instinctively remind him to maintain seriousness. "Yes, sir," he added, straightening himself reflexively. Chapter 104. Tanya's battle memoir within the mine. Everyone proceeded with heightened vigilance. However, the deeper they ventured, the more peculiar their surroundings became, especially after traversing a considerable distance. Ironhide, holding the energy detector, noted the absence of any signals. Joel concurred, stating that the lack of guards was indeed strange, considering they had just extracted energy sources from within. This suggested that the interior housed an energy vein, but if it was merely a cavern and the energy sources were brought out from here, then from where did the carts of minerals originate? It was not merely about where they had been extracted moments ago. If the minerals did not originate from this location, why were they present? Something felt amiss. Jolt shared this sentiment, and, as Ultra Magnus, leading the group, appeared to spot something, he advanced a short distance to uncover a fork in the path. "Split up," he commanded. Ultra Magnus took Ironhide and Rosa, while Jolt led Smoke. The larger group divided into two smaller teams. Ultra Magnus' team successfully discovered a situation in a vast pit, where two rows of incubation tanks lined up, housing grotesque, monstrous embryos. At the end of these tanks stood Shockwave, who, upon noticing the newcomers, fired a few shots before hastily retreating. Before fleeing, he did not forget to release the Cybertronian DNA, still cultivating those monstrous embryos, preparing to unleash the horrors within. "Is it permissible to detonate a bomb in an enclosed space, Commander?" asked Jack, glancing at the synthetic energy entity in the corner. He grasped the grenade at his waist, intending to harness the explosion of the energy entity to obliterate the area. "As long as we can thwart these creatures from slaughtering the indigenous life on this planet, we shall blast these beasts back to the Rust Age," roared Tong Tian Xiao. Upon receiving permission, Jack activated the grenade and hurled it away, transforming into a car alongside Tong Tian Xiao to speed away. Fortunately, the cavern was spacious enough for Rosa to spread her wings and soar. However, the latter part of the route became narrow, forcing her to continuously flicker in and out of visibility. As Tong Tian Xiao and Jack checked the rearview mirror, they were momentarily astonished by a figure soaring above them. Yet they remained focused on the road, aware of the dangers posed by an explosion in a confined space. They needed to vacate quickly. Shortly after escaping the danger zone, they arrived at an open area, where a terrestrial bridge suddenly materialized before them. Just as they were pondering its appearance, an unfamiliar machine emerged from within. As it stepped onto the bridge, the blue-green luminescence faded. The machine's color scheme was strikingly familiar, particularly with its various sharp angular decorations, yet they could not recall who it was. Rosa stood behind Jack and Tong Tian Xiao, musing to herself. I once spared your lives in a previous battle, but today will be different, declared the imposing figure before them. Tong Tian Xiao noticed a familiar insignia on him. He is the mighty Devastator. Just as the words left his mouth, a tremendous explosion erupted behind them, accompanied by a surge of flames from the passageway. Jack hurriedly shoved Tong Tian Xiao aside, while Rosa had already flickered away at the sight of the fire. "What have you done to my brethren?" he bellowed, watching Jack and Tong Tian Xiao rise cautiously. He then beheld Rosa soaring beside them. The area was sufficiently expansive for her to take flight. Yet the sight of her wings momentarily stunned the adversary. "You are Devastator?" "No, that's not right." He seemed to catch a whiff of something familiar. "You are the creature that devoured half of the fortress Decepticons." Cloudbreaker recalled being taken to the fortress, where he was engulfed by her scent on every floor. He later learned from the chatter of Decepticon soldiers that half of the floors had been sealed off by that creature, which subsequently consumed them. He was acutely aware that these were soldiers of Megatron, and just moments ago, his own kin had been harmed by them. Unforgivable. Rosa, now seemingly draped in a layer of mockery, found herself pursued by the creature known as Cloudbreaker. She evaded several strikes and fired back, but suddenly realized that the opponent's armor was too thick for direct confrontation. A tactical retreat was necessary, yet the confined space posed risks of errant attacks and potential cave-ins. With a swift taunt, she prepared to flicker away to the outside, exclaiming in a mocking tone, "Your offspring is truly remarkable." Then, Chong Yunjiao pursued her relentlessly, which was fortuitous, as he harbored a certain animosity towards the Jacks and the towering entity within. The insider's message had prompted them to make a hasty exit. She had anticipated that upon soaring out, she would encounter Optimus Prime and the others, but unexpectedly, she veered onto a wrong path and emerged from an alternate exit. "Stop!" Chong Yunjiao shouted, watching as Rosa soared above, transforming into a monstrous figure upon exiting the mine. Flames erupted in a continuous stream. Rosa immediately spread her wings with great effort, ascending slightly just in time to evade a blast of dragon breath. Chong Yunjiao continued to unleash fire, each time as if she had eyes in the back of her head, managing to evade his attacks. He even anticipated that she would ascend again, releasing 2 more blasts. However, after dodging the first, she surprisingly ceased her ascent and allowed herself to drop, narrowly escaping the oncoming attack from above. Well, it seemed she indeed possessed eyes in the back of her head. In fact, a camera extended from her back, albeit obscured by projections. She adeptly employed her skills as a Hollow Knight player to evade projectiles. Noticing a massive rock nearby, she suddenly conceived a plan. Rosa seized the moment, choosing to sidestep and evade the next blast of dragon breath while spiraling around the incoming flames. She dove towards the ground, deftly maneuvering to control a gigantic stone, then quickly ascended again after the stone was repositioned, continuing to dodge the dragon breath and cancel her targeting of the rock. Thus, she set her trap, gauging the sun's position and confirming that the monstrous entity was still pursuing her directly. Rosa ascended to a considerable height, abruptly altering her course to dive downwards, with the beast following suit. Unexpectedly, after descending slightly, she shot back upwards in a straight line. The monstrous figure remained below, and as she soared higher, he instinctively looked up, only to be blinded by the glaring sunlight at that moment. Subsequently, Rosa bent backward in midair, summoning the symbols of the resolver, and in an instant, numerous colossal stones flew toward the beast, crashing down upon it and sending it plummeting to the ground. Watching the monstrous figure being crushed and hurled downward, Rosa glanced at the dust cloud below before returning towards the Autobots. This aerial battle unfolded like an animated sequence, a scene of breathtaking intensity. Chapter 105. The ultimate resolver unveiled Tian Xiao, and Jack rushed towards the path where Rosa had gone, breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing her return safely. As she landed gracefully before them, Jack gave her a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Why didn't you tell us you could fly?" he inquired, causing Rosa to stumble slightly, while Tian Xiao scrutinized her wings, composed of countless steel blades. "I thought they had informed you," Rosa replied, sheepishly touching her neck, as Tian Xiao prepared to press the communication button to notify Optimus Prime that all was well. As the situation seemed to have calmed, Tong Xiangxiu prepared to rendezvous with Optimus Prime, while Rosa retracted her wings. However, just as she turned, A deafening rush of wind surged from the base of the cliff. Rosa momentarily forgot the law of smoke and injury, and was swiftly struck against the wall by an adversary's spiked tail. The impact shattered her armor, and as she attempted to unleash fire, her head was abruptly struck by Tong Xiangxiu wielding the Seixiangio hammer. It is worth noting that the energy of the Seixiangio hammer had been previously transferred to Optimus Prime, rendering it merely a more advanced hammer in that moment. Consequently, it was employed by Tong Xiangxiu to deliver blows. With a resounding crash, Chang Yangxiu was sent flying a considerable distance by Tong Xiangxiu's hammer strike. Jax rushed in to deliver a finishing blow, only to be knocked back by the opponent's head, crashing into the wall but swiftly recovering. As Chang Yangxiu prepared to unleash flames, Jax unexpectedly mounted him, forcing a redirection of the fiery projectile. Thankfully, the dragon's breath did not endanger Tong Xiangxiu or Rosa. Upon noticing Tong Xiangxiu approaching, Chang Yangxiu executed a tail whip, prompting Tong Xiangxiu to leap aside to evade damage, readying another strike. In a surprising twist, Chang Yangxiu tilted his head downward, successfully dodging the hammer strike, while simultaneously sending Tong Xiangxiu flying and targeting Jax. His intent was clear. Rosa posed the greatest threat and must be eliminated swiftly. This was the scene Rosa encountered upon her arrival. Chang Yangxiu unleashed a torrent of dragon fire directly at her, while Tong Xiangxiu, gritting his teeth against the pain, charged once more with the Seixiangio hammer, only to witness Rosa being engulfed in flames, her upper body nearly incinerated. She harbored a fear of extreme temperatures, perhaps stemming from the massacre of her kin. Fresh wounds mixed with old grievances intensified her rage, making her fury surpass that of their initial confrontation. Fueled by anger, pain became inconsequential. He was now a frenzied beast. Even as Tong Xiangxiu struck him again, he felt no discomfort, hurling Tong Xiangxiu aside and crushing his hand underfoot. In that moment of agony, he seized the Seixiangio hammer beside him, biting through its handle and disdainfully spitting out the fragments. Just as he was poised to execute Tong Xiangxiu, an array of alarms suddenly blared throughout the vicinity. Running diagnostics 100, restoring from backup 85, energy levels insufficient. 15 units required for full restoration. Activating absolute solver for security assurance. Consciousness detected. Disabling base logic configuration. From the melted remnants of Rosa's upper body, a peculiar entity emerged, resembling a small insect. Realizing time was of the essence, as Chang Yangxiu prepared to finish off Tong Xiangxiu, the creature's eyes turned skyward, emitting an intense blue light amidst the cacophony of alarms. Everyone turned their gaze towards the scene, where Rosa stood at the center, her head and surroundings illuminated by a semicircular projection composed of countless blue pop-ups and various solver patterns. This spectacle left all present in a state of bewilderment, as they watched the projection shift to a fiery red, branding the surrounding stones with the text of various pop-ups. Under the crimson light, Rosa's remaining form gradually disassembled into tendrils, scythes, and pincers. Among the debris, colossal structures reminiscent of vertebrae and serpentine bones emerged, connecting to myriad tendrils, scythes, pincers, and camera-like devices. At last, from this heap, the upper half of Rosa's head protruded. Yes, merely the upper portion, her optical lens dimmed, and her cheeks were filled with countless steel teeth and insect-like mandibles. What is this? Chong Yinxiao stood frozen, taken aback, only to be jolted back to reality when Tong Tianxiao's enscathed hand transformed into a firearm and fired a shot. Realizing that matters remained unresolved, Chong Yinxiao intended to confront Tong Tianxiao once more, but as he turned to face him, Rosa's absolute solver form charged forward. A colossal, centipede-like entity lunged, coiling around Chong Yinxiao's neck. Tendrils constricted tightly around him, while pincers gripped the base of his wings and tail, preventing his ascent. Sharp scythes relentlessly assaulted his armor, as an array of weapons extended from the creature's body, ensnaring, tightening, and attacking. Chong Yinxiao struggled to pry away the bindings around his neck, contemplating the thickness of the armor. Such resilience, Rosa mused. After a final assault, she failed to maintain her grip as Chong Yinxiao forcefully tore her away from his neck. However, it mattered little. She had just managed to create a few minor cracks in the armor, though still, tendrils and pincers clung to him, ready to shift positions and continue their entanglement. Those narrow openings were the result of her earlier relentless assault with scythes and pincers. Soon after, A thunderous roar echoed. It was Optimus Prime. The moment he burst from the cave, he beheld the sight of Rosa's absolute solver form slightly torn, yet quickly reattaching. Countless scythes, pincers, and tendrils wrapped around that monstrous figure, with the immense centipede's limbs intertwining densely. Once again ensnared around his neck, Chong Yin-Xiao attempted to seize the centipede. But this time, Rosa successfully carved out a small fragment of armor from his shoulder and immediately extended a tail tipped with a syringe filled with acidic nanomaterial, piercing fiercely into the gap. Roar! Chong Yin-Xiao let out a tremendous roar, exerting all his strength, disregarding the pain of his wings being trapped and torn. With a powerful grasp, he wrenched Rosa off himself once more, this time casting her far away. As he emitted low growls, the acidic substance coursed within him, causing immense discomfort and fueling his rage. Raising his gaze inadvertently, he caught sight of Optimus Prime and realized that he could no longer linger in battle. He took flight immediately. However, this time, his speed was markedly diminished. His entire body ached, and the scars from his wings being forcefully torn were still present, hindering his ability to soar swiftly. Optimus Prime promptly instructed the ambulance to activate the land bridge, transporting the unconscious Thunderclash and the semi-conscious Jack to safety. Naturally, Rosa was not to be overlooked. Seemingly concerned about startling others, she employed a projection to conceal the mass of centipede-like forms, masquerading as her humanoid self. Can she still move? Optimus Prime pondered anxiously, observing the pristine image of Rosa projected before him. I hope she can hurry. My energy reserves are dwindling. This was no exaggeration. The energy needed to repair his body, compounded by the recent entanglement with a monstrous foe, was critical. Upon realizing this, Optimus Prime swiftly escorted her back to the base, entrusting Thunderclash and Jack to the ambulance for urgent care. He then immediately sought energy to replenish Rosa. You've concealed a great deal, young lady, Jack remarked, though he too bore injuries, albeit less severe than Thunderclash's. His ability to converse indicated he was not gravely harmed. You're still able to jest. It seems you're not in dire straits. The ambulance commented while attending to Thunderclash. Indeed, Dr. Jack chuckled, glancing at Rosa. We need to open our hearts to one another, little girl. Rosa had undoubtedly assisted them considerably today, yet she had also withheld much. Wait, is she Elsie? Jack halted mid-sentence, hesitating. Rosa's demeanor was increasingly peculiar. Even the projection shielding her from revealing her true form flickered momentarily. What is that? Smokescreen rubbed his optical lens, suspecting he had misperceived something. After consuming 2 cans of energy, she had requested them to procure gasoline, as the forthcoming repairs and energy storage would demand even greater resources. I'll go get it, Smokescreen exclaimed, dashing out at once. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime observed that something about Rosa seemed increasingly amiss. Her flickering became more frequent, and it was evident that the extended form behind her was retracting. Yet, her gaze began to shift unsettlingly. The most striking feature was the erratic flickering of her normal pupils, occasionally replaced by something else. Ugh! Rosa clasped her head, seemingly battling an internal struggle. Hurry, hurry! I already have energy. Cool down now. Warning, core temperature is approaching threshold. Distance to threshold. 2. Base logic is preparing to activate. Distance to threshold. 1. Base logic activation imminent. Rosa? Rosa? Buzzing. Optimus Prime and Bumblebee attempted to reach her, joined by the others. However, as Optimus Prime approached her, he sensed something was amiss. He quickly grasped Bumblebee's arm and used his other hand to block one of Rosa's claws. The sudden shift from her earlier expression of pain to an emotionless visage was alarmingly abrupt. The underlying logic forcibly initiated upon detecting a drop in temperature. The underlying logic control then canceled the force. Suddenly, Rosa emitted an eerie laughter, her optical lenses transforming into 2 azure orbs, her hands morphing into elongated blades, poised to charge forward. However, as she raised the knife towards Optimus Prime, she abruptly halted. Her hands trembled. The temperature had begun to decline gradually, yet the underlying logic was progressively overshadowing her consciousness. The last vestige of rationality within her warned that continuing down this path would undoubtedly lead to injury. Thus, Rosa seized control of her remaining awareness, extending her claws and fiercely plunging them into her own chest to expedite the shock and regain clarity. With a series of sickening sounds, She repeatedly drove her claws into herself until the mingling of mechanical components and flesh became a blur. Rosa, stop, stop. Optimus Prime instinctively rushed to restrain her, desperate to prevent her from inflicting further harm. But as he approached, Rosa shouted, and before the horrified gazes of all the Autobots, she yanked her core processor from her body. A small metallic sphere, enveloped in a layer of flesh, emerged, adorned with a tiny optical lens and 3 tendrils protruding from its base, resting precariously within her claws. Everyone gazed in astonishment until, mere moments after she extricated the small entity from her being, she collapsed to the ground. It was only then that the realization dawned upon them. The recently stabilized ambulance for Optimus Prime rushed forward, brandishing a defibrillator aimed at Rosa. Busy, busy, the ambulance exclaimed, just as it turned Rosa over to administer defibrillation. It heard her voice, yet saw her mouth remain shut. Her optical lenses were still closed. Following the sound, everyone beheld the little creature that Rosa had just extracted from herself. It was alive, though how to articulate it was uncertain. They watched as the small, tentacled creature wobbled and crawled. The sensation was akin to witnessing someone excavate their own heart, only for that heart to remain animated and fall to the ground. The heart, with eyes, emitted the voice of that very person, scuttling chaotically about. Oh, it's fine now. The little creature clutched the top of its core, shaking its head and surveying its surroundings. It seemed to sense something amiss, staring blankly at the environment. Ah, hello, everyone. Rosa tentatively raised a small tentacle. Her core locked eyes with the wheels, while several humans stood agape, seemingly unable to close their mouths, much like the Autobots, save for Bumblebee, who consistently concealed his mouth, alongside the unconscious Optimus Prime and the absent smokescreen. Should I explain? Rosa's core hesitated, moving towards her still body and gently tapping it twice. Speak, the ambulance coldly commanded, staring at the entity on the ground. This is my core, containing all my data. Rosa's core circled before the astonished onlookers, then leaped on her motionless form. This is a method I had not previously mentioned. If one truly wishes to extinguish my existence, they could simply devise a way to extract my core and subsequently shatter it. As she spoke, the small core ambled across her own body, gesturing animatedly. The ambulance, eager to interject, wished to advise Rosa against traversing her own form, as the scene was somewhat nightmarish. It was akin to having a heart that had come to life, moving about, adorned with an eye and tentacles, crawling over one's fallen body. Imagine the thoughts of those around. Of course, this would only be effective if no backups were available. She mused, tilting her head. What level of advancement have humans in another world attained? Meichi whispered to Laffy and Jack while crossing her arms. Ah, yes, and earlier, I almost fell completely under the control of fundamental logic, but that is no longer a concern, Rosa proclaimed, standing atop her own shoulder and raising a small claw. And then, following this, Rosa's core, having briefly explained, leapt directly back into the cavity of her chest. In a short while, the core settled into place, and the gaping hole in her chest was nearly instantaneously mended. Rosa slowly rose from the ground, appearing vibrant and entirely untroubled. However, the violent disassembly had resulted in the absence of the blue crystal-like object at her heart, revealing the internal machinery. Below that, the digits 02 were visible, prompting Meichi's curiosity about their significance. It's the model type. I am type 02, just like my mother, she clarified as the explanation continued. Meanwhile, smoke emerged, carrying an array of machine oils and gasoline. Alcei seized a can of gasoline and poured it into Rosa's mouth. Following this, there was a communication with the ambulance to seek materials in the storage to repair the damaged component, while the ambulance continued to tend to Tong Xiangxiu's injuries. All right. When Rosa was about to head to the storage for materials, the ambulance also asked her to look for any usable parts that could serve as hands. Chapter 107. What else have you stuffed inside? The current scene was rather peculiar, with the ambulance sawing at Rosa's hand while she struggled to suppress laughter. Her sense of pain dulled to the point of mere itchiness. Wait, just a moment. The ambulance, hearing the saw cease, assumed Rosa could not tolerate it and wished to disable her pain receptors. Rosa, if it becomes unbearable, you can shift the saw to the left a bit. Rosa instructed. The ambulance, perplexed yet obedient, complied while casting a questioning glance at Rosa. This position is more prone to breakage. Saw here. Upon hearing this, The ambulance suddenly found little desire to dismantle Rosa's hand. Instead, he contemplated inserting the saw directly into her cranial sculpture to investigate what lay within her brain module. Whereas the patient directing the surgeon during the operation, especially while the patient is being disassembled. The primary reason for this bizarre scene was their endeavor to repair Tong Xiangxiu's crushed hand. Yet, they lacked both the necessary parts and the expertise. Fortunately, Tong Xiangxiu had a donor. Upon hearing of the missing components, Rosa willingly offered one of her hands for donation, confident that even if she relinquished it, she could regenerate another. Observing the rudimentary and barely functional hand, which could only be described as claw-like, alongside another intact hand, Tong Xiangxiu chose to accept Rosa's generous gift. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Furthermore, Tong Xiangxiu gleaned the answer to the last question posed during his casual conversation with Optimus Prime. Family is more significant than the military. This wisdom was acquired only after their arrival on Earth, a truth unique to humanity. Shortly after the transplantation was completed, Rosa successfully regenerated a new hand in Tong Xiangxiu. Upon moving his newly acquired appendage, experienced a sense of surprise. It was unexpectedly sensitive, albeit slightly smaller than his original hand. Could it truly transform? Curious, Tong Xiangxiu attempted to morph it, discovering that it indeed could, though the resulting form was somewhat difficult to evaluate. As the white mechanical hand with black joints retracted to the wrist, it revealed a pink bubble ring, a toy typically used by human infants for blowing bubbles, albeit scaled to the size of a Cybertronian. What is this? Tong Xiangxiu inquired, glancing at Rosa. While other Autobots might be oblivious to its purpose, Rosa and a few humans exchanged awkward smiles, understanding its significance. Tong Xiangxiu, perplexed, realized that the hand could transform again, this time into the submachine gun that Rosa had previously wielded when it had nearly gone haywire. Now it was Tong Xiangxiu's turn to be astonished, and as he continued to experiment, he produced another object resembling a firearm. I never anticipated your hand could accommodate so many weapons, he remarked earnestly. Apart from the initial pink object, which seemed decidedly non-threatening, the other items were decidedly lethal. It was akin to magic. He sensed the ability to transform without experiencing any discomfort during the process. This one might not be a weapon. Rosa hesitated, pointing at the object in Tong Xiangxiu's grasp. What is it? He questioned, scrutinizing the item. You'll find out once you activate it, she replied, and the others, intrigued by the non-weapon, turned their attention to Tong Xiangxiu as he prepared to engage the firearm. As a vibrant blue light intensified, everyone watched anxiously as Tong Xiangxiu unleashed a small pink heart projection. Even the gun's muzzle glowed pink. The silence in the base was deafening, compounded by Tong Xiangxiu's visible disdain. I swear, I didn't put that in there. Rosa protested, feeling unjustly accused as she pointed at the bubble ring and the heart-projecting gun, neither of which she required. Meanwhile, after cutting through a plethora of various weapons and an assortment of oddities, Tong Xiangxiu had finally begun to grasp the full extent of what lay within. There exist two types of saws, the electric saw and the circular saw, equipped with elongated blades and even a pulse function for brief disorientation. Not to mention the incorporation of lasers and missiles. If you find the traditional black joints and white hands tedious, or seek a more refined, agile, and injury-free alternative, there's also a claw. It is difficult to fathom how such devices can be contained within a single hand. As the thoughtful Tong Xiangxiu contemplated this, he realized that all his musings had manifested upon a small flag. He transformed it into a petite banner of alternating yellow and red, inscribed with the phrase that seemed rather incongruous. He had never imagined that his thoughts could be expressed in such a manner. Suddenly, Rosa pondered something else. Her curiosity piqued. If I were to give you my claw, could you use it to catch bullets? She inquired, gazing at the claw that Tong Xiangxiu had just manifested. Tong Xiangxiu, taken aback, turned to Optimus Prime and the others, seeking an answer. The Jack also glanced back at the partition, his eyes questioning. Have you been keeping so much from us? After a moment's contemplation, the partition turned to the smoke screen, equally curious, asking if anyone could fire a shot at Rosa. Tong Xiangxiu raised an eyebrow in surprise, soon noticing Alcee standing forth, while Rosa nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that it was permissible. Alcee glanced at Tong Xiangxiu, not forgetting to explain, apologies, Commander, but there are certain matters you must witness. With that, she transformed a weapon and aimed it at Rosa. The onlookers beheld as Rosa, utilizing her everyday hand, instantaneously morphed it into a claw, effortlessly grasping the bullet that flew towards her. The bullet, caught firmly by the claw's tip, emitted a sound as it rotated, scraping against the metallic edge. The onlookers, including Jack, were witnessing such a spectacle for the first time and could not help but exclaim in awe. Mai Kui, after expressing her astonishment, proudly declared, "See, our people." With a decisive snap, Rosa crushed the bullet in her claw, while Tong Xiangxiu and the Jack remained in a state of astonishment, now fully aware of Alcie's assertion regarding the efficacy of kicking missiles. After sustaining severe injuries, Nexio returned, bearing not only the laceration from claws on his wings, but also various fissures across his body. The nanoacid injected into him continued to corrode his shoulder. Left with no choice, he reported to Megatron and subsequently sought out Shockwave, who happened to be present as well. Upon learning that Nexio had also been injected with nanoacid, he immediately revealed that there was an antidote on the Autobot side and recounted his own experiences. However, after hearing the account, Shockwave found it illogical. Why? He mused. According to his description, the process of corrosion involved the leakage of a fluorescent liquid, which should logically stem from the corroded areas. Yet, upon applying the antidote, not only did the nanoacid vanish, but all the wounds that had been corroded also disappeared, reverting to their original state. This suggested that the nanoacid might possess a form of memory. Meanwhile, the antidote, or perhaps the antidote mixed with the nanoacid, seemed to exhibit a form of replicative ability. Otherwise, it remains inexplicable why the areas corroded by the nanoacid could revert to their original state after the antidote was administered. Similarly, the rationale behind the reappearance of the dissolved fragments post-antidote is equally elusive. Shockwave found himself increasingly intrigued by Rosa, pondering whether the antidote might indeed stem from her. She must possess a unique capability to replicate objects and retain the memory of their original locations. Her remarkable regenerative abilities, which enable instantaneous recovery, are undoubtedly linked to her capacity for material replication. However, his immediate concern lay with the formidable wounds sustained. Although Megatron harbored a palpable fear of the monstrous creature, it was undeniable that his animosity still targeted the Autobots. They required the power of the beast. They needed to exploit that hatred, compelling it to remain entangled with the Autobots. Thus, Shockwave resolved to investigate methods to eliminate the nanoacid, if only to facilitate the creature's recovery. Simultaneously, he needed to feign interest and explore the explosion site for any surviving remnants of the beast. Yet, they stumbled upon other entities such as Cybertronian materials. Chapter 108. Unattainable. No matter how one contemplates it, it seems utterly implausible. Within the blast zone lay an abundance of rapidly proliferating Cybertronian substances, albeit in an unstable state. Nevertheless, these materials held potential for reconstructing Cybertron, and perhaps even for mending the ultimate godlock. Was this problematic? No, not at all. And upon receiving this news, Shockwave felt a surge of excitement. He believed that these materials could not only mend the wounds inflicted by the nanoacid, but could also be proposed for the restoration of his brethren, thus enabling them to unite against their common adversaries. However, his ambitions extended too far. It was precisely due to the discovery of the creature's ability to transform and exhibit intelligence, far beyond that of a mere beast, that they sought to eliminate the juvenile forms. The combat prowess of a single creature was already formidable, at least to a manageable degree. Yet, an overabundance of these creatures with excessive power would translate to uncontrollable chaos. Any friction could result in them breaking free from control, thus becoming a hindrance. Such uncontrollable variables could not be permitted. They needed only one. However, Shockwave's aspirations proved too grand. They did not require him to become the king of the monstrous beings. They sought merely one beast to serve their interests. They collected the remnants of the ultimate god Locke, preparing to utilize Earth technology to modify the operating system, as the original had suffered irreparable damage, necessitating reconstruction. Consequently, Shockwave compiled a detailed list to be entrusted to Starscream, instructing him to gather the items specified. Meanwhile, Shockwave continued his preparations for the development of Cybertronian materials. With a spirit of experimentation, they attempted to have Soundwave catch a bullet, though predictably, it proved impossible. The notion of catching a bullet with bare hands was hardly a feat achievable by any ordinary machine. Similarly, returning a missile was equally implausible. Such endeavors seemed utterly unattainable. Unattainable, no matter how one considered it. It remained inconceivable. However, it indeed transpired. They even established a land bridge, allowing Rosa in the wilderness not only to test various functions of Tongxiangxiu, but also to demonstrate the aerial foot kick missile technique. Of course, this was not intended for anyone's learning, but merely to showcase her existing capabilities for Tongxiangxiu's potential command needs in the future. At this moment, Tongxiangxiu appeared utterly stunned, as if her worldview had shattered, and even the nearby Jack seemed affected. This included the exquisite wing compression technology, leaving Tongxiangxiu in a daze as she contemplated the advancements of humanity in another realm. However, Tongxiangxiu's weapon switching skills were still somewhat unrefined, leading to potential errors in weapon selection. Yet at least she possessed weapons for use rather than relying solely on her fists. She even discovered her hands were endowed with infinite ammunition, including missiles and bullets, prompting her to abandon any rationale regarding these phenomena. Thankfully, they were on the same side. Once Tongxiangxiu familiarized herself with everything, it was nearly time for resupply, and everyone returned to gather provisions, while Rosa, after her meal, retreated to her quarters. She intended to adorn her armor with a decorative spray paint. However, spray paint could not be left in a low-temperature environment for prolonged periods. Once used, it had to be stored in the base's warehouse. While exiting, she passed through the hall. "Hey, Rosa, may I pose a question?" Smoke, who was idling in the hall, called out, as they had just been discussing the purpose of the pink bubble ring. None of the present humans could answer their curiosity. This was the only object today whose specific function remained unknown, prompting Smoke to inquire. "What question?" Rosa approached, puzzled. "What is the purpose of that pink ring?" This time, it was Alcei asking, equally curious about why Jack and the others had exhibited such expressions earlier. Rosa transformed and produced the object, a pink bubble ring appearing in her hand. She nodded towards the partition. "What exactly is this for?" After a moment's contemplation, Rosa decided to demonstrate, lifting the bubble ring to her lips and blowing into it. The pink ring, upon her breath, released countless bubbles. Is it really that simple? Observing the expressions of those around her, Rosa also displayed a look of incredulity, holding the bubble ring aloft while shrugging her shoulders. "I have no idea who inserted this gadget, nor the other one." With a flick of her hand, she switched to the gun that emitted hearts, her expression laden with disdain. She truly did not wish to demonstrate these functions. While she could accept the other weapons, she pondered who had incorporated such features. "Oh, the little flag doesn't count. It has some utility for expressing emotions or exasperation." Rosa's expression was strained, as she could not fathom why a killing machine would be outfitted with such items, questioning their practical use on the battlefield. Just as she was prepared to return, she was called out once more. "How about firing a shot? We have never seen you use this before," Smoke said, casting a furtive glance at Bumblebee. Alcei immediately understood his intent. "No, this thing is rather peculiar," Rosa remarked, gazing in silence at the firearm in her hand. Yet, Alcei also expressed curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Rosa decided to fire a shot casually. "Shift slightly to the left. We can see more clearly," Smoke added. Reluctantly, Rosa adjusted her aim and discharged a round. Instantly, the muzzle transformed from blue to pink, releasing a flurry of hearts. Once the performance concluded, Rosa stared at the heart-emitting gun. "This contraption is utterly useless," she murmured, tucking it away. She exchanged pleasantries with the others before retreating to rest, obediently lying back down on her charging bed. As for the identity of the figure on the extreme left, who could say? The cooling fan whirred briefly before halting. Chapter 109. Are you happy? I am quite happy. The following morning, Agent Fuller reported that the Decepticons had mounted an assault on the Los Alamos nuclear power plant late last night, absconding with 20 tons of nuclear reactor control rods. The Decepticons' latest operation indicated their intentions yet again, prompting Optimus Prime and Ratchet to deliberate on the possibilities. Given that the incident had already transpired, it was too late for them to intervene. They needed to maintain a state of heightened vigilance in anticipation of further tasks. Rosa had a premonition and kept her ears attuned to any disturbances while attempting to craft a device. As anticipated, Agent Fuller called again in the afternoon to announce that the Decepticons were on the move. However, they were too late this time. The Decepticons had already secured what they needed and were preparing to depart. All Autobots transformed and set off in formation, led by Optimus Prime, while Rosa was the last to dive off the land bridge, soaring directly above the convoy. The moment she exited the land bridge, she spotted several Decepticon foot soldiers dragging away human equipment. Everyone exerted their utmost efforts to pursue, but suddenly bullets began to rain down from behind, shot from above. Fortunately, it proved ineffective, as Rosa was flying directly above the formation, her nullifier deflecting the projectiles. "Did I permit you to shoot? You just shoot," the Autobots remarked as they adjusted their rearview mirrors. Rosa extended a camera from behind to observe Soundwave and his laser bird. It was perplexing how they dared to send the laser bird charging towards them, almost nose to nose and far too close for comfort. As Rosa gauged the distance, she swiftly raised one wing and executed a turn. The sharp edges of her steel wings resembled blades, and in that instant of pivoting, she nearly cleaved the laser bird in two. "Did I invite you to come closer? You just come closer." Fortunately, the laser bird made a slight adjustment at the last moment, resulting in only half of one wing being severed. It spiraled down from the sky, nearly crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the Decepticons had already departed the land bridge with their prize, and Optimus Prime transformed into his humanoid form, activating the thrusters on his back to join the aerial battle. Optimus Prime unleashed a devastating blow, successfully bringing Soundwave down, who subsequently crashed into high-voltage power lines and lost consciousness. The Autobots triumphantly welcomed a new captive into their fold. "Let's extend our congratulations to Soundwave for joining the Autobot family." Applause. Optimus instructed that Ratchet activate the land bridge, ensuring first that all humans remained at a safe distance as they prepared to transport Soundwave back. "Are you awake? You are no longer just a woman. You have become an Autobot captive." Soundwave's limbs were bound to the repair table. Upon regaining consciousness, he was greeted by a voice that reminded him of a perilous time in his past. He attempted to move, only to find himself firmly secured, unable to shift. The base's signal had been jammed, leaving Soundwave incapable of pinpointing their location or sending any messages. "Soundwave, say something. Why are you silent?" Rosa leaned over, relishing his predicament, determined to provoke him. "Do speak. Isn't your nature to be mute?" Soundwave gazed at the female mech who rested her arms on the repair table, her screen displaying a mock expression of discontent. "How dare you exhibit such a countenance towards me?" Rosa feigned heartbreak with exaggerated gestures, lamenting the rebelliousness of her son, while her expression grew increasingly comical, struggling to contain her laughter. She closed the screen, yet her lips curled into a delighted grin, embodying the essence of schadenfreude. Enough with the theatrics. Ratchet interjected as more Autobots, having completed their repairs, approached. "It appears we have ample time for this dashing fellow to divulge some information." As Joel strolled over, twisting his wrists in preparation to confront Soundwave, he thought of the intelligence Soundwave must possess. However, Soundwave remained silent, merely mixing audio of his voice and releasing it. Optimus Prime began to interrogate Soundwave regarding the Decepticons' intentions with human technology. Yet, Soundwave did not respond, opting instead to replay a mocking audio clip, merely displaying a smiley face on his screen. A nearby partition observed this scornful display, infuriated and eager to transform that smile into a frown, only to be restrained by Optimus. After Optimus warned Soundwave that he would need to provide answers before they resorted to more forceful methods, Soundwave retaliated by emitting an excruciating audio frequency, assaulting the ears of all present, including their audio receivers. Rosa clamped her audio receiver and activated the decoder. As a command, laced with Rosa's voice, resonated within Soundwave's internal system. The piercing audio abruptly ceased. Following this was Rosa's audio of a directive, a command forcibly inserted into his internal system and simultaneously converted into sound. Accompanying this transmission was the ominous beeping of a malfunctioning internal system, indicating that Rosa was currently attempting an intrusion. The moment this sound reverberated within his cerebral module, a jolt surged through Soundwave, as if something were assailing his internal system, controlling his cerebral module. "Rosa, halt!" Optimus Prime commanded, and Rosa obediently ceased her intrusion at that instant. "Let be. Perhaps we should allow her to proceed with the intrusion, or I strongly recommend we dismantle him." Ratchet mused, rubbing his audio receiver to acquire first-hand data from his memory. Just as Ratchet uttered this, the screen of Soundwave began to display an array of content. Wait, is he downloading information? The partition observed the data, but soon it began to vanish at an alarming rate. No, he is purging the data, Ratchet remarked, watching as Soundwave's data was completely eradicated, adding, Soundwave, you are the best, Autobots the worst. With that, Soundwave's data was entirely purged, rendering any dismantling efforts futile. The partition contemplated asking if he had self-terminated, but after scanning, Ratchet confirmed that Soundwave had merely deleted the data. His life support systems were still functional. Do you recall the cortical mental connection device I mentioned earlier? Rosa smiled again, her lips curling upward. This time, she could even attempt to contact home to relay the design schematics directly. Deleted? No matter, I could try to assist in recovery. As for the only laser bird capable of locating Soundwave, it was still undergoing treatment in the med bay after sustaining severe damage. With half a wing severed, it would take time to recover its various neural components. Soundwave would not be returning anytime soon. Chapter 110, 666. This machine is offline. Running diagnostics 100. Restoring from backup 85. Preparing for reboot 80. Reboot paused. Connection successful. Why have you perished again? Grandma, Kai Kai Lao Lao. Could you provide a design schematic for the mental connection device? Grandma, why are you silent? Have you always been reticent? Did you contact me solely to discuss self-termination? I truly cannot handle you. Please be cautious. File received successfully. Love you. Preparing for reboot 100. The Autobots observed as Rosa severed her own head, only to sit upright moments later and reattach it, promptly transmitting the design schematics through their internal network. It appeared she had made contact upon receiving the schematics. Ratchet was the first to examine them within the internal system. Though somewhat rudimentary, the core elements were unexpectedly ingenious. It was worth a try. However, does the size not seem quite right? The ambulance gazed uncertainly at the dimensions indicated on the design blueprint, while Rosa also took a glance at the plans. Simply scaling it proportionately should suffice. It is not overly complicated. Sensing the ambulance's confusion, Rosa spoke reassuringly, and then they divided their tasks. Rosa took charge of the core components, while the ambulance handled simpler, smaller parts. Once assembled, they exchanged a smile and turned their attention to Soundwave, who was in a daze. Their optical lenses gleamed with an intensity that conveyed a shared expression of impending completion. Rosa connected the mental linkage device to Soundwave's head. This was distinct from the cortical mental connection apparatus. Regardless, it posed no issue to place it on the robot designated as Copper 9. The Cybertronians were unaware, and a preliminary test was necessary. After establishing the connection, Rosa reclined on another maintenance bed, voicing her intent to initiate a trial before proceeding. As the communication downlink activated, Rosa entered and was greeted by a flurry of fragmented data, remnants of Soundwave's memory. Well, where to commence? She needed to delve into a memory segment, reading through it with the solver to fully restore its content. This complete recollection would then serve as a bridge to other memories, facilitating a comprehensive restoration. Moreover, this process would grant the previous solver certain permissions. Thus, Soundwave would lack the authority to erase his own memories, while also testing whether he could be prevented from viewing others' memories. After all, one must not allow any loopholes. However, there was a notable difference with the cortical mental connection apparatus. Both parties could perceive each other within their minds, accessing and retrieving their memories. Conversely, in this scenario, the invaded party remained oblivious to the invader, who could seamlessly blend into the other's memories, akin to a ghost, yet interact with the scenes they're in. For instance, one could leave messages by writing on a window. However, manifesting physically within the other's memories was also possible, provided the other party was aware of their username and vocalized it, akin to a permission command. This would enable the solver to embody the surrounding beings, though this was unnecessary here, as no danger had arisen. According to grandmother, grandfather, and aunt, such possession was typically warranted when the other party was disoriented or in peril, necessitating guidance through embodiment. By this means, another thread of subconsciousness could be drawn forth, allowing a complete exploration of that memory, thereby fulfilling the prerequisite for memory restoration. Thus, Rosa merely wandered as a specter within this recollection, even when others grew anxious. Pondering why Rosa had not responded and fearing something might be amiss, she could simply log out at will. What's wrong? Rosa emerged from her trance, sitting up from the maintenance bed, yet the scene on Soundwave's side continued unabated. After a moment of silence, she reassured them, "It's all right. You may proceed." The ambulance spoke, then watched as Rosa reclined once more, delving into the consciousness of Soundwaves. Outside, discussions began regarding the principle of how the sound wave could not perceive the consciousness of others. Of course, most of the time, it was the ambulance proposing hypotheses, suggesting that it might be due to the cortical mental connection device, which directly connects consciousness with memory. In contrast, Rosa and her companions connected consciousness to consciousness, guiding the intruder's awareness to wander within their own memories, while the invader existed as a shadow behind them. Amidst their banter, the memory of the sound wave concluded, and upon the completion of data restoration, Rosa also conveniently appropriated his modification and reading privileges for herself. In that fleeting moment of completion, a blue electric spark appeared beside the Soundwave's head, and simultaneously, a blue pop-up window with a solver emerged on a screen. Privilege allocation. Username. Abstraction. Privilege. Administrator. Shortly thereafter, the Soundwave awakened, surveying his surroundings. For reasons unknown, despite the absence of a visible face, he could still discern a sense of confusion emanating from him. "Should I perhaps lock you as well? That way, you need not fear having your memories accessed," Rosa remarked, glancing at the Soundwave, who was poised to attempt deleting his own memory once more. Insufficient privilege. Contact administrator. Abstraction. His screen incessantly displayed pop-ups indicating a lack of privileges, alongside the blue solver symbol. The Soundwave slowly turned his gaze towards Rosa, who was leaning beside the repair bed. He attempted to emit the sharp sound that had attacked everyone earlier, but Rosa abruptly halted him with a gesture. Maintaining her stance, her smile broadened, clearly relishing in witnessing the downfall of the Decepticons. After the ambulance discreetly informed the others that the sound wave had awakened, it stealthily pulled Rosa aside. "Can your device access memories?" The ambulance quietly inquired, eyeing the gathering Autobots. "It can, but it is not as convenient as the cortical mental connection device. It cannot directly filter memories," Rosa replied softly, their conversation drowned in the clamor of other Autobots. "In that case, we can only proceed with slow interrogation," the ambulance sighed. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted, causing everyone to shield their audio receptors. Meanwhile, Rosa swiftly squeezed into the cluster of Autobots, parting them with her hands. And the moment she located the sound wave, she activated the solver for an intrusion. Once again, a series of beeping system alerts rang out, and the sound wave felt the familiar agony of system intrusion. The jarring noise abruptly ceased once more. "It seems I must stay by his side tonight," Rosa lamented, only to receive a simultaneous tap on the head from Alcee and the ambulance. "Correct your manner of speaking." Rosa covered her head, implying that she feared the sound wave would disturb them with noise during the night, and she was there to ensure he would not unleash any harsh sounds. Chapter 111, Where is this thing? Unsuitable. This thing is perfectly suited. As the laser beak completed its self-repair, it promptly began to acclimate to its new wings. Once the adaptation was finalized, it prepared to track the Autobots' base. Simultaneously, it received orders to capture Ratchet upon arrival at the Autobot stronghold and bring him back, as commanded by Megatron. Thus, after Laserbeak had fully adjusted to its repaired wings, it set out to follow a human, one who undoubtedly possessed knowledge of the Autobots' location. This human, Rosa, was to delve into Ratchet's memories and grant him a layer of access, for Soundwave was ahead, rendering the task seemingly devoid of peril. Moreover, Ratchet was eager to ascertain whether the device genuinely facilitated a connection of consciousness, prompting him to request that Rosa make her presence known during the mental link. He wished to experiment, and thus the infiltration of consciousness commenced. Within Ratchet's mind, he beheld inscriptions on the walls, reflections on glass, and even notes that had inadvertently fallen before him. Upon uttering the phrase abstraction, he observed a Cybertronian entity manifesting before him, a swirling fox whose head suddenly began to emit smoke. Following a series of bizarre distortions, its optical lens transformed into the symbol of a blue decoder, while an indicator card titled Abstraction materialized above its head. Throughout this exceedingly peculiar mental connection, Ratchet gradually recognized that he was within his own memories, concurrently absorbing information regarding the prerequisites for possession and memory restoration. For instance, Possession required the utterance of the counterpart's username and the granting of specific permissions, methods much more benign than the cortical mental connection devices. After all, the latter directly accessed memories, sifting through them with a rather forceful approach. Here, if the reaction was sufficiently intense, the host could expel the intruder upon realizing their consciousness had been invaded, which felt rather gentle in comparison. With the consciousness connection devices testing complete, Rosa logged out and proceeded to grant Ratchet an additional layer of access, preparing to do the same for the next Autobot. At that moment, Agent Fuller, connected to the base's main hall, reported via the screen that he had met with his superior earlier that morning and was informed en route back that the Decepticons had just seized a synchrotron particle collider in Antarctica. While driving, he relayed this information to the Autobots at the base, seemingly oblivious to being pursued by an unknown entity. The time had come for Soundwave to initiate action. The base was shrouded in smoke, with partitions and Ratchet on guard, keeping watch over the captive. Oh, and Rosa was to remain as well, to prevent Soundwave from unleashing piercing sound attacks on the audio receivers of everyone present. The ground bridge sealed, and Optimus Prime led the Autobots to the mission site, directing their focus back to Soundwave. Soundwave, turning to face them, inquired, "Shall we begin?" The partition responded, transforming its hand into a hammer. "Let's pry open his mouth. Let me attempt to see if I can manage it. If not, the task will be left to me." As she spoke, the consciousness connection device rotated at Rosa's fingertips. With a twist of her fingers, she firmly grasped the device. "I shall modify it further to see if I can facilitate a straightforward retrieval of memories." She approached the spot where she had crafted the device, commencing the disassembly of its outer shell, which, of course, remained hidden from the sound waves. "Now let's proceed," she urged as the ambulance arrived before Soundwave. "For instance, why does Megatron exhibit such keen interest in a machine capable of generating black holes?" Soundwave remained silent, merely turning his head away, indicating that prying open his lips would not be an easy task. Once Rosa completed the modifications, she emerged from the shadows with the device in hand, beckoning the ambulance to assist in placing one of the components atop Soundwave's head. "All right, I almost forgot to put him in a hibernation first." The ambulance swiftly retrieved a wrench, inducing a forced slumber upon Soundwave. The reason for not utilizing the surgical hibernation apparatus was likely a vendetta against the audio receiver's previous assault. If all went according to plan, memory retrieval was indeed possible, albeit without the ability to skip or accelerate. Only a specific segment could be selected. Future optimization upgrades could be attempted, but for now, functionality was sufficient. The communication downlink was activated, and upon discovering the answers, Rosa exited, allowing the ambulance outside to witness the visions of her consciousness. Upon learning that Megatron intended to harness human technology to construct the ultimate God lock, the ambulance specifically inquired whether Optimus Prime wished to intervene. The Autobots also sought the ultimate God lock, desiring to restore Cybertron. However, recalling Megatron's ambition to dominate Earth, Optimus concluded that the Autobots must impede Megatron's plans. For should he acquire the ultimate God lock, not only would he restore Cybertron, but he would inevitably transform Earth into a Cybertronian landscape, which was utterly intolerable. Optimus Prime continued to lead the Autobots toward the research base in Antarctica, only to encounter a formidable beast. Without hesitation, he chose to confront the creature while directing the other Autobots further inside. Bumblebee, RC, and Jolt, led by Ironhide, pressed on, anticipating the soldiers stationed within. Ironhide, now adept at switching weaponry, wielded his original firearm in one hand while unleashing his infinite ammo submachine gun with the other, grateful for Rosa's generous gift. He led RC, Bumblebee, and Jolt into the laboratory where Shockwave resided, intending to transform and unleash a missile. However, an awkward mishap occurred during the transformation process. Ironhide charged into the laboratory, raising the weapon bestowed upon him by Rosa, preparing to morph into a laser to cleave through the throng of minions. Yet, he scarcely noticed that he had miscalculated his transformation. What emerged from his hand, after erupting in a brilliant blue light, was not the anticipated beam of laser, but an array of pink heart projections. All present were momentarily entranced by the spectacle, forgetting their intended actions, including both Autobots and Decepticons. In the optical lenses of all machines, a perplexed expression lingered, as if the very air had momentarily solidified, an occurrence that defied logic. The expression on Tong Tianxiao's face was on the brink of breaking, and a mere foot soldier, unable to contain his laughter, provoked Tong Tianxiao to transform into a missile, launching it directly at the opposing Decepticon soldier. Subsequently, he morphed his black-jointed white mechanical hand. While RC and Bumblebee provided cover, he charged forward, delivering a punch to Shockwave's face. However, the metal of Rosa was exceedingly fragile. Though insensitive to pain, visible cracks appeared on his hand in an instant. After a series of punches, Tong Tianxiao, wary due to the fissures and the brittleness of the metal, endeavored to avoid using that hand for combat. It seemed that while the hand was suitable for ranged weaponry, it was best to avoid close combat. Yet, this hesitation allowed Shockwave to exploit the situation. Recognizing that Tong Tianxiao was reluctant to strike with that familiar white hand, seizing the opportunity to deliver a punch to Tong Tianxiao's abdomen, forcing him several steps back. That hand is ill-suited for you. It is too delicate. Typically, exquisite items are accompanied by fragility. Boom! Tong Tianxiao seized the moment, transforming his hand into a missile once more, targeting Shockwave, asserting this seems quite fitting for my needs. Though the hand was somewhat fragile, the array of weaponry at his disposal was indeed extensive. Chapter 112, Laserbird. As long as I can reach that place. Beyond the variety of weapons, his transformations were remarkably fluid. Unlike the transformations of Cybertronians, which required the displacement of numerous components to effectuate change, this hand's transformation demanded no such complexity. It merely required retracting the current form, instantly facilitating the emergence of the desired object. Simple, yet the speed of transformation was accelerated. Smoother, this transformation could occur in a mere second, or perhaps even mere milliseconds. In one moment, Tong Tianxiao wielded a laser cannon, fending off Shockwave's arm attack while pushing back his adversary. In the next instant, without the need to turn around, he could retract the cannon and morph it into a chainsaw with a mere lift of his hand. He struck Shockwave again, seamlessly alternating between attacks and transformations, completing the switch of weaponry in the very moment he prepared to strike once more. Who claimed it was unsuitable? This was, in fact, exceedingly appropriate. It was a pity that there were no shotguns or similar weaponry, short-range yet highly explosive, that would be ideal for the current scenario, allowing for rapid transformations while unleashing devastating firepower at close quarters. The opponent would scarcely have time to react before being caught in the onslaught. Tong Tianxiao held no disdain for the inclusion of less useful items like the heart-shaped gun, as the advantages he had been granted were overwhelmingly significant. Meanwhile outside, Optimus Prime continued to battle with Jetfire, whose shoulder had been corroded by nanite acid. Although the dissolved portions had been cleared away by Shockwave, it had yet to fully recover. Without the formidable energy of his immense form, he would struggle to match Optimus Prime in combat, until Megatron initiated contact, instructing him to cease his current endeavors and assist Shockwave. There was no way to distance Optimus Prime further in order to aid. However, Optimus sustained only minor injuries and continued his pursuit of the monstrous creature. Unfortunately, the adversary's armor was excessively robust, allowing it to retreat into the facility with Shockwave, conveniently taking the desired items along. Observing the creature enter the land bridge with its spoils, Optimus realized time was of the essence and ultimately had to contact an ambulance to activate the land bridge for their return. Yet, something fell amiss. An ambulance? Activation of the land bridge for an ambulance? The communication line yielded no response from the ambulance, raising alarms. Agent Fuller parked his vehicle at the entrance of the base's large warehouse. A laserbird, circling overhead, confirmed Fuller's entry into the building and peered through the window. This gaze revealed the silhouettes of Autobots and Soundwave, prompting the laserbird to decisively shatter the glass and rush inside. It initially fired to deter the nearby Autobots, then proceeded to sever the bonds restraining Soundwave. Now awake, Soundwave immediately played a piercing audio frequency, hoping to stall the other Autobots, even if just for a second. When Rosa intervened, Soundwave ceased the audio but, enduring the pain, unleashed his electrified tendrils to strike at the partition, followed by a smokescreen. The two audio receivers, still under attack, were easily incapacitated. Reacting swiftly, Rosa extended a multitude of scythe-like tendrils from behind, preparing to charge. Soundwave seized an ambulance, transforming one hand into a sharp blade, pressing it against the ambulance's neck. It was a dire situation. Both Rosa and the ambulance shared this grim realization. With a hostage in his grasp, Rosa halted her advance the moment the blade was poised against the ambulance's throat, cautious of making any rash movements. Meanwhile, the laser bird hovered above, scrutinizing her for any signs of an extended camera. Even if the camera were to extend and project immediately, there would still be a fleeting moment of flicker on a chaotic battlefield that might suffice, but in this stillness, the laser bird was undoubtedly fixated on Rosa's every movement. She understood that any noise in her vicinity would compel Soundwave to eliminate the ambulance without hesitation. Observing the grim determination on Rosa's face, Soundwave meticulously recorded the moment, preparing the laser bird for a potential ambush. In such circumstances, he dared not flee with the hostage under Rosa's watchful eye. At present, the laser bird remained a semblance of safety, but he could not allow her to extend her form into the shadows behind her. Who could predict how those forms might react? He could not take that risk. Incapacitating that creature was paramount. Seizing the opportunity, the laser bird transmitted intelligence to Soundwave, informing him that Megatron required the ambulance. Consequently, they would also need to secure the hostage as part of their plan. As the laser bird circled behind her and fired at her head, Rosa fell to the ground in response. However, the laser bird's bullets were too minuscule. It had only discharged one shot. In the split second that Rosa hit the ground, she instantaneously repaired and rebooted, but it was too late. She swiftly rose, only to witness the Soundwave transformation complete, dragging away the incapacitated ambulance. Ultimately, she managed to sever half of the laser bird's wing with her laser. Yet it did not plummet. Instead, it ascended to the aircraft of Soundwave. One could almost envision the laser bird cursing profusely, having just restored its severed wing. Today had repeated itself, albeit in a symmetrical manner. Rosa immediately spread her wings to take flight, but her keen eyes caught sight of a gun appearing beneath the Soundwave vehicle, presumably belonging to the laser bird. Clinging to the underside of Soundwave's craft, it seemed poised to threaten Rosa. Choosing to extract the bullet that had just penetrated her brain, Rosa filled it with the flowing energy and aimed at the gun's muzzle. With a crack, the protruding barrel was deflected by the bullet, which had originated from the laser bird's own weapon. The laser bird was truly enraged, yet fortunately, they were about to exit the base's signal jamming range. If they could just make it out to that location, the moment they breached the jamming zone, Soundwave immediately contacted the land bridge of the Decepticon battleship, activating it to retrieve both himself and the ambulance. Now, pursuit was futile. The ambulance had been seized by Soundwave. This was the voice of Optimus Prime from the central control console of the base. Realizing something was amiss due to the lack of response, they quickly apprehended the situation. Shortly thereafter, RC also accessed the internal line of the ambulance, asking if they had heard the news as they anxiously awaited updates. The ambulance was just taken by Soundwave. I couldn't catch up, so I'm sending it back to you, Rosa stated, activating the land bridge as those around her began to awaken. Chapter 113. Mendoza, what exactly do you want from me? The ambulance was secured on a repair bed aboard the Nemesis, facing the imposing Megatron. To be frank, I require your assistance in completing a rather small scientific experiment. The stark white light shone down from above Megatron, casting shadows across his face and accentuating the brilliance of his red optical lenses. Those eyes fixated intently on the ambulance, which was still attempting to struggle. I will never cooperate with you, the ambulance declared, devoid of fear, only resolute. Soundwave does not require your voluntary cooperation to extract your memories, Megatron stated, gesturing towards the location of his neural module. Meanwhile, Soundwave stood by, prepared with the cortical psychic connection device to link with the ambulance. Realizing he had spoken too soon, Megatron was met once again with that familiar symbol, contacting the administrator, accompanied by the notification that sent a shiver through the sparks of the machines. Access denied. Contact administrator. Abstract. Why must it be this symbol? Megatron despises this pop-up, while the ambulance awakens just a second after this notification, still connected to the cerebral cortex interface at the back of his head. He is somewhat puzzled, but quickly realizes that it is Rosa's authority at play. Ultimately, he has no choice but to temporarily confine the ambulance in a prison cell, opting for a gentler approach due to their past acquaintance. This acquaintance refers to the time before Orion Pax became Optimus Prime, when they were familiar with one another. I found these fragments. Rosa discovered the severed wings of the laser bird. The other Autobots have made no progress, The terrestrial bridge has no historical records, and the captors did not utilize their bridge. The items in Rosa's possession are the only clues, and at this moment, everyone is deliberating on the motives behind the abduction of the ambulance. Given the earlier news of the ultimate key, they suspect a connection to the intentionally captured ambulance. If it were merely a hostage situation, demands would surely have been made, yet none have surfaced. It is possible that the ambulance itself is what they seek, and perhaps only he possesses the complete understanding of it. Reasonable suspicion points towards the synthetic energy entity. Speak. What is it that you desire? The ambulance inquires as Megatron enters the cell, prepared for interrogation. The synthetic super energy entity. As Megatron moves further inside, Soundwave follows, accompanied by Knockout pushing a cart. Megatron gestures for Knockout to connect the lie detector, capable of detecting the spark's pulse frequency and brainwave activity, though the data serves only as a reference. Should they encounter someone with strong psychological resilience, who can lie without revealing any signs of nervousness or increased spark activity, the data would be rendered useless. Huh. Do you think I would hand this over to you so that you could use it to create unlimited firepower and ammunition? The ambulance retorts, prompting a slight shake of Megatron's head. No, Doctor. You misunderstand. We do not intend to use it for destruction, but for construction. Megatron states, planning to resort to threats against humanity if the ambulance does not comply. Do you possess the complete formula? The ambulance expresses surprise. Not complete. It is unstable. Hence, we require you to provide the full formula. Megatron asserts, observing the ambulance shake his head slightly before turning away. I cannot provide what you seek. The synthetic energy entity formula is incomplete. Yet, this statement makes Megatron realize something as he looks up at Soundwave. Soundwave shakes his head, indicating no signs of deceit at present. You would do well to speak the truth. Megatron threatens the ambulance, asserting that they are more than willing to assist in completing the synthetic energy entity formula. And you can rest assured, for our intention is not destruction. What then do you intend to do with it? The ambulance turned around to face Megatron once more. It was by sheer coincidence that they discovered the fusion of synthetic energy and Cybertronian nucleic acid could serve as the fundamental element for creating a substitute for Cybertronian matter. As Megatron spoke, the ambulance realized that he and his faction were intent on reconstructing the ultimate godlock. Megatron continued to weave grand visions of collaboration, suggesting that together they could forge a moment of historic significance, the revitalization of their homeland. Are you suggesting that I, alongside the very architect of my homeland's ruin, should cooperate with you? Let us not forget, you are the one who ruthlessly destroyed Bumblebee's vocalizer. The ambulance glared at Megatron, taking a tentative step forward. No, thank you. At this juncture, Megatron recognized that his enticing visions were futile, and thus resorted to a more sinister form of persuasion. You must make a choice, complete your research, or... Megatron gestured for Soundwave to step forward. Soundwave understood the implication, presenting 3 images of humans. Humans are perpetually your Achilles heel, taunted Starscream from his position against the wall. The ambulance, though still defiant, muttered that it was of no consequence. Yet, Megatron discerned the underlying truth and unleashed another threat. They had discovered the location of the Autobot base. If they proceeded with due diligence, he would spare the Autobots. But how credible could such a promise be? Saying he would reconsider, he turned and exited the cell, promptly instructing Starscream to lead a team to obliterate the Autobot base. Starscream did indeed lead the charge, destroying the warehouse affiliated with the Autobots. However, he failed to scrutinize the surroundings or pay attention to the precise location, fixating only on a specific letter. He had not considered whether any letter might closely resemble it, potentially leading to a deceptive explosion. The scrapyard ultimately became a charred wasteland as he surveyed the ruins of the warehouse. We are fortunate that mere camouflage was sufficient to deceive the Decepticons, he remarked, as the remnants of the warehouse, ravaged by flames and doused with firefighting water, began to reveal a hidden drawing beneath the rubble. Gradually it transformed, while the true Autobot base remained unscathed, simply painted over with white. After witnessing the firefighting efforts, the onlookers returned to their base, releasing the few humans they had temporarily sheltered. With the crisis averted, they needed to continue contemplating how to rescue the ambulance. The first step was to locate the Vengeance. However, the Vengeance was cloaked, making it a challenging endeavor. The group could only focus on the wings that Rosa had severed with lasers. Unexpectedly, it was the response terminal, notably intact, and if it could communicate with the mothership, they could trace the signal. Find a computer and 2 connection cables. If I cannot track it down, I shall write my name backward, Rosa declared with a smile, her fingers cracking knuckles in anticipation. Shero? Jack inquired, glancing at Rosa. Minnesuro, she replied, striding off to retrieve the connection cables. Mendoz? A few humans shared puzzled glances, then turned their attention to the other Autobots. The Autobots were equally perplexed. It had dawned upon them that Rosa had never revealed her full name. It appeared she possessed a surname. Chapter 114. Not late, after all, Rosa directly input the solver into the main control console of the base and connected it to the response terminal of the Laserbird. The code traversed with astonishing speed, locking onto the signal's source in mere seconds and silently implanting a small virus for localization within. Remarkably, none of this triggered the alarm on the Retribution, as every action was meticulously concealed and the sound waves failed to detect any anomalies in the database. When the screen displayed the location, exuberant cheers erupted. They had succeeded. However, real-time tracking was still elusive, as they could only occasionally ascertain a position. They needed to establish a location first, then proceed, re-establishing the position at intervals. Although frequently transmitted signals could indeed be concealed, a more prudent approach was advisable. Currently, the aerial units among the Autobots consisted solely of Optimus Prime and herself, thus the task fell upon them. Consequently, Rosa donned her armor, preparing to embark with Optimus Prime. They simply needed to fly towards the designated location, hoping the battleship's speed would not be excessive, for if the coordinates they provided were too distant, they might not arrive in time. Fortunately, this was not the case. At least after several position reports, it became evident that each announcement was not too far apart. This made things considerably easier. Just before entering the visual range of the battleship, Rosa instructed Optimus Prime to draw closer while she activated a projection to temporarily shield them. She recalled that the battleship should have a dedicated flight corridor for aerial units, which remained open for entry. To her surprise, she could directly observe the ambulance and the Decepticon, Starscream. Starscream was gripping the ambulance's head with one hand, exclaiming, "Now you know how it feels when my brethren were slaughtered." With that, he hurled the ambulance violently to the ground, causing it to skid for some distance. Subsequently, he transformed into his menacing form, preparing to charge at the ambulance once more. However, Optimus Prime swiftly rushed in, seizing the ambulance and evading the onslaught, leaving Starscream enraged and empty-handed. "Ah, hello again," Rosa greeted, her demeanor devoid of battlefield awareness, even waving at Starscream. "Do you remember me?" she inquired, gesturing to herself, followed by a menacing remark that seemed to darken the very air around them. "Not killing you last time was my mistake." Suddenly, her tone shifted dramatically. She placed her hands behind her back and swayed side to side, like a playful girl. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, her voice rising, her actions utterly incongruous with the perilous surroundings. It was as if she had never uttered that menacing line, embodying instead a pure and innocuous girl apologizing, concealed beneath the black armor. "However, you cannot possibly enjoy this sensation, can you?" Rosa raised her tail again, retracting one hand while extending her claws to tap on the tail's needle, producing a metallic chime. This object conjured unpleasant memories for Chong Yunxiao, prompting him to take a step back. The ambulance noticed Chong Yunxiao's actions and expressed a hint of caution towards Rosa. "I do not advise you to continue this battle to mutual destruction. If you seek vengeance for your kin, you should confront Megatron," the ambulance remarked. Upon hearing this, Chong Yunxiao tilted his head in confusion, transforming back into his humanoid form. "What do you mean?" Noticing Chong Yunxiao's non-combative stance, Optimus Prime released his grip on the ambulance, allowing them to converse freely. "Megatron wishes to eliminate you, yet he has exploited us to carry out his nefarious deeds." This assertion was met with skepticism from Chong Yunxiao, who felt a surge of anger compelling him to advance. "You are attempting to incite discord between Megatron and me. How peculiar!" Rosa's words drew Chong Yunxiao's gaze, as he observed her delicately tapping her chin with a claw. An ordinary cavern, devoid of energy veins, had inexplicably birthed several vehicles filled with energy, leading into Shockwave's laboratory. With a lively tone, Rosa exclaimed at the end, her claws transforming back into hands as she looked at Chong Yunxiao. who was bent slightly with his hands on his knees. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted to a calm and steady tone. "Who set this up?" At that moment, the ambulance interjected. "This is a trap, a scheme designed to lead us into a perilous situation, aiming to eliminate your kind through our hands. Reflect carefully, set aside your primal instincts, and recall the events of that day." Observing Chong Yunxiao's increasingly troubled expression, the ambulance pressed on. "They fear you, and they fear your kin. This is the very reason they seek to annihilate your kind." Seeing Chong Yunxiao's rising fury, Rosa recognized the opportune moment and produced a vial of liquid from seemingly nowhere. "Use this. Apply it to the wound I inflicted upon you last time. It can repair the areas corroded by nanite acid and prevent further damage. If you fail to cleanse it thoroughly, even a trace will lead to continuous decay." Chong Yunxiao accepted Rosa's kindness, treated himself, and immediately barreled into the warship, dispatching every Decepticon soldier that obstructed his path as he prepared to head towards Megatron's command center. Meanwhile, the Autobots sought out the control panel in the corridor, swiftly disabling defenses and contacting the base to prepare for the transport of others via the land bridge. From the ambulance's revelations, they had also learned that the ultimate God lock was complete, residing in the depths of the Nemesis. By injecting Cybertronian material into the ultimate God lock, they could restore Cybertron and potentially assimilate Earth. Such an occurrence must not be permitted. Yet, this battle could very well be their final stand, as they aim to annihilate Megatron and vanquish the Decepticons. At this moment, deep within the lower tier of the Nemesis, Chong Yunxiao had been thrown out of the warship through a window due to an ambush by Starscream. In a brief span, the return seemed improbable. As Megatron received the signal of impending attack from the Nemesis, the realization struck that the Doctor had survived. Skyfire suddenly discerned that the truth might indeed bear the mark of the ambulance. If those Autobots could ascend, it likely indicated their call for external assistance. Therefore, they would undoubtedly head towards the ultimate Godlock. Swiftly, he commanded the assembly of existing forces, insisting on the protection of the ultimate Godlock at any cost. With that, he seized the Dark Star Sword, arriving somewhat late, but not too late. The one known as Knockout had fled just as Megatron prepared to engage Skyfire, bringing with him a divine artifact. Although he missed the chance to confront Skyfire, he managed to intercept another. Should Optimus Prime wish to declare war upon him, then the fates of both Earth and Cybertron would hang in the balance. Megatron slowly turned to regard the figures of Starscream and Knockout behind him. As he desired, this would mark our final battle. Chapter 115. What a bright light. Is that RC? The battle commenced as the entire Autobot force assembled at the lower deck of the Ultimate Godlock. They divided into 3 teams. Optimus Prime alone, seeking out Megatron, RC, Smokescreen, and Bumblebee in one team, and Prowl with Ratchet and the others in another. RC led her stealth unit towards the Ultimate Godlock, while Prowl commanded the Thunder Rescue team to launch an assault on the bridge, preventing the stealth unit from being hindered and ensuring they could halt the activation of the Ultimate Godlock. Even if they ultimately failed to prevent its activation, they were determined to destroy it, for Optimus Prime no longer dared to hope for the revival of his homeland. At a fork in the path, the Autobot team split into 2. Smokescreen spotted Megatron in the distance, brandishing the Dark Star Sword, merely catching a fleeting glimpse. Meanwhile, the stealth unit, aided by Rosa's projections, vanished without a trace at the next junction, leaving the Decepticon grunts baffled. Then, confusion reigned as Rosa unleashed an array of scythes, efficiently dispatching the foes. This time, the harvest occurred before the Autobots, and as long as they refrained from consuming the spoils, they would likely remain indifferent. Wow, is it possible to play like this? Smokescreen marveled at the cameras and scythes that extended from Rosa's form. Rosa gradually retracted the scythes, leaving behind a few projections that depicted the Decepticon soldiers running in panic. She then orchestrated a collision between them and another team of grunts, who assumed the intruders were still advancing down the further corridor. Otherwise, there would be no reason for those soldiers to emerge from that direction. Thus, they too began to hasten towards the other side, becoming increasingly muddled. This pattern continued without exception, as they concealed their allies' projections and dispatched a team of grunts to feign that the area was previously traversed without any sign of enemies. The grunts would then rush towards the other side, yet no matter how they proceeded, they would find no trace of the Autobots. Advancing forward, they would encounter nothing but emptiness. When they turned back, they would find their target long lost. Where had the Autobots gone? No one knew. Ah, this is what true stealth looks like. The smokescreen spoke within the ranks, evidently different from what he had learned previously in the Elite Guard. It was exhilarating. They hardly needed to fire their weapons. Upon encountering the projections, those present would assume that the area had already been surveyed and would flee, each encounter feeling merely like a casual passing. This was the true essence of stealth. However, the situation was less optimistic on the side of Tongxiangxiu. Upon reaching the bridge, the command center, they were met with Soundwave, who ensnared them with a teleportation trick, thrusting them into a surrounding trap. While they could certainly prevail in a fight, returning to the command center would require time. Suddenly, the smoke screen halted, and under the puzzled gazes of the others, he declared that there was something he must attend to. He then departed with the phase shifter. RC remained silent for a moment before leading everyone forward. Meanwhile, at Soundwave's location, an overland bridge unexpectedly appeared, revealing a human figure. Jack emerged from it, and the Decepticon soldiers immediately aimed their weapons at him. But shortly thereafter, a massive figure followed through the bridge, Mikey clad in her supreme armor. She swiftly dispatched the Decepticon minions, while Soundwave activated the overland bridge aimed directly at her, forcing Mikey to retreat repeatedly. Rafi, activate the overland bridge. Jack shouted over the phone. Are you sure? Rafi hesitated, glancing at the computer, but after another firm affirmation, he pressed the run button. Behind Soundwave, another overland bridge materialized. One was in front of him, and another at his back, too close together, creating an immediate suction. Soundwave found himself at a disadvantage, while Mikey grasped Jack to prevent him from being drawn in as a flash of light engulfed them, causing both overland bridges to vanish. Along with Soundwave himself, Soundwave achieved the accomplishment of Shadow Zone. Jack and Mikey successfully took control of the command center, and Jack prepared to commandeer the entire warship. However, he seemed inept at navigation. After pressing what he thought was the turn button, the entire vessel tilted, causing even Mikey to lose her footing. Propelled against the wall by gravity, the other machines aboard faced similar fates. At that moment, Megatron was still engaged in battle with Optimus Prime, having just kicked the weapon from Prime's grasp, preparing to contact Shockwave to activate the ultimate god lock when the entire warship tilted sharply. What was happening? RC nearly lost her balance around the corridor's corner, but managed to steady herself against the wall. However, Rosa and Bumblebee were not as fortunate. Standing in the corridor center without a wall to brace against, Bumblebee lost his footing and crashed into Rosa, who was caught off guard by the sudden impact, and, due to the slant of the floor, fell straight to the ground. It turned out Bumblebee had fallen, and now he supported himself on the ground, narrowly avoiding an intimate encounter with Rosa, kneeling as if he had toppled over her. Rosa, in a daze, was momentarily stunned, while Bumblebee glanced down at her beneath him, and the cooling fan erupted with a sudden, loud crackle. He was momentarily stunned, but fortunately, the lesser enemies had just been lured away, leaving him unharmed and with ample time to regain his composure. The courier has arrived, hasn't it? Smoke called out, activating the phase shifter while brandishing the Star Sword as he raced toward Optimus Prime. Alcee, observing the direction in which Smoke sprinted, recognized it as the location of the ultimate divine lock. She prepared to signal the two machines behind her to advance, only to witness Bumblebee, still dazed, pinning Rosa beneath him. At that moment, Alcee felt particularly radiant. The curvature of the strut had returned to its normal state, no longer tilted. Why were those two still on the ground? If you have something to discuss, can we not do it later? Alcee inquired with dissatisfaction, prompting Bumblebee to finally react and hurriedly rise. He extended a hand to help Rosa up, simultaneously offering a flustered apology. Rosa, understanding the context, merely reassured him with a simple "it's all right." Unable to contain herself, Alcee urged the pair to continue towards the ultimate divine lock. News arrived from Tongxiangxiu that the command center had been secured, and Smoke, wielding the Star Sword, entered the lair of the ultimate divine lock. Witnessing the fierce battle between Optimus Prime and Megatron below, Smoke then spotted Shockwave nearby. As he prepared to hurl the Star Sword, Shockwave ambushed him with a shot, sending the sword flying onto the strut. Alcee and the others, who had already breached the area, aimed to rush for the Star Sword, but so did Red Spider and Shockwave. However, Red Spider was knocked aside by Bumblebee just as he attempted to charge forward, only to be further incapacitated by Alcee's swift counterattack. Meanwhile, Rosa found the space sufficiently open and unfurled her wings, soaring directly toward Shockwave with a flying kick. Though Shockwave blocked the strike with his arm, he was still forced back several paces. As Shockwave staggered back, he noticed Bumblebee reaching for the Star Sword and prepared to fire, but was distracted by Rosa's flying kick, which redirected his aim and caused his shot to ricochet off the wall. Following her kick, Rosa instantly teleported, twisting her body and extending one wing, aiming the sharp tip of her feathered blade toward Shockwave. Shockwave caught her wing with his blade, but as Rosa realized he grasped her wing, she swiftly pivoted, using the momentum to fling him against the wall. Shockwave fired at Rosa, but just as the bullet reached her, it was deflected by a blue decoder symbol. Long-range attacks were futile. No. Rosa, hearing the sound, glanced back, only to see Bumblebee plummeting directly toward the center of the ultimate divine lock. His optical sensors were extinguished mid-air, and his spark chamber had been breached as he fell into a sea of Cybertronian matter, consumed by the overwhelming force. The voice that echoed was not that of Optimus Prime. Instead, he roared in fury, unleashing a flurry of punches at Megatron. Chapter 116, Rise, My Love. Rise, Cybertron. Have you decided how you shall meet your end? Rosa observed Bumblebee, who had already succumbed to the substance of Cybertron, and turned to inquire with Shockwave. Immediately, she activated her semi-absolute solver form, her perspective elevating. The lower half of Rosa extended, decomposing into an abundance of limbs and appendages, which proliferated in a manner reminiscent of serpentine bones or vertebrae. Upon the spine were additional size and tentacle-like pincers, including cameras for projection. The armor of her lower half had fragmented into plates, each grasped by tendrils, while her upper body remained unchanged, her armor still securely in place. However, the juxtaposition of her half-armor with the enormous centipede-like lower body appeared surprisingly harmonious. Oh, my apologies, Rosa spoke in a calm tone. I shouldn't have asked. You have no choice. As she controlled the massive iron sheet, spinning at an astonishing speed, likely detached from a wall, Rosa, surrounded by countless extending limbs, surveyed the scene below. With a gentle wave of her hand directing the spinning metal, it resembled a saw, capable of cleaving a Decepticon soldier in two with the ease of slicing a cake. Remarkably, these metal sheets could be replicated. With a mere gesture, the flying saws would return to orbit around her, should they stray too far beyond the solver's control range. There was no need for concern. Her aim remained precise, allowing the rapidly rotating saws to traverse considerable distances through the air. Particularly now, under the dense canopy of pincers and scythes, no adversary could approach her. Witnessing the Decepticons retreating in haste, some trembling even while wielding their firearms, Rosa prepared to charge toward the nearest Shockwave. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from below. The ultimate godlock was sounding as Megatron wielded the Dark Star Saber, nearly launching Optimus Prime away. Yet, Rosa's attention inadvertently caught a glimpse of a yellow figure. Was it Bumblebee? Assuming she had misidentified him, she readied herself to scrutinize the scene, momentarily pinning the illogical Shockwave to the ground, awaiting his impending fate. Upon directing her gaze towards that area, it became clear it truly was Bumblebee, valiantly hauling the Star Saber toward Megatron. Megatron, a voice resonated, one not belonging to any of the Autobots present. With a swift motion, as Megatron turned his head, the Star Saber was thrust directly into his spark chamber. Pain. This was Megatron's initial sensation. He attempted to extract the sword, but to no avail. Bumblebee's recently pierced spark chamber was being repaired by Cybertronian substance. You have stolen my voice, but this time you shall not take anything from me. Bumblebee shouted, watching as Megatron raised the Dark Star Saber to strike him down. Yet, the excruciating pain and fading consciousness limited him to merely lifting the Dark Star Saber. His consciousness grew increasingly dim, and his body could no longer sustain circulation. Ultimately, in the fleeting moment of raising the Dark Star Sword, he lost the strength to grip it, allowing the sword to slip from his fingers and descend into the Earth's atmosphere. Unable even to stand, Megatron knelt, still striving to draw forth the Star Sword, yet his awareness had nearly vanished, and his strength had entirely dissipated. In the end, he could only slowly recline, leaving an imprint of the dark super-energy entity upon the sword, then gently sliding off, plummeting into the Earth's atmosphere. This was the conclusion of all. Lord Megatron, no! Screamed the Red Spider. Shockwave, regaining his senses, broke free from the constraints of his extended form and seized the red spider, intent on fleeing. "I will avenge you, my lord," cried the red spider, attempting to charge forward, only to be yanked back by Shockwave. The red spider, still determined to escape his restraints and continue his advance, protested Shockwave. "Don't be foolish." As Shockwave carried the red spider away, a few remaining Decepticon soldiers follow behind. "Let your logic perish," the red spider shouted at Shockwave, deeply dissatisfied with his obstruction of revenge. Meanwhile, Bumblebee and Optimus Prime had scrambled back to the lower deck from the Supreme Lock, and Rosa, at that moment, retracted her extended form, reverting to her complete humanoid shape. She, along with the other Autobots, gathered around the approaching Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. "Bumblebee, your voice." Ratchet had noticed from the very beginning, Bumblebee could speak again. "My voice." Bumblebee, initially puzzled, only now grasped the situation. "My voice," he exclaimed, overjoyed, rushing forward to embrace Ratchet. "Ratchet, my vocalizer is fixed." Indeed, we noticed," Ratchet replied with a smile, patting Bumblebee on the shoulder. "Is this Cybertronian material?" Bumblebee observed his hands, marveling as all the scratches had vanished, leaving his form unblemished. "This is the only reasonable explanation," Ratchet affirmed, as Bumblebee noticed Rosa, now back in humanoid form, approaching the group. "Rosa." Bumblebee joyously ran to her, and she greeted him with delight, poised to offer her congratulations. Perhaps overwhelmed by elation, Bumblebee lost his composure and enveloped Rosa in a hug. The congratulatory words caught in his throat, stifled by the exuberance of lifting her and spinning around. Suddenly, Bumblebee seemed to realize something and hastily set Rosa down, his expression betraying discomfort. "I apologize, I got a bit carried away." Rosa paused momentarily, but reassured him. "It's all right. It seems our medic has finally fulfilled his past promise," Optimus Prime remarked with a smile, glancing at Ratchet and then at the two young machines nearby. Optimus Prime, calling all members. He pressed the communication button to contact the base, transmitting the good news there, as well as to the team in the Arkansas. "Megatron has been vanquished." At the instant the transmission completed, he was met with a chorus of jubilant cheers over the intercom. The Thunder Rescue Team executed this mission splendidly, Optimus Prime remarked within the command center, while Teletron, one indicated to him that the achievements belonged to humanity. At this moment, the entire Nemesis had been secured by the Autobots, including the coveted Allspark. They could transport the Allspark to Cybertron, heralding the revival of their home world. However, the resources from Cybertron might be insufficient, merely enabling the awakening of Cybertron without the means to restore its cities. Bumblebee extended an invitation to Earth's allies, including Raph, Nurse Darby, and Agent Fowler, to witness the resurrection of Cybertron together. Chapter 117. Tearful farewells are unfitting for me, for our next encounter shall be awkward. The Cybertronian resources were to be directly infused into the core of Cybertron, the very heart of Primus. They were currently aboard the Nemesis, en route to Cybertron. Thanks to the Decepticon space bridge, they could swiftly traverse the cosmos. Meanwhile, all Decepticons aboard the ship had been subdued. Of course, Rosa was refraining from eating, for the aftermath would be a troublesome mess of debris and energy signatures, which would inevitably lead to scolding, perhaps even confinement. Rosa could only observe as the trembling Decepticon grunts huddled together, casting furtive glances in her direction. She struggled to suppress her instinct to look at them, her mouth watering at the sight. Their fear persisted until Bumblebee arrived to escort them, finally clearing a room to accommodate the captives. The expressions of the Decepticons were akin to that of a savior, leaving Bumblebee perplexed. Why did they regard him in such a manner? As Bumblebee secured the cell, he witnessed the Decepticon grunts sobbing and exclaiming their relief. "I'm not dead. I'm alive." They cheered, some even leaning against the walls of the cell, murmuring affectionately, "Oh, how I love this cell." It was indeed peculiar, leaving Bumblebee utterly baffled, until Smokescreen, intrigued, delved into the Decepticon database to investigate the Autobots, inadvertently discovering that Rosa's profile contained significantly more information than those of her counterparts. While the others had comprehensive details, agility, primary attack methods, temperament, the dossier on Rosa was notably extensive. "Smokescreen, did you uncover something?" RC inquired, as she tidied the rooms for their stay during Cybertron's reconstruction. "It's Rosa's profile. I'm curious how the Decepticons perceive her." Just as Bumblebee returned from escorting the Decepticon grunts to their cells, he overheard Smokescreen's words. The Bumblebee, filled with curiosity, approached and, upon opening, discovered a plethora of densely packed information, including videos. As they began to explore, they stumbled upon footage of Rosa's initial appearance in the Decepticon training camp, showcasing her in darkness, contorting her head at an unnatural 180 degrees. Alongside this were recordings of her elongated form extending in various ways. A moment of silence enveloped the group, followed by an array of unsettling images from the rookie training camp, including, but not limited to, the tragic incident at the oil bar. We should be grateful that we have trained her well. At least she no longer consumes machines or humans. The ambulance arrived just in time to witness this scene, collectively gasping in astonishment. All the machines nodded in agreement, yet the carbon-based humans felt relatively unfazed, with Mickey even finding the spectacle somewhat cool. Fortunately, they refrained from searching the Decepticon soldiers' death records. Otherwise, Rosa would certainly have been summoned for further education. Meanwhile, Rosa ventured into the lab to inspect the equipment, where she encountered numerous metallic materials that sparked an idea. She communicated with the ambulance via internal lines, securing permission to take the materials back to her room. She intended to attempt recreating the infamous Killer 3000. However, before that, they had another task at hand, with the blue-green light of the space bridge illuminating the surroundings. The Vengeance arrived above the dim and dilapidated Cybertron. This was Rosa's first direct encounter with the entire planet, as the ship approached the well of the Allspark. After placing the materials down, she emerged, only to find that the others had deleted the videos pertaining to Rosa from the database. They presumed she would not want them to be aware of such content, nor did they wish for her to be troubled by it. Shortly thereafter, Vengeance successfully aligned the ultimate god lock with the core of Cybertron. As the ambulance pressed the activation button, all Cybertronian matter surged through the ultimate god lock into the Allspark well. Within mere seconds, a radiant blue light emanated from the well, dispelling the dark clouds that had shrouded Cybertron. The planet was reborn, and all gazed upon its beauty, their faces aglow with joy. What a splendid sight! Suddenly, the imposing figure of Knockout materialized in the command room, standing behind the other Autobots. Rosa looked quizzically at the others, surprised they had not confined him as well. What is the matter? Am I to be a mere bystander? Knockout inquired, sensing their thoughts, only to be met with a punch from Mickey, clad in supreme armor. After the ship docked, the monstrous Devastator, having been hurled by Megatron, clung to the hull of Vengeance just as they arrived at Cybertron. Devastator? The ambulance questioned, gazing at the creature soaring through the sky. Following this, they activated the space bridge to send several humans back, while simultaneously bidding farewell and gathering their belongings. This time, they were truly departing, returning to their homeland where much reconstruction awaited them. Jack and his companions will remain at the base, yet they are not agents just yet. They must await their coming of age to assume that role, and for now, they can only serve as advisors. The ambulance will also stay behind, fulfilling a similar advisory function, though it is unlikely to remain for an extended period. At this moment, everyone has nearly finished packing their belongings, and this will be their final encounter with their partner, Raffi. Bumblebee approached Raffi, who had already begun to weep. "I know," he said, "you need not utter a word. There is no necessity for conversation. After being partners for so long, even silence can convey understanding." I realized I had said nothing. Bumblebee offered a wry smile as Meichi crouched by the partition, softly sobbing, the partition only granting her a finger to hold onto as she cried. "We have endured so much on this journey," RC said to Jack, observing his sorrowful expression, and added, "Do not compel me to return in pursuit of you." As she spoke, the Autobots gathered together, preparing for departure. Fuller saluted all the Autobots as a gesture of farewell. "This is our last meeting," Bumblebee remarked, glancing at Rosa and then at Raffi. "Indeed, do you not feel sorrow?" Bumblebee inquired of Rosa, who obviously felt the weight of parting, after spending so much time together. It was only natural to feel a tinge of emotion at the prospect of leaving. "It is painful," Rosa admitted, "yet I cannot bring myself to cry." She turned her gaze to Bumblebee. "As long as we are still here, we will meet again someday. Tears and farewells do not suit me," she said with a bittersweet smile, for the next meeting would surely be awkward. "We will see each other again, will we not?" Rosa asked, looking at Jack, Raffi, and Meichi. "One day, we will return." "Wow," RC interjected, having just bid farewell and arriving at the space bridge, coincidentally catching the tail end of Rosa's words. Where did you learn that? RC inquired. Chapter 118 of The Fallen Furlin. The Autobots may not comprehend, yet they were profoundly moved. All personnel returned to the Vengeance, where preparations for Bumblebee's commendation ceremony and subsequent festivities were underway, though those matters would be addressed the following day. The celebration was to involve the destruction of Megatron's statue erected on Carlin, but today was reserved for rest, allowing everyone time to organize their belongings. Once Rosa had finished tidying up, she prepared to gather materials to craft a You Must Die 3000. However, as she returned with the materials, she suddenly had a thought. Could I perhaps create a backup machine? She pondered. It seemed that after crafting the You Must Die 3000, there would be sufficient leftover scraps. Yet, those scraps would only suffice to create a humanoid-sized killing machine. Perhaps it would be prudent to prepare an additional escape route, just in case. This period was likely to be devoid of significant events, and since idleness beckoned, constructing a small backup machine would not require much effort. With these thoughts in mind, she began to engage in her tasks. Apart from receiving supplies, she remained withdrawn. Rosa glanced around at the dimly lit surroundings, which were enveloped in a deep purple hue, evoking memories of a night, an atmosphere she found quite unsettling. Perhaps it was time to consider a renovation. She took a sip of the energy supplement, feeling the unfamiliar environment weigh upon her. Even the lights failed to dispel the oppressive darkness, conjuring unwelcome memories. It seemed that a restful night was unlikely. Indeed, that evening she was plagued by nightmares, peculiar in nature and difficult to articulate, reminiscent of her long absence from the game Identity V. The next morning, Alcee, noticing Rosa's lackluster demeanor while collecting supplies, inquired about her troubled sleep with genuine curiosity. Rosa recounted her dream. She had traversed into the realm of Raccoon City's giant mountain psychiatric hospital, where she was pursued by a figure named Elong amidst a rainstorm, alongside a ghost named Jiahui. As if that weren't enough, she was also chased by a teddy bear and a triangular-headed entity. In a twist, she transformed into a little girl clad in a yellow raincoat, fleeing from the relentless black Zetsubo Shakuhachi until she found herself cornered in a classroom by a figure resembling a bear. Following her execution, she was transported to the Fate Arena, where she encountered something that startled her awake. The others, engrossed in their own supply gathering, listened to Rosa's recounting. Each word was comprehensible, yet the overall narrative eluded them. The Autobots were bewildered but profoundly affected. "Rosa, are you all right?" Alcee asked with concern. "Quite well, actually." Emotionally stable, preparing to sweep through existence as a mere corpse, Rosa replied after sipping her energy drink. Optimus raised an eyebrow, deciding it prudent for Rosa to take some time to recuperate. Her dreams seemed excessively convoluted, and perhaps a respite would aid her recovery. "Rosa, during this time aboard the Retribution, focus on resting. There's no need for patrols or such duties," Optimus instructed. Rosa, though puzzled, acquiesced, feeling ambivalent about the matter. "Is that acceptable?" Rosa hesitated, sensing no real issue. Following the ceremony for Bumblebee that had concluded at noon, Optimus added, and Rosa could only nod in bemusement while clutching her energy supplement. Subsequently, she retreated to continue her crafting of death to U-3000, utilizing her previous experiences to expedite the process, managing to forge a weapon core in a single night. Meanwhile, others, such as Jolt, were busy placing explosives on Megatron's statue. As noon approached, preparations for the ceremony commenced, and the group gathered in the plaza of Kalon City, with Optimus facing Bumblebee while the others observed from behind. In the presence of all Autobots and under the gaze of our Creator, the primordial supreme, and the core of our planet, he proclaimed with authority, "With the most potent energy treasures, I bestow upon you this honor." Optimus raised the Star Sword, preparing to bestow the honor upon Bumblebee. With a gentle tap of the Star Sword on Bumblebee's left and right shoulders, the ritual was complete. "Bumblebee, you have now become a warrior." As the final words resonated, Bumblebee rose, marking the completion of the ceremony, and soon, everyone approached to congratulate him. The atmosphere quickly transformed into one of revelry. Jolt pressed a button in his hand, and with two beeps, the statue of Megatron in the distance erupted in a spectacular explosion. Notably, an explosive had been placed on Megatron's visage, resulting in his face and the entire statue being obliterated into fragments. Observing Jolt and Sideswipe suddenly collide with force, Smokescreen gave Bumblebee a hearty slap on the shoulder. "Well done, buddy." Bumblebee stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Today, a warrior, perhaps tomorrow, a leader? Bumblebee turned to him, cautioning, "Do not be too eager, smokescreen. The mantle of leadership is a weighty responsibility not meant for everyone." With a hint of embarrassment, Bumblebee waved his hand dismissively. "I must interrupt your celebration." Optimus Prime interjected suddenly, drawing everyone's attention and prompting a realization. Was there an issue? A brief exchange of glances between RC and Sideswipe suggested that they would not be the ones to dampen the mood. Both Autobots turned to Optimus Prime. "However, I must depart from you," he continued, as the ever-curious Thundercracker stepped forward to inquire about the reason. "Although Cybertron currently sustains the existence of Autobots, our planet is still incapable of nurturing new life. Unless I can discover the source of all life and its eventual revival on Cybertron, the Allspark, indeed, is about finding it, which implies that the Allspark is presently not on Cybertron. This was due to the war that raged thousands of years ago. To prevent the Allspark from falling into Megatron's hands, Optimus had secretly sent it to a distant region of the galaxy. Now he needed to retrieve it, guided by the matrix of leadership, which would reveal the Allspark's location. However, Cybertron remained unsafe, still requiring supervision. Thus he and the seasoned Jolt would embark on a spacecraft to recover the Allspark. After all, with Starscream and Shockwave still at large, alongside the formidable Devastator, the situation was far from secure. Consequently, this task fell to Thundercracker, who would primarily oversee and patrol, tasked with discovering and apprehending the fleeing Decepticons, and of course, he could deploy other Autobots as needed. Sideswipe was assigned the responsibility of rebuilding their homeland, beginning with the construction of a landing site to welcome back the refugees. Following this, Optimus and Jolt immediately set forth in their spacecraft, and after bidding farewell, everyone dispersed to attend to their respective duties. Those responsible for the mission could enlist assistance from others, while Sideswipe opted to recruit some willing Decepticon foot soldiers to aid in the reconstruction efforts. RC, Thundercracker, and Smokescreen divided into two teams to detect life signals of the fugitives. Meanwhile, Rosa returned to her tasks, and Bumblebee remained on standby aboard the Arclight, prepared to activate the land bridge should the need arise. The days have been relatively tranquil. Had it not been for Rosa's unfortunate mishap of shattering the core that cost a staggering 3,000 lives, followed by another explosion. In Chapter 119, Bumblebee mused that his presence would merely hinder my progress in scientific endeavors. After tidying up, Rosa resumed her tasks, diligently continuing her work on the lethal contraption. Apart from occasionally emerging to procure supplies, she remained in her domain. After 2 days of rest, Bumblebee seemed to feel an overwhelming sense of isolation and sought to find something to occupy his time. Thus, on the day Rosa ventured out, Bumblebee requested her to deliver provisions to the prisoners, ensuring he was prepared for any situation where the land bridge could not be activated. Rosa readily acquiesced and, with supplies in hand, entered the cell. Under the watchful and terrified gazes of the prisoners, she carefully placed the provisions down. "You should consider yourselves fortunate," Rosa remarked as she gradually stood up and made her way back to the door. She had not even bothered to close the door behind her, fully confident that the prisoners would not dare to escape in her presence. Once outside, the Autobots could not guarantee their safety. Remain compliant, and nothing untoward will occur. Should you manage to exit this cell, I would undoubtedly devise a means to let you go, only to lie in wait outside, ensuring your demise and erasing all traces. Thus, within the pristine confines of the Retribution, nothing would transpire, merely the tale of a prisoner's escape, lost to the ether. Nothing more. After exiting the cell and exchanging a brief farewell with the prisoners, Rosa closed the door firmly. After notifying the command center that she had completed her task, she returned to her quarters to continue her work on the lethal device, hoping to finish it by day's end. Her crafting continued seamlessly until the evening supply retrieval, moving swiftly with the expectation of completing her creation. "How on earth do you manage it, Rosa?" Bumblebee inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Occasionally, the command center would hear the clanging of metal from the cell, the sound of prisoners attempting to break their shackles. However, since her visit, the noise had ceased entirely. Rosa chuckled at this observation. Perhaps they were merely taking a break? They might resume their efforts after a while, she suggested. Gazing out at the view from the command center's large window and taking another sip from her supplies, considering the recent lack of disturbance. She pondered whether to stay up late that night to complete the device and simultaneously work on her backup machine. "Wait, Rosa," Bumblebee called out, prompting her to turn around in confusion. "Are you free tonight?" That is, if there's nothing pressing. He seemed hesitant, caught between wanting to express something and holding back, ultimately waving it off as inconsequential. "All right then," Rosa replied, not pressing further as she slowly retreated to her haven. Returning to her room, she persevered in her endeavor, swiftly completing the weapon before embarking on the creation of her backup machine. Later that evening, encouraged by the other Autobots, Bumblebee knocked on Rosa's door, inquiring if she had time to step outside for a brief stroll. Rosa declined, believing that her passion lay more in the realm of scientific research than in patrolling. Clearly, there seemed to be a misunderstanding. She assumed it was an evening patrol. Who, at such an hour, would venture out to work overtime? Thus, the Bumblebee left with a sense of dejection, having been turned away. Meanwhile, Rosa opted to continue crafting a backup machine for herself. To be honest, the functionalities required did not necessitate excessive complexity. Some elements could naturally be substituted with flesh and blood. Therefore, she employed the most rudimentary techniques to fabricate the necessary components. However, as she progressed, she realized that something seemed to be missing, perhaps a wig and clothing. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to check her subspace for any remnants of these items. Ultimately, she discovered an old wig and some clothing that had been carelessly discarded in a corner. After all, she had once been of human size. During her battles, her physical form was frequently torn apart, necessitating the preparation of spare garments. Once she completed her tasks, it was time to rest. Rosa tidied up and promptly returned to her charging bed for slumber. Days passed, and there remained no news regarding the fugitive from the direction of the Decepticon. Only through scant traces could it be inferred that they had rummaged through the remnants of a former Decepticon facility. It appeared that Shockwave had devised a means to obfuscate life signals, rendering them unable to ascertain a precise location. The platform's framework was nearing completion. Only a few days had elapsed since the announcement of the war's conclusion, and it would take time for refugees from other regions to arrive, though they were expected soon. On Bumblebee's end, having noted that several days had passed without any news of the fugitive, he sought to interrogate the prisoners. However, they all proved to be entirely uninformed. Nevertheless, Knockout suggested a potential course of action, positing that Shockwave must have retreated to a hidden laboratory. While they were unaware of its existence, the Dark Mount, serving as the Decepticon headquarters, would likely possess records of it. This indeed presented a viable plan. Bumblebee then granted Knockout an opportunity to polish himself before returning to his cell. "Bumblebee, activate the ground bridge. Hurry!" Smokescreen shouted over the comms. Bumblebee immediately prepared to input the coordinates, only to discover that Smokescreen had not provided a specific location. "Where do I open it?" "Open here. Give me the exact coordinates." A blue-green light flickered to life as Smokescreen dragged the severely injured Decepticon back into the Nemesis. At least Decepticon was still able to walk, albeit with considerable injury, forcing them to contact an ambulance still on Earth. What happened? The others swiftly returned upon receiving the news, with the partitioned area filled with concern for Decepticon, who lay on the medical bed. "We were ambushed by two monstrous creatures," Smokescreen recounted, watching as RC administered initial treatment to Decepticon. "Was it the Predacons?" Bumblebee inquired, to which Smokescreen shook his head. "No, it was two different monstrous entities. Fortunately, Decepticon utilized that collective disorientation device, though it nearly incapacitated me as well." Everyone listened intently to Smokescreen while awaiting Rosa's guidance for the ambulance. "Collective disorientation?" Bumblebee asked. "Pulse generator?" After Rosa arrived with the ambulance, she obediently assisted others by passing items and lending a hand. Meanwhile, the ambulance connected its equipment and began scanning and testing, revealing that most injuries were internal. Not particularly severe, but difficult to recover from. After a while, the ambulance decided it was best for Tong Xiangxiu to rest properly. Who could explain why those two ferocious beasts had come to Cybertron? Alcee was the first to question why it was the ferocious beasts that attacked them. Optimus Prime had mentioned that without a spark, there could be no new life. The Partition recalled that Cybertron was currently devoid of sparks. Thus, how could new life emerge? He had once mentioned that Bumblebee pondered for a moment, but his intuition told him that clones did not constitute new life. As Bumblebee spoke, Rosa observed the group. Shockwave had been researching the cloning project, and it was likely his doing. The notion of clones awakened them to the urgency of capturing them. If Shockwave resumed his research, even more beasts would emerge. The others agreed with Bumblebee's reasoning. They should inform Optimus Prime. However, would this matter disrupt Optimus's mission to save Cybertron? Perhaps it was wiser to consider alternative approaches first. Bumblebee was the first to conceive an idea. They should seek out Jetfire, as he too was a ferocious beast and might possess further information about others. While Rosa worked, she listened to the discussion, feeling an inexplicable oddity in Bumblebee's newfound talkativeness. Chapter 120. The emergence of a black hole as a sign of respect. Bumblebee, accompanied by Alcee, Smokescreen, Rosa, and the Partition, set out to find Jetfire. Rosa, clad in armor, soared through the skies until she spotted a familiar figure ahead. "I see Jetfire," Rosa transmitted through the comms. On the ground, Bumblebee led the group, cautioning everyone to be careful as he casually tugged at a steel pipe. "Who made him a leader?" Smokescreen questioned from behind, watching as Bumblebee signaled Rosa to descend and join them on the ground. Bumblebee had vanquished Megatron. The Partition explained this to Smokescreen, while Bumblebee shook his head slightly. "I'm not a leader." He approached a small energy entity, crouched down to inspect it, then stood and continued forward. "All right, so are we tracking Jetfire?" The Partition glanced at Bumblebee uncertainly. Bumblebee nodded and pressed on with the steel pipe in hand. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings, a ferocious beast landed before them, its neck emitting flames, a sign it was about to breathe fire. All the machines instinctively took a step back, raising their weapons. Except for Bumblebee and Rosa. Rosa was unafraid, while Bumblebee commanded, "Do not fire. I am here to negotiate." He stepped forward, asking, "Do you recognize this? Jetfire?" Bumblebee raised the steel pipe. As the imposing figure observed, the Autobots retracted their weapons, swallowing back the fiery breath that had almost escaped his lips. He arched an eyebrow at Bumblebee. Having spent time aboard Megatron's vessel, he was undoubtedly familiar with the treasures hidden within his vault. This particular item, however, possessed the grim ability to induce immediate paralysis, leaving its victims conscious yet akin to the dead. With a low growl, seemed to inquire Bumblebee's intentions. In response, Bumblebee gently placed the item, capable of causing such dire consequences, down and stepped back, raising his hand in a gesture of peace. "We are not here to fight today," he declared. Rosa glanced between and Bumblebee, gradually holstering her twin pistols, though her tail continued to sway cautiously outside. Regarded Bumblebee, who had transformed back into his humanoid form, but his focus lingered on Rosa, whose tail was still in motion, evoking a sense of wariness within him. "What brings you to invade my sanctuary, Autobots?" he inquired. Bumblebee stepped forward to negotiate, revealing that they sought answers, eager to uncover any additional information regarding the monstrous threats. Yet, all could share was the multitude of colossal bones that lay behind him, his kin, the remnants of a cataclysm that had led to their near extinction. Now, during the planet's reconstruction, they had begun to resurface, thus remained unaware of the whereabouts of the two surviving Titans. When the news of the monstrous attack reached him, his expression was one of astonishment. Nevertheless, he had no intention of aligning with the Autobots or aiding their cause. The memory of annihilating those juvenile Titans still haunted him, even if it had been orchestrated by Megatron. Consequently, only the Dark Peak remained as a lead. Through this Decepticon military stronghold, they might uncover the maps to Shockwave's entire laboratory and network database. Bumblebee continued to guide the group toward Dark Peak, and indeed, they were not deceived. The elevator system was still operational, and the uppermost levels housed all the laboratory and network database maps. Now, they simply needed to await the completion of the data download, during which time Smokescreen curiously darted about Dark Peak, even taking a seat once occupied by Megatron himself. "Your Majesty, the King of Destruction." Smokescreen mimicked Megatron's posture in that chair, reveling in the moment. "How can you sit in that seat? It is most ill-fated," remarked upon witnessing Smokescreen's antics. As they awaited the data to finalize, noticed something approaching at great speed. A Titan? No, it moved too swiftly. Could it be Starscream? No, the figure was considerably larger. It was Megatron, seemingly upgraded yet appearing more grotesque, adorned with an increased number of jagged protrusions and rust. "Foolish Autobots, I shall be your Terminator." The Autobots recoiled at the sight. "Megatron." Bumblebee stared incredulously at the figure still standing before him, while Smokescreen sidled up beside Bumblebee. You pierced him with such a massive sword and yet failed to take his life? You have a companion whose head is reduced to rubble, yet still moves. As the partition withdrew, it did not forget to make its quip. How are you alive without a solver? Rosa directed a similar jest at Megatron. Perhaps the surprises Rosa had previously bestowed upon them led to their astonishment and trepidation, leaving little room for fear. Megatron cannot respond to you now, but I can reveal that the one who granted him new life and purpose is none other than I, the Cosmic Emperor. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the surroundings, landing on Rosa, where he perceived an infinite power akin to a black hole. She embodies that boundless strength. Within Megatron's mind, he envisioned the transformation of flesh and blood, witnessing the shattering of satellites. Should such power exist, it could directly pierce the heart of the original Celestial, the core of Cybertron, with a single strike. Now, you, Rosa, might consider joining me, allowing your power to serve my will, and I shall elevate you to the status of a flesh and blood dark god, the Cosmic Emperor declared, while Rosa merely tilted her head, raising a hand to casually conjure a black hole. Is that what you desire? Before the Cosmic Emperor could utter another word, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, prompting him to swiftly tilt his head to avoid a streak of blue light. The beam grazed his skull, soaring into the sky behind him, the tremendous force creating a vast rupture in the clouds. Following this was a tempest, accompanied by countless particles of dust lifted from the planet's surface, though they would remain undisturbed at the pinnacle of darkness. That previous strike could indeed have pierced the core of Cybertron. My apologies, that was a slip of the hand. Rosa tilted her head. I was actually aiming for your head. I hope you weren't harmed? Rosa adopted a diving stance, conjuring another black hole in her hand. Chapter 121. If one cannot defeat, then join? No, that notion is outdated. Now it's about recruiting when one cannot prevail. Another strike came forth, yet the Cosmic Emperor evaded it smoothly, causing the clouds of Cybertron to tremble once more, creating two sizable craters visible from afar. The Cosmic Emperor recognized the true threat before him. He must either neutralize her or recruit her as an ally. With this thought in mind, he resolved to first eliminate the surrounding Autobots who were firing at him. Although their weapons felt like mere tickles against his form, they nonetheless irritated his core. Just as the Cosmic Emperor prepared to harness dark energy to envelop his hands, transforming them into dual cannons, Rosa suddenly materialized a distance behind him, extending her body to morph her hands into countless metallic bones, the foremost of which was a colossal scythe poised to launch the Cosmic Emperor away. However, the Cosmic Emperor's hands had transformed into formidable cannons forged from concentrated dark energy, poised to unleash a barrage towards Rosa behind him. Yet, as he prepared to pivot, he was unexpectedly ensnared by the blade of a colossal scythe, which hurled him toward the throne at the pinnacle of darkness. The impact of the Cosmic Emperor colliding with the throne resulted in its collapse, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Meanwhile, the others were not idle, continuing to fire at that position. Rosa, too, deftly crafted another device and hurled it into the fray. Unfortunately, her timing was off. She should have waited to confirm the figure before throwing, resulting in a missed opportunity. Emerging from the swirling dust was an entity that merely shattered the sharp adornments atop the Cosmic Emperor's head before soaring skyward. From the smoke, a scythe cleaved through, revealing the figure that had been struck. It surged directly towards Rosa, undeterred by the onslaught from the other Autobots. The Cosmic Emperor's cannons morphed into a pair of scythes, charging straight at Rosa. Instinctively, she attempted to evade. As the blade swung, it met only a fleeting blue apparition, and Rosa swiftly teleported behind him, unleashing a barrage of densely packed scythes and claws upon the Cosmic Emperor. Yet, the scythes formed from dark energy were no trifling matter. Their hardness was daunting, making them exceedingly difficult to breach, especially against an opponent as seasoned and heavily armored as he. As the Cosmic Emperor advanced, Rosa manifested a device upon him. At the moment the device's symbol began to spin, a tremendous force propelled the Cosmic Emperor backward once more. This time, he collided with the ground, the screech of friction echoing as he slid out of the dark pinnacle. However, his armor was excessively resilient. The damage inflicted by the two blows was insufficient. She had to activate the absolute resolver. Seizing this fleeting moment, Rosa began to deconstruct her own form, extending additional limbs. The other Autobots continued their relentless fire upon the Cosmic Emperor, who, having been propelled from the Dark Pinnacle, twirled in midair before transforming. Once stabilized, his singular focus was to return, leaving Rosa little time to assume her absolute resolver form. Previously, the Decepticons had dared not approach while she wielded this power. This situation was markedly different. As the Cosmic Emperor soared back above Rosa, he transformed, intending to leverage his immense scythe for another strike. Rosa rolled to evade the descending attack, creating distance. Yet this time the Cosmic Emperor accelerated upon landing, charging directly towards her. The purple-hued dark energy scythe sliced through Rosa's neck and part of her shoulder with overwhelming force, sending her body and neck flying. "Rosa!" Bumblebee shouted in alarm, simultaneously contacting an ambulance to initiate a land bridge while preparing to rush to where Rosa had been flung, specifically to the location of her body, not the severed head and limbs that had been cast aside. The Cosmic Emperor suddenly unleashed a sphere of purple energy. Bumblebee attempted to pull Rosa away, but was too late. By the time he reached her, the energy had already penetrated her body. Now, there is troubling news. Rosa has been infused with a dark super energy entity once more, and this time the Cosmic Emperor is present, increasing the likelihood of her being controlled. However, there is also a glimmer of hope. Upon sensing the return of the dark super energy entity, Rosa immediately opted to rally allies. In a state of near death, the dark super energy within her, coupled with the Cosmic Emperor's potential control, radiated an even greater vitality than before. Suppressing this newfound vigor would indeed be a daunting task. And as a precaution, she deemed it necessary to summon assistance. Should she inadvertently fall under control after recovery, it would lead to dire consequences. Running Diagnostic 100. Recovery from Backup 85. Preparing for Reboot 80. Reboot paused. Network connection successful. Have you been dying a bit too frequently lately? Such a pitiful state. Surely you can come over, right? Something feels off. Please assist in resisting control from a certain entity. If that's the case, would you mind if I brought along another individual? The moment they entered her body, they immediately attempted to fend off the Cosmic Emperor's control. They would agree, for after her last visit to that realm, Rosa had shared the general circumstances. She had also discovered the element that countered the dark super energy entity, which was eroding the genetic components used to resist sunlight, and promptly joined the fight against it. With this, Rosa would surely be able to recover. It has been so tumultuous since her crossing over. Oh, how could she forget? She also lacked a specialized weapon. If there were to be one, it would surely awaken her bloodline upon grasping it. Initially, the Cosmic Emperor paid little heed to the memories within the brain module of the fallen Decepticon leader, viewing him with disdain and considering his own superiority as the reason he could not control such a beast. Yet, when he took matters into his own hands, he too sensed something amiss. At first, everything seemed normal, progressing along a predictable path. As the dark super energy entity infiltrated her, he felt the creature resisting fiercely. The resistance was formidable. However, once she fully healed and regained her agency, he believed he would have the opportunity to control her. Such immense power must be his. Before that, though, he needed to eliminate a few insignificant pests, particularly the most bothersome one, Bumblebee. But it would be more entertaining to let the creature crush them herself. He wished to witness the monster eliminate her own kind with her own hands. The Autobots were eager to retrieve Rosa, who lay incapacitated on the ground, and flee. Based on their previous experience with the dark super energy entity, they were convinced that Rosa would not be able to rise. Yet, each attempt to approach was thwarted by the Cosmic Emperor, who blasted them away with his cannon. Bumblebee, who had first encountered Rosa and cradled her in his arms, was sent flying by the cannon's force, and naturally, Rosa's body fell to the ground. Arcee sought to ascend and take Rosa away, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. Fortunately pulled back by partition, yet still propelled away by the ensuing shockwave. However, the Cosmic Emperor suddenly sensed something amiss. Did a glimmer of golden light just flicker from Rosa? The sensation of control had dissipated. How could this be? What was that golden light? Arcee certainly noticed it, as did the other Autobots, who immediately realized that something significant had transpired. Yet, the Cosmic Emperor raised his hand and fired, directly blasting Rosa's lifeless body from the Dark Summit. No! The others cried out, as the Cosmic Emperor transformed into his aircraft form, diving downward, only to revert to his humanoid shape just before reaching the ground, landing steadily. He was not inclined to prolong the encounter. The connection had been severed, and he needed to ascertain whether this creature remained functional. He required a tranquil environment, and the group of wheels could not descend, thus discarding the creature below, for such wounds were surely inconsequential to her. Chapter 122. The Cosmic Emperor strode slowly upon the surface of Cybertron, with the dark summit beside him, and above it, the Autobots unable to descend. Bumblebee, eyes wide with despair, was on the verge of hopelessness when Rosa suddenly trembled and stood upright. The Cosmic Emperor halted, maintaining a distance, eager to observe what this creature could still accomplish. Extending from her form, aside from her head, were two elongated appendages and a tentacle. One of the extended appendages was a blade, while the other resembled a mining pick, leaving the Cosmic Emperor perplexed regarding her intentions. Rosa's armor, where he had previously severed it, had vanished. A distinct diagonal cut marked the area from her neck to shoulder, exposing her head and the entirety of her exterior. Suddenly, the blade sliced through the extended mining pick, as the tentacle swiftly grasped the pick and hurled aloft. The extended appendages retracted entirely, her head and arms regrowing from her body, as the screens on either side retracted, revealing a pair of extraordinary optical lenses. At the very least, the Cosmic Emperor had never encountered optical lenses that exhibited a tricolor gradient. Presently, Rosa's optical lenses and lights displayed a tricolor gradient. The topmost hue was violet, the middle a vibrant yellow, and the lowest a deep blue. Ah, Rosa chuckled softly as the twilight glow enveloped her. Is it true you cannot control me? She inquired, tilting her head at the Cosmic Emperor. He instinctively attempted to dominate the dark energy within Rosa, yet she seemingly countered him with a deliberate display of defiance. In that instant, a shimmer of blue, gold, and violet gradient flashed across one of the Cosmic Emperor's eyes before vanishing. The system reported an error momentarily. It was a painful experience, yet with the Cosmic Emperor's backing, it would merely serve as a distraction, making control exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, it sufficed to convey the message, "You cannot command me." As she spoke, she raised a hand, and with the very moment she uttered her words, the mining pickaxe, which had been thrown into the air, descended and landed steadily in her grasp. The observers atop the dark peak rejoiced at the sight of Rosa's safety, erupting in cheers of encouragement. Naturally, they had to descend and offer assistance. Upon witnessing her survival, the Autobots rushed towards the elevator. The Cosmic Emperor, preparing to charge forward, remained unaware of the source of Rosa's newfound confidence. She had grasped the mining pickaxe. The peculiar bloodline inheritance surged within her. As the Cosmic Emperor advanced and unleashed his barrage towards her, Rosa retaliated with a direct strike. A brilliant blue light flashed forth, piercing through the core of the Cosmic Emperor's shot, traversing straight through his shoulder before soaring back into the sky. The blue radiance broke through the clouds, eroding a colossal void while simultaneously unleashing tremendous shockwaves that stirred up a whirlwind of dust. Yet this time, they were not atop the dark peak. They were on the ground, surrounded by the blinding haze of swirling dust. This immense energy shock possessed the power to penetrate the core of Cybertron with a single blow, reaching even the far-off Optimus Prime and Jolt. Although such a faint signal might typically be overlooked, the nature of this attack, occurring twice and emanating from the direction of Cybertron, raised alarms for both Optimus Prime and Jolt, who had recently secured the Allspark. They quickly realized the urgency. Returning promptly was imperative. Their previous slow pace in seeking the Allspark stemmed from their need for a guiding energy beacon. They could only estimate a general location without precise coordinates. Now that they had located the Allspark, they could make their return at maximum speed. The commotion was so significant that even Optimus Prime's ship detected it. Was Cybertron itself, the Red Spider, in pursuit of the Decepticon warship, also noticed the elongated blue light emerging from the horizon. With such a substantial breach in the clouds, who could remain unaware? The soaring Jetfire was still en route to the location described by the Autobots, aiming for the site of the formidable entity. Suddenly, an undeniable blue light appeared, and the immense shockwave reached even the distant Jetfire, sweeping a gust of wind that stirred up countless grains of sand. What was that? Jetfire gazed in astonishment at the gaping hole in the clouds, glancing toward the direction of the other surviving formidable beings, then back at the blue beam. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to approach the blue light. Not long after, another blue beam erupted, breaking through the clouds once more, this time with an even stronger gust than before. Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. The instincts of the beast within him urged caution, warning him to steer clear of that vicinity. Yet his intuition insisted that something monumental had transpired there. Amidst the haze, the Cosmic Emperor remained on high alert, until a sudden wave of pain coursed through him, transmitted by Megatron's very essence. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the distance, prompting him to fire in that direction. However, this distraction caused him to overlook a subtle movement behind him. A tricolor gradient of light flickered as Rosa, wielding a pickaxe, twisted her body into a baseball batting stance and delivered a powerful blow to the back of the Cosmic Emperor. By the time the Cosmic Emperor realized what was happening, it was too late. Bolstered by the solver, Rosa's innate strength was formidable, and her full-force strike sent the Cosmic Emperor hurtling away with a resounding crash. A flawless home run, fueled by determination. Although one of the Cosmic Emperor's hands was nearly penetrated, he still managed to move the other as he steadied himself after being knocked back, enduring the pain to retaliate against Rosa. Despite occupying the body of the formidable Megatron, he still felt pain within this vessel. The Cosmic Emperor continued to bombard Rosa, who nimbly evaded his projectiles, which exploded in purple light, faintly revealing the shapes of several vehicles in the distance. Anticipating Rosa's erratic movements, the Cosmic Emperor adjusted his aim for her next potential position. His hand cannon, composed of purple energy, swiftly transformed into a massive scythe, which he swung forward. With a sharp crack, he struck true. Rosa's beautiful face was etched with disbelief as energy seeped from the corners of her mouth, only to be replaced by an unsettling grin. Her smile widened grotesquely, casting an eerie atmosphere over the scene. Something felt amiss. While there was a sensation of slicing, the actual impact seemed minimal. Rosa reappeared behind him, a projection. Just as she prepared to swing the pickaxe once more at the Cosmic Emperor, her body was suddenly enveloped in a golden glow before she vanished in an instant. It was a forced teleportation. He watched as the Cosmic Emperor swiftly turned to slash, only to realize he had struck nothing. Rosa quietly expressed her gratitude to the core data, knowing that without that last moment, she might have been struck down. If you trust me, you can temporarily relinquish primary control of your body to me, the data suggested, though Rosa was somewhat reluctant. Seriously, you know you can dismiss me at any time without concern, it continued. Rosa remained silent, focusing intently on predicting the Cosmic Emperor's next move. She contemplated her options until the next teleportation nearly fell prey to the Cosmic Emperor's anticipation, almost resulting in a core breach, compelling her to forcibly redirect her location. A loss because of this, she sensed within the data, her grandmother's consciousness seemingly rolling her eyes in exasperation. Only then did Rosa cede primary control. The armor on the opposing side was too thick. Several strikes with the pickaxe barely made a dent. The only thing capable of breaching it was the solver. And in this regard, her grandmother indeed possessed greater skill and experience. Just a collaboration, okay? The body must return to me. Of course, with a benevolent smile. Rosa seizes the opportunity to temporarily take control while the Cosmic Emperor is once again sent flying, allowing her to return to her original position to resist his influence. As she takes on this role, her light instantaneously transforms into a brilliant gold. Just as the Cosmic Emperor charges at her again, she deftly evades the attack. A wide grin spreads across Rosa's face, her golden optical lens reflecting a smile of assured victory. Suddenly, a pop-up appears before her, having flashed beside the Cosmic Emperor. Her head turns abruptly. Miss me? The golden glow intensifies, and in a fleeting moment, the consciousness still under the Emperor's control recalls that eerie mechanical voice. Strangely, despite its synthetic nature, it carries an unsettling sense of pressure. The memory of a gaping flesh wound resurfaces, where inorganic matter was transformed into organic form. Once more, a symbol of the solver materializes on the Cosmic Emperor, but this time it is golden with only a hint of gradient color. As another assault ensues, the temporarily commandeered Rosa extends a sword from behind, cleaving through the air and grasping it firmly. Her head and hand contort in a grotesque manner, yet her expression remains one of exuberant laughter. Another flash of golden light surges forth, propelling Rosa's body forward as she employs the sword to launch relentless strikes. At this moment, Bumblebee and other machines have arrived near Rosa, Witnessing the earlier spectacle of the golden optical lens and the distorted posture, something feels amiss. The Rosa they saw moments ago had a three-color gradient, yet now gold predominates, and her contorted movements appear abnormal. The battle seems to leave the Cosmic Emperor at a loss, as Rosa wields the sword, making it difficult for him to predict whether she will strike with it. Each time she flashes away, there is the potential for her elongated body to launch an attack, complicating his calculations. The intricacies of the encounter leave even the highest of stats futile if they cannot land a hit. Occasionally, she even anticipates his moves, demonstrating her prowess. Her speed exceeds that of Rosa, allowing her to strike the Cosmic Emperor more effectively. However, it remains unclear whether this is intentional or not, as she seemingly opts to pierce through her arm and shoulder instead of directly targeting the core. It appears as if she is toying with him, intermittently using her extended form to harass him. The Cosmic Emperor, infuriated, finds that the limitations of borrowing Megatron's physical form are indeed significant. He endures the pain and, in a fit of rage, fires a blast at Rosa. Watching the energy projectile soar through the air, he sees it ensnared by the golden salver in his grasp, its brilliance intensifying. Happy to learn this? It will benefit you. The message from the data resonates, and in that instant, the projectile shifts to a dark red hue, rapidly expanding before exploding with a resounding bang, releasing a surge of crimson liquid. A pool of dark crimson liquid, along with its contents, cascaded down. In the midst of this liquid, a grotesque mass, adorned with numerous eyes of varying sizes and multiple tendrils, writhed upon the ground. The almost lifeless entity splashed its tendrils, stirring the dark red liquid beneath it with a gurgling and slapping sound. All the organic brain modules present malfunctioned, save for the Cosmic Emperor, who remained momentarily astonished. Having lived for many years and witnessed countless phenomena, this only reinforced his conviction that if something could not be possessed, it must be destroyed. Meanwhile, on the side of the Autobots, all units attempted to crouch down and gather the shattered remnants of their worldview. The transformation from inorganic to organic, coupled with autonomous movement, was truly an unprecedented sight. But now you have beheld it. It seemed to realize something, as if inadvertently tarnishing Rosa's image, and immediately unleashed a direct strike against the Cosmic Emperor's spark, sending him flying. She now sought to engage in dialogue to salvage her reputation, lest Rosa become irate. Controlling Rosa's body, after knocking the Cosmic Emperor aside, she turned to the Autobots with a tilted head. The mechanical feminine voice sent shivers down their spines, causing metallic fragments to scatter, particularly with that unnaturally tilted head, which gave the impression of a neck bereft of support, leaving her head to dangle to one side. Suddenly, a camera extended from Rosa's back. She could not fathom why she suddenly hesitated to reclaim control. If she did not personally clarify matters today, a multitude of troubles might ensue. The protruding camera was blue, fixated intently on the entity controlling her body, remaining silent as she aimed to mask her voice, attempting to convey her exasperation through her gaze. In stark contrast to her previous greetings to the other Autobots, her tone shifted and the corners of her mouth curled upwards, seemingly unaware that Rosa wished to conceal her thoughts. Chapter 124. The Invincible Rosa Falls. As she spoke, the blue camera turned its gaze away. Unbeknownst to them, from the moment she uttered those words, they understood they still resided within her. However, she soon sensed something amiss. "Turn back," Rosa's voice cried out, but it was too late. The Cosmic Emperor tore through the swirling dust and lunged forward, plunging a scythe directly towards her. At that moment, a significant hole appeared in the Cosmic Emperor's spark, as he had narrowly evaded disaster. Now, his intent was unmistakable: Rosa's core. The blade of his scythe aimed straight for her core, its length sufficient to pierce deep into her spark. With a gasp, Rosa expelled a burst of energy from her throat, and simultaneously, the golden optical lens vanished, reverting to her original hue. The tremendous force sent her hurtling away, causing Rosa to roll across the ground several times. The keen-eyed Cosmic Emperor discerned that as he pierced through Rosa's spark, something seemed to have erupted outward, propelled by the very tip of his scythe. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a creature reminiscent of a small insect, strikingly similar to the abominable flesh god's recent transformation, yet distinctly different. This entity appeared considerably larger, with several writhing tendrils. The Cosmic Emperor glanced at Rosa, who retained a flicker of consciousness, struggling to rise despite the absence of her core. However, a gaping hole in her chest signified a grim realization. Her spark was gone. Was that creature the very thing that had escaped? Without hesitation, the Cosmic Emperor surged forward, witnessing Rosa's core attempting to flee. The other Autobots rushed to intercept him, but predictably, they were all effortlessly hurled aside. With resounding blasts, the Cosmic Emperor unleashed several shots, only to have them evaded, while Bumblebee hurriedly grasped his arm to prevent further fire. Yet, one shot struck a tendril of the fleeing core, sending the small creature crashing to the ground. The Cosmic Emperor forcefully threw off the somewhat aggressive Bumblebee, and with a hand that barely managed to reform the massive scythe through the gaping hole, he charged ahead. As the blade's tip aimed towards the center of the insect-like creature, it suddenly released a colossal orb devoid of inscriptions, resembling a black hole. This sphere ruptured the creature's flesh, exposing the core in its entirety. Simultaneously, the immense black hole propelled the Cosmic Emperor backward, unleashing a tremendous energy field that froze the air, causing all floating dust to hang motionless as if time itself had paused. Colors were stripped away, rendering the world in shades of black and white, enveloped in an eerie silence devoid of wind or breath. The core emitted a rhythmic thumping akin to a heartbeat. All were impacted by the energy field. Their bodies felt unbearably heavy, each movement laden with excruciating delay, yet their minds remained clear, observing with acute clarity. However, their reactions would take time to manifest, and the Cosmic Emperor, due to his formidable strength, seemed less affected. He could move with greater agility, but soon, he beheld the fallen form of Rosa. At that moment, her optical lens was shrouded in darkness, and her body appeared to be slowly melting, with various parts seemingly dripping. Undeterred by the surrounding chaos, she emitted faint whimpering sounds and gradually rose to her feet, charging toward her core. The Cosmic Emperor recognized the urgency. Watching as Bumblebee again attempted to impede his path, in a swift motion, he cast Bumblebee aside once more. Though Rosa moved with increasing speed, the Cosmic Emperor's position was notably closer. Just as she was about to make contact with the core, he wielded his scythe with precision, delivering a powerful strike towards the black hole. With a sudden crash, the core was externally damaged, and it was detected that a suitable host was transferring data. In an instant, the energy field contracted inward, retreating to the center of the recently formed black hole. Dust settled once more, and the colors affected by the energy field were restored. Everyone immediately regained their composure, but the rapid disappearance of the energy field left them unable to stabilize their forms. All the machines plummeted to the ground. The Cosmic Emperor looked up to see the body that Rosa had intended to seize. Without the support of the core, it began to smoke and subsequently melt away. The head sculpture gradually sank, while the faceplate, like a melting candle, shed metallic fragments. Ultimately, the entire body dissolved, leaving only the chest armor and shield amidst a mixture of super-energy entities, dark super-energy entities, and blood. All machines were left in shock, unable to believe that their invincible comrade had fallen. No, Bumblebee charged forward in fury, only to be sent flying by the Cosmic Emperor's boisterous laughter and a direct blow. But soon after, something else struck him hard. It was Optimus Prime. Long before the energy field had activated, transforming the world into shades of black and white, Optimus and Jack's ship had already positioned itself directly above them. To reach the wellspring of the Allspark, they had to pass through this area, and they witnessed the scene unfolding below, deeply affected by it. The entire ship was immobilized, yet a small patch of color appeared around the Allspark, clearly a result of its influence. However, this small area was insufficient for the ship to continue its journey, and it hardly reached Jax at the controls. Through the window, they observed the fierce battle below, with the Cosmic Emperor occupying the battered form of Megatron, which was now riddled with wounds. Despite this, he continued his relentless attempt to shatter the black hole. Optimus knew he had to descend to assist. The Cosmic Emperor posed a threat to Cybertron. He needed to join the fray, yet he was uncertain whether his thrusters would function within this energy field. Optimus gazed toward the Allspark. If the Cosmic Emperor detected its presence, he would undoubtedly assume it was still aboard the ship rather than with the nearby individuals. Optimus turned to Jax, who could hear him but responded slowly due to a delay in his movements, nodding to indicate his understanding. With that, Optimus prepared for action. He delivered a powerful punch to the already gravely injured Cosmic Emperor, having witnessed the entire process of Rosa's melting. In this dire situation, there was no escape. Optimus unleashed his wrathful strike. The Cosmic Emperor, aware that a direct assault held little chance of success, sensed the presence of his arch-nemesis, Unicron. He also noticed the ship still hovering above, instinctively believing that the Allspark and its container were on board. As he hurled a long spear toward the spacecraft, he immediately activated his maximum speed, racing towards the vessel that was in a state of emergency descent, leaving Optimus Prime far behind. Soon after, he beheld the Jack, desperately protecting the source of ignition container as it emerged from the crashing ship, forcefully prying it open. In Chapter 125, Fragile yet difficult to kill. The moment the container was opened, the Cosmic Emperor sensed something amiss. It was empty, and he was swiftly drawn into the vessel. A visage formed from purple energy was trapped within the ignition source, howling in anguish, seemingly on the brink of despair. As Megatron was released from his control, he was overwhelmed by an excruciating pain that pierced to his very core. His body was riddled with numerous penetrating wounds. He struggled to steady himself, collapsing to the ground. The strike had not breached the ignition chamber, but it was still perilous. "Megatron, is that truly you?" A familiar voice jolted Megatron back to reality. Starscream cautiously approached to support him. Upon seeing the blue light emanating from the horizon, he ceased his search for the Decepticon warship and soared towards the source of that blue glow, where he recognized a familiar figure. "Lord Megatron!" Starscream exclaimed, astonished by the multitude of holes in the newly upgraded armor. "It matters not, my lord. With your fresh armor, we can regroup the Decepticons immediately after our repairs," Starscream said excitedly, only to be met with Megatron's refusal. Clutching his wound, Megatron took a few unsteady steps, seeking materials to mend himself before embarking on a journey of self-exile. "I now comprehend the meaning of oppression. I have no desire to subject others to such torment." This was the final sentiment Megatron left behind as he cast a long glance at Optimus Prime. Starscream, still attempting to persuade him, received a stark response instead. "The Decepticons have become a relic of the past. It is all over." With great difficulty, Megatron transformed and trembled as he took to the skies. Starscream, in disbelief, eventually turned away in frustration, heading towards the dark pinnacle. Thus, everything came to an end, in the wake of the Cosmic Emperor's swift acquisition of the ignition source container. The others had scarcely moved from their positions, remaining in close proximity to Rosa. Optimus Prime held the container that housed the Cosmic Emperor, gazing at the departing Megatron, then at Rosa's lifeless body. The ordeal had concluded. Everyone's attention shifted to the ground, where a pool of liquid composed of the energy entity's dark super-energy blood lay. They did not witness a miracle. They could not see a reconstruction, nor the miraculous moment when Rosa had risen from the ground, restoring her head. Silence enveloped them. Bumblebee, trembling, cautiously reached out to touch the remaining fragment of armor, which swayed gently at his touch. Beneath, a pool of various liquids mingled together, rippling gently with the movement of the armor. The colors of blue, red, and purple continued to swirl in a chaotic blend, exhibiting no further reaction apart from the subtle undulations. Rosa's eyes, akin to those of a bumblebee, trembled as she yearned to gently grasp the familiar black armor. A significant gash marred the core of the armor, a diagonal cut running from the neck to the shoulder, rendering the upper portion non-existent. With a quaking resolve, Bumblebee attempted to seize the shoulder component of the armor, yet its inherent damage and lack of internal support led to a sudden disintegration. Fragments of the previously secured armor clattered down into the hollow shell below. A crisp sound echoed as Red Spider kicked down familiar remnants, revealing the helmet, half a shoulder, and an arm of Rosa, left behind after the diagonal severance. The interior was long devoid of contents. The core had vanished, and it had transformed into a mere pool of energy. The black helmet tumbled from the dark apex, crashing to the ground and rolling to rest before Bumblebee. He rose slowly and approached the helmet, his optics swirling with the cleansing liquid. Kneeling, he picked up the helmet, which had cracked upon impact, a fissure forming as a reminder of Rosa. The cleansing liquid uncontrollably spilled from his optics, accompanied by a hauntingly familiar melody. "What does not kill you makes you stronger," Bumblebee whispered as he embraced the helmet, droplets of the liquid cascading onto the surface of Cybertron. A somber atmosphere enveloped them. The leader remained silent, while RC stood to the side, clutching her arm and casting her gaze away. The partitions of memory flooded back, recalling Rosa's playful interactions at the base. Her mischievous antics with Ratchet, the near mishaps over incomplete sentences, and her attempts to rouse her companions in the early hours, often to no avail. Ultimately, this little girl would reside only in their memories, their comrade, their partner, now eternally at rest. Meanwhile, Ratchet, upon receiving the news, was initially struck with disbelief, momentarily frozen in shock before seeking confirmation from Optimus Prime. "It is true," came the somber affirmation. The resting figure of Ironhide also lifted his head in astonishment, absorbing the weight of the repeated message as he observed Ratchet sitting motionless before the screen, seemingly lost in acceptance. "Rosa, she has made countless contributions for us and for Cybertron," Ratchet murmured into the comms, to which Optimus nodded slowly, responding, "Indeed, we shall always remember her." The atmosphere remained heavy, yet the Cosmic Emperor observed the sorrowful expressions, a slight smile creeping upon his lips. "I have yet to reveal my true feelings to you." Holding the helmet close, Bumblebee felt as if he could converse with Rosa through it. "You have yet to hear my voice. Now you shall, as I unveil my sentiments to you." A familiar sound suddenly shattered the somber atmosphere, causing everyone to jump in surprise and immediately glance at the lifeless body of Rosa on the ground. Upon realizing there was no response, their gazes shifted towards the source of the sound. There, a humanoid-sized robot descended slowly, retracting its familiar wings. As the small robot ambled forward, it rubbed the area where its eyes were displayed on the screen, only to find that it was futile. Certain elements had been inscribed into its data, and as the data transfer completed, a core of appropriate size would materialize within the backup body, leading to a regeneration of its equipment. In its current form, it merely resembled a youthful version of itself. The overall color scheme, the iconic conical arms adorned with caution stripes, the black screen, and the blue dot-like eyes all echoed its former self. Its legs, too, were black, yet curiously lacked feet, ending in two pointed tips that touched the ground, resembling the caution stripe designs that adorned the soles of Rosa's original feet. Clad in human attire, the small robot wore a black tank top and white shorts. "Rosa, is that you?" Arsai inquired, astonished. "Who else could it be? I, the illustrious one, have risen from the ashes, delicate, yet formidable," Rosa proclaimed with laughter. Yet, she felt a hint of fatigue, not for any other reason, but due to the data transfer revealing a mismatch between the current backup and the database. Consequently, her state leaned towards that of her childhood, and she would soon succumb to slumber, entering a rapid growth phase. Chapter 126, The Stone Age of a New Era. "Oh, this is hardly delicate," the partition remarked, as the earlier gloom of losing a companion vanished, particularly with Rosa's words reinforcing the belief that this was indeed Rosa. "But it truly is difficult to kill," Arsai chuckled, as the smile of the Cosmic Emperor transferred entirely onto the face of the Autobot. "Why are you still alive?" The Cosmic Emperor bellowed at the increasingly bewildered Rosa, though the thick walls of the container completely muffled his voice. She had just descended from the punishment ship in haste, forgetting to inform the Autobots of their situation through the ambulance beforehand. As the data gradually acclimated to the backup unit, Rosa would strive to adjust the data, or rather, grow back into the form stored within the database. Amidst a gathering of towering Autobots, Rosa walked and soon spotted Bumblebee, who was still cradling his helmet. Bumblebee had set down his helmet, staring blankly at Rosa as she approached, her appearance reverting to the projections resembling the smaller robots. Observing her screen, it seemed her eyes were gradually narrowing. "However, if you wish to express something, it might have to wait," Rosa remarked as she staggered slightly while approaching. "My system has just calculated the duration for my growth in slumber. It will take 3 years to fully restore." Rosa appeared to be on the brink of collapse, prompting Arsai to rush over and steady her. Rosa, taking advantage of the moment, rested her head in Alcie's hand as she recounted her final thoughts. "I will still need those armors." With that, she drifted off to sleep, her screen displaying a line of text accompanied by a pulsating ellipsis. "Upgrading components, current energy, 51. Optimus Prime had already informed Ratchet of the good news upon Rosa's reappearance. Indeed, she was remarkably resilient. Observing Rosa's slumbering form, Jack stood nearby, shaking his head in resignation. Bumblebee gazed at Rosa, unable to suppress a smile beneath his visor. I await your return, Bumblebee remarked, as the others prepared to escort her back to the Ark, though they still needed to tend to the scattered remnants of armor. Yet, Optimus, with his gaze fixed on the setting sun, appeared to be grappling with a significant decision. Upon returning to the Ark, Ratchet was the first to check on Rosa's condition. Seeing the diminutive assassin cradled in Alcye's arms, Ratchet finally felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness, she's all right. But soon after, Optimus inquired about the status of the Allspark. Once it was confirmed that they could safely retrieve it, he gathered everyone for a momentous announcement. This was a critical decision, one that would determine the future of Cybertron. However, returning to the Allspark also implied a grim fate. Yet, as he had previously articulated, the revival of their race outweighed his own survival. There is no other way, he told them, instructing, navigate the ship to the Allspark well. I have vital information to convey. Standing at the edge of the Allspark well, he finally disclosed his intentions. To better safeguard the Allspark and suppress the tyranny of Unicron, I must release the essence contained within the original vessel. Optimus stood at the precipice, turning his back to the sunlight, addressing his comrades. Release it where? Bumblebee inquired. Into the Energon reservoir, Optimus replied, contemplating his own Allspark chamber. Thus, my life force must merge with those of all others within me. This is the only solution. Are you suggesting you wish to join the Allspark? Ratchet exclaimed, realizing Optimus's plan. If so, does that mean you must return to the Allspark? Everyone looked at Optimus, hoping for a different answer. If we do not return the Allspark to the well, Cybertron will never bear new life. This is not the outcome I desire. My mission must be fulfilled. In Optimus's eyes, there was neither fear nor hesitation. He gazed toward the horizon, resolute. Optimus, have I failed to save your life? Only to lose the one I respect and cherish most. Ratchet cried out, while Ironhide stepped forward to persuade him. We have saved the planet. There must be a way to save you. Ironhide urged, and Alcye, in anguish, added, we can use the magical sphere. We utilized it before. Or we can wait for Rosa to awaken. She will surely find a way to create another vessel. It is merely a matter of waiting for 3 years. As the ambulance gazes upon the dormant Rosa, Optimus Prime offered no response, for he understood that such gestures were futile, merely shaking his head slightly. From this moment forth, the Allspark shall be supplanted by the matrix of leadership, rendering it irreparable and incapable of being passed down. Yet, it shall stand as a milestone marking our farewell to the era of leaders. Optimus gazed into the distance, towards the heavens, and finally cast his eyes upon this beautiful planet. In the future, leadership will no longer be measured by the Allspark. In my view, each of you possesses the potential to lead. Just as Megatron demonstrated today, every individual has the right to redemption. With these words, he turned his back towards the gathered crowd as he activated his thruster wings. He was about to embark on his journey, yet he paused to take one last, profound look at everyone. To my brethren, I have but a single request. At this moment, Optimus is the light. Please continue to fight for justice. Upon receiving resolute affirmations, Optimus smiled gently, fully releasing his burdens. As this final gaze concluded, he slowly turned away. There was nothing more for him to accomplish. His mission had reached its conclusion. With a surge, the thrusters ignited, enveloping Optimus in a radiant blue light as he ascended. He was embraced by luminescence. He had long been prepared for this moment. Propelled by the force of his ascent, he strode towards the depths of the Matrix, just as he had when he first became Optimus Prime. What thoughts must Orion Pax have harbored as he ventured into the deepest recesses of the Matrix? Anxiety? Fear? Yet, driven by his unwavering resolve for Cybertron, he boldly traversed into the unknown. This time, he returned, devoid of naivety, anxiety, or fear. Even the dread of death eluded him. He entered the depths of the Matrix as the former Orion Pax had done, yet this time, his growth had wrought profound transformation. He would not succumb to fear or confusion, for he knew the path ahead was luminous. Please do not mourn my departure, for to me, this does not signify an end. As the Matrix is restored, countless sparks erupt from its depths, illuminating the moment with resplendence. It is merely a new beginning. The vibrant, newly birthed sparks illuminate the night and the sky, as magnificent and beautiful as ribbons dancing through the air. Chapter 127, Farewell Cybertron. Tonight, I embark on my voyage. It has been a considerable time since the rebirth of the Matrix, and increasingly more refugees return to Cybertron to partake in the reconstruction of their homeland. The labor is arduous. Some are so exhausted they can scarcely move, yet satisfaction graces their faces, even in their weariness. For the war has concluded, and they have returned home. More and more citizens are joining the effort. Order is being re-established, and many are spontaneously organizing to adopt new sparks. Though some troublemakers may also emerge. However, these matters were naturally managed by the members of the Leader's Guard, posing no significant issues. Subsequently, there were various other affairs to attend to. Tong Xiangxiu could now manage to move about, albeit with the necessity of ample rest, thus often remaining in bed to handle the documents pertaining to the gradually established new order. Meanwhile, the ambulance prepared to return to Earth after crafting a life-sustaining and energy-replenishing container for Rosa. He remained an advisor. This return serving as the final handover of matters on Earth, and after tidying up everything, he was ready to depart. He also communicated the recent events from that side, including news about the Cosmic Emperor and the disbandment of the Decepticons, assuring that Earth no longer had to fear their attacks. The trio on Earth had also heard about the happenings on Cybertron, and were quite concerned for the gravely injured Tong Xiangxiu and the slumbering Rosa. However, the ambulance reassured them that the outcomes were not dire. After a period of time, upon completing all handovers, everyone reluctantly bid farewell to the ambulance, tears flowing freely. Thus concluded this journey on Earth. After a while, upon returning to Cybertron, the ambulance first visited Rosa, who remained in the life support apparatus, which autonomously transmitted energy to her. The device was sufficiently large for her to lie in until she fully healed. He noticed that Rosa appeared slightly larger, as evidenced by her human attire straining at the seams. After some contemplation, he simply cleaned her previous armor and placed it in a side compartment. He also decided to implement some defensive measures for the apparatus, such as requiring identity verification to access it. Additionally, the statue of Optimus Prime had been completed. The ambulance pondered and resolved to participate in the council, becoming a member. Everything seemed to be progressing positively, although after some time, Bumblebee's visits to Rosa appeared to increase. This was not surprising. The ambulance interpreted it as Bumblebee's affection. However, after several encounters, he noticed something peculiar about Bumblebee. He seemed despondent. Respecting his privacy, the ambulance deemed it inappropriate to press him at that moment. Observing Bumblebee attempting to gain access to the life support system through identity verification, the ambulance noted that he seemed somewhat perplexed about the inappropriateness of the situation, but ultimately lowered his hand. Apologetically, he hesitated, and the ambulance inquired if anything had transpired recently. Upon questioning, it was revealed that Bumblebee had been struggling to find work and had faced frequent rejections without clear reason. This was rather unusual, and the ambulance, keenly perceptive, decided to subtly inquire at the High Council the following day, while also offering comfort to Bumblebee. Soon after, Bumblebee finally secured a job, albeit as a patrol officer, which at least allowed him to make a living. Various new industries began to emerge on Cybertron, including a nursery for nurturing younglings, where all new offspring born from the Well of Allsparks would receive their education, until their transformation gears are fully developed. They may strive through their own efforts to apply to various other institutions, attain degrees, and subsequently forge their paths in society. The newly emerged protoforms possess a multitude of futures, and the establishment of educational institutions on Cybertron is of paramount significance. Coinciding with the ascension of the High Council to power, they pledged that Cybertron would no longer engage in any interstellar affairs. Everything appeared to progress favorably, as it seemed on the surface. However, beneath the surface, currents of discord surged, leading to increasingly peculiar circumstances. For instance, they began to cast blame upon Optimus Prime, asserting that he should be held accountable for the devastation and ruin experienced by the populace. This notion was utterly absurd. What was even more bewildering was that the public seemed to embrace this belief. Even those who had once supported Optimus found themselves ensnared in this web of allegations, as the Autobots remained oblivious to the true issues surrounding the High Council, mistakenly believing it to be the will of the people. Consequently, many Autobots chose to depart, including Jolt, Sideswipe, Mirage, RC, and Smokescreen. All had left, with only Ratchet still within the High Council and Bumblebee, now serving as a police officer, remaining. Due to his diligence and considerable experience, Bumblebee ascended from a patrol officer to a full-fledged officer and eventually attained the rank of lieutenant. However, the High Council would likely permit no further advancement for him. Ratchet had discerned the escalating severity of the situation. 2 years had elapsed. Yet Rosanna remained in a state of slumber, still in the process of development. The High Council was undoubtedly aware of Rosanna's existence, as every member of the original Elite Guard had a statue in Central Park, with hers conspicuously lacking any detailed mention. In fact, the unveiling of Rosanna's statue had incited a considerable stir, with the public expressing keen curiosity regarding the veracity of her existence within the Elite Guard. This intrigue was not born from knowledge of her abilities, but rather from an appreciation of her striking appearance. But what of the High Council? Were they privy to Rosanna's capabilities? Regardless of their awareness, should they discover her location, it would spell significant trouble, especially if they were to learn of her powers, as they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate her, despite the formidable challenge that would pose. After much contemplation, Ratchet ultimately reached out to Jolt, a former member of the Elite Guard who had departed. He discreetly coordinated with Jolt, entrusting him with the task of escorting Rosanna away from Cybertron. This was deemed the safest course of action. In addition, he reserved a year's worth of energy and a device for communication, ensuring that Rosanna could reach out to them upon awakening. The matter of Rosanna's departure from Cybertron was known only to the former Elite Guard members, who executed their plans with great discretion, remaining undetected by the High Council. Yet, Bumblebee seemed somewhat despondent. What was the source of his sorrow? Was it for the departing Rosanna, or for the new Cybertron? Ratchet remained silent, allowing Jolt and the others to secure Rosanna's resting place, while they had already determined her destination. In a tranquil evening on Earth, an ambulance waved farewell to a towering spaceship, gently patting Bumblebee on the shoulder. Everything will be all right, Bumblebee nodded in acknowledgement. Over the past 2 years, he had enjoyed ample nourishment, resulting in a noticeable growth in stature. Chapter 128. The resurrection of Optimus Prime. On this day, Bumblebee continued his patrol, accompanied by a rookie, still referred to as a cadet due to her inexperience. Her name was Iron Fist, and she was currently patrolling alongside Bumblebee when they received a report from the command center indicating potential trouble nearby. They were instructed to investigate a situation in Central Park beneath the freeway. The two officers leapt from the freeway, transforming midair before landing safely on the ground. Cadet Iron Fist, ready for action. Bumblebee, wielding his issued sidearm, addressed a blue and white female Cybertronian who had transformed into a police car. In present-day Cybertron, high-risk weaponry was strictly regulated. Only police officers and law enforcement personnel were permitted to bear arms. "It's truly an honor to work alongside you," Iron Fist exclaimed, equally eager, brandishing her own firearm as she followed Bumblebee forward. "You've worked with Optimus Prime, after all. So what?" Bumblebee replied, seemingly engaged in casual banter, though his focus remained on the potential dangers that lurked ahead, reminiscent of his days as a scout. "After all you've done for Cybertron, it's quite surprising that you're content to serve as a mere patrol officer," Iron Fist remarked, while Bumblebee could only let out a resigned sigh. Who could comprehend his bittersweet sentiment? As they approached the designated location, Bumblebee observed the iconic Central Park, where the statue of Optimus Prime and the entire Leader-S Guard stood proudly. The situation reported by the command center unfolded here, and as Bumblebee and Iron Fist drew closer, they spotted a familiar red sports car recklessly speeding near the statue. This area prohibited vehicles from recklessly traversing in their car forms. With another sigh, Bumblebee pressed Iron Fist's gun towards the reckless driver. He recognized the red sports car as Hot Rod, notorious for speeding and violating regulations in restricted areas, though fundamentally, he was not malevolent. Bumblebee intended to say more, yet his gaze was drawn to the park's fountain, where he discerned the unmistakable silhouette of Optimus Prime. This was not merely a reflection. It was indeed the vibrant form of Optimus Prime submerged in the water. Iron Fist, noticing Bumblebee's fixation on the water, glanced but saw nothing amiss. Presuming Bumblebee was merely fatigued and hallucinating, she chose to pursue Hot Rod instead. The outcome was that Hot Rod, in a misfortunate turn, collided with the statue of Optimus Prime, causing the statue's leg to crack as it toppled, nearly crashing down upon Bumblebee. Fortunately, he escaped unscathed. He had just received guidance from Optimus Prime, who had expressed a desire for him to journey to Earth. Observing the steadfast Ironclad who had apprehended the Decepticon, Bumblebee instructed them to return to the precinct while he proceeded towards the direction indicated by Optimus Prime. This led him to a museum of Cybertronian history, After declining the front desk's guided map, Bumblebee ventured inside, seeking the location of the space bridge. This was likely the only space bridge on Cybertron, which was still in a phase of recovery, lacking both resources and personnel to construct another. Unexpectedly, as he discovered the space bridge, Ironclad had brought along the Decepticon. For according to protocol, a senior officer must be present if a patrol action is altered, with no exceptions. Thus, Ironclad was compelled to accompany Bumblebee, as a Decepticon had not yet been delivered to the precinct. For various reasons, the three of them utilized the space bridge to arrive on Earth. However, the space bridge was subsequently shut down, leaving them stranded and the Decepticon at large. Ultimately, they had no choice but to pursue the Decepticon first. Along the way, they encountered an unexpected figure, a diminutive orange transformer, alongside a damaged spaceship, which appeared to have crashed. The orange transformer introduced himself as Blackface, and the down vessel was named the Tomb of Ace. The Tomb of Ace was originally intended to confine the most dangerous Decepticon prisoners on Cybertron, but now it lay wrecked on Earth, with the prisoners having escaped. Even the solitary intact cryogenic stasis pod was malfunctioning, with its occupants struggling within the cylindrical chamber. Coincidentally, the ship's tracking system activated. While it could not pinpoint the fugitive's internal chip, it detected a life signal from a Cybertronian. Realizing this could be the Decepticon, Bumblebee swiftly took Ironclad to search for him. Upon locating the Decepticon, they discovered that he had already revealed his identity to a human boy within less than an hour of their arrival. The boy, startled by the presence of this alien, encountered a dinosaur-like Decepticon that introduced itself as Barrage, who had devoured New York City on Cybertron and was now in pursuit of them. Barrage could consume metal to grow stronger, and the Decepticon was currently fleeing with the chance encounter of the young boy in tow. The trio of Transformers fled to the site of the Tomb of Ace's crash, only to find that Barrage had followed them, releasing another Decepticon still in stasis and directing his attention to a nearby metal scrapyard. While Barrage continued towards the scrapyard, the situation did not worsen as they encountered the released Decepticon, named Steel Cable, who seemed disinclined to attack them. In the end, they, alongside Steel Cable, were unable to defeat Barrage within the scrapyard. The group of aliens was also spotted by the young boy's father, named Danny, while the boy was called Russell. Moreover, Barrage spied a nearby city known as Crown City. The ferocious Toothless charged towards Crown City, while the dark-faced deity approached to present the Predacon hunting device, also informing that a cryogenic stasis chamber had been successfully repaired. Subsequently, Bumblebee took the lead, accompanied by Ironhide, to scan the vehicle, and together with Bumblebee's grappling hook, they set out to intercept. Simultaneously, the scanned vehicle, piloted by the formidable horizontal cannon, lured Toothless to the edge of a cliff with a cart full of decoys. Despite their collective efforts, they failed to push him off the mountain. Instead, he seized their provisions, sending everyone flying with a single reinforced strike. In the dire moment, Optimus Prime unexpectedly re-emerged, his spiritual form pushing Toothless down the mountain, a sight witnessed by all. In his final moments, Optimus entrusted Bumblebee with the continuation of the challenge, emphasizing that it was now time for Bumblebee to lead, as he could not guarantee their future reunion. Following his ethereal departure, the team descended to confine the dazed Toothless back into the freshly repaired stasis chamber. Thus, they gained a comprehensive understanding of Danny and his father, while Bumblebee and others prepared to relocate their command center here. The sentence for grappling hook was temporarily stayed by Bumblebee, marking his inclusion in their quest to apprehend fugitives. Chapter 129. My senior brother's mind is amazed today is yet another splendid day, as Horizontal Cannon and Ironhide engage in their customary rivalry, leading to playful bickering and scuffles, though at times they display a semblance of camaraderie. This can be attributed to the training they received recently, which fostered a degree of synergy among them, as they all shared experiences of mishaps during solo missions. Fortunately, no serious incidents occurred. Although Ironhide was ensnared by a wolf-like Predacon's claw, he was ultimately rescued by Russell and Horizontal Cannon, albeit the Predacon managed to escape. On the other hand, Bumblebee and Grappling Hook successfully captured a shark-shaped Predacon, Hammerhead, and later apprehended a lobster-shaped Predacon, Bisque, as well as a formidable amalgamation known as the Butcher, formed by 5 spiders. Despite letting one escape during this endeavor, Bumblebee acquired the Predacon hunting device, capable of connecting to the user's neural pathways to transform into their desired weapon. When Bumblebee envisioned a weapon reminiscent of your life, is mine, 3000. The resulting power was disappointingly less impressive and of extended duration, lasting an hour. Resigned, he reverted to more conventional armaments like knives or guns. Following this, a deer-shaped Predacon, Thunderhoof, procured materials through human means, attempting to construct a space bridge, but his efforts resulted in failure, casting him to various locations on Earth. Subsequently, another Predacon, known as Thief, a bird-like creature, not only engaged in habitual theft, but also pilfered materials from a bridge, nearly causing its collapse and capturing Danny atop a statue in Crown City, though he was ultimately apprehended. After being controlled by Minotaur, Grappling Hook returned toothless to the clutches of the Claw, with a myriad of events unfolding thereafter, as various Predacons were either in pursuit or on the path to capture. In summary, Bumblebee embarked on a fantastical adventure on Earth, accompanied by two children, a mini Autobot named Blackface, who sometimes encountered issues with its language module, and a rather dim-witted mechanical dinosaur named Steellock. One night, the orange mini Autobot Blackface detected anomalies near Crown City, potentially indicating the presence of an energy entity. He summoned Danny and Bumblebee to investigate, believing that Danny would make encounters with other humans more manageable. At that moment, Russell was crouched low, rummaging through the depths of the refrigerator in search of goat's milk. He eventually unearthed a bottle and poured the milk into a shallow bowl, picking up a flashlight that lay nearby. As he opened the door of the RV and descended the steps, a small cat peeked out from beneath the vehicle, its orange and white tail swaying as it followed Russell. Upon spotting the feline emerging from under the RV, Russell called it over to partake in the goat's milk he had specifically set aside for it. Humans are invariably drawn to various furry creatures, often offering them sustenance. After all, who could resist the charm of adorable and fluffy animals that possess a soothing effect on the heart? As Bumblebee ferried Danny and Russell along, they prepared to venture out to patrol the outskirts of Crown City. Danny instructed Bumblebee to halt momentarily, wishing to inform Russell of their intentions. "We're heading out, Russell," he announced, leaning out of the open window and noticing the little cat still indulging in its milk. "Well, that little fellow is still hanging around." "Huh?" The cat appeared to relish the food provided by Russell. "Let us hope Steellock doesn't catch sight of it. He has no fondness for Earth's domesticated animals." Bumblebee sighed, fully aware of Steellock's aversion to cats. It was quite perplexing that such a colossal mechanical dinosaur would harbor a fear of such a diminutive creature. Russell pondered how someone could remain indifferent to such a delightful animal, then recalled his curiosity about Bumblebee's destination. "My night scanning device detected some anomalies in the Crown City area," Bumblebee replied, "but it seems the language module has encountered another glitch." After giving himself a firm pat, it returned to normal. The unusual signal indicated the presence of a considerable amount of energy crystals nearby, which constituted the purpose of their outing that night. "And what about you, son?" Danny inquired, leaning further out the window, curious about any plans for the evening. "I've made arrangements to watch a zombie movie. A grand invasion by vampires and swamp half-beasts," Russell exclaimed with excitement, lowering his voice at the end, shining the flashlight onto his face to create a spooky atmosphere. "Are you certain you want to watch that film in the pitch black of night? It's enough to send shivers down one's spine," Danny remarked as he shifted back into the vehicle, while Russell wore a look of resigned determination. "Dad, fear is simply not a word in my dictionary. Indeed, the reality is such. At least in the realm of horror films, Russell exhibits no fear, yet the other Cybertronians are quite different." He waved farewell to Bumblebee, who was towing a trailer, as well as to his father inside the vehicle, and then he made his way to the abandoned diner at the fertilizer plant to turn on the television. Meanwhile, Ironhide, Ratchet, and several others obediently waited outside, eager for Russell to join them for a horror movie. The Camaro sped toward the vicinity of Crown City, specifically the river area on the outskirts, as directed by the mysterious figure. In the darkness, the lights of Crown City twinkled across the river, and Russell's earlier musings about vampires stirred memories of the past. He recalled how Rosa had once taken him on a flight to admire the night view and the stunning starry river, a moment shared only between them. As Bumblebee continued to drive, he muttered to himself, "What was that, Lieutenant Bumblebee? Who were you just calling out to?" The enigmatic figure, still attempting to pinpoint the location of the prisoner's chip, appeared puzzled, as if he had heard Bumblebee utter something. "Oh, it's nothing. Just reminiscing about an old friend," Bumblebee replied, continuing to carry Danny and the mysterious figure forward. Eventually, they spotted a glimmer of blue light in the river at night. It was the glow of an energy crystal, which had once been referred to as an energy entity. After the war, manufacturers, eager to entice Cybertronians, rebranded these energy entities as energy crystals, a name that eventually became widely accepted. As he pondered this, Bumblebee approached the riverbank, allowing Danny and the mysterious figure to disembark while he transformed and descended to retrieve the crystals, placing them onto the trailer. These were likely the energy crystals that had been aboard the Ark at the time of its crash. Many had scattered during the descent. On their way back, the mysterious figure detected a Decepticon signal near the Crown River, precisely in the vicinity where they currently found themselves. However, burdened with a trailer full of energy crystals, they resolved to return first before bringing assistance to investigate further. Chapter 130. The Overseer is near. Upon returning to the scrapyard, Bumblebee was greeted by the sight of Steeljaw, clad in an enormous white sack, wearing a mask, and draped in tattered cloth as an apron, wielding a massive axe. Alongside him were several others, seemingly engaged in a role-playing game. How was the movie? Was it terrifying? Danny inquired of his son, listening to the imitation roars from Steeljaw in the background, suggesting that the evening's cinematic experience was indeed promising. It was quite thrilling, one of the Cybertronians admitted, having genuinely been frightened by the film. Despite Ironhide's jesting about a scene where characters screamed incessantly for at least 10 minutes. Nevertheless, the overall ambience of horror was commendable, and while Ironhide continued to critique, others, apart from Russell, found themselves genuinely startled. He likely has a strong affinity for horror themes, frequently indulging in them, which has rendered him somewhat desensitized. He merely perceives these scenarios as commonplace rather than frightening. Meanwhile, a few Decepticons attempted to instill fear in Russell, but predictably, they were unsuccessful. Bumblebee, not overthinking the situation, called upon them to assist in unloading the energy crystals from the trailer. However, one might speculate that even Bumblebee would be unfazed by such terrifying scenes. Having endured the torment of Rosa's absolute solver form, what could possibly instill fear in him now? Have you ever witnessed a creature in darkness twisting its head 180 degrees, with an array of appendages and claws extending from its back? An indestructible entity that can unhinge its grotesque maw to consume silicon-based life? That is far more exhilarating than any horror film. Do you grasp the significance of the urban legends surrounding Decepticon Base 24? Ahem, returning to the matter at hand, Bumblebee, accompanied by Ironhide, Ratchet, and Danny, who was well acquainted with the cave environment, ventured into the cavern. They had brought along luminescent paint to ensure they would not lose their way. Outside, Russell and Black Arachnia waited, prepared to offer assistance should any situation arise, such as alerting them if a signal were to vanish. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly until the signals of the Autobots began to sequentially disappear, exacerbated by the poor reception within the cave, leaving them unable to notify those inside. When all the Autobot signals had vanished, a Decepticon suddenly surged forth from the cave. This particular Decepticon resembled a bat and was known as Nightstrike. His sonic scream could provoke a profound sense of terror in Cybertronians, compelling his adversaries to confront their deepest fears, thus incapacitating them. During this interval, Nightstrike would siphon energy crystals from them. Just as Black Arachnia finished deciphering the database's contents, Nightstrike charged at them once more, this time seizing Black Arachnia and colliding with Danny, who had just emerged from the cave. Russell was left alone, compelled to enter the cavern with only a flashlight. At that moment, Bumblebee and the others found themselves encircled by entities coalescing into a form resembling a blend of energetic mud, induced by the sonic screams. These entities rendered the Cybertronians unconscious, plunging them into nightmares, with Danny ensnared within as well. However, being human, Danny was unaffected. He cleverly deceived Nightstrike, leading him away, while Russell seized the opportunity to rescue his father. Yet, the diversion was short-lived. Just as he managed to partially free Bumblebee from the encasing, Nightstrike returned, pursuing Russell. In a clever maneuver, Russell tossed a stone capable of breaking the mixture to his father before fleeing from the creature. "Nightstrike is near me," Russell exclaimed. Danny glanced at the now-awakening Bumblebee, and then turned back to continue freeing Ratchet. At this moment, Bumblebee stirred, surprised to discover another previously overlooked component, the combiner, Butcher, among them. The Bumblebee spotted the Decepticon hunter nearby and casually picked it up to assist in freeing one of the combiners, hoping to request help in rescuing the two humans. The Butcher said nothing, merely continuing on his path. Russell had restrained the Overseer Night Raid for 60 seconds. At that moment, Danny was still diligently chipping away at the amalgam that trapped Steel Lock, while Russell leapt into a crevice among the stones, momentarily trapping Night Raid. Danny successfully rescued his teammate, achieving a critical rescue of 200. However, the respite was short-lived, as Night Raid soon emerged from the pile of stones, spotting Danny, who had just freed Steel Lock, and charged toward him. Russell evaded the pursuit, declaring, "The Overseer Night Raid has shifted targets. Stay alert." The task of evading the killer now fell upon Danny, who tossed a stone to Russell and began to distract Night Raid. Meanwhile, a portion of the Butcher's combiner noticed the fluorescent paint nearby, transformed, and hurled the paint at Night Raid's face before sauntering away. Once Night Raid's vision cleared, he was drawn away by Bumblebee's shouts. A series of taunts prompted Night Raid to charge forward, only to be caught off guard by the Decepticon hunter, which successfully knocked him unconscious. In the end, the outcome was favorable, was it not? At least they had successfully captured a Decepticon. Though, one might overlook the fact that they were all covered in the amalgam of energy, as well as the recent haunting nightmares. Steel Lock's nightmare involved an incessant approach of small kittens. Horizontal Cannon's nightmare was of traffic jams and being confined in a dark box. Iron Arm was plagued by being apprehended by the police for crimes he did not commit. As for Bumblebee, his nightmare was of a city engulfed in flames, with Optimus Prime expressing disappointment in him. Amidst the inferno, he even thought he glimpsed a familiar silhouette, one that seemed to be melting. He knew who it was. Each of their nightmares bore unique characteristics. As they gathered themselves to return, Bumblebee quickly rinsed the energy amalgam off his body, yet he had other matters to attend to. He wished to visit Rosa. Previously, due to complications within Cybertron, Ratchet had piloted a ship to transport the slumbering Rosa to Earth, providing them with her designated location. He was well aware of Rosa's whereabouts and felt a desire to see her. After all, it had been a long time. 3 years, perhaps it was time. Bumblebee pondered, inputting a coordinate into the land bridge, preparing to set off in search of Rosa. This land bridge was meant for capturing a Decepticon named Bone Crusher. It was a gift equipped with various tools, including a ship and a land bridge. Unfortunately, the ship was unusable due to its crash, but the land bridge remained operational. For this mission, he simply intended to inform them, opting not to bring anyone along. Although Cybertron was likely aware of Rosa's existence, few knew of her abilities. Shortly after the completion of Optimus Prime's statue, the Council had begun to criticize him, and it was then that Ratchet noticed something amiss, as Rosa's contributions had gone unrecorded. Originally, it was intended to upload the achievements of each member after the completion of their respective statues. But Rosa's statue was delayed the most due to its complexity, particularly in capturing the nuances of her face. Even before the statue was unveiled, Ambulance sensed something amiss, prompting him to delay the upload of Rosa's data. The primary concern was the inherent absurdity of her existence. The plan was to allow her to demonstrate the irrationalities, such as the replication of the solver and the control of her extraordinary abilities, once she awakened, before compiling and uploading these accomplishments. After all, while the hand of the omniscient might have its own inconsistencies, it paled in comparison to the solver's extraordinary capabilities and resilience. Fortunately, the achievements were not released at that time. Had they been, it would have alerted them to the existence of a formidable adversary still alive on Cybertron, potentially incapacitated or in a coma, thus encouraging them to seek out Rosa's whereabouts for an advantage. However, Bumblebee was somewhat perplexed as to why Ambulance had insisted on granting her some privacy. Rosa lay in the life support system like a patient, and it seemed unlikely that his presence would infringe upon her privacy. Yet, he soon comprehended the reason, having glimpsed something he ought not to have. Chapter 131. I, Bumblebee, do not wish to be disliked. Bumblebee approached a cave, traversing a land bridge alone. The entrance was obscured by a myriad of climbing plants, offering substantial concealment. Yet once he ventured inside, he found nothing. Upon reaching the innermost part, he felt a twinge of confusion, suddenly interrupted by a sound as a blue light flickered to life, scanning him. Once it determined all was well, numerous stones before him shifted, revealing that these massive boulders were merely decorative elements of a wall. As the wall retracted, it unveiled an interior space reminiscent of an ancient human tomb. Bumblebee mused as he beheld the familiar life support apparatus, rectangular in shape, resembling a coffin. Approaching it, he skillfully verified his identity, activating the upper panels of the life support system, which opened from both sides. The first thing he noticed was the familiar screen, along with the head sculpture and the displayed information. The estimated awakening time was set for the following evening. However, before he could revel in this news, a momentary glance at Rosa's mechanical state triggered his cooling system to roar to life, overwhelmed by the rising temperature. His faceplate flushed a deep crimson. The soft metallic material, unlike armor, was prone to reddening when exposed to heat, especially internal heat. In a panic, Bumblebee covered his eyes and turned away. Something was amiss. Or was her armor? Struggling to suppress the impulse to look back at what he ought not to see, he fumbled outside, desperately seeking the switch to close the life support system. It was only at this moment that he realized the humanoid-sized robot, resembling Rosa, was adorned in human fabric that would eventually expand to the size of a Cybertronian. The fabric must have been stretched to its limits. Fortunately, she had not yet fully matured and remained in a dormant state. Otherwise, if she happened to awaken at that moment, it would be exceedingly awkward, and he could not allow anyone to know he had inadvertently witnessed something he ought not to have. Bumblebee pondered this as he finally pressed the button to the life support apparatus. Confirming that Rosa was indeed present, he prepared to depart, only to suddenly recall something important at the doorway. Surely, the ambulance would have prepared armor for her. Rosa had previously mentioned needing to get ready for it. His steps faltered, and after a prolonged internal struggle, he turned his gaze back to the life support device. Circumnavigating the apparatus, he discovered a compartment suitable for storage. Inside, he found a small energy source, along with Rosa's armor and a complete set of battle gear. The armor appeared to have been meticulously repaired by the ambulance, maintaining its original design while skillfully polished to conceal any signs of previous damage. After a moment of indecision, Bumblebee ultimately decided to take her armor, preparing to reopen the life support system to place it inside. Of course, he could not simply toss it in. If he accidentally awakened her and she witnessed this entire scenario, it would be quite embarrassing. Bumblebee was not keen on being disliked. At the very least, the space within the life support system was ample enough to accommodate it, allowing her to don it upon awakening. Moreover, the armor consisted primarily of the chest plate, with sleeves on either side and front and back panels. For reasons unknown to him, he felt it prudent to place the armor inside, anticipating that if a relocation were necessary, it would be awkward for her to emerge from the coffin-like device. However, as he grasped her chest plate, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. Ultimately, he chose to close his optical sensors, ascertain a general placement, activate the life support system, deposit the armor, and seal it swiftly in one fluid motion. Throughout the entire process, he kept his optical sensors shut. He truly could not bear to look any longer, fearing the panels might grow warm under his gaze. Having completed the task, Bumblebee fled the scene, shutting the entrance behind him before immediately seeking a nearby water source to cool down, then returning to the scrapyard. The others in the scrapyard were once again gathered by the window of the small diner, engrossed in the horror film that continued to play. This time, however, in addition to ironclad, steel lock, and cannon, there was an additional figure, the black face god. As Bumblebee returned, it appeared they had just witnessed a thrilling moment in the film. The atmospheric tension in this horror movie was undoubtedly superior to that of the previous one. At the very least, there would be no prolonged, uninterrupted screams lasting 10 minutes, and accompanied by the shrieks emanating from the television. Everyone was startled back in their seats, likely reacting to the most gripping scene. "Oh, still watching a horror movie?" Bumblebee's voice evidently startled them once more, especially the black face god. "Whoa, almost lost my balance and fell. My apologies." As the group gazed in astonishment at the Bumblebee, who raised both hands in a gesture of apology. He mentioned that he might have an errand tomorrow night to pick someone up. The instant these words left his lips, curiosity sparked among them. Who could it be? Ignoring the humans on the television, still shrieking in panic, the Autobot turned to inquire of Bumblebee, a look of confusion etched upon his features. Who else could it be? Their minds instinctively wandered to the notion of someone arriving in a spacecraft, with Bumblebee there to greet them. Was it a familiar acquaintance of the lieutenant? Ironhide felt a flicker of intrigue. He too was pondering this, convinced that it must be someone Bumblebee knew, prompting the lieutenant to undertake the task of retrieval. Surely aided by Bumblebee's contact information. It's someone familiar. I'll go pick her up tomorrow night, and I may need your assistance in moving a few things. Bumblebee explained, nodding slightly, and upon receiving their affirmative responses, he prepared to take his leave. Yet, before departing, he added one final remark. Oh, by the way, she may have some connection to vampires and zombies. I believe you might find that intriguing. Bumblebee recalled how they had recently been watching films related to vampires, zombies, and swamp-dwelling half-beasts. Though horror in nature, they surely could pique their interest, couldn't they? With that, Bumblebee strode away, leaving behind a few perplexed expressions. Russell, observing the group, found the situation rather peculiar. Are we truly discussing vampires? It seemed everyone suddenly remembered an important detail that had been overlooked. Russell, the Decepticon who attacked us today, was also a vampire, one of them remarked. The Dark God has fallen back into his old habits, Ironhide noted, as his language module faltered, causing him to stammer. Before lightly tapping himself, it's an energy crystal vampire, another added, glancing at Ironhide, who continued to elucidate for Russell. Moreover, there were the data remnants from the zombie machine war, describing these as products of dark energy entities acting upon corpses. Ironhide offered a slight grin, his expression hinting at an unspeakable complexity. The implications of their discourse were not lost on Russell, who recognized the underlying dangers. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging the oddity of the situation. However, since the individual was someone Bumblebee knew well enough to go fetch, it likely wouldn't pose any danger, right? Steeljaw scratched his head, attempting to ponder this, though he wasn't adept at such contemplations. Nonetheless, he firmly believed in Bumblebee's trustworthiness. This notion indeed roused Ironhide, prompting her to adopt a more serious demeanor as she contemplated potential connections to other matters. At that moment, Danny approached, reminding his son that it was time for bed, and the group finally realized how late it had grown. It was indeed time to rest. We'll know soon enough. Lieutenant Bumblebee will surely introduce us, the Dark God exclaimed, stretching his arms towards the towering Cybertronians. Chapter 132, Ironhide. We will split up the following morning. They began to tidy up the scrapyard, preparing a space for their soon-to-arrive companion. Yet, when they inquired about the identity of the individual Bumblebee intended to collect, he merely smiled and promised to leave them with a surprise. A sense of suspense has undoubtedly been preserved. The morning was rather uneventful, but in the afternoon, the black-faced deity detected a fugitive signal, this time within the confines of the subway tracks. During the course of their prior investigations, it appeared that the cannon, somewhat disdainful of the slow pace set by the iron arm dragging the steel lock, decided to abandon the main group and arrived at the underground railway ahead of time. Bumblebee, feeling helpless, could not leave behind the iron arm or the cannon. He could only caution the cannon to exercise caution. And then, as expected, yet another mishap was on the horizon. The cannon evidently treated this investigation as a competition, preoccupied with who could arrive faster, neglecting the potential presence of Decepticons in the vicinity. The result was a trap laid by the Decepticons, leading to the cannon being captured and taken to a laboratory beneath the tracks. Yet another instance of ignoring orders leading to trouble. Bumblebee's routine had now expanded to include not only the task of apprehending the fugitive, but also rescuing the cannon. Once they entered the underground railway, Bumblebee and the Iron Arm split into two teams. Bumblebee partnered with the black-faced deity, while the Iron Arm teamed up with the Steel Lock for independent action. Today, there was yet another individual also engaged in separate operations, namely, the cannon. He had undergone a transplant procedure by the spinal dragon, switching his head with that of the cannon, leaving the cannon's head suspended in a nutrient tank. The good news was that the cannon was temporarily unharmed. The bad news was that they were operating separately. Consequently, the black-faced deity detected two signals from the vicinity of the cannon. They first encountered the spinal dragon, now possessing the cannon's body. Clearly, the spinal dragon's speed had undergone a significant enhancement, while Bumblebee, mindful of the fact that it was the cannon's body, refrained from exerting full force, ultimately allowing the spinal dragon to escape. Through the data obtained by the black-faced deity, they became aware of the background of this Decepticon fugitive, including engagement with alien technology and unauthorized transplant surgeries, which had led to their confinement in the tomb of AI. Bumblebee harbored concerns for the cannon's condition. Yet with a signal indicating life, it was presumed that all was well. Reluctantly, They pressed deeper in search of the other half of the cannon. When Bumblebee discovered the cannon's head within a nutrient solution, he was surprisingly unfazed. Instead, he sighed in relief, his expression contrasting sharply with the horror reflected on the black-faced deity's face. This juxtaposition sparked the notion that Bumblebee was not behaving as one would expect. After all, who would display relief upon encountering a solitary, living head floating in a jar? At that moment, the cannon exhibited an expression of indescribable complexity, as if he had encountered a creature with a tolerance for the bizarre that surpassed even Russell's. Once again, one might ponder the significance of the tales surrounding Decepticon Base 24. In any case, they regrouped with the iron arm and the steel lock, carrying the jar containing the cannon's head, and, unsurprisingly, Bumblebee still appeared remarkably composed. The iron arm was initially startled, while the steel lock stood frozen in shock. However, they ultimately succeeded in defeating the spinal dragon, due to the residual awareness of the body state in the head of the horizontal cannon. It successfully anticipated and knocked out the spine dragon. Subsequently, it had the black-faced deity temporarily replace the head of the horizontal cannon. However, the black-faced deity, unfamiliar with the head-swapping technique, could not ensure a perfect alignment, and a more thorough examination could only be conducted back at the base. The consequence of misalignment would be an inability to transform. Fortunately, this was a trivial matter, as it at least preserved the life of the horizontal cannon. Yet, as soon as the head was replaced, disregarding the black-faced deity's advice, the horizontal cannon audaciously engaged in a bet with Iron Fist regarding who would return to the scrapyard first. Unsurprisingly, due to its inability to transform, and thus lacking its most prized speed, it lost immediately and was subsequently tasked with a week's worth of duty for Iron Fist. This served as a lesson for the horizontal cannon, to refrain from recklessness and to avoid charging ahead and distancing itself from the main force. On the night of their return to the scrapyard, the head of the horizontal cannon was finally repaired and regained vitality. Rejecting the notion of rest, it insisted on accompanying Bumblebee to meet their clients. Upon arriving at the destination, the group noticed something peculiar. They saw no sign of any spacecraft. Bumblebee offered no further explanation, instructing them to remain on standby. He then proceeded toward an opening. It was unfortunate they lacked a small flag. Otherwise, they could have remarked, "This seems awfully suspicious." During Rosa's component upgrade, there were occasional signals, which was quite strange indeed. However, the connection was intermittent, yet it was sufficient to ensure a semblance of safety. During the upgrade, she felt disconnected from the outside world. With nothing to occupy her but a single-player game she had transmitted to her father when she lost her Canadian qualification at the Decepticon Fortress. Finally, with the completion of the component upgrade, she was able to reboot once more. Upon rebooting, her first instinct was to glance around, subconsciously recalling a certain Escape the Coffin puzzle game. With a corpse nearby, for a moment, she genuinely believed she was trapped in a coffin. However, she quickly discovered a button adjacent to her, seemingly capable of opening the coffin lid, and armor was also within reach. Upon reflection, it was reasonable that her previous outfit had been torn during the growth process. After donning the armor and opening the coffin, she was greeted by the long-awaited presence of a Cybertronian. Rosa momentarily froze, taken aback by the unexpected company, and for some reason, she felt an uncanny familiarity with this stranger, although she could not quite place it. She was certain she had never encountered him before. "Rosa?" "It has been a while." Bumblebee approached Rosa from the wall, initially intending to inform her of the situation and ascertain that she was unharmed. Yet, the moment he took a step forward, a blue solver symbol appeared upon him, spinning. Boom! A tremendous force slammed him against the wall, sending dust swirling into the air. "Rosa, it's Bumblebee." He was captured in the moment of crashing against the wall, gradually descending to the ground. One elbow propped against the floor, while the other hand gingerly covered the area that had just endured the impact, murmuring an apology. Rosa, seated within the life support system, raised an eyebrow, remarking that the Bumblebee in her memory differed slightly from the one before her. An emblem of a solver flickered in one of her optical lenses, seemingly poised to launch an attack. Nevertheless, it did bear some resemblance. Rosa gazed at the yellow figure, its paint scheme reminiscent of the initial design, lacking the abundance of black seen in later versions, and the doors, resembling be wings, were also similar. Yet, the overall details were not quite right. Bumblebee's face appeared rounder, lacking the elongated shape it now possessed. Your surname is Duomin, undoubtedly a solver. Accumulated manufacturing will cost you 3,000 cores, Bumblebee articulated. His expression contorted as he slowly rose from the ground. When mentioning the two instances, he gestured with his fingers, the act of standing appearing somewhat arduous and slightly awkward. Could he genuinely be Bumblebee? The dark energy entity infiltrating your body will suppress your Cybertronian genes, Bumblebee stated as he approached Rosa. Just as she attempted to extricate herself from the life support system, she realized her legs were somewhat fatigued. Once suppressed, you will spontaneously combust onto the sun, and only after the dark energy entity dissipates will you gradually recover. Bumblebee moved his body, reflecting on his physical endurance. Surprisingly, the impact against the wall had resulted in little more than pain. However, he noticed that Rosa seemed to struggle to emerge. I suppose I will have to retrieve you back to the base. Bumblebee observed the blue, dot-like eyes on Rosa's screen. Apart from those wide, astonished eyes, the screen was inundated with a flurry of blue dots, cascading like rain. Rosa was now kneeling within the life support system, her hands gripping the edge as she watched Bumblebee, visibly embarrassed. As Bumblebee approached her, the blue dots on the screen, akin to falling rain, transformed into emoticons, while Rosa gradually retracted the lower half of her face into the life support system. Bumblebee let out a soft sigh, enveloping Rosa in a gentle embrace, clearly sensing something was amiss. "Shall I recount the time you took me to view the night scenery?" he said with a hint of exasperation, observing Rosa shrink in his grasp like a quail, vigorously shaking her head. "I must have mistaken the wrong person. How embarrassing." Chapter 133. What is your relationship? Boom! A deafening sound erupted, causing Iron Arm and the others stationed at the cave entrance to immediately sense something amiss. The anxious black face god attempted to contact Bumblebee, eager to inquire about the happenings within. Yet, there was no response. The signal inside the cave was poor, filled with static noise. "Lieutenant." Iron Arm realized Bumblebee might be in trouble, signaling to Horizontal Cannon to enter promptly, while Steel Lock remained outside, vigilantly waiting. "Wait, be cautious." The orange minicon, witnessing Iron Arm and Horizontal Cannon rush in, instinctively wished to follow. However, he soon recognized that if danger lurked within, a solitary minicon would not suffice to handle the situation. In the end, they could only wait outside the cave alongside Steel Lock. As they ventured inside, faint voices became discernible, presumably belonging to Lieutenant Bumblebee. Iron Arm gestured for them to proceed with caution, and Horizontal Cannon understood, glancing back. The two moved stealthily, holding onto the wall as they peered around the corner. It was then that they observed Bumblebee cradling someone who bore a striking resemblance to the statue in Central Park, the one devoid of intricate details. The resemblance was notable because the upper half of her face was obscured by a screen displaying expressions, distinctly unlike the beautiful feminine statue in Central Park. At that moment, Rosa was startled by the sudden embrace and instinctively clutched at whatever she could grasp, such as Bumblebee's neck. This action rendered the two in a rather ambiguous position. From this angle, it appeared as if the lieutenant's head rested against Bumblebee's armored chest. "Do you need me to recount the evening you took me to see the night view?" Bumblebee remarked with a hint of exasperation as he watched Rosa vigorously shake her head. Yet, this tone of helplessness, coupled with the seemingly date-like scenario and their intimate posture, led Iron Arm to misinterpret the situation entirely. Before Horizontal Cannon could approach to ascertain the matter, Iron Arm promptly grabbed him, urging him to retreat, as if they had inadvertently intruded upon a private moment. "What's happening in there?" Horizontal Cannon inquired as Iron Arm hastily pulled him away. "Don't look, don't listen. Just move quickly." However, after taking just a few steps, Iron Arm caught another glimpse of Lieutenant Bumblebee's voice. "Ah, you've arrived. Perfect. Please assist in lifting that life support system." Bumblebee, having recognized their presence, showed no intention of concealing anything. They observed Iron Arm and Horizontal Cannon hesitantly peeking around the entrance. Iron Arm's gaze was cautious, while Horizontal Cannon was more brazenly surveying the scene. Nevertheless, upon seeing Bumblebee holding Rosa, Horizontal Cannon was briefly taken aback. "Rosa, allow me to introduce you to Horizontal Cannon, the one in red, and this is Iron Arm," Bumblebee said, also introducing Rosa to his companions. "By the way, that doesn't T need to be moved, does it? Isn't it no longer necessary?" Rosa remarked as the screen retracted from either side, revealing her familiar and beautiful visage. At that moment, Iron Arm recognized her immediately. He could never mistake her appearance. It was no wonder that the sculptor of that statue had not made an appearance since the war ended. She had been here on Earth all along. However, it must be moved. Once we leave, we will not return here, and to be cautious, it is best to eliminate all traces, Bumblebee stated to Rosa, who nodded in a daze. As they began to lift the coffin, Bumblebee led Rosa out of the cave, engaging in further inquiries along the way. What is wrong with your leg? Are you unable to exert any strength? Bumblebee asked, glancing ahead, while occasionally stealing glances at the hand that still clutched his neck. There might be some issues with the data connection. I can recalibrate it tonight, she replied. Rosa gently lowered her gaze to Bumblebee, confessing that she was still somewhat unaccustomed to his current form. As she raised her head to survey her surroundings, it struck her that this place bore no resemblance to Cybertron. It felt more akin to Earth. After all, she couldn't fathom Cybertron nurturing any native Earth flora, and the environment and terrain were distinctly terrestrial. Wasn't she unconscious on Cybertron? In this light, it appeared not to be Cybertron, but Earth. Rosa regarded Bumblebee with a perplexed expression, then shifted her attention to the small plants within the cave. Indeed, they brought you here. Was there a crisis on Cybertron? She inquired, seamlessly following Bumblebee's words. Pretty much. How did you know? He replied, glancing up at her with a hint of confusion. Rosa, with a resigned smile, responded, I was comfortably resting on Cybertron. Being suddenly transported here can only mean something is amiss, right? Let me guess, the threat is significant? Do they need me to return and subdue them? Leaning in closer to Bumblebee, she lowered her voice conspiratorially. Bumblebee, sensing her proximity, raised his gaze to meet her mask, and the beauty of her optical lenses momentarily distracted him. Not for now. That could incite chaos, he replied, hastily averting his gaze as a fleeting awkwardness crossed his expression. Cybertron cannot endure another war at this moment. He continued, they still believe the High Council is somewhat unfriendly towards them. At least, they haven't encountered any issues in managing Cybertron as politics. An impulsive attack would only lead to disorder, possibly sparking yet another war. Very well, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me, Rosa said, tilting her head as she regarded Bumblebee, until they finally emerged from the cave. Bumblebee Lieutenant, you finally come out. Blackface exclaimed upon spotting the familiar yellow paintwork emerging beneath the verdant foliage at the cave's entrance. Just as he was about to inquire about the recent events, he noticed an unfamiliar hand extending from the vines. It was a white hand with black joint seams, parting the curtain of hanging vines to reveal an astonishingly beautiful female mech, identical to the statue in Central Park. Was that singular statue, devoid of elaboration, named Rosa? Bumblebee Lieutenant was cradling her, with one of Rosa's hands resting on his neck as he slightly turned to navigate through the parted vines. At that moment, Bumblebee's expression was relaxed, yet there was an indescribable emotion in his gaze toward Rosa. What is this? Steel Lock, taken aback, stood momentarily stunned as Bumblebee proceeded to introduce various names. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from within. It turned out that the life support apparatus had become immovable, necessitating a brief respite. Meanwhile, they remained within the cave, and Steel Lock, being the largest and most capable of lifting, found himself unable to enter comfortably. Chapter 134. The restart of the Absolute Solver in response to the Sorcerer. What on earth is this? Why is it so heavy? The horizontal cannon remarked with a hint of sarcasm that the opening was scarcely large enough for a steel lock to pass through. Meanwhile, Rosa, nestled in Bumblebee's embrace, urged him to move back a bit. Hurry, horizontal cannon, we are almost there. Iron Arm, having set down his end, gazed at the panting horizontal cannon and the approaching Bumblebee, who still held Rosa. Bumblebee, horizontal cannon began, intending to ask him to set Rosa aside and lend a hand, but he was interrupted by a multitude of blue codes manifesting on the life support system. These codes were tangible and visible, prompting them to step back in astonishment as they observed a hexagonal symbol with a triangular arrow extending from it on the cover of the life support system. As Rosa struggled to lift her hand, the entire life support system began to levitate. Horizontal cannon and Iron Arm watched in shock and confusion as the system floated and moved, instinctively believing it possessed an anti-gravity mechanism. However, something felt amiss. for they clearly saw Rosa extend 3 fingers, her thumb, index, and middle, while a blue hexagonal symbol with 3 arrows materialized in midair between them. This symbol also appeared in one of her optical lenses. Bumblebee continued to retreat with Rosa in his arms, and together they maneuvered the coffin until they exited the cave, finally placing the life support system on the ground. First, let's confirm. These individuals should be trustworthy, right? Rosa whispered, lowering her voice as she leaned close to Bumblebee's audio receiver, causing him to flinch slightly. The cooling fan whirred loudly, prompting Rosa to inquire, "What is that noise about?" Primarily, it was evident that something had gone awry on Cybertron. And as for the people here, yes, but could you refrain from speaking so close to my audio receiver? Bumblebee felt an urge to turn his head away. Rosa chuckled awkwardly, remaining close by. There was no other option. It would be quite unfortunate if their conversation were overheard. Bumblebee sensed the commotion near the audio receiver, causing the fan to whir even louder. Ultimately, they returned to the scrapyard, with Rosa being cradled throughout the ordeal. She awaited the moment when Bumblebee would place her back into the life support system, allowing her to recalibrate. The life support system need not be activated. It could serve merely as a resting place, she mused, observing Bumblebee as he introduced her to their 2 human allies, Danny and Russell, while also briefly showcasing the scrapyard and various facilities, including the grave of EEI. Yet, he still did not set her down. "Are you done holding me? If so, could you please return me to my resting place?" Rosa noted the twitch at the corner of Bumblebee's mouth, sensing something was off with him lately. Bumblebee hesitated, his expression betraying a hint of awkwardness before finally placing Rosa back onto the resting board, realizing that time was of the essence. After Rosa had covered herself with the board, Bumblebee returned to his usual resting spot, entering sleep mode. Here, they had no choice but to transform and succumb to slumber, as a charging bed was a luxury unfit for a scrapyard. As the code scrolled rapidly across Rosa's screen during the data calibration, the process extended into the early hours of the following day. Rosa, feeling a lack of energy, decided to rest. When the sun rose, everyone resumed their usual activities, training and leisure. Meanwhile, Rosa, in her dormant state, gradually became aware of the rising temperature and realized that her life support apparatus, perhaps more aptly termed a coffin, was exposed to the sun's harsh rays. The metal structure was prone to heat absorption. After some contemplation, Rosa noticed a large canopy situated directly above the IG-2 spacecraft. She sought out Bumblebee, requesting an extension of the sunshade or to position her coffin within the crevice of the crashed ship. This way, her resting place would remain sheltered from the sun, minimizing its adverse effects on her. Bumblebee relayed this request to Danny, and upon receiving approval, Rosa took the initiative to gather materials for the sunshade extension. Fortunately, the scrapyard was abundant in resources, and it was during this endeavor that others discovered her ability to fly. While reinforcing the sunshade, she even found herself hanging upside down, suspended from the canopy, a true testament to her vampiric nature. Russell observed her from below, noting that she didn't even need to descend to collect materials. They would materialize and ascend to her as she manipulated them through a flurry of code. Despite her affinity for the shadows, she was still susceptible to sunlight and despised the heat. Suddenly, the IG-2 spacecraft detected a signal approaching the scrap yard at a rapid pace, triggering alarms. Rosa immediately ceased her work, allowing the unused materials to settle on the ground, and swiftly activated the compartment of her life support device. The armor was autonomously assembled, each piece flying onto her as she sprinted. Even the armor for her feet adhered to her as she ran. By the time she reached the back of the group, she was clad in a sleek black suit of armor. They soon spotted the incoming flying object, which descended at a visibly rapid speed before crashing into a nearby mountain and then bouncing down into the scrapyard. It landed directly on a collection of decorative goblin figurines amassed by Danny. The force of the impact sent debris flying, shrouding the area in dust until the onlookers could discern the object, a black cryogenic pod. "Bumblebee, this appears to be a stasis pod," he communicated, while the others remained vigilant, observing the enigmatic object. "I am scanning for any life signs within," Bumblebee continued, accessing the panel to initiate a search. It could be a Decepticon. Ironclad glared menacingly at the pod, while the more relaxed Hound displayed a contrasting demeanor. It may also just be a lost Autobot. Hung Pao slightly turned to gaze at Iron Arm, perhaps in an attempt to ease his demeanor. Ideally, he hoped for a somewhat irritating individual, someone he could spar with. The green dinosaur machine clasped its hands together, its head swaying as if lost in delightful reverie. Naturally, the outcome would not be to his liking. It was a familiar face, someone they had encountered before, a mini Optimus Prime, Tian Bao. Chapter 135. The Leader's Challenge? No, a challenge of adolescent illusions. Upon realizing that the visitor posed no threat, Bumblebee promptly contacted Black Mask to deactivate the alarm. Meanwhile, Danny, spotting the crushed old goblin decoration, shouted and rushed over, attempting to search for an intact goblin. What is this? Rosa emerged from the main group, approaching Bumblebee with a soft inquiry, prompting everyone to take note of her appearance. Her armor's visor was raised, revealing her beautiful face, with a hint of curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she regarded Bumblebee. This is Tian Bao. He is a mini Optimus Prime who trained alongside Drift, accompanied by Slag, Bumblebee explained, watching as Tian Bao nodded in agreement. He then gently navigated through the gathered Cybertronians to stand before Russell, offering a respectful bow. Seeing that there appeared to be no immediate danger, Rosa utilized her disassembler to remove her armor plates, causing fragments of black armor to float gracefully in the air. This spectacle left everyone momentarily speechless as she moved. She even took a couple of steps, causing the plates beneath her feet to join the others in flight. Wow, this is truly impressive. Steellock's optical sensors fixated on the drifting armor pieces, along with the symbols emitted by the disassembler. The commotion did not go unnoticed across the room. Tian Bao, observing the soaring armor, momentarily forgot what he intended to say to Russell. Don't mind me. Please continue your conversation. Rosa tilted her head slightly, raising her other hand in a gesture that indicated she was still manipulating the disassembler. The blue hexagon and 3 arrow symbols flickered in one of her eyes. She then made her way toward the hall, where her life support system was located, intending to store the armor in a compartment. Tian Bao watched in astonishment at this new member of Bumblebee's team, recognizing that her abilities were far from ordinary. This is Rosa, like Bumblebee. She was once part of the Leader's Guard. It dawned on Tian Bao that there indeed was a statue in Central Park that bore only her name. Suddenly realizing his purpose, Tian Bao explained to Russell the reason for his visit today. He had been compelled to part ways with Drift. However, it was not that Drift dismissed him. Rather, he had personal reasons for needing to leave, which seemed strange, as even Bumblebee could not fathom what grave mistake the other could have made. Tian Bao did not disclose the specific actions he had taken, but instead sought to pledge his allegiance. Commander Russell. Meanwhile, Rosa entered the hall and encountered a stranger, a fellow Cybertronian, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to a Japanese samurai. The samurai, upon seeing her and the floating armor pieces surrounding him, as well as the symbols shimmering in his eyes, paused for a moment, bewildered. What is this? As Rosa carefully returned the armor to its rightful place, she greeted Black Face God, who, through his introductions, revealed that this was Drift. In the hemisphere beside him was another mini Autobot, Skids. After Black Face God made the necessary introductions between Drift, Skids, and Rosa, he resumed his tapping on the screen. First, it was a false alarm, and now the detector in the stasis pod was malfunctioning. Black Face God seemed to be attempting to ascertain the cause of the issue. Shortly thereafter, Drift commanded Skids to search the area, and the mini Autobot transformed into a robot form slightly larger than a human. Once Skids completed his transformation and touched down, he spotted Bumblebee and his companions entering the hall, including the Decepticon they were searching for, Starscream. Drift did not anticipate encountering them so soon again. The samurai-like Cybertronian, Drift, spoke with a serious expression as he regarded the approaching Starscream, clearly displaying his unease. You swore to learn from me and serve me. How could you? However, before he could finish his sentence, Russell suddenly stepped forward. You chased Starscream all the way to Earth just to yell at him like this? Russell, with his hands on his hips, stood up for Starscream. As Drift turned to look, Danny hurriedly stepped in to pull Russell back. Son, I think it's best we let these formidable alien Autobots handle this situation on their own. Danny's judgment proved accurate. Cybertronians were indeed quite dangerous for humans. Moreover, should the other party lose control of their emotions, the consequences could be dire. Although, perhaps, they would not, it was still prudent to err on the side of caution. The stasis pod detector was functioning again, albeit with 2 units damaged. Black Face God finally repaired the system, interrupting the conversation as he continued to attempt a location fix. Hot Rod and Jump Starter. They seem to have fled together, he noted, continuing his tracking efforts, observing that they appeared to be resolving a position. According to the route, they will soon approach a human military base, Blackface God stated, pulling up a map displaying 2 red dots. Well, it seems it's time to set off. Rosa donned the armor she had just placed down once more, only to hear an awkward rallying cry. Let us go all out and settle this once and for all. Bumblebee shouted, pumping his fist in the air. The ensuing silence was deafening. Promise me, Bumblebee. Rosa stepped forward to pat Bumblebee on the shoulder. Can we perhaps come up with a different slogan next time? Her black armor concealed her face as she gazed at him, gently tapping his shoulder. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that Bumblebee seemed to have grown taller, as she vaguely remembered him being the same height as her before. 3 years had passed, and Bumblebee appeared to have gained a head's height, which felt somewhat disconcerting, especially since she now had to look up slightly to speak to him. Huh. Bumblebee awkwardly rubbed his neck. That wasn't supposed to rhyme. Rosa shook her head in exasperation. Additionally, due to Starscream's reluctance to leave and Bumblebee's persuasion, Drift and Skids temporarily joined the operation to capture him. Before the operation commenced, Steellock suddenly recalled something. Wait, doesn't she need to scan the vehicle? This question left Bumblebee feeling somewhat awkward, as the others began to sense something amiss, such as the possibility that she might not be able to transform. Despite her beauty and slender physique, she appeared so delicate that it seemed unlikely she possessed the ability to transform, particularly when it came to scanning vehicles. While I lacked transformation gears, hiding poses no issue at all. Suddenly, something emerged from the space on Rosa's back reserved for wings. It was a camera, with a central blue light and sharp edges adorning its perimeter. Connected to the camera were structures resembling bones, embellished with warning lines. Shortly thereafter, the light at the center of the camera emitted a brilliant glow, enveloping Rosa in a flash of blue light, rendering her invisible. Apart from Bumblebee, everyone else displayed expressions of astonishment. They truly had not anticipated such a method, and they watched as the area flickered with blue light. The camera retracted behind Rosa's back, revealing a pair of wings, ready for action without any hindrance. Chapter 136. Speak Louder, Black Face God. Bumblebee communicated over the internal line, noting that the positioning was likely not real-time. To ensure accuracy, they could only recalibrate after covering a certain distance. Before long, Black Face God intercepted a signal indicating someone had hijacked military vehicles. Ahead, Rosa, hovering above the military vehicles, relayed an advance report. Upon hearing Bumblebee's acknowledgement, she continued to trail the main force, awaiting further orders. Soon after, they observed Danny, seated in the Iron Fist vehicle form, conversing with the soldiers inside the military truck, which led to a communication intercepted by Black Face God before they departed. Excellent. With the personnel dispatched, they could now unleash their full potential. After traveling for a while, Bumblebee inquired further about the location of the prisoner chip signal, receiving a response indicating it was roughly 20 counts down the winding road ahead. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, Drift commented, to which Bumblebee concurred, then contacted the entire internal line to issue commands. All units, take heed. Proceed through the woods for a shortcut. As Bumblebee commanded, the team advanced towards the forest. However, due to the dense trees, driving was impractical, necessitating a complete shift to foot travel. Entering the woods, with the thicket obstructing their view, Rosa too could only advance on foot. Observing Drift deploy 2 mini-constructs from his arms to guard his flanks. These 2 mini-constructs bore similar designs, albeit in different colors. The red mini-construct named Glide watched as Drift moved ahead, slowly approaching the black mini-construct named Skyfall. Skyfall, your actions could jeopardize both teams. Please, set aside your grievances. Witnessing Skyfall hesitating after receiving orders, Drift understood precisely what he intended to convey. Observing that Drift was indeed out of sight, Rosa voiced her discontent, questioning why they couldn't persuade their stubborn elder to apologize. Russell stood with arms akimbo, while Danny observed Drift had already moved away, oblivious to his surroundings, and did not attempt to stop Russell. At the very least, he ought to apologize for his rudeness. However, Tianbao remained unresponsive, his head bowed, his optical lenses reflecting a deep sense of guilt. The truth of my wrongdoing is indeed irretrievable, Tianbao remarked, continuing to watch the distant procession alongside Shuelu. But even I cannot fathom the nature of your error, Shuelu continued, prompting Tianbao to finally confess his misdeed. It was simply that he had polished their Master S sword in a clockwise manner when it should have been done counterclockwise, A trivial matter, yet significant enough. Shuelyo's response was equally perplexing. He asserted that this was a grave mistake, yet candidly admitted that no one would dare suggest Drift apologize. Nevertheless, it was imperative that someone did speak up. Meanwhile, the group descended from the mountain, arriving at the two Decepticon signals where they were ensconced within a human military vehicle. To be honest, Rosa marveled at how the two Decepticons managed to squeeze into that vehicle. Just as she pondered this, the military vehicle drew nearer. It resembled a large tank outfitted with an array of weaponry, lacking any remarkable features aside from that. As Rosa prepared for a direct assault, the two figures within suddenly opened fire on them. Bumblebee and the others instinctively ducked for cover, yet Rosa, with a swift kick, sent the incoming shell hurtling back. Muscle memory kicked in. The other machines stared in astonishment at Rosa's recent maneuver, then turned their gaze to the undamaged military vehicle. Just as they contemplated their next move, Rosa initiated her invasion. Inside, a frog-like Decepticon named Bouncetail and another resembling a pangolin or hedgehog named Firefeather were poised to activate their attack buttons. However, at the moment they pressed down, the screen erupted into garbled characters. "What are you doing?" Firefeather exclaimed, to which Bouncetail immediately retorted, "I pressed nothing." Suddenly, the screen blacked out, replaced by a blue decryption symbol. Subsequently, everything inside the tank froze. They could neither exit nor move, entirely unaware of the unfolding events outside. "Well, the firewall held for 2.5 seconds, which is a sign of improvement," Rosa noted. "Infiltration successful, wouldn't you say? It's completely immobilized now." She slightly turned her head towards Bumblebee. "I have an idea. Either I scare them out," Rosa said, tilting her head and raising a finger, "or we could set it ablaze. After all, metal conducts heat easily. Why not use this military vehicle as an oven? Perfect for roasting frogs and hedgehogs tonight." As she spoke, Rosa clenched her fists in a celebratory gesture, her tone lighthearted, as if casually discussing what delightful cuisine awaited them that evening, or how to prepare the ingredients to enhance their flavor. Who would eat this? As the image surfaced in his mind, he envisioned the Cybertronians melting under intense heat, their metallic forms glowing red and contorted as they lay on the ground, remnants of their former selves barely recognizable. A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to take a step back. Who could have imagined such a method of torment? They even mentioned consuming them. No, it would be best to handle the parts first. Suddenly, Rosa appeared to recall something, her finger tapping her chin as she tilted her head slightly towards the sky, as if genuinely pondering. Just as she was about to say that it was not particularly appetizing, she was interrupted by Bumblebee, who feared that the two young ones might be frightened into a state of distress. "Oh, all right." Rosa's tone, tinged with disappointment, brightened at the mention of all right. Bumblebee observed her gaze shift towards the military vehicle, letting out a slow sigh. "You all will get used to it. Do not worry. She means no harm." This statement was directed towards the other Cybertronians behind him, who nodded in a manner that suggested they understood, albeit vaguely. Since it was Lieutenant Bumblebee who spoke, they chose to trust him for the time being. Rosa fabricated a false pop-up display above, immediately unlocking the military vehicle's entry and exit points, while also attaching a non-existent function to the screen inside, such as self-destruction. Inside the tank, Jumping Jack and Firewing began to hurl insults at each other upon realizing the vehicle had been locked down. Just as they prepared to brawl, the surrounding screens suddenly displayed self-destruct sequence initiated, accompanied by numerous exclamation points, beeping sounds, and an icon indicating the hatch could be opened. Although they could not comprehend the Earth's text, they could surmise that something significant was about to occur. However, they understood the hatch icon, prompting the two prisoners to rush eagerly towards the ladder. "I'm first. I touched it first," Firewing exclaimed, scrambling up the ladder ahead of Jumping Jack, who immediately leapt, using the other's head as a step to ascend. Both machines emerged from the military vehicle at an accelerated pace. The moment they climbed out, Rosa delivered a forceful kick, sending them flying and skidding across the ground for a considerable distance. Firewing, who followed, received a similar treatment, albeit his armor was slightly thicker. Upon hitting the ground, he was still able to move, unlike Jumping Jack, who fell unconscious and was swiftly shackled by Iron Arm. However, Firewing's situation was not much better. An invasive sensation coursed through him, causing excruciating pain as he curled up, rolling on the ground and screaming. his eyes occasionally flashing blue. "Scream louder, I can't hear you," Rosa remarked, indifferent to Firewing's agonized cries. She placed one hand beside the audio receiver, gesturing towards him. Standing atop the tank, with one foot on the raised lid and the other on a lower section, she uttered her statement. Yet, she was promptly halted by Bumblebee, who insisted that capturing the prisoners was sufficient. There was no need for ongoing torment. Thus, at the moment the invasion ceased, Firewing, still sprawled on the ground, was handcuffed as he struggled against the pain that consumed him. The task has been successfully completed. Afterwards, Russell spoke with Drift and the others about the situation, and Drift expressed his intention to improve. Everything seems to be progressing in a favorable direction, which is indeed commendable. However, Rosa still longs for those delectable treats. When might she indulge again? Yet, she must ensure that her indulgence goes unnoticed. Chapter 137. Preparations for the hunt. Upon returning to the scrapyard, the team found themselves with little to do. After returning the two prisoners, they learned that Drift, as well as the others, intended to stay behind. They were to remain and learn about teamwork and communication, thereby formally joining Bumblebee's squad. Everyone then returned to their respective tasks. However, Bumblebee appeared to have an epiphany and sought out Danny to inquire about any abandoned obstacles. Meanwhile, Rosa, in the main hall, was intrigued by the matter of the Decepticon locator chip. She lay atop her coffin-like platform, observing the black-faced deity within the Ark as it attempted to locate the chip. She resolved to infiltrate the Ark later that evening. If she could secretly construct a small locator device and decipher all the chip information herself, she might directly track down the escaped Decepticon prisoners. Yet, she wondered whether the chip was linked to the life signs of the Decepticons. If the signal vanished upon their death, it would pose quite a dilemma. Should she be absent from the base at that time, she would become the prime suspect. However, the disappearance of the prisoner signals might not necessarily indicate their demise. It was plausible that they had taken refuge in a cave where the signal could be obstructed. Thus, if the signal were to vanish, her suspicion would diminish, provided they did not connect her tendency to consume flesh with the situation. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Rosa remained sprawled on her makeshift platform, propping herself up with her elbows while her lower legs swung idly. She began to ponder the construction of a small detection device, considering the method for building a radar and how she could source the necessary wires from scrapyard. However, ensuring that other materials remained undetected during the manufacturing process posed a significant challenge. Where could she find a secluded corner to work on this? Rosa turned her gaze to the wrecked Ark, which lay between two hills, nestled in a crevice and covered by a large iron shelter. While it presented some concealment, the sudden absence of a person would likely draw attention. Just then, Bumblebee called out to Rosa, requesting her assistance in arranging the obstacles. Of course, but what exactly do you need? Rosa inquired, observing the piles of obstacles nearby, including swinging hammers. I was thinking of setting up an obstacle course for training tomorrow, Bumblebee replied, as he began moving the obstacles to a narrower passageway. Rosa nodded and utilized her solver to relocate the obstacles to the designated spots. After a while, Steel Lock returned with the remaining obstacles, continuing the task. Before nightfall, everything was completed, and then Bumblebee distributed supplies to everyone. While each continued with their own tasks, some engaged in conversation, while others seemed to be reciting regulations. The black-faced god continued his attempts to locate the chip, while Rosa searched for materials, expressing her desire to create several radar positioning devices. Indeed, she had come to a realization, rather than covertly constructing them. It was far more pragmatic to bring the endeavor into the open, albeit with the intention of creating an additional device. This powerful apparatus could detect distant Decepticons, but it required energy to operate, energy that would be drawn from herself. By merely incising her skin to extract a drop of her energy, she could ascertain the location in an instant. Real-time tracking was unnecessary, and radars consumed minimal energy. At worst, she could spare a bit from her supplies for the radar's operation. Thus, on the surface, she appeared to be simply augmenting the team's radar capabilities, while in reality, she was preparing for a hunt. Exquisite perfection. At 3 a.m., Rosa's internal alarm clock jolted her awake. She gently tapped her forehead, silencing the alarm. Following that, she pressed the button to lift the coffin lid, and her head slowly emerged from its confines. Everyone else was resting, thankfully situated in various corners of the junkyard rather than the main hall, which spared her any concerns. Rosa cautiously approached the wreckage of the IG tomb, launching an attack with the decryptor to infiltrate and subsequently retrieve all prisoner information, including details about the chips. Curiously, she stumbled upon Steel Lock's name on the prisoner list. What could that mean? Rosa decided to set aside her curiosity for the moment. After copying all necessary data, she also infiltrated a segment of the land bridge, ensuring she could activate it remotely in the future. Then, she retreated back into her coffin to sleep, waking the next day to continue her work as if nothing had happened, seeking a quiet corner to focus. She first assembled the required radar before commencing the construction of a standard radar for the Autobots. It was only when she heard the bustling sounds nearby that she stored the radar in subspace and went to investigate. It was indeed the obstacle test they had discussed the day before. "Rosa, would you like to try your hand at it?" Bumblebee called out, noticing her emerge from behind, wagging his tail and inviting her to join. After a moment of contemplation, Rosa consented, donned her armor, and took her place in the lineup. Bumblebee and Drift refrained from participating in this test, while the Black Face God remained focused on locating the Decepticon prisoners, with Bumblebee serving as the judge for the event. Iron Arm and Horizontal Cannon had transformed into vehicle mode and were exchanging playful jibes. Rosa found it curious that after all this time, their banter seemed to carry a hint of flirtation. Perhaps it was merely an illusion? With such thoughts, she positioned herself at the starting line, preparing to sprint. "Ready, go." With Bumblebee's command, Horizontal Cannon and Iron Arm immediately pressed the accelerator. The corridor was too narrow for soaring flight, so she opted to run while dodging. Rosa, with her remarkable agility and impressive strength, executed her jumps with remarkable finesse. Although her speed was commendable, she could not hope to match the two cars ahead. It was now time for the carefully prepared mechanism, hammers that would drop from the sides. The two vehicles, performing a drift and braking maneuver, narrowly evaded the descending hammers before continuing their forward momentum. Observing the peril, Rosa conceived a clever strategy. She leapt high and landed deftly on the hammer that was about to swing by, thanks to the initial design of the obstacle, which utilized heavier objects. Rosa harnessed the downward force of the hammer to propel herself skyward once more. The velocity of her flight far surpassed that of running. With this surge, she overtook Iron Arm and Horizontal Cannon. In midair, she twisted her body, facing away from the finish line, lowering her stance. Ultimately, her back foot crossed the finish line first. After sailing past, she landed gracefully, her other foot slightly bent, and her hands transformed into claws as they gripped the ground, allowing her to skid smoothly for a short distance, sending sand and dirt flying. Following closely behind were Horizontal Cannon and Iron Arm, who appeared unconcerned about who claimed first place. Their focus lay on the dynamics between them. Was there not a certain charm to the scenery behind them? Once their machines transformed simultaneously, Horizontal Cannon crossed his arms, deliberately taunting Iron Arm. "It's you again, causing trouble." Iron Arm retorted, hands on hips, unwilling to concede as they neared the finish line. "You had your eyes on my bumper." Iron Arm's annoyance was palpable as he approached the unyielding Horizontal Cannon. Simultaneously crossing the finish line were Sky Fury and Glide, who celebrated their success with exuberant high fives. "We did it!" they shouted joyfully. Upon noticing the drifting vehicle nearby, they quickly straightened up, suppressing their playful expressions, and bowed respectfully to it. Lastly, Steel Lock emerged, exhibiting an unusual sluggishness. His speed had significantly diminished, and he approached the finish line without the initial excitement, opting to walk slowly. "Are you feeling all right, Steel Lock?" someone inquired. Steel Lock, maintaining his bravado, merely stated that he wanted to give the newcomers, the two mini-transformers, a sense of pride. Hearing this, Bumblebee felt no ill will and even supported Steel Lock's sentiment, playfully nudging him, though it seemed to coincide with the spot where he had just been struck by an obstacle. Chapter 138. Scaring oneself shortly after the training concluded. As everyone entered the hall, Blackface God announced that he had detected a signal from a Decepticon. However, it was located far off the coast underwater. Rosa glanced at her armor, hesitating. If there are gaps, the water would be quite burdensome, wouldn't it? She pondered. "I have a feeling I'm about to hear you mention the term land bridge," Horizontal Cannon remarked, resting a hand on the spaceship belonging to IGMU. "Ever since the last mission, I have been researching this. The functionality of the land bridge should be fully developed." With the land bridge system adjusted, Blackface God activated the elevator to lower himself. Should be, Horizontal Cannon replied uncertainly, casting a wary glance at Blackface God. Let us hope nothing goes wrong. It is certain, came the assured response. The Blackface deity turned away and exited the spacecraft of AI's tomb, while at that moment, Rosa had already removed her armor and was preparing to embark. Aren't you wearing your armor? Bumblebee, leaning against the wall after putting his armor back, inquired. No, in water, the resistance is particularly strong, Rosa replied with a slight shake of her head, a hint of helplessness etched on her face. Let us proceed. The quickest route to the Decepticons is through the land bridge. Bumblebee nodded and communicated to the others. Let's traverse. He clenched his fist, adopting an encouraging posture. Rosa nodded in agreement, ready to step into the land bridge, yet she noticed the resigned expressions of the others. What is the matter? Rosa looked at everyone in confusion until Bumblebee explained that this was an Earth saying. Only then did Rosa realize that Bumblebee was rallying them with a slogan he learned from Optimus Prime. Well, that's amusing, Rosa's lips twitched. By the way, how's Optimus Prime? Rosa suddenly recalled that she hadn't inquired about the others' well-being. With the crisis on Cybertron, were they still there? Observing the others already entering the land bridge, she decided to wait until the mission concluded to ask. The reason was simple. She detested the sensation of water flooding into her mouth and then being channeled into the conversion chamber, subsequently entering her fuel tank. If she were to articulate it, it felt akin to something invading her fuel tank and forcibly diluting the energy within. Consequently, for a while, the cooling rate of her core would slow down. As the energy had been diluted, a feeling she utterly abhorred. As everyone entered the land bridge, a rush of wind-like impact greeted them before a chill enveloped the air. It was water. Since the target was beneath the surface, the land bridge opened underwater, naturally plunging them into the depths the moment they entered. Rosa declared that from now until they emerged from the water, her mouth would not move again, and communication would only occur via internal lines or screens. The others activated their external lights, raising their hands in a signal, while Rosa opted to extend her tail as a flashlight. However, at that moment, through the dim layers of water and the beams of light cascading from above, she could discern what appeared to be a small submarine flashing in the distance. It transformed into a shape reminiscent of an octopus, unmistakably the Decepticon fugitive. Bumblebee stepped forward to investigate first, observing that the Decepticon seemed to be transporting stones, beneath which lay what appeared to be a larger Cybertronian spacecraft, concealed from view. Rosa, still adapting to the sensations of being submerged, felt an overwhelming resistance. Each step felt weighty, affirming her decision to arrive without armor was indeed wise. I wonder if the Absolute Solver can extend its reach here, Rosa pondered, recalling various works and stories where such entities made their appearance. Bumblebee summoned Black Mask. Upon spotting the prisoner, Bumblebee contacted Black Mask. They needed to ascertain whether the prisoner posed a danger and if he possessed any extraordinary abilities. Please speak, Lieutenant, Black Mask remarked, standing amidst the flooded scrapyard, where water had recently surged in due to the submerged land bridge. The current Decepticon bore a resemblance to an octopus found on Earth. As Bumblebee continued to relay this information, Rosa endeavored to employ the Absolute Solver underwater. She had speculated whether utilizing it in the water would present any issues, such as the process of extension allowing water to infiltrate her body, potentially causing electrical malfunctions or failures. However, after extending a small portion of her streamlined torso and sprouting a pair of delicate wings resembling those of a bat at the tail end, nothing untoward occurred. It turned out she was merely frightening herself. Rosa further experimented, moving the extended, streamlined body, which propelled her fish-like tail. The moment the membranous wings fanned the water, she was indeed thrust forward a short distance. She had succeeded. Next, she attempted to add elongated wings behind her extended form. However, these wings took the shape of fins, facilitating her navigation through the water. Meanwhile, Bumblebee had gathered information about the Decepticon, dubbed Octopus Monster, and his various crimes and abilities. Just as he concluded the communication, he turned to see Rosa attempting to swim back and forth in the water, while Iron Fist and Steel Lock expressed their astonishment and inquired how she managed to do it. Rosa? Bumblebee was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Rosa, now adorned with a fishtail, finally realizing it was the result of the Solver's capabilities, the extension of her body. Noticing Bumblebee's gaze, Rosa swiftly swam before him, her slender waist twisting to propel her fishtail, gliding gracefully through the layered water. From the very first glimpse, her stunningly beautiful face and the elegance of her movements captivated him. What is happening? Rosa's lips did not move. Her voice was transmitted through internal lines as she halted before Bumblebee, gazing at him with curiosity. How did you do this? She pondered, her transformation leaving horizontal cannon equally astonished, perplexed by her sudden metamorphosis. This is the product of the extended body, a feature of our absolute solver. Bumblebee replied with a hint of resignation, observing the magnificent fish tail gently swaying before him. This tail resembled a colossal batwing, not only in structure but also in color. Yet, due to its substantial size, combined with her extended body, it moved with remarkable streamlining, appearing entirely harmonious. Chapter 139. Rest assured, you will survive, but merely to exist. After a brief regrouping, Bumblebee led the team toward the prisoner's location, where they observed the octopus monster's tentacles flicker, sensing an approaching presence. However, Rosa's swimming speed was too swift, and as the creature turned its head, it was met with a resounding slap from her tail. The octopus creature was immediately thrown to the ground, rolling several times, and upon realizing it was not an easy opponent, it hastily scuttled towards a hatch of the spacecraft. At this moment, the octopus had opened the hatch, and the internal system was compromised by the solver. It fell down in pain and instinctively reached for something to stabilize itself, inadvertently closing the hatch behind it. Should I enter alone, or shall we all find the entrance together? Rosa inquired through the intercom, standing at the hatchway, her fishtail slightly swaying, a symbol of the solver glimmering in one of her eyes. However, her hands resting on the hatch appeared quite genteel. The fallen Decepticons murmured in agreement. Indeed, you are quite right. Very genteel. Nevertheless, Rosa tilted her head and added, however, I believe I can manage alone. The invasion command continued, albeit infrequently. Or rather, she was toying with it. Through the hatch, she could faintly hear screams emanating from within. These were likely the agonized wails of the Decepticon prisoner inside. Yet she was somewhat inclined to conduct an experiment. It was said that humans could die from pain due to their brains being unable to withstand excessive levels of agony, resulting in an overdose of adrenaline and subsequent toxic death. Of course, there were other possibilities, such as shock from extreme pain, leading to cardiac arrest, and so forth. Would a Cybertronian succumb to pain? Rosa was quite curious. As for Rosa's desire to enter alone, the other machines, except for Bumblebee, seemed to disapprove. They believed that acting solo could be perilous, especially for Crosshairs and Ironhide, both of whom had suffered the consequences of solitary excursions. However, Bumblebee concurred, you may go. Upon hearing this, the others regarded him with puzzled expressions. But be cautious, Bumblebee added. As Rosa prepared to slip inside, Bumblebee suddenly interrupted her. Wait, leave one alive. Do not kill it. He gestured, indicating that they should bring something back for reporting, avoiding any fatalities. Upon hearing this, Rosa's expression transformed into one of enlightenment. She vigorously nodded and gave a thumbs up, signaling her understanding that leaving one alive meant it could be severely damaged yet still functioning. No problem, she declared, reverting her legs to their original form and darting inside, delivering a swift kick to the octopus creature. Presently, the situation had reached a standstill as the octopus Decepticon pondered. Do you possess tentacles? Rosa, taken aback, questioned, what about your tentacles? Observing the octopus's head, from which trickled either seawater or condensation, the smile on her face was unmistakable. Why are you not speaking? Rosa slowly advanced a few steps, her eyes brimming with excitement. Was she not averse to speaking since childhood? Could she truly be alive? You would treat the prisoners kindly, wouldn't you? Right? The Bumblebee observed the wretched figure before him, now resembling a grotesque octopus, and gradually shifted his gaze towards Rosa. How had this creature transformed into such a pitiable state? All its tentacles were gone, leaving behind only a solitary, struggling torso capable of minimal movement, confined to feeble writhing. To prevent it from succumbing to excessive energy loss, Rosa had even taken the initiative to connect the ship's wires to provide it with a semblance of life. Rosa would not permit its demise. Utter your gratitude. Thank Rosa. Apologies, but its resistance was overwhelming, Rosa remarked, clasping her hands before her and bowing her head, resembling one in mourning for the deceased. Indeed, if only she could embrace a black and white frame amid this scene, it would be even more fitting. At that moment, The octopus creature finally roused from its stupor, instantly aware of its missing 8 tentacles. It had now become the tentacle-less monster. Then, upon seeing Rosa, it perceived her as a fearsome beast, immediately erupting into frantic cries. The remaining movable part of its body twisted in panic, lying on the ground like a fish out of water, desperate to flip over. "Oh, please, don't come any closer. Mad woman, monster," it screamed, its cries piercing the audio receptors around them, causing discomfort to human ears as well. Yet suddenly, it spotted the bumblebee. At the sight of that vibrant yellow hue, it began to writhe towards him. "Help! Save me! Keep me away from her, even if it means returning to the stasis chamber. I beg you," the creature implored, ultimately receiving a stern glance from the bumblebee, which prompted her to return the octopus, now the tentacle-less creature, to the stasis chamber. That woman. The very moment the tentacle-less creature was taken away by the bumblebee, it continued to shout in desperation, causing the audio receptors of the bumblebee to throb painfully, disregarding the creature's unfinished words as it was unceremoniously deposited into the stasis chamber. "What have you done?" the bumblebee inquired in a hushed tone, gazing at Rosa with a quizzical expression. She innocently pointed at her opponent. "Every time I approached it, it swatted me away with its tentacles. My frame is quite light, and if I were to be knocked unconscious out here, it would be perilous. I had no choice but to resort to—" "Ahaha," Rosa awkwardly scratched her neck, her optical lens slowly diverting elsewhere. In truth, when the octopus creature still had 1 tentacle remaining, she had crouched down to negotiate with it, suggesting that she could spare that last tentacle from being severed. At that time, while aiming a knife at its final appendage, she had been chewing on one of its severed tentacles right in front of it. Initially, she had intended to gather some of its parts to concoct octopus balls or sashimi, but considering the time constraints, she had to resort to consuming it raw. As for the reason why it was said that she need not sever it, it was because she wished for him to utilize his last claw to slice his severed claw into raw octopus slices. Admittedly, it is somewhat macabre. Nonetheless, the other party refused, resulting in a clawless fish. Ultimately, the outcome was that Bumblebee let out a sigh and chose to believe. After all, Rosa was indeed fragile, and it was perilous for her to faint in the midst of that machinery. Perhaps he was also subconsciously misled by her consistently obedient demeanor within the Autobots, instinctively trusting her words, considering she rarely employed the absolute resolver to its full extent. She only used it sparingly, merely to extend her corporeal form, unless a teammate was gravely injured or in dire circumstances. In Chapter 140, the big shot is surprisingly near me. During the evening, Rosa once again set aside some energy blocks while collecting supplies initially intended for a hunt that night. However, she appeared to notice the shadowy deity struggling to adjust the land bridge, yet failing to do so. The shadowy deity glanced at the wrench in his hand and then at the land bridge, realizing that today he could not rectify the malfunction, and he let out a soft sigh. "Do you require assistance?" Rosa inquired as she crouched down behind him. "Oh, hey, Rosa. I am currently troubleshooting the initial storage and rectifying the malfunction," the shadowy deity replied, inadvertently falling back into old habits, and after a hearty slap to himself, he regained his composure. Last time, when the land bridge submerged into the water, seawater flooded the scrapyard, and the land bridge was soaked, he continued, awkwardly glancing at the damp and muddy ground of the scrapyard. "What kind of malfunction is it?" Rosa asked with curiosity, prompting the shadowy deity to scratch his head in embarrassment. "It is a positioning issue. The actual transmission location significantly deviates from the intended positioning," he explained, gazing at the setting sun and seeking a flashlight. At that moment, a sudden beam of light illuminated the area, emanating from Rosa's tail, as she crouched to provide light for the shadowy deity. "Thank you," he acknowledged, recognizing Rosa's assistance, and turned back to continue preparing the repairs for the land bridge. "If it is a positioning deviation, the positioning system for the land bridge is located here, correct?" she stated, pointing to the lower right corner of the land bridge. Upon receiving an affirmative nod from the shadowy deity, she transformed into a saw. With deft movements, she disassembled the positioning system of the land bridge, and upon inspection, the area appeared devoid of any apparent issues. Rosa tilted her head and directly used the resolver to unscrew several bolts. After removing a sizable component, water suddenly gushed out, revealing some parts that had been submerged. "Wow, How did you deduce that the problematic point in such a large positioning system would be here? The shadowy deity marveled, realizing their team had a technological prodigy. She certainly knew, during their ongoing battle, the space bridge they utilized had been modified from the land bridge by Rosa using the ambulance. Bumblebee, having emerged from an unexpected location, remarked, letting Rosa repair the land bridge. That certainly aligns with her expertise, doesn't it? Rosa nodded in agreement, affirming the truth of the statement, while the shadowy deity appeared somewhat astonished, pondering why such records were not documented back on Cybertron. Rosa exchanged an awkward smile with Bumblebee. In the midst of the chaos on Cybertron, it was indeed inappropriate to divulge her matters, especially since she had been unconscious at the time, rendering it somewhat perilous. Ultimately, Rosa remarked that she had intended to awaken and surprise Cybertron upon her return, yet it seemed that such a return was not imminent. The enigmatic Blackface nodded, seemingly grasping her sentiment, and continued to inquire about the subsequent repairs of the land bridge. Rosa patiently elucidated the details to him, akin to how the ambulance had once explained things to her. It felt as though they had returned to the past, albeit with an elusive absence of something significant. Steel Lock, I still need you, Rosa exclaimed as she noticed Steel Lock approaching, inadvertently stepping on a component she might require later. All right, now it's complete. We've truly returned to the past, a testament to the teachings of the ambulance. Clearing her throat, Rosa conveyed the essential information to Blackface, realizing it was already late. She urged him to rest while she resolved the matter herself. Will this affect your mission tomorrow? Blackface tilted his head, a hint of concern in his eyes. Rosa was slated to join others in a capture operation, and if there were tasks at hand, it could indeed have repercussions. Are there not others? Rosa glanced at Blackface and resumed her work, replacing a new component. I'm resting tomorrow. They can proceed with the capture. However, only you can search for the prisoners. Rosa explained as the light from her tail illuminated a small section of the workbench, where she wielded a makeshift welding gun. The sparks danced under her tail as glow, accompanied by the continuous crackling sounds of the welding process. In truth, she could also search for prisoners, but that would hinder her ability to hunt. If it became known that she could search for prisoners, her suspicions would undoubtedly soar. Thank you. I will inform the lieutenant on your behalf. Blackface appeared deeply moved by Rosa's assistance. He resolved not to disappoint their expectations and vowed to swiftly return all prisoners to the grave of A's. With that thought, he bid farewell to Bumblebee and returned to rest, determined to awaken with the utmost zeal for the tasks ahead. As for Rosa, she diligently repaired the components, driven by the sight of Blackface struggling to identify the malfunction. Step aside, I shall handle this. Thus, when Blackface arose the following day, he discovered that the land bridge had been entirely restored, even receiving a minor system upgrade, such as reduced energy consumption. All systems had been comprehensively repaired, patched overnight, and fortified with a firewall, everything executed flawlessly. Consequently, Blackface found himself in an exhilarating state, his speed in searching for Decepticons markedly enhanced, with his dexterity surpassing previous levels. He even noticed that the system within the grave of A's had been optimized. Pages that had previously lagged now flowed seamlessly, as if the entire system had undergone meticulous refinement. Indeed, last night, Rosa busied herself with the repair of the land bridge, invigorated by the thought that a full day of slumber awaited her on the morrow. With ample time at her disposal, she resolved to accomplish more and perhaps enhance her skills. It was still early. She would not retire until 5 or 6 o'clock, as she truly was a nocturnal creature. The events of the following day unfolded unbeknownst to her, and upon awakening, she learned of the capture of a formidable Decepticon resembling a gorilla, as well as the scheming of another Decepticon prisoner, known as Headlock. The operation proceeded smoothly, with Danny and Russell disguising themselves to infiltrate the command center, while Blackface hacked into the communication system. After evacuating the crowd, a fierce confrontation ensued, culminating in a righteous brawl that successfully subdued the two adversaries. Upon hearing the accounts of the day's occurrences, Rosa clapped her hands together in delight, her fingers dancing lightly in applause, an unequivocal expression of approval for the thrilling events. She expressed her gratitude to Blackface directly, as well as to the others, acknowledging that had it not been for her late-night efforts, the day might not have unfolded so favorably. Prior to Rosa's awakening, the knowledge of her proficiency in repairing the land bridge piqued the curiosity of her companions. who inquired about her past accomplishments, only to discover that she had once been engaged in scientific research. Of course, Bumblebee refrained from mentioning her impressive feat of single-handedly vanquishing half of the Decepticon soldiers, focusing instead on her legendary ability to strike down satellites with a single blow. For reasons unknown, her peers seemed to regard this tale as mythic, although Danny and Russell recalled an incident from 3 years prior, when a vast circular disturbance suddenly opened the clouds over a region of Earth, unleashing powerful winds. At the time, speculation abounded regarding a potential alien invasion, but officials later clarified that it was merely a test of a new weapon. In retrospect, it appeared that the phenomenon had indeed been the result of something Rosa had thrown. Now, they were convinced of her extraordinary prowess. Moreover, with the revelation of Rosa's mechanical aptitude, she and Blackface jointly undertook the responsibility of repairing the stasis pods. Chapter 141. A meal within reach, yet unattainable in the evening. Rosa continued her collaboration with Blackface on the stasis pod repairs, engaging in discussions about the intricacies of the land bridge's transmission mechanisms and a myriad of specialized terminologies. During their casual exchanges, Danny often joined in, and together they delved into the wonders of Cybertronian technology. Typically, it was Rosa or Blackface elucidating their respective areas of expertise. Rosa excelled in creation, though she had not studied chemistry or biology, while Blackface possessed a modicum of knowledge in these fields. Despite lacking proficiency in technological manufacturing, a realm in which Rosa was well-versed. With Danny as an eager student, the atmosphere transformed into an academic symposium, as the trio engaged in enlightening discourse. At such times, others opted to keep their distance, unable to comprehend the discussions, which left them bewildered and disoriented after only a brief listening. The group exhibited a remarkable sense of decorum, choosing not to interrupt the trio, who continued their exchange until the designated break time, at which point they tidied their workspace and bid each other farewell. Unexpectedly, the following day, the scholarly black-faced deity, with whom they had engaged in academic discussions, had vanished. Early the next morning, Rosa was roused from her slumber by the sound of Bumblebee tapping on the coffin. Upon awakening, she saw Bumblebee inquiring about the last time she had seen the black-faced deity. Bumblebee received a response from Rosa that was akin to Danny's. Both had parted ways before resting and had not encountered him since. Bumblebee's demeanor grew increasingly grave. What transpires? The black-faced deity is missing? Rosa inquired from within the coffin, raising her gaze to Bumblebee. His expression remained somber, yet he nodded in affirmation, hoping to uncover any clues. Indeed, we have searched thoroughly. Danny is currently attempting to trace the signal of the black-faced deity. No one has located him, and we have scoured the entirety of the scrapyard. This is exceedingly peculiar. Following Bumblebee's words, Rosa turned to glance inside the IG grave, where Danny had just pinpointed the location of the black-faced deity. It appeared he was near the IG prison ship in an outer area, and the energy signal was decidedly anomalous. How strange it was. The first to set forth was Hound, followed by 2 Minicons. Although Rosa wished to accompany them, Hound insisted that their presence sufficed, and she remained with Bumblebee and the others to wait. After a while, a message came through that the black-faced deity had been found, albeit in a peculiar state. He seemed stuck and kept uttering the word escape. Everyone awaited Hound and Drift to return with the black-faced deity. When they arrived, Hound bore several scratches on his armor, seemingly incurred from wear and tear. It did not appear he had fallen. Bumblebee, Hound just shared with me a fascinating riddle. The black-faced deity joyfully announced upon returning to the scrapyard. Hound attempted to interject, having already explained the matter. As I said, this is not. Yet the black-faced deity continued to articulate the riddle. Why do I repeatedly utter the word escape near the IG prison ship? At this moment, only the somewhat oblivious Steellock failed to grasp the situation. I cannot fathom why. Steellock curiously stepped forward. I do not know. Ha. The black-faced deity laughed heartily, prompting Steellock, with his carefree nature, to join in, only to realize he seemed not to comprehend the meaning. The black-faced deity could not cease his laughter, eventually being ushered away by Danny and Russell. It was evident that the black-faced deity was not in optimal condition. Everyone felt he might require maintenance, especially given the potential for malfunction during their battles. I am perfectly well. The black-faced deity retreated a step away from Danny and distanced himself from Russell. Bumblebee approached to inform him of the need for repairs, but he disagreed. The black-faced deity merely regarded this as a normal sign of aging for a minicon. In other words, he acknowledged he was aging, though he preferred to describe it as maturity. Ultimately, the responsibility for the repairs was entrusted to Danny, with hopes that he would take the lead, considering the knowledge he had acquired during their time on Earth. According to their accounts, Danny even collaborated with the Dark Face God in constructing the Decepticon hunting device. Surely, this knowledge of Cybertron is sufficient, is it not? They first erected a makeshift tent, and then Danny Core was tasked with locating the cognitive database of the Dark Face God. Typically, each Autobot possesses certain internal components that collectively form a cognitive array, and this data provides detailed instructions for repairs. At that moment, Hound suddenly posed a question. Can't Rosa join us? Everyone turned to look at him. Indeed, Rosa excels in scientific research and possesses the ability to manipulate her surroundings. Ironhide echoed Hound's inquiry, yet Rosa shook her head. Regrettably, while I am proficient in scientific research, I am not well-versed in biological technology. The Cybertronians lean more towards the biological than the mechanical, she remarked, casting a wistful glance at the dark-faced god. After all, one wouldn't want a doctor to treat a person like a machine, would they? When repairing machines, one need not concern themselves with vital signs. As long as it can be fixed, that suffices. However, humans are not so simple. Ultimately, Danny took charge of the task while the others waited outside the small tent. After a while, it seemed that Thundercracker and Slipstream were too noisy and found themselves ejected from the operating room. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, they glanced at Bumblebee and Drift, who were waiting outside. Bumblebee let out a slow sigh. Rosa had wandered off to repair the stasis pod. As she was unscrewing bolts with the decipherer, a sudden noise startled her. Instinctively, she turned around and spotted a small, purplish-red spider-like creature lunging towards her. It collided with a blue decipherer symbol with a thud, sliding down with a rasping sound. Rosa regarded the creature on the ground with curiosity, noticing the Decepticon emblem and instinctively wanting to bare her teeth and consume it. However, a thought crossed her mind, and she looked around. There are surveillance cameras. This Decepticon has appeared right in front of me. If it vanishes here, I will be suspected. Rosa pondered, promptly searching the database. She discovered that this was a part of a combiner known as the Butcher, with the remaining components nearby. Rosa located the stasis pod that housed the other 4 combiners of the Butcher and opened it directly. The Decepticon prisoner, Butcher, awakened languidly the moment his stasis pod was opened, only to have his other half thrown at him, the purplish-red spider crashing into his face. Shortly thereafter, the stasis pod was closed once more. Rosa's actions resembled that of lifting a trash can lid and discarding refuse, then closing it again in one fluid motion. She even clapped her hands after sealing the stasis pod, as if she had truly disposed of garbage. Chapter 142, Dark Face God, Backup Hidden Energy. Activate. Just as Rosa was diligently repairing the stasis device, an internal message alerted her that the Dark Face God had awakened. She set aside her task and hurried to the hall, only to hear gunfire. What was happening? The dark-faced god, adorned with a plethora of equipment, was attacking others, and Rosa stared in confusion at his crimson-eyed transformation. At that moment, observing the multitude of cannons morphing into existence in the hands and behind the black-faced god, alongside the crimson-eyed, mechanical Bumblebee, a vision of the previously uncontrolled Rosa flashed before him. Although at that time, Rosa was not exhibiting red eyes. The black-faced god proclaimed that fugitives should be subjected to forceful restraint and dormancy, advancing directly towards Bumblebee and the others. Instantly, Bumblebee realized that the black-faced god perceived them as Decepticons. Why did thoughts of Rosa resurface? She too could have moments of indistinction between friend and foe. Contemplating this, Bumblebee witnessed the black-faced god firing directly at Skyfall and Slipstream, who were caught off guard. And just as they were about to be struck, the symbol of the solver appeared before them, forcibly redirecting the bullets. This was the scene Rosa had witnessed upon entering the hall. She utilized the solver to deflect the bullets, sending them harmlessly to either side. Noticing this, the black-faced god immediately shifted his gaze towards Rosa and fired again, only for the bullet to be caught by Rosa's claws. The high-velocity projectile was firmly gripped by her claws, still whirring as it spun, producing a sound from the friction. With the black-faced god preparing to shoot again, Rosa swiftly employed the solver to levitate him, restraining his hand and the cannons behind him preventing any discharge of projectiles. Rosa, do not harm the black-faced god. He is merely temporarily out of control. He remains our ally. Bumblebee shouted. Rosa was well aware of this, turning to give Bumblebee a reassuring glance. Convinced that the black-faced god was sufficiently subdued, she confidently directed his hand and the cannon skyward, ensuring that no harm would come to her comrades. Subsequently, she positioned the black-faced god face down, allowing Danacray to attempt to alleviate his current state. Unexpectedly, the black-faced god transformed into another device and launched it directly at Rosa, who instinctively used the solver to freeze the object midair. To her astonishment, it turned out to be a short-range weapon, unleashing a tremendous surge of electricity that erupted around Rosa, causing components to explode from the overload. She was rendered unconscious, her blue optical lenses flickering as she fell to her knees, subsequently toppling forward. Critical error, electric overload. Her screen closed, displaying these two lines of text. While black smoke emanated from her form, it was uncertain whether it was smoke generated by the thermal effects of electricity or from the repair processes. Fortunately, the black-faced god, having lost control of the solver, descended into a state of dormancy upon landing. Danacray rushed over to sever the entangled wires, observing the black-faced god's lack of response, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Bumblebee hurriedly lifted Rosa, witnessing her head droop lifelessly in his embrace, and quickly adjusted her position, allowing her to lean against him. Soon, the notifications of critical error and electric overload flickered, ultimately revealing the interface of restarting. However, just as swiftly, the interface vanished, replaced once again by the alert of electric overload. Bumblebee tentatively tapped her screen, but remained unresponsive, continuing to reboot after the overcurrent message vanished, only to be interrupted once more by the same warning. Perhaps a residual charge within her body was affecting certain components, causing constant interruptions. Lieutenant Rosa, Ironhide anxiously observed Rosa cradled in Bumblebee's arms, and upon seeing the flickering screen, she recognized the issue. Was the system stuck? After several consecutive reboots were thwarted by the overcurrent alert, Bumblebee's screen finally shifted from a restart notification to a self-diagnostic process, complete with a progress bar below. It's fine, let run. The problem should be minor. With Rosa initiating self-diagnosis, Bumblebee felt reassured that everything would be all right. Having weathered far more significant crises before, they had survived unscathed. This was merely a temporary setback caused by residual energy. What could possibly go wrong? With a sigh of relief, Bumblebee gently brushed Rosa's cheek, the black screen reflecting her own visor as the progress bar advanced at a steady pace, incrementing by 001. Slowly, Bumblebee rose, cradling her. Meanwhile, Danny and two minicons, Thundercracker and Slipstream, were working together to lift Blackout back onto the operating table. Danny approached Blackout with increasing caution, ensuring that no erroneous connections were made again. He also discovered that Blackout's energy reserves were nearly depleted, likely drained by the recent surge. To prevent the potential extinction of his spark, Danny quickly instructed Thundercracker and Slipstream to retrieve some energy cells. Once Bumblebee stood with Rosa and moved to her life support pod, the identity verification concluded, and the system activated automatically. She gently placed Rosa inside for rest and reassured everyone that there was no cause for alarm. The conversation then shifted to the circumstances surrounding Blackout's condition. They had never realized how much equipment he possessed. Could it be that he himself was unaware of it? Bumblebee pondered this, her expression serious. Could it be possible that Blackout inherently possesses all this equipment? Ironhide speculated, joined by several other Autobots in the discussion. Ironhide had suggested this theory previously. After all, when they first encountered Blackout, he was already damaged. Perhaps the crash landing of the ship had caused it. The others considered Ironhide's words, their conversation ongoing, occasionally glancing at Rosa's life support system and the small tent where Blackout lay. This might explain his memory loss, akin to what he had previously mentioned about his blank memory strip. Drift also joined the discussion, affirming that this was indeed the most plausible explanation. Furthermore, Blackout was the only Autobot aboard the Ark. If a jailbreak had occurred, it was inconceivable that there would be only one guard. Ironhide, resting his chin on his hand, contemplated deeply, and hearing this, Hound nodded in agreement. Perhaps the black-faced deity serves not only as a guardian, but also as a sentinel. Continuing Iron Arm's assertion, It could be inferred that the black-faced deity possesses a guardian mode, complete with an array of weapons designed for such a role. However, these functionalities were compromised during his forced descent to Earth prior to the tomb of AI, leading to their oblivion. This must be the sole conclusion, though one wonders if Danacre can restore him. As for Rosa, at this moment, she remains oblivious to the courteous reception that awaits her tomorrow, which will manifest in the form of being escorted through her own door by a cadre of Decepticons. Chapter 143. The date begins, yet fails halfway before the sun dipped below the horizon. Danacre finally completed the repairs on the black-faced deity. He gradually sat up, appearing as though his slumber had not yet fully dissipated. Black-faced deity? Ironarm tentatively called out. Thankfully, the black-faced deity returned to his normal state, albeit a version that occasionally exhibited stuttering. Nonetheless, at least he would not be stuck in one place, which was the best outcome achievable under the circumstances. Moreover, it was evident that the black-faced deity had no recollection of the day's events. He merely experienced a dream unrelated to what had transpired. After expressing gratitude to Danacre, he cheerfully exited the small shed, though he was somewhat puzzled by the bullet holes surrounding the hall. What has happened? He wondered, turning around to survey his surroundings as his wheels kicked up dust, leaving tracks on the ground. And what of Rosa? I still wish to continue our discussion regarding the design of the terrestrial vortex tracks. The black-faced deity spun around in confusion, yet he did not catch sight of Rosa. Suddenly, a palpable silence enveloped the group. They were at a loss for words. The black-faced deity's attack on others was not born of malice. If it were possible, they wished to spare him any feelings of guilt concerning Rosa. After a moment of silence, they chose to conceal the truth, stating that Rosa had gone to rest. The black-faced deity appeared somewhat disheartened, lowering his head slightly, but soon rallied. I shall proceed to repair the stasis pods. The more I create, the more prisoners we can secure next time. With renewed vigor, he picked up his tools and approached the cluster of stasis pods, unexpectedly discovering a small combinable robot alongside the butcher within one of the frozen stasis chambers. To his astonishment, they had managed to capture all components of the combinable robot butcher. It seemed he must exert himself diligently as well. As he pondered this, the black-faced deity inadvertently caught sight of the surveillance monitors, contemplating a later examination of how they had managed to ensnare the butcher's final fleeing component. Given the butcher's appearance in the stasis pod, it was evident that he had been ensnared by his own last component, and the black-faced deity was genuinely curious about the butcher's reaction at that moment. By evening, Bumblebee observed that the black-faced deity was still occupied and proceeded to Rosa's life support system, where he discovered that her self-diagnostics had been completed, and she was now reporting the remaining energy within her body. Furthermore, she had regained consciousness. How does Bumblebee know this? Upon opening the screen, he beheld Rosa lying within. At the moment the Bumblebee appeared, the Tetris game on the screen paused, followed by a pop-up window in which she greeted him. Observing Rosa communicating through the screen, Bumblebee sighed in resignation, feeling helpless against her antics. As the pop-up vanished, two dot-like eyes emerged on Rosa's screen, prompting an involuntary smile from Bumblebee. Noticing this smile, Rosa felt a twinge of confusion. However, if he could smile, it indicated that the situation with Black-Face God was likely under control. Is Black-Face God all right now? Yes, he's fine, but he can only avoid freezing unexpectedly. His voice modulator still experiences occasional glitches, Bumblebee replied, gently sitting at the edge of the life support system, turning to face Rosa's screen as they continued their conversation. What about you? Are you unable to move? Propping himself up with one hand on the edge, he leaned slightly towards her, and the screen displayed an image of her nodding. But I should be better by tomorrow evening. Watching the expression reappear on the screen, Bumblebee gradually shifted from the edge of the life support device to sit on the ground, angling his body slightly so that he could comfortably lean against the edge. The warm orange glow of dusk illuminated Bumblebee, casting a radiant orange sheen over him, transforming his yellow paint into a hue of orange. Do you have time tomorrow night? He inquired, resting one hand on the life support system's edge, gazing at her sideways in the sunlight, while nervously gripping the edge of his armor with the other hand. If it's not for capturing prisoners, I should be free, came the reply, followed by a series of ellipses on the screen, perhaps indicating a brief silence or contemplation. What's wrong? He continued, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he turned his face away. I was thinking of taking you somewhere to fly tomorrow evening, just to stretch your wings a bit. His spark raced as he endeavored to avoid stuttering. After all, Crown City, densely populated with humans, was rather close, wasn't it? Bumblebee chuckled awkwardly, seemingly crafting excuses, until he finally saw the word sure appear on the screen. That's splendid. We must ensure that our outing tomorrow night isn't interrupted by any capture operations. Let us smash the screen of Blackface God's Ether Tomb battleship first thing in the morning. I still need that, replied Blackface God. The following day, Rosa awoke to continue her monotonous game of Tetris, while Bumblebee and the others resumed their training and various tasks. Blackface God diligently searched for prisoner information, occasionally glancing towards the life support system with a hint of guilt, only to refocus on seeking Decepticon signals. In the afternoon, Danacree requested Bumblebee and the others to assist in moving items to the scrapyard. During the process, they encountered Russell returning from the nearby football field, cradling a football in his arms. "Be careful, I'm coming over." Iron Arm voiced a reminder to Russell, as he and Horizontal Cannon each hoisted a segment of roller coaster track, while Drift and Bumblebee also carried a piece. "Oh, is that a roller coaster?" Russell observed the Autobots transporting what appeared to be a roller coaster track, somewhat astonished. "It was purchased by your father," Bumblebee turned to explain to Russell, adding that it was a bargain. Despite his insistence that bargain is a neutral term, I still had my reservations. This was indeed a valid concern, for when it comes to large amusement structures, any malfunction could be far more perilous than a mere fall from a swing or seesaw. Such significant and sizable installations must meet stringent quality standards. Unfamiliar with the rules of rugby, Steellock curiously inquired whether fighting was permitted in the game, prompting Russell to patiently elucidate the rules for everyone. Unbeknownst to them, a cadre of Decepticons was lurking on a hillside above the scrapyard, observing every move within the base. Among them were Steelclaw in wolf form, Thunderhoof in deer form, and Savage in dinosaur form, among others. They had also located a Decepticon, the mantis form Recoil, who had been ensnared and tethered to a tree as bait. Chapter 144. Oh my, is this too gracious? The matter of Rosa being treated to a meal began when Blackface detected a Decepticon signal near the scrapyard. Bumblebee promptly led everyone outside, only to discover Recoil bound to a tree. However, the rope used by Steelclaw to secure their bait was rather flimsy, and after a brief struggle, it snapped, allowing Recoil to flee. Bumblebee intended to pursue, but something felt amiss. They quickly realized their true objective was Blackface and the imprisoned Decepticon captives. At that moment, the Decepticons had infiltrated the scrapyard and swiftly subdued Blackface, as well as Danny and Russell. Rosa, within the life support apparatus, naturally heard the commotion outside. Initially, she contemplated breaching the scrapyard's defense system through the Tomb of AI, but considering the multitude of Decepticon defenses, she doubted the efficacy of such an approach. What to be done? Rosa suddenly noticed the defense system had been compromised, with some device needing to be plugged in. She decided to refrain from interference for the moment, opting to observe and see if she could gain reverse control. As she monitored the situation, she discovered the Decepticons appeared to be calibrating some apparatus. Through dialogue with Steelclaw, she learned they possessed specialized chips, rendering them immune to the effects of the subsonic device. This is troublesome. This device is specifically designed to counter Bumblebee and his allies. Realizing that even if she disabled the subsonic apparatus, failing to rescue the hostages would leave her hesitant, Rosa began to devise a plan. Firstly, it is important to note that the body is currently immobile and extending it is also impossible. However, a simple infiltration of a device is achievable. Yet, when it comes to breaching the embedded systems of the Cybertronians, the situation becomes dire. Rosa observed as they positioned the equipment against the walls of the scrapyard, facing outward. At that moment, a flash of yellow was captured by the camera directly aligned with the entrance of the scrapyard. It was Bumblebee returning, but upon reaching the gate, they were affected by the subsonic device. Even with the audio receivers turned off, it proved futile, as the subsonic device penetrated the audio receptors directly. Now, Danny and Russell were being escorted by a minicon, whose claws did not threaten vital areas, such as the neck. If that were the case, Rosa glanced back at the figure of the black-faced deity within the Tomb of A's, who had been instructed to prepare for the release of the remaining prisoners, as the Tigers were to welcome and mock Bumblebee and his companions at the gate. Thus, only a crab-shaped Decepticon remained, seemingly named Devastator. According to the records, he was adept at uncovering the secrets of others and exploiting them for personal gain, having been imprisoned for extorting a senior senator. First, let's dismiss the notion of Soundwave, who is both a formidable fighter and an intelligence gatherer. Otherwise, he would have caught the eye of Megatron long ago, and his reputation would not be so obscure. Secondly, while it may be true that he can unearth secrets, the direct act of extortion, coupled with the oversight of Steeljaw, suggests that the threat he posed was minimal. Rosa watched as the black-faced deity attempted to stall for time, secretly inserting a pop-up message on the screen before him that read, "Run. Hide in the Tomb of A's." Before anyone could react, the subsonic device was deactivated and the pre-existing defense systems of the scrapyard were activated. Suddenly, an array of firearms emerged at the entrance, opening fire directly at the Decepticon prisoners, just as the Minicon, still holding onto the two humans, reached the threshold. "Do you like the new doorbell, Bumblebee?" Steeljaw addressed Bumblebee, who realized he could not advance and had to retreat beyond the detection range of the subsonic device. Danny, Ironclaw, glancing at Danny and Russell, was about to shout anxiously when he noticed the defensive weapons of the scrap yard suddenly rise. The Decepticons inside, oblivious to the anomaly, assumed it was friendly fire, failing to realize that the bulk of Devastator could not fit into the Tomb of A's, nor could he control the panel. As for the Autobots outside, they believed Steeljaw had brought someone out, unaware that it was all orchestrated by Rosa. Unexpectedly, as the weapons emerged, they did not target Bumblebee and his companions. Rather, they aimed directly at the Decepticons, particularly focusing on the Minicon holding the two humans hostage. The sound of gunfire erupted. The Minicon instinctively turned to defend himself from the concentrated fire, allowing Danny and Russell to make their escape, sprinting straight towards the awaiting Autobots. "What is happening?" "Devastator," Steeljaw shouted in desperation over the comms. "Boss, that Minicon has taken cover. I can't catch him." The Grand Sanction echoed loudly, yet he found himself unable to enter the Tomb of Ace. Steelclaw cursed under his breath, contemplating an immediate return to the tomb to summon two mini Autobots to retrieve the dark-faced god and deliver a severe reprimand. He had no intention of concerning himself with the Autobots outside, as he believed that with the presence of Subsonic, they would be unable to breach the perimeter. However, the Autobots seized the Decepticon hunting devices, brandishing their desired weapons, and charged forward, only to discover that the subsonic device had malfunctioned. How could this be possible? Steelclaw and the other Decepticons quickly engaged in battle, but under the dual onslaught of the defense system and the Autobots, they found it increasingly difficult to withstand the assault, gradually retreating until they reached the Grand Hall. Ravage, having recently consumed metal, proved to be rather troublesome. Bumblebee and Steellock teamed up against him, while on the other side, Longarm had just incapacitated Thunderhoof using the Decepticon hunting device, and the Grand Sanction was being targeted by Iron Arm. Steelclaw glanced around for any dormant chambers that could be moved and immediately spotted Rosa's coffin, the closest one. He then turned his gaze towards Ravage, charging forward and slyly tripping Steellock, who fell and inadvertently took Bumblebee down with him, pinning Bumblebee beneath him. Seizing the opportunity, Steelclaw called out to Ravage, instructing him to lift the nearest peculiar object that resembled a dormant chamber. For it was evident at first glance that it too was some form of stasis pod. There was certainly a connection to a person within it. If they could bring one back, it would bolster their Decepticon squad. Meanwhile, Rosa, observing the Decepticons casually carrying off her coffin, momentarily forgot to continue utilizing the defense system. "Wait, you're being so courteous?" She finally reacted, but suddenly lost the desire to continue fighting. With only a few minutes remaining before the residual power within her would completely dissipate, perhaps it would be more prudent to pay a visit to their headquarters instead. "Retreat," Steelclaw shouted. On the other side, Thunderhoof, having been stunned, rose and pushed aside Longarm, transforming and allowing Ravage to toss the coffin onto the antlers of the harrow loader. After throwing it, Ravage transformed and fled alongside him, as everyone sought ways to shake off the surrounding Autobots, transforming into vehicles and following Steelclaw in hasty retreat. Perhaps when the Decepticons seized the coffin, the Autobots had fallen and failed to notice that Thunderhoof had also carried away something else. Thus, when Drift inquired whether Bumblebee should pursue, Bumblebee's first thought was to check if the stasis pod had been opened, completely unaware of whom they had taken. "Lieutenant, Rosa is missing," Iron Arm exclaimed urgently while counting their numbers, noticing the emptiness where Rosa's life support device had once been. "Is there still time?" Bumblebee reacted with surprise, but upon checking the internal systems timer, he realized that Rosa was now capable of movement, suggesting that the situation was not dire. "No, Lieutenant. We can still catch up." Iron Arm shouted anxiously, prompting the dark-faced god, emerging from the tomb of Ace, to commence the search for Rosa's signal. In the system of the tomb of AI, a sudden pop-up appeared, likely triggered by the black-faced god attempting to locate itself, preemptively sharing its location back to the junkyard. "Rosa, were those actions you just took?" The black-faced god was momentarily stunned, then astonished, when a familiar voice echoed behind him, causing him to jump in fright. Even the black-faced god, who lacked legs and only possessed wheels, nearly leaped in surprise. What else would it be? A camera with several claw-like appendages at the front, emitting a blue glow, manifested behind the black-faced god. It had directly descended from the ceiling of the tomb of AI, where a monitoring device had previously been stationed, now replaced by a peculiarly shaped camera. It was even connected by something resembling a metallic spine. "Let us move on. I'm just going to pay a visit to their headquarters," Rosa remarked, tilting her head as the camera displayed a blue light, its fluctuations revealing hints of emotion. It was somewhat peculiar, yet undeniably endearing. All the Autobots gazed at the camera with expressions that were hard to decipher. They merely experienced a slight rubbing of their faces against the ground, eliciting a chuckle. As they spoke, they observed the camera's subtle tremors in response to laughter, which somehow appeared quite charming, especially the large, innocent blue eye at the center, along with various small gestures and movements that conveyed distinct emotions. Of course, this smile might not be one of mischief, but rather one of joy, reminiscent of the anticipation of a delightful dinner. "All right, Rosa," Bumblebee sighed, realizing that an outing with her that evening would not materialize. "I have but one request. Leave them alive. You can strike them, but don't maim them." Leaning against the wall, Bumblebee articulated his thoughts. "That's two," Rosa countered. "In that case, it would be particularly troublesome if we accidentally killed a few, wouldn't it? After all, you mentioned earlier that we mustn't kill or severely injure them. Moreover, these individuals are likely familiar faces. Letting a few go might result in them reporting back. If we eliminate them all, it would be suspicious after such a lengthy absence. Otherwise, we could simply escape and hunt other Decepticons, relieving ourselves of the concern of being discovered for consuming anyone. After all, some Decepticons remain unknown to Bumblebee and his companions. And as long as they haven't established contact with others, who would know what happened to them? Perhaps they are merely hiding somewhere on Earth. Or perhaps they're just temporarily concealed. Chapter 145. The hunt begins after assuring that she would be fine and need not worry. Rosa detached from the back end of the tomb of AI. She now lay quietly within the life support system, awaiting the Decepticons to transport her to their lair. She was calculating the time until the sun fully set, and finally, after a while of sunlight's disappearance, the vehicle that had been carrying her came to a halt. Rosa promptly logged in once more, informing them that she would soon assist in establishing a land bridge to relocate her coffin while also indicating that it should be nearby. In truth, her location had remained active. The Autobots could always ascertain her position, though she intended to deactivate it shortly. Was this stasis pod excessively cumbersome? After finally dislodging the stasis pod from his antlers, the Thunderhoof transformed into his humanoid form and stretched his back with effort. Does not its weight signify that it is a substantial entity? The crab-like Decepticon, Scorponok, flattered as he scuttled over, approached Rosa's life support system. However, how was one to activate it? A curious mini Autobot climbed atop the life support system and observed a small panel atop it, likely meant to be pressed. Suddenly, the stasis pod tilted beneath his feet, positioned upright. It was Scorponok who assumed this pod resembled the previously cylindrical stasis pods. He believed this would facilitate its opening. Yet this arrangement posed a problem, as the access panel was now trapped underneath. Well, it was not too troublesome, considering it was nighttime here. Now, let us extend a warm welcome to our new member. Scorponok, wagging his scorpion tail, circled to the front of the life support system. Before he could press the panel, the life support system emitted a hiss and activated on its own. Something felt amiss. What was happening? Scorponok instinctively stepped back. He had yet to press anything. So why did the stasis pod open by itself? Had something gone awry? That shouldn't be the case unless this form indicated otherwise. As the life support system unveiled its contents, a particularly well-proportioned female robot emerged, her upper face obscured by a glowing screen, which was notably large. Additionally, they observed that her hands were peculiar. The palms resembled ordinary metal boxes, yet her fingers were comprised of 2 metal rods and a series of sharp blades. This certainly did not appear to be standard equipment, but rather akin to a weapon, perhaps a set of agile, piercing claws. However, she bore no insignia of any faction upon her. Scorponok, for the moment, set aside his apprehension and contemplated approaching her to invite her to join their ranks. An insignia? Naturally, there was none. The previous Autobot insignia had been affixed by an ambulance, which had since been integrated during an encounter with the Cosmic Emperor. She had not yet had the opportunity to obtain an insignia, nor had she shown much inclination to do so, often forgetting altogether. In hindsight, this lack of affiliation might be a fortuitous circumstance. Rosa surveyed her surroundings, discovering that they appeared to be in an abandoned factory. However, there was an absence of signal jamming devices. Was it truly this casual? No, wait, the scrapyard also lacked such measures, so all was well. Scorponok, having keenly sensed something amiss, watched as the female robot slowly raised one hand, flexing her claws. What ensued was a scene that would instill dread in the hearts of many. The female machine suddenly opened her mouth wide, revealing a cavernous maw filled with countless sharp teeth that bore no resemblance to those of a typical Cybertronian. That mouth, coupled with its menacing teeth, appeared capable of severing heads with ease. Aghast at this terrifying spectacle, the imposing Megatron retreated behind the other Decepticons. You Steeljaw had yet to inquire further when you witnessed her charge at you, clawing a deep gash into your arm. Realizing the hostility of the approaching threat, you instinctively stepped back, and the others began to prepare for battle. Bonecrusher immediately deployed 2 mini-cassette warriors, intending for them to launch forward and collide with the enemy. However, due to their transformation resembling missiles, they inadvertently triggered their muscle memory, resulting in a calamitous misfire. The outcome was 2 mini-cassettes sent flying against the wall by a single kick from Rosa, rendering them unconscious on impact. Rosa then transformed her arm into a laser and executed a sweeping strike aimed at the Decepticons. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly, dropping to the ground to evade the laser. Almost immediately after, they witnessed her retracting the laser back into her arm, unleashing what appeared to be a missile-shaped projectile. Wait, a missile? How could she still contain that? Before they could fully comprehend the situation, she aimed her hand at the ceiling, and with a thunderous boom, debris rained down, plunging the scene into chaos. It was only when Steeljaw's trembling voice shouted for everyone to flee that they grasped the disparity in their equipment and made a hasty retreat. At this juncture, Rosa contacted the junkyard, providing coordinates and instructing them to activate the land bridge while she pursued the fleeing Decepticons. Simultaneously, she disabled her signal locator, rendering herself a mere shadow in the obscured night, thus failing to apprehend the elusive Decepticons. Unfortunately, her communication devices were also deactivated, leading her to wander into the signal-deprived underground realm, further complicating her pursuit. After flying a considerable distance, Rosa produced a radar device along with the energy reserves she had previously accumulated. Utilizing a fraction of the energy, she momentarily acquired a fix on her location. Though confusion washed over her as the instruments failed to detect Steeljaw and the others, likely due to their chips being removed. However, further afield, she did identify 2 signals. This was splendid news. Under the night sky, a magnificent bird soared aloft, contemplating her next meal and the method of her impending hunt. When the brilliance of the land bridge illuminated Steeljaw's base, Bumblebee emerged first, immediately confronted by a cloud of dust that drastically reduced visibility. They scoured the vicinity and indeed spotted tire tracks, presumably belonging to Steeljaw and his crew. However, as they ventured into the woods, their search became increasingly arduous. Rosa must have inadvertently taken the 2 mini Decepticons with her during the retreat, as there were no other Decepticons present at the scene, nor any traces of energy. The ground was littered with dust, various architectural debris, and gaping holes in the ceiling. However, there was still no way to contact Rosa. Bumblebee attempted to call her several times without receiving any response, which startled him. He quickly instructed Blackface to search for Rosa's signal, while leading his team to follow the tire tracks left by the Decepticons, randomly selecting one in hopes of locating the Decepticon that Rosa was pursuing and merging with her, wishing nothing untoward would occur. Chapter 146. While waiting for the main course. Why not indulge in some appetizers? In the dark of night, a colossal silhouette soared above the treetops. creating a cacophony of rustling leaves and branches as the powerful wind swept across the ground. The silvery moonlight illuminated her figure from behind and from a higher vantage point. One could see her silver wings, reminiscent of the angels described in human scripture. Is it beautiful? Undoubtedly so. Her streamlined form, slender waist, and magnificent silver wings, alongside the large screen emitting a blue glow, were features that no angel would possess. They would not have sharp claws, nor would they sport a tail equipped with a syringe. Angels do not consume humans, do they? If not an angel, then what is she? Perhaps only the crab-like Decepticon. The Grand Punishment, who had become separated from the team, could answer that question. Lost in the forest, he finally emerged to hear a creaking sound. With just a glance, his two crab-like eyes were startled, causing them to retract slightly. His legs had betrayed him, turning to jelly, and he collapsed upon the ground. Beneath the round silver moon, a vast orb hung in the sky, providing Rosa with a modicum of visibility while also exposing her to the night. There's a saying that echoes through the ages. A dark and windy night is a night for murder. To discreetly commit a crime, one should choose a moonless night when the wilderness is shrouded in darkness and visibility is severely limited. In the pitch-black sky, without any illumination, the outside world is a murky abyss, making such nights most suitable for nefarious deeds. Yet, to be candid, this night was not one of those. The clouds did not obscure the moon, and nature's winds did not stir the countless leaves of the forest to mask other subtle sounds. The silver moonlight filtered gently through the layers of leaves, casting a faint glow upon the grass, while the clearing was bathed in a delicate moonlit sheen. But there was no way to change this, no way to alter the circumstances. On the bright side, she could still savor a delightful meal. A smile graced Rosa's face as she drew closer, finally spotting two Decepticons, one large and one small on the ground. Well, the moonlight proved somewhat useful. At least on this night, when hunting for prey, it offered a measure of illumination. Oh, I have located the pair in the database. The large, colossal lizard-like creature is named Thunderclap, while the smaller one is known as Mini-Kong, resembling a gecko, and is referred to as Severance. It appears that the little one is quite animatedly conversing with the larger one. However, it is time to interrupt their dialogue, as she is due for dinner. Beneath the full moon, a graceful female figure emerges, her back turned to the silvery moonlight, facing the two titans. Behind her, a magnificent set of wings, composed of countless steel blades, flutters, casting shifting shadows over the moonlight. Her claws extend fully, cascading down to the sides of her calves. Wait, what is that creature? Mini-Kong is the first to sense something amiss. What is this winged female figure in the sky? At this moment, she is turned away from the moon, and they can only discern a silhouette, yet the shadow of this female figure bears an enigmatic visage. Additionally, a glowing diamond is situated at her heart, while two circular rings adorn the supports of her wings. All these illuminated shapes are unequivocally blue. Hey, you, what are you doing? Severance shouts, and almost immediately, they faintly perceive what appears to be a strange mouth opening on the face of the winged figure. Rosa, with remarkable speed, dives down, clawing at Mini-Kong and utilizing the momentum to soar upward. Oh, this Mini-Kong possesses heterochromia? I wonder what the effect would be if nanotic acid were injected into its optical lens. Before Mini-Kong can vociferously protest, the syringe tail is thrust toward its optical lens. Following a chorus of anguished cries, Rosa continues to hold it aloft in her grasp, gradually silencing it. The motion resembles the act of shaking a soda. It serves to facilitate the flow of nanotic acid into its neural module. What have you done? Thunderclap exclaims, witnessing the widening of its mouth, with flickering orange flames faintly appearing within. Rosa swiftly retaliates, causing Thunderclap to cry out in agony before he can even breathe fire. As she descends slowly, she continues to shake the soda in her hand. Creatures of this nature, not being clones, tend to be quite delectable. However, she is particularly eager to devour its core of flames first, undoubtedly the most succulent portion. Yet, she must first sever its thrashing claws. Observing the larger titan, Rosa seems to ponder whether to invade a bit longer to exhaust its strength before proceeding. Otherwise, slicing it into sashimi while it thrashes about would be quite the hassle. With this thought, she casually twists open the cap of the soda bottle. The creature known as Mini-Kong, with its head drooping, its optical lens stubbornly unresponsive, has also suffered partial corrosion. As she shakes it, the corroded fragments of the optical lens fall into its head, leaving behind two hollow sockets. The soda bottle represents its head, while the bottle's body symbolizes its armor and a bit of its outer skin. Twisting open his mind, it should now be entirely dissolved within. As he drinks, the energy of the other party mingles with the nanotic acid, which will decompose automatically upon entering his mouth, allowing his bodily tissues to gradually regenerate. However, this is a liquid, and liquids can spread out. Consuming it feels akin to savoring a thick milkshake or directly eating a slushie. Strangely, the texture is rather delightful, resembling a splendid dessert. Meanwhile, amidst his agonizing struggles, he witnesses the entire process of being consumed, particularly observing himself reduced to an empty shell filled only with liquid. Watching this liquid being devoured by the monstrous entity, his fuel tank churns violently, yet he finds himself unable to vomit due to the torment within his cerebral module. It is only when Rosa finishes the last morsel of the crispy cone, chewing while brushing off the crumbs from her hands, that she finally pauses. In this moment, he watches as the creature crunches on its own kind, slowly inching closer to him. No, don't. Stay away. As he desperately attempts to retreat, Rosa finds his movements excessive and invades once more, eliciting another pained cry from him. Louder. I enjoy this white noise. Meanwhile, the great enforcer atop the mountain perceives this sound, mistaking it for one of his own, and proceeds in that direction. Chapter 147. Rosa Duman's Culinary Guide for 5-Star Chefs, ensuring the freshness and vitality of ingredients is paramount in creating a delectable dish. Firstly, it is ill-advised to allow ingredients to perish during the cooking process, as this results in the loss of the most flavorful essence, the vital spark. This spark exists solely while the ingredient is alive. Once it dies, the essence vanishes as well. The best recommendation is to consume the vital spark first, thereby eliminating concerns over the necessity of keeping it alive to enjoy its delightful flavor. Ingredients devoid of their vital spark can be treated more effectively. Of course, if handled properly, or if your cooking process is sufficiently swift, it is highly encouraged to incorporate the vital spark into the cooking of the ingredients. We must remember one thing. The freshest ingredients often require the simplest of preparations. The above is derived from Transformers Zero Critique, 5-star chef Rosa Duman's expertise. So how exactly should one cook? Let us now delve into a new recipe book, Transformers Culinary Guide, authored by Rosa Duman. We shall select the simplest recipe classifications. Naturally, regarding ingredients, it is advisable to use non-clones, as the flavor of clone Transformers tends to be inferior. First, find a way to render the prey immobile, aiding in better culinary results, unless, of course, you possess a penchant for witnessing their struggles. The tank section is particularly recommended, as it has long been saturated with energy, imbuing the inner walls with flavor, making it an excellent cooking material. The cooking process remains unchanged, prioritizing the freshness of the ingredients. First, sever the oil tank and immerse it in the energy essence, ensuring every nook and cranny is infused with a hint of this vital substance. Next, locate components rich in oil, particularly those near the ignition chamber, which are utilized for energy transmission. Proceed by slicing and incorporating the energy essence, along with the addition of blood and lubricating oil. However, the pie or assistance is undoubtedly the ignition chamber. It is best to create a small incision in the chamber while the ingredients are still lively, allowing for the direct extraction of the ignition source. Caution: the ignition source possesses a temporal quality. It is advisable to use it as a finishing touch once all preparations are complete. The specific procedure involves placing the cut segments of the pipeline alongside the interior walls of the oil tank, drenching them in energy essence, and selectively adding blood and oil. Finally, crown the dish with the ignition source of oil. A delectable serving of mixed noodles is thus conjured. At this juncture, the ignition source, still alive due to the residual energy essence in the dish, can linger for a while, though it is recommended to consume it promptly. If the ingredients retain any semblance of consciousness, one might even allow them to savor the experience. This is the scene witnessed by the Grand Sanction, a Decepticon, limbs severed and body laid bare. The adversary first removed a sizable piece of armor to serve as a plate, then extracted the oil tank, pouring some onto the platter and slicing it into pieces. Next, they tore away the piping surrounding the ignition chamber, cutting it into strips and adding the previously sliced oil tank. Ultimately, they directly opened the ignition chamber, discarding the ignition source atop the noodles. As they began to indulge, they even stuffed a noodle into the mouth of the barely conscious adversary. The Grand Sanction, observing this grotesque spectacle, was paralyzed with fear, his oil tank churning violently, trembling uncontrollably. It was a monster, a monstrous, devouring machine. Only after Rosa had finished that plate of cuisine and cleared away most of the severed limbs, creating a barren space devoid of withered leaves, did she draw her weapon. Utilizing a flicker of flame, she ignited the last remnants of energy essence, planning to dispose of the final remnants into nearby waters once consumed, thereby obliterating all evidence. The Grand Sanction, now thoroughly cowed, gradually began to regain his wits. However, a careless movement resulted in a noise that caught the attention of the approaching creature. It was over. In his panic, he even forgot about the transformation gears, scuttling sideways like a crab in frantic flight. "Don't come any closer," he screamed in terror. Ultimately, the outcome was that the Grand Sanction fled ahead, with Rosa soaring behind in pursuit. The final utterance left him in agony, unable to halt in time, resulting in a series of tumbles upon the ground. "Don't come any closer," the Grand Sanction cried out as he lay prostrate. In the midst of numerous error reports from his internal systems, he could only watch helplessly as the monster drew ever nearer, until the creature, still infused with countless energy entities, approached him. He noticed something extending from her back, which struck him directly on the head, rendering him unconscious. At the request of Bumblebee, it was best not to cause any lasting harm. Thus, Rosa first ensnared the creature with her tendrils, dragging it toward the remnants of the Thunderbolt. The refuse had yet to be cleared. How could they leave in such a state? However, to alleviate any concerns for her dear lieutenant and his team, Rosa promptly informed them, taking her coffin back to the scrapyard while she intended to return with the captive shortly thereafter. Unbeknownst to her, as she consumed the prisoner, she inadvertently ingested their chips as well, resulting in 2 signals now manifesting upon her. "Have you secured our prisoner? Your location is traceable," came the inquiry regarding their captive. The good news, however, was that her digestion rate was rapid. Soon enough, all these entities would transform into energy stored within her tank. By that time, there would be no trace left, and given her digestion speed, she would undoubtedly complete the process before returning to the scrapyard. When the Grand Punishment awoke once more, the first sight to greet him was the trees beneath him, now appearing exceedingly diminutive as gravity tugged his head downward, with one of his feet seemingly bound by some unseen force. "Awake? You should be grateful that my dear lieutenant insisted on sparing you from disfigurement, or else I would have certainly claimed your pincers." In that moment, Rosa suspended the Grand Punishment by 1 foot, dangling him in the air, while the energy entities upon her had washed away during the disposal. "You know what is appropriate to say and what is not, correct?" With her screen retracted, Rosa smiled at the Grand Punishment, her flawless visage captivating, had he not been aware of her recent actions. "Have you located Rosa?" Russell inquired anxiously upon seeing Bumblebee and the others return with a life support system. "She went after the prisoner. We haven't found any trace of her," Bumblebee replied, recalling the tire tracks left by the Decepticons in the woods, fields, and roads, making them impossible to track. "However, she sent us a communication, instructing us to return first. She would reunite with us shortly with the captive," Iron Arm remarked, observing the steel lock that had been set down. She appeared somewhat concerned for Rosa. "Let us hope nothing goes awry." "Lieutenant, I've detected 2 Decepticon signals," Blackface announced, noting that the 2 signals seemed to be heading toward the tomb of AI, albeit at a considerable distance, perhaps merely passing by. Bumblebee fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought, while everyone awaited his directive. "Let us remain at the scrapyard and await Rosa. In case of any unusual circumstances," Bumblebee decided, ultimately choosing to wait for Rosa's return rather than pursuing the prisoners. Fortuitously, this choice proved wise, as shortly thereafter, the disappearance of the 2 Decepticon signals left Blackface in profound perplexity. Chapter 148, Out-of-Pocket Lieutenant. "Those 2 Decepticon signals have vanished." The Blackface deity exhibited an expression of disbelief, for the area where the signal vanished was an expansive open space, devoid of any cave or similar structure that could disrupt communication. It was rather peculiar. The Wasp immediately surged forward to investigate, inexplicably gripped by a strange sensation. I advise you to remain prudent within the tomb of AI, discerning what should be spoken and what ought not to be uttered, abandoning any thoughts of escape. Rosa continued to drag the grand censorship through the air, and just as they neared the junkyard, she suddenly spoke. You have no idea whether I might intentionally open the door to let you go, creating an illusion of a prison break. The grand censorship, bewildered by Rosa's words, failed to comprehend why the subject of their potential release had arisen. With a mix of confusion and fear, its crab-like eyes gazed at Rosa, only to witness her suddenly flash an eerie grin, her sharp teeth juxtaposed with her beautiful eyes creating an unsettlingly captivating aesthetic. From a moment you step out of the tomb of AI, you must prepare for the prospect of permanent disappearance. The grand censorship seemed to finally grasp the implication. This was a threat, a blatant threat, a monster. Just before landing, the crab-like figure was unceremoniously hurled to the ground. Thanks to the benevolent Autobots, I still anticipate witnessing your escape. Rosa delivered a sharp kick to the grand censorship, sending it flying a considerable distance, rolling several times upon impact. Subsequently, she seized one of its pincers, the friction of armor against sand and gravel producing a soft, rustling sound, punctuated by the occasional crunch of larger stones. The grand censorship's armor was scuffed, and upon seeing Rosa return, the occupants within joyfully opened the door to greet her. Rosa, they exclaimed, their attention naturally drawn to her holding the subdued grand censorship, astonished that she had indeed captured it. Bumblebee exhaled in relief, grateful that he had not been consumed, as he watched Iron Arm escort the scarred grand censorship away, preparing to confine it to the stasis chamber. Which stasis chamber here is the most secure? The grand censorship appeared decidedly unwell, limping and casting furtive glances around, uncertainty etched across its visage. Please keep a close watch on me, I beg you. It suddenly knelt before Iron Arm, clutching the latter's foot and shouting in desperation. I do not wish to die. Ultimately, it was left to Cannon to pry the grand censorship from Iron Arm's feet, dragging it to the stasis chamber's entrance, ready to push it inside, only to witness an astonishing scene. The grand censorship, upon sighting the stasis chamber, eagerly dashed inside, murmuring reassurances of safety while urging them to close the chamber door swiftly. Did you threaten him? Bumblebee whispered to Rosa, recalling the two mysteriously vanished Decepticon signals and the current situation with the two Decepticons Rosa had escorted back, one stripped of all its claws and the other evidently terrified, having scurried into the stasis chamber. It seems I may have frightened her. Rosa admitted with a hint of embarrassment, contemplating how to reprimand him for his indiscretion and inability to manage his emotions. Why must one harbor such fear? Is it not the guise of ignorance that best ensures one's safety? At that moment, Bumblebee abruptly took Rosa to a secluded corner of the scrapyard, well away from prying eyes, before releasing her. Rosa, are you aware of the two missing signals? Bumblebee inquired in a hushed tone, observing the look of confusion etched upon her face. What? Urban legends? Missing signals? As he noted her curiosity, Bumblebee shook his head in exasperation. No, it pertains to the sudden disappearance of two prisoner signals. He scrutinized Rosa's micro-expressions, genuinely reluctant to cast doubt upon her. He discerned a look of astonishment on her face, as if questioning why he would share such information with her, along with a flicker of residual energy at the edges of her teeth. Rosa, this matter is not connected to you. Bumblebee's optical lens revealed a hint of compassion. Rosa quickly realized that Bumblebee was suspecting her, yet she possessed no concrete evidence to counter his claims. I could just as easily assert that it's my own stash of snacks, she retorted, pondering that the two lost signals indeed might relate to her, possibly the very ones consumed. How troublesome, even in death, they create complications. Yet they would have no proof, for the signals had vanished. They could hardly resort to dissecting their own stomachs, could they? Moreover, even if they did, nothing would be visible. Rosa tilted her head, gazing at Bumblebee, and suddenly grasped one of his hands, calloused from countless battles. Until just moments ago, it had brushed against her smooth, unmarred abdomen. Shall we conduct an examination? Bumblebee's hand found itself pressed against Rosa's own stomach. The sensation of her delicate armor transmitted through his palm and fingers into his processors. This contact sent a jolt through him, prompting Bumblebee to hastily retract his hand, his fingertips trailing across her abdomen, igniting a current once more. His cooling fan whirred vigorously, his optics filled with a flicker of panic, yet he endeavored to maintain composure. You haven't finished speaking, Rosa interrupted. You may inspect personally. The implications of her words were laden with unintended significance, leading to a misunderstanding. Bumblebee inhaled sharply, swallowing a gulp of electrolyte, his gaze fixed upon her in a daze. His cooling fan whirred even more frantically, his visage flushed, the cognitive modules wrestling with moral quandaries, while reason began to succumb to desire. Bumblebee awkwardly turned his head away, yearning to look at her, yet hesitated to meet her optical lens directly. But could it be? Unbeknownst to them, just beyond their secluded corner, Iron Arm was preparing to flee with Hinge and Steel Lock. Moments earlier, Hinge had accompanied Iron Arm in search of Bumblebee, inadvertently overhearing their dialogue, instantly realizing that the ensuing topic was decidedly inappropriate for his ears. Alas, what can one do? Rosa remarked as Bumblebee stood momentarily dazed, his face still tinged with crimson, when she suddenly extended her claw towards him. In that moment, facing the position of her fuel tank was akin to reaching into her own pocket. A surge of energy erupted forth, with claws deeply embedded in her abdomen. Witnessing this scene, Bumblebee was instantly jolted into awareness, promptly grasping her claws to prevent any further intrusion. "What are you doing?" Before she could finish, Bumblebee was abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream. Turning around, she discovered the unexpected presence of Horizontal Cannon. "Were you called? Hurry, don't disturb Rosa and Joan." Iron Arm intended to pull Horizontal Cannon away quickly, but upon hearing the scream, she mistakenly believed they had witnessed something they shouldn't have. Inadvertently catching a glimpse, she screamed as loudly as Horizontal Cannon. Rosa's claws were viciously plunged into her own abdomen, the depth indicating a severe penetration, with energy constantly oozing out. Bumblebee was even splattered with a bit of it, and now fully awakened, he realized that Rosa's words could not be comprehended through conventional logic. When she suggested a self-examination, it was indeed a command to dissect herself for inspection. Having known her for so long, he should have understood why his thoughts strayed in another direction. What's happening? What on earth? Upon hearing the frantic screams from Horizontal Cannon and Iron Arm, Black-Faced God assumed there was a crisis. Upon investigation, he confirmed that indeed, it was a calamity. With a scream, he rushed to find tools for welding, while Steel Lock also approached. Earlier, Iron Arm had urged Steel Lock to leave first and went to assist Horizontal Cannon, which led to the bewildering scene. As they shouted, Steel Lock had already retreated far away, returning only upon hearing the commotion. "Hey, Iron Arm, why are you covering my eyes?" Iron Arm watched as Bumblebee extricated Rosa's claws, while Rosa appeared unfazed, as if she hadn't just harmed herself at all. As for Bumblebee, strangely calm, he seemed utterly unperturbed by Rosa's recent actions, even smacking his lips to expel the energy liquid that had accidentally splashed into his mouth. Iron Arm could only gaze in exasperation at these two masters of emotional control, instinctively covering Steel Lock's optical lens to prevent him from becoming overly stunned, although Steel Lock was rather dim-witted to begin with. Black-Faced God, there's no need to repair Rosa. She has already healed herself. Bumblebee spoke in a remarkably tranquil tone over the intercom, observing as Rosa held the resolver, the energy gradually floating back and mending her wound, even the droplets that had splattered onto her. The others watched in awe as Rosa's injury swiftly healed, rendering it indistinguishable. "But, Lieutenant," Black-Faced God cried out anxiously, only to hear Bumblebee's sigh over the intercom. "You may come and see. She has finished healing. You'll get used to it," Bumblebee remarked while draping an arm over Rosa's shoulder, exuding a sense of resignation. Horizontal Cannon appeared as though her worldview had been dramatically shattered, nearly losing her balance. "Sir, why are you so calm?" Iron Arm's eye twitched, seemingly grappling with an overwhelming realization, as if attempting to reconstruct her understanding of the world. You get used to it." Bumblebee recalled the moment when Rosa had previously harmed herself at her base, as well as the instance where she had extracted her own core. It struck him as peculiar that she appeared so calm and composed in such a situation. Why was that? Ultimately, Rosa received a heartfelt admonition from Bumblebee, who realized that she had completely forgotten Optimus Prime's directive. Do not point weapons at yourself. It could frighten the machinery. The instance where Smokescreen had fainted served as a prime example. Chapter 149. Look, this Decepticon seems to have suffered from heatstroke. Is what you have in your mouth actually the remnants of the energy crystal you consumed? Bumblebee inquired, observing Rosa as she underwent scanning by the black-faced god. He had previously asked her about it, and her response revealed that she had been secretly keeping a small amount of energy crystal on her person as a precaution against overheating. She had indeed eaten something that day, but it was this. Bumblebee felt remorseful for having misjudged her. "I'm sorry, Rosa," he said, offering an awkward smile as he noticed her expression of exasperation, which was all too clear. "Is this why you doubted me? I would never consume a prisoner." Meanwhile, the black-faced god continued his meticulous scanning until, upon completion, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, astonished. Was this the reason her appearance remained so radiant despite not having polished it? Such remarkable regenerative abilities. It was no wonder her combat prowess was so formidable and that she seemed indifferent to her own well-being. "All is well now, but I do hope you take better care of yourself," the black-faced god remarked while packing away his scanning apparatus, his gaze towards Rosa still tinged with concern. "Relax. I don't feel pain," Rosa replied with a resolute smile, even giving a thumbs up to the black-faced god. "That is not what I meant," he said, holding his equipment with an expression that was hard to decipher. Bumblebee sighed and added, "You'll get used to it." He then wrapped an arm around Rosa, looking into her beautiful optical sensors earnestly. "But you really must refrain from pointing weapons at yourself." Rosa, feeling somewhat guilty, nodded and shifted her gaze. "I understand," she replied, noticing her discontented demeanor. Bumblebee, with a resigned look, said, "All right, I'll increase your share of energy crystals today." However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Rosa's exuberant exclamation. "Really?" she exclaimed, moving even closer to Bumblebee, her tail wagging with excitement, the blue syringe-like appendage swaying energetically. Indeed, as he held Rosa, their frames were nearly pressed together, causing Bumblebee to awkwardly turn his face away, feeling a bit bashful at the proximity. "I share some responsibility in this matter as well," he said, turning back to meet her face, which was now quite close. "Consider this a form of compensation?" A hint of blush crept on a Bumblebee's face, accompanied by a smile. The black-faced god raised an eyebrow in confusion, silently putting away his belongings as he observed the interaction between Rosa and Bumblebee. He felt that he would not need to collect supplies today. All he desired was to distance himself from them. The black-faced deity had initially contemplated an academic discussion, yet given the current circumstances, it seemed that Lieutenant Bumblebee would be rather attached to her. A notification had been sent to Iron Fist Cannon, and there were no issues on Rosa's end. She then returned to the tomb of AI spaceship to rest. Upon entering the old residence, night had already fallen. After capturing the prisoner, Rosa lingered at the junkyard with the lieutenant for a while, even scanning the location of her wounds. The hour was indeed late. It was astonishing to consider why Rosa could so nonchalantly inflict harm upon her own body. But why was she so indifferent? Is not the instinct for self-preservation a fundamental trait? Had she endured greater traumas in the past? Thus, the recent injury seemed trivial to her. Or did she possess these abilities from the outset, rendering her indifferent to her wounds? That seemed implausible. Who would willingly harm themselves? Regardless of the perspective, both humans and machines harbor a sense of self-preservation, and the aversion to being harmed is surely a natural inclination. Could it be that she is grappling with some form of cognitive dissonance? The black-faced deity pondered the rationale behind Rosa's actions, as she seemed completely unconcerned about the injuries. Her attention fixated on the absence of pain. It indeed resembled cognitive impairment. Had she experienced trauma? It was undeniably peculiar. Rosa was a commendable friend and an exceptional mentor. The black-faced deity mused, wishing for her friend's well-being and eager to assist her. Particularly resonant was the lieutenant's remark about adapting to circumstances. Bumblebee and Rosa were old acquaintances, both members of the Vanguard, which suggested that Rosa had been in this state for quite some time. Sighing softly, the black-faced deity, still online in the tomb of AI, contemplated awaiting the next day to inquire further. However, upon reflection, discussing trauma seemed rather inappropriate, akin to exposing old wounds. The most suitable individual to consult appeared to be Lieutenant Bumblebee. The following day, the black-faced deity sought out Bumblebee for a discussion, culminating in the decision to wait until their return to Cybertron to seek medical assistance. Although the stasis pod was equipped with a communication device, they were unaware that the ambulance was directly integrated into the system. Thus far, they had assumed the life support system was purely for sustenance. Yet, unexpectedly, The ambulance had indeed returned to Cybertron to study psychology and had acquired credentials. According to Bumblebee, they had suspected Rosa might have some issues during the war. At that time, the ambulance had already begun to explore psychological studies. It was no easy task, Bumblebee reflected. After their discussion, he commenced arrangements for the day's patrol. They opted for a sweeping strategy, assigning each unit a specific area to patrol and search for signals centered around the base, with each day dedicated to a different sector. Rosa was particularly fond of this patrol. Why? It provided an opportunity for hunting. With a radar attachment, she could scan for prey, and if nothing was found, she could stealthily abandon her post to venture outside and capture something to eat. How delightful! This was hardly a patrol. It was clearly a hunting expedition. For several consecutive days, Rosa stealthily ventured beyond her patrolled area in search of Decepticon prisoners after confirming their absence. The tomb of A's held hundreds of Decepticon captives, all manifesting as various animal forms, which intriguingly aligned with the theme of hunting. For instance, she managed to capture a Decepticon resembling a bamboo rat, swiftly subduing it. With a decisive maneuver, she incapacitated the creature and carried it by its jaws to a nearby river for cleansing, certainly not for any nefarious purpose. She was in no way attempting to ensnare a few carbon-based animals, nor was she considering using their blood as a seasoning for the freshly roasted Decepticon. Observing the bamboo rat Decepticon seemingly succumbing to heat, she suggested taking it to the river for a refreshing respite. After attempting to revive it by placing it on the ground, Rosa ultimately decided to transport it to the river, adding some seasoning, of course. Following her meal, she experienced an unexpected discovery. Upon activating her radar, she was bewildered to find a Decepticon signal emanating from within her. In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through her mind, and she took another bite of her bamboo rat Decepticon, savoring its flavor. Not forgetting her dental hygiene, she utilized a toothbrush fashioned from her transformed state, adorned with bubbles, hearts, and little flags. Was it unreasonable to add a toothbrush to her collection? Rosa briefly brushed her teeth by the river and tidied up the kitchen waste before joyfully rejoining Bumblebee and the others. Naturally, this was after her chip had finished digesting, allowing her to nonchalantly assert that she had found no trace of the Decepticons. Decepticons? They were merely ingredients. I saw no Decepticons at all. Chapter 150. Given the circumstances, shall we indulge a little? An unexpected turn arose during another of Rosa's hunting expeditions. This time, she discovered the nearest Decepticon near Steel Lock and hastened to seize control. Her intention was to relocate him before he could react, but she was taken aback by the formidable creature before her, an armored dinosaur with a tail resembling a hammer. Named Wailing Doom, he had once served Thunderhoof, primarily acting as muscle for demolishing the homes of unwilling Autobots. Currently, he occupied an abandoned sports arena, gleefully wreaking havoc. As Rosa approached, she unleashed an attack, but the force of that tail was formidable, capable of shattering large stones with ease. Even after infiltrating him, he struggled fiercely, making it difficult for Rosa to subdue him. Observing the erratic flailing of his tail, she contemplated the risk of being struck and considered the option of attempting to sever it. Alas, the armor was quite resilient. Perhaps it would be better to crush the tail instead. Thus, Rosa commenced her assault, wielding a large stone to batter the tail. With each strike, the fissure widened until it began to cave in. When the tail was nearly reduced to a bloody mess, she finally managed to twist it off. Well, given the situation, perhaps a little indulgence is in order. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Rosa lifted her visor, revealing her entire face. Grasping the tail of the creature, she began to gnaw on it, leaving the creature, with its bewildered and astonished gaze, utterly perplexed. It was at that moment that it dawned on him that something was amiss, particularly with that grotesque and enormous mouth, not to mention the sharp teeth within. This is not right, is it? As he watched Rosa consume her meal, a mix of shock and fear compelled him to attempt to crawl away. Rosa, unhurried after finishing her meal, casually checked the nearby abandoned sports field to see if there was any water in the pipes. Fortunately, there was. Initially intending to return and deal with the Decepticon, she was startled by other noises. Turning her head, she was greeted by the sight of a green figure, Steel Lock. Quickly, Rosa brushed her teeth before stepping out, for the creature had already spotted the tailless figure of the Decepticon sprawled on the ground. Steel Lock, Rosa exclaimed as she emerged, greeting him with a smile. My apologies for intruding on your patrol. I spotted this Decepticon causing havoc from high above and had to neutralize it first. Rosa had ceased her invasion the moment she noticed Steel Lock's arrival. And now the tailless creature lay on the ground like a defeated foe. Steel Lock paused momentarily in contemplation, then, recalling the appropriate words, raised his voice slightly, pointing towards the sky. "Oh heavens, thank you for eliminating a significant threat," he said, genuinely pleased, his intellect failing to perceive any underlying issues. "What a pity we have no one to battle now," he lamented, his enthusiasm waning. "But at least we VE captured a Decepticon, haven't we? Bumblebee will surely commend you." Rosa chose to continue her ruse, and upon hearing her words, Steel Lock delightedly envisioned the praise he would receive. Completely oblivious to the fearful and pleading gaze of the creature, Rosa smiled at Steel Lock, her face adorned with a warm and amiable expression. Yet the moment she turned to face the Decepticon, her demeanor transformed into something menacing. Indeed, her expression was as fierce as a nuclear threat. In that instant, it seemed as though she mouthed a single word to the creature: silence. Coupled with her menacing expression, this was a clear threat. "Contact Bumblebee. I will assess the condition of the Decepticon and then bring him over. Once that land bridge is activated, we can proceed." As she turned back to Steel Lock, she flashed a friendly smile once more. Steel Lock, nodding in agreement, likely thought Rosa to be quite amiable. While Steel Lock made contact, Rosa slowly approached the trembling Decepticon still sprawled on the ground, crouching down as if genuinely concerned for its condition. "You know what you ought to say. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind secretly releasing you, letting you vanish forever into the wilderness," she whispered softly, gently gripping the creature's shoulder and leaning closer to whisper in its ear, even scratching its visor with her claw. What followed was her seizing the remaining segment of the Decepticon's tail and dragging it back. Perhaps due to the excruciating pain from its severed tail, the creature continued to wail mournfully as it was pulled along. "Rosa, would you consider a different method of transporting him?" Steel Lock observed the lamenting figure of the wailing demon, hesitating in his words. Rosa, perplexed, tilted her head before turning to regard the Decepticon prisoner. She released him, granting the wailing demon a moment to catch his breath, only to approach him again, extending her claws to grip his head and drag him onward. Her sharp talons and immense strength carved several gashes into his skull. As showing mercy to prisoners was not her style. Upon being brought to the scrapyard, the wailing demon, upon sighting the stasis chamber, scrambled inside, trembling profusely. Rosa leaned against the wall, exuding a sense of exasperation. Her tone bore no trace of compassion, merely frustration at the hassle of capturing prisoners. Yet observing the fear etched on her captive's face, it was evident she possessed some formidable means, perhaps even methods that could instill a sense of dread in machines. Blackface had uncovered information regarding the wailing demon in the archives of IG Tomb, though the details appeared somewhat inaccurate. Notably, the hammer-like tail was reduced by 2/3, suggesting it had suffered severe damage. "What happened to the wailing demon's tail?" Bumblebee inquired, resting a hand on Rosa's shoulder, watching as she gradually lifted her gaze to meet his. His tail's striking power was formidable, necessitating a cautious approach to ensure their safe return. And he displayed an apologetic look, regretting his loss of control. "Ah, but fret not. Its limbs remain intact. It's not disabled," Bumblebee remarked, waving his hand dismissively, followed by a resigned sigh as he instructed Ironarm to close the stasis chamber's door. What else could they do? The reasoning was sound. After all, it was merely a matter of miscalculated strength. You remember the last major operation, right? It returned unscathed, didn't it? Bumblebee sighed again, advising caution for the next encounter. His optical sensors reflected a gentle demeanor. "Ah, ha," Rosa chuckled awkwardly, rubbing her neck. "It's not that I didn't notice its erratic tail. It just made it impossible to approach and subdue." Chapter 151. Something seems amiss the following day. Rosa continued her routine, engaging in academic discussions with Danacree and Blackface, interspersed with bouts of boredom as she attempted to concoct something new. For instance, she pondered the possibility of optimizing the Yule die in 3000 device to make it more efficient. Observing Rosa sprawled on her coffin-like platform, her arms propping up her body as her midsection rested against the surface, she seemed lost in thought. Bumblebee approached to call her for patrol duty. After all, prisoners still needed to be apprehended. Before their patrol commenced, Blackface intended to enlighten them about the habits of Earth's native fauna. having discovered that many prisoners bore resemblance to the indigenous creatures of Earth, not only in appearance, but also in behavior. However, given the vast array of Decepticon species within IG-Tomb, ranging from insects to dinosaurs, the explanations had to be delivered one by one. For instance, Blackface was currently elaborating on horses, but it appeared that Horizontal Cannon was not particularly keen on listening. He believes that the only way to train is through real combat, and thus he ventured out on his own, leaving others to listen to Blackface God expound on the habits of certain animals. Hopefully, nothing untoward would occur with Hung Pao. Fortunately, no mishaps ensued. In fact, upon his return, he brought along another Autobot, a female named Windblade, adorned with an Eastern flair and capable of transforming into an aircraft. Hung Pao briefly introduced her to the team, serving as a preliminary acquaintance, while carrying a baboon-shaped Decepticon to the stasis chamber. Simultaneously, he provided a brief introduction of the other Autobots to Windblade. Upon arriving at the scrapyard, Windblade observed numerous Decepticons confined in their stasis chambers and commended Bumblebee for his adeptness in education and leadership. She found it peculiar, however, that some Decepticons seemed to be missing body parts such as the likes of Soundwave and Tentakill. Bumblebee, who had also imparted considerable education and reformation, scratched his head and glanced back at Drift and Ironhide, gesturing for their attention. Earlier, Rosa had been engaged in a discussion with Blackface God regarding the various types and weaknesses of those animal Decepticons, and a glimpse of their cleverness was already apparent from this astute young lad. Windblade appeared to hold a certain admiration for Hung Pao, and upon hearing the compliment, he exchanged a sly smile with Ironhide. Astute? Can we proceed directly to the matter at hand? Ironhide interjected, stepping forward with evident caution towards Windblade. Where do you hail from? The High Council would not dispatch merely one Autobot to assist us. In response to Ironhide's skepticism, Windblade stood her ground. They indeed did not, she asserted, hands on her hips, interrupting Ironhide to correct him about her name. It was Primus who sent me, she continued, as Ironhide's expression shifted to one of mild confusion. The very same you were thinking of, tasked to independently accomplish a mission here on Earth, which I've been on for a millennium. Windblade nodded slightly, affirming that Primus firmly believed that one day Earth would be besieged by a dreadful force, threatening all life within the galaxy. Primus had upgraded Windblade's equipment, granting her the ability to transform into an aircraft. I was sealed away following an upgrade to the tracking system to safeguard this world, she explained. The task entrusted to her by Primus was akin to the mission Optimus had assigned to Bumblebee. At that moment, Rosa and Blackface God arrived at the stasis chamber. Having only heard Bumblebee's announcement about collaborating with Windblade, Rosa planned to inquire about the specifics of the situation later. Hung Pao was still reveling in the prospect of their newfound alliance, and as Windblade turned to acknowledge the voice, she spotted Blackface God approaching. Upon hearing Windblade call out to him, Blackface God momentarily appeared perplexed. Are you one of those mini-transformers with an abundance of information and rigorous training? Windblade inquired, apologizing to him in the process. Sort of, but merely the best in this stellar quadrant, Blackface God replied sheepishly, though Ironhide did not seem particularly pleased with the scene, likely due to his lingering disfavor towards Windblade. Oh, this young lady, you haven't introduced her to me yet? Upon seeing Rosa emerge, Windblade was immediately captivated by her striking beauty. She is Rosa, a former member of the Elite Guard, much like Lieutenant Bumblebee. Blackout stepped forward to provide an explanation, while Windblade observed Rosa, noting the curiosity in her gaze, mingled with a hint of caution toward strangers. Ah, she resembles a vigilant little creature, Windblade mused, noticing the tail behind Rosa, a long black tendril, its end containing a blue liquid, swaying gently like a small animal. Rosa offered a brief greeting, seemingly lacking the desire for further conversation, yet Windblade was eager to engage her in light chatter. How old is your sister? Perhaps it's a means of self-protection? How does the food taste? Windblade's enthusiasm for Rosa was palpable, particularly after witnessing the adorably bewildered look on her face in response to Windblade's exuberance. It only fueled her desire to tease the lovely girl further. However, Bumblebee soon intervened, requesting Windblade to join Blackout in the hall to search for Decepticon signals. Windblade discerned Bumblebee's unusual feelings towards Rosa and teasingly remarked, "You're quite protective." Bumblebee immediately cast a nervous glance at Rosa, and Windblade departed with a triumphant smile, leaving Rosa in a state of perplexity. Ultimately, Bumblebee observed as Rosa, transforming her hand into a small flag, raised it high. This seems rather peculiar, he thought. Apologies. Though aware that Rosa might not comprehend Windblade's earlier antics, Bumblebee couldn't help but chuckle. The flag, coupled with Rosa's bemused expression, was undeniably charming. Rosa, witnessing Bumblebee's laughter, appeared utterly baffled. Why is everyone acting so strangely today? She remarked with mild disdain as she proceeded towards the hall. Meanwhile, Windblade had assisted Blackout in adjusting the frequency to penetrate the stratosphere, mitigating short-range interference, and successfully detected a Decepticon signal. Let us move forward, brave leader, Windblade declared to Bumblebee, issuing commands upon receiving his consent. All right, get ready to hit the gas and charge ahead. Windblade's words undoubtedly boosted morale, far surpassing Bumblebee's more subdued rallying cry. The team set off in high spirits, with only Ironhide displaying a hint of discontent, initially suspecting jealousy. Nevertheless, she noticed Rosa still standing behind her, much like herself. Aren't you going to join them? Ironhide inquired. Rosa gently shook her head. I have no gas pedal, she replied, offering Ironhide a warm smile. Chapter 152. I have another big one beside me. Upon arriving at the target location, Bumblebee assigned the team members. Hound, Ironhide, Windblade, and Steeljaw formed one group, while he and Rosa teamed up with the Minicon Drift. Although an incident of sorts occurred before their departure, it could hardly be deemed significant. As Feng-Rin observed Rosa preparing for the mission, she initially doubted Rosa's suitability for the task at hand. However, upon witnessing Rosa don her armor, complemented by the resplendent yet perilous blade-like wings, Feng-Rin could not help but bestow upon her the title of Angel. It was clear that Rosa did not particularly relish this designation. She recalled a previous instance when, under the influence of medication in an ambulance, she too had been referred to as an angel. Yet, Feng-Rin was unperturbed by Rosa's reluctance. In her eyes, Rosa was perfectly deserving of such an appellation, and Rosa, albeit reluctantly, accepted it. After the teams divided, Bumblebee, along with Drift and himself, ventured into the nearby woods for reconnaissance. Bumblebee, with a playful spirit, engaged in light-hearted conversation, particularly regarding the matter of a battle cry. Having sought Feng-Rin's counsel on how to articulate a rallying call, he found himself at a loss for a suitable phrase and thus turned to Rosa for her thoughts. Me? Rosa, soaring above, communicated through their internal lines, casting a sidelong glance at the lieutenants below. I doubt you will appreciate my choice, she remarked with a hint of resignation. Do tell, Bumblebee prompted. Curiosity piqued as he yearned to hear Rosa's unique interpretation of a battle cry. Perhaps something along the lines of join the righteous brawl, or let us become merciless assassins, grinding our foes' faces into the ground, reveling in their screams, embracing the thrill of the hunt, she suggested. Unbeknownst to them, just as Rosa articulated these sentiments, Slipstream interjected, expressing his approval of the idea of a righteous brawl. Thunderstorm chimed in with a quip, questioning the righteousness of such a melee. Yet he conceded that merciless assassin had a certain appeal. In an abrupt turn of events, they all retreated hastily, likely recalling Drift's presence among them. Shortly after the two teams separated, Iron Fist initiated a call to Bumblebee, reporting that their squad had come under attack. Upon their arrival at the scene, they found themselves before the entrance of an aircraft hangar, where Iron Fist instructed them to maintain a safe distance. What was happening? They inquired, only to learn that this Decepticon had taken the form of a bee, intent on using mind-controlling venom to dominate the planet. Numerous humans had already fallen under her control, including pilots of small aircraft, utilized merely for the purpose of intimidation. Yet the dilemma remained that they could not harm these innocent earthlings. When Bumblebee, with a sense of exasperation, inquired of Blackface whether there existed a bee-shaped Decepticon, Rosa observed him with a contemplative gaze, though Bumblebee, preoccupied with gathering intel from Blackface, remained oblivious to her expression. Indeed, there are two, Blackface responded, revealing that this Decepticon was known as Chitter, who had sought to gather mind-controlled citizens during her time on Cybertron to serve her. However, her poisonous influence had dissipated before her power could solidify. The only clue now is the one proposed by Ironarm, suggesting that the behavior of this Decepticon is remarkably similar to that of a queen bee on Earth. Perhaps we can utilize this insight to devise a strategy. Even if Gigi Cha resembles a bee, it does not necessarily imply that she truly is one. Hung Pao countered, questioning how a Cybertronian could exhibit traits so akin to Earth's indigenous species. Surrounding the Decepticon were aircraft, akin to the protection a male bee offers to its hive, and these Earthlings under mental control were referred to as subjects by her. Iron Arm slightly raised her hand to continue her explanation. The subjects of the Queen Bee, in order to fulfill their roles effectively, had even created a warm environment for Gigi Cha. While Hung Pao found this notion absurd, Windblade did not share the same sentiment. After hearing her, I found the logic quite compelling. Windblade crossed her arms, observing Iron Arm as she elaborated on her thoughts. Bees are averse to cold, and if she could locate a vehicle marked with a freezing symbol, they could exploit this characteristic to capture her directly. Are you suggesting that she is using hostages to coerce you into an action? Rosa inquired, tilting her head in confusion, her fingers lightly tapping her chin, her voice emanating from the armor's visor. I have a plan. You should search for that freezing item, while I project myself invisibly to infiltrate her. Without waiting for anyone's response, she began to turn away. Wait, what do you mean by infiltrate? Windblade hesitated, glancing at Rosa and then at Bumblebee, seeking an explanation. To put it simply, the solver will breach the embedded systems code, and through the unique biological signal detection of the internal system, it will reverse infiltrate various parts of her body to gain control, including the brain module. Rosa's words left everyone, except Bumblebee, in stunned silence. Wait, what did you just say? Hung Pao asked, bewildered, as if he had stumbled upon a science fiction narrative. I thought you all were already aware of this. Given what you witnessed with Firewing and Jumping Hero, Rosa turned to them, her expression one of confusion, though it seemed to be her first time explaining the underlying principles. This will be painful. Bumblebee's blue optical lens focused intently on the female mech before her. Yet she seemed indifferent to the prospect of suffering. If I failed to control her, she could command the hostages to take their own lives at any moment. Rosa's statement cast a heavy silence over the group as she scanned their faces. During this time, you should seek out the freezing apparatus. Only then can she be rendered completely incapacitated and stripped of her command abilities. She turned away once more, her calm voice unwavering, showing no concern for the enemy's fate. Very well then. Bumblebee finally made a decision, watching as Rosa extended a projection to cover herself, vanishing from sight. Let's get started, Windblade said, sharing a knowing glance with Iron Arm, who had intended to correct her name, but reconsidered, realizing it was a compliment. All right then, where do we begin? Rosa pondered, enveloping herself in projection and teleporting to Gigi Cha's location. Once she confirmed that no humans were in proximity, she initiated the infiltration. As long as she did not struggle, a few could be crushed along the way. Suddenly, the bumblebee-shaped Decepticon collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony, unable to react to Rosa's unexpected appearance. This time, it was not merely a matter of interference or disorientation. It was a direct invasion. The internal system echoed with a relentless cacophony, as if someone were violently striking her head, leading to a growing chaos that rendered her hands uncontrollable. Cough! Cough! The frantic hands suddenly gripped her neck, and in an instant, she began to cough violently, her head throbbing painfully, exacerbated by the constriction around her throat. Terrified, she gazed at the female mech before her, retreating wildly until she realized she could not utter a sound. Get back! The voice modulator was beyond her control. Even her mouth felt estranged from her, leaving her a mere spectator as she watched her hard-won minions disperse. It's over, it's over. Ultimately, they managed to locate a fire truck stationed at the airport for fire prevention, utilizing its air conditioning to confine the frantic creature within. As she trembled and became immobilized by the cold, she finally experienced liberation. Strangely, even as Ironclad placed handcuffs on her, she mustered the effort to express her gratitude. Ironclad, strangely enough, outside the hangar, Ironclad hoisted the Decepticon, while Bumblebee prepared to contact Black-Faced God to activate the land bridge. They were ready to return. Rosa's sudden words caught everyone's attention. What's wrong? Bumblebee loosened his grip on the communicator, turning to Rosa. Actually, there's still one large bee that remains unresolved. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively thought of the frantic creature, believing another Decepticon lurked nearby, immediately adopting combat stances. What? Where? Everyone scanned their surroundings warily, but the area was eerily quiet, with no signs of Decepticons. It's beside me. As she spoke, Rosa flashed a mischievous smile, her voice carrying a hint of mirth beneath her armored mask. Black-face god, activate the land bridge. As Rosa walked lightly into the land bridge, a collective realization dawned upon the group, their gazes gradually shifting toward a particular mech in the formation. Suddenly, someone chuckled, and soon the laughter was contagious, with everyone joining in, except for Bumblebee, who stood in stunned silence until the laughter crescendoed, prompting him to realize, Rosa played me. Chapter 153, The Rainfish. A massive rainfish tiger, shark black face god, received Rosa's message and, upon opening the land bridge, beheld the sight of everyone joyfully returning to the scrapyard. Curious about the captured criminal, he inquired if something joyous had transpired. Ahem, nothing much. Bumblebee coughed lightly upon returning to the scrapyard, though a smile graced his face, tinged with a hint of helplessness. We dealt with one bee, but there's still another one left on site, Ironclad stated, placing the frantic creature into a stasis chamber, leaving Black-Faced God slightly puzzled. There's still one remaining on site. Immediately, the dark-faced god was taken aback, only comprehending the situation when it was explained that they were amidst a scrapyard. He chuckled softly. All right, enough laughter, Bumblebee remarked with a hint of exasperation, observing Windblade's curious demeanor as she employed the solver to remove Rosa's armor, particularly intrigued by the symbol in Rosa's hand. Wow, my angel, what is this? Windblade inquired, her eyes fixated on the hexagonal symbol adorned with 3 arrows, prompting Rosa to offer a brief introduction to the solver, while the others looked on with keen interest. Windblade's gaze towards Rosa grew increasingly fascinated. She had never encountered a Cybertronian endowed with such extraordinary abilities. It seems you truly are an angel, possessing powers akin to magic, Windblade mused before preparing to depart. She expressed her intention to actively seek out the Decepticons, while Bumblebee and the others opted to remain in the scrapyard to fulfill the mission entrusted to them by Optimus Prime. Thus, they bid farewell to Windblade. Rosa waved goodbye to her as well, while Hound praised Ironhide's plan, which caused Ironhide to feel somewhat awkward, leading to a minor bout of shyness reminiscent of a young couple's playful banter. Meanwhile, Rosa appeared to have an epiphany, gathering materials and attempting to construct a disc, which left the dark-faced god perplexed, especially given its elongated shape, resembling a pen. He happened upon her after collecting supplies and curiously observed what Rosa was engaged in. Nevertheless, he trusted that Rosa had her reasons for her actions. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed her complete the disc and then settle onto her own slab, closing a screen as she engaged in computations. Wait, isn't Rosa also a Cybertronian? Why is the screen filled solely with human code? The dark-faced god felt a surge of confusion. However, choosing not to intrude, he departed quietly. On his way out, he exchanged greetings with Danny, who was preparing to take his son camping. Danny informed the dark-faced god that they would not return that night, but would come back to the scrap yard by the following afternoon. Meanwhile, after a period of calculations, Rosa began to operate the solver on the newly created disk, as data continuously streamed into it. Rosa, what are you doing? Bumblebee asked as he entered the hall, holding supplies for both himself and Rosa, glancing at the elongated object in her grasp. What is this? He inquired curiously, taking a seat beside her and handing her the supplies. Thank you, Rosa replied politely as she accepted the provisions. One eye still glued to the symbols of the solver, while the disk flickered with countless blue codes. After taking a sip from the supplies, she began to explain to Bumblebee, I am preparing to apply a patch. As she continued her work, she elaborated, due to being immobilized by residual energy earlier, I was pondering whether applying a patch could resolve the issue. A patch? Bumblebee's optical sensors reflected his bewilderment. He vaguely recalled that such items were typically embedded within a program. Suddenly, he grasped the realization that Rosa was merely executing lines of code, and, at that moment, it was due to the residual energy coursing through her body that the system had been ineffective. As if perceiving Bumblebee's bewilderment, Rosa chuckled softly and clarified. It is integrated into the body as database. The continuous stream of blue code emanating from her slender device began to dissipate as she rotated her wrist, grasping the device firmly. With this configuration, a self-diagnostic check tonight would automatically replenish the missing minor components, which would not take long to regenerate. Upon hearing her explanation, Bumblebee nodded, intending to inquire about the patching process. However, he was taken aback when Rosa, holding the elongated device adorned with patches, abruptly directed it toward her forehead. Watching her impale herself with the device was startling for Bumblebee, but he quickly regained composure, wondering why he felt no shock at all. Observing the female machine as she lay back on the coffin after the device had been inserted into her forehead, he mused that this was indeed something she would do. Bumblebee shifted back slightly, propping himself against the coffin while gently supporting her shoulder to help her sit up. Rosa was back online, promptly removing the device from her forehead. The wound closed at an astonishing rate, visibly healing before emitting black smoke, a sign of its swift disappearance. "Your method of patching is quite peculiar," he remarked, his expression hesitant. In response, Rosa naturally continued the conversation, her beautiful blue optics meeting Bumblebee's gaze. The moment their eyes locked was indeed strikingly unusual. Bumblebee's gaze faltered, and he subconsciously released his grip on her shoulder, realizing that their proximity and contact had become somewhat intimate. The following day, after confirming the integrity of the newly applied patch, Rosa opened a small gap in the coffin lid, ready to embrace a splendid day ahead. However, she was abruptly greeted by the ominous sight of a darkened sky, although the sunshade obstructed her view of the heavens. Its height and limited extension ensured that the coffin remained shielded from sunlight. Yet, glimpsing the edges of the sunshade, it was evident that the weather outside was anything but delightful. As anticipated, the next moment thunder rumbled ominously. A blinding flash of white light split the sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder and the sound of rain pelting the ground. The incessant drumming of countless raindrops fell from the clouds, striking the metallic surface of the sunshade, creating a chaotic symphony. Rosa felt the splashes of water as the torrential rain hit the ground, her expression one of exasperation as she reclined once more and closed the coffin lid. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from within, followed by a narrow opening in the coffin lid. Rosa, having procured a piece of paper from an unknown source, slipped her hand through the gap. With a sharp clap, she affixed a note to the lid, ensuring it was securely in place. Before the rain ceased, I remained indoors. However, there is a certain comfort in slumber during a rainy day. The moisture transforms the air into a more humid embrace, accompanied by gentle coolness. Thus, Rosa fell into her dormant state once more. Bumblebee entered the hall and, upon discovering a charming note, could only smile helplessly. The deluge that drenched him was of little concern, yet the prospect of rust was decidedly unwelcome. Still, rain could be regarded as a hallmark of Earth. After all, it is quite remarkable that water cascades from the heavens, is it not? The droplets danced upon metal and armor, producing a rhythmic patter. Chapter 154. Where is this place? At long last, when she awoke, it was already afternoon, and the rain had finally relented, allowing her to venture outside. Upon stepping out, she overheard others conversing about the scenery. At this moment, Danacray and Russell had returned, looking rather pleased, albeit drenched from the morning's tempest. They were preparing to enter the house to tidy up and warm themselves. Rosa redirected her gaze toward the gathering of Autobots, where Hound expressed his intent to take the father-son duo to Cybertron for a first-hand experience of its wonders. He spoke of his favorite locale, Sonic Canyon, where he could run freely in the rugged terrain of the Iron Mountains. Ironhide chimed in with his preferred destinations, while Steeljaw, enamored with the acid wastes, left Hound perplexed. Observing Steeljaw in contemplative silence, Hound wondered how one could find pleasure in wandering the desolate acid wastes. Was this a riddle of sorts? Steeljaw, puzzled, glanced at Hound, but articulated his thoughts nonetheless, remarking on the breathtaking sunsets there. Rosa, drawing nearer, had caught wind of their conversation. Truth be told, she had never visited those places, but their names alone hinted at their essence. Rosa, followed closely by Bumblebee and Drift, greeted her companions. Bumblebee, Rosa approached, joining Bumblebee and the others as they gathered around Ironhide, Hound, and Steeljaw. Bumblebee and Drift had just completed their training and were now privy to the ongoing discussion. In the present moment on Earth, dreaming of home felt futile, Bumblebee remarked as he drew closer to the group, with Drift adding, regardless of location, one must live in the present. Bumblebee nodded in agreement. Moreover, Earth is quite splendid, he declared. Rosa concurred, appreciating the myriad of landscapes, though she still held a fondness for the frigid regions. However, Ironhide, Hound, and Steeljaw clearly disagreed, erupting into laughter as the others regarded Bumblebee with curiosity. Rosa, too, was bemused, questioning the reactions of the others. In the past, during their time in Copper 9, she had glimpsed images of Earth, which were undeniably beautiful. Even the aftermath of an explosion possessed its own allure. I am not jesting. How beautiful it is here, with so many places awaiting our exploration, and countless mountains and rivers to behold. Bumblebee remarked, yet mere words held little significance. Steellock, curious, inquired about the presence of acidic ruins. Bumblebee, with a sense of calm, mentioned that he had not fully surveyed the area and was uncertain, though it seemed likely that such ruins did not exist. It appeared that Steellock was more inclined towards exploring places like acidic ruins. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Bumblebee's mind. Why not take advantage of the absence of Decepticons to demonstrate to them that Earth harbors numerous sites worthy of visitation? No less than Cybertron, the plan was to personally guide them to witness these wonders. Their first destination unexpectedly emerged beneath an active volcano. The sudden surge of heat caused Rosa to wobble shortly after stepping on a solid ground, which was quite alarming. The elevated temperature hindered her movement, and she began to feel drowsy. After all, they were beneath a volcano. Let us go, I'll take you up to see. Bumblebee pointed towards the volcano's mouth. But as he turned, Rosa unexpectedly embraced him. Overcome by fatigue, she nearly collapsed but was caught by Bumblebee, prompting concern among the others regarding her condition. She swayed unsteadily, leaning against Bumblebee, her legs seemingly weak and unable to support her. Apologies, it's too hot here, Rosa managed to say, stifling a yawn. Bumblebee recalled her vulnerability that she had disclosed years prior. Let's south find another place, he suggested, observing Rosa's reluctance to move. With determination, he grasped her waist with one hand, slightly bending to reach her thighs, and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Rosa, yawning again, nestled into a comfortable position and drifted off to sleep against him, her once imposing black armor now appearing gentle and unassuming. Bumblebee pondered the necessity of contacting Black Face God, but realized holding Rosa made it cumbersome. The heat was oppressive, and while they could endure it, Rosa could not. After a moment's hesitation, he knelt, allowing her to rest against him, his right arm securing her shoulders, his right knee planted on the ground while his left thigh elevated, providing a resting place for her legs. Thus, her knees rested on Bumblebee's thigh, ensuring her stability. Finally, Bumblebee freed a hand to activate the communicator, choosing to contact Black Face God, who expressed curiosity, wondering if they weren't still on vacation. As Bumblebee inquired about the volcano's status, he learned that Black Face God had assumed it was dormant. Nevertheless, it was of no concern. Black Face God then provided Bumblebee with a new coordinate, one that felt familiar, Jasper. Yet this familiar place still felt rather desolate, with enormous boulders scattered everywhere and a grayish-yellow sandy surface, nearly devoid of greenery. However, the silver lining was their proximity to the ghost town, a renowned attraction among humanity. At this moment, as the temperature dipped slightly, though it remained warm, it was at least not as sweltering as near the volcano. Rosa gradually began to regain her senses, and Bumblebee, noticing this, silently lowered the part of him where he had been holding her thigh, allowing her to descend. Initially, Bumblebee maintained his grip until he observed that Rosa's legs possessed sufficient strength for standing, at which point he released her entirely and proceeded to lead them to the ghost town. However, Rosa, upon her pressing question, being a human attraction, would they encounter any humans there? If she were to activate her radar, perhaps she might even discover the presence of a Decepticon nearby. Chapter 155. No harm. No foul. Bumblebee guided them to the ghost town, a stark and barren settlement that nevertheless exuded the charm reminiscent of the Old West, evoking memories of Wild West adventures in Rosa's mind. It was indeed quite splendid as she surveyed her surroundings. Yet the others seemed somewhat perplexed, particularly Slide. I don't quite understand. Do the ghosts here really inhabit the town? He scratched his head, glancing at Bumblebee, who nodded slightly. Perhaps that was the implication. Did they not feel transported back to the early days of the West? Bumblebee turned around, his eyes gleaming with excitement, proclaiming, right here, intense conflicts, bustling crowds, a frenzied gold rush. Bumblebee gestured animatedly, his enthusiasm palpable as he described the epic confrontations between outlaws and lawmen that once unfolded here. Observing Bumblebee's fervent demeanor, Rosa mused that if they truly wished to convey the essence of the Old West to the group, it might be more effective to screen a film before bringing them here, thus enriching their experience and understanding. Through artistic expression, one could truly appreciate the allure of culture, and witnessing the remnants in person would heighten that enchantment. As she contemplated this, Rosa glanced at Bumblebee, who was exuberantly gesticulating and covered her eyes. Unable to bear the sight, she subtly turned aside, using her body as a shield to retrieve the radar from subspace for a direct scan, only to discover an unexpected Decepticon signal nearby. After noting the location, she stowed the radar away and turned back to Bumblebee, who was still explaining animatedly. There are those who believe that even in a different form of existence, the souls of those from that era linger here, Bumblebee remarked, turning back with a meaningful tone, alluding to the presence of spirits. As we learned before, some may have perished, yet they continue to exist. Drift interjected, unable to resist, quietly reminding Rosa, that phrase isn't quite right, though in a certain sense, it seemed to hold merit. So what then is a ghost? It appeared they would indeed need to explore various artistic works to truly comprehend the essence of souls and specters. Yet, to be honest, she could also perform a demonstration for them, though was uncertain if they might not be frightened to death in the process. Oh, there was something like that in the horror film I watched with Russell. As Steellock spoke, it became evident that a collaboration with artistic works such as films was essential for comprehension. He cleared his throat lightly, imitating the mannerisms of a horror movie to instill fear in his pupils. The two mini-transformers flinched, retreating a significant step back towards Drifting's feet. The absence of Rosa's fright and psychological torment was palpable. Only humans would succumb to fear, for we are warriors unafraid. This remark was clearly directed at his two apprentices, Tian Bao and Hualu. Although they argued that their actions were not born out of fear, but rather a tactical adjustment to secure victory, they hoped that in the future, Drifting would never experience the paralyzing terror instigated by Rosa. Suddenly, Rosa sensed a gaze upon her from behind. She swiftly turned, only to catch sight of a black claw. Something else there? Is it that Decepticon? She tilted her head in confusion, observing Tian Bao and Hualu, who had just been startled by Drifting's deliberate whisper, huddled together. It seemed there was indeed something amiss, and Rosa quietly remarked by the Bumblebee audio receiver, "I'll go investigate the source of the disturbance." She proceeded towards the area where she had sensed the presence of another. As anticipated, the entity had vanished, yet Rosa, adept at projection and stealth, felt an unusual sensation the moment she entered a narrow alley, her gaze fixated on a small corner. She raised her visor and meticulously noticed a particular spot where the color appeared to shimmer, akin to the distortion observed in a heat wave. With a casual flick, Rosa picked up a small stone and, feigning nonchalance, tossed it in the direction of the Decepticon, then made her exit. The proximity to them was too close. Any overt action here would surely lead to discovery. Rosa cast a sidelong glance at the cloaked Decepticon, who exhaled in relief upon seeing her depart, only to feel the intensity of her gaze as she turned the corner, reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey, as if she had already vanquished several Decepticons like him. The Decepticon, known as the Faceless Mosquito, shivered. He was certain she had detected him, yet for some inexplicable reason, she had not revealed his presence. He did not believe for a moment that the female transformer would spare him. Her eyes radiated with bloodlust and malice, perhaps indicating that her previous glance was a warning. That individual would undoubtedly take action against him. Faceless inhaled sharply, realizing that his optical camouflage was no longer effective. He needed alternative strategies. He turned his attention to the group of transformers accompanying the female, scanning each one in hopes that she would remain oblivious to his presence. "All right, Rosa has already ventured forth. Let us commence as well," Bumblebee announced, turning to gesture that this was the way to gain a genuine understanding of Earth's history. Commander," Iron Fist interjected, raising his hand to speak. "I propose we remain here, awaiting your return to depart together." It was clear her enthusiasm was quite limited. Kung Pao and Steel Lock echoed her sentiments. Ultimately, only Bumblebee and the already mobilized Rosa set forth to explore the haunted town. Thus, Bumblebee sought out Rosa, but he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that someone was watching him. Just as a pair of black claws seemed poised to strike, the former scout abruptly turned around, only to find no one present. "Rosa?" Bumblebee called out tentatively, yet there was no reply. He opted to inquire through the internal line, and Rosa said nothing, merely sending a coordinate. At that moment, Rosa was hiding behind a sign, shielded from the sun. Upon receiving Bumblebee's inquiry regarding her location, she still remained silent, extending a camera instead to capture an image, which she then transmitted directly to Bumblebee. The picture depicted the view from her position, with her familiar mechanical hand gripping tightly, the thumb raised in a gesture of approval. The message was clear: I am here and feeling splendid. Bumblebee pondered if it truly was Rosa until Steellock called out to him, snapping him back to reality. I believe there is more to this place, Bumblebee remarked, implying that there was something else present. Steellock misinterpreted this as Bumblebee being aware of an approaching bus. How do you know? Steellock asked, pointing to the bus in the distance, which was the reason he had come to find Bumblebee. With a resigned sigh, Bumblebee realized they needed to devise a way to send the humans away. He was certain something else lurked here. Meanwhile, the Faceless One noticed Bumblebee's excessive caution. Initially intending to transform into one of his companions, he reconsidered, as they had all requested to remain on-site, making their sudden departure suspicious. Thus, he turned his attention to the female machine with a menacing gaze. Although his inner voice protested against this course of action, he rationalized that merely scanning should pose no problem, he hoped. Chapter 156. This appearance would frighten both carbon-based and silicon-based beings alike. We have arrived, comrades, came the announcement as the bus came to a screeching halt, the tires grinding against the brakes. Golden sand spilled from the crevices of the tires, kicking up a small cloud of dust upon hitting the ground. This was Edmond, a ghost town preserved from the rugged Western era. As the tour guide walked ahead, he introduced the site to the other visitors, the sand crunching beneath his feet. Bumblebee had already relayed the plan to frighten the tourists and drive them away through the internal line, which included Rosa. However, as she descended, she too sensed a gaze upon her, as if a scanning system was gliding over her. Is this scanning me? What is his intention? Rosa recalled her previous research on A's tomb, searching for any entities capable of invisibility, and indeed found one. Named Faceless, it resembled a mosquito and, much like the chameleon she had previously dispatched with a single punch against the wall, possessed a universal gear allowing it to mimic others. But if he sought to imitate her, to what extent could he truly replicate her form? Rosa, filled with curiosity, decided to engage in a playful endeavor. Meanwhile, the scanning mask gradually exhibited a semblance of shock, soon accompanied by an undercurrent of fear. The inability to penetrate the surface left it with no choice but to merely imitate appearances. Although it could mimic the forms of others, it lacked the capacity to discern even the minutiae of mechanical components, including the configurations of vehicles. This particular instance remained an enigma. As it concealed itself in contemplation, it observed the female machine emerging slowly, prompting a hasty retreat. Rosa, retracting her gaze, feigned ignorance, believing that such pretense would liberate her from the game. Reflecting upon its zenith, the dimly lit street was once teeming with cowboys, gamblers, miners, and fugitives. The tour guide turned to address the other visitors, sharing that the current state of Edmond was desolate, an impression enhanced by its apparent abandonment. As the tourists prepared to explore, the guide's sudden, significant remark startled them. He continued, "Numerous legends surround this forsaken old town, particularly concerning that mine," gesturing toward the distant, long-abandoned site, where the dilapidated wooden entrance bore the weight of time. Despite the dry climate preserving its integrity, the entire town held echoes of its past. Many claimed that one could still hear the sounds of pickaxes striking the earth and the distant laughter of old miners, tales that fascinated Rosa, akin to ancient gossip that never loses its allure. Legends possess an essence that filters the past, reminiscent of sepia-toned glass. Such weathered panes might provoke one to lean against a windowsill, peering through the glass of time to discern what lay beyond, memories from an era gone by, the stories of its people, and the essence of their time. Everything bore a patina of antiquity, yet held the novelty of the unseen, a curious juxtaposition of the old and the fresh. This was the enchantment of legends, particularly urban legends, where the novelty was laced with a thrill of the macabre, igniting her interest. Consequently, Rosa yearned to share tales from her grandparents' generation, to relive and disseminate the exhilarating memories inherited from her elders. It was during a moment of curiosity when she once inquired about her grandparents' appearances that they extracted and presented to her those images. Her grandmother had expressed considerable ire at the time, yet the thrill remained undeniable. It was said that the visage shown was that of a long-deceased individual, a girl named Tasha, whose essence intertwined with that of her grandmother. Tasha never relinquished her beloved pets, and thus she would not abandon her promise to keep them close, until that fateful moment when they became one. At this juncture, the guide continued to narrate the eerie stories of the ghost town, including an abandoned train lurking beneath the platform, which, it is said, still echoes with the distant roar of its engine. Suddenly, a door from a nearby house creaked open on its own, despite the absence of wind, startling the group. At that very instant, the gravestones began to tremble violently. The tourists and the guide huddled together in fright, retreating a considerable distance as the resounding train whistle echoed ominously in the background. This was merely the mischief of the automobile spirits. The door's movement was orchestrated by Tian Bao and Shuelu, the trembling gravestones by Hung Pao, and the train's roar by Taiwan. Just then, Rosa's projection was finally set in place. The moment they stepped into the ghost town, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings, and the sky turned a dismal gray. The projection cast a filter over the sky, while the mist obscured the sunlight from the ground, lending a muted hue to the sand, stripping it of its radiant sheen under the sun. To enhance the illusion of reality, Rosa had mysteriously procured wooden planks to shield them from the direct rays of the sun, diminishing the sensation of heat. Naturally, these were positioned by extending her form, all while the projection remained concealed. Did anyone feel a sudden chill? Each individual was shielded by a wooden plank, rendering them impervious to the heat of ultraviolet rays, which certainly offered some respite, albeit dependent on the timing. Just moments ago, they had basked in bright sunlight, but in an instant, they found themselves in a cloudy ambience, even amidst the desert, where mist swirled around them. To avoid detection, she had elevated the filter for the sky, ensuring that when the Cybertronians looked up, they saw a cloudy sky. Thus, in that fleeting moment when the filter and mist emerged, astonishment filled everyone. Yet the sensation of warmth from the ultraviolet rays reassured them that all was well. The disparity between sensory perception and visual stimuli created significant confusion, causing everyone to pause their movements, while the timid steel lock began to feel a rising tide of anxiety. At that moment, both tourists and the guide were engulfed in fear, instinctively believing they had trespassed into a realm belonging to the spirits. What could they possibly encounter in this domain not meant for the living? They heard the sound of chewing and sensed the terrifying anomalies around them, the train's roar, the trembling gravestones, and the eerie growls, now eerily absent, leaving them to ponder whether to investigate further, entirely unaware of what awaited their gaze. Chapter 157. Is it? Or is it Tasha? The sound of crunching echoed incessantly in the narrow alley between two houses, the sky cloaked in gloom, and mist swirling ominously around them. Visitors to this place perceive only the fading warmth of the sun upon their skin, while the abrupt change in scenery sends shivers coursing down their spines. A thick mist obscures the distance, reducing visibility to a mere fragment of their surroundings, where everything appears shrouded in a nebulous haze. It is evident that this is not a domain for the living. They have undoubtedly trespassed into a realm of the spectral, or perhaps something unclean is about to emerge. Hesitating yet emboldened, they advance to investigate the alleyway, curious about what lies within. In an instant, their gaze falls upon a small girl with black hair, kneeling with her back turned to them. Her attire resembles that of a medieval noble, clad in a classical black gown, the hem of which is ragged and tattered, a testament to its age and wear. She bears an unsettling resemblance to the decrepit clothing of the undead they have encountered before. Yet, distinct from those apparitions, this girl, adorned with a grand black bow, possesses an air of opulence, suggesting she may indeed be of noble descent. However, a peculiar detail strikes them. Her complexion appears unsettlingly off, marred by signs of decay, with bruises and dark spots dotting her skin. Could those be post-mortem lividity? The sound of her chewing fills the air, and as she raises her head slightly to swallow, they are horrified to discern that she is consuming a severed hand, human flesh. The crowd recoils in shock, noticing that her hair, too, is not the smooth tresses one would expect, but rather resembles the dry and brittle strands of a corpse, some of which have even broken off. Clearly visible are the remnants of her scalp, where the skin has sloughed away, revealing desiccated blood that has ceased to flow. What manner of being is she? Her legs display lacerated skin, stitched together, with metallic tubes protruding from within. Suddenly, having finished her grisly meal, the girl's head rotates a full 180 degrees, her gaze locking onto them. A collective scream erupts from the onlookers as they behold her face, marred with streaks of blood, a ghastly visage of long-dead flesh, mottled with dark hues and tinged with red. Her eye sockets are hollow, yet within them glows an eerie yellow light. The skin appears as though it has been forcefully stretched, with countless fissures revealing the dark red flesh beneath. The remnants of what seems to be melted eyeliner mixed with blood cling to her face. In an inexplicable motion, her head snaps back to face the original direction, maintaining a hunched posture as if she were still feasting. Then, without warning, her body follows suit, twisting around in a swift 180-degree turn, shifting from a crouch to an arched position. As her form fully rotates, her neck contorts once more, bringing her face to bear upon the terrified witnesses, completing a spine-chilling transformation that defies comprehension. She lowered her head, her hands hanging limply by her sides, her lips twisted into an extraordinarily contorted expression, stretching towards her ears. Remember, this little girl was slowly approaching them, but as she took a step, her foot suddenly twisted at a right angle. Strangely, her demeanor showed no sign of discomfort. Even though onlookers felt a pang of pain at the sight, she took a step with that twisted angle, an unnecessary display. The little girl continued to advance towards them, her speech revealing sharp, massive teeth that were distinctly inhuman. "Run!" Suddenly, someone shouted as they noticed the girl drawing nearer, prompting the crowd to sprint back to the bus. They ran, shrieking, never having moved so swiftly before. Once aboard, they slammed the accelerator, nearly pressing it through the floor, the bus racing as if it were a high-speed vehicle. Indeed, this journey was worth every penny, transforming into an unforgettable experience. Truly, it was a bargain beyond value. As Rosa maneuvered Tasha, or rather her projection, out of the alley, the tires of their bus were already sparking from friction. The surrounding projections had yet to dissipate, and the current manifestation was undeniably terrifying, regardless of whether one was carbon-based or silicon-based. Within the flesh of the deceased humans lay metallic frameworks, as if they had been penetrated by some metallic entity, particularly evident in their darkened eye sockets. At this moment, the masked figure had been so frightened that it sought refuge, trembling beneath the tattered cloth, oblivious to Rosa retracting all projections and the form she cast behind her. Rosa turned to see Steel Lock, paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. "What is this?" Steel Lock stammered, glancing slowly towards the approaching Bumblebee. "Don't look at me. This is my first time witnessing this too," Bumblebee remarked, diverting the group's attention, which then fell upon two mini Transformers lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth from fright. "Skyfall! Slipstream!" they shouted as they rushed to rouse them, only to notice Drift still standing in a daze. Bumblebee approached and patted his shoulder, trying to bring him back to consciousness. However, the moment Drift received Bumblebee's touch, he fell straight back, rigid in shock. "Drift!" they cried out, contacting Black Mass to initiate the land bridge, desperately trying to transport Drift, Skyfall, and Slipstream back for Black Mass to treat them. They feared these three might truly be rendered senseless. Thankfully, they merely needed a moment to regain their bearings. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief. Rosa had truly terrified everyone. Her current appearance was as if she had shrunk into the form of a quail, her screen folding to reveal a pitiful expression. Bumblebee pressed his forehead, allowing the black-faced deity to continue caring for them, while he led the other remaining Autobots onward. "Commander, why must we proceed?" Iron Arm questioned, puzzled. Steel Lock, however, grasped the situation, recalling Bumblebee's words upon seeing him. "I intended to inform you of the Earthlings' arrival. Yet you mentioned that we weren't the only ones privy to this information." A wave of realization swept through the group, drawing them closer. "So, you weren't referring to those Earthlings, were you?" They all looked at Bumblebee, eagerly awaiting an answer, to which he nodded. "As I wandered about the town, I felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone were watching me from the shadows," Bumblebee confessed. Rosa immediately recognized the individual in question. "Overall, I sense ill intentions from the newcomer," Bumblebee added. Rosa furrowed her brow slightly. While others might assume it was merely a matter of human safety concerning tourists in the ghost town, she thought, why can't they simply stay put? It would suffice to hide well. "Tonight, I plan to discreetly deal with the intruder." That was her intention. Should I assist in concealing the intruder? She pondered. Perhaps there were alternative methods. As long as the intruder remained hidden, nothing would occur during the day. Of course, should they defy this, the outcome would be different. Chapter 158. Youth is a blessing. Sleep comes easily. The brilliance of the land bridge illuminated, and everyone returned to Edmund, searching for any potential threats. Tourists from Earth could be in danger if they frequently visit. We cannot overlook any street, Bumblebee remarked, gesturing for them to split up and search. The others transformed and set out, but Rosa quietly approached Bumblebee to inquire about something. Since we are separating, perhaps, before she could finish, Bumblebee swiftly covered her mouth. No, for their sake, you wouldn't want. Upon uttering this, he quickly withdrew his hand and anxiously fled down a street of the ghost town. Rosa watched Bumblebee's hasty retreat, somewhat perplexed, wiping her lips where Bumblebee's hand had accidentally brushed against them. His hands, accustomed to combat and wielding weapons, bore the wear of battle. The paint slightly worn and somewhat rough. The brief contact with her soft lips had left a ticklish sensation. Nevertheless, she refrained from commenting. There were more pressing matters to attend to, and she needed to contemplate how to procure a delicious meal. After Bumblebee escaped into an alley, the sound of exhaust fans whirred, whether from his sprint or another cause. It took him a while to regain his composure. Next time, I should just pat on the shoulder, Bumblebee mused, the memory of covering Rosa's mouth inadvertently flickering in his processor. His beautiful faceplate, momentarily obscured by his hand, revealed a look of astonishment through his blue optical lens. The unintentional brush against her tender lips, the sensation of warmth and softness lingering on his hand, stirred within him, accompanied by a slight astonishment and even a hint of pity reflected in his optical lenses. He presented a captivating visage. But how could he entertain such thoughts? Bumblebee took a moment to regain his composure and commenced the search for Decepticon traces. After a considerable time scouring the area, he found nothing. It was at this juncture that Iron Fist relayed news from within their ranks. She and Scourge had been confined to a basement by an unknown force. Shortly thereafter, reports from Crosshairs indicated that he and Drift had narrowly avoided being struck by a fallen light fixture. Suddenly, a thought struck Bumblebee. He immediately instructed the team to adjust their sensors to thermal detection and reached out to Blackface, inquiring whether there existed any cloaked Decepticons. The response was swift. It was Mirage, a traitor who had previously sold Cybertronian secrets to the enemy, adept at altering his appearance and blending seamlessly with his surroundings. Bumblebee promptly communicated this information to the others, heightening their vigilance. Yet unbeknownst to them, Mirage was lurking close by. Having overheard Bumblebee's conversation, Mirage retreated into the shadows, contemplating the best moment to strike his unsuspecting companion and catch him off guard. After all, this yellow-painted Autobot was undoubtedly the leader, was he not? Just moments prior, this leader resembling a bee had interacted with a rather menacing female Autobot. Perhaps she would be the perfect target, given their apparent familiarity. The risk of being discovered due to their close relationship was minimal. Anyone encountering a familiar ally would momentarily let their guard down, allowing for a swift resolution before being detected. However, this female Autobot posed a challenge. He remained uncertain of her capabilities. With the scans revealing only her exterior and no discernible weaponry, he found himself at a disadvantage, forced to rely solely on a cold weapon for his assassination attempt. Fortunately, he had prepared a knife earlier, procured from humans. While it might seem substantial to them, in the hands of a Cybertronian, it was merely a small blade. It was imperative that he struck with lethal precision, targeting the neck. With this thought, Mirage concealed the knife within subspace and stealthily approached Bumblebee. Moments after concluding his communication, Bumblebee heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he found Rosa before him. "Are you all right? You weren't hurt, were you?" Rosa inquired with a tone of concern. Yet, Bumblebee sensed something amiss. On one hand, he recalled the painful encounter with the formidable big brother from long ago, and on the other, he couldn't shake the feeling that Rosa's demeanor was oddly off. Rosa stood before him with her helmet visor raised, revealing her striking visage. This was also a notion of Mirage's. A beautiful exterior could serve as a fade, allowing her to feign vulnerability and charm her way out of any scrutiny, should her true intentions be discovered. However, such idealistic imaginings often falter in the face of reality. With her visage exposed, subtle micro-expressions would betray her true sentiments, and even the slightest shift in her demeanor could drastically alter her aura. For instance, when Rosa encounters her own kind, she emanates an aura of innocence. If one were to discern any distinction between the current Rosa and her former self, it would likely be the absence of that somewhat dazed demeanor. It is not to say she is foolish. On the contrary, she is far from it. Yet, there lingers an inexplicable quality about her expression, a subtle charm, perhaps. It could be described as a touch of adorability, more fitting than mere foolishness, reminiscent of a moment when she might have seemed ensnared in a conflict of directives, pacing in circles for a brief moment before regaining her composure. Her typical gaze toward her peers is akin to that of a languid kitten or puppy, utterly devoid of menace, unlike the calculating glimmer present in her eyes now. A familiarity with her first love, the ethereal moonlight of her heart, prompts Bumblebee to scrutinize her micro-expressions, mistakenly attributing his fascination to her striking fade, thus igniting a delightful misunderstanding. The essence of their connection appears somewhat lacking, leading Bumblebee to ponder and promptly pose another inquiry. "May I request something?" He observes Rosa momentarily taken aback, her tension flaring and dissipating in an instant as she flashes a feigned smile. "Sure. I wish to see your heart," Bumblebee states, watching as Rosa becomes flustered, resembling a girl caught off guard by an unexpected confession. Indeed, the fade misinterprets this as a declaration of affection, believing it pertains to the sentiments of the female machine he had intended to scan, completely unaware of having misjudged the situation. Bumblebee, naturally, is merely testing the waters. Given Rosa's temperament, her reaction to such a statement would not align with this display. Hence, he discreetly sends a message through the internal line, relaying his coordinates for assembly. He refrains from mentioning the presence of a counterfeit to mitigate any potential lapses in reaction. Turning away, Bumblebee prepares to encircle this doppelganger Decepticon with his allies upon their arrival, ensuring it does not escape. However, he is unprepared for the moment when the genuine Rosa arrives, prompting the imposter to point at her and exclaim that she is the fake. Just as the counterfeit raises her hand to indicate Rosa, she swiftly fires, striking the imposter squarely in the core. The bullet pierces through, and Rosa merely watches as her identical counterpart collapses, appearing unburdened by any psychological toll. This startling display leaves the other Autobots taken aback. Yet only Bumblebee comprehends that this is Rosa's authentic reaction upon witnessing her false self. She does not engage in justifications. She is a woman of action. Nonetheless, he promptly approaches her, restraining her weapon and signaling for calm. Before long, the figure shifts, transforming into a wingless mosquito. This was his original appearance. I possess numerous means of self-affirmation, including, but not limited to self-termination and a swift extraction of my heart. Rosa, shedding her armor, revealed her equally exquisite visage and gently exhaled towards the still smoking muzzle of the gun. However, since he was now facing me directly, I deemed it more expedient to resolve the matter, Rosa remarked, entirely disregarding the twitching expression on Bumblebee's face. "Rosa, we must leave a survivor," Bumblebee interjected, meeting Rosa's somewhat aggrieved gaze. Rosa spoke, her palm outstretched towards the fallen Decepticon on the ground. Upon closer inspection, she noted that the once masked figure now lay motionless. Yet near the location of the energy core, it still emanated energy. Rosa hesitated, her expression one of complex emotions. Yet with her keen eyes, she observed a finger of the fallen creature twitch inadvertently, suggesting it was still alive. Is there a distinction between the core's location and that of the energy source? If so, I aimed for my core earlier. She contemplated, her anxiety slightly rising as she glanced at Bumblebee, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Will this affect the task entrusted to you by Optimus Prime? She pondered, resembling a small animal caught in wrongdoing, nervously glancing at the ground while her fingertips timidly touched each other. Or will it impact the apprehension of the prisoners? Observing Rosa, now akin to a quail, her beautiful blue optics filled with guilt over whether this would affect them, our dear Lieutenant Bumblebee ultimately softened. He sighed, finding it impossible to be angry with her. After all, she hadn't harmed anyone, had she? It will not. Bumblebee gently shook his head, continuing in a soothing tone. According to regulations, prison guards are fully authorized to use lethal force against escaping inmates. However, out of humanitarian considerations, we strive to recapture them whenever possible. Bumblebee assumed the guilt reflected in Rosa's eyes stemmed from the act of killing an inmate, unaware that her remorse was rooted in concern for their well-being rather than the fate of the prisoners themselves. Thus, upon hearing that there would be no repercussions, her sorrowful demeanor transformed, the shadows of regret dissipating completely from her countenance. "That's a relief," Rosa expressed, her features relaxing as she exhaled, returning to her usual state. The criminal, the mask, resisted during the escape and assaulted an officer. To prevent further escalation of the situation, he was shot on the spot, she stated, her smile narrowing her eyes as she recited this with a tone devoid of fluctuation, akin to reading an utterly mundane notification or regulation. But had she not just taken a life? In that case, was her earlier guilt not for the fallen Decepticon? What then was it truly for? Was it guilt over causing them trouble in capturing the prisoners? Did that weigh more heavily than the life of a being? Everyone stood there, gazing at Rosa, as if they had finally come to realize that there was something amiss with her. She harbored within herself the capacity to inflict harm or even forsake her own life at any moment. For the prisoners or the Decepticons, she viewed them as mere trash, disposable at will, devoid of any guilt for the lives she had taken. Yet, the thought of causing trouble for her cherished teammates and companions outweighed all else. This notion seemed fundamentally flawed. How could the desire to avoid burdening her comrades take precedence over the act of taking a life? Shouldn't creating a hassle be considered trivial in comparison to the grave matter of killing? Was this truly normal? Gradually, their gazes shifted toward Bumblebee, who at that moment yearned to retract his words, yet he found himself at a loss for how to express his thoughts. He suspected that Rosa was experiencing a cognitive dissonance that warranted correction, but he also couldn't bear to witness the sorrow etched on her face. After a prolonged internal struggle, he ultimately chose to prioritize Rosa's happiness, unwilling to see her despondent expression. With a resigned sigh, he let her devise a way to give the prisoner a proper burial, perhaps as a form of apology for having taken the life of the faceless one. After all, if correction were necessary, it was best left to a psychologist. He was not well versed in such matters, and his attempts might prove futile. Everyone believed that the prisoner was doomed, yet Rosa alone harbored the knowledge that he might still be alive. However, she kept this to herself, even going so far as to offer a portion of her stored energy to sustain him. "Don't perish so quickly. Tonight's supper must be fresh. I have brought my tools to meet you in the dead of night." Ultimately, she meticulously crafted a box from a pile of wooden planks, wrapped him in a tattered cloth, placed him inside, and buried him. Bumblebee observed as Rosa sought out a spot, slightly elevated and difficult for humans to discover, to inter the faceless one's body, executing the task with such care that it seemed like a sincere apology. He was left powerless to intervene. Sighing, Bumblebee noticed that the scene piqued the curiosity of Hound, who wondered why Bumblebee appeared so troubled. "Has Rosa always been like this?" Hound cautiously inquired, watching Bumblebee's side directed at Rosa before he turned to respond. "Always. We don't know if she has endured something in her past. We've never asked her," he said, glancing down at the ground, lost in thought for a few seconds before returning his gaze to Rosa. Just then, he received a message from Rosa over the comms, calling him to come and see her. Instinctively, he assumed something was wrong, but upon reflection, he realized that might not be the case. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting its golden rays across the desert, illuminating the landscape with a brilliant glow. The sunlight shimmered, transforming the sand into a hue reminiscent of gold, as if one had stepped upon a land rich in treasures. What secrets might this ancient land have held? Perhaps it truly had once been abundant with gold. Yet even now, the scenery, bathed in the exquisite light of the setting sun, sparkled as if it were gilded, a reminder that beauty can shine just as brightly, even if only in color. Rosa buried tonight's supper deep within a pit and, with her hands on her hips, gazed at the breathtaking scenery before her, her tail swaying gently behind, suggesting her mood was quite splendid. "Rosa, what's the matter?" "Oh." After the Bumblebee managed to climb up, it was greeted by the sight of a golden-orange glow emerging on the horizon, illuminating the vast desert. In that moment, the Bumblebee suddenly gained a profound understanding of the golden land beneath. "Oh, I apologize. I should have gone down to bring you up," Rosa said, feeling a bit embarrassed, a slight apologetic smile gracing her lips as she reached out to help the Bumblebee, who had managed to climb partway up. Just as when they first admired the night view, the Bumblebee took Rosa's hand, using it as leverage to ascend and enjoy the beautiful scenery together. The difference this time was that he did not hesitate, but instead grasped her hand with determination, gazing at Rosa bathed in the warm orange sunlight, admiring how her flawless form gleamed under the sun's rays. She was radiant, truly beautiful. After pulling the Bumblebee up, Rosa turned her gaze back to the stunning landscape. Previously, she had believed that sunsets were only enchanting over lakes or oceans, never realizing that the desert could offer such a spectacle. Indeed, the Bumblebee mused, shifting his focus to the lovely sight of Rosa. Even her profile was captivating. Yet, more important than the scenery was the company with whom one shares it. Let's call them to join us. Rosa suddenly turned, spreading her arms joyfully as she spoke to the Bumblebee. Seeing the Bumblebee nod lightly in agreement, he added, "But let us wait a moment before summoning them." Rosa tilted her head in confusion, questioning why they should delay the enjoyment of the moment. Wouldn't it be better to appreciate it together now? The Bumblebee, clearly sensing her curiosity, simply turned his attention back to the sunset over the desert. "I wish to create more memories. Just the two of us," he said bashfully, scratching his head, unable to meet Rosa's gaze. Rosa was momentarily taken aback by his words, struggling to respond. "Just for us, memories." The Bumblebee glanced at Rosa, noticing her optical lens wide open, her eyes filled with loading symbols, and her mouth slightly agape, revealing her adorable little fangs, her entire being appearing quite bewildered. "Rosa?" The Bumblebee, taken by surprise at this sight, softly called out to her, and upon hearing his voice, Rosa seemed to snap back to reality, the loading symbols in her eyes vanishing, followed by a sharp intake of breath. Instantly, her screen closed, and this time, beneath her familiar round eyes, there appeared something distinctly different. Like a blush, 5 delicate lines aligned together, resembling charming blush marks, manifested just below her eyes. Near the outer edges, one beneath each eye. When the screen closed, the Bumblebee, in that fleeting moment, observed 2 hollow ovals representing fluctuating emotions, which soon transformed into solid half-circles. The originally complete ovals were compressed into half-circles by the shape of the eyebrows on the screen, yet the 2 suspicious blush marks on the cheeks remained ever-present. Her gaze shifted towards the position of the sun before darting back to the Bumblebee for a fleeting moment, only to return to the sun once more, seemingly a tad bashful. The Bumblebee's cooling fan was nearly on the verge of combustion upon witnessing Rosa's demeanor. The temperature of his faceplate surged rapidly. That little glance of hers, even if it resembled a pair of tiny beans, was exceptionally endearing. Outside, couples were reveling in their affection, oblivious to the buried figure beneath, the mask that remained alive. The mask. Am I to remain voiceless? Chapter 160. A midnight encounter with the cybernetic deity in the haunted town, struggling in vain to prevail. After a considerable time, both machines, their faces flushed, managed to regain their composure near the mask's grave and began summoning the others. The Bumblebee refrained from saying much further. On one hand, he lacked the courage, and on the other, despite Rosa's delightful gaze, it seemed too evasive, and he feared it might provoke resistance. Patience was key. The heavy artillery and iron arm assisted in bringing the cumbersome steel lock to witness the sunset, and everyone was elated. However, when Steel Lock attempted to wander off, he was restrained by heavy artillery and iron arm. The 2 machines exchanged a knowing glance, synchronously understanding one another's thoughts. The atmosphere between them was so pleasant. It was better not to interfere. Having savored the beautiful scenery, this vacation turned out to be exceedingly fulfilling, particularly the sunset, which Steel Lock claimed was even more breathtaking than the one over the eroded ruins of Cybertron. Upon returning to the junkyard, they regaled the black-faced deity with tales of the magnificent sights they had witnessed, omitting the specifics of how Rosa had instilled fear. Thus, when the black-faced deity inquired about how they had frightened away the tourists, Bumblebee swiftly intervened, halting Rosa from projecting her terrifying demonstration once more. The others had just roused from their slumber and would not withstand another fright. The projection of the horrifying little girl would surely terrify Danny and Russell as well. Oh, very well. Heeding Bumblebee's warning, Rosa recalled the tourists' reactions, realizing it was quite probable that Danny and Russell, the 2 living humans, would be equally terrified. Perhaps it was best to refrain from such antics. I believe today's experience is sufficient to desensitize me to any horror film henceforth, Heavy Artillery mused, recalling the projection, unable to suppress a shiver as goosebumps cascaded over his metallic skin. The notion of wearing the bloody skins of other creatures was utterly revolting and frightening. How could she even conceive such a thing? Was that projection something you mimicked from a horror film? As everyone recounted their experiences to Russell and the black-faced deity, Steellock quietly approached Rosa with his inquiry. It appeared that Rosa, like Russell, had an affinity for horror films. Heavy Artillery, upon hearing Steellock's words, engaged in a hushed conversation with Iron Arm, pondering with curiosity who among Russell and Rosa possessed the greater fortitude. After all, it was vividly etched in memory that Russell had remained unperturbed during their previous horror film viewing. In a contest of bravery, Rosa might indeed surpass him. Did she perhaps not even grasp the essence of those terrifying elements? Are you referring to that? Rosa tilted her head and glanced at Bumblebee. She was the one who had temporarily taken on the role of the Cosmic Emperor for me. My eyes turned yellow during that period due to her proxy. Upon hearing this, Bumblebee's expression transformed into one of sudden realization. He recalled that he had greeted them at that time. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. It was that commanding, mechanical, feminine tone. However, the others could not comprehend it, as they had not witnessed the scene from that moment. I remembered it was when the Cosmic Emperor had controlled Megatron, intending to wreak havoc on Cybertron. Ironhide, being well-versed in history, immediately thought of this. But the history books only mentioned that ultimately, the consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor was imprisoned and could no longer threaten Cybertron. Following this, Bumblebee provided various explanations, including the incidents involving Rosa that occurred later, because they had not revealed the reasons behind Rosa's actions. Those phenomena she had exhibited in the air were perceived by many as omens preceding the eruption of the Allspark. There were many gaps in understanding that could not be explained at the time, and ultimately, people could only fill in those voids through their imagination. Now, as Bumblebee recounted some of the discussable details, everyone listened with rapt attention, much like one would while indulging in gossip or stories. It was particularly intriguing, and Rosa listened attentively, absorbing how the Cybertronians pieced together those missing fragments of the puzzle. The time was originally evening, and only when the sun had set did they reluctantly disperse to rest. Everyone harbored a curiosity about the past. The amusing anecdotes had not been recorded in the history books, and the details articulated from the lips of those involved felt refreshingly different. It was akin to the distinction between attending a lecture and listening to a captivating tale. By the time rest was upon them, the exhilarating and fulfilling day left Bulkhead somewhat restless that night, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say he struggled to transition into recharge mode. He remained exhilarated throughout the night until he faintly heard some noise, as if someone was rummaging for something. The Crimson Sports car checked his internal clock, 3 o'clock a.m. Who could be searching for something at this late hour? Though the sound was soft, Bulkhead's keen hearing, coupled with his current state of excitement, made it difficult for him to settle down. He immediately transformed and followed the sound to investigate. To his surprise, he found a familiar figure. Rosa? Bulkhead observed as Rosa seemed to take away a large roll of aluminum foil and some gasoline, among other items. The aluminum foil was an oversized type, perfectly suited for Cybertronians, collected by Danny long ago from Scrapyard. The manufacturer had produced it too large and uncut, leaving it unsold and ultimately purchased at a significantly low price by Danny, who deemed it worth the cost, even though he was unsure of its potential use. Watching Rosa with these tools, she proceeded to the land bridge and manually activated it, setting the coordinates to the location from where they had returned after watching the sunset. Bulkhead decided to quietly follow her shortly thereafter. He was eager to discover what Rosa intended to do. Surely it wouldn't be akin to Ironhide's previous escapade at the car wash, would it? At that time, it was precisely the moment before the grand sanctions were to be enforced. Iron Fist, after returning from the car wash, was unexpectedly struck by a rogue vehicle. In order to keep his secret from leaking, Iron Fist even assisted himself with some tasks. Although ultimately, Bumblebee was aware of the incident and assigned him a double shift as a punishment for utilizing secrets to coerce others. However, Rosa was a remarkably gifted scientist. If he could uncover some secret, perhaps she could craft weapons for him. Yet, suddenly, Iron Fist hesitated to proceed. Rosa shared a unique bond with Lieutenant Bumblebee. If she were to express her grievances, he might find himself facing not just double shifts, but potentially multiplied ones, along with severe reprimands. Nevertheless, Rosa was indeed a brilliant scientist. Surely she could create formidable weapons. He pondered whether he could request her to design something for him. After much contemplation regarding the risks and immense benefits, Iron Fist, in a moment of impulsiveness, activated the land bridge, intending to take a brief look before it closed. Despite his curiosity about how Rosa would return, he was preoccupied with the mechanics of a land bridge and neglected to consider her purpose in gathering those tools. Chapter 161. A Grand Documentary. The culinary delights of the Decepticons within the coffin meticulously crafted by Rosa, the mask struggled to cover his wounds with torn cloth, preventing sand from seeping in, while simultaneously attempting to claw his way out. Beneath the full moon, amidst the illuminated sandy ground, a hand unexpectedly emerged from the earth. Had thunder or rain graced the scene, it would have resembled a scene from a zombie film. Unfortunately, rain was a rarity in the desert, leaving only a solitary hand clawing at the surface, desperately trying to free the rest of its body. Did he succeed? Indeed he did, and he owed his survival to Rosa's miscalculated shot that missed the ignition chamber. However, soon enough, his gratitude waned as he lamented why that female machine could not grant him a swift end. Why, you ask? Just as the mass had managed to free his upper body from the sand, he turned to shout, only to behold two elegant black legs and a blue syringe-like tail. Looking up, he found the female machine standing beside him, clutching a multitude of items. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he instinctively sought to retreat back into the coffin. But Rosa, wielding a decryption device, seized his hand and pulled him entirely from the sand. Fortunately, I had the foresight to bring some water for you to cleanse yourself, Rosa declared, as she retrieved several buckets of water from the assortment of tools behind her and poured it over the mask's head. Caught off guard, the mask was momentarily bewildered, wondering if such an act of cleansing was indeed a kindness. Thank you? The masked figure hesitated momentarily, exhaling a sigh of relief, only to observe Rosa diligently cleansing herself before unfurling a blanket of aluminum foil across the sandy ground. However, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Why was she curling the edges of the blanket to form a basin? Even after rinsing off the sand, she remained suspended, utilizing that unusual something or other. The masked figure had initially assumed she was still employing the bizarre symbol that had pulled him forth, yet to his astonishment, he beheld a long, sinuous tentacle. The tentacle was positioned behind him, obscuring his view. From his perspective, he could only see Rosa's hands and her ongoing actions. Something was amiss. This was not right. What on earth was this? After Rosa had completed the dish, she placed it before him, and, in an instant, her hand morphed into a claw that reached for his spark. The masked figure instinctively dodged, attempting to flee, only to be seized by a leg. Wait, let us speak civilly. Please release me, he implored while struggling to break free. Yet Rosa's grip tightened around his foot, pulling him back. Gazing into Rosa's optical lens, the masked figure was met with a glimpse of madness. You won't kill me, will you? You won't eat me, right? Right? Fear finally gripped him, and it seemed Rosa discerned the terror lurking in his eyes. Suddenly, she grinned maliciously, revealing her razor-sharp teeth resembling those of a voracious creature, and without hesitation, she severed one of his legs. The agonizing pain elicited a scream from the masked figure as he struggled to clutch or cradle his wounded limb, only to find Rosa gnawing on his severed leg, consuming it with alarming speed. What was she doing? Trembling, he fought through the pain, attempting to crawl away, but was abruptly pierced in the shoulder by her sharp claws. As he was flipped over, a series of crackling sounds echoed, and his screams were abruptly silenced. Rosa savored the spark chamber, placing the entire apparatus into her mouth, chewing with delight. As she bit through the chamber, the delectable spark erupted, mingling with the shattered remnants of the chamber's exterior before being swallowed whole. Delicious. Rosa licked the residual energy from her claws. Their tongues were remarkably elongated, far surpassing the ordinary lengths of Cybertronians and humans, capable of even reaching their own eyes. Such lengthy tongues primarily facilitated dining, allowing them to glean every vestige of energy from their prey's body, even in those hard-to-reach places. Observing the masked figure lying in the aluminum basin, all of his energy liquid remained intact within, not a single drop wasted. Splendid. No waste at all, is there? In America, a nation inherently free, The ethos revolves around the principle of liberty encompassing all aspects of existence, including gender, firearms, narcotics, and everything in between. Every day, gunfire erupts on the streets, and incidents of robbery abound, while the notion of zero-cost purchases signifies a distorted sense of freedom. In a ghost town nestled within Nevada, the houses stand resolutely amidst the desert, biding their time until they are inevitably eroded, decayed, and transformed into mere sand, all in a calm and tranquil manner. Rosa, formerly known as Rosa Duoman, is affectionately referred to as Rosa by those who know her. This evening, she intends to prepare a rare culinary delight. Firstly, she meticulously slices the fresh ingredients at the joints, discarding the armor to reveal the delectable insides, including the flavorful tubes and desired portions. High-quality ingredients often require only the simplest of cooking methods. She drizzles gasoline over the ingredients, massaging them to ensure the seasoning permeates deeply, enhancing the flavor profile. Next, she envelopes the entire assembly in aluminum foil, digs a deep pit, lines it with foil, and adds a touch more gasoline to the bottom. Having completed these preparations, Master Duomin wipes away the non-existent sweat from her brow, readying her firearm to ignite the concoction. A single shot will set the flames leaping into the pit, wherein a miraculous feast will materialize. What is most crucial in cooking? The control of heat. Deliciousness does not necessitate high temperatures. Master Duomin calculates the approximate time required before retrieving the ingredients. When she unfurls the foil, the result is a sumptuous dish known as beggar's chicken. After a long day's toil, Master Duomin can finally indulge in this culinary reward. After much deliberation, Hung Pao eventually activates the terrestrial bridge, discovering its timer function that allows for a delayed opening 5 minutes later. However, he notices that the timer set by Rosa upon her departure is absent, indicating that she did not engage it at all. This serves as further evidence that something is amiss. A blue-green light shines conspicuously in the night, its faint sound unnoticed by anyone, as all are lost in slumber. He steps onto the terrestrial bridge, his form gradually concealed within the vortex of the teleportation. He remains oblivious to any anomalies, such as the security cameras, whose once red indicator lights have shifted to blue. The cameras have long been hacked and overridden, ensuring that even upon awakening, they would uncover no discrepancies. Chapter 162. Why not indulge a little? The moment Heng Pao steps into the desert, he perceives a sharp drop in temperature, unaware of the significant diurnal temperature variation characteristic of deserts. He finds it peculiar that the scorching heat of the day transforms into such coolness at night. The terrestrial bridge is set to activate in 5 minutes, and he must return within this time frame, uncertain if it will suffice. With this thought in mind, as he steps out, he is greeted only by desolation. Nothing exists here save for the moonlit sands that faintly shimmer in the darkness and the boundless dunes stretching into the distance. The land bridge is temporarily closed, set to reopen in 5 minutes. Hung Pao anxiously searched for Rosa, only to turn around and find her kneeling on the ground, her back turned, engaged in some unknown activity. Rosa wiped her mouth, momentarily setting aside the half-eaten dish known as beggar's chicken, and casually picked up some water nearby to cleanse herself. There was enough water for her to finish her meal and clean up afterward without issue. Hung Pao, unable to see clearly from afar, discreetly approached, his footsteps light and silent. However, upon realizing what Rosa was doing, his steps faltered, a tempest swirling within him. Panic evident in his wide eyes as he turned to flee. He saw a corpse, one that had been cooked. Even half-eaten, its Cybertronian form was unmistakable. It was the mask, the one Rosa had shot today. Rosa was consuming him. She was eating him. At the very moment Hung Pao turned to escape, a cold hand fell upon his shoulder. In that instant, he comprehended the chilling sensation often depicted in horror films. Was it cold? Indeed, it was frigid. Having just consumed energy, her body was undoubtedly icy, as serene as a corpse. Hung Pao swallowed hard, reflecting on his life experiences, the reasons for his arrival on Earth. Thoughts of Iron Fist, Steel Lock, Danny, Bumblebee, the Drift, and the Windblade, all flashing before him like a revolving lantern. He even recalled every prisoner he had apprehended. After a moment of resolute determination, his neck twisted slowly like rusted gears. A familiar white mechanical hand, adorned with black joint seams and a triangular glowing blue light on its back, was chillingly cold, sending shivers down his metallic spine. Why run now that you're here? Come, let us eat together, Rosa's gentle voice whispered in his ear, causing him to shudder and stiffen further as he turned his head. The exquisite visage of her mask was illuminated by the faint glow of his blue optics and her own brightness, allowing him to see the stunning mask clearly. Yet, it sent chills through him, especially as he noticed a trace of energy liquid lingering at the corner of her mouth. A monster of a consuming machine. No, 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 I don't want this. Hung Pao stammered, fear gripping him as his eyes darted toward the direction of the land bridge, only to hear Rosa's soft whisper, which severed his last glimmer of hope. Shall we leave together in a moment? Using the land bridge 4 times is a waste of resources. Let us minimize it. At this, Hung Pao's expression shifted from sheer terror to astonishment, seemingly taken aback by Rosa's insight into his thoughts. Didn't you set a 5-minute timer? Observing the astonished expression of Hung Pao, Rosa offered him a fleeting smile, her optical lenses narrowing slightly and the corners of her mouth curling up, resembling an ordinary, innocent grin. Such a smile was devoid of flaws, yet it carried an unsettling aura. I will cancel it for now. Shall we return together later? Although phrased as a question, it left no room for refusal, akin to a casual remark made after offering assistance. It felt entirely normal. Several droplets of condensation had already formed on Hung Pao's head sculpture, and as he gazed at Rosa, the symbol of a solver materialized before one of his eyes, bringing to mind the incident when Rosa was taken away by the steel pincers. During that episode, she had infiltrated the tomb of AI and directly utilized an extended body, even leaving messages for the dark-faced deity. How foolish I am, Hung Pao mused. She didn't need to adhere to a schedule. Her ability to breach the tomb of AI might also allow her to activate the land bridge system at will, manipulate internal systems, and cancel any timers. Let us go back together after I finish eating. Rosa deliberately paused on the last word, elongating the tone, rendering the statement akin to a warning or threat. Hung Pao found this terrifying. Paralyzed by fear, he dared not move until Rosa returned to her meal, still engulfed in dread. Throughout Rosa's dining process, Hung Pao could only glance back a few times before being overwhelmed by horror. The sound of her chewing sent waves of phantom pain through his body. He recognized the body parts, the components that had been doused in gasoline as seasoning, then torn apart by Rosa's sharp claws before being consumed. Consequently, Hung Pao switched off his audio receiver and turned his back to Rosa, remaining utterly still, for he feared to glance back and dreaded the horrifying sounds. Now, his only hope rested on the wish that she would be satiated and refrain from consuming him. However, there was no need for concern. Rosa did not feast upon Autobots. After all, she could not provide an explanation to her good lieutenant if she did. Yet, she would not disclose to Hung Pao that she abstained from eating Autobots. Rosa contemplated this as she swiftly cleaned the armor of the false face and returned even the hollowed-out head intact to the coffin, covering it and reburying it in the sand. Today, she had consumed every morsel, leaving nothing behind except for a pile of tin foil, which she balled up and buried in a small pit she dug beside the coffin. Afterward, she rinsed herself, brushed her teeth, and fired a shot at a puddle of energy liquid on the ground, watching it slowly extinguish until nothing remained on the sandy surface. Hung Pao sat on the ground, appearing utterly traumatized, lost in thought, occasionally hugging himself and trembling. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared before him, the bluish-green glow of the land bridge, activated by Rosa. Hung Pao froze, turned on his audio receiver, and stared blankly as Rosa approached slowly. Only after the initial shock wore off did he realize that all traces had been meticulously erased, leaving not even a droplet of energy residue on the ground. A chill coursed through his face as he met Rosa's enigmatic smile, realizing that it bore a menacing undertone. He then observed Rosa slowly approach the land bridge, gesturing invitingly towards the interior, evoking a sense of urging him to return to the source of the fire. Hung Pao swallowed a mouthful of electrolyte solution, stepping forward with a mechanical gait into the familiar confines of the scrapyard. Never had he held such affection for the scrapyard. Indeed, he could almost have pressed himself to the ground and declared his love for it. However, Rosa quietly crouched beside him, cautioning him with a reminder of what should and should not be said, prompting him to nod fervently. Gradually, she distanced herself from him, returning to her own coffin. Once Hung Pao timidly resumed his position, Rosa reactivated the surveillance system and deleted the record of the land bridge's activation. Today had been quite a fulfilling day. perhaps excessively so for Hung Pao, as the fiery red sports car trembled in place, clearly shaken. Well, she hoped he would be in better spirits tomorrow, or, if he were clever enough, he might attribute his unrest to nightmares, sparing him from suspicion. She believed Hung Pao was an astute machine. Chapter 163. The child is terribly frightened in the depths of darkness. The lifeless body of the mask lay on the ground, being consumed piece by piece, fed into a maw reminiscent of a voracious iron eater. Suddenly, Rosa, brimming with energy, turned her head, her optical lens shrouded in darkness, from which energy continuously flowed. Upon catching sight of him, she bared her teeth and charged forth, as if intent on tearing him apart. In the dream, Hung Pao instinctively raised his arm for protection, only for the armor to be violently torn away. Seizing the moment when she was occupied with the flesh she had ripped, he turned and fled. Yet, no matter how he ran, the path ahead was choked with countless vehicles, tightly packed, while Rosa pursued him atop the cars. Hung Pao, too, leaped onto the car roofs in his escape, but in a fleeting glance over his shoulder, he was met with her sudden attack, followed by a savage bite. He watched, horrified, as she fully sank her teeth into his arm. In an instant, energy erupted forth. Hung Pao, awakened by terror, the fiery red sports car sprang to life, transforming into humanoid form, almost colliding with the Iron Arm, who had been attempting to rouse him. Earlier that morning, Iron Arm had assumed Hung Pao was simply sleeping in, but upon checking, he sensed something was amiss. While Hung Pao remained at rest, the small sports car shook violently, murmuring pleas for mercy, clearly trapped in a nightmare. Iron Arm hurriedly approached, shaking him awake, but to no avail. Hung Pao seemed ensnared in charging mode, still ensconced in his nightmares. Initially, Iron Arm called softly, but as he realized the futility of his efforts, his voice grew louder. Finally, Hung Pao jolted awake, transforming into his humanoid form, trembling as he sat on the ground. Although he almost struck himself, Iron Arm disregarded such concerns and crouched down to inspect how the cannon was faring. "Black-faced deity, please come here," Iron Arm communicated, contemplating that the cannon must be experiencing a nightmare. What could be the cause of such overwhelming pressure in recent days? Iron Arm believed that the black-faced deity might have some solutions, at least to alleviate the symptoms. After attempting to stabilize the cannon, he brought it before the black-faced deity. The ultimate solution was to eliminate the cannon's energy, inducing it into a dormant state, allowing it to awaken after some time, which should provide some relief. Originally, the cannon was supposed to patrol alongside Iron Arm today. However, due to its current condition, it was impossible to venture outside. Ultimately, Iron Arm resolved to patrol alone. She declined the offers from others to accompany her, preferring that they take good care of the cannon. After all, the sight of the cannon that morning had genuinely frightened her. "I can handle it myself." Iron Arm waved her hand and transformed, setting off. The others remained at the scrapyard to rest. At that moment, Rosa emerged from her coffin, observing the medical bed being set up for the cannon in the hall. Feeling somewhat puzzled, having gone out for a late-night snack the previous night, she had risen later that evening and naturally missed the cannon's energy shutdown. Yet, perhaps it was fortunate she did not witness it. Otherwise, the cannon would have been even more terrified upon seeing her. With this thought in mind, Rosa stayed obediently in the shadows, ensuring she was not exposed to the sunlight. Bumblebee, noticing that Rosa was awake, explained the situation to her. Now informed of the cannon's nightmarish ordeal, Rosa expressed deep sympathy and hoped for its swift recovery. It was imperative for the cannon to regain its mental well-being and not let any issues be detected. As Rosa contemplated this, Bumblebee soon discovered that Iron Arm had gone missing. They were unaware of how long she had been unaccounted for. Even when the black-faced deity located the last known position of Iron Arm, they may have already missed the optimal time for rescue. Thus, they decided to search their old hideout, and Bumblebee first considered whether there were any large abandoned facilities nearby. Indeed, they stumbled upon a rather familiar location. The abandoned factory where Steel Claw had once taken them for a gathering. More precisely, an abandoned steel mill. Although it seemed unlikely that Iron Arm would be there, and that she might have already relocated, they felt compelled to search, just in case. Despite the location being exposed due to that previous incident, it still held potential, did it not? Just as Rosa, one hand holding supplies, was about to volunteer to scout ahead, a roaring sound of an aircraft suddenly resonated from the sky. Everyone looked up at the azure expanse, where a red figure pierced through the clouds, heading directly toward the scrapyard. It was a familiar red aircraft, the vehicle form of Windblade. A strong gust of wind swept through, and the Windblade transformed and landed steadily on the ground. At first glance, she noticed the still-laying horizontal cannon and the missing iron arm. It was at this moment that Windblade learned from Bumblebee that Iron Arm had been captured, and that horizontal cannon had been haunted by nightmares, clearly frightened. Although the source of his fear remained a mystery, our dear Rosa quietly engaged in her good deeds, remaining nearby to replenish supplies and listen to their conversation. She was curious about the reason for Windblade's arrival, which was indeed peculiar. Windblade had come here, driven by an intense feeling, and considering she had been dispatched by the primordial celestial master, it seemed that something significant was afoot. Upon Windblade's inquiry, the black-faced god revealed the potential location of Steelclaw's lair, though he was uncertain if they had already relocated. Before anyone could respond, Windblade declared her intention to scout ahead and transformed, taking flight. Rosa had intended to accompany Windblade in the sky, as the projection cover would have been quite advantageous, but she reconsidered and chose not to pursue, instead storing her supplies and awaiting Bumblebee's command to depart. Rosa, drift. Steel lock. Bumblebee raised his hand, signaling everyone to follow. Let us hurry to rescue them. After uttering this somewhat forced rallying cry, he muttered something that sounded familiar. Who? Rosa, donning her armor, tilted her head in confusion. Bumblebee, prioritizing the rescue, could not recall the specifics, and thus did not dwell on it as he led the group towards their mission. Meanwhile, at the scrapyard, the black-faced god activated defense mode. A multitude of weapons and firearms emerged, standing guard and ensuring a level of safety. The good news was that they had located Steelclaw's old hideout. The bad news was that another member had been lost. When the Autobots arrived, they could only see evidence of a fall on the ground, with branches from a nearby tree visibly broken, likely the site of Windblade's crash. Should we contact the black-faced god to rouse horizontal cannon? Rosa hesitantly suggested to Bumblebee and the others, noting their diminished ranks. It seemed unfair to trouble horizontal cannon, who had been shaken by his own fright the previous night, plagued by nightmares, and already undergoing treatment. Now he would have to be called back to duty once again. Chapter 164. Is this sympathy for the afflicted? Bone Crusher, accompanied by his two Minicon companions, Dapeng and Flying Arrow Warrior, stealthily approached the vicinity of the scrapyard. This time, they obeyed Steelclaw's command to release the prisoners and, if possible, capture the Autobot Minicon. They noticed Russell's friend approaching him, a little girl clutching a football. Seizing the opportunity, Bone Crusher instructed Flying Arrow Warrior to employ optical transformation. Once Russell's friend departed, Bone Crusher directed Flying Arrow Warrior to use this ruse to deceive Russell, successfully infiltrating the scrapyard and capturing him. With a hostage in hand, the situation became considerably easier. Danny attempted to rush in to save his son, only to find him held captive, rendering him unable to proceed. Upon achieving success, Dapeng instructed Mini Dinobot to release the prisoners. Mini Dinobot promptly dashed toward the stasis chamber, opting for direct destruction this time. After their previous failed attempt, they meticulously reviewed their strategy. They had all emerged from the stasis chamber, which, once damaged, posed no significant issues for their exit. How could it be as dire as previously suggested by the dark-faced god? Dapeng first chose to employ the grand punishment, having previously collaborated with Steelclaw and feeling capable of handling some tasks. As the stasis chamber was breached, a puff of black smoke erupted from the circuitry, followed by the chilling white mist that continuously poured from the chamber's door, revealing the familiar crab-shaped silhouette of the grand punishment. However, upon awakening, Grand Punishment exhibited signs of distress, momentarily stunned upon seeing the trembling Mini Dinobot. Dapeng assumed the latter was merely slow to react after awakening and urged him to hasten and assist in freeing the other prisoners. No, I won't go out, Grand Punishment shouted, trembling uncontrollably upon realizing the stasis chamber had been opened, leaving Dapeng bewildered. Hurry, there are many more Decepticons yet to be freed, Dapeng yelled, attempting to pull Grand Punishment's leg, but Mini Dinobot was too small, and with Grand Punishment's pincers firmly gripping either side, he stubbornly refused to budge. What could have triggered this? Dapeng pondered, just as he was about to seek out Steelclaw for assistance in extracting Grand Punishment. He noticed trouble brewing at Steelclaw's end. A tall, familiar figure emerged in the junkyard. It was Optimus Prime. Doubtful. He rubbed his optical lens to confirm he was not mistaken. He distinctly remembered Optimus had perished. In a state of confusion, he hastily returned to the vicinity of other stasis chambers, where Steel Claw and Skyblade Warrior had already been rendered unconscious by Optimus Prime. Approaching now would only lead to disaster, and escape was equally challenging. Glancing back at Grand Punishment, who remained quaking in the damaged stasis chamber, Da Peng shook his head and turned his attention to other stasis chambers, seeking one with wings. His gaze fell upon a mechanical bat, and he immediately set to work on its release. "Are you Daniel Russell?" Optimus Prime slowly knelt, lowering his form to converse with the two humans and mini Dinobot. He had undergone training from several Transcendents, and, having absorbed their energy, had successfully risen from the ashes. However, his appearance had slightly altered, nearly causing Russell and the others to fail to recognize him. His voice changed as well. Noticing Bumblebee was absent, Optimus inquired about his whereabouts. Meanwhile, the dark-faced god initiated a location search, oblivious to Da Peng clutching Night Raid's foot, just as Night Raid unfurled his wings and soared over the junkyard's walls. They had initially intended to forcibly extract Grand Punishment, but with the latter threatening to scream if they persisted, they had no choice but to abandon the effort. Watching the junkyard recede into the distance, Da Peng continued to ponder the situation. What could possibly frighten Grand Punishment so? What terrifying presence loomed outside that incited such resistance? With a sense of perplexity, Da Peng nonetheless directed the Night Raid towards the direction of the Steel Claw. As for the Decepticon, known as Devastator, prior to Optimus Prime's rendezvous with Bumblebee, the enigmatic blackface god had inadvertently deactivated the dormant state of the Decepticon, known as Long Haul. Observing Long Haul groggily awakening, in a condition slightly improved from the morning, they proceeded to retrieve Bone Crusher and the Sword Warrior, returning them to their stasis chambers. Upon discovering the absence of a miniature Autobot, Da Peng communicated this to Optimus Prime, who, after a moment of contemplation, joined the search amidst the scrapyard. However, they found themselves unable to locate the last remaining miniature Autobot. With lingering doubts, when they finally approached the stasis chambers, they were dismayed to find that two of them had been damaged, indicating that two prisoners had escaped. Initially intending to investigate which two Decepticons had fled, they were taken aback to find that Devastator had inexplicably remained behind. Observing Devastator trembling within the damaged stasis chamber, refusing to step out, Long Haul recalled that Devastator had been brought back by Rosa alone, and prior to that, two signals from Decepticons had mysteriously vanished. However, at the time, their attention had been diverted by another incident, and no one had reflected on it afterwards. Now, witnessing Devastator's fearful demeanor, Long Haul began to piece together the unsettling possibility that Devastator might have seen something that instilled such terror. This train of thought led him to recall the previously transformed, clawless octopus monster, as well as the tailless whale of grief. All these Decepticons, marked by their imperfections and extreme fear upon their return, had been brought back by Rosa. Was she perhaps a member of the Elite Guard? Long Haul instinctively glanced towards Optimus Prime, questioning whether they were aware of this matter, particularly the fact that Rosa had the capacity to consume machines. Now, with even the capture of prisoners resulting in Decepticons being devoured, what could be envisioned of Rosa's conduct during wartime? Startled by his own musings, Long Haul was suddenly overcome by a chill that coursed through him. Devastator. Upon witnessing the crimson-painted Autobot Long Haul and perceiving his frightened expression, began to appear dazed, suddenly seeming as if startled. I will take you to another stasis chamber, Long Haul offered. The chill that lingered on Long Haul's metallic exterior had yet to dissipate, and realizing that Devastator felt more secure remaining within the stasis chamber, he promptly guided him towards another one. Devastator, hesitant upon hearing this, recalled the monstrous creature's prior assertions that she might find a way to extract him from the scrapyard, triggering a shiver down his spine. The imagery of that creature consuming others sent a wave of paralysis through him. Observing this reaction, Long Haul contemplated and moved another intact stasis chamber to the front of Devastator's damaged one. The pristine stasis chamber opened before him, and after a moment of hesitation, Devastator stepped inside. As the chamber closed before him, Devastator finally breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude to Long Haul. Once assured of the situation's resolution, Long Haul exchanged the stasis chambers and informed Blackface God of the identification number of the damaged chamber, learning that the Decepticon who had been released was named Night Raid. This is the flying Decepticon that once caused them to suffer nightmares. It is presumed that Da Ping has already been taken away from the scrapyard, making it likely that he cannot be captured now. So preparations were made to rendezvous with Bumblebee and the others. Along the way, Horizontal Cannon pondered a thought. If Rosa could be acknowledged by other members of the Elite Guard, even to the extent of having a statue in her honor, did that imply she would not harm the Autobots? After all, had she intended to consume Autobots, she would have long been deemed an enemy rather than a member of the Elite Guard. Horizontal Cannon felt somewhat perplexed. Despite having witnessed the shadow of a predator, his core state had improved somewhat after hibernation. Coupled with the temporary solace of his conjectures, his overall condition had notably restored. However, what could the lieutenant possibly see in Rosa, given she was a predator? Was it conceivable that she genuinely refrained from consuming Autobots? Chapter 165. The arrival of Shockwave in the thicket. Bumblebee instructed Rosa to initiate a projection to circle above, conducting a preliminary reconnaissance while they remained on the opposite bank of the Crown City River, observing the scene. Bumblebee recalibrated his optics, employing this method to survey the distant circumstances. Steel Claw was wielding an object resembling a staff, and behind them appeared to be a device akin to a space bridge or a terrestrial bridge. Additionally, there were two large entities outside this apparatus whose purpose remained unclear, prompting Rosa to take a closer look. Perhaps it was intended for energy collection? As Rosa soared around, she observed below two towers connected by an arch and attempted to discern their function. Incidentally, it seemed something was approaching from the sky. Noticing an object flying overhead, Rosa promptly reported this to Bumblebee, who glanced upward and spotted Night Raid carrying Da Ping towards Steel Claw. Do we need to interfere? Rosa inquired over the comms, suggesting that if they intervened at this moment, it would likely result in a plunge into the nearby river of Crown City. It seems too conspicuous. We still have hostages in their hands. Bumblebee's gaze was fixed on the distant sight of Iron Arm and Windblade bound to a colossal statue in a square of Crown City. Determined to devise a means to rescue Iron Arm and Windblade, Rosa resolved to stealthily approach the statue plaza. Iron Arm! Iron Arm! In a daze, Iron Arm appeared to hear a familiar voice. Windblade, who had just awakened, was calling out to her. Iron Arm, are you all right? Windblade looked anxiously at the slowly reviving Iron Arm, realizing they were both bound to the statue. Aside from the incessant buzzing of her audio sensors, Iron Arm shook her head, and suddenly, she witnessed a mechanical bat gracefully descend near Steel Claw, seemingly engaged in a discussion, though the words were inaudible. After a brief deliberation, Steel Claw approached to join the adjustments on the device, while Night Raid took up a vigilant position where Steel Claw had just been. At this moment, Rosa had already activated the projection and reached behind the statue. The creation they were working on progressed agonizingly slow due to a shortage of manpower. And for reasons unknown, a vast expanse of the sky loomed ominously, shrouded in dark clouds that barred any sunlight from penetrating. The Bumblebees had yet to arrive. They were waiting for the artillery to come, though it was perplexing why things were moving at such a sluggish pace. Observing the Decepticons below, who were engrossed in their apparatus, Rosa discreetly transmitted information to the two machines. They were startled at first upon hearing a sound, but quickly regained their composure, ensuring that no issues were detected. Windblade, once I free you, take Iron Arm and fly away. I'll cover you, Rosa conveyed through the internal line, swiftly severing the wires that bound them. The Decepticons below were momentarily oblivious. They hastily removed the wires from their bodies, and Windblade surged towards Iron Arm, transforming into an aircraft for Iron Arm to grasp and flee. By the time Steel Claw and the others reacted, it was too late. Bruticus had just thrown something forward, intending to repeat the tactic of smashing Windblade down. However, as the steel pipe soared upward, a dark-winged female machine intercepted it. Rosa, clad in black armor, turned mid-flight, her wings unfurling, connecting with the incoming steel pipe and slicing it in half. Night Raid, pursue them, Steel Claw bellowed in anger, watching as the mechanical bat soared into the air, emitting a piercing sonic wave. Suddenly, Iron Arm recalled something and urgently shouted for everyone to disable their audio receivers. The nearest Windblade complied immediately, but Rosa, flying at a distance and high above, could not. The fierce winds howled around her, distorting the sounds, rendering her unable to discern anything clearly. Caught off guard, she was besieged by a peculiar noise, which summoned a flood of long-buried, distressing memories. The most terrifying aspect was the resurgence of those past recollections, which, due to her self-preservation mechanisms, had faded from her memory more swiftly than others over time. Warning, memory connection error. Warning, visual reception error, please reconnect. Warning, audio sensor. Warning, fear gripped Rosa's throat, constricting her fate as the sonic wave from Night Raid triggered her most harrowing memories. Something was being unearthed from the depths of her buried past, snatching away her senses of sight, sound, and even touch, overwhelming her external sensory systems. Boom! The flapping of her wings and the anti-gravity device abruptly ceased, as the wings composed of steel blades could no longer sustain the metallic body, leading to a direct plunge into the waters of the Crown City below. Accompanied by a tremendous splash, a chill enveloped the entire mechanical body, reminiscent of a frigid environment from a bygone memory. A profound numbness surged forth. For her, a being of machinery, the threat of drowning was non-existent. Thus the sensation of suffocation interrupting her thoughts was absent. Ensnared by recollections, she sank deeper into the abyss. Rosa, Angel, Windblade, and Ironhide shouted in unison, with Windblade even contemplating a swift turn to descend and locate Rosa, only to be halted by Bumblebee's urgent voice over the comms. Observing Rosa plummet directly into the water, Bumblebee's concern escalated. She was undoubtedly in peril, yet her chances of survival remained intact. However, Windblade and Ironhide were not so fortunate. The Decepticons still lingered, and if further complications arose, they would be unable to respond in time. Disregarding Bumblebee's command, Windblade veered through the sky, carrying Ironhide toward the location where Rosa had fallen. The recent colossal splash had left the surface of the water adorned with a layer of white foam. After all, none of them were aware of Rosa's resilience against death. Apart from Bumblebee and Optimus Prime, no one else possessed this knowledge, which fueled the urgency in Windblade and Ironhide, as they witnessed Thunderhoof advancing toward Rosa with a smirk. Windblade transformed into vehicle mode and charged forward. In the instant of impact, Ironhide executed a backflip, landing gracefully. Windblade, having knocked Thunderhoof aside, transformed to assess the situation concerning Rosa. After being sent sprawling, Thunderhoof struggled to regain his footing, his face contorted with rage, eager to continue the confrontation, but was restrained by Scavenger. The teleportation device was nearing completion, and they needed to hasten their efforts. The Decepticons were preoccupied with their companion, providing an opportune moment to finalize their plans. Scavenger instinctively believed that Rosa's fall would have resulted in the demise of a conventional machine, given the shallow depth of the water. Yet, almost immediately, his expression shifted, as if witnessing something utterly incredulous. Indeed, as Ironhide approached Rosa, he beheld her slowly supporting herself with her arms, her upper body emerging from the water. The waters of the Crown River continued to flow gently, colliding with her metallic form, resembling the creases formed when fabric is draped. The surface of the water, obstructed by her presence, formed countless ripples around her arms and waist. With her hands braced against the riverbed, her head drooped, turned away from Ironhide, she resembled a celestial being that had descended to Earth. She barely managed to elevate her upper body, her wings still unfurled, drooping into the water, and combined with her curved physique, she exuded an unexpected elegance. Simultaneously, Ironhide pondered the circumstances that had led to her abrupt descent from such a height. Was it truly possible that she had sustained no harm? In a recorded monologue, the subject of post-traumatic stress disorder emerged. The video showcased a blue optical lens, adorned with a black headpiece resembling a crown, but functioning as a screen, depicting a machine that bore a striking resemblance to a diminutive killing machine seated quietly. The recording device rested upon a table, surrounded by darkness, indicating that the room's main lights were likely off. The only light emanating within the room is the warm orange glow surrounding the camera equipment, likely produced by a desk lamp. Yet, this gentle illumination fails to dispel the oppressive atmosphere, nor can it erase the traces of tears near the optical lens. This is my inaugural dream of you. I had not anticipated the unexpected expression on the female figure's face, marked by a somewhat awkward smile and an evident hint of grievance, suggesting she may have recently wept. Perhaps this is merely a manifestation of my insomnia. As I observe the female figure conversing with herself, taking a deep breath as if striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. Speak it out, weep it out. and may I never encounter you again. For the past version of you, if time could reverse, I hope you would not endure such experiences. Should you have endured them, I implore you to persist. Trust in time. It will carry away all burdens. It will wash away all sorrows. You are remarkably successful, and every experience has shaped the person you are today, the triumphant you, who would wish for no one else to undergo such trials, for you possess a kind heart. Thus, even if you feel utterly lost and devoid of hope, do not succumb to panic. The only one who can rescue you is yourself. Your mind is striving desperately for salvation. Do not relinquish your resolve. Are you familiar with the concept of psychological self-defense mechanisms? When confronted with pain or trauma, individuals activate a series of protective psychological defenses, such as repression, denial, and avoidance, to shield their psyche from further harm, including the act of forgetting. Have you ever harbored painful memories? I certainly have. Certain recollections, which should no longer evoke sorrow, can unexpectedly bring forth tears when they resurface. Why is this? It seems one should be past the grief, yet perhaps it is merely a state of numbness. Or perhaps, due to the depth of sorrow, a defense mechanism kicks in, leading to a moment where one feels nothing at all while recalling sadness. If you have experienced this, I assure you that one day in the future, you will realize that while joyous memories are vividly retained, painful ones will gradually become blurred. This is a positive development. Your mind is engaged in self-preservation. Weep freely and without restraint, my child. Let your tears flow. Memories will be carried away. Memories will be forgotten until you can no longer recall them, unless something inadvertently links you back to that chapter of your past. Post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, manifests primarily through re-experiencing trauma, heightened vigilance, and avoidance or numbness, with some individuals experiencing more severe symptoms. Reminders of traumatic events, such as time and place, can induce significant psychological distress or physiological stress responses. This includes intrusive memories, hallucinations, delusions, and auditory hallucinations. If one were to encapsulate the sensation of PTSD, it would likely be described as despair, stifling, suffocating despair. When you have managed to endure countless adversities, believing you have finally emerged from the abyss, only to find that the darkness of that abyss has long since tainted your being. In that moment, you profoundly realize that you have long been beyond salvation, or rather, irreparably broken. You have emerged from the past, yet your memories remain ensnared within its grasp. The shadows have indelibly marked you, a darkness that you fail to perceive. As you step forth with hope from the abyss, it is only then that you discover yourself shrouded in obscurity, a truth revealed only under the piercing rays of sunlight. What thoughts occupy your mind at this juncture? You have clawed your way out, but what significance does that hold? You perceive glimmers of hope, yet what does it truly mean? You stand beneath the sun, yet what consequence does that bear? You may have washed away the inky stains, yet what does that matter? When you sprint across the verdant meadows, when you race beneath the sun, when you leap into the floral embrace and frolic in the cool waters, you believe you have escaped the abyss. Yet you are mistaken. It lingers, ensconced in the depths of your memory, buried deep and shielded by your mind's protective mechanisms. You cannot wash it away, nor can you flee from it. As long as a single thread connects you, the buried layers will be unearthed, and all your defenses will crumble. Regardless of how long you have basked in the sunlight, the moment that thread is taut, your memories will resurface, dragging you back into the abyss. For memories are interconnected, a bond that cannot be severed, only concealed. What is it like to be yanked back into the depths in that fleeting instant? Is it fear? Anger? No, it begins with numbness, followed by an overwhelming sorrow. As you come to the realization that you have not truly escaped, I could endure the darkness had I never glimpsed the light. This is the essence of it. You have distanced yourself from the past, yet a part of you remains ensnared within it. You believe you have transcended, but in truth, you have not. After witnessing so much sunlight, when your memories are suddenly yanked back, despair and numbness ensue. It feels as though you have been cast back into the void. But I'm not there, am I? Illusions will engulf you, forcing the illuminated version of yourself to confront the past through your own memories, through your own perspective. Like a horde of sinister little figures, they encircle you, their cacophony echoing with the sharpness of countless voices, each one biting and cruel, swirling within your mind. You are compelled to witness once more the moment you fell. You are drawn to revisit the visage of your mental collapse. You are forced to confront the numbing despair of feeling powerless in the face of self-harm. You are made to relive your utter hopelessness. Have you truly emerged? Yes, you have. But why do you find yourself confronted with all of this once more? You have not truly escaped. Accompanied by yet another sigh, the woman brushed her forehead, and after bowing her head for a few seconds, she gradually sat up straight. Yet, having glimpsed the light, you find yourself in greater anguish than before. All that once was replays before your eyes, painful memories racing back at breakneck speed, forcing you to relive a past that you had nearly forgotten. As you revisit these memories, buried threads spring forth from the earth, taut and interlinking, first, second, third, until you are ensnared within an intricate web of countless painful recollections. You can no longer hear the sounds from the outside. Only the shadows of the past remain in your consciousness. You have returned to a time long gone, unable to perceive the future, left only with the stark contrast that follows a life once filled with beauty. I could have endured the darkness had I never seen the light. All that remains is your fervent desire to rid yourself of that which dismantles your defenses and evokes the memories of a once glorious past. The woman before you becomes increasingly animated, her previously somber demeanor transforming into palpable agitation. Yet, suddenly, her tone softens. Or perhaps we should eliminate everyone, she murmurs, gently shaking her head. No one needs to live, not I, not my past self, not the self that thinks, nor the self that feels. If all would be vanquished, I would no longer have to fret over these matters. Only family must remain. Only enemies must be eradicated. Everything that evokes unpleasant memories is inherently malevolent. That is what you must remember. Do not perceive my current state as contrived or artificial, as if I'm striving to appear cool. Rosa chuckles bitterly, speaking slowly with an undertone of rising emotion, her body swaying gently. I apologize. This is the most authentic and visceral experience drawn from the depths of my past. Despair. Oh, how foolish I am. Why did I record this? Rosa cradled her head, shaking it slightly. As she did so, the blue glow of her optical glasses flickered between her fingers. She stood up resolutely and approached the recording device, erasing all content. Current content unavailable. How foolish. Chapter 166. The takeover. It felt as though one had suddenly plunged into the suffocating depths of a dark, foreboding sea. The frigid abyss of night enveloped you, and your body mirrored this chill, rendering you oblivious to the initial shock of the cold water. It was merely an unexpected suffocation, an abrupt blindness brought on by darkness, and the whispers of the past muffling your ears. Where am I? Rosa gradually propped herself up, the river's current striking her body, delivering waves of coolness that gradually blended with the past. At this moment, the sun had fully set and the last vestige of light had vanished. All systems attuned to external perception were thrown into disarray. The fear incited by the night's sudden assault had long since dissipated, yet the memories lingered on. Once buried beneath the psychological self-protection mechanism, the threads of memory were drawn forth, reminiscent of a branching diagram. Initially, a single line was tugged, which subsequently prompted the emergence of 2, then 4, and eventually 8 more lines, all swept away by hallucinations. She could perceive nothing but the shadows of the past, the fear of having been dismembered countless times in battles against other ruthless killers due to her own weakness. Detected, host consciousness unable to self-regulate. Detected, life approaching host, initiating base logic takeover. Takeover complete. After Iron Arm attempted to call out to her in vain from behind, he edged closer, but the moment his fingers grazed her shoulder, Rosa retaliated with a massive hook, supported by metallic bones, which latched onto his waist and flung him away with a single motion. Boom! Iron Arm crashed heavily against the pier leading to the Statue Plaza, causing the pier to crack and indent under the impact, dust swirling around. Bumblebee and Optimus Prime were traversing the bridge when they suddenly felt a tremor, instantly transforming and leaping off the bridge, only to find Iron Arm unconscious. Iron Arm, Windblade shouted upon seeing him fly through the air. She had just witnessed Rosa wielding a colossal hook, or was it a scythe, that ensnared Iron Arm and hurled him away. What has happened? Before she could voice her thoughts or take action, she heard another round of shouts. Windblade, get down. Bumblebee's voice rang out, and he too leaped off the bridge. After giving a nod to the horizontal cannon to indicate that Iron Arm was temporarily all right, he continued racing toward Rosa. Windblade reacted quickly, Upon hearing the command, she instinctively lowered her body and lay flat. Rosa, having missed her target, soared over Windblade's head and, while controlling her transformation, landed deftly on the riverbed with her claws firmly planted. The commotion, especially the preceding thunderous crash, certainly caught Steel Clamp's attention. Observing that the female unit was still alive and even embroiled in conflict with the others, he was taken aback. Yet, he quickly redirected the attention of the other Decepticons, urging them to accelerate while their internal strife unfolded. The armor mask had shattered completely from the earlier fall, revealing the visage of the female unit's screen closing. With a final piece of armor fragment dropping, it fell with a soft thud. The precariously balanced mask fragments plunged into the water, creating a splash of white. Through the broken armor, a large blue display could be seen on her screen. She gradually rose from the water, but judging by her stance, condition, and the recent act of sending Iron Arm flying, something was amiss. Iron Arm's status had been assessed when they jumped off the bridge. He was merely unconscious, while other conditions would need to be checked by Blackface. Rosa? Windblade hesitated as she rose, sensing that Rosa's earlier actions must have been a misunderstanding, while Bumblebee and Optimus Prime were already aware of Rosa's loss of control. This current appearance undoubtedly indicated something had gone awry. Rosa, are you all right? Bumblebee rushed ahead, calling out near Rosa, while Optimus Prime headed towards Steeljaw, aiming to thwart their summons of Megatron and avert a greater calamity. Rosa was not present. Her voice emerged in a strange manner, reminiscent of Rosa's timbre, but broken and mechanical, exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression. Rosa, what has happened to your voice? Windblade remarked, sensing an ominous premonition as she beheld Rosa's peculiar form. Rosa appeared eerily distorted. Her claws, which had just been used to attack Windblade, hung limply, their tips brushing the riverbed. Her wings remained unfurled, allowing water to cascade through the gaps between her steel blades. Bumblebee approached, echoing Windblade's unfinished inquiry. But Rosa merely tilted her head in that odd posture. She did not respond in her now robotic voice. Instead, she continued to repeat, Rosa is not here. We are merely a segment of Rosa's program, her underlying logic. Upon hearing this, Bumblebee swiftly grabbed Windblade and shouted as they ran towards the other Autobots, run away from Rosa. The moment Bumblebee perceived Rosa articulating her fundamental logic in that strange voice, he cried out. Transforming into vehicle mode, he released Windblade, knowing full well that she could fly faster. The others were oblivious to the situation concerning Rosa, and Windblade was perplexed by Bumblebee's urgency. Yet she obeyed and transformed to escape, to protect the host and navigate through the impending crisis, executing command. Eliminate all life forms present, Rosa stated. She moved her claws, gently rubbing them together, generating vibrations and sounds, while her wings, once drooping in the river, lifted and spread wide. Water droplets cascaded off her wings as she tilted her head, observing Bumblebee and Windblade's frantic flight, one claw delicately tapping her chin. Have I perhaps spoken too much? In the meantime, Optimus Prime had just evaded other Decepticons intent on obstructing him, and was making his way toward the portal being constructed by Steeljaw. However, it was too late. He had simulated the Star Saber using a Decepticon hunting device and swung it toward the portal, only to be repelled by a figure emerging from within. It was Megatron. This cannot be, Optimus exclaimed, witnessing the portal still active behind Megatron, who had intended to say something. Unfortunately, fate took a turn. Just as Windblade was on the verge of being pierced, she suddenly veered aside, narrowly dodging an incoming projectile that zipped past her neck, striking the portal behind Megatron and obliterating it, continuing its trajectory unabated. The portal erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, unleashing a formidable shockwave that sent those nearby hurtling away, leaving only the formidable Juntion, Zune, unscathed. In the wake of this chaos, they were suddenly enveloped by an overwhelmingly powerful gust of wind. It was revealed that the blue beam had pierced through the portal's frame and then through the statue of the Crown City, soaring directly towards the heavens. As its velocity increased, the immense energy created a vast circular disturbance in the surrounding clouds, a colossal circle so pronounced that it could be discerned even from satellites above. What on earth was happening? Zune gazed in astonishment at the figure soaring through the sky towards him.